In order for me to live the life of a rich second generation early on, my dad actually used some ability to conquer a wealthy woman to be my stepmother. Little did I know, this beautiful woman had 3 identical daughters, and in reality, the triplet sisters who seemed normal on the surface had somewhat unhealthy gazes towards me behind my back. To win the affection of their brother, they tried every means possible, either helping me fend off other girls or inviting me to drink imported milk tea regularly. Gradually, I felt that these sisters seemed to have changed. Their possessiveness towards me was unusually strong. Just now, I received a message from my dad, Ah-Chiang. Your dad has finally made it. I'll bring Xiaoxi to meet your aunt and sisters at 6 tonight. Don't be late. He also attached the location of the restaurant. Seeing this, I couldn't help but twitch my mouth, thinking what kind of strange thing my peculiar dad was up to again. No wonder my mom and Xiaoxi's mom both left. We are a blended family, and Xiaoxi is my half-sister. On the speeding city train, Xiaoxi's little fist kept pounding on my arm, seemingly wanting to vent all her dissatisfaction. Stinky older brother. Dad is so unreliable, suddenly announcing a new family without discussing it with us at all. She pouted, her voice very low. I only have one sister. Dad. Older brother. I sighed helplessly. It was indeed too sudden, but given Dad's erratic style, it wasn't surprising. Plus, with the triplet daughters from my stepmother's family, I suddenly had 4 sisters. Xiaoxi, it is what it is. We can't oppose it now. Dad has been raising us alone for many years. It hasn't been easy. I patted her head. But don't worry, no matter what, you are still my most beloved sister. No one can replace you. Xiaoxi was taken aback for a moment, then immediately turned her head, biting her lip. I'm already so old. Don't pat my head. I won't grow taller. Also, stinky older brother is definitely a sister-con. Overly gentle sister-con. Although she grumbled, she didn't shy away from my head patting. Seeing her flushed ears, I couldn't help but chuckle, as long as she felt a bit better. That was enough. As the older brother in the family, I needed to strike a balance, first taking care of Xiaoxi's feelings, and of course, I couldn't let my stepmother's daughters feel too distant. Suddenly, Xiaoxi poked my arm and reminded me, older brother, look at that person. Not far away, a fat man was staring intently at 2 masked girls across from him, as if confirming something. The 2 girls were wearing black dresses, although their faces were covered by masks. One could still sense their extraordinary beauty from their appearance and aura. The girl in front seemed a bit uncomfortable being stared at, slightly turning her head, while the other coldly glared back, her eyes showing no fear, instead exuding a chilling aura that made people hesitant to approach. The surrounding passengers' gazes shifted back and forth between the fat man and the girls, and then they all chose to keep their distance, either moving their feet or changing seats, slowly retreating from the area that might cause trouble. Nowadays, everyone is used to staying out of matters that don't concern them. Is that Ning Ning? The chubby boy suddenly spoke, his expression excited and his tone filled with fervor. The girl who turned her head visibly trembled, and her legs instinctively shrank back. I'm your fan. I've always liked you. The chubby boy stammered as he took a couple of steps towards them. The cold girl's gaze instantly sharpened, and she grabbed the hand of the girl beside her, intending to leave quickly. However, before they could take 2 steps, the chubby boy had already blocked their way like a solid wall, forcefully cutting off their escape route. What should we do? Xiaoxi asked me in a low voice. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her gaze swept over the indifferent crowd that avoided them, muttering softly, how can they have no sense of justice at all? Just as I was about to get up, she tightly grabbed the corner of my clothes. No, she shook her head firmly, her eyes filled with worry. That's a chubby boy. If it comes to blows, the consequences would be unimaginable. She would never let me take risks. I gently patted her hand. Xiaoxi, brother promises you, I'll just go reason with him, and if things go wrong, I'll retreat immediately. No need to be brave, okay? No, we can call the security staff. You're not allowed to go. She still shook her head, her grip tightening. I glanced over there. The chubby boy had moved a step closer and even started to touch them. The more critical the moment, the calmer one must be. I took a deep breath and smiled at her. If one day Xiaoxi encounters such a situation, I hope someone will help. Today I took action, and maybe tomorrow more people will stand up. By then, even if Xiaoxi encounters danger, the chances of getting help will be greater. Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned, her face slightly flushed, stammering, so cheesy. Big brother just knows how to flatter me. The next second, she stood up directly, waving her small fist. I'll go with brother. Although Xiaoxi said she wanted to go together with a carefree tone, her body was very honest, hiding behind me all the way. Her small figure pressed closely against me. Over here, Luo Shua stood firmly in front of her sister Luo Shunning, her eyes like a cold pool, staring coldly at the chubby boy in front of them. She felt helpless inside. Her sister had retired from the public eye for several years, yet she could still be recognized even when wearing a mask. Unintentionally, she glanced up and saw a young couple quickly approaching from the other side of the carriage. In the blink of an eye, the two had blocked in front of her and her sister. Luo Shua's gaze fell on my upright figure, and for a moment, she was a bit dazed, the coldness gradually fading away, replaced by complex thoughts. Unconsciously, her hand loosened from her sister's, her mind completely drawn away by the boy in front of her. I looked at the chubby boy and calmly said, "There are cameras on the train, and the security staff will be here soon. If you don't want to make a scene, go back to your seat." After saying that, I turned to the two girls in masks and said, "You should go to the next carriage first." Luo Shunning slightly raised her head to look at me, relieved. "Thank you. You should be careful too." She tugged at Luo Shua's wrist, preparing to leave, but found that Luo Shua was staring at me with a complex expression. Luo Shunning was surprised. It was the first time in her life that she had seen her sister show such a look. The fat guy was anxious to leave upon seeing his idol, and immediately pushed towards my shoulder. In the next second, I pressed this fat guy down onto the cold floor. No matter how he flailed his limbs, he couldn't break free, looking quite helpless. Inside the security room, the fat guy had a face full of regret, his flushed face filled with self-blame and guilt, repeatedly bowing to Luo Shunning and apologizing. I'm sorry, I was just too excited. I'm a loyal fan of Sister Ningning, and I even had thoughts of ending my life because of my obesity. It was Sister Ningning's songs that gave me strength." After hearing the apology, Luo Shunning slightly shook her head and softly said, "It's okay, I forgive you. I'm also very happy that my songs could help you. I just didn't expect that there would be fans who could recognize me, especially while I was wearing a mask." Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Because of this, I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. I didn't expect that the graceful girl in front of me was actually the national sister of the entertainment industry who had exploded in popularity a few years ago, and her singing healed people's hearts. However, she withdrew from the industry just a few months after her debut, which led to a lot of criticism from haters, making one feel quite regretful. After the matter was resolved, Luo Shunning turned to me and slightly bowed. "Thank you so much for your help. At that moment, you were the only ones who stood up in the entire carriage, and I am really grateful." "It's okay." I smiled politely and was about to leave with He Xiaoxi, but just then, Luo Shua, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." Her voice was cold, and as she spoke, she had already turned her phone screen directly towards me. When Gu Luo saw this, he was slightly stunned, and for a moment, he was a bit at a loss for words. Is this a friend request? And he always felt that Luo Shua was looking at him strangely. Gu Sherman's reaction is quite fast. See this scene? Immediately took out his cell phone, took a scanning QR code, followed by said, "I added it for my brother, so you can talk to me if you need anything." However, Luo Shua was simply unmoved, still stubbornly turning the cell phone screen towards Gu Luo. The cool eyes penetrated an unrefusable insistence, as if not to stop until the goal is reached. Luo Shu Lemon, who was on the side, was even more surprised to see her sister acting like this. "You know, my own sister in school that is notoriously high and aloof, to be precise, does not like anyone's proximity, especially boys. It's so counterintuitive that you're actively trying to friend someone of the opposite sex today." Gu Sherman looked at Luo Shuhi, who maintained this position without moving. The sixth sense of a girl told her that this matter was definitely not that simple. She suspiciously stuck to Gu Luo's side and asked in a low voice, "Older brother, did you guys know each other before?" "Don't know. First time I've seen it." Gu Luo immediately shook her head, her tone very certain. "It's the truth. He doesn't have access to celebrities' families on a regular basis." And when she heard Gu Luo's words, Luo Shua's hand holding the phone shrunk slightly, as if she had been stabbed by something. Then he slowly put it down, but when he put it halfway down, he suddenly changed his mind, and immediately afterward, once again firmly turned the cell phone screen towards Gu Luo. She still didn't say anything, just stood there quietly, but for some reason, Gu Luo only felt that the cold young girl in front of him looked like she was much thinner in an instant, as if a gust of wind could easily blow her away. Chapter 4. Shuha, are you okay? After getting on the next train, Luo Shu Lemon turned sideways and asked in a small voice to Luo Shui, who was pretending to sleep with her eyes closed beside her. She hadn't opened her eyes since she took her seat. In response to her sister's inquiry, Luo Shua did not make any response, but only clenched her hand on the cell phone with a quiet force. Seeing this, Luo Shu Lemon sighed slightly, then turned her gaze to the Gu Luo siblings on the other side of the carriage. Coincidentally, at this moment, Gu Sherman was also casting his gaze, and their eyes met in the air. The corners of Luo Shu Lemon's mouth rose, revealing a warm smile, and when Gu Sherman saw this, he also gently nodded his head in greeting before shifting his gaze. There weren't many empty seats when a few people got on the bus just now, so they sat separately. Just then, Luo Shua slowly opened her eyes. then tapped on her cell phone screen. Above is the system message when adding a friend passes. I'm Giyo. The above is a greeting. Seeing that her sister had finally made a move, Luo Shu Lemon hurriedly asked, Shua, what's wrong with you? It feels like you're very attached to Gu Luo. Have you guys met before? Silence. Luo Shua's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the scene outside the security room just now, when Gu Sherman had asked Gu Luo a similar question. After another moment of silence, she gently shook her head, her tone as cold as the winter wind. Never seen it. Then why? Lashu Lemon wanted to say something. Not only did her own sister add Gu Luo's friend, she even saved her cell phone number. Luo Shua looked at her other character's self beside her, knowing that if she didn't give a reason, her sister could definitely keep asking. After a slight pause, she said expressionlessly, without the slightest emotion in her tone, feeling that this Gu Luo was very capable of fighting, thinking of getting to know him. After all, we're going to have an extra boy in our family, and I'm afraid that he won't be honest. Good perfunctory answer. Luo Shu Lemon pursed her lips. He understood that his sister really didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't pursue it any further. After another moment, she suddenly sighed. How nice it would be if that brother was a boy similar to Gu Luo. At those words, Luo Shua closed her eyes once again, not really wanting to pick up the topic. In response, Luo Shu Lemon just shook her head slightly and smiled bitterly. She was genuinely surprised that her always strong mother would suddenly remarry. All of a sudden there is going to be a stepfather and a couple of foster siblings in the family. Let's hope all is well. Station ahead. Tianshui Station. Please prepare for passengers who need to get off. The next stop is Tianshui Station. Passengers. The train's announcing tone blared through the compartment. Gu Luo and Gu Sherman stood up at the sound and walked to the exit, ready to get off. Older brother. They also got off at the Tianshui Station. Ugh. Gu Sherman inadvertently glanced at the exit on the other side and whispered to Gu Luo. Gu Luo sniffed and similarly looked over, her gaze coinciding with Luo Shuliang and Luo Shuo. He smiled politely and nodded, and Lashu Lemon returned the smile. Instead, Luo Shua looked like she was deliberately avoiding it and directly averted her gaze. After getting out of the car, Luo Shulian held Luo Shuho's hand and walked towards Gu Luo's siblings. What a coincidence, Luo Shulime said softly with a gentle smile on her face. It's a coincidence. Let's leave the station together. Aha, just like that. A unique combination of three super beautiful girls plus a handsome guy appeared in the limelight. They walked side by side, turning heads along the way. 200% to be exact. The so-called 200% is that the same person can't help but look back at them twice. The boys passing by cast envious and jealous glances at Gu Luo. In response, Gu Luo was helpless. There was no way around it, but there were three top-notch beauty queens walking around. What's more, at this time, Luo Shalimiai sisters were still wearing masks. If they took off the masks, I really don't know what kind of stunning scene it would be. Of course, some people are just like a different person once they take off their masks. Gu Luo was a bit curious whether their charms would increase or plummet if they took off their masks. The four of them walked out of the station under the attention of pedestrians all the way to the station. Gu Luo, then we'll leave first. See you next time, Luo Shu Lemon said while waving her hand. Luo Shua, on the other hand, cast her eyes elsewhere with an air of disinterest. It was an extremely stark contrast to her previous behavior of having to add Gu Luo's friend. Well, see you next time. Both parties said their goodbyes and proceeded to walk in the same direction. And always, by the way, after a somewhat awkward silence, Luo Shulime didn't hold back and laughed softly. What a coincidence. We're going to Tianshui Hotel. What about you guys? We are also going to the Tianshui Hotel. Gu Luo's expression was a bit complicated. A thought came to both sides at the same time. No way. It can't really be that coincidental, can it? But neither opened their mouths to ask. Could it be a coincidence? Gu Luo thought in his heart. Luo Shu Lemon was likewise thinking in her mind. The possibilities are enormous. The thought of it made her mood all beautiful. It's really nice to have a righteous brother like Gu Luo. At the very least it's not some weirdo. And of all the people, it was Gu Sherman who was the most nervous, keeping a silent prayer in my heart, don't ever. She didn't want stinky old man to have three more sisters that beautiful. Then one's family empire will be lost. The Tianshui Hotel wasn't far from Tianshui Station, and it didn't take long for the four of them to arrive at the Tianshui building. They took the elevator to the 101st floor and then changed to another elevator to the 120th floor. The height of this building was more than 500 meters, and standing on top of it, one could take in the beauty of the entire Kaizhou. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, two Cheongsam-clad receptionists greeted them with smiles. Hello, Ms. Luo. A receptionist lady greeted the Luo Shulime sisters respectfully. Lashu Lemon nodded and gave her a polite smile. Apparently they were frequenting this restaurant. Another receptionist lady asked Gu Luo and Gu Sherman at this time. May I ask the two guests, do you have a reservation? Aha, there is. Gu Luo reported the name of the box that her cheap dad had sent earlier. and upon hearing the name of the box, this receptionist lady immediately curtsied and apologized. I'm really sorry. It turns out that the two guests came with MS. Luo. Chapter 5, Shutting the Door. It's okay. Gu Luo smiled and waved her hand. Sure enough, since he had a vague premonition before and was well prepared, he did not feel too surprised at this moment. Gu Sherman, on the other hand, twisted his head and secretly skimmed his mouth. Humph, the old man must be happy in his heart right now. But I really didn't expect to be in a family with a star one day, although it is a star who has retired. Come with us. Luo Shu Lemon arched her eyebrows, her tone overflowing with joy that she couldn't hide. Aha. Gu Luo nodded. None of the four showed too much surprise at the situation. When we found out that the destination of each other was the Tianshui Hotel, we were basically sure of this marvelous connection in our hearts. Gu Luo and Luo Shuline walked in the middle of the four, with a slight sideways glance. He could vaguely catch the faint aroma emanating from her. The scent is light and fresh. Smells good. What a coincidence. Luo Shuline was the first to break the silence and said with a smile, to formally introduce myself, my name is Luo Shalimiai. I'm from November 36, and I'm attending Guanya Academy, second year. My name is Gu Luo, April 36, studying at Kaizhou Academy, second year. After Gu Luo finished his introduction, he noticed that Gu Sherman beside him was a bit distracted, so he gently patted her shoulder. Only then did Gu Sherman return to her senses and hurriedly introduced herself. My name is Gu Sherman, April of 37, 18 years old, with the old. Like my brother, I'm studying at Kaizhou Academy, and I'm a first-year freshman. Then, the gazes of the three of them turned to Luo Shua, who had been silent. Luo Shua tilted her head slightly, her sight looking straight at Gu Luo, and in the moment she met his eyes, her voice said in a clear and cold voice, La Shu. Gu Luo subconsciously averted his gaze under her gaze and just nodded out of politeness. He always felt that this righteous sister was strange. I felt it from the moment we first met. Seeing that Gu Luo didn't have any extra reaction, Luo Shua whirled around and moved her eyes away, casting her gaze out of the window. I'm sorry, elder brother. Shua, her character is like this. She's not good at expressing herself. Luo Shulime said with a few apologies, already naturally addressing Gu Luo as elder brother between words. It's okay. It was the first time Gu Luo had been addressed as elder brother in a respectful tone, and it still felt good. But in comparison, it was Gu Sherman's smelly old brother that he was more used to hearing. Luo Shu Lemon continued immediately after. Shu, he was born 2 minutes after me, and we also have a younger sister named Luo Shuling, but because of a club activity, I may have to arrive a little later, so I hope that elder brother won't mind. It's fine. Gu Luo obediently picked up the conversation and said seemingly casually, I heard that Guanya Private has many clubs, and they also hold regular performances to the community every year. Yes, it is, and the school festival will be held earlier this year. There will be a lot of clubs performing at that time. If elder brother is interested, he can come with sister to have a look. Luo Shu Lemon smiled as she issued an invitation. Aha! Gu Luo nodded his head in agreement, and when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Gu Sherman beside him suddenly lowering his head slightly with a somewhat strange expression, he asked in a concerned whisper, What's wrong? I'm not. It's fine. Gu Sherman forced a smile, barely squeezing out a smile. In truth, after hearing the words Guanya Academy, especially after knowing that Gu Luo had some knowledge of this school, a sourness rose within her. Thoughts that can't help but come to mind if it weren't for myself. Is sister not feeling well? Luo Shu Lemon keenly sensed Gu Sherman's abnormality and walked around Gu Luo to her side, inquiring with a concerned face while reaching out her hand and gently placing it on Gu Sherman's forehead. Fortunately, the temperature was normal and there was no fever. I'm fine, thanks. Gu Sherman gently shook her head, trying to look as if nothing had happened. As the premier high-end restaurant in Saiju, Tianshui Restaurant is known for its expensive spending and luxurious grandeur. From time to time, lesser-known singers or pipers are invited to take up residencies. It was still some time before 6 o'clock, and the four were in no hurry to go to the box, but stopped in the lobby of the restaurant and quietly enjoyed the violin playing on the stage. The players on stage are skillful and skillful. Those who can ascend to the stage are not the best with superior strength, and the melodious melody is like gurgling water, flowing and echoing in the whole hall. While Gu Luo was enjoying the music, his gaze would subconsciously fall on Luo Shuline beside him from time to time. To be precise, it was La Shuline with the mask off. At this moment he truly appreciated beauty. The original can really be so thrilling. Luo Shulian's beauty, pure and unadulterated. Let a person's heart cannot give birth to the slightest evil thoughts. Immortal might be a more apt description. It was then that Gu Luo realized that the reason why Luo Shalimei was wearing a mask was perhaps not just because she was afraid of being recognized by her rabid fans. The main thing was that with her looks, she would instantly become the center of attention wherever she went. Not to mention still the most eye-catching triplets. Time slipped by without realizing it. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from behind a few people. Lo, Mamoru. Gu Feng, who was wearing a straight suit and carrying a lady's bag in his hand, was waving towards them with a big smile. The suit was tailored and textured, and at first glance it was worth its weight in gold. Beside him, there stood a stunning beauty dressed in fashionable clothes with big wavy curly hair, her face devoid of any expression, and an oppressive feeling of superiority emanating from her surroundings. Also known as the stepmother Luo Liang, the Lashu Lemon sisters were practically carved out of the same mold as her, a family of beauties. However, if it comes to temperament, Luo Shua and Luo Liang are more similar. Both have frosty faces and indifferent expressions. Mother, Luo Shulian was the first to stand up and respectfully greeted Luo Liang, then politely called out to Gu Feng, "Good day, uncle." "Hello." Gu Feng smiled and nodded in response, his gaze sweeping over the four children in turn from left to right. He couldn't help but smile with a look of relief on his face. "Looks like you guys are getting along pretty well." "Yes it is. Elder brother takes good care of us." The smile on Luo Shulian's face was perfect. After several people greeted and exchanged pleasantries, Luo Liang suddenly asked, "Where's Shu Ling?" Her voice sounded undisturbed, but inexplicably made people feel an invisible pressure. "Mother, Shu Ling, she has an activity in the club today. She'll rush over in a while," Luo Shuling replied in a small voice. Luo Liang didn't say anything more and turned toward the direction of the box. A few people followed behind. "Really good temperament." Gu Sherman came close to Gu Luo and secretly whispered. "Indeed." Gu Luo nodded without moving. "Why can this pretty auntie look at Dad?" Gu Sherman asked again in a small voice. "Who knows, maybe it's something Dad is good at." After entering the box, the people were seated in order. Luo Liang naturally sat in the main seat. Gu Feng, on the other hand, smiled and sat beside her. Soon, a waiter came into the box and poured tea for everyone. Luo Liang didn't chat with Gu Luo's siblings, but took out the tablet from her bag and tapped her fingers. Seeing this, the others kept quiet. Luo Liang exudes a full sense of oppression around her. Sitting in the upper position, she is like a high queen. Let people look at the fear. Even Gu Sherman, who usually loved to play with his cell phone the most, was honestly sitting in his position at this moment. Time passes quickly. Luo Shulim looked at the clock hanging on the wall and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. 3 minutes to 6. But Luo Shuling never replied to the message. 5.58. 5.59. 6 points. Luo Liang put down the tablet. Seeing this, Gu Feng immediately understood and helped her put the tablet away. Luo Liang then looked at the waiter standing at the side and ordered with an expressionless face, "Close the door." Chapter 6. There is always something above the rest. Luo Shu Lemon looked at the box door that was closed a little bit by the waiter and sighed helplessly in her heart. Shuren was really late after all. Should have called her ahead of time to warn her. As a sister myself, I have failed to do my due diligence. Luo Shu Lemon quietly withdrew her eyes and secretly glanced at her expressionless mother. My mother was the one who resented people who had no sense of time. But in front of the new family, it should be fine. Older brother, I thought the people weren't all there. Why did you close the door? Gu Sherman skillfully used the masterstroke she had practiced in school. Her lips barely moved, but she softly spoke the words out. Gu Luo shook her head slightly, indicating that she wasn't quite sure. Do you lock your daughter out for being late? This stepmother is not a good looker in any way. It wasn't long before the door to the compartment was slowly pushed open. Gu Luo had thought it was Luo Shuling, who she hadn't met yet, but it turned out to be the waiter with the dinner plate. The food on the plate was extremely well presented, and each dish looked like a carefully sculpted work of art, with a complementary color scheme that was pleasing to the eye. The meal must have been very expensive, but when you think about it, I'm afraid that 90% of the cost is spent on this flashy presentation. Gu Luo's comment on this is medium looking, not as good as egg fried rice. The good thing is, such a high price doesn't pit the average person. While he was thinking about it, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open again. This time it wasn't the waiter who came in, but the panting, short-haired version of Luo Shulim. That is, the youngest sister of the triplets, Luo Shuling. Unlike her sisters, Luo Shuling wore her hair in a playful earless short hairstyle, and that flawless face was given a bit more of a heroic look by the sharp haircut. Usually, girls like her are highly popular in both heterosexual and homosexual groups. Luo Shuling smiled a little awkwardly and took one small step to her mother's side, then lowered her head. Luo Liang, however, acted as if he had not seen this, and just ate the food on his plate by himself, his movements elegant and calm. When she had finished chewing the food in her mouth, she slowly picked up her handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of her mouth before speaking. 3 minutes late. Get out and stand for punishment. Mom, I did it because. Luo Shuling tried to open her mouth to explain. Get out. Luo Liang didn't even look at her and directly interrupted her. Oh, Luo Shuling's head hung even lower, like a frosted eggplant. her entire body wilted. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me for a moment." At this moment, with the exception of Luo Liang, everyone's gazes swept towards the source of the sound. Luo Shuling was even more surprised as she blinked her soulful eyes, her eyes filled with incredulity. Cough. Gu Luo sat upright in her seat and said softly to Luo Liang, "Auntie, I think we can start by letting Sister Shuling talk about the reason for her lateness. I think it can be appropriately accommodating if there's a reason for it. It didn't work, and I didn't realize that instead of licking the dragon's dad, he'd sneakily kicked himself under the table. Furthermore, the system mission was asking him to take care of his 3 sisters. This is going to get my sister red-carded out of the game if it starts. It has to be salvaged, salvage, salvage, salvage." At this moment, Luo Shu Lemon's 3 sisters were all looking straight at Gu Luo, as if they were looking at a warrior who had fallen from the sky. It was the first time in their lives that they had ever seen someone contradict their mom, and when Luo Shuling saw that there was friendly assistance, she also seized the moment and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. "It's like this. There were some accidents at today's club activities, and I had to stay behind to handle them as the minister. And then on the way here, I came across another dementia-ridden granny who was running into the road one way or another, and there were no traffic police nearby, so I called the police and stayed behind to take care of her, and it turned out to be." She spoke very fast, like a bamboo tube, begging for her life. However, Luo Liang just calmly asked, "Finished?" Having said that, "Get out." Luo Shuling opened her mouth, wanting to fight a little more, but in the end, she chose to be obedient and honestly turned around. But just as he was about to head out, he heard that familiar friendly voice again. "I'm sorry, please wait a little longer." Gu Luo kind of wanted to cover her face and mentally forced herself to hold back the embarrassment, but since she had already opened her mouth, let's just proceed to recklessness. "And that's it, Pops, don't you kick me." Hearing this, Luo Shuling hurriedly turned around and secretly waved her hand at Gu Luo, signaling him not to follow and send him off. And at that moment, Luo Liang finally cast his gaze over. Gu Luo only felt a little uncomfortable all over. Taking a slight breath, he smiled awkwardly. "Auntie, Shuling's sister has just explained the reason for her lateness, and I think she did the right thing." So, Luo Liang's face remained expressionless. "That's no reason to be late. Late is the result, and it's to the detriment of others. How can you be responsible for others when you can't even be responsible for yourself?" Seeing Luo Liang's willingness to communicate with herself, Gu Luo felt relieved in her heart and hurriedly said, "Auntie, I understand what you mean, and I also know that you're doing this for Shuling's sake, wanting her to know the importance of being on time. But if it's a family dinner, I don't think it should be like that. A family is supposed to tolerate and understand each other. And as far as this incident is concerned, not only should we not punish Shuling, we should praise her." After a pause, Gu Luo took a slight breath and continued, "There are always things that take precedence over others. There's nothing he can do about it. He'll just have to go in for the ride. It's the skill of discourse." Gu Luo's goal was simply to get Luo Shuling to sit down and eat, but it was important to speak with a higher goal in communication. This gives the other party room to bargain. "Anyway, no matter what, let's save this meal for my sister first." At those words, Luo Shuling blinked several times in succession. "And praise yourself? Tonto generation. Teammates are Tonto generations. If something goes wrong, people are really on it." The way Gu Feng looked at his son at this moment was like the scene where Cao Cao watched Yuan Shao draw his sword against Dong Zhuo. "My sword is not unfavorable." After Luo Liang heard Gu Luo's words, she just gave him a quiet look. "Let's eat." After that, he ate his own food. "So Mom, Luo Shuling was just about to ask what about herself when she saw Luo Shuling giving her a hard look. After her mind turned back, she hurriedly sat down in the empty seat and said with a big smile, "Thank you, Mom, and thank you, brother." It's a very self-contained personality. Luo Liang still didn't pay any attention to her, as if her words were like a whisper. Gu Luo also just nodded slightly at Luo Shuling, and then started eating. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. Luckily it wasn't screwed up, but now it seems as if the stepmother isn't too hard to communicate with. But just as this thought popped up in his mind, he heard Luo Liang coldly announce something. Gu Luo and Gu Sherman froze at the same time, and the two of them looked at each other. Chapter 7 Special Mission Rewards. Lo and Mandy are moving into the apartment tonight, and I've arranged for someone to organize the room. Report to Guanya Academy on time tomorrow morning. Luo Liang's voice still penetrated that cold and unquestionable, as if her words were established facts, without the need for others to comment. After she said that, she lowered her head again and continued to eat unhurriedly. "Yeah." When Luo Shuling heard this, she immediately clapped excitedly. The crisp applause was extraordinarily loud in the box. She also didn't forget to give a thumbs up towards Gu Luo, a big smile spreading across her face. With this look, An uninformed person would see them and think that they had been brother and sister for many years, other than Gu Feng, whose face remained unchanged. The rest of them were surprised, especially Du Sherman, who directly covered her small mouth. She didn't care if she had to move into a so-called new apartment. After all, it didn't make much difference to her where she lived, as long as she had her brother. But isn't the schedule too rushed? However, from this point can also be seen from the side of the Luo Liang hands have a strong power. Say nothing, thunder and wind. Want to do things in the blink of an eye can be arranged. Anyway, she had only just started school a week ago, didn't have many friends at Saiju Academy, and had her best BFF at Guanya Academy. Thinking of this, she slightly glanced sideways at Gu Luo, a sudden wave of complex emotions flooding her heart. Tout de suite, Lao is still going to Guanya Academy. Gu Luo quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of dismay. In his heart, he vaguely felt that the reason why he was in such a hurry was a small downward spiral that Luo Liang had given him. If that's true, then it seems that no matter what kind of woman it is, there are varying degrees of vindictiveness. The food on the table dwindled a little as the crowd ate and drank, and the restaurant's well-trained waiters kept bringing in new delicacies, making sure the table was always filled with exquisite dishes. The time came to 6:30. Luo Liang elegantly wiped the corners of her mouth gently with a handkerchief, then glancing at the time on her watch, she got up and walked towards the outside of the box. Seeing this, Gu Feng hurriedly stopped eating, quickly picked up the women's bag hanging to the side, and quickly followed. Before he left, he didn't forget to turn around and give a kind smile to a few children, admonishing them, "You guys have a good chat. Ryu and I are going on a business trip in the next few days. Luo, as the older brother, you have to take care of your sisters." "Ah, Liang. So that's what Dad calls his aunt." Gu Luo nodded, indicating that she was clear and reassuring him. Luo Shu Lemon stood up at this time and politely said, "Uncle, take care, be safe on the road and with your mother. Please don't worry, we have my elder brother and I to take care of the house. Bye, Uncle." Luo Shuling, on the other hand, grinned widely and waved her white arms, her voice clear and loud. Bye. Gu Feng responded with a smile and waved his hand in a similar fashion, before trotting all the way out of the. When the two adults left, the atmosphere in the box immediately became much more relaxed and active. Luo Shuling was immediately full of smiles and said to Gu Luo's siblings with gusto, "Good day, brother. Good day, sister. Even though you all know my name, I'll introduce myself. Haha. My name is Luo Shuling. My height is 168. My weight is 106. And my circumference is confidential. I have many hobbies, like eating food, playing games, playing basketball, singing." She just went on and on, talking about a dozen hobbies in one breath. At the end of her words, she suddenly reacted and scratched her short soft hair with some embarrassment, a bright smile on her face, and said, "Really want to thank brother. Grow up so big if still go to the penalty station. That is too humiliating. Thanks to brother to help me speak it. It's fine." Gu Luo couldn't help but smile as he looked at her in this state. This kind of character of the girl is really very pleasing to the eye. A big grin, not much small-minded, get along with people, feel extraordinarily relaxed and comfortable. Then, he and Gu Sherman reintroduced themselves once more. In this way, the five people were considered to be officially acquainted with each other, and the distance between them was also brought much closer in this back-and-forth exchange. Between the people talking, the system panel in front of Gu Luo's eyes suddenly surfaced. Alert, special mission completed. Special mission reward, skill mastery card ×1, charm points +1, charm enhancement card ×1, intelligence enhancement card ×1, physical fitness enhancement card ×1, 300 points. Brother, Gu Luo, points, 405, charisma, 9, intelligence, 8, physical fitness, 7, props, skill mastery card ×1, charisma enhancement card ×1, intelligence enhancement card ×1, physical fitness enhancement card ×1. What a bumper crop. Gu Luo looked at the information on the panel and was satisfied with the rewards of this special mission, especially the boost card, which can be considered the most bud prop, because the base attribute is capped at 10 and can only be obtained by quests, whereas with the boost card there is no cap whatsoever, although raising a few points consumes the same value of points per second. But, once enough points are saved up, it is theoretically possible to become One Punch Man. You think you're facing Tyson? No, it's actually Tyrol. He was able to easily suppress that fat fan on the train by using the physical fitness enhancement card. If you buy it at the mall, it costs 50 points. It's still more reliable to do missions, and the special quests refresh fairly often. Moderately difficult, but sometimes insurmountable. Take this time, for example, if Dad hadn't formed a new family, Gu Luo would have never been able to accomplish it. Just then, as if Luo Shuling had discovered something new, she reached out and cupped her chin, her eyes staring intently at Gu Luo without blinking, her mouth muttering, "I don't know why, But I always feel that my brother has suddenly become more handsome. Is it an illusion? At those words, several other young girls subconsciously looked at Gu Luo at the same time. It was the same handsome face with a gentle brow, but under close scrutiny, he always felt as if he was even more attractive than before. As for the specific where the change has occurred, but cannot say for a moment, this feeling as if there is a layer of invisible charm aura enveloped in him as if. I also feel that elder brother has become more attractive. Luo Shu Lemon covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Luo Shua just lightly swept a glance at Gu Luo, then quickly averted her gaze and turned to the scenery outside the window. Underneath the calm face, one could not catch her mind at the moment. Gu Sherman, on the other hand, lowered his head and pretended to concentrate on his food, but in his heart, he couldn't help but break his heart. Stinky old brother. Stinky old brother. Stinky old brother. He'll just dabble with the womanizer. Bite you to death. Bite you to death. It's an illusion. Gu Luo smiled and snorted, immediately changing the topic and looking at Luo Shulime. What did Auntie mean about the apartment just now? Luo Shu Lemon patiently explained. It's the apartment that mother bought near the school in order to make it convenient for us to go to school, and there are several more rooms, and mother just said that she has already found someone to take care of it, so that elder brother and younger sister can just move in at night when they pack up some clothes. It'll make school easier tomorrow. That's so posh. Casually buying a school district house in a private neighborhood in Guanya. That's a huge amount of money that the average family wouldn't earn in a couple of lifetimes. It's really about looking to your father. Licking dragons is also a dragon. Gu Luo couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Brother can live across the street from me. Oh, I have a game console in my room. We can play together at night, Luo Shuling said excitedly, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Immediately afterward, she couldn't wait to add, does brother usually play games? Play. It's awesome. Luo Shuling was so happy that she danced around. Gu Luo couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. Seeing that Gu Sherman beside her had been silent, she opened her mouth to her and asked, Xiao Man, if I remember correctly, Lu Shueshui is also from Guanya Academy, right? Aha, and Cher's home is near the school. Mentioning her best friend, Gu Sherman's originally somewhat complicated mood immediately became better, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Luo Shu Lime also smiled at this time and picked up. If my sister has friends at school, she won't feel lonely at first. It's so nice. Ha ha, having me around won't make my sister lonely. Luo Shuling patted her chest, then sighed happily. I'm finally not the youngest sister. Just like that, Gu Sherman then chatted with Luo Shulime and Luo Shuling. The atmosphere was exceptionally cordial. Seeing this scene, Gu Luo couldn't help but reveal an old fatherly smile of relief. Then, the line of sight collided with Luo Shuho who, in the true sense of the word, hadn't said a word. Luo Shua just looked at him so calmly. Gu Luo subconsciously moved her eyes away, but she could still clearly feel a line of sight staring intently at her. There seemed to be some unspeakable sultriness about it. In the black commercial car, Gu Feng fastened Luo Liang's seatbelt and said smilingly, Ryu, how about it? I told you that Xiao Luo can take care of the girls. This kid can do it when he's small. There was pride in his words. Not bad. Chapter 8 Arrival at the apartment. 9:48 p.m. The night was like ink, spreading thickly over every corner of Tsaiju. A slightly outdated van, traveling slowly down a street with flashing lights, has a new song by the Soup Diva playing in it. It eventually came to a steady stop in front of a building. The car door opened with a squeak and Gu Luo took a step out of the passenger seat with his slender legs, getting out of the car and stretching in the process. Then the eye caught the slender figure that had long been waiting silently downstairs. The moonlight was like water and sprinkled on Luo Shalimi's body, outlining a delicate figure. She walked over and said with a smile on her face, so brother has finally arrived. There was a traffic jam on the road. Otherwise I could have arrived earlier. Gu Luo responded with a bitter smile, and as he spoke, he moved his limbs to dispel the stiffness after sitting for so long. At that moment, Gu Sherman also popped out of the back seat of the van, yawning and muttering under her breath. Why is there so much traffic when it's so late at night? Who says otherwise? The driver's uncle also got out of the car. His figure was slightly blonde and his face bore the marks left by the years. Subconsciously, he fished out a somewhat dried-up pack of cigarette cases from his pocket, but his eyes touched the three children, and after a slight hesitation, he put them back, and then sighed. It can't be helped. There are too many people inside you, even if the number is limited. With that, he walked towards the rear of the van, opened the trunk, and lifted out the two men's luggage piece by piece. Trouble uncle. Seeing this, Gu Luo hurried over to help. Hey, young people nowadays are just polite. My girl is also the same age as you guys, and she is also very polite. Mentioning his daughter, the driver uncle subconsciously revealed a smile with some small pride. The floor was quickly filled with luggage, 3 oversized suitcases, 4 backpacks, and a large bag. The driver uncle looked at the luggage and turned to Gu Luo and asked, "That should be all. I'm a bit messy here in the trunk. Don't leave it behind." "No less. Thank you, uncle." "Okay, then I'll leave first. There is still a list in hand," the driver uncle said and sat on the driver's seat, put on the seatbelt and retook out the cigarette case, squeezed it with his hand and couldn't wait to take out a cigarette from it, but it didn't ignite. "Uncle, be safe." The driver uncle waved his hand, and with a kick of the gas, the van slowly drove off and quickly disappeared into the night. Luo Shu Lemon walked up at this time, curiously surveying the bag, looking at the vague outline inside, blinking her big watery eyes and asking, "Brother, what is this?" "It's my doll." Before Gu Luo could speak, Gu Sherman grabbed the first reply and proceeded to open the bag. The bag is full of panda dolls of different shapes and sizes, lying on their backs in a silly manner, hugging the bamboo in a mischievous way, or sleeping quietly curled up in a ball. Wow, so many, so cute. Luo Shuline reached out and picked up a panda doll in a sleeping position and said to Gu Sherman with a smile, "My sister really likes dolls. It's very, ahem, it's okay, it's just an average favorite." Gu Sherman just wanted to say very much, but out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed that Gu Luo was standing right next to him, and the words immediately changed his mouth. Then said, in a pretense of relief, "Who lets someone send dolls every year on my birthday?" Upon hearing that, this someone immediately gave her a blank look. "You're taking it out of context. I've given other gifts besides dolls, okay? Please next time you open your eyes, check to see if the clothes and shoes you're wearing were a birthday gift from someone this year." At those words, Gu Sherman's face immediately turned red, but she was not willing to show weakness and said to Luo Shuline, who was showing her aunt's smile beside her, "Secretly, my brother's actually a dead sisterizer." "Really?" Luo Shuline pretended to be surprised. "Really, 1,000 times over." Gu Luo lifted the backpack on the ground and blankly glanced at Gu Sherman again. "This comrade brother controller, next time when you say something bad can you not do it in front of me?" Slightly, Gu Sherman mischievously made a face at him. This spirited look, even with the quirky ghost face, still looks playful and cute. Elder brother and younger sister are really close. Luo Shu Lemon hid a light smile, then leaned over to help pick up the luggage. The three of them carried large bags in their hands and took the elevator to the 16th floor. After Luo Shulime unlocked the door with her fingerprint, the three of them walked into the apartment. The living room is spacious and bright, with a luxurious long sofa in the center, the leather material glowing delicately in the light. The chandelier overhead is ornate and makes the whole house look like a palace. The apartment is generally divided into 2 floors, with oversized transparent floor-to-ceiling windows visible from the entrance. All in all, it's just ho-hum. "Elder brother, I'll get you slippers," Luo Shu Lemon said, bending down to take out 2 pairs of large and small slippers from the cabinet at the door. "Thanks, thanks," they both replied at the same time and changed into their slippers. "There's no need to thank me. This is what Shu Ling just went to buy especially for you guys." Luo Shuling smiled and added immediately afterward, only to come back with a pat on the head about how she couldn't get a snack when her sister was here, and then scurry back downstairs. "Be back in a minute." "Ah, it's really troublesome, Sister Ling." Hearing that it was for her own sake, Gu Sherman looked a bit flattered, and in her heart, she had raised her goodwill towards these 2 sisters quite a bit more. "Sister Ling?" Luo Shulin read softly, but she couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. If Shu Ling heard someone call her Sister Ling, she would definitely jump up and down happily. With the 3 of them working together, the room was soon cleaned up. There were all the necessities, as if the home had been waiting for their arrival. After cleaning up, the 3 of them went to the couch in the living room and rested for a while. The soft sofa was like a pair of gentle hands that gently embraced them. "Brother and sister should take a bath first. There's a bathtub in the bathroom, so you can take a soak to get rid of your fatigue," Luo Shu Lemon suggested with a smile at this time. Gu Sherman was lying comfortably on the sofa, and when he heard that, he kicked Gu Luo, who was sitting on the side, with his little foot. "Older brother, you go wash first." She's extremely adaptable, just like in her own home, but it's also true that this is the new home of the 2. There's no such thing as a girl. Gu Luo shook her head. Then he went back inside and grabbed a change of clothes and a towel before heading to the bathroom. The bathroom is spacious beyond belief and the bathtub is amazingly large. You should have no problem picking up 3 people at once. Ah, what an odd thought. Gu Luo shook her head and first filled the bathtub with warm water, rinsing her body briefly before sitting in comfortably. The warm water wrapped around the body, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. For some reason, he always felt like he could smell a faint scent. "I can't help but see images in my head." Ahem. Gu Luo shook her head again, trying to clear her head. He cupped the water and slapped it hard against his face, then emptied his mind and closed his eyes. In this moment, all the fatigue gradually dissipates with the warm water, leaving only a sense of peace and coziness. It's so cozy. After taking a shower, Gu Luo blow-dried her hair, then walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas. Yikes, brother's done soaking. In the living room, Luo Shuling was sitting on the sofa with a bag of potato chips in her hand. After carefully looking Gu Luo up and down, he couldn't help but praise her. Nianai is even more handsome after his bath. Thanks. Gu Luo didn't know how to take this, always feeling that being directly complimented on her handsomeness to her face would be a bit humiliating. Hey, is brother shy? Luo Shuling smiled broadly. No need to be shy. Handsome is handsome. Brother will be the new school bully of Guanya Private School. Ahem. Being praised like this, even if he was thick-skinned enough, Gu Luo couldn't help but blush with old age. Really? If you can talk more. Love to hear it. Looking at his own oldest brother's silly look, Gu Sherman didn't hold back from rolling his eyes and ruthlessly biting the chips in his mouth. Sister, go take a bath as well and relax. Luo Shu Lemon smiled faintly at her. Only then did Gu Sherman put down the chips. When she walked up to Gu Luo, she purposely stepped on his foot hard. Hiss. It hurts. Serves you right. Gu Sherman grunted and continued walking towards the room, but then he stopped in mid-stride and turned sideways, saying with a commanding tone, I'm hungry again. Brother, make me a snack. Aren't there snacks? Just want to eat. Will you do it? Do. Poof. Chapter 9. Luo Shuline blushed. Yeah, is it that my sister doesn't like snacks? Or is it that the snacks I bought aren't good? Luo Shuling looked down at the chips in her hand, thinking that no one should hate cucumber-flavored chips, right? How can anyone resist this fresh and refreshing flavor? There's no such thing. This girl Xiaoman is greedy. She can finish these snacks in 2 days. Gu Luo gave a bitter smile and explained. It's her unique way of being pampered again. Well, also known as arrogance. It had to be said that although arrogance was outdated, the unique cuteness displayed by Gu Shiroman had not diminished in the slightest. One can't help but want to pamper. A unique way of pampering? My sister is so cute. Luo Shuling's 2 eyes glowed and she put down the chips, then happily covered her face. Also, my sister just called me sisterling. He. Sisterling. Hey. She'd become so immersed in her sister's name that she couldn't help herself. Luo Shu Lemon looked at Luo Shuling's appearance and also covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Sisters are all so cute. And then, she turned her beautiful eyes towards Gu Luo, a trace of a different look flashing in her eyes. Elder brother really does favor his sister. It's okay, Xiaoman actually knows what she's doing, Gu Luo said, pulling away from the conversation to ask, can I use the kitchen? Sure, there's plenty of ingredients in the fridge. So Shu Lemon and Shu Ling want to eat? I can make more. Luo Shu Lemon gently shook her head and politely refused. No need. I've already eaten enough just now, but I can give my elder brother a hand. Oh, I want to eat. I'm hungry too. Luo Shuling raised her little paw, like a student grabbing a question in class, then looked at Gu Luo with an excited face and asked, does brother cook well? Well, average. Gu Luo was very modest, despite having culinary mastery, despite being a top-notch culinary god. But most Chinese people are like this. Even if they are more powerful, others will still say when asked, general, just okay, barely. Like if you go to a school bully after an exam and ask them how they did, their answer is usually, I didn't even do much revision. But what's the result? Oh, so, humility, ban, zhu, lo, qi, tone, hu, is the unique Chinese wave, zhuang, diffuse, by, then it's not the same as shu lime. Luo Shulin immediately looked like a deflated ball of fur, and skimmed her mouth in a funereal manner. Ugh, but it's okay, average is always one notch better than able to eat. Shurin, I'm still here. Being evaluated by Luo Shuling about her cooking skills like this in front of Gu Luo, Luo Shulime's pretty face instantly became a little hot. I know Shu Lime is there, but it's the truth. Luo Shulin blinked those big innocent eyes with an innocent face, as if she didn't understand what was wrong with her words at all. Seeing this, Luo Shulime coughed lightly, trying to save some face, and said in a serious tone, Shu Ling it's very tiring for elder sister to get up early every day to make breakfast for you guys. There's no credit where there's none, right? Indeed. Luo Shuling nodded her head obediently. Then her words changed and she quickly praised. Hard work. Thank you Shu Lemon for doing your part for my weight loss cause. That said, my sister is going to get up 20 minutes before us, then 10 minutes to go to the bathroom, 7 minutes to wash up, and 2 minutes to make breakfast. Of course, it would be better if you didn't mix up the salt and sugar so often. A sweet omelette really isn't very good yet. Oh yeah, and by the way, I've never understood why Shu Lemon is so obsessed with pairing cabbage and peanuts together. Strawberries and mapo tofu must have watched an island cooking video, right? It must be, right? As Luo Shu Lime listened to this, her face became more and more red, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She admitted that she had taken a gamble. After all, there were 2 ready-made mice. But well, Gu Luo secretly sucked in a breath of cool air as she listened to the descriptions. her scalp feeling numb just from hearing them. Shu Ling, blink if you're forced to. This national sister and talented young woman really has a lot of room for improvement when it comes to cooking. Looking at the complex expression on Gu Luo's face, Luo Shuling was ashamed and anxious, immediately reaching out her hand, trying to cover Luo Shuling's mouth and stop her from continuing. However, Luo Shuling reacted quickly and dodged with a nimble walk, then jumped onto the sofa and shouted, "Freedom of speech! Telling the truth is this warrior's way of enduring. Don't say it!" Luo Shuling's face grew redder and redder, and she immediately pounced over and wrestled with Luo Shulin. Beauty, warrior, endurance, too many slots. But Gu Luo was watching with great interest. American girl fights and stuff are the most fun. Soon, Luo Shuling had the absolute upper hand, pinning Luo Shulim down and tickling her constantly. Ha ha, ha ha, let go, it tickles, ha ha ha, I was wrong, brother save me, ha ha. Luo Shulemon laughed while asking Gu Luo for help, but the laughter made her struggles seem breathless. Ahem, Shu Ling ah, I still need Shu Lime to give me a hand. Gu Luo, the teammate, came online once again and spoke out in time to relieve the situation. Alright. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling immediately got up, then dashingly tossed her soft earless short hair and handsomely made a YE gesture. It's just as smug as the MVP posing in a game where they get the final victory. Luo Shulim hurriedly sat up and quickly straightened her messy skirt. He then glared fiercely at Luo Shuling, with both anger and a hint of helplessness in his eyes. But soon, she returned to her usual dignified appearance and said to Gu Luo in embarrassment, "Thank you, elder brother. I've made you look at me funny. It's okay, Shu Lemon will give me a hand." Aha, good. The two walked to the open kitchen. The kitchen is very spacious, with all kinds of kitchenware, neatly arranged. It's a cooking lover's paradise. Gu Luo looked at everything in front of her and was very satisfied in her heart. Then you open the large double-door refrigerator, which is full of a wide variety of ingredients, fresh vegetables, tender meats, and so on. To his surprise, there was a small container of yogurt in the fridge. Gu Luo picked up a box from it and looked at the familiar packaging, and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in her heart. It's a local brand from his hometown of Caixin County. I didn't realize it was available in supermarkets on the Tsaiju side. So nostalgic. Seeing Gu Luo holding the yogurt a bit dazed, Luo Shulim asked curiously, "What's wrong, brother?" "Ah, it's fine." Gu Luo smiled as she returned to her senses, put the yogurt back in the fridge and picked some ingredients out of it. Prepare to make stir-fry pork, pickled cabbage and cucumber scrambled eggs. Right, does Shua eat? Gu Luo suddenly remembered Luo Shua and opened his mouth to ask. Shua, on the contrary, never eats late-night snacks. Luo Shulim thought for a moment, but I'd better go and ask. Aha. Lashu Lemon left the kitchen and walked to the second floor of the apartment to the room in the center right, knocked lightly on the door. Shua, elder brother is preparing to make a snack and asked me to ask if you are hungry. There was no reply. It should not be eaten. Lashu Lemon was just about to leave when the door to the room opened, only to see Luo Shua standing in the doorway wearing a close-fitting black halter nightgown. The cut of the nightgown was just right, outlining her figure perfectly. Naked delicate collarbone white as snow, a pair of straight and slender legs as people cannot move their eyes. It's rare to see Shua wearing this nightgown that mom bought. Luo Shulim looked it up and down, and couldn't help but praise it heartily. Shua is really pretty. Sister can't take her eyes off it. Sister is also praising herself. Luo Shua's voice was as cold as ever. Which is not. After all, I'm exactly like my sister. Right down to my figure. Then, okay. Luo Shulemon laughed softly and didn't continue the topic, but said, "Brother, he asked me to." But before the words were finished, Luo Shua directly opened her mouth to reply. Eat. Chapter 10, the same black halter nightgown. Elder brother, Shua is also hungry. Please make an extra one. Well, good. How are Shu Ling and Shui's appetites now? Gu Luo opened her mouth to inquire while methodically organizing the ingredients. Actually, the question is about the size of the meal. Shua's appetite is very small. Shu Ling's words, very able to eat. Oh. Speaking of this, Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but smile, and Luo Shu Ling's cute appearance of wolfing down her food came to mind. Very edible. Wouldn't that be just like Mandy? Yes, you can. That way there's two foodies in the house. Then I'll steam more rice. I'll take this one. Elder brother can just do the dishes. Luo Shu Lemon volunteered. Aha. The two men are clearly divided. After Luo Shu Lime washed the rice 3 times, she added just enough water to raise the rice by a knuckle finger, then put it into the rice cooker and pressed the cook button. When she returned to Gu Luo's side, she saw that Gu Luo was skillfully cutting the ingredients with a knife. The hand rose and fell with great speed, and each piece of meat was cut evenly and neatly, and it was clear at a glance that the knife work was very solid. So awesome. Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and immediately asked, elder brother should usually cook a lot, right? Since when? At these words, Gu Luo's hand movements do not stop. The kitchen knife in his hand is still dancing on the plate. Gently nodded. It is true that often cooking, it should be from the age of 6. 6 years old? Luo Shulime was surprised. While a 6-year-old should still be at the age of being pampered in the arms of their parents, Gu Luo had already begun to take on the responsibility of cooking. Well, when I was a kid, my dad was often not at home, and I couldn't always let Xiaoman eat out, so there was no way around it. Gu Luo's tone was flat, as if she was telling something that was no longer commonplace. Luo Shulemon couldn't help but sigh again. Elder brother really works hard. It's okay, it's just simple cooking, it's nothing, not at all. Luo Shulemon said with a serious face as she looked at Gu Luo who was handling the ingredients. There's nothing easy about being able to prepare a hot meal for your family every day, and I think that's a really great thing. Is that so? Gu Luo froze for a moment, and the movements in her hands stopped briefly. That's right, brother has worked hard. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo looked at Luo Shulime who had a serious face on the side. There was sincerity in her eyes. Gu Luo only felt a warmth in her heart. It was the first time anyone had ever said hard work to him. At this moment, when their eyes met, the two of them only stared at each other for a second before they both moved away again. Thank you, Gu Luo said softly, a hint of imperceptible gentleness in her voice. I'm just being honest. Luo Shulemon smiled slightly, and at this time picked up the cabbage that was placed aside, and then said, and that is, I apologize to my brother for my mother. Obviously, I could have taken my time and let my older brother say goodbye to his classmates, but it was so rushed. But it's definitely not true that mother doesn't like her brother and sister. I can assure you of that. It's okay. Gu Luo revealed a smile and couldn't help but look at her again. Under the lights, Luo Shulime was as beautiful as a descending fairy. Her skin is as white as snow, her eyes are bright and moving, and her temperament is pure and beautiful. You can't take your eyes off it, and that is, I like and agree with what my elder brother said in the restaurant at night. La Shulemon carefully separated the cabbage bang from the cabbage leaves with a small knife, learning it with style. There's always something above the rest. A family is supposed to tolerate and understand each other. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but sigh. Elder brother is really mature. In comparison, I'm not that competent as an elder sister. Gu Luo knew that Luo Shulin was referring to the fact that she didn't stand up for Luo Shulin at that time. Seeing that she was caught up in her self-doubt, Gu Luo hastily changed the topic and said, speaking of which, there are still empty rooms in the house. Why haven't you hired a nanny? With the Luo family's financial resources, even 1,000 would be more than enough. Not to mention hiring one of the best nannies. Well, we used to have it at home. Then something happened and mother didn't allow it. When Luo Shulime said this, her mood was obviously even lower. Seems like I'm asking questions I shouldn't be asking. Gu Luo didn't choose to continue asking, but smiled and said, Shulemon, let me teach you how to cook. Continue to change the subject when things don't work out. Yeah, only then did Luo Shulime reappear with a smile. A pretty perfect and standard smile. With that, Gu Luo began a masterful display of cooking skills, not to mention the other things. Just the small one-handed egg cracking made Luo Shulime a little kitchen chicken. Watch with great concentration. Awesome, I have to say. It was a nice feeling to be complimented by a beautiful girl with an adoring face. Gu Luo handed the spatula over to Luo Shalimai at this point and began teaching mode. Luo Shulime listened very carefully and learned with full attention. However, it was then that the two men's fingers accidentally touched. For a moment, it was as if an electric current had crossed. Luo Shulime didn't pay too much attention, but Gu Luo's hand instinctively retracted with great speed. Seeing this scene, she blinked her big eyes and froze for a moment, then couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light laugh. I'm going to take back that sentence I said just now. Elder brother doesn't look as if he's that mature, and so cute. Of course, the latter phrase was said in the back of his mind. Cough. Gu Luo cursed how he could be so humiliated, but on the surface, he had a calm face as if nothing had happened. He pretended to be calm and continued to guide Luo Shalimai in cooking, but the slight blush on his face betrayed his heart. But when she saw Gu Luo in this state, Luo Shulime laughed even more happily. She felt that Gu Luo at this moment was a shy big boy, adorable. With the two of them working together, the meal was soon ready. A colorful and flavorful dish was placed on the stovetop, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Then, elder brother, I'm going to take a bath first. Shulemon hasn't taken a bath yet? Gu Luo was a bit surprised. After all, it was almost 10 o'clock when he and Mandy got here, and he thought that Luo Shulime had come out to greet them after taking a shower. That said, at the beginning, when they were at the Tianshui Hotel, Luo Shulime offered to accompany them home to get their luggage. It was he who politely declined. As soon as he got out of the car after arriving, he saw Luo Shulime waiting downstairs. Not yet. She smiled, then opened her arms and stretched. Gu Luo subconsciously looked over. Then he hastily averted his gaze. Then Shu Lemon quickly go and wash it. And leave the rest to me. Aha. And the other side. Parlor. The couch. Luo Shuling and Gu Sherman were leaning together eating potato chips and watching a TV series. Being amused. And Luo Shua's afterglow fell in the direction of the kitchen from beginning to end. Watching his brother and sister talking and laughing intimately there. Her face, on the other hand, was always without a single expression. Like an iceberg that had not melted in 1,000 years. Hint, I finished making a good midnight snack for my sister Gu Sherman. Rewarded with 1 point. Tip, finished making a good midnight snack for my sister Luo Shua. Rewarded 1 point. Tip, finished making a good midnight snack for sister Luo Shuling. Rewarded 1 point. It's time to eat. Gu Luo called out to the three after bringing the dinner plate and rice to the table. Come on, come on. Luo Shuling immediately jumped up, pulling Gu Sherman and running all the way to the dining table. The rich aroma came to his nose as he sniffed hard. With a twinkle in her eyes, she couldn't help but marvel. It smells so good. Oops, looks like brother did lie. Ahem. Then eat more. Gu Luo just smiled. He wasn't hungry, and proceeded to walk towards the sofa. Then he saw the expressionless Luo Shuho in a halter nightgown. She stood by the couch, breathtakingly beautiful. That frost-like temperament was as remote as the flower of the high ridge. It is an extremely cold beauty. With just a glance, Gu Luo averted his eyes and brushed past him. At that instant, he felt an inexplicable chill. Hiss. Gotta find a chance to talk to Luo Shuo. She's really weird. No longer thinking much about it and quickening her pace, Gu Luo sat on her but on the sofa where the three had just sat. A love soap opera is playing on TV. Gu Luo didn't have the slightest interest in this, so he opened his cell phone and talked to his former classmates about transferring to another school. I don't know how long it took, but the bathroom door suddenly opened. Lashu Lemon's long hair was tied up in a pillhead with a hairband on her head, and she walked out of the bathroom in a similarly flattering black halter nightgown. Her freshly bathed skin looked even whiter in the light, and her whole body exuded a different kind of charm. Chapter 11, As a Brother. Where is the dignity? Ah, that smells too good. On the dining table, Luo Shuling unimaginatively picked at her meal and made an expression that she was on the verge of crying. What kind of life did I used to have? Finally, no darn peanuts in the cabbage. No, never let Shu Lemon in the kitchen again. This warrior unilaterally declares that my brother will henceforth be the cooking minister of the family, and the kitchen will be his fiefdom. And by the way, a plaque will be added. Luo Shulime is not allowed to enter. Luo Shuling said with a fluttering brow while joyfully putting another chopstick of small fried meat into her mouth. The taste is delicate and full of flavor. Judging by her food appreciation, Gu Luo's cooking skills were definitely at the level of a top chef. It's a simple 3-course meal, but each one is full of color and flavor. Cough. Just as Luo Shuling was speaking with vigor, Gu Sherman, who was sitting across from her, sneakily kicked her. What's wrong, sister? Luo Shuling asked vaguely while chewing the food in her mouth. Why did you kick me with your foot? At those words, Gu Sherman helplessly covered her forehead, feeling a bit speechless at Luo Shuling's slowness. My sister is trying to remind you that I'm right behind you. Luo Shu Lemon's slightly grumpy voice came leisurely from behind her. Ah, Shu Lemon finished her shower as fast as ever. Hearing the voice, Luo Shuling turned back as if nothing had happened, and her eyes instantly lit up. Shu Lemon is also wearing this nightgown. Hey, it does look good, but I still prefer short sleeves and shorts then. Don't change the subject. Luo Shu Lemon gently slapped her head and said with feigned anger. I also played a part in this meal. Isn't it too much to keep me out of the kitchen or something? It's a unilateral announcement. It doesn't count. Luo Shuling smiled and winked, trying to budge through. Luo Shu Lemon was helpless towards this younger sister, and then asked, how is it? It should be enough to eat, right? Elder brother made quite a lot. Enough is enough. Mandy and I promised to eat it all. Really 2 little white pigs that can eat. The corners of Luo Shu Lemon's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a doting smile. At the same time, she noticed Luo Shuho, who was quietly sizing herself up from the side. Just as he was about to open his mouth to make conversation, Luo Shuling jumped the gun. She waved her hand towards the couch side of the living room and shouted, Brother, as the only boy in the family right now, come and evaluate whether Shu Lime looks good or not. On this side, Gu Luo, who had been secretly glancing at Luo Shulime with his afterimage, was startled by this sudden brother and his heart fluttered, thinking that his little action had been discovered. Cough. He coughed lightly, pretending to be calm as he averted his gaze from the cell phone screen and slowly turned to Luo Shulime. Seeing this, Luo Shu Lemon smiled faintly, and playfully tilted her little head, with anticipation on her face as she waited for someone's comment. Since it was a bright appreciation, Gu Luo's eyes swept over Luo Shulime's body one by one in turn. 100 faint. 100 faints. Lasha Lemon is impeccably beautiful. It's simply not beautiful. Straight to the heart. Also, That halter nightgown is so white. He'd wanted to take a closer look at Luo Shua just now, but there wasn't much of a chance. Now's the chance. Luo Shu Lemon and Luo Shu He are exactly the same, except for their personalities. Of course, as a normal boy, Gu Luo gave a rather pertinent evaluation in his heart, but on the surface, he tried his best to keep his composure and just nodded slightly, saying succinctly, "Pretty," a simple two-word review. However, Luo Shu Lime looked happy and smiling like a flower, for she was keenly aware that her elder brother's face was slightly flushed again. Thinking back to the hand they had accidentally touched earlier while cooking and his reaction of instantly shrinking back, the answer came to mind. Brother is just forcing his composure again. How can you be so cute? Meanwhile, Gu Sherman was biting hard on the cabbage on his chopsticks, this sour and spicy cabbage. At this point in her mouth, only the word sour remained. Looking at Gu Luo's gaze that was directly measuring Luo Shalimi eye, she's harder fists, then huffed and put down his chopsticks. Don't ask. To ask is to make the cabbage too sour. I'm full. These words were spoken by Luo Shua. Her tone was flat, and after she finished speaking, she directly stood up and brushed past Luo Shalimi towards the bathroom. Shua, go to bed after brushing your teeth. Don't stay up late. You have to get up early tomorrow. Luo Shuline reminded her. Well, so is my sister. And the first thing Luo Shuling, who was a gluttonous little white pig, did was to set her eyes on the small half of rice that Luo Shuho hadn't finished in her bowl, and brought it to her table with a smile on her face. Then I'm welcome. Don't eat too much at night. Luo Shu Lime knocked her little head again. I know. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Luo Shu Lemon shook her head helplessly, then walked towards the sofa and sat down beside Gu Luo. The two were close together. The aroma of the shower gel immediately hit my face, and the fresh scent lingered on the tip of my nose, drawing some deer in the headlights from someone's heart. Gu Luo didn't move to the side, trying to pull away a little. However, this subtle little movement of his was instantly captured by Luo Shu Lime. Put. Hearing the laughter, Gu Luo subconsciously twisted his head and saw Luo Shalimi's stunning side face. Her eyelashes were long and curved, and each blink seemed to brush against the tip of one's heart. What's wrong? Gu Luo's voice was slightly distorted. This was the first time he had gotten that close to a pajama-clad beauty other than Gu Shiroman. Nothing. What is elder brother doing? Luo Shulime's voice was soft, with a hint of intimacy. Brushing up on video. In that case, I left my cell phone in my room. Let's look at it together. Luo Shu Lemon said, and without waiting for Gu Luo to respond, she directly leaned over. There was only the barest of distances left between the two, and this close contact made Gu Luo a bit overwhelmed. 0 frame starters. What's the defense? At this moment, in addition to the scent of the shower gel, Gu Luo also smelled a faint special fragrance. It's kind of like lavender mixed with milk, fresh with a rich aroma. Gu Luo only felt stiff, except for the fingers that slid the cell phone screen, was not daring to move at all. Fear of any physical contact with Luo Shulime. After all, the proximity is just too close. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. The two had obviously known each other for less than a day. Wasn't that a bit too intimate? Although it was a relationship between an elder brother and a younger sister, it was ultimately not the same as the brother-sister relationship that Gu Sherman had cultivated from a young age. Seeing Gu Luo's handsome face and ears reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye, Luo Shulime finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing again. The older brother is really cute. She laughed as she pulled away from the two. He then stood up and winked his big, seductive eyes at him. Rest well here, brother, and leave the dishwashing to me. Looking at Luo Shu Lemon's slender back as she left, Gu Luo opened her mouth. He's being molested, isn't he? It's being molested, isn't it? It has to be, right? Damn it. Shame on you. Where is the dignity in being a brother? Chapter 12, The Imp. The first rays of the morning sun tried to penetrate the heavy curtains and shed a faint shimmering light on the room. Luo Shua slowly opened her eyes, the hazy sleepiness still remaining in her eyes. She had that dream again. That dream that's been repeated a million times, only unlike in the past. Last night's dream was extraordinarily real. Staring silently at the ceiling, his thoughts drifted back to yesterday, real and dreamy. From the encounter with Gu Luo to the subsequent series of time spent together, every detail was like a movie that kept playing in his mind. Luo Shua reached over and picked up her cell phone from the edge of her pillow, lighting up the screen. 6:47. The first class at Guangya Academy was at 8:20, and they usually slept until 7:20, then washing up plus breakfast until 8. Leave the house at 8 o'clock sharp and walk 10 minutes to reach the school. A finger swiped across the screen and tapped on the avatar of one. I'm Giyo. The above is a greeting. Luo Shua slowly sat up. At this point she no longer had much sleepiness. Lifting the thin covers, he lowered his slender legs from the bed, slipped on his slippers, and walked out of the room. Coming to the sink, she froze slightly. Just see a squeezed toothbrush on a cup printed with a giant panda design. Because the toothbrush was pink, it was easy to guess that it was Gusher Man's toothbrush. The toothpaste hadn't solidified yet, and was obviously freshly squeezed. Luo Shua finished going to the bathroom with her doubts and simply washed up before heading downstairs. At this point, Gu Luo was rummaging through the refrigerator, thinking about what type of breakfast to make. Scrambled eggs? Sandwiches? Cooking kanji? Actually, if you think about it, there are not really many types of breakfasts to choose from in Huaxia if you are not eating out. Traditional breakfasts like buns and donuts are just too much of a hassle to make at home. Just as Gu Luo was contemplating, a light footsteps reached his ears, subconsciously twisting his head. A picture of absolute beauty comes to mind. Perfectly pretty face, exquisite collarbone, delicate and moving figure, especially the long white and round legs, which looked especially charming under the morning light. Good morning, Shu Lemon. Gu Luo greeted somewhat awkwardly. After all, this one had just molested him last night. He himself is out of face as a brother for the time being. But just after the greeting, Gu Luo sensed that something was wrong, only to see the Luo Shulime in front of him. His brows instantly furrowed. His eyes became extremely cold, as if a layer of frost had formed, staring straight at him. Bad. Luo Shu Lemon wouldn't show such an expression that looked as if she wanted to kill someone. Gu Luo hurriedly changed his words. Cough. Good morning, Shua. Luo Shua's eyes were still as cold as frost as she slowly walked step by step to Gu Luo's side. What does Shua want to eat? Gu Luo tried to squeeze out a smile that he thought was sunny, trying to break the awkward and cold atmosphere. Eat you. Gu Luo was instantly speechless. How do I answer that? Wait online. It's urgent. At the critical moment, Gu Luo used his exclusive skill, the topic diversion method. As if he hadn't heard the word eat you, he asked with a forced smile. Would Shoho like a sandwich or fried rice? Do you want the eggs fully cooked or loose? However, all that responded to him was silence. Luo Shua stood there quietly like that, her eyes unblinking as she stared at Gu Luo. There was a suffocating silence in the air. Gu Luo was made to feel uncomfortable by her look, and just as he wanted to change the topic again, he heard Luo Shua's cool voice ringing in his ears. This incident of my older brother misidentifying me as my sister has taken a huge psychological toll on me. Compensation is needed. This is not a big. Gu Luo just wanted to argue, and before she could finish her sentence, she met those icy eyes. He immediately closed his mouth, not daring to continue. Compensation is needed. Luo Shua repeated again, her tone carrying an unquestionable forcefulness. Isn't this just touching the porcelain? Gu Luo secretly screamed in his heart. He pondered for a moment, feeling that more was better than less, and asked helplessly, so, what compensation does Shoho want? Luo Shua slowly stretched out a finger, her voice still cold. Promise me one thing. What is it? Gu Luo asked suspiciously. You promise first. You first. You promise first. You first. You promise first. The two just stalemated, back and forth. Gu Luo had reason to believe that if this continued, Luo Shoho would keep fighting him to the end. I refuse. He shook his head slightly. Then he explained, what is promised must be done, and I will not hastily promise without knowing whether I can accomplish this thing or not. Can't break a promise. At those words, Luo Shua immediately revealed a cold smile. Immediately after, making a move that left Gu Luo dumbfounded, Luo Shua directly pulled down the shoulder strap on her left shoulder. Her snow-white left shoulder instantly revealed in the air. It was just as the nightgown was about to fall that she held it. I'll scream molestation if brother doesn't. Harder. Gio's fists hardened. Still, although it can be explained later, this kind of thing is always a bad influence. What would a stepmother think of him? Promise, I promise. Gu Luo finally chose to compromise, sighed helplessly, and then added, but only if it doesn't violate the law and morality, and is something I can do. 2 pieces then. Luo Shua put back the shoulder strap and stretched out 2 fingers, a hint of undetectable cunning flashing in her eyes. You. Gu Luo was practically speechless, shaking her head no again. No, just 1, 2, 1 piece. 2. You're getting ahead of yourself. 2. Lo Shua was unmoved, and when she said that, her hand was back on the straps of her left shoulder. Plumber's second goal. Fine, fine. 2, just 2. Gu Luo was truly afraid. He said to himself that Luo Shuha was also too hard on himself. He didn't hold back and persuaded. But Shuha, it's not right for you to do this. A girl should never joke with her body. Is elder brother concerned about me? Luo Shuho's tone had a hint of playfulness in it. You can think so. Luo Shua crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised her chin slightly and said in a cold voice, you can rest assured on this point, elder brother. Other than elder brother, I won't let other boys see my body. Gu Luo sniffed, her head full of questions. What do you mean other than him? You, heir. Gu Luo really was completely speechless. After another moment of silence, he asked with a serious look on his face, Shuha, why is all this? What for? Lashuo asked rhetorically. You know, from the first time we met to now it's all been very off in terms of getting along. We obviously just met for the first time back then. Even if I helped you guys out, you didn't have to ask for all my contact information that way, did you? It just feels like I'm afraid I'm going to run away. Look at me too. Gu Luo paused and then asked. So, can you tell me? After Luo Shua heard this, she was silent for a while, her face still without the slightest expression, and calmly said, because elder brother is very handsome, so I fell in love with my brother at first sight. Good perfunctory answer. Gu Luo pursed her lips. He wouldn't be conceited enough to believe such a lie. LOL. That's it. And just then, Luo Shua took a step closer to him and slowly extended a finger. Now I'm going to make my first request. Gu Luo held her breath. The imp's request. It's scary to think about. What could it be? You can't just let yourself go naked, can you? If such a request was made, it would be a dead giveaway. And besides, it would be against morality. Brother, I want you. Ha? Want me? Gu Luo was just about to say that he was selling his art and not his body when he heard Luo Shua's next words. Couldn't help but be a little dismayed. Chapter 13, Squeezing the Toothpaste. From now on, you will squeeze my toothpaste every morning and every evening. Luo Shua's voice was crisp and cold, echoing in the slightly quiet kitchen. Gu Luo had originally thought that this little devil would make some kind of tricky and weird request that would be difficult to fulfill, but I never thought that the first request would be so simple. Or maybe it's just too simple. He had to squeeze Gu Man's toothpaste every day anyway, so it was fine to squeeze one more, and there are points to be gained. Could be. After a slight silence, Gu Luo agreed. Brothers, unexpectedly refreshing, because this is something I can do. Gu Luo finished and then asked, which cup is Shua's? With a panda pattern. Luo Shua replied succinctly. Really? It seems like Shua loves pandas just as much as Mandy does. Luo Shua was non-committal. The conversation ended and the two fell into a brief silence. Gu Luo returned her gaze to the refrigerator, looking at the bread, eggs, ham, and other ingredients laid out inside, and pondered in her heart that it would be more appropriate to make butter sandwiches. Then he pondered what he should make for Mandy's lunch. Just then, a faint aroma quietly drifted in. Gu Luo subconsciously turned his head, only to see that Luo Shua had stood beside him at some point. A head of long, silky hair hung down like a waterfall, glistening with a charming luster under the caress of the light, making people want to reach out and touch it. Seeing this, Gu Luo moved to the side without a trace, keeping a normal distance from Luo Shua so that their bodies wouldn't come into unnecessary contact. It's basic courtesy as a boy. Only to see Luo Shua reach into the refrigerator and take out a cup of yogurt from it. Next, unwrap the plastic bag of straws. Stick the straw firmly into the yogurt and take a gentle sip. With a slight roll of her throat, Luo Shua raised her head and handed the yogurt to Gu Luo, calmly saying, brother, drink. It's not a question, it's a statement. Paired with her cold and icy pretty face, it inexplicably had a contrasting sense of dorkiness. Brother, just don't drink it. The corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched. I said to myself that the little devils are really still little devils. Isn't it typical of indirect kissing to hand him a drink right after you've sucked on it? That said, how come these sisters both like to start with 0 frames? Upon hearing this, Luo Shua narrowed her good-looking eyes slightly. The corner of her mouth hooked into a mocking smile as she asked, does brother resent sister? Or is brother embarrassed? Gu Luo was momentarily speechless. He just didn't understand. Was watching himself shy and make a fool of himself some kind of very interesting program? Lashu Lemon came yesterday. Luo Shua came today. Shouldn't it be Lashuling's turn tomorrow? He had already lost face as an older brother yesterday, and today he had to get it back no matter what he said. And Gu Luo guessed that the odds were that Luo Shua was just holding on strongly. Like just now, for example, she wouldn't have held the nightgown if she was really that brave. We can't back down anymore, or we'll be bullied all the time in the future. It's a happier kind of bullying for boys though, I guess. But, as a brother, one must be honorable. Thinking of this, Gu Luo likewise revealed a smile. Good, then let's drink together. The word together was extraordinarily strong, trying to use this to put psychological pressure on Luo Shua. Be my guest. Luo Shua looked calm and gently shook the yogurt in her hand. The straw still has visible wetness and bite marks left on it. Think it must be the toothpaste mixed with the yogurt flavor. Gu Luo slowly lowered her head and opened her mouth. The mouth was getting closer and closer to the straw. His afterglow kept an eye on Luo Shua's expression, only to find her face as calm as ever. Just as her mouth was about to touch the straw, Gu Luo stopped, then reared his head. Well, showdown. He's a clown. Only he was forcing himself to be calm. People really don't carry fear. Dignity as a brother, once again, shattered. It seems that elder brother is indeed a simple big boy. Seeing this, Luo Shua mockingly laughed again, just a little less cold in the smile. more playfulness unique to a young girl of this age. She withdrew her arm and continued to leisurely suck on her yogurt. Obviously, there was still no extra expression on his face, but at the moment, it looked like it had a cute charm. Gu Luo was helpless. His 7 inches as a brother had been exposed. I shudder to think how this little devil will find opportunities to bumper stick her in the future. Forget it. It's family. It's all family. He directly changed the topic and asked, "What does Shua want to eat for lunch?" "Elder brother is making me lunch?" Luo Shuho raised his eyebrows slightly. "Sort of. Both." "Okay," Gu Luo responded, then stopped speaking and turned around to carefully select Gu Sherman's favorite dishes in the refrigerator. After choosing the ingredients and steaming the rice, it was time to get down to the business of making breakfast. "Elder brother, Shuha, you guys are already awake ah?" Right at this moment, Luo Shu Lemon's gentle voice came from behind the two. Gu Luo turned around and saw Luo Shua with a sweet smile. Both of them were wearing the same black halter nightgown, and it was really impossible to tell them apart without careful identification. "Good morning, Shu Lemon," Gu Luo greeted, and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Good morning ah brother, Shu Ho." "Well, good morning sis." Luo Shu Lemon put her small hands behind her back and walked into the kitchen at a brisk pace to Gu Luo's side. She said with a smile as she blinked those big bright eyes, "It's really hard brother. I'll do the honors." "Aha." Gu Luo smiled equally faintly. He prefers to spend time with little angels than with little demons, though this little angel can be naughty once in a while. Luo Shua just stood quietly, continuing to suck on her yogurt, her gaze faintly looking at Gu Luo and Luo Shulin. Gu Luo then arranged the sliced bread, cucumber, ham, butter, eggs, tomatoes, chopped garlic, and some sauces on a plate one by one. Then he said to Luo Shulime beside him, "Shulime, help me slice the cucumber and tomato. Be careful, don't cut your fingers." "Aha, don't worry." Luo Shulime looked well behaved. Gyo turned on the heat at this point, picked up the garlic and ran it around the pan, followed by a spray of olive oil. When the oil is almost hot, beat in the eggs with one hand. The egg was easily shaped into a circle. Seeing this, Luo Shulime blinked curiously. Gu Luo laughed at this time. There is a chemical called garlic amide in garlic, which reacts with fats and oils at high temperatures to form a protective film, which can effectively prevent the edges of the egg from losing water and hardening, thus maintaining the softness and roundness of the egg. Wow, elder brother knows a lot. If he wasn't cutting vegetables, Luo Shulime would have wanted to applaud. Gu Luo just wanted to say that it was all just some common sense, but when the words came to his mouth, he thought for a second that saying so might make Luo Shulime feel embarrassed, so he changed the topic and said, "Sorry Shu Lemon." What's wrong?" Luo Shu Lemon subconsciously stopped her hand movements and turned her head, looking at Gu Luo with a puzzled expression. "It's just that I've already steamed rice for you all for lunch, but I should have asked you about this kind of thing in advance, and I forgot about it last night," Gu Luo said with some embarrassment. "In the morning and afraid of disturbing your sleep, I took matters into my own hands." At those words, Luo Shu Lemon was slightly stunned. Then she put down the knives in her hands and hurriedly waved her hands and said, "It's only right for us to trouble elder brother. How can we ask elder brother to apologize? I really appreciate it brother. I will definitely eat it all." After a pause, she asked with some concern, "That's it, will it be too much work for elder brother? Waking up early to make breakfast and lunch for 4 people is exhausting when you think about it. Take her for example. There is no way she can do that to this extent." "It's fine, it's all customary." Gu Luo put the butter into the bottom of the pan, and soon, the rich butter flavor filled the air as he explained with a smile. "Xiaoman can't get used to eating outside food, so she has to eat my cooking for 3 meals a day. It's just more work now. No trouble." Chapter 14, Gu Sherman's Little Pride. Speaking of which, my sister did eat very little at the restaurant last night. That's why you're hungry by the end of the day. Lashu Lemon drifted off. "Well, that's why when it's time for school, I always pack a lunch for Mandy to bring to school." After learning about this, Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion, her eyes full of envy and admiration. Elder brother really does favor his younger sister ah. In response, Gu Luo just smiled. When the butter had melted thoroughly in the pan and was glowing golden, he put in the 2 pieces of bread. Then, picking up the chopsticks, skillfully dipped the bread evenly in the butter. In no time at all, the bread was fried on both sides until lightly charred, golden in color and richly fragrant. Gu Luo served the bread and set it aside for later. Put all these ingredients in and fry them in the remaining butter. You don't have to cook them, just warm them up, Gu Luo said to Luo Shulime at this time. Aha! While Luo Shu Lemon was frying the vegetables and ham, Gu Luo squeezed the sauce on the bread. In the end, La Shu Lemon was responsible for combining all the ingredients into the final product, the butter sandwich. Not bad. Later Shu Lemon can tell Shu Ling that you made this. Gu Luo was satisfied with the two's work. elder brother still remembers what happened yesterday. Ah. Upon hearing this, Luo Shulemon arched her eyebrows and covered her mouth with a light smile, looking very happy. I'm still in need of some help with the beatings. He. The two men repeated the breakfast routine again as they talked and laughed. The fit was perfect, and since the beginning, Luo Shua was like an outsider watching the two behind her. The yogurt carton was empty, but she remained in the yogurt-sucking position, leaning against the cupboard, quietly watching her older brother and her sister, who looked exactly like her. Finally his gaze settled on the side of Gu Luo's face. Just watch. This brand of yogurt is really sour. On this side, Luo Shulemon assembled another butter sandwich and asked Gu Luo, elder brother, let me take you to the clubs after school today, just so you can join the clubs with the first-year students. There are club credits at Guanya Academy, but you can repeat a grade if you don't get enough points. Worthy of being Guanya. At those words, Gu Luo was a bit emotional. It's no wonder that people's school clubs are doing so well, performing on various stages or competing in competitions. What kind of club did elder brother join when he was at Kaijo Academy before? Ahem. Returning home department. Gu Luo coughed lightly. In fact, he was nominally a member of the music department before, but hardly ever participated in the so-called club activities. Most of the time after school was spent tutoring Gu Sherman's homework, so it's actually kind of a ministry-less person. Put, and the homecoming ministry. Let me guess. Are all the members of the ministry ministers at the same time? La Shulemon was amused. At those words, Gu Luo also smiled awkwardly. So does brother have any hobbies? There are many clubs in Guanya, so I'm sure there's something brother is interested in. Hobbies. Gu Luo thought about it, but realized that he didn't seem to have any special hobbies right now. He used to love playing basketball. Then he purchased Basketball Mastery at the mall. As it turned out, it did abuse all the students in the school. Even the professional gym teachers couldn't beat him. Whenever Gu Luo appeared, the girls would sit around and cheer and scream. The boys, on the other hand, become the green leaves that accompany them, and over time, they all avoided him. Since then, Gu Luo had rarely participated in these activities. Thoughts returning, he shook his head. I'm not sure. That being said, what about brother's great strength? Should we consider the volleyball section? Luo Shulemon gave the proposal. At those words, Gu Luo pondered slightly. Volleyball? One can consider it. There's no rush. I'll show my brother around after school. Let's forget about this. Gu Luo refused, and then explained with a smile. I don't need to guess to know that Shulemon, you guys must be very popular in school. If it were known that I lived under the same roof as you three sisters, I might be sacked when I walk at night. I'll just check it out myself. He also wasn't going to go with Gu Sherman, who had Lu Shua with her. Two beautiful girls together. Don't get involved yourself. Gu Luo also didn't really want people to know that Gu Sherman was his sister. Otherwise there would have been a bunch of people chasing after and calling out great uncle. Yes, brother-in-law was his nickname. That's an exaggeration, but I get what elder brother means. Luo Shulemon's smile did not diminish. Then if elder brother encounters problems at school, remember to look for us. Aha. Gu Luo smiled and nodded, and asked immediately afterward, by the way, does everyone at school know that Shulemon used to be a star? All the more reason not to expose the relationship if you know. Only a few people know about it. Luo Shulemon thought for a moment and embarrassedly explained. Yesterday was an accident. It's rare to encounter that kind of situation. I have to thank elder brother again. Gu Luo breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. This is the best case scenario. The two talked and laughed as if they had known each other for a long time. Some people are like that. They can be especially compatible when they just meet. Just a short while after breakfast was ready, Gu Sherman and Luo Shuling walked downstairs yawning. Just a moment after smelling the scent, the eyes of the two men lit up. It smells so good. My stomach is hungry all of a sudden. Luo Shuling was wearing short sleeves with shorts, and her pair of white legs were long and straight, with beautiful lines and a little bit of muscle, looking full of vigor. The triplets were extremely well proportioned, with 3 pairs of long legs making them extra tall. And Gu Sherman's pajama style is very girly. It's a light pink tone with some cute panda patterns dotted on it. Gu Luo waved to the two. Today's breakfast was made by Shulemon. Come and try it. Suddenly I'm not hungry anymore. Shuling, you've gone too far. Luo Shuling glared at her. Hey, just kidding. Luo Shuling and Gu Sherman picked up the sandwiches and nibbled on them as they walked over. It's delicious. Luo Shuling immediately revealed a happy expression. Seeing this, Gu Sherman puffed out her chest with some pride. Fuss. She's been eating this delicious breakfast for more than 10 years. Luo Shuling didn't mind the heat and quickly finished a piece. Then her eyes fell to the other ingredients on the stovetop. What's this? An early dinner? Without waiting for Gu Luo to explain, Luo Shulim spoke up. Elder brother is trying to prepare lunch for us. Really da? Luo Shuling was overjoyed. and without much thought she jumped towards Gu Luo, wanting to give him a big hug. Then he was stopped by the quick-eyed Gu Sherman. Sister Ling, don't let stinky old man take advantage of you. He's very horny. Gu Luo sent out a black question mark emoticon. Oops, I don't care. Luo Shuling grinned broadly, followed by squinting her bright big eyes. But, when brother isn't at home one day, it's possible to sneak into the room and rummage under the bed. Several people simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that she had no intention of hugging up again. As for how many, it is unknown. As for Luo Shuling's so-called rummaging through the bottom of the bed, Gu Luo said that no trace mode understands it. There is absolutely no trace left behind, either online or offline. So happy. Although the meals in the dining hall aren't bad, there's definitely no way to compare it to what brother makes. Luo Shuling happily spun around, then looked at Luo Shalimiai and Luo Shuho and proposed. Shu Lemon, Shua, since we have lunch, let's go to the small garden for lunch. Can-o. Lasha Lemon agreed with a smile. Luo Shua just nodded lightly. So are elder brother and sister coming? Luo Shuling asked again. No, I'm going to eat with my girlfriends. I'll forget it too. Alright then. Then, Luo Shuling gave Gu Luo a thumbs up. Brother, this warrior recognizes you. The organization will remember your selflessness. Gu Luo smiled and waved her hand. It's not much. Anyway, making one copy for Xiao Man is doing it, and making a few more is also doing it. Saying that, he also looked at Gu Sherman, who didn't look too good. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman's expression immediately eased a bit, once again puffing out her small chest. Hear that? It's made especially for her by her oldest brother. You guys are just along for the ride. Just, Chapter 15, donated a building. In the bright and spacious corridor outside the archive room, sunlight poured through the windows, creating patches of golden light. A middle-aged man in his early to mid-40s was standing there. He was slightly fat and had a visible beer belly, but his face was filled with an amiable smile. This person was none other than Principal Lu of Guanya Academy, Xiao Luo, Xiao Man. In the future, if you encounter any problems at school, just come to your Uncle Lu. Don't ever be polite to Uncle, Principal Lu said in a gentle tone. Trouble you Uncle Lu. Gu Luo responded politely with a humble smile on her face. Trouble Uncle Lu. Gu Sherman followed suit and said softly, her voice crisp and pleasant. Since the other party had so enthusiastically asked them to address them as uncle, the two naturally went along with the shout. From the moment he stepped into the office building, this Principal Lu accompanied him personally, and every link was properly arranged, making the originally cumbersome procedures smooth. Don't even be polite. Principal Lu smiled and gently patted Gu Luo's shoulder, his movements carrying the characteristic care of an elder. He then raised his hand and pointed to an imposing office building on campus, introducing it with gusto. Look, that building is called Luo Shen, which was donated by Luo Liang, your current mother. By the way, the school's library was also expanded with her funding. After a pause, a glimmer of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Like Luo Liang, I was once a student of Guanya, and I'm also considered your old senior. So don't ever be outgoing. Okay, Uncle Lu, Gu Luo said, not moving to glance at Gu Sherman beside her. A flash of surprise flashed in both of their eyes. Although he knew that this stepmother was financially strong, he did not expect to be so bold as to directly donate a building. Principal Lu looked down at the time on his wristwatch at this point. Alright, then you guys can go over to class. Do you know where the locker room is? I know. I was just keeping an eye out on the map. Not bad. Very attentive. After saying goodbye to Principal Lu, Gu Luo and Gu Sherman walked side by side towards the locker room. The campus is green and fragrant with flowers. Arriving at the locker room, the two walked into their respective areas and changed into their Guanya Academy uniforms. In a short while, Gu Sherman was wearing a brand new school uniform and popped up in front of Gu Luo like a cheerful bird. Stinky old man, is it good? Gu Sherman said while lightly spinning around in front of Gu Luo in a playful and cute manner. It must be said that Guanya College, as the most famous private university in Kaizhou, was truly unique in its uniform design. The girls' school uniform is a modified blazer-style uniform consisting of a white blouse and a light brown blazer on top, which is simple yet elegant. The lower body was paired with a black pleated skirt, and as Gu Sherman turned, the skirt gently fluttered, full of youthfulness. The overall black and white color palette looks very formal and gives a clean and crisp look, and the boys' uniform had the same white shirt on the top half and black pants on the bottom half. Overall it's much more aesthetically pleasing than the traditional uniforms at Choi Chao College. Looking at Gu Sherman again, she already had a stunningly beautiful face, a head of natural cold tea brown long hair like a waterfall hanging down softly on her shoulders. Complimenting this school uniform, simply don't be too beautiful. That's nice, Gu Luo complimented from the bottom of his heart as he looked Gu Sherman up and down, then took out his cell phone, ready to take a few pictures of her. Seeing this, Gu Sherman immediately struck various playful and cute poses like a professional model. Every move is just right, and any random shot is of a caliber that could pass for a webcam. After taking the picture, Gu Luo put away his phone and instructed Gu Sherman, "Let's go. I'll send you to your class first, get along with your classmates, and remember to look for me if anything happens." Okay. Stinky old man is so nagging. Go back and remember to send me the picture. Oh. The teaching buildings of the first and second years were not in one place. Gu Luo accompanied Gu Sherman through the boulevard of the campus, and came to the front of the teaching building of the first year in a short while. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Principal Lu for arranging Gu Sherman directly into Lu Shueshue's class, so that Gu Sherman could have familiar friends to keep her company in her new environment. Instead, he refused to go to the class of the three Luo Shu Lemon sisters, and ended up picking a random one that was slightly farther away. There are no impermeable walls. With Luo Shuling's big-headed, can't-hide-a-thing personality, he had every reason to believe that the next day the entire school would know that he was living under the same roof as the triplet beauty queen. Will the boy's back teeth have to be gnawed on in this way? He didn't want to somehow become the boy's public enemy. That's why it's better to hide the relationship with the three sisters at school. With such thoughts in mind, Gu Luo turned around and returned along the same path after dropping Gu Sherman off at the class entrance. He carried his backpack and walked towards the class he was in. Books, if any, will be delivered to the class in the afternoon by a special faculty member. This is really handy. Thinking back to the previous time in Kaijo College, every time the new semester begins, students have to move their own textbooks. A trip down. Tired enough. Arriving at second year class 8, Gu Luo knocked on the door. The sound of lecturing inside quickly stopped, and in no time at all, a small old man with half-white hair, but in high spirits, stepped out. I'd say it's a 0-year-old by the looks of the age. The little old man was less than 1.7 meters. He raised his head to look at Gu Luo and asked suspiciously, "This student, do you have something to do?" At the same time, a few students by the window heard the commotion and peeked their heads out. After seeing the charm 9, face value bursting Gu Luo, one of the girls with a ponytail was so excited that she directly covered her mouth. She hurriedly retracted her head and excitedly said to her tablemate, "It's a handsome guy. It's a super handsome guy. God, how can you be so handsome?" When the surrounding students heard these words, they were all aroused with intense curiosity and looked for an angle to look out the window. Outside the classroom door, Gu Luo maintained a polite smile and introduced himself. "Excuse me, teacher. It's like this. I'm a new transfer student named Gu Luo." "A transfer student? The director didn't tell me." The little old man frowned slightly, obviously unaware of the matter. After pondering for a moment he said, "This is second year class 8. Are you in the wrong class?" Upon hearing this, Gu Luo hurriedly explained, "Teacher, it's like this. I only transferred here this morning. Even my class was just decided. Principal Lu asked me to tell you that this is his intention." "Principal Lu? You just transferred this morning? Classes or Principal Lu himself?" The little old man thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, then go into class and introduce yourself. By the way, you can just call me Teacher Wang, or you can call Old Wang in private. The names of the teachers of each subject are on top of the schedule, so you can check them out after class." "Okay, Mr. Wang." Just like that, Gu Luo and Mr. Wang walked into the classroom one after the other. The classroom, which was still lively and boiling, instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes fell on Gu Luo in unison. Old Wang stood in the doorway and said with a smile, "He's a new student who just transferred in our class, so let's just introduce ourselves first." Everyone applaud and encourage. In an instant, the classroom erupted in thunderous applause. The enthusiasm of the students made Gu Luo feel the vigor of the class. The girls in particular, a couple of the outgoing ones, were so excited they were getting up from their seats. There's no way around it. It's a Glamour 9 platoon. You know those top streaming stars in the entertainment industry nowadays have at most 8 points of charisma in terms of face value alone. And that's with all the traffic wraps and filters added on. Gu Luo steadily walked up to the front of the podium and waited until the applause gradually subsided before he opened his mouth. "Hello everyone, my name is Gu Luo. I'm a transfer student from Kaijo Academy. Please take care of me for the next 2 years. After saying that, he turned around, picked up a water-based pen, and wrote Gu Luo on the blackboard in 2 big, strong letters, and dotted the end. All at once, the classroom erupted in applause once again. "Okay, it just so happens that there's 1 empty seat left in the class." Old Wang also walked up to the podium at this time. He pointed to the last row by the window and said to Gu Luo, "Gu Luo, you'll sit with Xin Yu." Gu Luo looked in the direction he was pointing. Sanctioned by heaven. Just out of a small dark room. Timeline shifts. Know it all. The plot is constant and can be translated in your head. Chapter 16, Xin Yu. The girl who came into view was a bit bloated and looked like she was very well fed. Her face is also round and fleshy, but if you scrutinize it carefully, You can find that her features are not ugly, but rather, they are unique and have a special sense of beauty, and extraordinarily white skin. Most importantly, it's very easy to use. In an instant, the eyes of all the students in the class focused on Xinyu. The girls had more or less envy in their eyes. After all, who doesn't want to get up close and personal with a handsome guy with a great face? However, the reality is helpless. The class is the only empty seat left, and they can only look on with bated breath. Noticing a gaze cast at her, Xinyu immediately lowered her head and clasped her fingers somewhat uneasily, as if this would hide herself. Gu Luo didn't hesitate and walked straight towards that empty seat. His figure was upright and handsome, attracting many girls to sneak side glances. Sitting down, he put his book bag in a drawer. Be prepared to wait until after class to put it in the back locker. Alright, collect yourselves and start talking about the problems. Old Wang tapped the blackboard and picked up the exercise book from the podium. Speaking of titles, this side, looking at the empty desk, Gu Luo whispered to the same desk, Shen Yu, I haven't sent the information yet, may I share a book with you? Shen Yu froze for a moment. Soon, however, she reacted and hastily nodded her head. Yes, it's fine. With that, he carefully placed the exercise book between the two, and after placing it, he added with an apology, I'm sorry, I didn't notice just now. It's okay, don't worry about it. Gu Luo looked at the exercise book and saw that the handwriting on it was beautiful and neat, and every stroke revealed seriousness and care. He couldn't help but compliment. The writing is beautifully neat. Thanks. The conversation between the two ended there. Old Wang was up there talking about the questions, and every time he asked if there were any questions, a voice would always ring out no. This kind of question is so simple. It's a direct second. The speaker was a short-haired boy who looked a little thin, but his whole body was refined and his eyes sparkled with confidence. Old Wang was obviously somewhat helpless about this. He coughed softly. Then the next question. If you don't understand the next class or self-study, you can come and ask me. Of course, it's best to discuss it with your classmates first. This kind of question won't be a problem. Don't worry, teacher. Casual seconds. The old king just glanced at him, but didn't say anything else. Seeing this, the corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched. He wondered if creatures like Pussycat were now standard in every class. Xinyu noticed the complicated expression on Gu Luo's face. She hesitated for a moment, but still explained to Gu Luo in a low voice. His name is Situ Wanyao. His personality is more lively and cheerful. If there's something you don't understand, I can discuss it with you in class. Referring to the pussy-loving pusher as having a lively and cheerful personality. Speak of teaching as exploring. It's a girl with a rather gentle personality. Gu Luo had something to say about the same table. It's just a little too soft-natured and doesn't seem to have much confidence, but it is understandable that teenage boys and girls in their adolescence are still very concerned about hard conditions such as height, appearance and body shape, being too fat, too short, too ugly, too poor, or even too dark-skinned or too large or too small. A capital can make him or her feel inferior. It's human nature. Everyone goes through this age, and Gu Luo, as a top handsome guy of charm 9, was naturally not qualified to comment on this. All that can be done is to keep a sense of normalcy. Of course, that didn't mean he didn't like beautiful girls. Everyone loves beauty. A compound surname. How rare. Gu Luo smiled lightly at Xinyu. Thank you for introducing me to the class. Nope, it's okay. Xinyu lowered her head out of habit. She wasn't quite used to interacting with such handsome boys and was both nervous and a little happy. On the podium, the old king talked about the problem for a while more than put down the exercise book, sat on the stool, announced, finished, next self-study. You can come up and ask the teacher if you don't understand, and keep your voice down if you're discussing with your classmates. The class was filled with all sorts of voices, some whispering about the topic, some secretly chatting, but none of the students went up to ask the question anyway. The old king sipped the wolfberry tea brewed in the teacup, and did not hold back the emotion. You guys were really born in the best of a good time. There is not too much pressure to go to school. Growing up, you got out of school at 4 p.m. every day, and on weekends. After a pause, he revealed a bitter smile. Unlike our time, we had to get up at 5 o'clock every morning, and we had to arrive at work at 5:40, and at that time, in order to sleep a little more, we rinsed our hair when we wanted to wash it, and in winter, ice could even form on our hair, and at night study until 10, and only half a day off in 3 weeks. If it were a lesser school, the dormitory wouldn't even have air conditioning or hot water. Off stage, the students were still whispering, not taking what old Wang said seriously at all. For one thing, they've heard a lot about it, and for another, they haven't experienced it firsthand and can't empathize with it. Old Wang just shook his head slightly at this, but it was understandable. The same as when he was a child and heard the older generation say that they couldn't eat more than a few meals of meat a year. He simply couldn't substitute it. Let's just say that times are a boomerang. Shinyu put the exercise book away at this time, and explained to Gu Luo beside her in a whisper. Mr. Wang and some of the school's after 00 teachers would talk about some of the past events they used to have from time to time. Understandable. Gu Luo laughed and looked at the empty desk with nothing to do, so he pulled out his cell phone underneath and sent a message to Gu Sherman. Shinyu also got busy with her own business when she saw this. Gu Luo, did Shaman steal any cell phones in class? Almost seconds back. Gu Sherman, of course not. Dog head. JPG. Looking at the message, Gu Luo couldn't help but smile slightly and continued to send the message. Gu Luo, we're studying over here. Are you guys sitting far away from Lu Shue? Gu Sherman, the teacher went to the restroom. Shua is sitting in front of me. The two didn't go too far and stopped talking after a few brief moments. Retracting her cell phone, Gu Luo's line of sight fell on her fellow table-mate Shinyu. At the moment she was fully absorbed in her painting. The drawing was of a certain anime female character, and because Gu Sherman was a fan of the secondary world, Gu Luo had some impression of this character, but she just couldn't name it. It is worth mentioning that Shinyu's drawing skills are very high. Her anime characters come to life, not only with precise outlines, but also with the character's demeanor firmly in place, the soulful eyes, the playful expression, as if this anime character is about to jump out of the drawing paper. That's awesome. Gu Luo couldn't help but speak. Shinyu was startled by the sudden voice, her fingers trembled, and the tip of her pen drew a horizontal line on the paper. Seeing this, Gu Luo hurriedly opened his mouth to apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have opened my mouth so suddenly. It's okay. Shinyu was not the slightest bit annoyed, but moved the drawing paper to the side with some embarrassment, then picked up the eraser and erased the horizontal line a little bit carefully. But you draw really well. Can I take a look at your other works? Gu Luo asked sincerely. This, Shinyu hesitated, but rummaged through the drawer and found a drawing book. Then it was slowly placed on Gu Luo's desk. Thanks. Chapter 17, Friends Fees. Gu Luo flipped through the drawing book that Shinyu handed to him, and for a moment, the exquisite drawings unfolded in front of his eyes. He looked at it with utmost concentration, his eyes slowly sweeping over every line, every splash of color. Every now and then you can't help but nod your head gently. He had to say that he was thoroughly impressed by Shinyu's drawing skills, whether it's the delicate characterization or the spirited scene depiction. It shows a very high standard. Shinyu then secretly observed Gu Luo's reaction, her eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. The fingers couldn't help but dig in again. That's awesome. After reading it, Gu Luo couldn't help feeling emotional, then looked at Shinyu and asked in a small voice, Shinyu, do you want to be a painter in the future? Painter. Shinyu froze for a moment, then, somewhat bewildered, shook her head. Obviously, she hadn't thought about it. Is it so great to simply have a hobby? Sure enough, it's a gift. After the two of them made some more small talk, Shinyu suddenly lowered her head. Then, somewhat embarrassed, he asked, are we friends now? Gu Luo was slightly stunned by this question, but quickly nodded. Ah, of course. Hearing the affirmative answer, Shinyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she hurriedly reached into her desk and took out a bread and a bottle of milk from it before placing it on Gu Luo's desk. Here you go, said the man, pulling out another bar of chocolate and a bag of strawberry fudge. Next up were waffles and sandwich cookies. Wait. Gu Luo stared blankly at the snacks gradually piling up on the desk, and when she came back to her senses, she hurriedly stopped it. Enough is enough. It's too much. I can't finish it. Upon hearing this, Shinyu stopped her hand movements. This was followed by a slight bow of the head out of habit. Seeing this, Gu Luo couldn't help but laugh. Are you on a friend fee? Shinyu immediately raised her face when she heard the words friends fee, first shaking her head vigorously, then nodding her head quickly, then shaking her head again, and finally nodding her head slowly. I'm just kidding. Thanks for the snacks. Gu Luo was dumbfounded and put the snacks inside the drawer. At the same time there was some speculation in his mind. There are plenty of snacks in my house. I'll bring them back to you tomorrow. Seeing Gu Luo accept all of them, Shinyu's mood became beautiful all of a sudden. It was as if the other person would always be her friend if they took the snacks. So, for a formal introduction, my name is Gu Luo, and we'll be friends from now on. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth rose slightly, outlining a gentle smile. A whopping 9 points of charisma explode at this moment. The breeze from the window slowly blew into the classroom, carrying the unique September scent and gently ruffling the bangs of the teenager in front of him. In this wind, there is the freshness of green leaves, the fragrance of flowers, but also filled with the breath of youth. This smile of a teenager adds a unique color to this September. Heart, beating so fast. Shinyu reacted before realizing with a shock that she had been staring at Gu Luo out of her mind. Her cheeks instantly burned, and she immediately averted her gaze, nodding quickly with a hint of panic in her voice. My name is Shinyu, and I'll bring more snacks to school later. and this scene was seen by some of the girls in the class who peeked at Gu Luo. Envy. Still envious. Why wasn't he the one at the same table as Gu Luo? And then there's the fact that Gu Luo smiles really gently. At the same time, they noticed that Gu Luo seemed to enjoy snacking. This is important to keep in a small notebook. Gu Luo's attention was on Xinyu and didn't notice the line of sight as he continued. Then Xinyu, can you accompany me to see the club after school? I heard that Guanya Academy does have club credits coming up. Yes. Xinyu immediately nodded in agreement. I have time. Well, that's a problem. It's okay. It was at the same time that the two had just finalized the matter that the class bell rang crisply. Gu Luo was immediately surrounded by several outgoing girls. Gu Luo, hello my name is Feng Yicheng. I'm the English class representative in my class. This girl with a ponytail first introduced herself, followed by a cheeky smile and asked, excuse me, do you have a girlfriend? The corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched. He had some impression of this Feng Yicheng. She had poked her head out of the window to look at him at the beginning when he had just arrived at the classroom door. Wow, what a direct question. The other girl looked excited. Gu Luo, do you have a girlfriend or not? Surely there must be? Listening to these questions, Gu Luo only felt her head spinning. Just as he wanted to leave temporarily on the pretext of going to the restroom, a boy's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Get out of the way, all of you, and don't block my dear friend. With one hand, Situ Wenyao pushed Feng Yicheng away and took her place. Then, he smiled evilly at Gu Luo, with a few exaggerated confidence in his smile. Hello dear friend, my name is Situ Wenyao. You can also call me Pushy. It's a term of endearment that my classmates use for me. While saying that, he also struck a middle-aged pose that he thought was handsome. From now on, the two of us will be the face of Class 8, so you still know you're a pussy? There are too many slots. Gu Luo was in a state of speechlessness the entire time, and Feng Yicheng, who was pushed away, simply exploded with anger, only to see that she backhandedly picked up a thick English dictionary, and in the next second, directly and heavily slapped on Sito Wenyao's head. All that could be heard was a super loud thunk dash. Sito Wenyao, D. Gu Luo looked dumbfounded and only felt a chill in her head. Dare to push auntie, looking for death? Feng Yicheng spat at Sito Wenyao's corpse again, but after putting down the English dictionary, she immediately transformed into a little cute girl again and smiled at Gu Luo with a gentle voice. That I didn't mean it, it's just that this guy is so annoying. Gu Luo winced. Time flew by and in a flash the last session of the morning was over. Gu Luo opened the locker and pulled out the insulated bento box from her book bag. Just then, Situ Wenyao, who had returned from the dead, came over with a smile and patted his shoulder in a very self-conscious manner. Dear friend, want to eat with us? There are 3 of us. Gu Luo looked behind Situ Wenyao, and there were indeed 2 more boys standing. When they saw Gu Luo cast her eyes, they nodded politely in greeting. No, I'm not too used to so many people together. Gu Luo politely refused. It's not wise to jump into a clique. It would be fine if it was just Situ Wenyao alone. Ah, too bad. Situ Wenyao sighed with feigned regret, then pointed to his own eyes and then pointed a finger at Gu Luo. Best friend, I'll be keeping an eye on you. When the trio left, Gu Luo had originally planned to eat lunch right in the classroom. When she saw Xinyu walking towards the outside of the classroom alone, Shen Yu, Gu Luo called out to her. Ah, what's wrong? Xinyu turned around and blinked her big bright eyes. Gu Luo had to admit that this pair of her eyes was really beautiful. Like a clear lake, pure and bright. Or rather, all 5 features are beautiful. It's just that there's too much flesh on her face and it hides her beauty. If she could slim down, she would definitely be a beauty queen on the same level as Gu Sherman. Plus that flat easy and proud capital. Immediately crunching messy kills. Table mates, let's eat together. Ah, it can be. Xinyu hastily nodded, but immediately afterward, asked with some concern. But, didn't Situ Wenyao and the others ask you to eat with them just now? Chapter 18, The School Dude. Gu Luo smiled and explained. I'm not used to eating with too many people. 2 is just right. All the while mentally patching up, except with my sisters. That's right. Xinyu was relieved to hear this. She was really worried that Gu Luo had seen her going to dinner alone and then offered to go together out of pity. While it would be appreciated, it always seems that such a friendship might be slowly consumed without even realizing it. The only friend in the class transferred right at the beginning of the semester, so it's hard to make another one, but you have to make it work. The 2 soon arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Guanya College is divided into upper and lower 3 floors, decorated very elegantly, with a wide range of meals of various flavors, all kinds of. Gu Luo looked around and found a relatively quiet spot to sit down, then smiled and said to Xinyu, let's sit here. You go ahead and get your food. Aha! Xinyu nodded her head in a hurry and proceeded to line up at a window. All she felt was an empty head. Can't help but float. Gu Luo was now definitely the most handsome and charming boy in Guanya College. A proper school grass. He was having lunch with the schoolboy himself. Just thinking about it makes your heart beat faster. Although, the two will only be friends. That's enough. Shinyu had been thinking blindly in her mind, and without realizing it, she had ordered a whole bunch of things as usual. Then, carrying the dinner plate towards Guluo's direction, but he regretted it as he walked. Looking at the pile of old dinner plates, she just felt a double take. Will Guluo think he's a pig, eating so much? Thinking of this, Shinyu subconsciously wanted to leave, not wanting to be considered a pig even if it was pigeonholed. But goodness gracious, at that moment, Guluo suddenly looked her way, and then waved his hand. Seeing this, Shinyu knew that she couldn't avoid it and could only harden her head and walk towards Guluo with heavy steps. Her head hung slightly low, not daring to look directly into Guluo's eyes, her heart in a state of confusion. Slowly sitting across from Guluo, he then secretly raised his eyes to observe his reaction. However, the teenager across from her looked as normal and did not show any unusual look at the mountain of food on her plate. Shinyu was relieved, as a relief, but soon, she felt the scowling stares from nearby students. Couldn't help but get nervous again. After all, Guluo was really dazzling. Of course, in addition to being nervous, Shinyu had some small dark pleasure at this time. This is a situation that any girl would be secretly happy about, right? Let's eat. Seeing Shinyu in a daze, Guluo smiled, then opened the bento box. For a moment, the rich scent was overwhelming. It instantly overpowered the aroma of the food on Shinyu's dinner plate. It smells so good. Is this what the family made for you? Shinyu looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes in the bento box, and just by smelling the fragrance, she was already craving for it, and she wanted to drool straight away. It's not an exaggeration at all. I made it myself. Guluo replied with a smile. Awesome. At those words, Shinyu's eyes instantly glowed. How could she not have expected that Guluo not only had a great face value, but that he could also cook? And such a great cook. If boys being handsome can add 60 points with her, then superb cooking skills can add 100 points. If you don't mind, you can try it. Guluo pushed the bento box towards Shinyu and said with a smile, consider it a return gift for those snacks. May I? Could be. Shinyu hesitated for a moment, but still used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fat and thin pancetta. Easing it into his mouth, he chewed gently. In an instant, the flavors instantly explode in your mouth and your taste buds do a joyful dance on your tongue. This richness and freshness is intoxicating. It was still warm, and she couldn't even imagine what it would taste like fresh out of the oven. Just thinking about it. Wet. The corners of his mouth are wet. Nevertheless, the sight of the two eating a bento together inevitably attracted too many eyes. Shinyu could feel quite a few students talking about their side. The original excitement was instantly poured over. She herself didn't care, but she didn't want to see Guluo being talked about because of herself at all. It's easy to guess what some people will say. Look, why is that handsome guy eating with a fat woman? Yeah, he's so handsome, it's just his taste. Tee-hee, it's not fair. Why should the flour go on the cow dung? Maybe it's a package deal? Just simply thinking about it made Shinyu feel uncomfortable all over. That, Guluo. After a moment's hesitation, she gathered her courage, her voice as small as a mosquito hum. What's wrong? Guluo stopped eating. Let's not eat together in the future, Shinyu said, slowly lowering her head. At those words, Guluo motionlessly swept her eyes around, then asked back with a serious expression. Shinyu, we should be friends, right? Of course. Then don't say such things in the future. Upon hearing this, Shinyu instantly raised her head and saw the extremely serious expression of the teenager in front of her. I take it back. In the meantime, on the way to the garden, Shu Ling, why don't you go to the cafeteria? Today we're having a love bento. Luo Shuling happily waved the bento box on her hand. That's great. Eat more. Shuling senpai, where are you going? It's going to the garden for dinner. Yikes, if it isn't the schoolgirl. Good noon, sister. Along the way, there were constantly passing students striking up conversations with Luo Shuling. Luo Shuling responded one by one with a valiant smile. She's like a socialite, easily mingling with others wherever she goes. Luo Shulim, who was walking on the side, couldn't help but laugh at this time. Shuling is so popular, it's worthy of being the head of the public services department. It's just average. Luo Shuling took her arm and turned to ask. That said, Shu Lemon is soon going to be converted from vice minister, right? After the school festival? Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon shook her head slightly. Not necessarily, the music department has a vice minister besides me. I see, so go for it. Aha. And Luo Shua had a cold face the entire time, walking quietly beside them. She was like a cold plum blooming in the corner, exuding a unique aura. Needless to say, the triplet sisters really turned heads along the way. The passing freshman boys were as good as warped, basically taking one look and then immediately averting their eyes, followed by glancing, 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 glancing. That's the visual impact of triplet schoolgirls. I really want to fall in love with you. The warblers began to fantasize unrealistically. Soon, the three sisters arrived at the garden. This is September, a wonderful time for chrysanthemums to bloom. The air was filled with a light, fresh scent. There's an empty bench here. Luo Shuling's eyes suddenly lit up and immediately ran towards that empty bench. Then, sit down on your butt. Any slower and there might not be a spot. The garden was full of students who came here for lunch at the moment. Basically small couples and sisters. As for why there is no boy-girl combo, let's put it this way. If your best buddy invites you to come to the garden at noon to eat and enjoy the flowers together, what would be your first reaction? Excluding a certain capital, Luo Shulemon and Luo Shui also walked over at this time and slowly sat on the bench, then opened the bento box in his hand. Ah, it really smells good. Luo Shuling couldn't help but step happily on the ground with her two slender legs just by smelling the fragrance wafting out. Luo Shulime also nodded approvingly. It does smell good. It's really hard work, brother. Hearing Luo Shulemon mention Gu Luo, Luo Shuling immediately picked up the conversation and laughed. Now the school is rumored to have a super handsome transfer student this morning. But it's normal. Brother is really super handsome and charming. You said it, Shoho. Probably. Ha ha. Shua's answers are always so simple then. Luo Shuling took a big bite of her delicious meal and continued to ask Luo Shuo, by the way, isn't the calligraphy department going to participate in the Kaizhou calligraphy conference coming up this year? But if it's Shuhi, he must be very confident. Chapter 19, New Special Assignment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the dismissal time of Guanya Academy. It is also the time when club activities begin. Gusher man, this girl pure and simple have girlfriends, forget brother. Not to mention lunch, even after school do not go home together. But this was just what Gu Luo wanted. Finally, I won't be called great uncle. Garo gathered the new books on his desk. As for the snacks in the drawer, he had nothing to do between classes and had already finished them. After packing up, he said to Xinyu beside him, let's go, show me Guanya's society. Aha! The two got up and headed out of the classroom. Gu Luo noticed that Xinyu would purposely slow down a body position when she walked. In response, he also deliberately slowed down his pace, and without realizing it, the two became walking side by side. And after they left, some of the girls in the classroom couldn't help but whisper, I've been observing Gu Luo for a day and realized that he seems to really like Xinyu. Hey. Yeah, I noticed that too. Do you think the two of them would? Impossible, right? Gu Luo would like Xinyu? Of course, I don't mean anything else at all, ha. It's simply that I think Gu Luo's own personality is the super nice kind. So he'd be like that no matter who's at the same table. That's true. I'm really looking forward to switching seats next time. I'd like to sit with the school bully too. You think you're the only one who wants to. Gu Luo and Xinyu naturally didn't know that talk about the two was happening in the classroom. Of course, even if he knew that Gu Luo wouldn't take it seriously. As for Xinyu, the two of them walked all the way. It was their pairing that attracted too much attention and drew a lot of side glances along the way. One is a super handsome transfer student schoolmarm and the other is a fat girl with a bloated body. This combination is really rare for schools that are less materially oriented for the time being. Of course, you can't tell once you're out in society. As long as the money is there, anything is possible. Xinyu was really under a lot of pressure at this time, and her palms couldn't help but seep out some sweat. But feeling the envy contained in the sight, one can't help but be flooded with a little happiness. Uncomfortable and dark at the same time. It would be contradictory. Guanya College's club recruitment was in the playground, and at this time, all clubs had set up tents, and club members were handing out flyers. Are you still upset that you can't travel back to ancient times to fight with a sword? Don't worry, come to the kendo department, pick up a wooden sword, and you'll be the warrior of Guanya Academy. Have you heard the story of Hoi shooting the sun? Come to the archery department and you too can experience what it's like to be an archer. Draw, aim, shoot. Want to know what you can do with a piece of paper and a lump of clay? The handicraft department is your creative magic world. Here, old things can be turned into treasures, scraps can be turned into works of art, and everything can be DIY. Secretly playing games in class? Why don't you come to the game department with honor? Freshmen who haven't chosen a club yet were dazzled. Of course, that includes a certain sophomore transfer student. Gu Luo looked at the publicity slogans of the various clubs, felt the lively atmosphere of the scene, and a certain emotion in her heart was being constantly stimulated. Now that's youth. The homecoming ministry and all that is really not familiar with it. Xinyu, say, the biggest club in our school is? Gu Luo asked Xinyu at this time. There are 3 clubs with more members, which are the games department, the badminton department, and the basketball department. Xinyu said and explained again. because every student has the option of joining 2 clubs, but some clubs like music, Bowden, and calligraphy require a certain amount of grounding and most people aren't too willing to start from scratch, so they basically take club credits in those 3 clubs. So it is, but it's also true that if you go to those clubs without the slightest foundation, you really have to learn from scratch, and the other students are probably just half-assed. Plus who has extra time to teach others? Let's just say that societies are still essentially meeting places for people of the same kind. Thinking of this, Gu Luo then asked, "So Xinyu, what club did you join?" "Just joined a painting department," Xinyu replied. At those words, Gu Luo nodded. The painting department. Well, it does suit Xinyu. Xinyu raised her head at this time and asked in a low voice, "Does Gu Luo want to join the painting department?" "I'll think about it, let's just go through the clubs first." Aha! With that, the two made their way down the playground. Suddenly, Gu Luo stopped in front of a tent. The publicity sign says music department. There was another acquaintance inside. Luo Shulime was sitting upright, and was currently organizing the information of the new ministry members. As if sensing something, she raised her head slightly and saw the two Gu Luo. "Shu Lemon, is the recruitment of new members going well?" The person who spoke was Xinyu. "It's not bad, 3 people were recruited today." Luo Shulime smiled faintly at Xinyu. Gu Luo was a bit surprised, not expecting Xinyu to know Luo Shulime. "Ah, introducing you," Xinyu said with some embarrassment at this time. "This is my new classmate, named Gu Luo, just transferred to Guangya today. I brought him here to browse the clubs and see which one suits him." "So, hello Gu Luo, my name is Luo Shulime." Luo Shulime smiled, and winked her soulful eyes. "Ahem, hello." Gu Luo felt a little awkward, but there was no way around it. After all, it had been agreed with the 3 sisters not to expose their relationship at school, so now the two are still just meeting for the first time. Seeing this extremely subtle expression on Gu Luo's face, Luo Shalimei forced a smile on her face and dragged her cheek with one hand. Then, "Student Gu Luo, is there any interest in joining the music department? It's okay if you don't know how to play an instrument. I can teach you by hand." At these words, the 2 freshmen who had just finished filling out the forms, as well as the other members of the music department, were all slightly stunned. The line of sight moved back and forth between Luo Shalimei and Gu Luo both. The 2 freshmen were numb. Just now, Sister Luo Shalimei was not this attitude towards them. Hands-on? What kind of treatment is this? Moreover, Luo Shulime's senior sister's current seductive pose was too foul. "Thank you very much, but I'll think about it again." The corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched, politely refusing. "That's a shame." Lashu Lemon nodded and sat up straight again, but she didn't give him a hard time. Let's just say it's an occasional little naughty moment for the little angel. Gu Luo had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Luo Shalimei speaking to Xinyu beside him again. You haven't come to my house to play for a long time. Remember to come over to play when you're free. Shu Ling has bought quite a few snacks recently." Saying that, she looked at Gu Luo without moving. Seeing Gu Luo's defeated look, she wanted to laugh even more in her heart. The older brother is really cute. "Yeah, I'll pay a visit when I'm free." Xinyu revealed a naive smile, was not at all aware of the catty relationship between Luo Shulian and Gu Luo. "Ahem, let's go then." Gu Luo was a bit tense. "I didn't realize that Xinyu and the 3 Luo sisters knew each other. Let's hope it doesn't die a social death. Or take the initiative and say so when the relationship gets a little more familiar." "Good." Upon hearing this, Xinyu nodded and proceeded to talk to Luo Shulime. "Then Shu Lemon, let's go first. Bye-bye Yuer, bye-bye Gu Luo." Luo Shu Lemon smiled and waved at the 2. Gu Luo held back her embarrassment and had only just taken 2 steps when the system panel suddenly surfaced. "Alert, special mission issued. Special mission, help my sister, Luo Shulime, to successfully complete the school festival performance. Quest tip, please go to the club building in half an hour and buy a drink from the vending machine 15 meters to the left of the music department." Chapter 20, The Warrior. Help Lashu Lemon pull off a successful school play? Gu Luo wasn't surprised by the refreshing of the special quests. After all, as long as he stayed by his sister's side, the chances of refreshing were still quite high. Overall, it's about solving various dilemmas for your sister. For example, Gu Shimon's problem is his academic and physical condition. Most of the special assignments revolve around these 2 points as well. Now the question is, will the music department, in which Lashu Lime is a member, have problems on the day of the school performance? Or is the problem already there? There is still a little too little information known. Thinking of this, Gu Luo asked Xinyu, who was walking side by side beside him. "Xinyu, are you familiar with that girl just now?" Upon hearing this, Xinyu thought for a moment before answering. "Not particularly familiar. I guess, it's just that my mom and her mom are friends, so I've met a few times before." Xinyu's mom and stepmom are friends? Any friend of a big shot like a stepmom surely can't be simple. Screw it. No, Xinyu is almost bordering on being a rich kid. Then the question comes, as a rich, unknown, generation, how Xinyu still subconsciously reveals this kind of inferiority complex look in action. It is important to realize that a person's character is positively correlated with wealth. To be realistic, money is one's bottom line, no matter what society one is in. Can body image really affect that? It was hard to say exactly. Maybe there was some hidden agenda he didn't know about. Gu Luo retrieved her diffused thoughts and then asked, I heard that this school festival will be held early, right? It seems like some clubs will also be performing. Yeah, the school festival was brought forward because there was going to be an alumni meeting, and some of the alumni were strapped for time, so it was brought forward. Xinyu nodded and said, normally, every club gets to show off their talents, but this time it's different because it's about alumni donations, so it's all the important clubs that perform, such as the music department, dance department, handicrafts department, kendo department, and so on. You know everything? It is important to realize that normally the school will only notify that the school day will be brought forward, but will never say why, let alone that there are so-called donations. You're working for the intelligence family? Gu Luo looked at Xinyu with some surprise. Xinyu, how do you know all this? Xinyu immediately lowered her head and said with some embarrassment, because my parents are also going to attend this alumni meeting. So, is it that anyone who graduates from Guanya Academy can participate? Gu Luo pursued. Neither is. Only those who are invited can attend. Well, case solved. Xinyu's family is definitely not simple. Or rather, there are no simple students who can study in Guanya Academy. After all, 3 years of tuition is a lot of money. Of course, if the grades are good enough, the scholarship alone is enough to cover all the costs. And Kaizhou, as a cosmopolitan city with a population of 20 million people, there are simply not too many rich people, plus some students from out of town. There is no shortage of students at all. The two continued to wander and soon came to the last tent. The bulletin board says Department of Human Services. Inside sat a girl with glasses and a clean-cut look, who was currently processing information. Unlike other clubs that recruit, this one is hardly even visited. Department of Public Services? Gu Luo didn't quite understand the words of this ministry. It's rather special. Xinyu replied. How? Xinyu weighed her words and spoke slowly. The Public Services Department has only one purpose, and that is to provide assistance to those in need, and will also regularly join the Tsaiju City Volunteer Service on weekends to volunteer at some orphanages and homes for the elderly. So, fewer students are enrolled in the department. At those words, Gu Luo nodded. Selflessness and all that is really hard for most people. Of course, this is normal, very meaningful. Gu Luo couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I didn't realize there was such a society. Without much thought, he stepped forward and said to the girl who was busy, Hi, I'd like to join the Public Services Department. Upon hearing this, the girl put down the information in her hand, held up the glasses on the tip of her nose, and carefully surveyed Gu Luo, who looked polished and handsome, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Are you sure? Our Public Services Department is a busy one, and it's all hard work, so if you're in the mindset of having a little fun, I'd advise you not to join. Apparently, you can tell from her words that a number of people were 3 minutes ahead. Don't worry, I'm not joking. Gu Luo smiled faintly. The girl narrowed her eyes and thought about it before handing him an application form, then introduced herself. My name is Enlu Huang. I'm your sophomore sister. My position is the Vice President of Public Services. Welcome to the program. Seeing that she was somehow taken advantage of, Gu Luo hurriedly explained. Sorry, I'm also a sophomore and just transferred to Guanya today. Oh, so you're that legendary school grass transfer student. Huang Anlu dawned on him and nodded after another look around. Very handsome indeed. The legendary schoolboy transfer student. Gu Luo didn't know how to take this. It was also at this moment that Xinyu suddenly spoke up. Please get me an application form as well. At those words, Gu Luo and Huang Anlu's gazes simultaneously looked at her. I only have one club right now, Xinyu explained in a small voice. Huang Anlu, on the other hand, frowned once again and said directly, I'm sorry, you're not welcome in the Public Services Department. Ha? Why? Xinyu was a bit confused. Why isn't she welcome? Have you done something wrong? Gu Luo was equally puzzled. Huang Anlu hit the nail on the head at this point. This student, the reason you want to join the Department of Public Service is just because of this schoolboy transfer student, right? Although our club has very few members, each one of them truly wants to do what they can for others and for this community. So you're not welcome in the Department of Human Services. I'm just a direct talker, so I don't mind if you mind what I say. Xinyu's face reddened when she was unceremoniously demolished by Huang Anlu. Not only was she embarrassed that her simple desire to accompany Gu Luo had been recognized, but she also felt ashamed of this less than pure motive. I'm sorry, she apologized plaintively. It's okay. Hua Nanlu calmly waved her hand without much expression on her face. For a while, the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Shen Yu, thank you for being willing to accompany me, but isn't the painting department quite busy? Gu Luo didn't know what to say, but could only do this, trying to ease the atmosphere and give each other a step up. When he finished filling out the application form, Hua Nanlu took it and roughly scanned it. Then he stood up and took out a brooch from a small box on the side and handed it to Gu Luo. The overall design of the brooch is very beautiful and features a panda holding a bamboo tree. And with 2 words, warrior. Chapter 21, The Community Building. Warrior. Gu Luo took the brooch and froze a little. The warrior. The members of the Department of Human Services are truly deserving of this title. Hua Nanlu held up her glasses at this time, her gaze keenly catching Gu Luo's expression, and asked, how is it? Doesn't it feel very middle-aged? No. Gu Luo shook her head slightly, a genuine smile blossoming on her face. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. In fact, when I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a generation of warriors. It's the kind of righteous warrior who fights with a sword, eliminates violence and protects the weak. Is there enough middle-aged? Appraisal is complete. Watched too many fairy movies. Hua Nanlu conducted her analysis in a serious manner. Ahem, boy, you're not going to make any friends that way. But it was indeed guessed that he did indulge in fairy dramas for a while as a child. The heroic deeds and chivalry of the warriors in those dramas planted a seed in his heart to aspire for justice and kindness. Mr. Huang, can I ask you a question? Gu Luo asked at this time. You say, we're usually the only ones in the school's clubs that have ministry work on the weekends in the public services department, right? Upon hearing this, Hua Nanlu immediately shook her head. There's no way for me to answer exactly what I'm not sure of. After a pause, he added, but that's generally true. This way, Gu Luo probably had a guess. Maybe, Luo Shuling is the Minister of Public Service. Yesterday, when Luo Shuling was late, she had said that she was busy with club activities and was also the club's minister, plus her helpful personality. Well, the original idea was not to be in the same class as the 3 sisters and try to avoid meeting at school, especially the big-hearted Luo Shuling. But now Toodles had run himself into her club instead. When Hua Nanlu saw that Gu Luo was a bit out of it, she frowned and opened her mouth. That's just the way it is. Members of the Department of Public Service are required to do club activities, that is, to go and volunteer, on certain weekends, and this is not going to be short. It's going to be a half day at the very least. If you can't or don't want to participate, you can return the club pin now. Seeing that he was misunderstood, Gu Luo quickly waved his hand. Sorry, you misunderstood. I was just thinking about something. This Huang student is really straightforward. A match for Luo Shuling. The only difference was that she was basically in a joking tone that made it impossible to be offended. Really, I hope you won't just run away from a ministry job. Hua Nanlu shrugged and resumed her chair. Then he waved his hand and gave an order of dismissal. I have things to do. Gu Luo, you can report to the club tomorrow, he said, and without waiting for a response, he resumed flipping through the information, pressing the human condition. I guess it's only pure people like that who keep on going to help others. Then, Mr. Huang, see you tomorrow. Gu Luo smiled faintly. I'm really sorry. Before leaving, Shin Yu sincerely apologized once again. Feeling the sincerity in her words, Hua Nanlu lifted her face and nodded to her. It's fine. Shin Yu, let's go to the club building. Gu Luo looked at the time on his cell phone and suggested to Shin Yu, 20 minutes to the half hour. In 20 minutes you have to go to the vending machine near the music department to buy a drink. Generally speaking, the prompts for special missions were just so odd that he was used to them. Aha! The two headed towards the club building. In no time at all, they arrived in front of the club building. Gu Luo looked up and saw that the building was even taller and loftier than the school building. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that Guanya Private was really rich and powerful. Walking into the building, each classroom is very spacious, especially on the first floor, which is equipped with a basketball court, badminton court, kendo dojo, and so on, with all the facilities. The first floor is the classroom for the sports clubs, which usually only allows the ministry members to play sports. Shinyu took the initiative to speak up at this time and explained. Usually clubs that are downstairs will be noisier, and clubs that need to be quiet will be arranged on the higher floors. For example, our painting department is on the 4th floor. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo nodded, and in his mind, he gained a preliminary understanding of the layout of the society building. He then asked, what about the music department? The music department makes noise as well as needs to be quiet. How do you organize such a club? The music department is on the 5th floor, and that's the only club on the entire 5th floor right now. So it is. Gu Luo suddenly realized that it seemed like no matter what questions were asked, Shin Yu could answer them. I wish I could ask for tomorrow's lottery numbers. Throwing away some unrealistic fantasies, Gu Luo laughed. Then let's all take a stroll. Aha! With that, the two took the elevator to the second floor after visiting the first floor. Yes, it's amazing that this club building has an elevator. Let's just say that tuition is indeed expensive for a reason. The school's various facilities are top-notch, unlike some schools that keep spending their budgets in odd places. For example, spending millions on a big rock or digging a pond or something like that. That's all, and that's if some men's restrooms don't even have doors. Gu Luo couldn't help but recall a quote from his junior high school history teacher: if a principal only covets 50W, then he's a good principal. If a secretary of education only embezzles $200W, then he is a good secretary. Although that history teacher always liked to make statements that could easily be shot. The more you savor it, the better it is. In this way, the two of them wandered from the second floor to the third floor, and from the third floor to the fourth floor. Along the way, they appreciated the classroom decoration and display works of each club and felt the unique atmosphere of different clubs. Right, Xinyu, you've accompanied me this afternoon. What about the club? Gu Luo asked with some embarrassment. This won't interfere with your club activities, will it? No. Xinyu hastily waved her hands, and immediately explained, clubs don't have to be attended every day either. Just attend 4 club activities a week. And if you don't attend enough this week, you can make it up next week. Just get enough club credits at the end of the semester. If you're in 2 clubs, you have to go to at least 1 club event a week for each club. Just like 1 club for 1 day and the other club for 3 days. That's right. Gu Luo nodded thoughtfully, then asked, then who keeps track of such club credits? Normally it's recorded by the minister and the vice minister. But of course a reliable student will be assigned to record it if they're both occupied at the same time. Gu Luo smacked his lips. Doesn't that mean that if you have a good relationship with the minister, you'll be fine even if you don't go for a semester? Xinyu was slightly stunned. She attended ministry activities on time every week and had never thought about this. After thinking about it, she said with deliberation, theoretically there is nothing wrong with that, but usually no minister dares to harbor a member of the ministry like that, and if they are denounced, both the minister and the ministry member will have to be disciplined. Of course, if it's just a few short ministry jobs, should all turn a blind eye. Anyway, I've yet to meet a student who repeated a grade because they didn't have enough club credits, but it sure used to be there. I see that if you don't get enough credits for clubs, you'll be put on probation. Gu Luo had almost finished understanding all these club rules. I really have to thank Xinyu. Thinking of this, he smiled at Xinyu. Xinyu, thank you so much for today. What kind of drink would you like? My treat. Chapter 22, What a Bitch. The distribution of vending machines in the club building has a unique pattern, with vending machines located only on the first, third and fifth floors. Gu Luo stepped into the elevator with curiosity about the quest prompt and pressed the button to the 5th floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a cool breath hit his face. The hallways were deserted with hardly any students. The only sound that comes from the distance is the sound of melodious music, intertwined with the crispness of the piano, the lilt of the violin, and the lightness of the guitar. Gu Luo looked at her cell phone and there were 3 minutes left until the half hour. There was no need to rush when you looked up and saw the prominently positioned vending machine. Gu Luo paced slowly on the 5th floor, his eyes scanning the surroundings. At the moment, it seems that there is really only a music department on this level, and it also took up several empty classrooms, which made it seem extraordinarily spacious. The grandeur of Guanya College is evident here. The club building has plenty of space, with 4 floors large enough to accommodate all the club's classrooms. Of course, this is also due to the fact that junior club activities have been semi-cancelled. Once you move on to your junior year, the school will no longer force students to participate in clubs. Instead, they will be asked to reduce the number of trips to the club, as well as no longer being able to hold positions such as club minister. And since Guanya Academy's annual school festival is held within a month of the new semester, for the sake of the club's regular performances, the position of the minister can be delayed until the end of the festival at the latest before it is passed on to the next one. Gu Luo walked to the half-covered door of the music department and peered in through the doorway. I saw that most of the members of the ministry inside were girls, and there were very few boys. By now, the music playing had stopped and the ministry members were sitting around in 2 waves, seemingly discussing something. Without stopping too long, Gu Luo saw the time and walked to the vending machine right on time. After scanning the QR code, with a click sound, the cabinet door automatically opened. He took 2 cold cans of Coors Light out of the cabinet. The cabinet door then slowly closed and the phone automatically completed the deduction. Gu Luo held a can of Coke in one hand and looked around. Gross. What's the situation? Something wrong with the mission alert? Gu Luo then looked at the advertisement on the canister and thought, it can't be a lottery win, right? But that has nothing to do with the school play either. Murphy, what wonders do these 2 cans of Coke do when you drink them? Try it. As Gu Luo thought of this, she opened a can of Coke. There was only a hiss and some bubbles. Other than that, there was nothing more unusual. Taking a shallow sip, the familiar taste of Coke spread through his mouth. But still, nothing special happened. Playing with me? Just as Gu Luo was puzzled, a girl came out from the music department with quite a few freckles on her face. She walked straight to the vending machine and subconsciously shot a glance at Gu Luo, and was instantly stunned by his handsomeness. This new freshman ministry is so tall and handsome. First seen, first served. Make the first move. Senior, you are so handsome. Do you have a date? The freckled girl said while ruffling the hair around her ears, and also purposely lifted up her breasts in an attempt to show her charm. Gu Luo was a bit helpless. This was the second time today that he had been taken advantage of, but it didn't help that the new faces coming to the club at this point in time were basically freshmen. That said, a lot of girls these days are really wild. Come up and ask if you have a date. But truth be told, his eyes had long been spoiled by Gu Sherman, and other than the Luo family's three sisters who were that level of beautiful girls, ordinary girls really didn't have the ability to bring him the slightest interest in terms of face value. Gu Luo spat in her heart and was just about to open her mouth to explain, when another tall girl walked out from the music department. Her gaze fell like a sharp arrow, straight on the freckled girl. Then, with a face full of anger, he took a big step forward. Shu Mei Mei, did I warn you not to spread rumors about Vice Minister Luo in the club? The tall girl angrily questioned. Upon hearing this, Shu Mei Mei immediately clasped her hands to her chest and retaliated without showing any weakness. Ran Lei, you're really a good dog. The master hasn't even barked. But instead, you're in a hurry first. What's that saying? By the way, the emperor is not in a hurry. The eunuch is in a hurry. You! Ran Lei's face turned red with anger, and her chest rose and fell violently, obviously enraged to the extreme by Chu Mei Mei's words. What? Is what I said wrong? Chu Mei Mei sneered, a mocking look on her face. Isn't Luo Shulime's private life dirty? Everyone in the club knows about this kind of thing, right? Your bull ting me. Ran Lei was practically exploding with anger. Her fists clenched tightly. I'm talking nonsense? Oh, then let me ask you, if your family's vice minister Luo isn't like that, why doesn't he come out and clarify? If she doesn't clarify, isn't that a tacit admission? You! Ren Lei almost laughed at this shameless bandit logic. Well, you guys spread rumors about Vice Minister Luo in the club indiscriminately, and Vice Minister Luo didn't take it into account because he wanted the club to be stable. And in your mouth sits a default? Shu Mei Mei, do you still need some face to use such underhanded tactics for the position of minister? Shu Mei Mei also got angry when she heard those words and said coldly, Ran Lei, no matter what, I'm also a vice minister. You talk to me like that? You're not exactly a decent person when you're so close to Luo Shulime every day, are you? Upon hearing this, Ran Lei could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She violently snatched the coke from Gu Luo's hand and threw it towards Chu Mei Mei without hesitation. Since it was filled, not much coke spilled out, but it did wet Kwame's uniform. You're sick. Chu Mei Mei's eyes widened with shock and anger, and she hurriedly pulled out the paper towel in her jacket pocket and wiped it off with her hands. And Gu Luo, who was silently eating melon on the side, could sort of see the situation at this time. This vice minister Chu Mei Mei spread rumors about Luo Shulian recklessly in the club, and as a result, Luo Shulian's best friend found a chance to get real. That's good. This can of coke was worth the price of admission. Ran Lei. Chu Mei Mei realized that there were still traces of the stains on her uniform no matter how she rubbed them. She was furious and lunged towards Ran Lei. It looks like it's ready for a hair-tugging battle. Seeing this, Gu Luo's quick eyes and hands immediately blocked the middle of the two. His hands spread wide and loudly discouraged them. Don't do it. Don't do it. There's something to be said for everyone. Protect our Ran Lei. Chu Mei Mei, on the other hand, exasperatedly shouted, Ran Lei, go ask the afternoon enrollment department member yourself and ask Luo Shulime if she seduced that new transfer student in public today? What else does Luo Shulime know besides how to use her looks to seduce men? Don't stop me, schoolboy. I'm going to tear her apart. And the corner of Gu Luo's mouth, who was a party to this, twitched. Dude, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Okay? Ha? Then it's called seduction? Ran Lei was infuriated and laughed, pointing at Chu Mei Mei. She scolded, really a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Do you know what kind of relationship people have and you're barking here? Upon hearing this, Gu Luo raised an eyebrow. Listening to this, Ran Lei should be aware of her relationship with Luo Shulime. La Shu Lemon did ask if he could tell his closest girlfriends about the relationship between the two. Let's just say that it's not a bad idea to be good girlfriends. Something people are really on. The two fiercely spat at each other several more times, and if it wasn't for Gu Luo stopping them, they would have definitely had to pull their hair and wrestle together. At the end of the day, Ran Lei fiercely poo-pooed it, and after putting down the coke, she took out a $10 bill from her pocket and stuffed it into Gu Luo's pocket, then turned around and walked towards the elevator. Chu Mei Mei had no choice but to stare fiercely at Gu Luo, who had been stopping her, and asked in a bad mood, why do you keep stopping me? She's so tall and has a weapon in her hand. I'm not afraid you'll suffer, Gu Luo said in a serious manner with a leathery expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Shu Mei slowly calmed down, and upon reflection, this sounded quite reasonable, but it always felt like something was weird. I couldn't tell. Just then, Gu Luo looked straight at her and sighed. That said, some people are indeed really cheap. Shu Mei subconsciously thought that Gu Luo was helping her scold Renlei and Luo Shulime, so she nodded her head in a hurry. You're right, what a. Chapter 23, I want to drink. Thank you, schoolboy, for not only helping me, but comforting me. After Chu Mei had vented her emotions for a while, she finally gradually calmed down and a smile reappeared on her face. She still had to maintain the dignified image that a senior sister should have in front of her schoolmates. As for just now, that was a fight with a force majeure. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo waved her hand. You're welcome, this is all what I should do. After a pause, he added, I should correct myself though. I'm not a freshman, but a sophomore transfer. That's the same transfer student you just mentioned under your breath. You're the transfer student that's been rumored today? A look of surprise appeared on Chu Mei's face, but that surprise was tinged with a hint of surprise. After all, the young man in front of him was so outstandingly handsome, so handsome that he seemed to have his own light. This kind of face value, not to mention in Guanya Academy, even if it is placed in the entire Kaizhou city, and even nationally, it absolutely belongs to the top of the ranks of those handsome men. Yes, my name is Gu Luo. Gu Luo made a self-introduction. So Gu Luo, Luo Shu Lemon, she invited you into the music department, right? Invited. Kwame continued to press. I heard you turned it down? Exactly. After receiving the exact answer from the person in question, Chu Mei subconsciously straightened her chest, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smug smile. It seems that you also see Luo Shulime's character, which is a relief to me. As she said that, she came closer to Gu Luo, and the expression on her face suddenly became a bit sad. Let me tell you, Luo Shu Lemon, she's a person who likes to hook up with other people's boyfriends in private. She paused, as if she was brewing her emotions, and then her expression became even more sad, and her voice trembled slightly. Alas, I won't hide it from you, even my ex-boyfriend was seduced away by her. Gu Luo felt nothing but a wave of revulsion as she listened to Chu Mei make up nonsense with her eyes wide open, also gave the most reasonable comments. That's so, it's really disgusting to spread malicious rumors. Bitch is the perfect word to describe it. And yeah, being green and all that is so classic. Yes it is. It is one. Chu Mei nodded her head approvingly and hastily. Then, putting on a weak face, she said, this whole thing with my ex-boyfriend being pried away from me happened not too long ago, and I couldn't even sleep well for a few days, and would always sneak a drink when my parents weren't looking, and hide under the covers late at night and shed tears. Saying that, she really lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, displaying a soft and pitiful appearance. Compared to the image of the tough shrew just now, it was a complete contrast. Gu Luo even admired Chu Mei's acting skills a little. It's true, acting is a talent that comes naturally to girls. Like ever, what girl would joke about her innocence? Since then, the path to women's voices has been blocked by one person. So yeah, certain girls are born with the ability to love people. Looking at Gu Luo's complex expression on his face at this moment, Chu Mei was still sad on the surface, but in reality, she was already happy in her heart. With her rich experience, she naturally knew that most of the boys couldn't look at this pathetic look of a girl, especially a girl like her who still had some poise of her own. It was just one last step away from successfully taking down the handsome transfer student in front of her. When Chu Mei thought of this, the expression on her face looked even lower. Gu Luo, you're the only one who knows about this matter of me being green, and I'm really thankful that you're willing to listen to what I have to say. So, she looked a little embarrassed at this point and looked up at him. Pitifully, if I get sad one of these nights, can I get you to drink with me? It's just that I'm more prone to getting drunk and need someone to be around to take care of me. And the fact that guys in general are more into chilled bars? It just so happens that my relatives just left 2 days ago and it doesn't affect the drink. The corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched, forcing himself to keep the expression on his face. Trying to look as calm as possible, he replied, if I have the time. Nice guy. He's straight up good guy. What a tiger's word. That can't even be said to be implied. It's nakedly explicit, isn't it? To be fair, Chu Mei's overall face value was of medium to high level except for some freckles on her face. The average inexperienced boy facing this series of bold and explicit attacks from her would probably soon be unable to resist and surrender. But that's really enough of a cheap shot. Gu Luo forced himself to hold back the discomfort in his heart. I can see that you have indeed been hurt very badly. As he said that, he took a step back and pulled away from Chu Mei. I still have some things to do right now. We'll talk next time. Then, turning around, He bought another can of Coke from the vending machine. Having wasted a lot of time here, Xinyu was still waiting for him on the 4th floor. Seeing that Gu Luo was about to leave, Xu Mei naturally refused to easily let go of the fat meat that was about to reach her mouth. She pulled out her cell phone at this point as well, and said shyly, "Let's add a contact first then." "It's okay." Gu Luo didn't refuse. The mind is already made up. After the two added their contact information, Xu Mei suggested again, "So Gu Luo, are you interested in joining the music department? It's okay if you don't know how to play an instrument. I can teach you by hand." Gu Luo was shocked at the man's double standard. She was just now accusing Luo Shulime of seducing herself with such words with righteous indignation, only to turn her head and do as she did now. "Smells good, doesn't it? But since you're sincerely looking for pain, I'll satisfy you." "Good." Gu Luo forced herself to hold back the nausea inside. The mind, on the other hand, had already thought of ways to make the other person's reputation. According to the system's special quest hints, it was highly likely that this Chu Mei would adversely affect Luo Shulime's school festival performance, and the best way to get information as well as evidence is to blend in with the enemy's ranks. Take a peek from the inside. Codename Pangolin. Spraying Chu Mei to her face was the best, but she still had to put Lashu Lemon's school performance first. Really? Chu Mei immediately became excited. She was secretly pleased in her heart. What Luo Shulimei had failed to do, she had easily done. What does that mean? He had finally pressed Luo Shulime himself. Thinking of this, Chu Mei was so excited that she directly hugged towards Gu Luo, wanting to express her inner joy. Seeing this, Gu Luo reacted quickly and dodged skillfully with a sideways movement, then awkwardly scratched his head with a coy smile on his face and said, "I'm sorry, men and women don't get married." He also spiked his acting skills, masquerading as a shy and bashful older boy. Though this doesn't seem to require much camouflage. Seeing Gu Luo's shy look, Chu Mei's eyes brightened instead. What a simple and wonderful teenager. A fledgling at first glance. It was nothing like the previous boys who were only interested in her body. It was necessary to take down Gu Luo, then show off in front of Luo Shulime every day to let her know how good she is. And now Gu Luo had been successfully misled by her into believing that Luo Shulime liked to seduce boys. Furthermore, he had also rejected Luo Shulime's invitation to join the ministry in the first place. It's true. It's still this kind of innocent little boy who's the best to fool, especially since it's also so handsome. Chu Mei was now in a good mood, as if she had already seen the scene where she would flaunt her power in front of Luo Shulime after she and Gu Luo got together. "Chu Mei, are you okay?" Seeing that she was immersed in her fantasy, Gu Luo shook her hand in front of her eyes, trying to pull her back to reality. Chu Mei then came back to her senses and said with a smile, "I'll be in charge of the club recruitment tomorrow. See you at the playground in the afternoon." "Oh, okay," Gu Luo replied briefly, then took the 2 cans of Coke and turned toward the 4th floor. The whole thing was delayed quite a bit. Upon returning to the 4th floor, he saw that Xinyu was still waiting patiently for him at the same place. "I'm sorry Xinyu, there was a delay." Gu Luo walked to Xinyu with an apologetic smile on his face, then opened the pull ring of the easy open can and handed the Coke to Xinyu. It's fine. Xinyu took it and immediately took a sip of it with joy, without showing a hint of impatience. "Looks a little heartless. What can I say? Not bad for a girl who likes to eat and drink. Come on, go home." "Aha." The two of them sipped their Coke as they walked towards the school gates. Also on the way, Gu Luo received a message from Chu Mei. "Tsume, Gu Luo, do you have time tonight? Quimby, people kind of want to drink." Chapter 24. "Tsume, Gu Luo, do you have time tonight? Quimby, people kind of want to drink." Looking at these two straightforward and obviously suggestive messages on her cell phone, Luo Shulime couldn't help but blink her big watery eyes. Inside the kitchen, warm yellow light poured down, gilding the space with a soft glow. After Gu Luo handed her cell phone to Luo Shulime, she methodically cleaned the vegetables while recounting roughly what happened on the 5th floor of the club building in the afternoon. When it was learned that Gu Luo was saying that Chu Mei was one and all, and Chu Mei was even stupid enough to follow and agree, Luo Shulimei did not hold back her laughter. A pair of beautiful eyes glanced angrily at Gu Luo and said delicately, "Elder brother, you're too bad." Her eyebrows were animated and playful, making her look particularly cute and attractive. Gu Luo's hands kept moving, rinsing the vegetables while shrugging his shoulders, a helpless look on his face as he flirted. "There's no way, maybe this person just likes to be scolded? After all, there are quite a lot of perverts these days." Put. Luo Shulemon was once again amused and laughed out loud. She suddenly realized that this elder brother was like a treasure full of surprises. Not only was he handsome and cute, but he also spoke with a special sense of humor and could easily make her laugh. All in all, it's just very broad. "You're still laughing. People are bullying you so much." Gu Luo slightly blanked her. The eyes looked like they held some blame, but they were full of concern. Unlike Luo Shuo and Luo Shuling, he was in front of Luo Shulime, and would now subconsciously show some of the small gestures that he would only show when dealing with Gu Sherman on a regular basis, like this inadvertent rolling of the eyes. The two are just starting a new family, but it's like they've known each other for a long time. Luo Shu Lemon see the situation, cannot help but cover the mouth, gently laugh, voice gently said, alright la, are all false things, I'm not in the, I care. Gu Luo's reply was decisive. His voice unconsciously raised a few points. Even before Luo Shulian said the word E, his response had already come out. At those words, Luo Shu Lemon froze slightly, her beautiful eyes clearly reflecting Gu Luo's extremely serious and grave appearance. She didn't expect Gu Luo's reaction to be so great and strong. Inside, I couldn't help but feel the ripples. As a brother, I won't allow my sister to be bullied. This is my duty as a brother. After placing the washed vegetables neatly on a plate, Gu Luo slowly twisted his head and said in a serious tone, if it's Shu Lemon, she definitely wouldn't want Shu Ling, Shu He, and Xiao Man to be bullied either, right? Well, what elder brother said makes sense. Luo Shulime nodded obediently, accepting it with an open mind. Although she was blamed on the surface, her heart was warm as if it was illuminated by a warm winter sun. This was an experience that Luo Shulime had never had as a sister. As an older sister, she never told her sisters anything bad. Instead, they all chose to carry it alone. Gu Luo spoke up at this time and asked, so, why is this Chu Mei Mei targeting you so much? This Luo Shu Lemon slightly tilted her head and slightly organized her words before crying and laughing. It was freshman year when she liked 3 boys back and forth, and those 3 boys, they all actually came to confess their love to me at the same time. So just this? Gu Luo was a bit confused. It was hard for him to understand holding a grudge against a boy he liked just because he went and confessed to another girl, even going so far as to make up rumors to discredit them. What kind of logic is that? And then there's the fact that it's really classic to open your mouth and get green or whatever. In Chu Mei Mei's mouth, Luo Shu Lime had stolen her boyfriend, but as it turned out, it was just a one-sided favorite of hers. It's not over here. Luo Shu Lemon pinched her brow at this point and sighed. One of the boys went back to her after I rejected him. As a result, I heard that the boys chose to break up soon after the two of them that whatever, she said slowly as she remembered. The back and forth is quite complicated. I can't quite put my finger on it. Anyway, since then Chu Mei Mei has been spreading rumors about me in the club. Maybe this will make her feel better inside. After hearing this, Gu Luo's mood was extraordinarily complicated. It's probably envy, jealousy, hate. Or maybe Luo Shalimei simply didn't bother to pay attention to Chu Mei Mei. This kind of ignoring attitude once again deeply stimulated her fragile and sensitive self-esteem. Anyway, there must have been all sorts of complications that led to the present situation. But in any case, these are not the reasons for Quimby to spread malicious rumors. Luo Shulime added, actually, it's not so bad. Chu Mei Mei is just spreading rumors in her small group. Most members are still sensible and don't bother with them. At those words, Gu Luo nodded. Indeed, the odds are that anyone with a little bit of brains and judgment will not believe such unfounded and flawed rumors. But that doesn't preclude certain people who are trespassing on jealousy from selectively believing it. Then he asked, what about your minister? The minister doesn't care about this kind of thing? Letting her run amok in the club and destroy the harmonious atmosphere of the club? Because the school festival performance still needs the cooperation of Chu Mei Mei and the girls, the minister needed to maintain the balance for the time being and stayed neutral. Luo Shulime explained, a helpless bitter smile on her face. At those words, Gu Luo frowned. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Not to mention the school. Even this kind of small club is just like a miniature society in miniature, filled with all kinds of complicated interpersonal relationships and interests entanglements. So now here's the question. The special assignment was to make sure that Lashu Lemon's performance was a success, which meant making sure that the music department's performance was a success. The biggest problem right now is the civil unrest in the music department. One wave of people supported Lashu Lemon and the other wave of people supported Queenie. So, could it be a fit problem? Thinking of this, Gu Luo asked Luo Shulime, Shulime, how are your rehearsals going so far? It's not bad, just a little more grinding and it's almost there. This way Gu Luo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He always felt that it wasn't that simple. If it was true that the two sides were working pretty well together as Luo Shulime had said, then it wouldn't have triggered the special mission. So what else could go wrong? Gu Luo suddenly thought of something and asked again. Then is it possible that Chu Mei Mei and the girls will intentionally strike before the show? Luo Shu Lemon didn't understand why Gu Luo would think of this, but still immediately explained. This is very unlikely. They won't be able to pass the school's hurdle. The school attaches great importance to the school performance, and will definitely not allow this to happen. Indeed, Gu Luo couldn't figure it out for the moment. Elder brother, You seem to care a lot about the music department's school festival performance. Luo Shulemon asked softly as she looked at Gu Luo's frown from time to time as well as his expression of being in deep thought. Is it because of me? Although she knew in her heart that Gu Luo was so attached to the situation, surely because of herself, she still couldn't help but want to hear his answer for herself. Aha! Gu Luo was still thinking in her mind, and when she heard the question, she subconsciously nodded. Oh, hearing this unthinking affirmative reply, Luo Shulime couldn't help but blink. She really liked the feeling of being cared for and protected. It was as if there was a solid backbone all of a sudden, though it's not like you need to be protected on weekdays, right? But it's a really wonderful feeling. Still unable to think of anything, Gu Luo had no choice but to say helplessly, anyway, I'll first determine what Shumei really wants to do first. I'm not afraid of the unexpected, and my alumni aunt will be here then, so there should never be any surprises. As Luo Shulime's daughter, her performance on stage not only represented her personal honor, but also the face of the Luo family, and now that they were all family, Gu Luo would never allow his sister to be wronged or harmed in the slightest. Brother. Knowing that Xinyu was Gu Luo's deskmate, Luo Shulime wasn't surprised that he knew about the alumni association. Just seeing that Gu Luo was even going to play Infernal for her own sake, she only felt as if her heart had been gently poked by something. It's nice to have a brother. With this in mind, Luo Shulemon turned around at this time and reached out her hand to gently touch on Gu Luo's clothes. Brother, these clothes of yours are old. Let me take you dress shopping this weekend. Her voice was soft. Ah, ha. Gu Luo first subconsciously nodded his head in agreement, but immediately afterward, he immediately looked back with a surprised expression on his face. I said that elder brother's clothes are old. I'll take you to buy clothes on the weekend. Luo Shulime repeated with another smile. It's okay. Gu Luo looked down at the civilian clothes she was wearing, and after thinking about it, said, I just bought it last year. It's not that old. He has never had any excessive requirements for clothes and shoes. As long as they can be worn and are comfortable, he never cares about the style or the old or new. The one I bought last year is definitely already old. Luo Shulemon raised her head and looked at Gu Luo with a sincere gaze, saying with a smile, I haven't bought clothes for a boy yet. Brother, just give me a break. Then, she tilted her head slightly, a pouty look on her face, and asked in a soft voice, okay. Chapter 25, A Girl as Pure as Snow. Question. When there is a radiant little angel with a voice so soft that it can drip water, saying can you please accommodate me and wanting to buy clothes for you with great anticipation, what to choose? Answer 1, be a true Sigma man and reject it coldly and hard and directly. Answer number 2, clubbing the birth of the person who chose answer number 1. Answer 3, feed the 10 pounds of poop born to answer choice 1. Answer 4, reward the birth of answer choice 1 by spending the night with a bearded man in white socks. Is there a choice? There's no choice. Gu Luo couldn't think of a single reason to reject Shu Lemon's little angel. He felt a slightly quickened heartbeat and nodded slightly. Good. Just answer one word. Seeing this, Luo Shulime couldn't suppress her smile. She could understand Gu Luo too well now, knowing that the more shy he was in his heart, the more he pretended to be calm on the surface. It's a big, shy boy who was broad and loving. This kind of contrasting adorableness made Luo Shulemon unable to resist wanting to bully him. And the more you bully, the more you want to bully. Feeling the gazes with smiles and probing gazes cast beside her, Gu Luo coughed lightly with some discomfort. But I also joined the public services department, so I'll have to ask Shu Ling later if she has any club activities on weekends. Public service department, it feels like a department that elder brother would join, Luo Shulemon said while stretching out her slender fingers to pinch her chin, somewhat uncertain. I don't really know much about the Department of Human Services, except that Shirling is usually out of town on weekends. It's better to wait for her to come back before asking. Aha. Gu Luo nodded and started chopping up the side dishes. Luo Shulemon chimed in silently. Say, isn't your sister coming back for dinner tonight? She's not coming home tonight. She's staying at her best friend's house and going straight to school with her best friend tomorrow. That's so nice. With the skillful cooperation of the two, a hearty dinner was soon ready. Gu Luo had just set the colorful and flavorful meal on the table when the sound of the fingerprint lock unlocking could be heard coming from outside the door. The next second, she saw Luo Shuling windily push open the door, her face overflowing with an excited smile. She couldn't even bother to take off her shoes properly. Casually flinging them off, wearing little white socks, she rushed over towards Gu Luo. After running to the front, she couldn't suppress her inner excitement and asked excitedly, Brother, you've joined the public services department? Yes. Gu Luo smiled and nodded. Then her gaze fell on her feet that were wearing little white socks. Put your slippers on first. The floor is cool. Copy that. Promise to complete the mission. Luo Shuling looked extremely happy and immediately gave a mischievous salute, then bounced back to the entrance hall to put on her slippers. At this Gu Luo just smiled helplessly, and that's when Luo Shua was called down from upstairs by Luo Shulime. The four sat down at the table in turn. That's great. Luo Shuling opened the conversation with a smile on her face. Brother and I will be a club from now on. Together we will be warriors and act as warriors. While talking, he also gestured some movements, as if the two of them were already in the middle of the jungle. Luo Shu Lemon waited for her to finish, then immediately added with a smile. Elder brother is also going to participate in the music department tomorrow. Wow, that's even better. Luo Shuling's eyes lit up, and at that moment, she said to Gu Luo rather jadedly, Brother, in the future, Shu Lime and I will be the ones to cover you in the club, he said, and patted his chest with an air of conviction. Alright, then I'll trouble the two heroines for more care. Gu Luo matched her Jianghu theater and responded with a smile. Wrap it up on us. Seeing the two of them getting more and more outrageous, Luo Shalimei was somewhat in tears. She gently shook her head, but her face was full of smiles, and on the entire table, only Luo Shua didn't say a word since the beginning, just eating quietly and silently. Her expression was as calm as water, and she moved with grace and ease, as if the bustle around her had nothing to do with her. Just then, Luo Shuling couldn't help but say with some sighs, it's such a pity that each student can only participate in 2 clubs, or else my brother would still be able to go to Shua's calligraphy department. The calligraphy department? Gu Luo subconsciously looked at Luo Shuo. The mind began to recall the afternoon scene. The two did pass by the calligraphy department at the time. He also had a few compliments on the calligraphy exhibited outside the club. I didn't realize that Luo Shua was from the calligraphy department, but don't tell me, it does fit quite well. Her quiet and cool demeanor complements the rhythm of calligraphy. Shua is the head of the calligraphy department then. Her calligraphy is superb, Luo Shuling said proudly. Our Shuho has been writing exceptionally well since she was a little girl. Really, I do want to see Shua's calligraphy when I have the chance, Gu Luo said. Seeing that Luo Shua still didn't have the slightest expression, and didn't even cast her eyes towards him, she changed the topic and asked, Ahem, Shu Ling, is there a ministry job in the club this weekend? Luo Shuling picked up a piece of fresh loofah. Not this weekend, what's wrong? When he finished, he immediately stuffed his mouth with joy. A look of happiness ensued. Why can my brother cook so deliciously? If Shu Lemon hadn't been right there to play the hand, she really would have wondered if Gu Luo had added certain forbidden items to the meal. Gu Luo was just about to reply when Luo Shu Lemon had already jumped the gun and said, it's really hard for my elder brother to cook for us every day, so I was thinking of taking my elder brother clothes shopping on the weekend. So that's good. There's no ministry work in the club this weekend. Not until next week. As Luo Shuling spoke, her expression suddenly became a bit frustrated. But what a pity. I have other things to do on the weekend. Otherwise I could have accompanied you guys. Upon hearing this, the corners of Luo Shu Lemon's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It's fine. I'll keep my elder brother company. Then, she asked Luo Shua, Shua, are you going on the weekend? No go. Luo Shua faintly spat out 2 words, her voice so calm that it didn't have a single ripple. Alright then, I'll ask my sister if she's going or not later, and buy her some clothes as well, Luo Shu Lemon said, the smile on her face growing brighter. Just then, Luo Shuling suddenly said heartlessly, what if it's just 2 people? It's just like a date. At these words, the 3 of them paused in their eating movements at the same time. Dating. When Luo Shu Lemon heard these 2 words, for some reason, a strange emotion immediately surged out of her heart. The heroic image of Gu Luo standing up for himself on the train, and the serious look when he firmly said I care just now, as well as his various cute moments of pretending to be calm, couldn't help but float in his mind. Thinking about it, on his cheeks, he unknowingly colored a slight blush. What date? Shu Ling, don't be ridiculous. My elder brother and I just went to buy clothes. Luo Shu Lemon outwardly pretended to be calm, reached out and gently rewarded Luo Shuling with a chestnut on her head. Luo Shuling immediately covered her forehead and pretended to look like she was in pain. Why are you reacting so much? Besides, my sister might be there for the weekend. Mamoru, we have to get up a little early for the 2 days of the weekend. Oh, a Z and cool young master hand puppet is a limited edition. If you go late you will definitely not be able to buy it. Gu Sherman was lying flat on the spacious king-sized bed, holding a girly manga in her hands, and was reading it with great interest. Smiling, he said confidently, Shue, don't worry, my oldest brother will definitely shout to wake me up. On the other side of the king-sized bed, sitting on her knees, was a cute young girl with twin ponytails tied up and a large white rabbit pillow in her arms. She's a tiny one, with a milky look and a very juvenile face that makes her especially small. One can't help but feel protective at first sight. The young girl was wearing a small pure white dress, white stockings wrapped around a pair of small beautiful legs. The whole person looked pure and lovely, just like a little princess who came out from a fairy tale. It was Gu Sherman's best friend, Lu Shue. As her name suggests, Her skin is as white as snow and she dresses in pure white shades. Man, if you don't go home, aren't you afraid that the Luo family's sisters will snatch your brother away? Lu Shua said, unconsciously lowering her little head. There are so many in love now. Upon hearing the word in love, Gu Shimon's expression slightly stalled, but she quickly recovered and said without any good humor, no one is going to like my oldest brother's dumbass. After a pause, she rolled over, her eyes looking up at the snowy ceiling, and continued, besides, they're just brother and sister. It's just brother and sister. No way. This way Lu Shua let out a slight sigh of relief, then hugged the big white rabbit in her arms tighter and laughed softly. Then tell me more about your brother, Mamoru. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiman immediately sat up and spoke in a very disgusted tone. My oldest brother is a dead sister controller of a seisai. At that time, stinky old brother was going to help Luo Shulime and the others, and I stopped him from doing so. And do you know what he said? How? Lu Shua's eyes lit up, and her cute toes in the white silk subconsciously shrunk. Then, it reopened. It looks like a lot of anticipation. Chapter 26, The Unspeakable Love. Gu Shiman didn't notice Lu Shua's abnormality as she coughed lightly, mimicking Gu Luo's gentle tone of voice when she spoke at that time, and slowly opened her mouth. If Mamoru is ever in this situation, I hope someone will help. I reached out today, and maybe more people will come forward tomorrow. At that time, even if Mandy is in danger, the probability of getting help will increase. It's really strange. Usually when memorizing books, she always loses her memory and can't remember anything. But these words are like they have been carved into her bones by the carving knife of the years, and she can remember every word, every pause, without any mistake. After Gu Shiman finished speaking, she even exaggeratedly winced, her face full of disgust as she skimmed her lips and said, it's really needy. So yeah, my brother is a dead sisterizer, a seisai's dead sisterizer. Yuki, right? Shua. Seeing that Lu Shua didn't respond, Gu Shiman raised her volume and shouted again, Yuki, what are you gawking at? It was only then that Lu Shua snapped back to her senses, as if she had been caught in the act of being a thief, and hurriedly used the big white rabbit pillow to block her cheeks, which were already slightly hot. Just a moment ago, she was completely immersed in the scene described by Gu Shiman, as if she was the younger sister who was being tenderly cared for by Gu Luo. How in the world can there be such a gentle brother? Gu Luo's first concern in that situation was Gu Shiman's mood, and the reason for going to help others was that he hoped that doing so would make more people come forward, so that the chances of getting help in the future if Gu Shiman was in danger would increase. The more Lu Shua thought about it, the faster her heart beat, and an unspeakable sentiment grew in her heart. She had always longed for a brother who would take care of her in every way, and Gu Shiman's brother, Gu Luo, was undoubtedly the perfect longing template. I'm sorry Mamoru, I suddenly got distracted. Lu Shua smiled in embarrassment, her appearance looking exceptionally well behaved. Seeing her in this adorable state, Gu Shiman only felt like his heart was going to melt. Your own bestie is really cute. I really don't know which stinky man will be cheaper in the future. As Lu Shua's best friend, she knew that this was a proper rich white girl. Both her mother and father are among the top lawyers in China and run one of the largest law firms in Saiju. Moreover, Lu Shua was an only child, and had gathered thousands of favorites since she was a child. Gu Shiman sometimes lamented that if he were a man, he would definitely marry Lu Shua home without hesitation. Thinking of this, she asked directly, Yuki, say, do you have a favorite? When Lu Shua heard this question, it was like being struck by a bolt of lightning, and she immediately became flustered. Her eyes dodged, and she stammered for half a day without being able to say a complete sentence. Seeing this, Gu Shiman's eyes widened with disbelief. What's the situation? She was just asking casually, not even thinking that Lu Shua would actually have a favorite boy, and on top of that, as a good best friend, to keep it to yourself? Snow. You have a favorite? Lu Shua's face was already red at this time, like a ripe tomato, spreading from her cheeks all the way to her earlobes. I didn't have it. Yes means yes, no means no. What do you mean no, right? Gu Shiman would not let this topic go easily and immediately crawled towards Lu Shua and snatched the pillow in her arms. Now, Lu Shua's blushing little face was exposed without any cover. Case solved. Does this need to be asked again? Lu Shua must have a favorite. Gu Shiman immediately shook up Lu Shua's body, pretending to be angry as she did so. Shua, how dare you not tell me that you have a favorite? It's too much. Lu Shua was already petite, and when she was shaken like this by Gu Shiman, her entire body swayed around like grass in the wind, and her two playful double ponytails swayed merrily on her back as she moved. Gu Shiman just shook for a moment, then like a Sichuan opera face change, she instantly changed into an excited expression and eagerly asked, honestly, Who is the boy you like? Is it from Gwanya? Is it the same age or a senior? Tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. At those words, Lu Shua sheepishly lowered her small head, her voice so small that it was almost inaudible, and stammered, "It's Gwanya's. It's a senior. What's the name?" Gu Sherman immediately pursued the question. "That senior doesn't know I like him yet." Lu Shua tried to stall a bit. "So what's his name?" Gu Sherman was not going to let it go easily. Seeing that she couldn't muddle through, Lu Shua simply crossed her heart and gave up her defense, and take the initiative. "So after I tell Mamoru, will Mamoru tell me the boys Mamoru likes too?" At those words, the excited expression on Gu Sherman's face instantly froze. Cough. Do you like boys? There is absolutely no way to tell. No, when did she say she had a favorite? Gu Sherman's mind suddenly turned a corner, but it seemed too late to retort now. For a moment, a brief silence fell over the bedroom. Each of the two men had a thought in mind. All have reasons for not being able to tell someone they like. Sorry Yuki. Sorry Mamoru. Both apologized to each other at the same time. Apparently, are not even going to come clean about who they like exactly. Lu Shua reached out her small hand at this time and gently held Gu Sherman's hand, looking straight into her eyes. Her voice weakly asked, Man, I want to go after that senior. Will you support me?" "Of course," Gu Sherman replied with a firm resolve. "Thanks Mamoru." When Lu Shua saw that Gu Sherman was so supportive of herself, she became even more vain, because she wanted to progress so badly. More than just wanting to be Gu Shioman's BFF. More than anything, I want to be her sister-in-law. It can't be helped. In these 3 years, Gu Sherman had shared with her too many things that had to do with Gu Luo. For example, Gu Luo had made breakfast for Gu Sherman for her health for over 10 years without missing a day. For example, in junior high school Gu Sherman took half a year off from school because of health reasons, and she couldn't catch up with the progress, so Gu Luo stopped club activities for this reason, and gave Gu Sherman remedial lessons every day after school. In the end there is really no way, in order to the two college can still be in a school. Gu Luo as the school's first place, even took the initiative to give up applying for Gwanya College, but to go to Kaijo College. Gu Sherman can be admitted. For example, when the parent-teacher conference was held in elementary school, Gu Luo was obviously still a second-grade pupil himself, but he still bravely went to attend the parent-teacher conference for Gu Sherman, and this participation has persisted until now. At every parent-teacher conference, Gu Luo would carefully record every point that the teacher said, and when she came back, she patiently communicated with Gu Sherman to help her grow. For example, all of these things Lu Shua knew like the back of her hand. Gradually, she became thoroughly fond of her best friend's brother. As long as Gu Sherman recounted things about Gu Luo, she would always listen with extra attention. Those stories were like a seed that took root in her heart and blossomed into a flower called like. God knows how happy Lu Shua was when she learned that Gu Sherman's siblings had transferred to Gwanya Academy. She felt like she was one step closer to Gu Luo, and the joy she felt couldn't be described in words. But, how should I tell Gu Sherman about this kind of thing? Lu Shua knew very well that Gu Sherman was a complete brother controller, full of Gu Luo. 8 out of 10 sentences centered around him. Thinking of this, Lu Shua couldn't help but wonder, how could Gu Sherman, as a brother controller, still like other boys? Who could that boy be? Anyway, she would support Mamoru's relationship no matter what. Being good girlfriends is all about supporting each other. Mamoru, I'll support you too. Lu Shua raised her small fist and waved it vigorously. Let's cheer together. At those words, Gu Sherman barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Well, cheer together. Chapter 27, Women only affect the speed of shooting. Go. Brothers can shoot. Awesome. You can win this handicap. You can do it bro. I can't believe you won in a fight of 5. Inside the bedroom, the light sprinkled softly on Gu Luo's face, reflecting his focused expression. Listening to his teammates' rising and falling compliments, Gu Luo's face was expressionless, but the hand pressing on the mouse was still trembling slightly. Shivering, he picked up the glass of water and took a big gulp, which was a long relief. Save. That's it, easily 1 for 5. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth rose slightly uncontrollably, but he still tried to maintain his composure and said to his teammates in the game in an extremely calm and unperturbed tone, play well, I'll cover the bases. Cowboys, Big Brother begs to be taken. Holy, what luck to meet a big brother in ranked. Biggie give a buddy spot later so I can turn on the voice changer. I want me too. Pucker up already. As expected, as soon as Gu Luo's words left her mouth, her teammates immediately went into bragging mode. See, that's called professionalism. Of course, Gu Luo was really gifted in gaming, and almost every round, he was able to kill 2 to 3 enemies with his sharp reflexes and precise maneuvers, and because of this, his segmentation is climbing and his win rate is quite impressive. However, just as he was having fun, the door to the room was slowly pushed open. Wearing a black halter nightgown, Luo Shua's pace was light and slow. Like an elegant cat, she walked into the room silently and finally sat on the bed, just so quietly looking at Gu Luo, who was fully focused on playing the game beside him. And at that moment, Gu Luo was sniping against the enemy's center door, and didn't notice that someone had entered the room in the slightest. Biggie, last one on okay message. I'll hit him 90. One shot to death. Just one shot to death. Upon hearing his teammate's eager point report, Gu Luo, who was also the last person in the team, decisively cut his gun and switched his sniper rifle to a pistol, valiantly into the A-bag point. Bang, bang, bang. Upon encountering the enemy, 3 shots were fired in quick succession, all of which struck the enemy's body. Then Gu Luo died. No Gorman? I'm so stupid. Really? I single-handedly know that when teammates report blood levels it's pure bull ********. But still, I believe it. Gu Lin's wife was at that moment like a boiled shrimp, curled up and looking at the computer screen. Biggie, listen to my defense. Gu Luo held back a strong breath and grabbed his hands in the air haphazardly for a few times, but his mouth still maintained a calm voice as he comforted. It's okay, it's normal to misremember sometimes. Holy, Biggie deserves to score. That's why people are the big boys. You really shouldn't report blindly in the future. Okay, guys, this one's mine. Gu Luo could only sigh helplessly at this. There was no way around it. After all, the gentle big brother persona had already been set up, and now the pressured teammates would only ruin the persona. He picked up the water glass again and took a sip, then gave a helpless smile to the young girl in the nightgown sitting on the bed, then got back into the game. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, wait, and so on. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something wrong, Gu Luo snapped back to his senses and immediately looked towards the young girl. Shua? He asked tentatively with some uncertainty. After all, Luo Shu Lemon wouldn't show such a cold and bland expression. Luo Shua glanced at him faintly at that moment, with a look that seemed to say finally found me, then spoke softly. I'm surprised you didn't recognize me as Shu Lemon. Nice. Not bad? Sure is nice. Gu Luo spat in her heart, but any mistake in recognizing him was sure to be touched again. Holy, why is there a woman's voice? No big brother, you still have a golden house? Or a sister-in-law by the sound of it? The big man is confused. Women only affect the speed of your shots. Hearing Gu Luo and Luo Shua's conversation, the single-dog teammates in the game instantly exploded. In short, it's just sour. Gu Luo then noticed that the game was on free mic, and hurriedly turned off both the mic and the voice. Then, while maneuvering his character, he asked Luo Shua, why did you enter my room? Simply wanted to see if you were doing anything weird. Gu Luo was tempted to say that even if she did do something weird, she would definitely lock the door to death. Besides, that kind of thing usually happens in the shower. Okay? Ahem. Gu Luo continued to play the game, but his afterglow was always uncontrollably sweeping towards Luo Shuo's pair of long snow-white legs. Bad. Self-aim is off. Who changed his keystrokes? However, this lack of focus caused his record to start getting worse and worse. By the end of the day, teammates can't help but withhold words. Biggie, are you sure you're playing the game with 2 hands? Confused. How can a woman be fun as a game? Gu Luo looked at these flirtatious words. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch, and in her heart, she was speechless for a while, and blocked the teammate chat again. Out of sight, out of mind. Was it good? At this time, Luo Shua suddenly opened her mouth and asked, her voice clear and crisp, breaking the short silence. What? Gu Luo froze, caught a little off guard by the question. Seeing this, Luo Shua patted her thigh and asked again, does it look good? Gu Luo didn't say anything and just played dumb. Luo Shua put one leg gracefully on the other at this time, her movements gentle and flirtatious, and said flatly, I know you're a leg controller, so I purposely didn't change my clothes tonight. Gu Luo's character also happened to die at this time, and he cast his eyes towards Luo Shuho with a somewhat complicated expression. Though no words were spoken, they fell into the category of acquiescence. Don't worry, I'm not a mind reader. Luo Shuho shook her arched delicate calves and said with a cold smile, it's just that yesterday when you were looking at Shu Lime, the first thing you looked at was the legs. Gu Luo was at a loss for words. That said, how does she notice such things? Seeing Gu Luo's defeated look, Luo Shuho cocked her head, resting her cheek with one hand, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned. So, want to feel it? Shu Lemon and I have the exact same body. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo immediately revealed a bitter smile and slowly raised his hands like a surrendering soldier. I surrender. Shua, don't make such jokes. A thief's heart, not his guts. The conversation stopped there, and Gu Luo tried to refocus on the game. But, the press can't do it. This computer screen is getting whiter by the minute. Sighing slightly, he then saw a super cool skinned AK on the ground and immediately picked it up. This gun is so white. Ah no, it's so handsome. Ugh, the heart is really messed up. Gu Luo admitted that he was just a mere mortal, facing a beautiful young girl imp of Luo Shua's level, who was still sitting on his bed and wantonly teasing him, was really a bit overwhelming. I'm going to the bathroom. After this game ended, unsurprisingly with a negative record, Gu Luo, as if he was running away, left these words and walked quickly towards the door. There is a desperate need to wash my face in cold water to calm down all my confused thoughts. Seeing this, the corners of Luo Shua's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Then she got up and sat in Gu Luo's chair, opened the game store. She had just noticed that Gu Luo was quite happy when she picked up the skin gun. A broad sweep of the more expensive skins was around 600 to 1000. Luo Shua didn't think much about it and directly clicked on the recharge screen. Eyes fell straight to the largest denomination recharge option. A little bit of finger. Chapter 28, The Imp Forces Love. Gu Luo stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The water flowed clattering out of the faucet, and he brought his face close and rinsed it with cool water several times in a row. After carefully wiping his face clean with a towel, he straightened up and looked at himself in the mirror. To himself, he said, "What is Luo Shua hiding?" He was not a little cutie. Naturally, he could feel that Luo Shua had an extraordinary concern for him. Gu Luo was puzzled. There was no such person as Luo Shua in his current memory. Never had an online relationship before either. Apart from Gu Sherman, there was no contact with other girls at all. So, what is Luo Shua really after? Was it really love at first sight? But at that time, his charisma hadn't reached 9 points, and 8 points shouldn't be enough to make such a stunningly beautiful girl fall in love at first sight. Of course, you can't tell. Maybe they're just the right kind of people for you. The more Gu Luo thought about it, the more she couldn't understand, so she just didn't think about it. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. You just have to do your duty as a brother. After thinking clearly, Gu Luo re-entered the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Luo Shua sitting in his place, her fingers clicking briskly on the mouse. With doubts, he slowly walked towards Luo Shua. When he got closer, the scene in front of him made him directly dumbfounded. She saw that Luo Shua was buying, and as long as it was a slightly more expensive gun skin, it was pocketed by her without hesitation. This smooth maneuvering, clicking without thinking, as if money was nothing more than a string of insignificant numbers in her eyes. Gu Luo froze in place for several seconds before coming back to his senses. "Shua, what are you? Shopping?" Luo Shua didn't lift her head, responding flatly with her mouth, her hand movements not stopping at all. 2 or 3 more gun skins were bought as we spoke. Ah, so it's shopping. It's really normal for girls to shop and stuff. What a hammer. Isn't this your own number? Gu Luo was a bit unresponsive for a moment. Where did you get so many points in your own account? Keep in mind that he plays the game for the main purpose of companionship and not spending a single penny. Doesn't it smell good to buy some snacks for Mandy with this money? Wait a minute. But Luo Shua acted as if she didn't hear him, still frantically sweeping through the store. Those fine gun skins were added to the account, one by one, as she clicked. Seeing this, Gu Luo couldn't afford to think too much, and directly bent down, his large hand pressing down on her small hand that was resting on the mouse. The two hands instantly fit together, and he only felt that Luo Shua's hand was ice cold, soft and delicate to the touch, as if it was fine silk. Luo Shua stopped moving at that moment and slowly raised her head, those star-like eyes looking towards Gu Luo. 4 eyes. Gu Luo couldn't see a single flaw in her stunningly beautiful face, and every line looked like a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens. It's so beautiful. However, this silence did not last long, and the atmosphere began to gradually become a bit more subtle. Luo Shua's gaze was calm and dark, just looking into his eyes without blinking. Gu Luo was the first to remove her gaze, while releasing her hand and sitting on the bed aside. That, how much did you charge? I'll find a way to pay back. 10,000. Luo Shua's face was extremely calm, as if she was not talking about $10,000, but $10 as easily and casually. Rating Xiao? Gu Luo directly jumped up from the bed, once again placing his hand on Luo Shuo's, eagerly clicking on the payment record. ID, Xiangyang Jimali recharged 1 million coins. Time, 2055. 9, 6, 1023. Did you really charge 10,000? Gu Luo only felt his eyes go black and his head buzzing. How is he going to pay it back? Is it too late to go to customer service and file a complaint? Gu Luo's expression was complicated, wanting to say something, and at this moment, Luo Shua's focus was on the 2 hands resting on the mouse. One hand was hers, slender and white, the other was Gu Luo's, slender and warm. She looked at the 2 hands silently, a flicker of imperceptible strangeness in her eyes. Gu Luo slowed down for a long time before finding her voice and opened her mouth to ask, "Why did you charge so much?" "Because this game can only be charged up to 10. 000 a day. Luo Shua's reply was concise and clear, but it made Gu Luo almost fail to stand still. Nice guy. He's straight up good guy. What kind of logic is that? Gu Luo pursed her lips, didn't move to withdraw her hand, and sighed deeply. I will transfer this money to you tomorrow. Don't do this again. There's no way around it. This kind of thing can only be done for the time being by seeking help from the dragon-licking dad first. At those words, Luo Shua frowned, an extremely unhappy look on her face as she looked at him and asked, is this a way for brother to draw a line in the sand with me? Of course not, Gu Luo hurriedly explained, but this is not a small amount of money. I can't take it without merit. He wasn't the type to just accept huge gifts from people. However, Luo Shua stretched out 2 fingers at this time and said nonchalantly, first, 10,000 is really a small amount for me. Secondly, would it be too much for my brother to say that there is no merit? After a slight pause, she coldly continued, elder brother cooks 3 meals for us every day, and takes up the entire household chores of the family. If you really want to count that much, then count your brother's salary as if he were a nanny. 30,000 a month is not too much, is it? Alright, in that case, I'll transfer another 20,000 to my elder brother now, and 30,000 every month in the future. Is that satisfactory? Saying that, Luo Shua quickly took out her cell phone and tapped on Gu Luo's chat box, her fingers clicking rapidly on the screen, looking like she was really ready to transfer money. Stop, 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 don't. When Gu Luo saw this, he wanted to cry and quickly reached out to stop Luo Shua. Then I saw her note to herself, big liar, piggyback emoji. A big liar? What did you lie to Luo Shua? Gu Luo didn't even know which thing to dwell on for a while. The two of them pulled like this for a while, and it took him a lot of persuasion and effort to get Luo Shua to take back her cell phone. What's this about? Rich women forced to love? Gu Luo's heart was bitter, experiencing the viciousness of society at a young age. Shua, what's wrong? Gu Luo weighed her words and slowly opened her mouth to ask. Why did you note me as a big liar? Have we ever crossed paths before? I can apologize if I lied to you about anything. Really? There was sincerity in his eyes, a desire to solve the mystery. Upon hearing this, Luo Shua immediately replied coldly, I've seen it. When? In a previous life. Gu Luo sometimes really didn't know how to take Luo Shua's words. In a previous life? What? Did Mona water down the soup? But it's not easy to say. After all, this world even has a favorite sister system. Hiss. Fine thoughts. Gu Luo swallowed and asked carefully, there really was a past life? However, as soon as this question was asked, he immediately received Luo Shua looking at the little cutie. Like look, Gu Luo felt as if she was being teased by Luo Shua, but she couldn't do anything about it. Forget it. It's done. So let's play the game first. You can't waste a gun skin when you've bought it all. Why don't you sit on the bed? I'm going to play a game. Luo Shua didn't say anything, and after quietly standing up, she slowly walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. She habitually crossed her legs, a cold aura that complemented this posture, appearing to tower over her as if she were an inviolable queen. Gu Luo was just about to try out those expensive gun skins, when at that moment, Luo Shua coldly spoke. Brother, I'm going to use the second request. What do you want me to do? Gu Luo put down the mouse in her hand and turned her head to look at Luo Shua. Go out with me this Saturday. Just this? Gu Luo was a bit surprised. He had expected this time to be tricky. That's it. Gu Luo thought about it and then nodded in agreement. His appointment with Lashu Lemon was on a Sunday, so he was indeed free on that Saturday. Then again, neither of the imp's requests were difficult. Luo Shua continued at this point. Given that elder brother squeezed my toothpaste at night and kept his promise, I have decided to add 20 points of goodwill to elder brother. There's still goodwill? Gu Luo instantly became interested. Then what is the full point of goodwill? 1,000. Gu Luo smiled helplessly, then clicked on the game and continued to ask, so how much goodwill do I have now? 1,020. Hearing this number, Gu Luo only felt her heart stop for a split second. Just as he turned his head and wanted to say something, there was a sudden knock at the door. Brother, are you asleep? A soft voice came through the door, breaking the delicate atmosphere in the room. Chapter 29. Imp does not speak of martial virtues. Gu Luo chooses to blow himself up. Here comes the little angel. Favoring times like these, Gu Luo's gaze lingered briefly on Luo Shua, and an inexplicable feeling of emptiness instantly surged through his heart. Though he couldn't say for himself exactly why his heart was weak. It's just a sister coming to her brother's room to watch him play a game. That's right, that's all. Shu Lemon, wait a little. Gu Luo shouted towards the door, a hint of imperceptible tension in his voice. Okay brother, take your time. Luo Shulime's gentle response came from outside the door, her voice as soft as the breeze in spring. I can only say that it is worthy of the little angel. Just this simple sentence can make people really feel her unique tenderness and thoughtfulness. Gu Luo quickly redirected his gaze to Luo Shua, who was sitting on the bed, and whispered in a suppressed voice, "Shouho, you get up first and sit on the chair." "Why?" Luo Shua coldly asked back. Gu Luo didn't have the heart to explore this issue right now, and continued eagerly, "You sit on the chair first, or you'll be misunderstood by Shu Lemon." However, as soon as these words were uttered, he only felt that Luo Shua's eyes instantly became like a sharp knife, cold and piercing. Like, probably, maybe, the wrong thing to say. Luo Shua sneered. Brother really cares about sister. It's not a matter of caring. Gu Luo only felt his scalp go numb and hated to reach out and grab his hair as he explained in a small, urgent voice. Mostly this is out of order. It's easy for unnecessary misunderstandings to arise. Oh, then you pull me up. Luo Shua's expression was still as cold as ice. She hooked her hand at this point, signaling Gu Luo to come to her side. The action was like summoning a tame pet. Gu Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't have time to think about it, and just as he reached out to pull Luo Shua's hand, he suddenly paused, only to hear Luo Shua open her mouth and ask, "Do I look good in this outfit? What did you say?" It was his habit that although he heard the question clearly, if he couldn't answer it for a moment, he would subconsciously ask the other person what he was talking about, as if he really hadn't heard it. It's a way to buy yourself a cushion. "Is my outfit pretty?" Luo Shua spoke again. Gu Luo was silent. Did he have any other answer in this situation? Pretty. However, Luo Shua didn't seem to intend to let him off easily. Still pursuing, "Is my outfit pretty?" Gu Luo was a bit confused. Should she say it wasn't pretty? Nope. Saying it's not pretty is no different than asking for death. As if trying to understand something, he replied tentatively, "Very pretty?" Upon hearing a satisfactory answer, Luo Shua then slowly loosened her arms around him. Seeing this, Gu Luo felt relieved in her heart. "I'm glad I guessed right. He said last night that Lasha Lemon was beautiful. So, what is this? Imp versus Angel climb?" With that in mind, the imp's second request was to go out with her on Saturday, and the appointment with the cherubs was weekdays. Gu Luo only felt that at this moment, she was slightly more transparent about many things. Could it be that he's just a climbing tool between an imp and an angel? But that doesn't seem to make sense. It can't be that the imp is jealous, can it? But now was clearly not the time to think about that. "Auntie, can you sit in the chair now?" Gu Luo was really afraid that this little devil would create some more headaches. "No," Luo Shua refused in a cold voice. Then, she actually threw off her slippers, and with a crisp, clean movement, she laid directly on the bed, reaching over and pulling the covers over in the process. "You mauler." Gu Luo looked at this scene and wanted to cry. "You, keep quiet while others sleep. Do I need to remind my brother of such things?" Gu Luo had never seen such a brazen person, and after Luo Shua finished speaking, she closed her eyes and turned her body, her back to Gu Luo. The gesture expressed having blocked his voice channel. Gu Luo took a deep breath, forcibly holding back the helplessness and franticness within her, and reached out to pinch her brow. "Anyway, for the time being, we definitely can't let Luo Shulime in, or it's all over. Worse, the family is finished. After all, it's a new family that just formed. Brother, are you well? Nothing happened, right?" Luo Shulime's concerned words rang out from outside the door at this time. There was no way around it. Gu Luo had to force herself to be calm and try to make her expression look natural as she slowly walked to the door, then opened half the door and blocked the other half with his own body, trying to block all view of the house. Outside the door, Luo Shulime was holding a glass of milk in his hand, and when he saw Gu Luo's face, he said with some concern, "Elder brother, your face looks terrible." Ahem. Gu Luo coughed lightly and smiled awkwardly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." After a pause, he asked again, "What can I do for you so late, Shu Lemon?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon shook the milk in her hand, a gentle smile blossoming on her face as she said softly, "I thought that my elder brother must be tired from strolling around the clubs today, so I warmed up a cup of milk for my elder brother, so that he would be more comfortable to sleep at night." It was only then that Gu Luo noticed that she was indeed carrying a glass of milk in her hand, emitting a faint milky fragrance. "Surprisingly, it was for myself. Sure enough, it's a little angel. Thanks." Gu Luo smiled sincerely and took the milk. He really had been touched. "It's okay la." Elder brother was already working hard. Luo Shu Lemon smiled faintly. Then, with great curiosity, he asked, "So, what is brother doing? Is it not possible for me to know?" "Soon." She quickly waved her hand again. "I'm sorry brother, I didn't mean anything else. I'm just a little worried about you." At those words, Gu Luo fell silent. Indeed, opening only half the door as well as blocking the door to the room with your body would be tantamount to a case of here and there, and would be too easy to arouse suspicion. Want to confess? Confess that Luo Shua is sleeping in his bed at this very moment? Once this kind of thing was confessed, how would Luo Shalimei look at herself in the future? But now if no satisfactory answer was given, Luo Shulime would be equally upset, right? Two people belong to the stage of just beginning contact, feelings warming up really fast, but once a crisis of trust, this kind of feelings will retreat just as fast. Gu Luo didn't want that kind of result. He loved the cherubic version of La Shu Lime. Even if it's a little naughty now and then, it's really healing. So what's the choice? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Every second is incredibly long and feels like years. I wish I could borrow another 500 seconds from the sky. But in the end, we have to face the reality, and escaping won't solve any problems. Thinking of this, Gu Luo took a slight breath and forced out some smiles. He chose to blow himself up, even if it has unpredictable consequences. Chapter 30, As a brother, there will be no more shame. Shu Lemon, some things are not meant to be kept from you. Rather, I was just in the house. That one. Gu Luo could no longer care about his face. So be it. No matter what, he couldn't let Shu Lemon know that Shua was lying in his bed. Think differently and you'll understand. If your brother is lying in his righteous sister's bed the next day, consider this. Kind lies. Besides, it's not like I meant anything specific by that. That? Luo Shu Lemon froze slightly, her clear eyes full of doubt, clearly not understanding the hidden meaning in Gu Luo's words. That. It's that. Gu Luo awkwardly played a sloppy game and said whatever. You can interpret it however you like. Go make up your own mind. There's no way around it. Seeing this, Luo Shu Lemon suddenly seemed to understand what that stood for. Her face flushed red. Gu Luo was forcing himself to be calm on the surface at this time, without much expression. But inside, he was roaring madly as if a river had turned over. Dignity as an older brother is doubly shattered. How is this going to stand in this house in the future? How can I face the Shu Lemon cherub after this? How is this going to show the majesty of a brother in the future? Shu Lemon ah. So here's the thing. Cough, cough. Gu Luo explained with difficulty, his throat feeling like it was choked with something. It's really mud down the crotch. It's not and it isn't. It's really getting taut. He wanted to run away so badly, but there is no escape. It was only the second day of moving into the new house. He was already trembling in the middle of the cherub and the imp, and had no choice but to blow himself up to save his life. I know. La Shu Lemon's cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and ran her hand through the hair around her ears in a panic, not daring to look at Gu Luo at all. This is so humiliating. No wonder it took half a day to come out and open the door. Brother, let me go heat up another cup of milk for you. Luo Shu Lemon's two small hands crossed nervously, looking extremely embarrassed, her voice as small as a gnat. Gu Luo woke up as if from a dream, and quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying incoherently, no need, 1 cup is enough. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety in what I do. What the hell am I saying again? God TM has a sense of proportion for doing that kind of thing. Then, okay. Luo Shulime's small hands kept rubbing against each other as she raised her head slightly and stole a glance at Gu Luo, then immediately moved her eyes away again in panic. Although she liked to bully Gu Luo, she was simply powerless against this kind of thing. It's really so humiliating and embarrassing. Both of them had red faces and fell into a whirlwind of silence, a suffocatingly awkward atmosphere filling the air. Elder brother, why don't you drink the milk first? Luo Shu Lemon reminded in a small voice, with an undisguised shyness in her voice. As if Gu Luo had received a lifesaver, she hurriedly raised the milk and tilted her head back to smother it all in one gulp. Luo Shu Lemon looked at the residue at the corner of his mouth, and for some reason, her face became redder and redder, as if it was going to burn. Elder brother, rest early and take care of your health. After accepting the cup, she left a hasty message and turned to hurry away. The footsteps were panicked as if fleeing a crime scene. Gu Luo just stood there alone in the doorway of the room, as if she had lost her soul. Done. It's all over. His reputation as a man of honor was ruined the next day. Luo Shu Lemon must be thinking of herself as a pervert in her mind at this point, right? Ha ha, pervert, ha ha, pervert. Just like that, Gu Luo was like a walking corpse, dragging his heavy steps as he re-entered the room. Then he saw Luo Shuho sitting upright in a chair, looking intently at the computer. No Gorman? Are you playing with me? Luo Shua turned back at this time, with a face of indifference, mixed with some deliberately feigned little innocence, as if nothing had happened. You. Gu Luo only felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, so angry that he couldn't spit out a word for a long time, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Luo Shuho. What? Luo Shua revealed a puzzled expression. The look was like that of a pure and innocent young girl, completely unable to understand why Gu Luo was so agitated. Gu Luo held back the urge to spray out a mouthful of old blood, shivering and speaking with difficulty. You, aren't you in bed? Bed? Luo Shua cocked her little head, the doubt on her face intensified. You're not right. Oh, how can I sleep on your bed? Or does it mean to sleep with me? It's not impossible. At those words, Gu Luo only felt the heavens spinning, as if the entire world had turned upside down. Demons! This is the real deal. The young girl in front of me was as beautiful as she looked, and as black as her heart was. Isn't this a blatant bullying of honest people? I'll take it as a default if elder brother doesn't say anything. After Luo Shuo's afterglow noticed that the door to the room had been closed, he immediately stood up from the chair and reclined back on the bed with light movements, and sweetly covered himself with another little quilt. Harder. Fist. Super hard. The air shakes cold. Gu Luo swore that he really wanted to immediately pounce on him right now, and then spank Luo Shua's ass hard with her own 44-size slippers. It's a sin. Can't fight it. Really can't. In desperation, Gio chose to swing for the fences. He immediately clicked on the game after he sat down lifelessly in his chair. Still, what's done is done. Let's play the game first. What else is there to do? When Luo Shua saw Gu Luo resume playing the game, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I thought I would be kicked out. After all, someone just lost face in front of my sister. Hearing these provocative words, the corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "It's fine, as long as you're happy. Why don't you rest on the bed for a while? Don't fall asleep, and wait a while before you go back, or you might run into Shu Lemon. TSK, isn't elder brother even angry about this?" Luo Shua was clearly in a good mood right now, and his speech basically didn't have too much coldness anymore, but instead carried a hint of flirtation. "You're the younger sister." Gu Luo shrugged with a helpless face, as if she was giving in to fate. Luo Shua narrowed her eyes. "So you can do whatever you want? As long as you don't break the law or violate morality." Then, Gu Luo laughed somewhat helplessly. "Besides, haven't you already started doing whatever you want?" His smile was full of bitterness. "Not bad. I like to hear what my brother has to say. Add another 20 to your favor." "Fine, fine. Anything as long as you don't fall asleep." Gu Luo no longer wanted to argue with her, only wanting to hurry up and end this mess. "Then I'll sleep now." I don't know how long it took, but Gu Luo suddenly stopped playing the game on his hands and said with a serious expression, "Shu Ho, you can think I'm a narcissist, but," after a pause, he said in a single word, "as pretty as you are, you're not really my type. I like gentle girls." Chapter 31, an exchange between a little angel and a warlord's best friend. What to do? What to do? How am I going to face my older brother from now on? Luo Shulime curled up on the bed, her hands tightly covering her still hot cheeks. The mind would always uncontrollably recall the embarrassing scene that had just happened. Stop, stop, can't think. Luo Shulime rolled over several times on the bed, and finally buried her head deeply on top of the pillow, as if this could isolate those shameful images. Too long, white legs wriggled restlessly on the bed, sometimes high in the air, then landing heavily on the soft bed. Compared to Luo Shua's slenderness and Luo Shuling's tightness, Luo Shulime's pair of legs were more rounded. The small flesh on her legs, if any, made one want to reach out and squeeze it, to feel the extreme feel of the elasticity that filled her hands. However, this pair of beautiful legs had never been touched by anyone other than Luo Shuling, just like a treasure chest filled with precious treasures, quietly waiting for the key that could open it. The more Luo Shulimi thought about it, the more chaotic her brain became, as if she was caught in a mess that she couldn't untangle. She really didn't know what to do, so she decided to ask her best friend Renlei for help, hoping that she could help analyze and come up with ideas. Los Angeles, Ray, are you asleep? There's something I'd like to consult you about. Renee just finished the mask. What's wrong? Pa, Renrei replied in seconds. Lo Shulime, it's just if a girl goes to deliver milk to someone at night, and that person happens to be doing that kind of thing, and the girl knows about it. What to do? Luo Shu Lemon carefully typed out these words. Each one was like unveiling the most shameful secret of her heart. Renrei will ask around just like you, funny. JGP. Lasha Lemon, I said if. Not me. Renee, aha. Dog's head. JPG. Lasha Lemon, okay, I admit it. It's me. Luo Shu Lime, so rail. What should I do? // Renee, you tell me the whole thing first. Seeing this message, Luo Shu Lime's face burned again, but only hesitating for a moment, she did as she was told. Renrei, I understand the process. Now the first thing to do first is to analyze your brother's reasons for doing this. This is very important. Renlei, in your description, Gu Luo had blocked the door to the room, and he clearly could have glossed over the incident, but ended up telling you the embarrassing truth. Renlei, so two possibilities can be drawn. 1. Gu Luo is a pervert. 2. Gu Luo doesn't want to have the slightest separation from you. Renlei, at that time, you were full of enthusiasm to deliver milk to Gu Luo. If he chose to fool you at this time, you would definitely feel uncomfortable in your heart, which is human nature. Renee, and you're just now getting to know each other. You're at a stage where the novelty is just getting to you, and the emotions of that stage are magnified indefinitely. Renlei, if Gu Luo wasn't a pervert, He'd just prefer social death to the slightest separation from you. Renlei, so you just have to stay normal. Gu Luo really cares about your feelings. Luo Shu Lemon read Renlei's analysis carefully word by word. Her body had sat up straight without realizing it. The more she looked at it, the more it made sense. Yes, the elder brother was clearly doing this because he would rather put himself in an awkward situation than let her feel the slightest bit uncomfortable in her heart. But, it's still shy. Lasha Lemon, elder brother is not a pervert, but a very good brother. Run Ray, aha. Squints, JPG. Luo Shulaim at this point covered her burning cheeks with one hand while the other continued to tap on the screen. Lasha Lemon, let's not talk about this for now. I'll tell you something that happened during the day. Superscript 3, Run Ray, there it is, the great method of changing the subject. Who did you learn it from? Dog's head. JPG. Luo Shu Lemon didn't answer this question, but instead talked about Gu Luo's snubbing of Chu Mei Mei as well as infernal affairs. Run Ray, ah, so that handsome guy in the daytime is your brother. Renlei, I have to admit, Gu Luo is really handsome. Run Ray, no wonder he stopped us at that time. Now that I think about it, it's helping me. At the very least I splashed coke on Queenie's clothes, haha. Renlei, and this infernal path or whatever is so funny. I'm going to sing a double act with Gu Luo. Lashu Lemon, you guys shouldn't overplay your hand. Renlei, don't worry, I've got it all figured out. And Bao, you're just too gentle and kind. Chu Mei Mei's kind of person is just like a fart plaster. The more you are like this, the more she sticks to you. Renlei, but don't worry, you don't have to be afraid with Gu Luo and I protecting you. Luo Shulaim looked at this message and was truly touched inside. Luo Shulaim, layer, you're so nice. / Renlei, then, how about introducing Gu Luo to me? I don't want to be a part of your family. Grinning, Lashu Lemon withdrew a message. Renlei, over the top ow. Having a brother and forgetting your best friend. And Bao, you're not a brother controller, are you? Brother control? Luo Shu Lemon blinked, and when she thought about it, it did seem to feel that way. She doesn't have that many emotional swings with other boys. Sitting up in my deathbed, my brother's accuser is me? Luo Shulaim, suddenly I'm so sleepy. Ryer good night. You, Run Ray, TSK, good night. Brother controlling treasure. Dog's head. JPG, I'll only think of you as a little sister. You're not really my type. After Gu Luo finished his last sentence, he stared at the computer screen without slanting his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the mouse as he waited for Luo Shua's reply. He didn't want this ambiguity to continue, so he might as well make it clear. While it did feel exciting to be teased by the imp, it wasn't a permanent solution after all. Being direct and clear is the best way to go. Gu Luo didn't hate imps, but he preferred gentle girls in comparison. However, 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, the room was silent, and Luo Shua didn't respond. What's the situation? A trace of uneasiness welled up in Gu Luo's heart. He still didn't dare to turn his head for fear of meeting a pair of cold eyes. Cough. Shua, say something. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? Gu Luo said, slowly looking towards the bed. But what caught his eyes was Luo Shua's exquisite sleeping face. Her breathing was even and steady, and her long eyelashes were like two little fans that fluttered gently every now and then. And the face is also a little less cold, more of a girl's unique softness. The stunningly beautiful features look stunning in the soft light. It's really beautiful. I can't believe I just fell asleep. Seeing this, Gu Luo was relieved for no reason. He was also a normal boy, and instinctively could not possibly hate the teasing of a beautiful young girl, not to mention an extremely beautiful girl of Luo Shua's type. I'm just afraid that this will bring harm to Luo Shua. After all, it was only her second day in her own bed. At this rate of white giving, Gu Luo was really afraid that one day she would be the one who didn't hold on. LOL. Let's talk about this later. Let's get Luo Shua back to her room first. Gu Luo gently shook her arm at this time, but Luo Shua was like a sleeping baby, and didn't respond at all. Sleeping really well. He had no choice but to sneak open the door to his room and poke his head out cautiously. Looking around, after making sure that there was no one in the corridor and that everything was safe, he tiptoed to open the door of Luo Shua's room again, then re-entering the bedroom. One hand gently placed on Luo Shua's neck, the other hand steadily placed on her knees, holding her entire body in a princess hug position. So soft, it smells so good, so light. Gu Luo's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and he didn't dare to look down at Luo Shuo for fear that he would fall into the trap of desire. He crossed the hallway as fast as he could to the room across the hall, and after gently and falsely covering the door of the room, he placed the man on the bed, then subconsciously looked around the room. Clean, neat, no extra decoration. Everything looked so simple and plain, and in the center of the room was a large desk with a pen and ink, as well as some rice paper. Gu Luo came to be interested. He walked over slowly and admired it. The running script on the rice paper looks like a flowing stream. Free-flowing and lively. Between the words, the echoes are coherent and the lines flow smoothly. There are trees in the mountains and branches in the trees. And the heart pleases you and you don't know it. A city of smoke and rain. A building together. A flower only for a tree to bloom. The south wind knows what I want and blows my dreams to the western continent. Looking at the sky in the dawn and the clouds in the twilight, I think of you even when I walk. And I think of you even when I sit. After reading it, Gu Luo's expression gradually became complicated. All of these verses expressed an unspeakable sentiment, and he didn't dare to think too much about it, immediately heading towards the door. However, just then, Luo Shua's voice came from behind him. Liar. The voice was soft, but it was heard loud and clear in the quiet room. Gu Luo's entire body instantly froze in place, then slowly turned back to see Luo Shuo's still sleeping face. Was it a dream? Coming to the bedside again, he took a slight breath and spoke softly. Shua, I don't know if you're talking in your sleep or pretending to be asleep, but I will only treat you like a little sister. I'll admit you're beautiful, especially the legs. One simply can't take their eyes off you, but you're really not my type. I don't want to hurt you out of some instinctive desire. After Gu Luo finished speaking, he stared closely at Luo Shuo's face, but she was still sleeping quietly, and there was not the slightest sign of it. That's all. After turning off the lights, Gu Luo slowly left the room, with the door to the room gently closing. The room was plunged into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, the sleeping Luo Shua slightly rolled over. Her breathing was still calm and long. Chapter 32, compared to Gu Luo. Hand-me-downs or nothing. The next day, Tuesday, the sun was like a golden veil, gently spilling over the earth, and the weather was exceptionally bright. As usual, Gu Luo woke up early and finished making breakfast in bento. After a quick fix of breakfast, with a different mood, I went to the school garden. The garden was quiet at the moment, and there weren't many students. The only thing that was left were the chrysanthemums gently swaying in the breeze. Gu Luo sat on the bench, looking at the 2 bottles of milk placed in her school bag. Her mood was subtle. Thinking back to the morning, Luo Shulime not only woke up early to warm up a cup of milk for him. When he left the house, he also took advantage of him not to notice, secretly stuffed 2 more bottles into his school bag. It's hard to judge. It's really hard to comment. Although he would still be a little uncomfortable remembering last night's embarrassing scene, it was also Luo Shulime's piece of goodwill. Gu Luo couldn't help but start thinking back to what Luo Shulime had said to him in the morning. Brother, I'm sorry about last night. I shouldn't have come to you at that time. And then there's the fact that my brother would rather die in his own community than make me feel bad about my heart. Elder brother. Thank you really. So, this will belong to be a little secret between the 2 of us from now on. Realize that secrets are often the magical bond that pulls people together. Gu Luo was not expecting things to go in such a direction. Let's just say that gentle girls really are the best beings in the world. Stinky old brother, did you miss me? I don't know how long it took, but Gu Luo felt his shoulder being gently patted by a small hand, and Gu Shimon's vibrant voice came from his ears. When she turned back, she saw the radiant Gu Sherman and Lu Shueshue hiding behind her like a shy bunny. Both were tied in playful double ponytails, the tips of their hair swaying gently with their movements, making them look extremely youthful and cute. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth rose, revealing a doting smile as he laughed. It all comes to mind that you can't eat. How really needy, but it's true once you hear it. Gu Sherman waved her hand with a disgusted face, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her inner joy. Gu Luo just smiled faintly, then turned her gaze to Lu Shueshue behind her and greeted her gently. Good morning, Shueshue. Good morning, brother Gu. Lu Shueshue's voice was as gentle as the breeze in the garden, and her small face was slightly flushed. Brother Gu greeted her. She couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Good for you. Keep up the good work. Gu Sherman sat on her but next to Gu Luo at this time, and said condescendingly like a little princess, Stinky old brother, Shueshue and I are going to get up early to go shopping for hand-me-downs on the 2 days of the weekend, so why don't you come with us? I've got appointments both days of the weekend. With whom? Gu Sherman was immediately alert, her eyes glaring round as if she was a small beast protecting her food. I'm going to a get-together with my class on Saturday, and I'm going clothes shopping with Shu Lemon on the weekend, and I was going to ask you to come, but now it looks like you won't have time. Gu Luo forced calmness on the surface, her tone smooth and natural, but in her heart, she panicked a batch. After all, there was really no way for him to tell the truth about what happened between himself and Luo Shua. LOL, sinning and lying again. However, at this moment, Gu Sherman's attention was all drawn to the fact that Gu Luo and Luo Shuline were going out to buy clothes together for the weekend. Isn't buying clothes about the same as being on a date? Lao is going out on a date with Luo Shuline? Or 2? The thought swirled around in her head. It's my turn to clean today, so I'm going to head back. You guys sit for a while and go back to class, huh? After saying that, Gu Luo stood up, reached out to touch Gu Sherman's little head, and left the bento box behind before leaving in a hurry. He walked with some urgency, his pace quickening slightly. A weak heart, fearing that Gu Sherman will continue to pursue which classmates he went out to dinner with on Saturday. Really don't want to make up any more lies. However, the two men's focus was not even on the same channel. Mamoru, are you okay? Lu Shua sat down at the position Gu Luo had just taken at this time and asked with some worry. I. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, barely squeezing out a smile. I'm fine, what can I do? It's not like I have anything to do with who my brother goes out on a date with. But as she spoke, the smile gradually disappeared from her face and finally turned into a bitter face with loss in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Shua hurriedly consoled. Man, this isn't exactly a date, right? Didn't brother Gu just say that he was planning to call on you in the beginning? Who knows? Maybe the two of them are just going on a date. Who can say about such things? Again, the two of them started out knowing each other from the old hero rescuing a girl. The more Gu Sherman spoke, the more frustrated she became, and her mood grew lower and lower. And hearing all this, Lu Shua was beginning to worry. She knew Gu Luo's charm too well. It was an irresistible attraction. Moreover, Luo Shulemon was also a first-class beauty, with outstanding temperament and stunning appearance, and she was also a triplet. If these two get together, Lu Shua didn't dare to think any further. She gently bit her lip and carefully suggested, Mamoru, since you're so worried, why don't we sneak along on the weekend and take a look? Well, upon hearing this, Gu Sherman instantly became energized, but hesitated. Shue, aren't you looking forward to the cool young master hand puppet? Oops, it's okay. Ooh, Shue you're so nice. Gu Sherman immediately hugged her, as if she was hugging her lifesaver. No, neither did. Lu Shua averted her eyes sheepishly. In the meantime, the other side. Gu Luo had just walked into the classroom when she acutely sensed a hint of something wrong. It always feels like many pairs of eyes are staring at you. It makes people uncomfortable. With puzzlement, he proceeded to walk straight to his seat. Then he saw Xinyu lying on the table with a listless look. Chapter 33, Handsome, just not reasonable. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Gu Luo asked Xinyu, who was as good as wilted, after she put her school bag into a drawer. No, Xinyu slowly shook her head, as if she was trying to get rid of some bad emotion, and then forced herself to sit up straight as if nothing had happened. Is something wrong with the class? When Gu Luo saw her look, the doubts in his heart grew stronger, and he lowered his voice to ask in a whisper, I'm getting the feeling that there's something wrong with the vibe in the class. Hearing this, Xinyu just pursed her lips slightly. You'll know in a moment. Last night, for the first time, her cell phone screen was bombarded with message alert tones, with several girls approaching her one after another to ask some questions about Gu Luo. For example, what kind of snacks Gu Luo likes to eat? Xinyu looked at these messages at that time, only to feel her head spinning for a while, not knowing how to answer. She said all about the friend fee that she had turned in yesterday. Who knew that as soon as these girls heard this, they immediately said that they would also pitch in for Gu Luo tomorrow. Xinyu only felt her blood pressure rubbing up when she saw these replies, but the message had been sent, and there was no way to regret it. Besides, even if she didn't say anything, those girls would definitely send snacks to Gu Luo. At this point, just as Gu Luo was puzzled, he saw several girls standing up at the same time, led by Feng Yicheng, the English class representative, like a well-trained team, walking straight towards him. Everyone was carrying a small bag of snacks in their hands. Looking at the battle, he instantly realized what was going on. A bitter smile could not help but spread within. That's too much enthusiasm. Gu Luo, you being the newest student in the class, this is our welcome gift to you. Feng Yuzheng took the lead and walked over to Gu Luo's table, placing the snacks on the table with a cheeky smile. Yesterday, I saw how happy you were with your snacks, so I decided to use them as a gift. At the same time, the other girls gathered around and struck up a conversation. Yeah, Gu Luo you must take it. A girl blinked her big eyes with anticipation. That's what we want. Another girl chimed in. I prepared chocolate and strawberry cookies. They are delicious. Other girls couldn't wait to show off the snacks in their bags. Facing this group of chirpy, enthusiastic girls, Gu Luo tried to maintain a smile on his face while his mind raced, thinking of how to politely decline. After all, there are just too many of these snacks. It's just that they're using welcoming new students as the reason, so it's really not a good idea to reject them outright. Gu Luo had no choice but to smile and say thank you. Thank you. I'll take it this time. You can do it again, Chung. Gu Luo really took it. A girl excitedly patted Feng Yicheng's shoulder. Great. Then we'll have to feed Gu Luo often from now on. That's right. Just thinking about it makes me motherly. Another girl covered her face with a flowery expression. Ha, is that mother's love for you? You that is. A girl paused when she said this, then lowered her voice and came up to the ear of the girl who had just spoken and said with a bad smile, "You're craving someone else's body. Ah, you're so annoying." The flirted girl's cheeks instantly blushed and pouted as she reached out to tickle the other. Ha ha, the two girls frolicked into a frenzy, and Guluo, who was surrounded by a group of warblers, could only barely squeeze out a smile. Being so close, he could hear all the tiger and wolf words these girls were saying, and they pressed on with no intention of saying it behind their backs. Guluo was silent. He didn't expect that a charisma value of 9 would have such an exaggerated effect. What about charm 10? If you rely on the charisma boost card to pull charisma up to 20, will you just handsome someone to death? Fine thoughts. Guluo couldn't help but sigh that being handsome sometimes did allow him to do whatever he wanted in some things. Take that Chu Mei Mei for example, but yesterday he didn't perfunctorily reply to her until 10 p.m., just before playing the game. But what happened? Seconds back, he also said that he had already submitted the information for him to join the ministry, so he could just go directly to the club the next day. It's like being afraid he'll run away. Then it was one boo-boo after another, message after message. At that time, Guluo was busy playing the game, so he didn't pay much attention to Chu Mei Mei. But instead of getting angry, she became more enthusiastic, sending all kinds of caring words and interesting topics. Guluo was puzzled by this. Does face value really have that much of an effect on a person? He's only a billion points more handsome than 99% of the population. Sure enough, the scientific study I read earlier was true. Girls are 7 times more horny than boys. Thinking of this, Guluo sighed helplessly in her heart. That's probably the trouble with too much charisma. Guluo, what are you staring at? Are you particularly happy? Feng Yuzheng asked with a smile, and even nudged his shoulder in a very self-conscious manner. Ah. Guluo then came back to his senses, looking at the table full of piled-up snacks. After a moment of silence, he slowly revealed a gentle smile and said, "That, really with thank you for the gifts, and I'll return each of them, but I usually can't eat too many snacks, so just eating what Xinyu brings is enough. Thank you guys really." Guluo tried her best to make her tone seem sincere and euphemistic, expressing her gratitude but also subtly hinting at the idea of not giving snacks in the future. After all, people no matter how to say is also a piece of good intentions. Refusal also need to pay attention to the way and method. And hearing this, Shen Yu, who was looking at the scenery outside the window, froze slightly, and her original somewhat complicated mood immediately became bright. She quietly sat up straight, her ears perked up. In contrast, these girls' expressions became slightly more subtle after hearing Guluo's words. They looked at me and I looked at you, and the smiles on their faces tightened slightly, but they quickly returned to normal. Guluo politely pulled a few more strings with them, and it took a lot of persuasion and effort to talk them back to their respective seats. It's exhausting. After putting the snacks on the table into the drawer and book bag one by one, he twisted his head and looked at Xinyu who was still looking out the window, a relaxed smile on his face as he flirted. "What? You're not going to pay the friend fee today?" At those words, Xinyu immediately turned around, her movements somewhat eager, as if she was afraid of being misunderstood. She first waved her hand, stating repeatedly that she didn't mean it, then quickly pulled the snacks out of the drawer. "Today there's meatloaf cake and fruit daifuku, and..." She reported the types of snacks one by one just like naming the dishes, and then put them inside Guluo's drawer in her head. "This drawer kind of has no place left at all. Thanks." Guluo smiled faintly, then took out a bottle of milk from her book bag and placed it on her table. Although it was Lashu Lime's good intention, it had to be rationalized. 3 bottles of milk a day is obviously a bit much. Even if it's a body tonic, it doesn't have to be that much of a tonic. "Is this for me?" Xinyu stared blankly at the milk on the table, surprise and amazement written in her eyes. "Yes, a courtesy, although the milk certainly doesn't compare to the snacks you gave me." No. Xinyu hurriedly denied this statement, as if she was afraid that Guluo would misunderstand that she resented it. Then one hand took the milk. Growing up she was the one who gave people snacks and rarely shared things with herself. Seeing this, Guluo blinked and laughed. "You like milk a lot? Then I'll bring you a bottle from now on. Though it does seem a bit bad to give the cherub's thoughts to someone else without permission. But, still, can't really drink that much. Waste is shameful." "Good." Xinyu forced down her inner emotions, nodded her head gently, and pressed the milk into the drawer. Compared to the listlessness of the beginning, she now appeared to be glowing. It's clear that she's basically kind of unilaterally giving it to Guluo, but it's just fun and happy. After all, the other girls can't even throw in a feed. That feeling of secret triumph and pleasure came over me once again. And right now, situated in the front row, Situ Wanyao was currently lying down on the table, his body twitching. Cool. He paid attention to Guluo the entire time and then brought himself into being a schoolboy transfer student like him who was sought after by the girls, experienced being surrounded by a group of girls, pitching food, and subtly politely declining it, paired with the envious glances, if any, of the boys at work. This feeling, It's too good to be true. Invisible pretenses are the most deadly. Situ Wanyao had already enshrined Gu Luo as the oldest ancestor of the pretentious world in his heart. He felt that he was too young to pretend that he had a long way to go. However, as long as you bring in Gu Luo, you can definitely slowly comprehend his way of pretending. Even the blue is better than the blue. Cool. Chapter 34, Luo Shuling's Whisper. Like yesterday, time at school is like a white horse. It always passes by extraordinarily quickly. As if it was just an inadvertent blink, the school bell rang out, announcing the end of the school day. After packing up her school bag, Xinyu slightly sidestepped and looked at Gu Luo beside her, asking softly, Gu Luo, are you going to the Department of Public Services today? Or do you mean pick another club? I've already chosen a second club. Gu Luo explained after thinking about it. I actually joined the music department when I was in middle school, but I just never got much involved in club activities due to some special reasons. So after thinking about it, I decided to join the music department again. He's telling the truth here. Ah, that way. Xinyu gently nodded without much thought, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Then if you encounter any problems in the club, you can seek help from Luo Shulim. If you feel it's not too convenient to ask directly, just tell me and I'll relay it for you. Aha. Gu Luo smiled in response, thinking to find an appropriate time to tell Xinyu frankly about his relationship with the three Luo sisters. Always deceiving people like this, he was really a bit too much in his heart. Although they had known each other for only 2 short days, Xinyu had undoubtedly become his best friend in this school. There isn't one at the moment, and honestly, she really takes care of herself. Xinyu proposed at this time, then let's go to the playground to submit the club application report first. There's no rush. I'd better take a field trip to the music department before making a final decision. Gu Luo had some difficulties in his heart at the moment. He realized that once he told a lie, it was like being caught in a constantly woven web of lies, needing to fill the holes with countless lies. If we go to the playground now, we're sure to run into Chu Mei Mei, and then it'll all be revealed at once. LOL. So yeah, you really can't lie easily unless you have to. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of the fact that he had concealed what was going on between him and Luo Shua. Well, the headache's getting worse. Gu Luo had just packed his book bag properly, and just then, a figure he was incomparably familiar with steeply appeared at the class entrance. It was the short-haired version of La Shu Lemon, La Shu Ling. It's Shu Ling. Feng Yuqing was the first to react and quickly stood up, a warm smile on her face as she greeted Luo Shuling. Shu Ling, I have snacks here. Ray, are you going to sing together this weekend? For a while, the vast majority of girls near the door greeted Luo Shuling, their words full of intimacy and enthusiasm. Luo Shuling had a valiant smile on her face, and responded to each of them calmly. She took each person's words seriously and didn't let any of them feel left out. This gave Gu Luo a blank stare. Is Shu Ling that well liked? And why is she here all of a sudden? Noticing the strange expression on her deskmate's face, Xinyu explained in a low voice at this time, Gu Luo, that girl at the door is called Luo Shuling. She's Luo Shulim's triplet sister, and she's super popular in school. By the way, she's also the Minister of Public Service. Which is your minister? This way ah. Gu Luo nodded in a pretense of composure. It couldn't be helped. At the moment he could only continue to pretend that he didn't recognize Luo Shuling. He turned his face slightly sideways, trying to hide his face, not wanting to draw Luo Shuling's attention. However, Luo Shuling's gaze was like a precise radar, locking onto Gu Luo early on. Only the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile, followed by a brisk pace, striding towards the direction where Gu Luo was. Minister, what brings you here? On the way, Situ Wanyao asked her curiously. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling smiled faintly, her clear voice echoing in the classroom. I've come to meet the new members of our public services department. Ha, there is no one in our class except me. Situ Wanyao was first stunned, then immediately reacted. Isn't his best friend the only one left in the class who hasn't decided on a club yet and needs to join it? At the thought, he quickly turned around, excitement shining in his eyes. True to form, he is a dear friend. This time, all eyes turned to Gu Luo. None of them expected him to join the Department of Human Services. This department is notorious for hard work. They tend to be on the front line when things go wrong, and often spend their weekends volunteering at various events. But that's why the service department is so well liked. Seeing this, the corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, he had explained to Luo Shuling in advance to hide their relationship. Otherwise, with her big personality, she would definitely come to herself on the first day of school. At that point there will be classmates asking about the relationship between the two. Then surely the question will be pressed again as to why the two have different last names. Until then, he would definitely become the public enemy of the boys and become completely famous in the school. After all, something like living with triplets of beautiful girls is a fantasy that many boys dream of. Just then, Luo Shuling and Situ Wanyao had already walked to his side. Situ Wanyao was the first to open his mouth and laughed. Best friend, I really didn't expect that you would also join the public services department. We as the face of Class 8 can go to the club together in the future. Then, Luo Shuling narrowed her good-looking eyes. Hello Gu Luo, I'm Luo Shuling, your minister. We'll have to cheer together from now on, she said, and waved her little fist playfully. Good. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth involuntarily twitched, forcing out a smile. It was also at this time that Situ Wanyao looked like he suddenly realized something and asked with some confusion. Minister, I didn't see you welcoming me when I first joined the ministry. It doesn't seem like anyone else is getting this kind of treatment. Ah ha ha. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling reached out and scratched her short, silky hair, saying loudly and valiantly, that's of course because Gu Luo is the most handsome. Gu Luo really wanted to cover her face when she heard this. So ashamed. However, the other students did not show the slightest bit of dissent towards Luo Shuling's explanation. First of all, the fact that Gu Luo was handsome was indeed a fact for everyone to see. Secondly, they all knew that Luo Shuling was this kind of big-hearted and straightforward character. But Situ Wanyao froze at this moment, his heart fluttering. He couldn't help but bring himself into the role of Gu Luo again. Good. It's so good. This pussy is perfect. First, an NPC asked the minister a question. Then the minister smoothly affirmed Gu Luo's face value in front of everyone. As for who this NPC is, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Gu Luo had clearly done nothing, and had loaded the wave invisibly. Damn it. Has a dear friend gone so far down this road of pretending? Could it be that even he had unwittingly become a part of his pretentious plan? When did you set it up? Scary as hell. Worthy of being the oldest of the pretenders. So strong. Situ Wanyao has all kinds of brainstorming. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets, and the more he brings it in, the more he feels unrestrained. Can't help myself. It wasn't until after a shiver ran through his body that he slowly recovered. Phew, comfortable. Gu Luo didn't know why, but at this moment, an inexplicable urge to beat Situ Wanyao to death welled up in her heart. Harder fists, hard somehow. That minister. I have to check out the music department in a while. Can I wait until tomorrow to go to the public service department? Gu Luo forced herself to hold back the embarrassment and helplessness within her and opened her mouth to ask. Of course, then we'll see you tomorrow. Luo Shuling first nodded. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the class, she approached Gu Luo's ear and whispered softly. This was followed by a playful wink at him. At this, the class began to whisper again. It was important to know that although Luo Shuling was cheerful and enthusiastic, she kept a certain distance from boys on weekdays. Not to mention making such intimate gestures to boys in public. Feeling a burst of moist heat coming from his ears, Gu Luo was first a bit embarrassed, but after listening, he nodded to Luo Shuling with a serious expression. This time, the surrounding people became even more curious about what Luo Shuling had actually said. Chapter 35, Conflicts in the Music Department Intensify. Society Building. Music Department. Stop. Quimby, did you do that on purpose? Renlei violently stood up from the piano chair and angrily glared at Chu Mei who was standing in front of her. Why is your violin in such a high key? Although this piece is an adaptation, the main tone can still be gentle and healing. Why don't you catch my piano tune? How does starting a tune that high make Vice Minister Lo sing? I think you're just intent on making trouble. And immediately after Chu Mei heard these accusations, she coldly lowered her face, then put down the violin that was set up on her shoulder, and looked at Renlei with the same fury, and coldly opened her mouth. You can quit if you can't keep up. It's not like there's a shortage of piano players in the music department. Renlei's grumpy temper couldn't wait to go up and slap her twice. It's clear that it's a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. Pure and simple disgusting. What? Don't want to quit? Then don't say anything. Just then, a girl who played well with Chu Mei spoke up, and that's the tune I think it should be in. So why don't you guys come along with us? As soon as the words fell, a girl who was on good terms with Luo Shuling and Renlei immediately stood out to retort. Her voice clear but with a few points of anger. What? You guys are just messing up. It was originally the piano that was the first one to start the tune. Besides, this soothing tune is in such a high key. Is it appropriate? Not being able to keep up is not being able to keep up. Why don't you look for your own reasons? The girls on Chu Mei's side continued to sneer. It's too much. If it wasn't for the school performance, who would want to stay with you bad girls who spread rumors everywhere? The girl who retorted wasn't willing to show weakness either, her tone full of disgust. Funny, isn't it? I see. You're someone's dog too, aren't you? Why are you cursing? How unqualified. For a while, the sophomore members of the music department were divided into two distinct groups, and both sides argued with each other. The new freshman ministry members, on the other hand, stood by with bewildered faces, not knowing what to do, and watched the chaotic scene. They had just joined the music department and expected a harmonious atmosphere filled with beautiful melodies, but they didn't expect to stage such a heated argument. Luo Shulime, who was the lead singer, let out a slight breath at this time, and first kindly consoled a few of her friends whose eyes were reddened with anger, and then turned her gaze to Feng Duo, the head of the junior year's music department who had been silent all this time. Feng Duo had frowned at this point with a tangled face, but no voice was raised to stop it, internally weighing the relationships and pros and cons of each party. It wasn't until after a few seconds of locking eyes with Luo Shulime that she took a deep breath and shouted, "All quiet." However, her voice was like a small stone thrown into the raging waves, instantly drowned out by the noise of the quarrel, and did not serve any purpose at all, as the two parties continued to argue vehemently, not giving way to each other. "All quiet dash." Feng Duo once again yelled out. This time, she almost used all her strength. Her voice was a little broken, sharp and ear-piercing. Everyone was shocked by the roar, and the bickering came to an abrupt halt, leaving only faint gasps and a few whispered mutterings. "Isn't it good for everyone to get along?" Feng Duo walked between the two groups of people with a slightly heavy step. She forced down her inner annoyance and said as calmly as she could, "We are all part of the music department and we all represent it with honor. In any case, any grudges will wait until after the school festival has passed. The word is out, and whoever is causing trouble will not blame me for being rude." 10 minutes ago, after the two arrived at the 4th floor of the club building, Gu Luo smiled at Xin Yu. "Xin Yu, you go to the club first. I'll just check out the music department myself. If anyone finishes early they don't have to wait for each other, and I have to go to the grocery store then." "Aha." Xin Yu nodded in agreement. Wanya's club activities are usually around an hour, but long ones can even reach 3 hours. For example, the games department and the basketball department. So basically anyone who isn't in a club won't wait for each other if it's not necessary. Usually the people who go home together are members of a club. Immediately afterward, she added, "If you encounter any problems, you can look for Luo Shulime or come to the 4th floor to find me." "It feels like Xinyu is just like mom," Gu Luo joked. At those words, Xinyu blushed and stammered, not knowing what to say. After the two of them chatted briefly for a few more moments, Gu Luo turned around and slowly walked towards the elevator. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall Luo Shuling's whispering to him when he was in the classroom just now. "Brother, take care of Shu Lemon. Oh, she's really especially stubborn in some places, but if it's a brother, there must be no problem." Gu Luo thought at the time that Luo Shuling would say something like 5 bowls of rice at night as a joke, but she didn't expect her to say this. But thinking about it, it was also true that with Luo Shulime's gentle yet strong character, she definitely wouldn't tell her sisters about the predicament she encountered in the club and make them worry. However, with regards to Luo Shuling's super high popularity displayed in school, how could she not know about such things? But in order to respect Luo Shu Lemon's face as her sister, she really couldn't take the initiative to interfere with anything. Gu Luo couldn't help but sigh. Luo Shuling, although this girl seemed to be big-headed on a regular basis, she was really calm in this matter about Luo Shalimei, and didn't take any chances to find trouble with Chu Mei Mei. It's a rough and tumble eater. And Luo Shua thought the same thing, I'm sure. You know that 2 days ago she bravely stood in front of Luo Shulime and confronted that fat fan. To summarize, Gata, the stubborn sister, and the two sisters who respect her. What a triplet. Despite their different personalities, they are deeply attached to each other. So let's leave this matter to his older brother. Stubbornness and all that is the little inner pride that a sister takes in her sister's innate self. In a nutshell, it means that Luo Shulime believes that as an elder sister, she has to take good care of her younger sisters and block all the bad things for them. Can't bring any negativity to them. That's the little angel. Stubborn little angel. After sorting all this out, Gu Luo also happened to walk to the door of the music department's classroom. Then the sound of a heated argument inside the classroom was heard. Time to go back to the present. In any case, any grudges will wait until after the school festival has passed. The word is out, and whoever is causing trouble will not blame me for being rude. When Feng Duo finished, she gasped slightly, her chest heaving. After all, the two voices that he had just roared did take quite a bit of effort, and his voice was a bit hoarse. However, just then, "Minister, I want to ask you a question." Shu Mei Mei spoke up at that moment, a hint of impishness in her voice. "What's the problem?" Feng Duo looked at her warily, a bad feeling welling up in her heart. Shu Mei Mei took a few steps towards Feng Duo at this time, each step slow and deliberate, as if she was brewing something. Then he slowly spoke. "That is, I heard that the minister has decided to pass the position of minister to Luo Shulime after the school festival." Yes? The moment these words came out, the girls standing beside her all turned their gazes to Feng Duo. Some of their gazes carried surprise, some carried dissatisfaction, while more of them were a kind of scrutiny. One must realize that as far as the music department's current standings were concerned, no matter who became the next minister between Luo Shalimei and Chu Mei Mei, everyone on the other side would have to suffer. This is a rumor. Phone Duo immediately voiced a rebuttal. The minister's position is still under my consideration right now. But as he said that, he glanced at Luo Shulime somewhat sheepishly. As a matter of fact, she had already decided to pass on the ministerial position to Luo Shulin, and did politely express this matter with Luo Shulin in private, but it should never be admitted in plain sight, because once it is admitted, the already tense conflicts within the music department may further intensify or even go completely out of control. In any case, stabilize the music department for the time being. All grudges will wait until the school show is over. Phone Duo's bottom line was that the music department should never have an accident in their hands. What's more, this school festival is at the very least the biggest celebration of Gwangya Academy in 10 years. There will be a large number of people from the community visiting, and the music department has been chosen to open the school show. Once it was a complete success, he or she would become the best minister in the history of Gwangya. So, absolutely, no, I can't, out, any, what, question. However, Shumei suddenly sneered at this time. Still under consideration? Minister, that's a bit hypocritical, isn't it? Her words were like a sharp knife, cutting through the already tense atmosphere and causing the temperature in the classroom to drop a few more points. Chapter 36, Gu Luo is a phantom. Who doesn't know that you've been looking for La Shulime in private? Minister, do you have anything else to talk about other than talking about the ministerial position? Each word was like a sharp stone, slamming straight into Feng Dao. Kamimi, you've gone too far. After hearing this, Feng Dao only felt a suffocation in her chest, and she simply wanted to vomit blood. She did look for Luo Shulime privately, but every time she talked, she told her to focus on the big picture, not to fall out with Chu Mei yet, and to try to maintain the harmony and stability of the music department. How did it come to be distorted into this kind of ulterior motives by Queenie? What? Been told off by me? Chu Mei placed her violin on a side table, then clasped her hands on her chest, her chin slightly raised as she continued to say aggressively, let's see, is it that the minister thinks we're so easy to bully just because there are so few people on our side? If you don't give us a definitive statement today, then you're on your own for the show and we're out. Upon hearing this, Feng Duo only felt a heavenly whirlwind and a cerebral hemorrhage, but there was nothing she could do about it. In the music department, apart from Luo Shulimi, Chu Mei was the most powerful in violin, and the department member in charge of cello was also in Chu Mei's team. She was now in a dilemma and had to compromise for the sake of a perfect performance for the school festival. This feeling is just like the ancient royal palace forcing, not giving this ambitious prince a promise. You have to face the crisis of revolt. Headache. At this moment, the gazes of all the members of the ministry fell tightly on Feng Dao, like countless spotlights waiting for her to give an answer. Feng Duo's forehead was even oozing a bit of fine sweat, not knowing what to do. No matter how you answer, you will completely piss off the other side. Once that happened, the school show was basically declared a bust. It was also at this most critical and tense moment. Suddenly, a clear voice broke the dead silence of the music department. Hello everyone, I'm the new member of the music department. With a warm and sunny smile on his face, Gu Luo slowly walked into the classroom. It was as if he exuded a unique charm around him. A 9-point charm that instantly erupted and attracted everyone's attention at once. It especially had a near decapitating effect on girls. The original tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated without a trace, and the two waves of people reached the same thought at this moment. The schoolmaster was really handsome. Gu Luo coyly scratched his head at this time, and that action made him look even more youthful and handsome. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Luo. I'm from sophomore class 8, and I'm a friend of Chu Mei's classmate, he said, and waved his hand towards Chu Mei. This time, the gazes of the crowd turned to Chu Mei again in unison. Seeing this, Chu Mei immediately puffed out her chest and smiled proudly. Gu Luo is the one I dragged into the music department, so everyone will take care of him in the future. Her vanity was greatly gratified at this point. Saying that, she looked like she had thrown all her worries to the wind and walked straight towards Gu Luo with a brisk pace. Chu Mei was like a different person. Her face was piled with gentle smiles. Her voice softly introduced, Gu Luo, let me introduce to you. This is our junior sister minister of the music department, Feng Duo. Good day, sister Feng Duo. Gu Luo cooperated by politely greeting her. Hello. Feng Duo is now in a state of complete confusion. His brain is blank, and his CPU is about to be dry burned. Weren't you just forcing the issue? How come it's like being possessed now? It's definitely a good thing. Though, if this Gu Luo student hadn't arrived in time, the music department might have had to disband today. Feng Duo thought of this and hurriedly seized the opportunity to announce, everyone has worked hard today. Let's go about our respective activities and pick up where we left off tomorrow. All she wanted to do now was run away, fearing that Chu Mei would suddenly go crazy and stage another forced palace. At that, The members of the ministry immediately dispersed. A small wave of people walked towards Guluo and Shu Mei as if they were attracted by a magnet. Wow, is this Mai's boyfriend? Really super handsome, a girl asked with an envious face. My Mai-san is so fast. People are only transferring schools and they're taken down. Another girl teased. Man, it's really handsome, can we take a picture together? Another girl boldly made a request. Comrade school dude, let's go drinking together tonight. There were also girls who enthusiastically invited. Listening to the girls' chatter, Guluo always maintained a gentle smile and patiently responded to them one by one. Let's just say he's become somewhat immune to the passionate attacks of the girls in his class, and copes with them with ease, if somewhat helplessly. Don't be ridiculous guys, Guluo and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend right now. Shu Mei smiled faintly, but the curve of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Emotional value is pulled right full circle, vanity is at its peak, and though also in the words was her swearing her sovereignty. Guluo is cis prey, don't even think about it. However, how could any girl not miss a handsome guy like Guluo, especially if you're still single? For a while, the girls all selectively lowered their emotional intelligence and enthusiastically asked to add Guluo's contact information. Guluo couldn't resist this tidal wave of enthusiasm and could only coyly open the friend QR code. Drop, drop, drop. For a while, a sweeping sound rang out, as if it were a lively symphony, and when Shu Mei saw this scene, she was literally gnashing her teeth in anger, mentally cursing these tie hooves, but there was nothing to do but laugh alone. After all, these girls were her bargaining chips against Lemon. For some reason, Shu Mei suddenly felt some understanding of Feng Duo. Guluo, on the other hand, was simply talking to these girls. He talked with a wry sense of humor, and the more we talked, the hotter it got. Since there were too many girls, Shu Mei could only stare from the sidelines and couldn't say anything. After all, she was the one who had just said herself that the two were not a couple yet. The other side. Bao, TSK, this brother of yours is a chimera, right? Runlei lowered her voice and flirted into Luo Shalimi's ear beside her, with a hint of a promising smile on her face. I won't refute it. Elder brother is indeed very attractive. Luo Shu Lemon revealed a smile. The heart couldn't help but be relieved, at the same time filled with gratitude to his brother. If it wasn't for Guluo, there was a good chance that the music department would have just split today. That would make it very difficult for her as lead singer as well as co-head. It didn't work for freshman, and junior year was a semi-retired department. Plus, people were on it last year, so bothering them again this year would really look like a sophomore shame. Luo Shu Lemon smiled faintly at Rinlei at this time. I'll go wash my face. Okay, go ahead. I won't be accompanying you this time. I'm going to stay and watch the show. Rinlei hemmed and hawed. What she called watching a good show was of course watching Guluo teasing Shu Mei. Turns out that's the proper way to use a chimera. If Guluo continued to womanize like this, maybe Shu Mei's team would collapse. I'm looking forward to it. Seeing this, Luo Shu Lemon shook her head with some tears and laughter, then walked out of the classroom through the back door and went straight to the bathroom. And she had just made it to the bathroom when a figure came jogging after her. The person who came was none other than Feng Duo. Shu Lemon. Me. She wanted to say something, and the expression on her face was complicated with guilt, helplessness, and a hint of worry. Luo Shu Lemon didn't turn around. She just quietly washed her face with a few handfuls of cold water, feeling the sensation of the cool stream of water brushing against her cheeks, letting out a slight breath before opening his mouth to ask, "What are you trying to say again, Minister?" Chapter 37. Fortunately, one can still rely on one's elder brother. Feng Duo opened his mouth and was just about to speak, but as if he suddenly thought of something, he stopped violently again. Looking cautious, she first cautiously walked into the bathroom, sweeping her eyes over each cubicle one by one to make sure none of them were occupied before stepping out as if she was relieved. Shu Lemon, I promise you that I'll give you the head of the music department when the school concert is over. When the time comes you will be able to use your ministerial power. But before Feng Dao could finish her words, Luo Shu Lime softly opened her mouth to interrupt her. Hokage, I don't actually have any idea about the minister's position. Upon hearing this, Feng Dao's face instantly revealed an anxious expression. She took a step forward, her hands unconsciously clenched, and hurriedly advised, Shu Lemon, I know that you must be uncomfortable in your heart, but you really can't make too much of a mess with Shu Mei and the others right now. Count me in as a schoolteacher please, just bear with me a little longer, okay? The school festival will be held next week at the latest, and as soon as it's over, I'll be sure to help you teach Shu Mei a lesson before I quit the department at that time. Shu Lemon, I was the one who invited you to join the music department last year. We're good friends, help me, okay? Okay. Feng Duo's voice became lower and lower, and in the end it was almost pleading. La Shu Lemon was silent. The reason why she has not chosen to take care of Shu Mei, one is that she really does not care about these childish things, and the other is that Feng Duo has time and again taken the friendship of the past to persuade her to be patient, but it didn't work out that way, and in return, Chu Meimei's intensified efforts, as well as Feng Dao's inaction, for the sake of the so-called balance, Feng Duo turned a blind eye to these things, and even, at times, inadvertently acted as Chu Meimei's accomplice. Looking at Feng Dao in front of her with a supplicating look on her face, Luo Shu Lemon sighed helplessly. This Feng Duo is really not suitable to be a minister and lacks the determination and responsibility that a minister should have. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of her elder brother, she would have played that so-called balancing act apart today. Sister Feng Dao. That's it. Luo Shu Lemon took out a tissue from her pocket and slowly wiped the water droplets on her face with slow movements as she slowly opened her mouth. Even in return for taking care of me in the first place. Speaking of which, her thoughts couldn't help but drift back to a year ago, the scene where she first encountered Sister Feng Duo. Feng Duo at that time was wearing a high ponytail, carrying a guitar, bouncing around and smiling brightly. Students, come join the music department and let's play the best music we can. As a senior, I'll take care of you. When did it change? Looks like, can't remember. The once enthusiastic and cheerful schoolmate full of ideals is now wavering in various contradictions for the sake of the so-called balance and has lost her initial sincerity. Shu Lemon, thank you so much. Really, as soon as the school festival is over, I'll give you a head start right away. I've long looked at this Chu Meimei in a bad light. Feng Duo's voice pulled Luo Shu Lime out of that short and beautiful memory. Luo Shu Lemon looked at the Feng Dao in front of her eyes that was completely different from what she remembered, and couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. That's all. Fortunately, one can still rely on one's older brother. It didn't take long for the music department to finish their departmental work for the day. Gu Luo was surrounded by a group of warblers and swallows, as if they were all stars, and walked towards the main gate. The turnaround rate was super high along the way, attracting countless side glances. I have to admit that none of the members of the music department are bad looking, and there was only one boy, Gu Luo, on the team now, and he was still Guangya's schoolboy now. It drew a lot of whispers at once. I'll go. It's good to be handsome, a boy exclaimed with a face full of envy, his eyes revealing a hint of jealousy. Who says it's not? Usually those girls from the music department each act like they're superior. Ha, now they've all become licking dogs. Another boy disdainfully skimmed his mouth, his words filled with sourness. Lose weight, must lose weight. I'm telling you, I'll be absolutely handsome once I lose weight. There were also boys who clenched their fists and cheered themselves up. It's really a present life. Hell knows how flowery this Gu Luo will play at night. Anyway, handsome men are all scum. There was envy, jealousy, unwarranted speculation, and even more malicious slander in these conversations. Gu Luo, as the Charm 9 school grass transfer student, had used only 2 days to gain notoriety in the school. After all, he really is too handsome. One more look and you'll explode. And at that moment, Gu Luo was firmly protected by Chu Meimei. Those who didn't know thought the two were a couple. At this, the other girls were more than a little upset, but it's not good enough to say anything. After all, Gu Luo was indeed brought by Chu Meimei, and one of the girls with big eyes didn't care about that at all, ignoring Chu Meimei's warnings the entire time, chatting with Gu Luo one after another. She could eat Gu Luo's face too much. It's single anyway, so it's fair game. Gu Luo noticed out of the corner of his eye that Chu Meimei's face was getting harder and harder to see, like the gloom before a storm, so he purposely chatted more vigorously with the wide-eyed girl. The two went back and forth, laughing and chatting. The wide-eyed girl was full of joy at the moment, with only one thought swirling around in her head: the schoolboy has a crush on me. It wasn't until the entrance to the school that the crowd waved goodbye. The wide-eyed girl still couldn't get enough and wanted to continue to follow Gu Luo and chat. Chu Meimei, however, said nonchalantly at this time, Gu Luo and I have something else to do in a while, so you guys don't have to follow, ha. Saying that, he directly pulled Gu Luo's sleeve, his movements carrying a few points of dominance. Gu Luo instantly performed a dumbfounded expression, as if he had no idea what was happening, looking innocent and confused. The wide-eyed girl was so angry when she saw this that she practically jumped out of her skin. How can you not follow the rules? That's despicable. Chu Meimei, on the other hand, proudly pulled Gu Luo away alone. Road. Chu Meimei always leaned towards Gu Luo intentionally or unintentionally, her body almost sticking to Gu Luo's body, and Gu Luo intentionally or unintentionally dodged her approach, each time skillfully turning sideways or taking a quick step forward. It can't be helped. Who made him an undercover agent? I don't know how long I've been walking, but Chu Meimei first looked towards the back to make sure no one was following before she turned back and said, Gu Luo, I'm telling you, you need to stay away from that girl just now. Ha, why Gu Luo looked confused. She, is sick at heart, often abuses stray cats in the park and used to bully other girls in middle school. I'm just afraid you'll be tricked. That's why I'm telling you in secret. It is really a nest of snakes and rats. Gu Luo sighed in his heart. Really things are gathered in a group of people. Can stay in a circle is really a class of people. But on the surface, he still said with a surprised face. So, I'll have to stay away from her then. It's best to just ignore her. A smile couldn't help but blossom on Cotter's face, with a hint of triumph. Oh, I can't blame myself for that. The two of them walked some distance further, and after declining the invitation for a drink once again, Gu Luo casually found an excuse to separate from Chu Mei Mei. Sheesh, Gu Luo had heard a lot of secrets along the way. Let's just say that Quimby can really say anything to deal with the other girls. In this way, it seems that one is very successful in pretending to be pure. LOL. People's homes, who understands? It's all a bunch of perverts interfering with his body. Keeping men safe is urgent. After finding a direction to turn around, Gu Luo headed towards the nearby supermarket. While waiting for the stoplight, a familiar voice was heard from behind him. Gu Luo didn't immediately turn around, but instead unhurriedly operated on his cell phone. This was followed by a light tap on the shoulder. Bewildered, she looked back and was met by the wide-eyed girl. He hadn't memorized the name at all, so he just mentally substituted it with wide-eyed girl. The big-eyed girl asked smilingly at this time. What a coincidence, Gu Luo. Are you going to the supermarket too? However, Gu Luo moved a step directly to the side and looked at her with a guarded expression. What's wrong? The wide-eyed girl was slightly stunned by his sudden action, and her smile instantly froze on her face, her eyes filled with confusion. Didn't we just have a nice chat? What's with the sudden change in attitude? Chapter 38, 0 frame start. At that moment, the traffic light changed from red to green, like a silent command. As if he hadn't heard the wide-eyed girl's words, Gu Luo's footsteps didn't stop and he walked straight toward the opposite side of the road. The wide-eyed girl was staggered in place for a few seconds. She couldn't figure out how the two, who had just been talking to each other, had suddenly become like this. Then, as if unwilling to be left out in the cold, he immediately trotted to follow. Gu Luo, what's wrong with you? Didn't we just have a nice conversation? Say something. Along the way, the wide-eyed sister's voice was like a buzzing fly, constantly circling Gu Luo's ears. But Gu Luo didn't care about her at all and just walked forward on his own. It wasn't until after he reached a small park that he slowly stopped and spoke. Please don't follow me. Then you have to give me a reason, right? The wide-eyed girl blocked in front of him and said with a serious face. You give me a reason and I'll leave immediately. You. Gu Luo opened his mouth to speak, a difficult look on his face. It's like there's something hard to say. Seeing this, the big-eyed girl seemed to have figured something out. A trace of nervousness flashed in her eyes, and she asked cautiously, was it Chu Mei Mei who said something to you? No, not. Gu Luo immediately waved her hands in some panic, her eyes dodging, not daring to meet the wide-eyed sister's gaze. The slightly flustered look made it seem like there was nothing here. The wide-eyed girl immediately did a double take. Sure enough, it's Mimi Chu. It must have been this guy who snitched. Let's not talk about the other things first. This matter of her abusing cats was only known to Chu Mei Mei. Gu Luo, will you listen to my explanation first? The wide-eyed girl's face turned a little white, and she spoke with some difficulty. Did Quilter tell you that I abuse cats? Or that I've bullied people before? Or something? All of this is false. The so-called cat abuse is just me gently hitting them with something once in a while, and the bullying and whatnot out belongs to some misunderstanding quarrel. Really? Will you trust me? Lying to ghosts. Gu Luo spat madly in his heart, but on the surface, he still showed a struggling appearance. He lowered his head slightly, as if in thought, and finally nodded slowly. I believe you. Really? The wide-eyed girl asked excitedly. False. Really? Gu Luo revealed an innocent smile. The afterglow of the setting sun splashed on his face, outlining his perfect silhouette, looking serene and beautiful. Why is it that a man can be so handsome? The big-eyed girl was mesmerized, and her heart was pounding, as if it was going to jump out of her throat. It wasn't until a few moments later that she blushed and came back to her senses, and hastily coughed softly in an attempt to cover up her outburst. That, Gu Luo, what exactly did she tell you about Chu Mei Mei? No, it's not Chu Mei Mei, it's really not. Really? Gu Luo was just like a simple big boy who couldn't lie, his eyes dodging, but the poor acting was instantly recognized by the wide-eyed girl. Damn this Kamimi. The big-eyed girl's heart was a burst of fear. Fortunately, she had met Gu Luo today, or else she would have never known what more outrageous secrets Chu Mei Mei would say. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in her heart. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Gu Luo, let me tell you something. Don't tell anyone, okay? The wide-eyed girl said tentatively. What? Gu Luo showed curiosity and slightly cocked her head. Instead, the mind got excited and waited for the big fish to take the bait. You promise me first that you won't tell anyone. The wide-eyed girl's voice lowered, as if she were sharing a shocking secret. Okay, I promise you. Gu Luo nodded solemnly. a serious and earnest expression on his face. The big-eyed girl lowered her voice at this time and said, Gu Luo, you've actually been tricked by Chu Mei Mei. She's actually a big fan of spreading rumors. Like me, like Undersecretary Lo. She often spreads rumors about Luo Shulime in the club. What with stealing people's boyfriends? What with going out to sell in private? And what with having an affair with the principal? Did you say it wasn't too much? A lot of people are just fooled by her. That's why they don't like Vice Minister Luo. As she spoke, she observed Gu Luo's expression, a hint of smugness flickering in her eyes. Quimby, you brought this on yourself. Enough. Gu Luo interrupted her at that moment, but suddenly spoke up. The wide-eyed girl froze slightly before she heard him continue. I believe that Chu Mei Mei isn't such a girl, just as I believe that you don't abuse cats and bully people. The wide-eyed girl was silent, just quietly looking at Gu Luo with mixed feelings in her heart. She felt that Gu Luo was really simple to the point of being somewhat adorable. It's so easy to trust people so easily. At the same time, she felt that Chu Mei Mei was even less of a thing, even willing to cheat such a good boy. In that case, it might as well be cheap. Let's not talk about others behind their backs. It's not right to do so. Let's go to the supermarket first, Gu Luo said, walking towards the front on her own. Then he put his hand in his pocket and held the phone. Evening. Inside the simple and bright bedroom, the soft light sprinkled in every corner of the room, but it could not warm the resentful heart of the owner. Quimby sat down at his desk and took an A4 sheet of paper out of the drawer. Then the three big words Luo Shulime were written on it, only to see her slowly pick up the red water pen and begin to put a cross in Luo Shulime's name. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Kwame vented as she drew. If it wasn't for La Shulemon, how could the boy she liked before have left her? If it wasn't for Luo Shulime, how could she have been insulted like that? Yes, it's because of La Shulemon. It must be her seducing boys in private. That's it. As for what the truth really was, Campere didn't care. Anyway, those three boys did run off to confess their love to Luo Shulime, and in the end the guy failed to confess, came back and slept with her, then immediately broke up at light speed. The reason was he really did still like Luo Shulime in his heart. Just thinking about this, Chu Mei Mei was shaking with anger. She wouldn't admit that she was inferior to La Shulemon, so it's a fact that Luo Shulime likes to seduce men. That explains it. Just then, Chu Mei Mei suddenly broke into a smile and muttered to herself at the A4 paper full of red crosses. Luo Shulime, this time it's you who lost. Gu Luo was attracted to my charms. After a pause, she continued to mutter to herself. Of course, the old days aren't over yet. On the day of the school festival, accompany me to be humiliated. Everyone screwed together. Ha ha. I wonder what kind of expression Luo Shulime will show then. Really looking forward to it. Just then, the cell phone sitting on the table suddenly rang. It's a voice call. Chu Mei Mei collected her smile and after seeing the caller clearly, she couldn't help but frown. Her eyes filled with impatience, but pressed the answer button anyway. Quimimi, your mom. A curse came from the other end of the line, the voice sharp and harsh. Chu Mei Mei froze, and for a moment her brain didn't turn around. You're such a ing, talking about me behind my back. The voice on the other end was getting louder and louder, as if it was going to break through the cell phone screen. Is your M dead? Say something. I'm asking you if M is dead. A series of expletives, like a bomb, exploded in Chu Mei Mei's ears. 0 frame starters. Extremely high in mom. Chu Mei Mei then came back to her senses and instantly cursed with the other party. Your mom's the one. Queenie ni you. Whole family. The two men's curses intertwined like a fierce battle, with neither one refusing to show weakness. In the end, both of them cursed until they were exhausted. Before Chu Mei Mei forced herself to hold back her anger and asked, Did Gu Luo tell you these things? I shucks. The other spat dismissively. I'm the one who guessed it. It's ironic that people Gu Luo is so kind and simple that she's still defending a like you at the end of the day. Then, it went on to tell what had just happened. At those words, Chu Mei Mei fell silent. Quimby, I'm telling you, this isn't over. I'll rip you apart if you ever tell anyone about my previous cat abuse and bullying. Motherless thing. When he finished, he hung up his voice. Kwame took several deep breaths before she slowly calmed down. A plastic sister is just a plastic sister. If it's gone, it's gone. Just have Gu Luo. One must be more gentle and considerate in front of Gu Luo. Take him down as soon as possible before the night is too long. La Shu Lime, I'll let you off the hook for now for a few days. Let's be embarrassed together when the school day comes. When the time came, they could still look to Gu Luo to comfort themselves. Chapter 39, The Little Angel's Head Touching Kill. For Gu Luo, taking care of 4 beautiful sisters was undoubtedly something full of joy and happiness. And happy days always fly by. Time is like a tireless horse. Whoosha run far away. In what felt like a brief blink of an eye, he spent a week in this cozy new home and welcomed Saturday. In these past few days, the music department had undergone a drastic change because of Gu Luo's addition. The original atmosphere of conflict and strife had disappeared, replaced by unprecedented tranquility. Shumei was like a new person, acting extremely gentle and generous in front of Guluo, no longer deliberately sabotaging performance training, and actively cooperating with every rehearsal. And the small group she was a part of was beginning to show signs of falling apart, like a rickety house that could come crashing down at any moment. In this, the wide-eyed girl played a decisive role. She made a brainstorm of Kwame's malicious chewing behind her back and publicized it in the small group, coupled with the occasional and appropriate green tea performance of the phantom demon Guluo, which skillfully intensified the conflict, ultimately creating the current situation. Just the only thing that gave Guluo a headache was that Shumei's offense had gotten more and more fierce in the past 2 days, and that look in her eyes was itching to eat him up right away. Luckily, though, Guanya College will be hosting a school festival next Wednesday. Once the show was over, his undercover career could come to an end. At that time, it will be possible to settle the scores for what Kwame did before. Early morning kitchen. Guluo yawned and stood sleepily in front of the counter slicing tomatoes. He played the game last night until the wee hours of the morning, and he was in love with all the cool gun skins in the game. I have to say, it's just nice to have a gun skin. The game is all the more fun. Commonly known as, having money, it's great. And in the meantime, the imp never again broke into his room at night. Everything is moving in a good direction. After accompanying the imp out today, I won't have to be held hostage by her anymore. Ha! Guluo suddenly realized a blind spot at this time. I can't believe I forgot to ask Luo Shua where she was going today and what she was going to do. Never mind. I'll find out later when I go out. And with that in mind, I stopped dwelling on it. Good morning, brother. At that moment, Luo Shu Lemon walked into the kitchen with a light step. The corners of the pure white nightgown gently swayed with the movement, like a white lotus flower blooming in the morning, pure and beautiful. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale, exuding an irresistible air of innocence. Good morning, Shu Lemon. Gu Luo continued to cut the tomatoes, and when he heard Luo Shalimiai's voice, the corners of his mouth subconsciously raised in an arc. Is there anything happier than hearing a little angel say hello in the morning? Happiness is in the air. Hard work, brother. Luo Shu Lemon spoke out of habit, her gaze inadvertently landing on the top of Gu Luo's head. A dorky hair just stood straight up, as if announcing its presence to the world. Put, Luo Shu Lime really had been adorable and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the laughter, Gu Luo stopped chopping vegetables and turned back, asking with some confusion, what's going on? Luo Shu Lemon blinked her big watery eyes first, then raising her small hand, she waved the 4 slender fingers other than her thumb downward, and laughed softly. Brother, lower your head. Her voice was soft, with a hint of playfulness, as if she were sharing a little secret. Ah, good. Although Gu Luo was puzzled, she did as she was told. Seeing this, Luo Shu Lemon slowly placed her small hand on his hair and gently stroked it. The movements were gentle, as if they were treating a child. Feeling her fingers weave through her hair, each stroke seemed to carry an electric current, causing Gu Luo's heartbeat to speed up involuntarily. The face, too, grew red. Is this a headbutt? Is this what it feels like to have your head touched by a beautiful girl? But how did the little angel suddenly make such an intimate gesture? Gu Luo's CPU went a little down, and his thoughts began to spread uncontrollably. Alright, brother. Luo Shulime stopped moving at this point and put both hands behind her back. Then with a smile on his face, he said, there was a dull hair on my brother's head just now, but it's okay, I've already taken care of it. She spoke with a playful tone, as if she were showing off her accomplishments. Thanks. Upon hearing the reason, the fantasies in Gu Luo's head immediately dissipated. He slowly raised his head, and then he saw Luo Shalimii tilting her little head at that moment. Her adorable appearance was heartwarming. You're blushing a little. Why? So expansive. It's really funny. And she realized that Gu Luo would only subconsciously display this simple big boy youthfulness when facing himself, and that won't be the case at all on the quilter's side. This particular feeling Lashu Lemon loved. Gradually, more and more. I came to look forward to this feeling. The heart was tickling like a kitten scratching it. Gu Luo forced herself to hold back her embarrassment and didn't reply, then immediately turned around and forced herself to remain calm as she continued chopping the side dishes, and Lashu Lemon just snickered. The ambience in the kitchen at this point would be a sweet pale pink if it had a color. This is how the two spend their weekdays together, full of warmth. Feelings have been heating up. They all enjoyed it. Even the corners of their mouths would always turn up a little uncontrollably when they thought of each other. Gu Luo already had some vague fluttering. After all, he himself liked gentle girls, not to mention so beautiful. He could sense that the same was true of Lashu Lemon, but both tacitly left it unsaid, and kept that relationship to a limit. Gillo was a little bothered by this, despite knowing something was wrong, but you just can't help but reach out and touch it. It's an amazing feeling, but well, there's a long way to go. he and the little angel would have plenty of time together again. Let's leave the future to our future selves. For now, just enjoy the moment. Brother. Luo Shulime's gentle call brought Gu Luo back to reality from her thoughts in a flash. What's wrong? He asked subconsciously. Luo Shulime took a step forward at this time, closing the distance between the two. Then a bright, warm smile appeared. Just wanted to thank my brother for taking care of me during this week. Thank you, brother, for going out of your way to make delicious meals for me every day. I thank my elder brother for helping me stabilize the conflict in the music department for the time being, and for making many sacrifices to do so. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it, brother. These are things I will never forget. Hearing this, Gu Luo only felt as if his heart was. It was like being wrapped in a warm stream of water. The whole person is healed. Some kind of emotion is erupting like a gush. Looking at the little angel in front of him, his lips trembled slightly, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he plucked up the courage to speak. Shu Lemon, your hair seems a little messy too. Ah. Luo Shu Lemon first froze slightly, and subconsciously wanted to reach out and run a hand through her hair. But it suddenly occurred to her that she had just combed it in the mirror in her room. Suddenly, she realized something. The heart couldn't help but start beating faster. The white, flawless face was also colored with a slight blush. Then silence fell in the kitchen. The silence was like an invisible veil that enveloped the two men, and a tense, expectant atmosphere filled the air. When Gu Luo saw that Luo Shu Lemon had been silent, he thought that he had been rejected, and his shame came out at once. What the hell am I talking about? Done and done. Didn't hold back for a second. It's embarrassing. Help. It's embarrassing. What to do? What to do? Make a harumph and muddle through? Shouldn't have taken that step. Ahem. That Shu Lemon ah. Gu Luo was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground. He had just opened his mouth and was ready to explain, when he saw Luo Shu Lemon's two soft and tender little hands crossed over her high chest at that moment. Then he lowered his head slightly, his eyes averted. Embarrassed. Can I trouble you then? Chapter 40, Another Lie. When? Sure. Gu Luo forced down the fluttering in her heart and tried to calm her breathing, but the slightly trembling fingertips still gave away the inner tension. He took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on Luo Shulime's small head, gently rubbed it. Fingers gently ran through Luo Shulime's silky hair, each stroke carried with it caution. At this moment, there was only one thought in Gu Luo's mind, wishing that time could pass a little slower, preferably framed right here and now, so that this beauty could last forever. Neither said a word, one reveling in the gentle stroking of his head, the other enjoying the touch from his fingertips. Gu Luo's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but after hesitating, he still swallowed back those words that were about to come out of his mouth. There's no rush. There's no rush. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Plenty of time anyway. The coming days are long. Just like that, the two who were immersed in this beauty didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from outside the kitchen. Brother, is the food ready? I'm so hungry dash. Hearing Luo Shulime's voice, Gu Luo and Luo Shulime both shuddered in fear as if they had been electrocuted, then reflexively pulled away instantly at the same time and pretended to be busy with their hands and feet, for hands wandered back and forth over the side dishes and dinner plates. It's busy, but it's not like I know what I'm working on. Luo Shuling yawned, and at this time slowly walked to the kitchen door, asking with some confusion, Brother, Shulime, why are you all ignoring me? Ah, almost there, almost there. Gu Luo forced herself to be calm, trying to make her voice sound smoother, and it was with great difficulty that she was able to stabilize the heart that was still beating frantically. As for Luo Shulin, she lowered her head on the side and pursed her lips tightly, not daring to speak at all, much less turn her head to look at Luo Shulin. I don't know if it was because of shyness or being startled by the sudden sound, but at this moment, her face was a bright red. Luckily, she had that long dark hair to hide her embarrassment from being fully exposed. You guys keep up the good work then. I'll eat some chips first. Luo Shuling didn't care, mindlessly walking past the two before taking out a bag of cucumber-flavored chips from the fridge. Then humming a little tune, he wandered past the two men and out of the kitchen. Hearing Luo Shuling's gradually distant slipper sound, the two of them were relieved and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But then the kitchen fell back into silence and awkwardness, neither of them knowing what to say. Luo Shu Lemon didn't know what to do, and thought to herself whether she should ask the military counselor to help her out. She had never been in a relationship and had little experience with boys, so not sure what to do next. There was anticipation in her heart for the further development of her relationship with Gu Luo, but more than that, she was worried. There was a good deal of speechlessness again. Luo Shu Lemon suddenly broke the silence in the kitchen and asked, Does elder brother have any plans today? The school festival is next week, and we have to go back to school at noon to practice and practice again. Is elder brother coming, too? At those words, Gu Luo subconsciously almost blurted out, but as the words came out of his mouth, he reacted violently and swallowed the word back hard. After all, He and Luo Shua had an appointment today. Ah, this is the perfect time to solidify the rising relationship with Luo Shulime, but what has been promised must never be broken. Gu Luo gritted his teeth, but still shook his head helplessly and said with an apology, "Sorry Shu Lemon, I have something else to do today." Brother doesn't need to apologize. Luo Shu Lemon smiled slightly, just a hint of loss in the smile, but quickly recovered and asked immediately after, "Is brother going out with friends?" Hearing this question, Gu Luo instantly tensed up, her body unconsciously tightening. He didn't want to deceive Luo Shulime at all, but how do you explain something like that? There was no way to talk about what was going on between himself and Luo Shua, otherwise it is better to be honest. The thought flashed through his mind, but quickly vetoed itself. No way no how. Anyway, after today, he didn't owe Luo Shua anything, plus she's been pretty honest the last couple days. Still, leave it out. Work it out in private, otherwise it's really hard to explain. Sorry little angel. Gu Luo apologized frantically in her heart, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Today, I've arranged to go to a gathering with my class." This was the lie he had told Gu Sherman. "I didn't realize I had to sprinkle it a second time." "That's good. Elder brother will be able to get along with the class." Luo Shulime smiled and continued, "Yuer will definitely be especially happy today. She loves to eat." Bad. Finished, Gu Luo instantly did a double take. How could I forget that Luo Shulime and Shinyu still knew each other? Ah, yeah haha. He subconsciously laughed awkwardly twice, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted slapping himself. It's over. I should have answered that I went with the rest of the class. If Luo Shulime and Shinyu ask about it. Ah dash. Gu Luo, are you a pig? That's not even a response? Gu Luo didn't even dare to think about Luo Shalimiai's expression when she realized she had lied to her, but it really couldn't be helped. The heart was too flustered just now. It was supposed to be an improvised lie. There was no time to think, but according to Shinyu, she wasn't really familiar with Luo Shulime, so she didn't think she would normally chat. Even if they chatted, Luo Shulemon shouldn't have asked about such things, but in all things, fear not the worst, otherwise it's better to come clean. But how to explain it? Once you confess that what you just said was a lie, you have to confess why you lied, then another lie about that is involved. Luo Shulime for this reason these days, but every day will give him hot milk. Gu Luo only felt as if her brain was entangled in a mess, dizzy, and the more she thought about it, the more she had a headache. Is this the price of lying? Now we can only pin our hopes on the favor of Lady Luck. Time passed by, and just as breakfast was almost done, Luo Shulemon laughed, "Elder brother, then I'll go heat up the milk." Ah, good. Hearing this, the guilt in Gu Luo's heart grew stronger. You're not a thing yourself. In any case, he wouldn't owe Luo Shua after today. In the future, you must never call the wrong name again and give the imp an opportunity to take advantage of it. Let's hope it all works out today. Chapter 41 Brother, am I getting a little sisterly? Gu Luo stood in a corner not far from the station entrance, looked down at her cell phone. There were still 10 minutes before the appointed time. Yes, this was something he and Luo Shua had discussed in advance, staggering the time to come to the station. After all, he had already lied to Luo Shalimiai and Gu Sherman, and he had to be careful to maintain the web woven by this lie without a single break. Pretty boy. Alone? A sweet female voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Gu Luo lifted his head at the sound, only to see three colorfully dressed mature women walking towards him in a slinky manner. They are dressed in tailored professional suits, slim style to outline the figure of the body, delicate makeup between the eyebrows show the charm of mature women. Handsome boy, would you like to join us for a cup of coffee? The woman at the head of the table gently ruffled the long, big wavy hair and lightly smiled. We just got off work this afternoon and are looking for a place to relax. Seeing this, Gu Luo subconsciously took a polite half step back to keep a distance from them, a detached but not impolite smile on his face. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for who? A girlfriend? The other woman looked like she didn't notice Gu Luo's rejection. Instead she came closer, the strong perfume smell instantly hitting her. Seeing how shy you are, little handsome, you should still be single, right? These three big sisters were like pestering vines, pestering them for a good while, and no matter how much Gu Luo refused, they didn't have the slightest intention of leaving, just like the punks who surrounded the schoolgirls in the novels. It's all the fault of too much charisma. What a bother. When Gu Luo wanted to say something else, she suddenly felt her arm tighten. A familiar refreshing aroma drilled into his nostrils, and looking sideways, he saw that Luo Shua had already quietly stood beside him at some point. A slender arm took his own. She was wearing a long black dress today, the hem of which swayed gently with the breeze like black waves, elegant and charming. On her feet was a pair of thin-strapped high-heeled sandals, revealing her white ankles and making her already slender legs even more attractive. Long, soft hair fell casually over her shoulders, glowing softly in the sunlight. The three women were instantly stunned by Luo Shua's beauty. Luo Shuo didn't say anything, but only swept their faces lightly with those cool eyes. The gaze was like a sharp scalpel, dissecting certain thoughts of the trio with precision. Sorry. The woman in the lead had a somewhat helpless bitter smile on her face, a hint of regret in her tone. We didn't know that this little handsome guy already had a girlfriend. I'm really very sorry. I shouldn't have teased him so much. However, sister really envies Yuo to find such a handsome boyfriend. Luo Shua remained silent, only holding Gu Luo's arm, declaring her sovereignty. Gu Luo felt the warmth and softness coming from his arm and wanted to say something, but the words reached his mouth, but he held them back hard. See you then. Looks like we are not going to have a chance with the little handsome man. Ah, who says it isn't? Let's go. See you later, handsome boy, pretty girl. After the three left, Gu Luo tried to gently jerk the arm that was being held. Shua, you can let go now. There was a hint of unnaturalness in his voice as he tried to break the delicate atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Luo Shua raised her head. Her eyelashes were long, casting a shadow under her eyes as she asked in a calm tone, is elder brother planning to unload? Gu Luo was momentarily speechless. Brother has promised to listen to me all day. Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness that seemed to remind the two of their promise. Wait. At those words, Gu Luo hurriedly interrupted her. I just agreed to accompany you out. The final interpretation is mine, Luo Shua said, hugging tighter. Her hair gently swept over Gu Luo's arm as she moved, bringing a subtle tickle. Gu Luo fell silent, looking down at Luo Shuo's stunningly beautiful side face. It seemed that she even wore light makeup today, and her lip color was a gentle light red, which set off her already fair skin even more translucently. That's how she is, always saying the most dominating things in the calmest of tones. It's not me who suffers anyway. Gu Luo sighed helplessly at this point, a helpless bitter smile on his face. But I don't advise you to do this. There's a high chance you'll get hurt. You should understand what I mean. Luo Shua didn't say anything, just continued to hold his arm and walked towards the station. Even in high heels, her steps were still smooth, and she took each step with grace and ease, as if her feet were not on the hard ground, but on a gorgeous catwalk. Gu Luo could feel the gazes of passers-by constantly lingering over them. A tall super handsome man and a stunningly beautiful girl with outstanding temperament. Such a combination was indeed too conspicuous. Just like a star in the dark night, it was hard not to be noticed. And the moment he walked into the carriage, Gu Luo immediately regretted it, due to the line and the fact that it was a weekend. The train was packed at this point and the crowd was so tightly packed like sardines that it was hard to even find a place to land. With no other choice, Gu Luo had no choice but to shield Luo Shuo in the corner, bracing his arm against the wall to isolate a relatively comfortable space for her. Luo Shua just tilted her head and looked at him quietly. Her eyes were bright, like they were full of brilliant starlight. Gu Luo could smell the faint scent of her body, not perfume, but some kind of shower gel fragrance, mixed with her unique scent, which was inexplicably reassuring. So, where are we going? Gu Luo was a little embarrassed by the stare and tried to divert his attention, his voice seeming faint in the noisy carriage. But before Luo Shua could answer, another group of passengers squeezed up. Gu Luo was pushed forward and leaned forward, his entire body almost leaning on Luo Shuo. He backed away in a hurry, only to be squeezed back by the people behind him. Sorry, Gu Luo whispered, his expression a little embarrassed. The carriage was noisy, with people's conversations, footsteps, and announcements intertwined. But at this moment, Gu Luo felt that the world was awfully quiet. All he could hear was his own heartbeat, which sounded like thunder. Your heartbeat is so fast. Luo Shuo suddenly opened her mouth, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. At those words, Gu Luo tried to back away, but she was unable to move because of the crowd behind her. Luo Shua raised her head slightly at this time and asked with a light smile, is it because of me? Stop it. Gu Luo didn't look away. Then does it feel like I've been gentler today? Luo Shua continued to ask, isn't that a bit of a shoe lemon? At those words, Gu Luo opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a single word. But there was one thing to say. Today's Luo Shuo was indeed much less icy compared to before, with a hint more of gentleness and closeness. Even the lipstick worn is a mild warm color, and I haven't done any more of those weird things in the last few days. Did you really hear what I said the other night? Shua, you don't have to be like this. Gu Luo wanted to say something. He had come to his senses completely by this morning. What he liked about himself was Lashu Lemon, that gentle, sweet feeling that made his heart flutter. There's no way to say it though, but like is like, and there's no hiding that feeling. But now, Gu Luo looked at Luo Shuo in front of her, was truly surprised that she would make a change for her own words. Why, exactly, did it make it this far? Shua, let's say something genuine. Gu Luo really wanted to show her cards. He wanted to know how Luo Shuo could make it this far. wondering why Luo Shuo had that complicated look on her face the first time she saw herself. Wanted to know why Lashuo had docketed himself as a big liar. He is not a little cutie, much less heartless. Could sense that Luo Shua was really trying, even letting go of her girl's reserve at the beginning. Gu Luo didn't want to hurt Luo Shuo, but he didn't know how to deal with the feelings. Chapter 42, Come to my room tonight at 12 o'clock. Hearing Gu Luo's words, Luo Shua fell silent. Her gaze crossed over Gu Luo's shoulder and threw herself into that crowded crowd. Inside the compartment, the sounds of people talking and the roar of the train as it moved were intertwined to create a cacophonous background sound. But in Luo Shua's world, it was as if she and Gu Luo were the only two people in this moment, and all the surrounding clamor had been automatically blocked. After a long time, she spoke slowly, "Come to my room at 12 tonight and I'll tell you." Gu Luo was silent again. He really didn't want to go to Luo Shua's room in the middle of the night, in case he was found out by the other three sisters, especially if he was misunderstood by Luo Shulime. Then he really couldn't even jump into the Yellow River to wash away, but desperate to know the reason behind it all. After weighing the situation for a while, the inner scale eventually tipped in favor of curiosity, and Gu Luo finally nodded in agreement. The two have not spoken since. Gu Luo didn't have much to say about this. He definitely couldn't win a fight with the imp anyway, and he had warned at the beginning that those who did so would likely get hurt. It's done, so let her be. The city train kept moving from city to city, and the scenery outside the window flashed by as fast as a slideshow. Skyscrapers, pedestrians in the streets, green trees and red flowers are all left behind in a flash. The two arrived at their destination a short time later. Getting out of the car was more of a struggle than getting in, and the crowd in the car was like an impenetrable wall, making it difficult to move your feet. Gu Luo protected Luo Shuho in his arms the entire time, his arms tightly encircling her, shielding her from the crowds and pushes around her. It was hard to squeeze out of the train. It's better to take a cab when you come back. Gu Luo was really scared of squeezing and had to take care of Luo Shuho at all times. The two had to have intimate physical contact. The road is too congested. It's better to take the train, Luo Shua said, then skillfully took his arm. The movements were natural and intimate, as if this was a position they had taken for granted between them. Gu Luo really had a hard time catching Luo Shua's words. Her answers were always so dry and decisive that there was no way to refute them. The sunlight pours down on the glass facades of these buildings, reflecting a dazzling light. The streets are lined with traffic and pedestrians. Upbeat music is playing in the stores. Street performers are putting on great shows, and the aroma of all kinds of food is all around. I can only say that it is worthy of being the commercial center of Kaizhou. It is really extremely prosperous and exudes urban vitality everywhere. So, what exactly are we doing? Gu Luo asked the question again. Upon hearing this, Luo Shua revealed a smile. Buy clothes for elder brother. Ha! Gu Luo was a bit confused and couldn't speak for a long time. After a pause, his expression was extremely complicated as he asked, "Then why did you refuse when Shu Lemon asked you to come or not at that time?" "Because I want to come out on a date with you alone." Lashuo hit a straight ball. Gu Luo was genuinely at a loss as to how to respond to Luo Shua's so blunt confession. One can only say negatively. Let me be clear about one thing. This is not a date. He had expected to meet Luo Shua's icy gaze, but instead he found that she still had little change in expression. Just like what he had just said on the train, she was really becoming gentle. Aha! Luo Shua just nodded gently, her voice soft, without a hint of rebuttal. Gu Luo felt a moment of trance. He actually saw Luo Shulime's shadow from Luo Shui's body. In this instant, the figures of the two gradually overlapped in his mind. Gu Luo didn't know why, but her heart suddenly became hard. As if thinking clearly about something, he directly held Luo Shua's wrist and said in a deep voice, "Shua, although I prefer gentle girls, I don't hate your character, and that's from the bottom of my heart, so you might as well be yourself, or you can keep staring at me with that cold stare." He felt that this was really unfair to Luo Shua. Couldn't handle that much emotional weight on my own. Hearing this, Luo Shua didn't answer, but asked in return, "Elder brother doesn't want me and Shu Lime to become more and more alike, right? Then you can continue to use the excuse of I like gentle girls to continue to reject me with peace of mind? Is that so?" At those words, Gu Luo opened her mouth, but she actually didn't know how to answer this question. Luo Shua continued immediately after, "I know that you like Shu Lemon, and Shu Lemon likewise has a crush on you." After a pause, she stared straight into Gu Luo's eyes. "But you're not together yet, and I have the right to pursue happiness, don't I?" Gu Luo was dumbfounded by the dislike. In the end, there was no way out, but to change the subject and said, "Let's wait for the evening for everything. First, go shopping for clothes first." At those words, Luo Shua didn't choose to ride the wave of victory, but instead gently nodded and said in a slightly gentler tone as much as possible, "At your service, brother." Just like that, Luo Shua took Gu Luo's arm and walked across the road to the clothing mall. The mall was packed with people, with a wide range of stores of various brands and different styles of music playing. The two walked into the first men's clothing store. The sales clerk lady's eyes lit up when she saw the two. Her gaze kept lingering on Gu Luo, and a warm smile appeared on her face as she hurriedly complimented with a smile. Welcome to customers. The little beauty's boyfriend is so handsome. These are the newest styles to arrive at our store. The two followed the store lady to where the shirts were placed. Luo Shua carefully surveyed each piece of clothing, picking one up from time to time and comparing it to Gu Luo's body. Brother, try this one. She picked up a light blue shirt, which was a fresh and light color. Good. Gu Luo walked into the changing room and walked out in a short while after changing her clothes. He stood in front of the mirror, straightened his collar and nodded at it. Not bad. Then try this one again. Luo Shua picked up another beige-colored shirt. The material of this shirt is soft and comfortable. Looks very casual. Gu Luo once again changed his clothes and walked out. He turned around in front of the mirror and finally gave an "it's not bad." He turned around in front of the mirror and finally gave an evaluation of "not bad at all." Luo Shua nodded, but had no intention of buying it, but continued to the next store. Gu Luo followed behind her, looking at the way she was carefully selecting, suddenly feeling a little cute. "Shoho, are you playing dress up?" At those words, Luo Shua looked back at him. "I'm just learning about my elder brother's preferences." "My preference?" "Aha." She nodded. "I'd like to know what colors, styles, and materials my brother likes." Gu Luo froze. He didn't expect Luo Shua to be so serious. "Will it be tiring?" "I'm not picky about clothes. Just buy whatever you want." However, Luo Shua didn't answer, but continued to walk forward. Her back looked a bit forlorn, causing a sudden pang of guilt to well up in Gu Luo's heart. "Actually," he said as he quickly followed. "Shua, you don't have to be like this." Luo Shua stopped and turned to look at him. "Then what does elder brother wish for me?" Gu Luo opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. As Luo Shua said, he had been rejecting her with "I like gentle girls." Now she's becoming gentle. And himself. Chapter 43, to Gu Luo, giving love is happier than getting love. Just like that, Gu Luo seemed to have become a Barbie doll, experiencing a whole afternoon of pure dress-up games. The reason why I say it's a pure change of clothes is because Luo Shua didn't have the slightest intention of buying clothes, but just kept taking Gu Luo through various men's clothing stores, trying on one thing after another. Shua. After walking out of a men's clothing store once again, Gu Luo only felt that his legs were as heavy as lead, and every step he took a great deal of strength. For guys, shopping is like a torture, let alone this aimless dress-up game where every minute seems unbearably long. "What's wrong, elder brother?" Luo Shua twisted her head to look at him, looking composed, as if the long walk just now was just a piece of cake for her. Her figure in heels was still upright, and there was elegance in her stride, with no sign of fatigue. Gu Luo wanted to say something. Was it too humiliating to directly say that he couldn't walk anymore? Especially in front of the girls. You should know that the young girl in front of you is still wearing high heels. She didn't even cry out of exhaustion. How could she have the nerve to cry out of misery? Ahem. Feeling a bit thirsty. Let's go drink some milk tea. Gu Luo had a bright idea and suggested with a smile. That's just smart talk. I'm not tired. I'm just plain thirsty. So sit down and have a cream tea. Aha. Luo Shua thought for a moment and then readily agreed. In fact, she did feel a little thirsty after walking for so long, so the two of them headed towards the snack bar. The streets are lined with a variety of snack bars and drinking establishments with a smoky atmosphere. The aroma of kebabs, the sweetness of milk tea, and the laughter of people intertwine into a picture full of life. Good news, dear customers. Good news. Rachel's Lucky City Saiju Commercial City Store is having its grand opening today. Bring your baby and buy one drink and get one free. Parents and children enjoy sweet time at the same time. Buy a cup and get a cup free. Let love warm up in sweetness. Buy a cup and get a cup free. Revisit the sweet taste of first love. The store opens with a special interactive, parent-child, couples exclusive event benefits. Buy one cup get one cup free. Buy one cup get one cup free. Buy one cup and get one cup free. Important things to say 3 times. The complimentary glass can be anyone you choose. If you look around at the lively sound, you will see a Rachel's Lucky City store not far away. Outside the store, a naive antlered snow king is waving his arms in a cute manner, attracting the attention of passers-by. It's a pity. It would have been nice if the siblings had activities as well. Gu Luo couldn't help but joke about it, trying to ease her tired mood. However, just as these words were said, Luo Shua smoothly took his arm, moving naturally and swiftly. It was as if he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Gu Luo opened her mouth, but nothing came out. But you don't say. You really don't say. It's not like people know if they're a couple. I'm sure there will be many siblings or classmates posing as couples to take advantage of the discount. However, this also happened to give Luo Shua a legitimate reason to hold her arm. Forget it. It's silly not to take advantage of a discount. With that, the two of them walked outside of the Rachel's Kujo store and joined the line. Guluo was relieved to see that the store was spacious and there were still quite a few empty seats. In addition to them, there were 5 other couples in the store. An interesting scene happened. The boys could not help but sneak a glance at Luo Shuo, attracted by her beauty, while the girls could not help but sneak a look at Guluo, impressed by his handsomeness. There was even a couple who peeked at both of them at the same time after their eyes happened to meet, and the scene instantly became very awkward. Guluo and Luo Shuo were affecting the atmosphere between the other couples without even realizing it. But there's nothing you can do about it. The love of beauty is shared by all, especially top-notch dudes and dudettes like them. Wherever they go, they bring their own light, creating a kind of descending blow. Guluo was still a bit unused to being watched like this, while Luo Shuo beside him looked frank and didn't have any abnormalities throughout. Come to think of it, with her outstanding looks, she must have gotten used to such stares a long time ago. Just as I was thinking about it, they were soon in line. Shua, what would you like to drink? Guluo twisted his head to look at Luo Shua. Then she saw her eyes narrow slightly and the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. Seeing this, Guluo immediately said that it was not good. Baby, I want coffee. A latte will do. Luo Shua deliberately raised her volume. Her voice was delicate, and even leaned her little head on Guluo's shoulder with a sweet face when she finished. For a while, the gazes of all the customers in the store turned to them in unison, and those gazes were filled with envy. Look at this other couple. Not only are they handsome, they are so sweet, and Guluo instantly got goosebumps and shivered in the cold. The baby? It was the first time he'd been called baby in his entire life. How can I say this feeling? It feels weird and carries an inexplicable thrill at the same time. Guluo could only keep psyching herself up in her mind, all for the sake of the free milk tea. All for the sake of the free milk tea. Trying to compose himself, he said to the clerk, 1 grape taro ball, 1 latte, room temperature please. Okay, where's the sweetness? The masked sales clerk lady asked with a smile, but her eyes couldn't help but be attracted by Guluo's blooming beauty, and she glanced at it one by one. It was only after noticing the unkind gaze cast by Luo Shua that he somewhat awkwardly averted his eyes. Half sugar thanks. Okay. Guluo was just about to pay when a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman walked out from the back, and walked straight towards Guluo and Luo Shua. Little handsome man, little pretty girl, this order of yours is free haha, the middle-aged woman said with a kind smile. It's just that today is our first day of business, so can I take a picture of you guys and hang it on the wall in the back? Think of it as a publicity photo for our new store, and in the future both of you can enjoy a 50% discount when you come to our store. How's that? For the middle-aged woman, the deal was a sure thing. And 50% off was just a little less. The couple in front of me is really outstanding. One stop to the store instantly enhanced the whole store's style. The stars on the market compared to them all pale in comparison. Sorry boss, I'd rather pay. Guluo refused without even thinking about it. Just kidding, it's not like he's short on money for this cup of milk tea. Besides, it's so far from the apartment and the school that you wouldn't normally come this way at all. Most importantly, fear not. In case Luo Shalimei sees this photo in the future, it will be troublesome. Ah, this way, it's fine. A trace of loss passed across the middle-aged woman's face, but she still smiled and waved her hand. This order will be waived, and I wish you two young lovers 100 years of happiness and never break up. Also in the next second after she finished this blessing, Luo Shua directly spoke. Baby, let's shoot. The corner of Guluo's mouth twitched, so he pretended not to hear it. However, Luo Shua was unforgiving. Okay baby, you're the best. Baby. This series of pampering made Guluo feel like she was being roasted on a fire, especially the few boys in the store, with complex expressions on their faces and envious eyes as if to say, do you promise? If you don't promise I'll promise for you. I know you're in a hurry, but not yet. Guluo looked at the little devil who was holding his arm tightly, and helplessly, he finally squeezed out a smile and nodded. Then I'll trouble the boss. It is I who should be thanking you. The middle-aged woman immediately revealed a bright smile. She really likes the student body. Obviously they helped themselves, but they will always subconsciously say thank you in trouble. It's so cute and cuddly little fortune teller. Just like that, the middle-aged woman took the camera she had prepared in advance and took several pictures of the two Guluo in a row, and gave 2 of them to them. Guluo carried 2 cups of drinks and couldn't care less about resting, directly leading Luo Shuho out of the store, intending to go to the nearby small park to rest. It couldn't be helped. The stares from the store if anything were just a little too much for him to handle. Charisma 9 is already at this level. I can't imagine what it will be like when charisma reaches 10. Anyway, as long as it doesn't attract boys. The two soon arrived at the small park and sat down on a bench. Guluo inserted the straw into the latte and handed it to Luo Shua. Hint, finished inserting a straw for my sister Luo Shua. Rewarded with 1 point. This sister-favoring system really does not discriminate. You only get 1 point for both cooking a meal and inserting a straw, when there is such a big difference between the two in terms of effort. However, he didn't bother to count on it, just let it go, because for Gu Luo, giving love is a happier thing than getting it. It was never done simply for points. He's really enjoying the process. Elder brother. Luo Shua sipped her coffee and suddenly spoke. My feet hurt. Chapter 44, So, want to share a drink? Upon hearing this, Gu Luo's gaze subconsciously looked towards Luo Shua's small white feet in high-heeled sandals. This pair of jade feet seemed as if they were finely crafted jade by top artisans. The skin was delicate beyond imagination, smoother than the finest porcelain, vaguely translucent with a faint pink color. The toes were small and delicate, neatly arranged, each one round and smooth with girlish goodness. With just a hasty glance, Gu Luo subconsciously moved his eyes away as if he had been scalded, then patted his head and said, Sorry, I forgot to warn you. Ankles can hurt, can't they? You can't walk for long in heels. It can cause extra damage to your ankles. That's my problem. Gu Luo genuinely believed that this was a dereliction of duty on his part as an older brother. I can't believe none of them thought of that. Recalling that along the way he was just thinking about those complicated emotional issues, but ignored Luo Shua's feelings, and even thought nothing of the fact that she would be uncomfortable if she wore high heels for a long walk. And at this moment, Luo Shua was drinking coffee in small bites, looking like a lazy kitten, quietly looking at Gu Luo, who had a face of self-reproach. There was just an imperceptible softness in his eyes. But you're really something. It should be that you usually wear less, right? Gu Luo took out his frame as a brother again at this time, and admonished with a serious face. In the future, you should never walk for so long in high heels, and you should be the first to say if you feel any pain. Got it? Luo Shua still took small sips of her coffee and nodded softly when she heard these words, but didn't say anything, just looking at Gu Luo without blinking, an unspeakable focus in his eyes. Gu Luo was really a bit uncomfortable being stared at, so he could only continue. When you go back, use hot water to soak your feet, and then massage them. However, as soon as she heard the word massage, Luo Shua acted as if a certain switch had been triggered, and quickly twisted her body around, and then placed a pair of small feet on his legs. Another zero-frame starter. Gu Luo was momentarily speechless, and her mind suddenly recalled the counterintuitive idea that she had once seen in the game. Every one of her toes is my Alps. Ahem. LOL. That's just it. This is not the time to care about anything else. With that, Gu Luo forced herself to maintain a calm expression, trying to look composed. Taking a small breath, he pressed his hand to his ankle and asked softly, Does it hurt here? Ouch. Luo Shua finally spoke up at this time, but it was only one word. What about here? Gillo changed positions again. Ouch. What about here? Ouch. Is it that serious? Gu Luo frowned and spoke. I'll rub you first and see how it is. If it still hurts you need to go to the drugstore and get medicine. At the moment, worry was the only emotion on his mind, so without thinking much, he gently kneaded at the location of his ankle. The technique wasn't exactly professional, but each stroke was filled with care and the right amount of intensity. How about this strength? Does it hurt? Could be. Be the first to tell me if it hurts. Aha. Luo Shua sucked on her coffee, her eyes lingering on Gu Luo's seriously handsome face. She looked at Gu Luo's focused expression, the slightly furrowed brow, the serious look in his eyes, as if they were all telling of his concern for himself. Rachel Kuju? This brand of coffee is really good, quite sweet. She decided that she would drink this brand of coffee from now on. Just like that, Gu Luo rubbed it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The movements were consistent, without a hint of impatience, and the force was as consistent as possible. Well, feeling better? Gu Luo asked while kneading. A little bit. Luo Shua had already finished her coffee by now, but was still biting on the straw. Just get better. At those words, Gu Luo breathed a sigh of relief, but the movements of his hands did not stop. It was another 5 minutes before he let go of his hand. Shua, you try walking down to the ground and see if there's any relief. Put my shoes on, Luo Shua said, and her little toes moved mischievously. Wear it yourself. Forgot how to wear it. The corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched, but he still picked up the high heels from the floor and gently put them on her. Luo Shua stood up and nodded after taking 2 pretend steps. Much better, thanks. Seeing this, Gu Luo was slightly lost in thought. As he looked at Luo Shua in front of him, he always felt that she looked like a pampered Luo Shulime. It's not too serious if you can still walk, so be careful in the future. After digressing, he opened a grape taro ball and inhaled a large mouthful. The 20-minute or so massage was still a bit tiring and I felt my arms getting a little sore. But the good news is that this cup had significantly more taro balls than normal. Luo Shua suddenly walked up to Gu Luo at this time and opened his mouth to ask, Brother, is this good? Shoho hasn't had grape taro balls? Gu Luo was a bit surprised that there was still someone who hadn't had Rue Shuexing Cheng's grape taro dumplings, but given the Luo family's wealth, it didn't seem strange. I guess I usually drink the big brands. Never had it. Is it good? Luo Shua said, bending down and getting closer to the pie. Of course it's good. Gu Luo was only halfway through her sentence when the grape taro balls in her hand were gone. Then he saw that Luo Shua had already tasted it. After taking a sip, she put it back in his hand and commented, not bad. Gu Luo looked at the straw that had obviously been bitten and instantly thought of the yogurt from earlier. Why does Luo Shua like biting straws so much? And how else can you drink this cup of grape taro balls by yourself? Forget it. Can't waste food. It is normal to drink the same glass of water anyway. Caring too much about it rather shows that you have a weak heart. Gu Luo Xian thought so and drank without much expression. It's obvious that you can insert the straw upside down. Luo Shua spoke at this time. It seems that you really do like drinking the same cup as me, aka indirect kissing. Ahem dash. Gu Luo almost spat out the taro ball inside her mouth. Don't. Gu Luo's expression became serious at this point, and he said in a good-natured manner, there's a limit to joking. And what if it's Shu Lemon? Ahem dash. This. Gu Luo was dumbfounded by the dislike, and the serious expression he could not pretend to put on was instantly broken. Alright, elder brother, we should get down to business. Luo Shuho clearly didn't want to talk more about this topic either, and proceeded to gently pat his chest with his hand. Go. Where to? As she moved, Gu Luo couldn't help but subconsciously sweep a glance, then immediately moved his eyes away. Chapter 45, The Imp's Magic Moves. Luo Shua didn't answer, but walked directly towards the outside of the small park. Seeing this, Gu Luo picked up the grape taro balls and immediately followed. Shua, you walk slower or your ankle can't take it. That's thoughtful. The two of them just walked side by side, but as they walked Luo Shua, like being programmed, naturally took Gu Luo's arm. Shoho, let me make it clear that only today is okay. There was a hint of helplessness in Gu Luo's voice. Today's situation is special, and in the future, no matter what, I can't be touched again. Even if you do get bumped, ask about the various terms and conditions ahead of time. What should be rejected is rejected outright. You and I are responsible for keeping men safe. Even if the imp has become softer, he's still the same headache-inducing imp. Just like that, under Luo Shua's leadership, it didn't take long for the two of them to reach their destination. Sweet Lily Lingerie Store. This. Gu Luo couldn't help but fall silent as she looked through the glass at the various styles and different colors of intimate apparel inside the store. Front. It's hell. After being silent for a while, Gu Luo's expression was extremely complicated, and after hesitating again and again, he opened his mouth and asked, Shua, you don't want me to accompany you to buy this, do you? Is it hard to guess? Luo Shua responded lightly, saying that she was ready to take another shot. Seeing this, Gu Luo's quick eyes and hands stopped her, saying without a trace of anger, be reserved in public. Oh, Luo Shua stretched her voice, dragging out a long O, and then asked, so, you don't want others to see it, right? Why is that statement so strange to you? Gu Luo didn't know how to retort for a moment and could only nod. He felt like he had fallen into a trap that Luo Shua had carefully laid out, and the more he struggled, the deeper he fell. Oh, Luo Shua let out another long O and narrowed her eyes with a slight smile. There was a hint of smugness in this smile, as if to say that she had seen through Gu Luo's heart. So this is jealous, right? Isn't it jealousy when you don't want anyone to see it? You're being crooked. Gu Luo immediately retorted. This is merely as me doing my duty to remind. Then if someone really saw it, would you feel uncomfortable in your heart? Luo Shua pursued. When Gu Luo heard this question, she subconsciously substituted that scene and only felt uncomfortable all over. There was no answer, but a slight nod was given. Why is it uncomfortable? Why would it be uncomfortable if it didn't turn on me? Luo Shua pressed step by step, each question like a sharp sword, stabbing at the softest place deep inside Gu Luo's heart. Gu Luo opened her mouth, wanting to continue retorting, but she couldn't open her mouth. Seeing this, Luo Shua couldn't help but reveal a smug smile, a smile like a cat that had stolen fish. You're just being tough. Gu Luo was caught off guard by Luo Shua's set of serial questions, feeling like a soldier losing ground on the battlefield, cornered by Luo Shua's words. Non-essential, he didn't want to lie, but at the moment he didn't know how to face the complex emotions inside himself. Needless to say, after hearing these words from Luo Shua, Gu Luo's heart couldn't help but begin to waver. Why would he still have that special feeling in his heart for Luo Shua when he obviously subjectively liked Luo Shulian? Is it because Luo Shua has suddenly become gentle and has the shadow of Luo Shulan? Or is it something else? Gu Luo's mind was in a mess, and for the time being, she couldn't figure out these complicated emotional entanglements. It's too hard. Why don't you say anything? What's on your mind? Luo Shua's voice broke the silence once again, as if expecting Gu Luo to speak his mind honestly. It's fine. Gu Luo shook his head slightly, a very complicated expression on his face. Shua, we're going to have a good chat tonight, after you tell me the truth about everything. Good. Luo Shua nodded gently, then tugged Gu Luo towards the inside of the lingerie store. Gu Luo didn't bother to play the half-push, half-resignation bit, and couldn't even talk to Luo Shuho anyway. It's just an incredibly awkward situation. Ugh, this is such a mixed bag of emotions. Let's just say it's all about keeping promises. That's right, that's it. Don't want to. When the two of them walked into the store, a Cheonsamplaid sales clerk lady immediately greeted them warmly. Welcome, do we have a favorite style? The store has recently received a batch of the latest lingerie. Would you like to take a look? The Cheonsam lady wore an extremely standard smile the entire time, and her line of sight was directed at Luo Shuho the rest of the time, except for the very beginning when she landed on Gu Luo. But the afterglow, I don't know. Luo Shua nodded and said in a calm tone, take a look at the new models. Alright, little pretty girl, little handsome boy, please follow me. The Cheonsam lady first made a respectful gesture of please, then led the two towards the inner area. Along the way, Gu Luo looked at the rows and rows of lingerie on the shelves, as well as the ogling gazes cast by the other female customers, and only felt as uncomfortable as an awn on her back. It's so embarrassing. He didn't even know where to look. There was no choice but to take out my cell phone and keep flipping the screen. This is one of the greatest features of cell phones. In these awkward moments, it can always be a lifesaver for people. Little beauty. Here are the new products that have recently arrived in our store. With that, the sales clerk lady picked up a black lace-trimmed underwear and said with a smile, this one is just perfect for little beauties. Very accommodating and the support lift is very focused. She introduced herself as she showed the details of the bra. Gu Luo sniffed. Her gaze subconsciously shifted away from the phone screen and looked at the underwear in the clerk's hands, then immediately averted his gaze. Act like you're busy, but don't know what you're working on. Fingers slid haphazardly across the phone screen, trying to look natural. Baby, what do you think? Just then Luo Shua suddenly looked at Gu Luo and asked intimately, yeah, little boyfriend, also see if he likes it. Saying this, the sales clerk lady didn't continue, but showed a smile. Cough. Gu Luo was stared at by the two and had no choice but to look at the bra again. With a hasty nod and a somewhat unnatural voice, he said, not bad. Then he moved his eyes back to his cell phone. Looks like the little boyfriend is shy. Seeing this scene, the sales clerk lady couldn't help but reveal her aunt's smile, and kowtowed hard in his heart. This one then, I'm a size 75C. Luo Shua didn't avoid Gu Luo, then pointed to the other styles. I'll try all of these. Okay, the locker room is this way. Gu Luo's mind was pondering the technical term 75C when his arm was suddenly taken by Luo Shuo. What for? Stay with me and keep watch outside, or the change won't be safe. Alright. Gu Luo was really too lazy to retort, but he had only just walked into the doorway of the locker room when he was directly dragged in by Luo Shua. Chapter 46. Do you feel happy today, brother? It's not. Why does this always like to pull this zero-frame starting maneuver? Careless. No flash. Gu Luo just wanted to speak, then watched Luo Shuho backhanded click, directly locked the door. Shuho, what the hell are you doing? Gu Luo said, subconsciously looking around. It was found to be a small rectangular room with a full-length mirror at the far end. There is a curtain to the right of the full-length mirror, which is supposed to be where you change clothes. What to say about this room? It's supposed to be designed specifically for the customer's best friend or boyfriend. Help me pick which one looks good later. Luo Shua blinked a pair of big watery eyes and said with an innocent face, how do you pick? Upon hearing this, Luo Shua tilted her little head and smiled faintly. That's of course waiting for me to change first, and then you can pick after you've seen it. No, farewell. As soon as Gu Luo heard this, he quickly clasped his hands together and turned around, wanting to snatch the door and walk out. However, his arm was grabbed by Luo Shuho, clearly slender fingers, but as if they had the strength of 1,000 pounds. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched, and he said in a good-natured manner, this is absolutely not okay. Why? Luo Shua acted like she was confused. Are you breaking your promise? Besides, it's not like you've never seen a girl in a bikini. Her speech was extremely fast, and a series of questions were shot at Gu Luo like a barrage. When Gu Luo heard this, he only felt his scalp go numb, and he realized that Luo Shua was simply eloquent and clever. It's obviously a crock of truth, but one just doesn't know how to refute it. It's just a day. It's just a day anyway. Gu Luo let out a long sigh in her heart. Anyway, she had warned her from the beginning that she might end up getting hurt doing this, and now she could only bite her tongue and admit it. Today only, he said breathlessly, and not wanting to say anything more. He sat down on a side couch chair and checked his cell phone to himself. Seeing this, Luo Shua was satisfied and took those clothes and walked into the small room inside the curtain. Phew, Gu Luo was slightly relieved. thinking that reality is reality. There is no sparse sound of undressing like those in novels. Of course, it was also possible that Luo Shua was wearing a skirt, and not a moment later, he heard the sound of a curtain being lifted with a crash, subconsciously raising her head. At this moment, Gu Luo felt like her breathing was going to stop, only to see Luo Shua standing in front of him like a model who walked out of a fashion magazine. "What do you think?" Luo Shua said, and playfully struck a pose with one leg bent, like a supermodel walking on the catwalk. Ahem, could be. Gu Luo was trying to look at it but didn't dare to look at it, and just hurriedly swept a glance. "What do you think?" Luo Shua asked again at this point. Gu Luo was instantly reminded of the previous scene where she had asked her to evaluate the pajamas, and knew that she would keep asking relentlessly unless she gave a satisfactory answer. "Well, it's beautiful, and it suits Shuho." Trying to sound smooth, he gave a fairly neutral answer. "Is elder brother saying that I'm pretty or that this dress is pretty?" Luo Shu once again pursued the question. "All beautiful." Gu Luo was really a bit close to being unable to resist this little devil. Whether high-strung or gentle and mischievous, they are all essentially little devils. Aha! Luo Shua was quite satisfied with this answer and nodded, then picked up other styles of clothes. When it was over, Luo Shua took Gu Luo straight to a customized suit store in a very private location. The owner of the store is an old woman with gray hair. From the conversation between the two, it was clear that they obviously knew each other. Luo Shua always maintained an elegant and polite posture, and every action and every word was characterized by an innate noble temperament. The old woman's words were equally few. She simply exchanged a few pleasantries with Luo Shua, and then she took a soft ruler and carefully measured Gu Luo's body size, and after doing so, she went to prepare the materials on her own. On the way, Gu Luo curiously asked Luo Shua how much this customized suit cost, while she just leisurely returned a sentence around 10,000, and said no more. He couldn't help but feel in his heart that this was yet another imp-forced love, but his heart was more moved. After all, this was the first such expensive customized suit in his life. On the city train, just like in the morning, Gu Luo still used his arm to protect Luo Shua in the corner. The good news was that this train wasn't as overcrowded as it had been during the day, so there was still quite a bit of free space between the two of them. Gu Luo was currently carrying a shopping bag in one hand, the other propped up against the wall of the train, her gaze looking out the window. The lights of the city twinkled like stars and receded quickly backward, but his mind went back uncontrollably to the images of what he had just seen. There was one thing to say, Luo Shua definitely had the most perfect modeling body, all golden proportions. The skin was even as white as lamb's fat jade, and could be blown apart. Luo Shua's gaze had been unblinkingly fixed on Gu Luo from the start. When she spoke, "Baby, it's better to mention it to me." "It's okay," Gu Luo subconsciously replied. In his conception, he normally wouldn't let girls take things. Babies are so sweet. Gu Luo didn't know what to say, so he could only lower his voice and said softly, "I'll take it as a joke outside, but you can't yell like that when you get home, okay?" At those words, Luo Shua couldn't help but blink her big eyes. "Then if I'm obedient, will you give me a reward?" "What reward do you want? Give me another request. Where's your bug jam?" Gu Luo had a crying expression on his face as he continued. "I kept my word, and I hope you don't screw around either." Luo Shua didn't answer this question, but instead asked in return, "Does elder brother feel happy today?" At those words, Gu Luo froze slightly. "Are you happy with yourself?" What to say? To say I'm not happy would be a lie. It's not quite right to say happy. One could only say that although he had been getting eaten by Luo Shua the whole time, he was still quite happy overall. Chapter 47 Everyday communication is full of killing opportunities. 3 and 2. Gifts added. Happy. Gu Luo didn't choose to lie. After all, people had bought themselves a customized suit of about $10,000 for real money. But of course, they could find a chance to ask that boss about the exact price later. This intention made him unable to not be touched, and in his heart, he was really thankful that Shui had bought him the first suit in his life. "If my brother is happy, I am happy," Luo Shua spoke softly, lightly, but with incomparable seriousness. After a pause, she looked up and smiled slightly. "After all, we were once a couple." "Huh? What?" Gu Luo was shocked, disbelief written all over her face. "What couple? Who's married to who?" Anyway, there was absolutely no way it could be any so-called past lives, knowing that Luo Shua had shown that kind of contempt before. Plus, he wouldn't believe it. "We'll talk about it tonight. After all, we were once a couple. After all, we were once a couple. After all, we were once a couple." Luo Shua's words kept echoing in someone's mind all night. After dinner, Gu Luo leaned back on the sofa, her eyes somewhat vacant, her mind full of pondering these words. His mind was like a wild horse out of control, running rampant with all sorts of whims. Crossing? Rebirth? Past lives and present lives? Parallel worlds? Or, Was this just a joke that Luo Shua simply wanted to play on herself? Gu Luo's mind was wide open, and all sorts of pie-in-the-sky possibilities kept flashing in his mind. After all, the shock of getting married and all that is just too much. Combined with Luo Shua's various behaviors and that elusive attitude during this period of time, Gu Luo's heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten constantly, itching. This intense curiosity drove him to desperately want to know what was going on. Just a couple more hours. Wait till 12, and then all will be revealed. It was also possible to formally showdown with Luo Shua and have a good discussion about the relationship between the two. Stinky old man. Stinky old man. Stinky old man, I'm calling you. Gu Sherman looked at Gu Luo, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, and was really furious. Her pink cheeks were puffed up with anger, like a little ball full of gas. Then he reached out his hand, grabbed Gu Luo's ear, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stinky old brother dash!" Ha! Gu Luo was startled by the sudden shout, and her entire body subconsciously jumped up from the sofa. He looked to his side in shock, and after realizing it was Gu Sherman, it took him a while to slow down, and he couldn't help but have a helpless look on his face. "Why are you suddenly yelling so loudly in my ear?" Ha! When Gu Sherman heard this, she became even angrier. She grabbed Gu Luo's ear once again, like a little ferocious cat with fried hair. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. "I've all shouted you well several times. Brother, are you not feeling well? I've been feeling a bit off since I got back today." On the other side of the couch, Luo Shalimei opened her mouth to inquire with great concern, and Luo Shua just sat there quietly, her eyes staring at the TV screen, without any expression on her face, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. As for Luo Shuling, she was comfortably soaking in a hot bath in the bathroom at the moment, enjoying a cozy time of her own. Suddenly got carried away. Ha ha, don't worry Shu Lemon, I'm fine. Gu Luo scratched his head awkwardly and squeezed a smile out of his face, then looked at Gu Sherman, who was grabbing his ears, and asked, "Sorry Mandy, what's wrong?" "Humph," Gu Sherman asked happily as she saw that Gu Luo had finally taken care of herself. Then she let go of his ear and proceeded to excitedly wave the hand puppet in her other hand. "Stinky old man, look, it's a Z. Shua and I waited in line for ages to get it." Gu Luo fixed her eyes and saw that the hand puppet was a young girl with long purple hair, wearing a witch's outfit and holding a wand in her hand with a healing expression. "It always seems as if I've seen it somewhere." "Right, in Shin Yu's sketchbook. I can only say that Shin Yu's drawing level is really high, almost exactly the same as this hand puppet. Wow, it's so good looking." Gu Luo immediately widened his eyes, an excited look on his face, his exaggerated expression and tone of voice as if he was an avid collector of hand-me-downs, seeing a long-desired treasure. With that, he reached out to snatch it from Gu Sherman's hand. "Quickly show me." Not for you." The corners of Gu Sherman's mouth lifted high, revealing a smug smile, and with a nimble turn of her body, she just managed to dodge Gu Luo's claws. "Xiao man, quickly show brother. This hand puppet is too realistic and beautiful." Gu Luo showed another look of eagerness. That's for sure. Gu Sherman was obviously very satisfied with Gu Luo's reaction and proudly raised his chin. "It's a pity that this is a limited edition. Everyone can only purchase one, or else maybe I'd be so kind as to buy one for stinky old brother as well." As she spoke, she also gently ran her fingers over the handiwork. "But then, this beauty has always been generous. Since stinky old man likes it so much, I'll lend it to you for a couple days to display on your bed." With that, he handed over Azzy. Gu Luo immediately caught it with both hands, revealing an extremely happy smile. "It's still my family's Xiaoman who's good." Poof. Hearing this, Gu Sherman couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth and smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. The full emotional value of this made her heart happy and as sweet as honey. Luo Shu Lemon on the side watched this cozy scene, always with an anti-smile on her face. "It just felt incredibly healing to see the scene in front of me. It's a family. And then there's the fact that the older brother really favors his sister in particular no matter what. By the way old brother, Shua also asked me to bring you a gift," Gu Sherman said, pulling out a small doll of an anime character from his pocket. The doll is beautifully crafted and lifelike, with a little heart painted on its stomach, so you can tell it was picked with care. "For me?" Gu Luo was a bit puzzled, and was just about to reach out to pick it up when she suddenly felt a gaze being thrown at her, as if, and not just one. With a shock in his heart, he immediately stopped his movements, and with a polite smile on his face, he waved his hand and said, "No merit, Xiao man, keep it for me, and thank Shua for me." "Alright then." Gu Sherman thought about it and felt that Gu Luo had a point, so she put the little doll back in her pocket again. "Brother, do you know Mandy's best friend well?" Luo Shu Lemon opened her mouth at this time and asked. Her voice was very soft and gentle, with a hint of curiosity mixed in between. "Just met a couple times," Gu Luo answered frankly, because it was indeed the truth. "Really just met a few times in middle school. Every time we met, we only exchanged polite pleasantries and briefly chatted about a few family matters, after which there were no more interactions. Moreover, that Shua is extremely easy to shy character at first glance. Every time she sees her, she is shyly hiding behind Gu Sherman, like a timid little rabbit. So, upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon smiled faintly. Her expression was gentle, and she had no intention of continuing to ask. Apparently, that answer was enough, and Gu Sherman was obviously oblivious to the subtle atmosphere at the scene as she casually asked Gu Luo with a big grin, "By the way, old brother, what did you have for lunch with your classmates? Was it good?" Hearing this question, Gu Luo instantly sighed in her heart. Here we go, the time for lying has come. Really don't want to lie. It's really uncomfortable to cheat on your family. Had hot pot. That restaurant feels pretty good, doesn't it? Gu Luo forced herself to act calm, trying to make her voice sound natural, and the mind is praying, don't ask. Really don't ask. What's scary comes true. Really? Which restaurant? Next time Yuki and I will go eat there too. What's that one called? Let me think. Gu Luo put on an expression of being in the middle of recalling, her brows slightly furrowed, but in reality, she was mentally thinking about which store to say. Dead brain. Think fast. Seeing that Gu Luo couldn't recall for a long time, Gu Sherman also lost interest. Forget it, stinky old brother's memory is really bad. Phew. Save. Is this it? Gu Luo had just breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. However, before he could be happy for too long, Luo Shulin's voice suddenly rang out. Elder brother, did Juer eat a lot of tripe? She loves eating tripe with sesame sauce. Luo Shulime's voice was still soft, but to Gu Luo's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. His heart was in a state of turmoil, wondering if this was Luo Shulime's intentional test. But by normal circumstances, she shouldn't be contacting Xinyu over something like this. I didn't pay much attention to her. Gu Luo thought this was the safest answer at the moment. He tried to make his expression look as natural as possible and keep his voice steady, but inside he was as nervous as a startled bird. So, okay. Hearing this answer, the smile on Luo Shulime's face became even more gentle. Seeing this, Gu Luo was relieved. I don't know why, but I always felt that if she and Luo Shulime really became a couple in the future, she would be the type that would be easily jealous in her heart. However, the thought of the little angel's jealousy caused a different feeling to well up in his heart, and that image was quite funny to think about. Gu Luo, who was indulging in fantasies, then noticed Luo Shua's expression. It was a look of watching and eating. Good. Sure enough, it's the little devil. Don't you know why I lied? I'm going to the bathroom. Afraid that he would continue to be pressed and caught in more lies, Gu Luo hurriedly got up and left the scene by urinating, walked straight to the bathroom on the first floor. After entering the bathroom, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and opened the chat software, his fingers quickly clicking on Xinyu's avatar. It's important to be sure. Steady, absolutely no waves. Chapter 48, is it really a disguise? 3 and 2, gift plus. Gu Luo, are you there Xinyu? Xinyu, built. Kitten nods. JPG, looking at the message that was almost returned in seconds, Gu Luo suddenly felt that she really was a bit, but there's no way to get on with it. Gu Luo, it's not much. I just want to talk to you haha. Xinyu, yeah. Kitten happy. JPG, at this time, inside the bathroom, Xinyu, who was washing her hair, slightly changed her position. She slightly stood on her tiptoes and tilted her body to the side to prevent water from splashing onto her clothes. Then, with one hand, he skillfully rubbed his hair, the foam sliding down his arm, while his other hand steadily pressed the on-screen keyboard, and every now and then, he winked. Xinyu, I bought a lot of snacks today sweet. I'll bring them to you then. Kitten buying snacks. JPG, Gio, thank you. I'll bring you milk too. Gu Luo typed and talked to her about Azzy again. After talking for a while, Gu Luo, say, does Xinyu usually talk to other people? After sending this message, Gu Luo's heart was a little apprehensive, desperately wanting to know about Xinyu's socializing today as a way of determining whether Luo Shulime already knew the truth. Xinyu, apart from my best friend who transferred to another school, you're the only one looking for me now kitten running. JPG, seeing this reply, Gu Luo's hanging heart finally fell to the ground, but it can't help but be a little hard. His finger tapped on the screen, typing the next line. Gu Luo, in that case, I'll come home and talk to you more often from now on. Xinyu, yeah, I'll bring you lots and lots of snacks. Kitty cracks a smile. JGP, Gu Luo, aha, let's not talk about it. I'm going to wash up. See you at school. Xinyu, aha, see you at school. Kitten waving. JPG, inside the bathroom. Xinyu joyfully put away her cell phone with a happy smile on her face. I had just set my phone down on the sink when a droplet of water slid down my arm and splashed on the screen. She pulled out another tissue and carefully wiped her eyes. which still stung a little from the shampoo accidentally getting in them earlier. Baby, what's taking so long? Not a moment later, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open, only to see a woman with a very beautiful appearance. One could even say that she was a beautiful woman walking in. She looked very young, her skin was fair and smooth, tight and elastic, like a young girl of 17 or 18 years old. The figure is perfect, the standard S-shaped devil body, hands and feet exudes a luxurious and lazy temperament. Mommy, I'll wash it in a little while, Shinyu said with a smile. Why are you suddenly so happy? The woman walked over to Shinyu's side and gently stroked her wet hair, her eyes full of favor. You don't have to care about this, mommy. Shinyu lowered her head in some embarrassment, but the corners of her mouth were still covered in smiles. At those words, the woman immediately took a step to the side and leaned against the bathroom door, while her gaze fell on the cell phone that was stained with some water droplets on the sink. Then she asked with a crooked smile, Baby's not talking to a boy, is she? No, I'm not. Mommy, get out of here. Guluo put away her cell phone and sighed fiercely in relief. He pressed the flush button of the toilet, and with the sound of the water flushing, the tension on his face faded away, which led him to walk out of the bathroom with a calm face. Sure enough, I was overthinking it. Luo Shu Lemon just now that was not a test at all. Simply looking for a topic to chat. It's being overly sensitive. But there's nothing to be done about it. Poor humans are like that under the imp suppression. After accompanying her sisters in the living room to watch some more TV, Gu Luo returned to her room. Walking over to the bed, he moved his wrists and ankles, then got down on the floor and did push-ups. Every day, before going to bed and after waking up, he does 200 standard push-ups, which has become a thunderous habit over the years. Gu Luo did so while thinking in her mind, what exactly is the ingredient in Lo Shua? The Riddler and all that is the worst for people but thankfully, we'll know the answer tonight. And so, time continued to dissipate by the minute. Before I knew it, it was 12 o'clock in the morning. It was as if the whole world had fallen asleep and all was silent. Gu Luo carefully pushed open the door to his room, and only after making sure that there were no corridors without accidents, did he carefully tiptoe to Luo Shua's bedroom. It was just a gentle push and the door opened. For some reason, he always had the vestigial feeling that he was a flower picker. Walking into the bedroom, Gu Luo backhanded and gently closed the door. The bedroom was a little dim at the moment, with only a soft glow from the bedside table lamp, like a dull moon. Luo Shua was leaning on the bed, looking straight at him. Gu Luo was stared at a bit, but still slowly walked over. Then, lowering his voice, he said, Shoho, can you talk now? Brother, don't worry, the room's soundproofing is very good. Even if we yell and scream, others won't hear us. Luo Shua smiled faintly, then patted the edge of the bed and said in a soft voice, Sit down, brother. Gu Luo subconsciously swept towards the desk next to him, only to find that the two stools that had originally been placed there were nowhere to be found. There was nothing he could do but choose to stand. Seeing this, Luo Shoho didn't say anything, but sat slightly straight and opened the door. Brother must be very curious about what happened to us in the past, right? Right. Gu Luo nodded. Okay, I'll get right to it then. At those words, Gu Luo instantly focused her attention, and even her inhalation became a bit heavy. In fact, my elder brother and I used to be not only husband and wife, but also had two daughters, one fat and one thin, who were especially cute. Luo Shua's words were not shocking. Her voice echoed in the silent room, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. At those words, Gu Luo was nothing but surprised. Daughter? Or two? The news was so shocking that he felt his mind go blank. Luo Shua continued at this time. Later, elder brother didn't remember anything. At those words, Gu Luo swallowed, his throat dry and uncomfortable. And then? There's no more then. And then there's the fact that I met the negative guy, and the negative guy completely forgot about me. Gu Luo fell silent as he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. It took a long time to slow down, barely squeezing out a smile as he asked, So when did you and I get married? When did you have a daughter? Not in this life, and if you say last life, it's hard to believe, unless you have stronger evidence. Anyway, I've already told the truth. Elder brother loves to believe it or not. Luo Shua shrugged her fragrant shoulders with an indifferent look. You, auntie, let's not have a riddler, okay? Gu Luo was a bit anxious as he grabbed his hair and said somewhat impatiently, You have to realize that if this were the world of fiction, the author would be scolded to death if you riddled people like that. Please just say it. One has to marvel at the brainchild of an older brother. This little devil. Luo Shua thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. Then if you get down on one knee and propose to me now, I'll tell you everything. At those words, Gu Luo gritted his teeth in his heart for a while, and in the end, he still sighed. This won't work. I can't do anything if you don't say anything. Follow your brother. Since then, the room has fallen silent. After a long while, Gu Luo slowly spoke. Then let's talk about the second matter of business. Shuho, I want to apologize. Why? Luo Shuho raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt. I shouldn't have rejected you simply by saying I like gentle girls. You're right. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. And I'd like to explain that I like the normally cold Luo Shuho just as much. Even if I'm not repulsed by that kind of murderous stare. Instead I get an inexplicable thrill out of it. So it's not so much that I'm worried that you'll become more and more like Shu Lemon, but I'm afraid that you'll move further and further away from Shua. Shuha, you really don't need to pretend. Just be yourself. I'll take your feelings seriously too. Listening to these sincere words and looking at Gu Luo's serious expression, Luo Shua was silent for a while. Finally, he nodded faintly, his expression cold for a split second, and then, out of habit, he crossed his slender legs. Looking at the familiar Luo Shua, Gu Luo was relieved, and then heard her emotionless voice. So, how is brother going to make amends to me? What? Gu Luo froze slightly. It's just on the train. Why is someone bending over? Luo Shua nodded to the point and didn't continue on. At those words, Gu Luo instantly blushed in his old face. Can he be blamed for that situation? LOL. After thinking about it, Gu Luo still said with some embarrassment, Ahem. Okay, then how about agreeing to one more request from Shua? Could be. Then the room fell into silence once more. Then I'll go back first, Gu Luo said, then stood up and prepared to leave. Brother, what's wrong? Luo Shua revealed a faint smile at this time and said softly, good night. Those two words were like a springtime breeze that tickled your ears. In this instant, Gu Luo only felt a trance. I don't know if it was because he had spent a whole day in close proximity with Luo Shuo, but he could really feel the gentleness hidden in those words. So, is Luo Shua in the daytime really a disguise? The sweetness with which she called for her baby, the slight nervousness with which she took her arm, the earnest gaze with which she drank her coffee, and to herself on the train, is brother feeling happy today? When my brother is happy, I am happy. Is all this gentleness and mischief really a disguise? Chapter 49, Luo Shu Lemon wants to invite Gu Luo to spend money together, 3 and 2. Gift plus. The next day, weekday, the early morning sunlight bounced through the cracks in the curtains, accompanied by the crisp sound of the alarm clock. Gu Sherman slowly opened her sleepy eyes, but her eyelids just opened halfway, and then slowly closed back as if pulled by something. Well, she unconsciously wailed softly, her voice soft with the lethargy of a freshly awakened sleeper. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly opened his eyes. Straighten up and sit up. Today was an important day. She was going to follow Stinky Old Man with Snowy to observe if he and Shu Lime's sister were going on a date or not. As a top brother controller, Gu Sherman hadn't paid much attention to Stinky elder brother and sister Shu Lime's interactions over the past week. But really, I didn't notice anything strange. The two don't cross paths much other than cooking together. But there is no room for carelessness. After all, these two people are both too dazzling. One handsome and sunny, the other beautiful and gentle. In the long run, who can guarantee that they won't pop up any strange thoughts? Mamoru, are you up yet? Just then, Gu Luo's voice sounded outside the door. Wake up! Gu Sherman immediately jumped out of bed, stuffed his little feet into his slippers, and then ran all the way over to open the door. Clank! The moment she opened the door, she made a face, rolling her eyelids down with both hands as hard as she could, and her little pink tongue came out playfully, because just get up. Cold tea brown long hair a little messy in the shoulders, but accidentally added a few points of innocent and lovely flavor, live like a fairy tale out of The Little Elf. However, when Gu Sherman saw the person standing outside the door, the smile on her face instantly froze, only to see Stinky Old Brother standing in the doorway somewhat helplessly, and beside him stood Luo Shu Lime, who was hiding her mouth and laughing lightly. Ahem! Gu Sherman hurriedly hid his embarrassment with a cough. She spent a lot of time with Gu Luo, and many of her small actions were unconsciously influenced by him, such as this coughing when hiding her embarrassment. Luo Shu Lime took a step forward at this time, using her hand to help Gu Sherman run through her long, loose hair, and laughed softly. Sister is so cute, that's for sure. Gu Sherman had always felt that she was the cutest little girl in the world. Then, she turned her gaze to Gu Luo, her big eyes blinking. Gu Luo only froze for a second, then immediately understood what the girl meant. Then he applauded and praised. Xiao Man is really great and good. He woke up on his own today. Surprisingly, he didn't even need me to yell at him. Poof. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman instantly lifted his chin proudly, a smug smile spreading across his face. Although she knew that such a compliment was a bit childish, she just especially liked to hear Stinky older brother praise himself, and every time she heard it, her heart was as sweet as honey and full of happiness. This was something that Gu Sherman often bragged about with Lu Shueshue, although her mother left when she was very young and her stepfather was rarely home. But there is no lack of love at all. because she was a happy little girl who would get praise from her brother for even just being good and eating on time. Seeing this, Gu Luo then snickered with interest. Strange, Comrade Xiao Man is not even arrogant today. It's really rare. Where am I arrogant? Gu Sherman immediately retorted, her eyes subconsciously glancing at Luo Shulime, who was standing side by side with Gu Luo, and said without a trace of humor, stinky old brother is a dead sister controller. She wasn't going to admit her arrogant attributes, and besides, there was an imaginary enemy in the house now. Gu Sherman still understands the truth that arrogance ruins a life. After all, as a veteran two-stabbed ape, she'd seen too many arrogant and ruined female characters. Take warning. After a pause, Gu Sherman stretched her back, then pretended to be unconcerned and casually asked, by the way, where are stinky old brother and sister Lemon going to buy clothes today? Upon hearing this question, Gu Luo finally found the Chinese point. Yeah, haven't asked Shu Lemon where he's going to buy a dress yet. His focus had been on the fact that this was the two going out alone. Suddenly, it was like a sudden realization. Mentally muttering, no way. Kaizhou Commercial City in Kaizhou to buy clothes will go there right. Luo Shu Lemon smiled and said, it's just a pity that my sister has to buy hand-me-downs today. Otherwise we could have gone together. Her mouth said pity, but her smile was honest. It's kinda far there and everything you buy is extra expensive. It's okay. And hearing this destination, Gu Luo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No wonder Luo Shalimei similarly didn't mention where to buy clothes in the past few days. It turned out to be the default Kaizhou Commercial City. Then Luo Shua is completely intentional. I took myself all the way yesterday to just shop, so this is where the pit was buried. Gu Luo heart then a regret why did not ask a mouth in advance? Nope, even if he asked, this little devil Luo Shua would forcefully take himself there. After all, that was what the two had agreed to ask for. This is a move that could be considered a top-notch Yangtao. Luckily, though, it's not a big problem. Now there are two other ways to fix it. That, Shu Lemon or let's change places. Gu Luo suggested somewhat awkwardly at this time, squeezing a not-so-natural smile on his face. Aha, why? It's just, Gu Luo began to mentally think of a reason, but realized that there really didn't seem to be any suitable excuse, so she had to say, all the clothes over there are too expensive for the money. It's better to go somewhere else. It's fine. This elder brother doesn't need to worry. Luo Shu Lemon thought that it was Gu Luo who was heartbroken that he was spending money on him and couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. I've got a pretty good allowance, and I don't usually have much room to spend it. Spending money on my brother, I'd love to. After a pause, she felt that this was a bit too revealing, and then went on to add, besides, there's still my sister to buy for, and Commerce City has the best quality clothes. At those words, Gu Luo really didn't know how to retort. Good. Both imps and cherubs have to be forced to love. Is this the subdued nature of a little rich girl? And when Gu Sherman heard this kind of rich woman speak, it would be a lie to say that she didn't envy it in her heart. But the envy is not that Luo Shulime is rich, but that she also wants to bag the stinky old man, then take the money and smash it hard in the stinky old man's face, then stomp on it with your feet. Just thinking about it makes me feel especially good. Although they were now Luo Liang's stepchildren, they still received their pocket money from Gu Feng, and there was no difference from before. Sister Lemon, how much is your usual pocket money? Gu Sherman finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart and opened her mouth to ask. This Luo Shulime weighed her words and slowly said, because it's tied to my mother's card. Every month at the beginning of the month, it will be refreshed by $100,000. Taking the rating less? Hearing the figure of 100,000, Gu Sherman was truly shocked to the point that she couldn't speak properly, and Gu Luo on the side was just as shocked. 100,000? $100,000 a month pocket money? Most average people would be lucky to make $100,000 a year. And it says earn here, not save. Luo Shulime explained at this point, but we definitely can't spend that much. Usually I just buy groceries. Shuo and Shu Ling aren't of the character to spend money frivolously either. And hearing this, Gu Luo subconsciously thought of Luo Shuo's throw of money when she bought the gun skin. It doesn't look like a character that doesn't spend money in any way. By the way, with this card I don't know if my mother will tie it up for my brother and sister as well, but that's okay, I can't spend mine anyway, so let's use it for all three of us. Upon hearing such generous words from Luo Shu Lemon, Gu Luo and Gu Sherman almost simultaneously waved their hands in rejection. No need Shu Lemon, we have enough pocket money to spend. Yeah, $100,000 is too much. Gu Sherman followed suit and chimed in, her head shaking like a rattle. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon nodded. Alright then. After eating breakfast, Gu Sherman immediately left the door. Her heart was thinking about her plans with Shua. Her steps were extraordinarily light. After Gu Luo and Luo Shulime cleaned up the dishes, they also walked out of the house. Today's Luo Shulim was wearing a sky blue dress that aptly outlined her delicate figure. With a pair of exquisite high-heeled sandals under her feet, she swayed with every step, looking especially beautiful and temperamental. And Gu Luo's dress was more sunny and youthful today than yesterday's casual and spontaneous. Even his hair has been carefully tended to, and he is in high spirits and handsome. Brother, I'll take a cab on my cell phone first then. In the elevator, Lashu Lemon smiled and waved her phone. Well, the city train to the city center side is indeed too crowded, Gu Luo said, subconsciously remembering the scene of yesterday's crowded train with Luo Shuho again. Yeah, speaking of which, every time, I'm the one who forcefully pulls Shua to sit on the train, but once there's a lot of people, she's dead set against it, Luo Shulim said with a smile, with a hint of helplessness and favor in her tone. At those words, Gu Luo froze slightly. And who was it that was on the train with him yesterday? No way. Can an imp be that hard on himself? Well, it turns out he's been following the imp's trap the whole time, step by step, without realizing it. As the elevator slowly descended, it soon reached the first floor. The two walked out of the elevator side by side. Gu Luo then asked curiously, Shu Lemon, say, why do you usually choose to take the train? Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon smiled slightly and raised two fingers. First, Kaizhou is too jammed with traffic. Second, I like to look at the scenery quickly flying outside the car window. So, Gu Luo nodded. Indeed, Saiju traffic jams are real jams. Both he and Mandy were stuck in traffic for half a day on the first big night over. After a pause, Gu Luo asked again, Shu Lemon, there's one more thing I'm curious about. What? I don't think many people at school know that Auntie is your mom, do they? Upon hearing this, Luo Shulim nodded. Well, only some of the school leaders know. No wonder Chu Mei was so brave and dared to keep looking for trouble from Luo Shulim. If Chu Mei and the others knew, I don't know how they would feel. Gu Luo cried and laughed a little. After these days, he also knew about the Luo Shin group that the Luo family represented. This is a giant in the business world, an absolute T0. Let's just say that even though they both go to Kwangha College, there's still a pretty big gap between the rich, as well as the forest is full of birds. Gu Luo, after these few days of being infernal, found out that these people, Chu Mei, were completely jealous of Luo Shulian, and they all knew it was a rumor, but they still used it as an excuse. Let's just say that some women are horrible. This is also thanks to elder brother. If it wasn't for elder brother, it's estimated that she would have to be annoyed all the time. Luo Shu Lemon smiled slightly. So, Shu Lemon, why the hell are you putting up with her? Luo Shu Lemon sighed slightly, but still told what happened between her and Minister Feng Duo. At those words, Gu Luo's brows tightened. So it is. That explains it. Let's just say that the little angel is still too nice. This behavior of Feng Duo's is also classified as school bullying, even more than ever. Gu Luo sighed in his heart. He actually wanted to continue asking. For example, why did Luo Shu Lemon call Luo Liang as her mother? A title that, although respectful, seemed a bit rusty and strange. For example, Luo Shu Lemon's various practices were completely incompatible with a $1,000 lady. What kind of a young lady would go out and choose to take trains and cabs, or even cook her own meals every day? Coupled with Auntie's aloof personality and Luo Shu Lim's sudden withdrawal from the circle a few years ago, it's hard not to connect the dots. Never mind, it's a long time coming. Let's wait until later to get to know each other better. Let's get this school day over with first. Gu Luo had gradually guessed what Shu Mei wanted to do on the day of the show. Chapter 50, This is the Way of Sisterhood, 3 and 2. Gift plus. Points, 543. Mul, memory card, first day, 30 points, memory card, first 3 days, 60 points, memory card, first 7 days, 110 points, memory card, first day, purchase of memory cards, the day before, points, 513. Netflix. Gu Luo used the memory card. In an instant, a marvelous feeling surged through his heart, and yesterday's memories were like a trickle of water, pouring into his mind at an extremely gentle and soft pace, with every detail becoming incredibly clear. Just don't go into the store where Imp took him yesterday to play dress up. If there were any other customers, the sales clerk lady might not remember, but the two of them were just too outstanding in appearance, both belonging to the kind of top-notch charisma that could be mistaken for a lifetime at a single glance. If you enter the same store, there's a good chance you'll be recognized by the store lady, and then you'll be in trouble. Gu Luo looked out the window and sighed helplessly in her heart. 30 points just gone. He began to reflect on whether he shouldn't have lied then in the first place. Otherwise there would be no need to keep covering up lies with lies. But after carefully reviewing what happened at that time, he still felt that he couldn't expose the fact that Luo Shua slept in his bed at that time. After all, this is just a new family, and as the older brother of the combined family, Maintaining good family relations is the primary responsibility. The reason why he chose to blow himself up in that way was that he couldn't think much in the heat of the moment. It was the only way to explain without suspicion why he hadn't opened the door for so long as well as having to block it. At that time, Luo Shu Lemon would have exploded if she but glanced inside. LOL. But fortunately Luo Shu Lemon was a gentle and kind little angel, and didn't resent him for it, and even inexplicably added waves of goodwill, as well as also thoughtfully warming up milk for myself every day. Just thinking about this, Gu Luo felt that Luo Shu Line was really gentle to the bone. He couldn't help but ponder if he should confess everything to her sometime, but as soon as the thought appeared, it was immediately rejected. He had already had so many incidents with Luo Shua. Once he confessed, how could he face Luo Shulin in the future? It's a headache. The more I think about it, the more I get a headache. Take your time. One is completely caught between the Riddler imp and the gentle angel, left and right, but where one doesn't have the help of the system, one is going to be thundering today. Brother, what's wrong with you? Luo Shulime couldn't help but feel a little worried when she saw Gu Luo's somewhat worried appearance. Ahem, it's okay, just had a bit of insomnia last night. Insomnia? Luo Shu Lemon blinked those big watery eyes, and her mind instantly began to brainstorm all kinds of images. Was her elder brother so happy that he couldn't sleep because he was so looking forward to going out alone with himself tomorrow? Thinking about it, it's such a self-defeating strategy. Elder brother, let me rub your temples. Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but smile, a warm and healing smile. Ah, is it okay? At those words, Gu Luo's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, this is the little angel, always so understanding and gentle. It's okay, elder brother works hard every day. As a younger sister, this is what I should do. Luo Shu Lemon said with a smile. Brother, turn your back on me. That's trouble, Gu Luo said, slowly twisting his body and turning his back to her. La Shu Lemon held out her hands at that moment. Her fingers were slender and long, moving gently and slowly close to Gu Luo's temples. Then he gently placed his middle finger on it and began to slowly rub it. The force was light, but just right and really comfortable. Gu Luo couldn't help but squint her eyes, relishing the gentle care. The mind, on the other hand, was thinking that this might be the difference between a little angel and a little devil. One offers to rub your temples with care and concern, while the other offers to let you rub her feet for nothing straight away. How? 4 guys, both are enjoyable. They just feel very different. And at that moment, not far behind this car, there was also a business car following closely behind. The 2 people in the back row, Gu Sherman and Lu Shueshui, were fully armed, both wearing hooded sweatshirts and matching masks, mainly a professional tracking dresser. The sense of stealing is extremely strong. Shueshui, isn't it not good for us to? They're just buying clothes too, Gu Sherman suddenly said with some hesitation at this time. And stalking or something? How am I going to face Shu Limesan if I get caught? After all, Luo Shu Lemon would also buy her clothes and invited her to spend that monthly allowance of $100,000 together in the morning. Thinking about it this way, why did you decide to come and follow it then? Hiss, can't remember. Head's itchy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shueshua hurriedly whispered comfortingly, then let's be careful and try not to get caught. She was really a little worried that Gu Luo and Luo Shu Lime would come together. Let's see what happens first, then we'll find an opportunity to be proactive. After being stuck in traffic for more than an hour, Gu Luo and Luo Shulime finally arrived at Kaizhou Commercial City. Ah, it's so cozy. It's energizing. After getting out of the car, Gu Luo immediately stretched out a big lazy waist, and then also jumped twice in excitement, showing a spirited appearance. The reason he was so exuberant was that he had a little mind of his own. There are 2 advantages to this. 1, to give emotional value to Lashu Lemon and make her feel that her massage was effective. And of course, the little angel's massage was really comfortable, making him feel good physically and mentally. The second, such a state of mind can dominate without moving and take the initiative to take Luo Shulime into a store that he didn't enter yesterday. It also manages to look like he's having a particularly good time with the day's outing. Once again, Loxolium is given emotional value. Gu Luo had always spent a lot of brain cells on his sister. If Gu Sherman was present, he would minimize his interaction with the 3 sisters as much as possible and keep his answers as simple as possible. But if he was alone, he would have to treat them equally. This is the way to defend your sister. It's just that now with the added factor of the imp Luo Shua, the situation has become complicated and could play out at any time. All Gu Luo could do was to protect the harmony of the family with all her might, trying not to let anyone get hurt. If he came across something he couldn't solve, he would sacrifice himself without hesitation, like that incident. And just as Gu Luo thought, seeing him in this lively state, Luo Shulime couldn't help but reveal an extremely happy smile. Apparently, it's starting to rip itself off in its head again. And all this without the private guidance of a certain army master who had never been in love before. Just like that, Gu Luo easily grasped the initiative and happily led the way in front. acting as if he couldn't wait to enter the store. That's all. The first store, second store, third store, the first store, store after store, all of which he hadn't entered with Luo Shua yesterday. Trying to punk him is impossible. And every time Gu Luo finished changing his clothes, Luo Shulim would always be extremely gentle and straighten his collar, like a virtuous wife. It made someone can't help but be in a bit of a trance and even fantasize about their future married life. Gentle girls are really great. Gu Luo just gradually sank into the tenderness. It was also at this moment that, with a twist of his head, he suddenly saw a familiar face. The sales clerk lady had obviously noticed Gu Luo as well, and a professional smile immediately appeared on her face as she hurriedly walked towards him. Gu Luo's entire body went straight to numbness, while Luo Shulim was concentrating on picking out the clothes. He walked equally fast towards the sales clerk lady. Handsome boy. Today, the sales clerk wanted to say that she had brought her girlfriend to shop again today, but before she could say the word again, Gu Luo hurriedly interrupted her and said, "Sister, pour us a glass of water." "Ah, good." The sales clerk lady smiled slightly, and although she was a bit puzzled as to why this little handsome man looked so anxious, she still politely agreed. Then, he waved his hand towards Luo Shulim, who had already turned around. Seeing this, Luo Shulim showed a confused expression, but still nodded politely in greeting, and Gu Luo only felt her scalp tingle at this moment, and hurriedly urged the sales clerk lady to pour water. He grumbled inwardly. How could he meet a clerk he'd seen before when this store clearly hadn't been here yesterday? What a tonic flop. Chapter 51, Imps Killing Trick 1, 3 and 2. Gift plus finished. Requesting gift. Gu Luo took a slight breath and turned around. A just right smile raised on his face as he made a gesture of drinking water to Luo Shulimei. When Luo Shulemon saw this, she smiled slightly and nodded gently. Then she returned her attention to the hangers and continued to carefully pick out her clothes. Seeing this, Gu Luo, as if he had the wind at his feet, hurriedly walked quickly towards the sales clerk lady. The clerk lady just finished receiving the water at this time. Little handsome, the water is poured. Half hot plus half cold. If you don't want to drink the warm one, I'll get it for you again. Warm's just fine, please. Gu Luo politely thanked him and took the glass of water. Needless to say, it is really easy for customers to willingly shop here with such attentive service. So now here's the question. What's this store girl doing here? With a clear memory in her head, she should have been in the third store on the right on the next street. Thinking of this, Gu Luo directly opened her mouth and asked, "Sister, I remember you should be at the store across the street, right? Both stores are owned by relatives of the family, and they came over to help out when things got a little busy over here." The store clerk lady explained with a smile. So it is. It's true. Life is full of surprises. If I hadn't called a halt in time just now, I would have flipped the car by now. Thinking of this, Gu Luo decided to adopt a little self-explosion strategy. He said with some embarrassment, "That's sis, can I trouble you with something?" "Well, you tell me." The store lady came to attention. "It's just that she's actually a bit unhappy today." So, Gu Luo paused and scratched the back of his head as he continued. "I wouldn't dare to talk to other girls now, especially one as pretty as you, sis, so could you please not say hello to us later, please? I'm really sorry." "Ah, this way, it's fine, it's fine." The sales clerk lady hurriedly smiled and waved her hand. "I understand. I'll go to the other side later. I won't disturb you two youngsters." Meanwhile the heart is happy. Turns out she was so pretty in this little hottie's eyes, but immediately afterward, like a knowing sister, she added in a serious tone, "Little handsome boy, cherish the people around you." "Yeah, I know. Thanks sis." After resolving this sales clerk lady who might trigger a thunderstorm, Gu Luo carried 2 cups of water and walked back with a brisk pace. At this moment, Luo Shulim was concentrating on comparing 2 extremely similar styles of clothes, and when she saw her elder brother return, she hurriedly smiled and asked, "Elder brother, these 2 pieces I think are both very suitable for you." "It does look good," Gu Luo said, first placing a cup of water on the stool next to her, then naturally took the 2 pieces of clothing in her hands. "Shu Lemon, drink some water first. Warm." "Aha." Luo Shulim sipped her water while sizing up Gu Luo with her big bright eyes. "What's going on?" Gu Luo was a little embarrassed by the stare and subconsciously averted her gaze. "It's fine. I just think that elder brother is really especially handsome and looks good in any clothes," Luo Shulim said, playfully blinking her eyes and smiling as she offered. "Otherwise, brother, don't stop me. I'll take all the new models from this store and change them one by one." "Ah this." Gu Luo didn't even know what to say for a moment, a crying and laughing expression on her face. He vaguely remembered someone saying this morning that he didn't usually spend money. Okay. If you don't spend it on yourself, you'll spend it on your brother, right? Case solved. It's capitalist sugarcoating. It's absolutely essential to resist temptation. No kidding, ha. Just enough clothes. Gu Luo snorted. I am afraid that Luo Shulime will learn from Luo Shua and start the mode of crazy buying when her mind is hot. Rich women force love and all that. One imp is enough. Little angels must not be led astray. No joke. Oh, I really want to buy a house full of clothes for my older brother. Luo Shulemon's eyes were full of seriousness, without the slightest intention of joking. After a pause, she then smiled slightly, a smile that was so gentle it could have dripped water. Of course, first and foremost, I'm sure I'll listen to my brother. Hearing these words, Gu Luo only felt as if her heart had been shot hard by Cupid's arrow, and her entire body was a little dizzy. Who can handle that? A little angel is a little angel. Feeding you soft food while using an unbelievably well-behaved gesture simply takes the cake. Tool. Really muslin. I really don't know which lucky guy will be the one to marry Shulemon's little angel in the future. Think it must have been a handsome and brilliant guy though. After paying the bill and just walking out of the store, Gu Luo smiled and said, Shulime, I have enough clothes, let's go and choose for Xiaoman, but I want to buy a few more for my brother. Luo Shulime was still immersed in the joy of picking out clothes for Gu Luo. Hearing this, Gu Luo pointed to her pair of flawless jade feet. It's already enough. The main thing is that Shulemon, you're wearing high heels today, so you can't walk too much, or else your ankles should hurt when you go back at night. And hearing this reason, Luo Shulime immediately nodded in agreement. Heartwarming. My brother is really so attentive and thoughtful. Obviously, I was so happy and excited about the whole clothes shopping thing, but because I was worried that my feet would hurt if I walked in heels for too long, I decided to give up and continue shopping. Thinking about it, it's back to the self-rating. If you put it in terms of favorability, it's definitely rubbing off. The thoughts of a gentle girl will be equally gentle, especially with those close to her, and will always automatically brainstorm the most essential kindness in them. Seeing Luo Shulin agree, Gu Luo then breathed a fierce sigh of relief in his heart. The crisis is finally over. He was truly afraid of another accident. This car today can't turn over a bit. However, just as Gu Luo thought this, he heard Luo Shalimi say, right brother, since you've come all the way here, let me take you to customize a suit. There's a little store around here that customizes suits and does really good work. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo only felt his eyes go black. Did the facepalm come that fast? So the Shu imp even dug the suit's hole? There's also the imp who knows that boss, and the cherub who presumably knows him. It would be a total turnaround if we went there. Ahem. Gu Luo thought about the countermeasures quickly in his mind. Then with a smile back on his face, he said, Shu Lemon, it's better to do it next time. There was a hint of regret in his tone, and a hint of anticipation. Of course, I'd love to come out shopping for clothes with Shu Lemon. So, the suit will wait until the next time we come out together. There's no reason to come out with Shu Lemon again if we buy them all at once. Why do I feel like a scumbag? But there's no way around it. That's the price of lying. Every step is like walking a tightrope. The slightest misstep is a serial thunderstorm. So, well then I also like to come out shopping with my elder brother. Luo Shu Lemon was pressurized and defenseless under the attack of this set of words. Heart that is called a happy. Emotional value has been pulled full circle. Phew. Gu Luo's heart was flustered in comparison, but his expression was still gentle as he smiled. Then let's go buy clothes for Xiaoman. Aha. With that, the two began to shop for women's clothing. Shue, I told you. Stinky old brother and sister Shulime are simply out to buy clothes. Now it's supposed to be time to buy me clothes. I wish I could go and pick them out. Not far away. Gu Sherman laughed to Lu Shue beside her with a relaxed expression. Yeah, brother Gu looks like he's just a normal brother and sister with school sister Shulime. Lu Shue followed and agreed, her originally hanging heart finally falling to the ground. We're just overthinking it. This stinky old brother of mine still has a sense of propriety in what he does. Aha! After following and peeping for a while longer and realizing that there really wasn't any abnormality, Lu Shue said to Gu Sherman, Mamoru, let me get something to drink. What would you like? Definitely grape taro dumplings but don't have sugar today. Make it 7. Okay, then Mamoru you can follow. There's a Rachel's Lucky City right across the street. I'll be back in a bit. Oh Kuan. Lu Shue just walked straight to the opposite street. On the way, she reached down and removed her mask. N95 masks do get stuffy when worn for a long time. Good news, dear customers. Good news. The grand opening of Rachel Lucky City Kaijo Avenue store. Bring your baby. Our opening special interactive, exclusive event benefits for parents and children, couples, buy one drink and get one free. Couples buy one get one free. When Lu Shue heard this, she subconsciously brainstormed a sweet image of herself and Gu Luo coming together to buy milk tea. Then Gu Luo would also touch her head very gently, as well as all kinds of intimate gestures behind. Just think of all that. The face, without realizing it, burned. This Rachel's Lucky City was doing great business today, with several young couples among them. And just as Shua walked into the store, there were several gazes cast over at once. There's no way. On what boy can resist the temptation of a white silk double ponytail loli? And this loli also has such a fair and cute little face. It's simply a cute girl coming out of the secondary world. What's that saying? Rejecting juvenile aesthetics starts with you and him. Several of the boys in the store were starting to get excited about adding Shua's contact information. The refresh rate of this extreme Lolitas is really low. If you miss it, you don't know when you'll have to wait until next time. I'll have 2 cups of grape taro balls. Room temperature, one with 7% sugar and one with full sugar, please. Shua whispered to the sales clerk lady. Yes, please get your tickets first. It'll just take a moment. Thanks. Shua took the small ticket and originally planned to find a place to sit and wait first, but just then, her attention was caught by the wall behind her. To be more precise, it was attracted by a photo on the wall. Chapter 52 Imps Killing Trick 2, Triple 2, Requesting Gift Reward from Big Brother. In the photo, the beautiful young girl is holding the arm of the handsome teenager with a smile on her face. Shua opened her mouth, as if there were countless bees buzzing around in her little brain. Aren't the people in the photo brother Gu and sister Shulime? And the one who could show such a bright smile must be Shulime-senpai. It definitely couldn't be Shua-senpai. Available. When did this happen? Why was sister Shulemon able to hold brother Gu so intimately? If their relationship had progressed this far, then why were they acting like normal, ordinary siblings today? Could it be that they sensed that they and Mamoru were following? Or is it? Can't figure it out. Head's itchy. Shua racked her brain with the feeling that the sky was falling. She pursed her lips and looked at the photo again. Then it was noticed that Gu Luo didn't seem to be taking pictures willingly from the bottom of his heart, but with an attitude of cooperation. Like the barely discernible hint of happiness in his smile, the corners of his mouth rising but his eyes wandering a bit. So maybe the two aren't in that kind of relationship yet. It should be Shulemon's senior sister who is using her sister's identity to keep getting closer to Gu's brother. And then perhaps it was because she was politely rejected by brother Gu. That's why sister Shulemon didn't continue to hold his arm today. That's right. Shulemon is trying to get close to the water. No, absolutely not. Shua felt a tightness in her chest just thinking about this. She wanted to be with brother Gu no matter what. She wanted to be a good girlfriend's sister-in-law. So, it's time to be proactive. Absolutely no delay. Shulemon's senior sister had already run ahead, and she herself had to keep up. She doesn't like anyone but brother Gu right now. Grape taro balls are ready. At that moment, the crisp voice of the sales clerk lady came. Shua exhaled slightly before she walked over and picked up the grape taro balls that were sitting on the counter. But just as she was about to leave the store, a clean-looking boy blocked her way. Can't. Shua dropped 2 words without waiting for the man to finish his sentence, then directly bypassed him and quickly walked out of the store. If it was normal she would probably be a bit more euphemistic, but today, this unlucky kid really hit the bullseye. Shua carried the fruit tea and went straight back across the street to the intersection where she had just parted ways with Gusherman, but he realized that Gusherman was not here at this time. It should be that brother Gu and the others went to another store. Then Shaman followed them first. Thinking of this, she directly sent a message to Gusherman. Shua, Mamoru, where are you now? It took a while before Gusherman returned the message. Gusherman, I'm over here in the small park. Location, Shua, okay, I'll go over there right now. Shua put away her cell phone and rushed towards the small park. Then he saw Gusherman, whose expression was a bit off, on one of the benches. Mamoru, what's wrong with you? Shua hurriedly sat beside her. I'm fine. Gusherman barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Go back in time a few minutes. After Gu Luo and the two of them finished picking out clothes for Gusherman, they were just about to leave when Luo Shulemon suddenly said, I still have to go buy some clothes. It's not easy to make a trip here. And by the way, I bought for Shuas and Shulings as well, so why don't you accompany me? It's that sweet little place across the street. Just wait for me in the rest area of the store later, brother. Several question marks surfaced on Gu Luo's brain. Do you really want to drive him to his death? Definitely can't let Shulemon in. You know that only yesterday Luo Shua had just brought him into the changing room. Many of the store clerks smiled their anti-smiles at the two when they came out. What those smiles meant was no less than a youngster. What a monkey wrench. But on what grounds? It's not like buying a suit. You can't use the excuse that you want to come back with her later. What to do? Gu Luo only felt her scalp tingle. He even thought it was all within the imp's reckoning. For he who knows the cherubs is the imp. The imp is blocking all the paths here. Is this what it's like to fight with the best? The slightest misstep is an abyss of 10,000 feet. LOL. It's done. So let's do the usual. Blow yourself up. Gu Luo forced himself to endure the shame of social death, and at this time said with some embarrassment, Shu Lemon, actually, I have something I want to tell you. What is it? La Shu Lemon blinked her big eyes. Ahem, that's right, when I was shopping over there just now, I saw a very pretty underwear that feels quite suitable for you, Shu Lime. So, can I get you a dress? Just as a return gift for these clothes. Ah, finally finished. This perverted feeling of social death really made him want to find a crack in the ground. Ha, ha ha, send underwear, ha ha, again with the that and the clothes delivery. What's not sick about that? Ah, ha ha, pervert, ha ha. Someone was completely broken at this point, and when Luo Shu Lemon heard this, a blush instantly colored her pretty white and flawless face. Lowering her head slightly, her slender fingers ran through the hair at the tips of her ears, and after a few moments, she stammered, "If it's you, it can be oh." After a pause, she gently waved her little fist again, her voice soft and sticky. "I'll beat up my older brother if the choice isn't good. It'll hurt a lot. Oh, puff, puff, puff." Seeing this extremely shy and adorable appearance of Luo Shalimei, Gu Luo's heartbeat couldn't help but start to speed up. It was simply adorable. How in the world could there be such a gentle, sweet little angel? And then there's the fact that La Shu Lemon really agreed. What it says, the cherub did not repel his proximity. This definitely falls into the two-way running category for both. Then let's go. Gu Luo's face couldn't help but burn. Obviously both are going clothes shopping, but they feel very different. With the imp, it was more of a feeling of embarrassment and excitement. With the cherub, it was the deepest stirrings of the heart. With that, Gu Luo took Luo Shuline to another clothes store based on his memory. When I walked into the store, the clerk lady greeted me at once. "Two customers, how can I help you? Our store is having an event today." When the sales clerk lady finished her lines as an NPC, Luo Shalimei didn't say anything, but instead slightly lowered her head and shyly looked at Gu Luo. "Ahem, over there," Gu Luo said, and led the two toward the shelves on the other side near the glass on the curb. It was the one he'd picked out just now when he'd glanced briefly at the door. It was a pure white dress with a clashing pattern of petals and stamens. Simple but not too delicate. Little Handsome has a really good eye. The sales clerk lady immediately picked up this bra and introduced. "This rabbit cup underwear is made of latex cotton. It will be very soft, light and breathable to wear." After a pause, she laughed again. "And this one has memory steel rings, so it's definitely a good choice for voluptuous types like little pretty girl. It's really good, hey." Luo Shulime obviously liked it very much as well. Maintaining her standard smile, the store lady asked, "What size does that little pretty girl wear?" 75C. Gu Luo subconsciously said it, then her face suddenly changed. "Alright, then I'll go to the stockroom to get the goods. The two of you can stroll around for a while." The sales clerk lady turned around and left after smiling faintly towards the two of them. And at this moment, Luo Shulime's face reddened a few more points. She looked at Gu Luo and didn't say a word out for a long time. The heart was full of shyness and surprise. Why would Gu Luo know her breast size? Is it a lookout? When Murphy usually cooks together, Gu Luo will. Ah, it's really humiliating. The more Luo Shalimei thought about it, the more confused she became. Even her earlobes slowly reddened. "Shu Lemon, you listened to my explanation." Gu Luo wanted to cry. Is really hate to give himself 2 slaps. Now that's something that can't really be explained. Does it mean that because I wanted to give you underwear, I secretly observed the size in advance? It's okay. No need to explain. I get it. But as he spoke, Luo Shulime's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and in the end it was almost inaudible. "What do you know? Pills. Everything's a pill." He, being a loyal leg party, must have been mentally labeled a boob party by the cherubs by now. It wasn't long before the store lady hurried back with the underwear. "Then wait for me in the lounge area now." After Luo Shu Lemon finished speaking, as if she was running away, she took her underwear and went to the dressing room. Seeing this, Gu Luo could only sigh helplessly. After walking to the rest area and sitting down, he began to rack his brain on how to explain to Luo Shulime, but can't really think of one. It feels like explaining anything is redundant, and the more you explain, the more it seems like a cover-up. I don't know how long it took, but the phone suddenly vibrated. Gu Luo opened his cell phone and found that it was a message from Luo Shulime. "La Shu Lemon, photo, Omega." It's an overhead shot of that pure white lingerie from earlier. In the photo, the lingerie is outlined just right, especially fierce. Gu Luo couldn't help but stare in disbelief when she clicked on it. Subconsciously, I long pressed save and proceeded to zoom in on the photo. I can't help but think that a little angel is a little angel, and there are photos that are really hairy. And what Gu Luo didn't notice was, at this moment, Luo Shulime was standing behind him, watching his every move. Chapter 53, Brother, I understand. It is as pure as the moon in the night sky, and once you touch it, you can't take your eyes off it. Gu Luo just glanced at it and quickly turned off the photo. A look is pure appreciation. If you keep looking at it, then it's always appreciated. Ahem. So how do you reply to a message with a photo like that? Obviously, Shu Lemon Cherub must have changed her clothes and shot straight away, to give a proper evaluation before she comes out of the locker room. Time waits for no one. It's definitely not enough to just go back to a pretty. Besides, there's no one else right now, and this is a private little interaction between just the two of them. But having said that, how exactly do you respond to a photo like this? Really inexperienced. Gu Luo couldn't think of a more perfect answer for a moment, so he opened the browser. Type on the search box how to compliment a girl's outfit. Soon, a variety of answers jumped out. 1. Gentle sincere wind, wow, this dress sets off your skin more. 2. Playful and lively wind, wow, you wear this dress is also too absolute. A whole. 3. Professional and meticulous style, the design of this dress. 4. Wind, hiss, difficulty in choosing. The individual answers seem pretty good, but which one should I choose? Fingers flicked across the screen, comparing them over and over again, trying to figure out the best one to reply to the cherub. I think the playful and lively style is good. Just then, Gu Luo's ears suddenly felt a fragrant breeze, if anything, with a hint of sweetness. Yeah, I thought so too about this. Gu Luo subconsciously responded, but his voice ended abruptly before he finished speaking. The expression just froze on his face. Then, like a rusty robot, he twisted his head a little bit with stiff movements. What came into his eyes was Luo Shulime's bent and thin figure, looking at his cell phone screen with interest. Her face was still tinged with a slight blush, and she looked especially lovely in the light of the store's lights. Shu Lemon. Let me explain. Gu Luo was now too embarrassed to fry a three-course meal with her toes. Awkward. So awkward. There is nothing like true social death. It's okay, I understand. Luo Shu Lemon slowly stood up straight and kept curling her hair with her right index finger, saying in a small voice with a red face, so there's really no need to be too embarrassed. After a pause, she then went on to add, and that's just it. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to do that. It's just that just now I've been debating on whether to send you the picture directly or to show it to you in person with my cell phone. Thinking about it made me walk behind you. Gu Luo was looking up at Luo Shulime at a 45-degree angle at the moment, only feeling that she was radiating a soft holy light all over her body. Great. It's a little angel. He's saved. It's too sci-fi. He knew the little angel was gentle and considerate of others, but I didn't expect it to be that gentle. How dare you apologize to yourself under these circumstances? Luo Shu Lemon actually really doesn't care much about this. Or rather, it was the fact that these behaviors of Gu Luo were not repulsive at all. He's so gentle, so handsome, cooks so well, is selfless every day, and even went out of his way to play the infernal game for her school play. This is rather more authentic and youthful. Plus Gu Luo originally belonged to the type of shyness that was colorful, although occasionally a little out of character. She only felt that this was contrasting. It looks broad and lovey-dovey. Of course, this was all limited to Gu Luo alone, but still, it's limited to Gu Luo's type of top warm-hearted brotherly dudes. For anyone else, it would be pure harassment. That's the way the world is. The same thing can be done by differently charismatic people and the answers they get can vary wildly. Shu Lemon. Gu Luo slightly averted her gaze, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. I am. La Shu Lemon smiled softly. Shu Lemon. Thank you. I actually have a lot of behaviors that are downright nasty. Thank you for accommodating me so much. Gu Luo said very sincerely, his words full of sincerity, both the previous one and today. While both are self-implosions made to avoid a fix, they really both essentially fall into the category of downwardly mobile behavior that is embarrassing to the point of toe clawing. Brother, it is I who should be thanking you. A scented breeze hit the room. Luo Shu Lemon sat down next to him at this time and spoke softly, because I'm also a sister. Plus I owed Shu He and the girls too much in the past. There are a lot of places where I can really empathize with my elder brother. As a sister, I no matter what happens I think of taking it on alone. Treating Shu He and Shu Ling is also trying to do as much as possible to make the bowl of water even. But it's really hard. For example, today Shu He went out to eat something delicious, came back and pressed to tell Shu Ling, can only take her there next time, as well as all sorts of aspects. Sometimes the closer you are the more you care about those details, and anyone who wants the same or more love. And it must be hard for brother to be caught between the four of us during the week. There must be a lot of times when sacrifices have to be made to take care of our moods, right? Brother, I understand. This is the third time today that Luo Shulime has said brother. I understand. Gu Luo listened to all of this attentively, only to feel her nose turn a little sour. Who would be willing to blow themselves up with their own innocence if they didn't really care about their sister's moods and feelings and didn't want them to feel bad? He wasn't faceless either. I just thought it would be better for me to die in disgrace rather than upsetting my sister. No matter how embarrassing or humiliating it is, just smile and get over it. And at this moment, Gu Luo finally truly understood why she liked the little angel. And not just because of this extreme tenderness. Rather, she really understands herself from the heart. Even if they don't know the truth of what is being hidden, they will still understand themselves. What more can a brother ask for when he has a sister like this? I am fortunate to have it. Cherish it, love it and believe in it. After saying those heartfelt words, the two just sat there quietly on the couch, savoring each other's presence. It was as if the air around them had stood still, and the only sound left in the entire world was the sound of their breathing and heartbeats against each other. Feelings that are heating up fast at an uncontrollable rate, like a roaring fire that gets hotter and hotter. Gu Luo's heart was now relaxed and touched like never before. Shu Lemon Cherub, she really gets it. After sitting for a while longer, Gu Luo suddenly spoke up. Shu Lemon, before you go home later, accompany me to buy something. You should be more familiar with it. Aha! Chapter 54, A Girlfriend's Pact. And just as someone was reveling in the ultimate tenderness brought about by the little angel, two young souls on the park bench had broken their defenses in a watery manner. I really didn't break defense. Gu Sherman took a big gulp of grape taro dumplings, chewed the taro balls inside fiercely, and huffed. Really? I didn't break defense. Who breaks their defense just because their smelly old brother is shopping for clothes with another sister? Ha! Laugh it up. What's the point? Just going clothes shopping. Just. As she said that, she puffed up her pink cheeks and stomped her foot hard. Shay, it's just buying clothes. Stinky old brother used to wash my clothes every day. She holds her head up with a haughty look on her face and tries to prove she doesn't care with her past glorious record. So yeah, it's nothing. I didn't break defense at all. Ah, Gu Sherman was getting angrier and angrier, itching to bite Gu Luo to death right now. Bite, bite, bite. Bite the dust. Bite the dust. Bite the dust. And after hearing this, Lu Shua, who was also drinking grape taro dumplings, also broke her defense. She was now really a little uncertain about how far brother Gu and senior sister Shu Lime had come. Lu Shua thinks that her looks and charisma are not inferior to Shu Lemon's sister, but she can't help it that others have a head start and are close to the water. It has to be proactive and cannot be delayed, and the only way he could get close to Gu's brother was to rely on Mamoru. She mumbled in her mind, I'm sorry cranky. Instead of cheapening other girls, I'll be doubly good to you. Waiting for the future will also surely help to raid your favorite boys. I swear. Lu Shua swore in her heart, then whispered comfortingly to Gu Sherman, Mandy, you don't have to worry too much. It's just to buy clothes. It's nothing. However, when she heard this, instead of subsiding, Gu Sherman became even more angry and immediately opened her teeth and claws. He hasn't even bought me one in a long time. Stinky old man is just negative. Stinking negative. Man. I seem to remember that you used to say that you were the one who didn't let brother Gu buy it, disliking the dirt he chose and always preferring to buy the one with the panda pattern. Lu Shua carefully added a mouthful at this time. Although she was also in a mess in her heart, she couldn't help but defend Gu Luo out of her instinctive defense of him anyway. Gu Sherman was a bit speechless at once. Her face flushed white and red for a while, but immediately and subconsciously retorted, then if I don't let stinky old man buy it, can't he secretly buy it for me? Force it on me. It's not like I'm going to throw it away. At the end of the day, it's not that he's stupid. She was angry at the mention of this. At that time when she received the clothes, she just wanted to be arrogant and play a little bit, so she said something like it's too rustic, don't buy it for me again in the future stinky old brother and other angry words. As a result, in the end, it was a mistake, and Gu Luo really took it seriously. Then Lu, they cannot pull that face to take the initiative to want. She had tasted the loss of pride ruining her life a long time ago, and now she regretted thinking about it. Then man, how about this? Lu Shua weighed her words and said very quietly, wait until tomorrow when I make some snacks in advance. Then let's go to Brother Gu's class and give them to him. Didn't you say that Brother Gu doesn't want to expose his relationship with Shu Lemon and the others at school? Then won't the school become your home turf? Mamoru, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman only pondered a little before revealing a very touched expression. After she put down the grape taro balls in her hand, she immediately hugged Lu Shua tightly and said gratefully, that's right. This way the school is our home turf. Yuki, you are truly my best bestie. I can't believe you're willing to get up early and make snacks for me. I love you. With that, she barked out a kiss on her little cheeks and smiled. Don't worry, Shue. I'll definitely help you chase after that senior in the future too. Cheating is for puppies. And then, another bite. Aya, my Shue's face is so cute bouncy, just like jelly. I need to kiss you more before you fall in love, or you won't get a kiss later. And hearing this, Lu Shua couldn't help but blink her big eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she subconsciously said, in the future, even if I fall in love, Mamoru can kiss me whenever she wants. Gu Sherman waved her hand in a hurry, her head shaking like a rattle drum. That won't do. I don't want to indirectly kiss with that senior you like. At those words, Lu Shua pursed her lips, wanting to speak. If Mamoru was a righteous sibling like Shu Lime-senpai and the others, it would be a disaster. Wouldn't be good enough to grab it myself. But don't tell me, if that's the case, sharing it with Mamoru doesn't really matter. Shua was genuinely willing to share everything with Gu Sherman. For senior sister Shu Lemon, she definitely had to fight for it and would definitely not give up easily. Right, Shua, when are you going to start going after that senior? Gu Sherman was in a slightly better mood now and couldn't help but gossip. She was still attached to Shua's relationship. After all, they are the best of girlfriends. Hearing this question, Shua's white and cute little face was instantly colored with a touch of red and said with some embarrassment, "Soon, I'll be sure to tell Mamoru when the time comes." Her voice was soft as a breeze, with a shyness that was hard to hide. Oh Kuan. Gu Sherman immediately compared the OK gesture. "I promise Shua in the name of my best friend that I will give Shua a good assist." At those words, Shua's face turned even redder, not knowing if it was shyness or guilt. Then, she slowly stretched out her little thumb like a tender lotus root and said earnestly, "Mamoru is the most important person to me, and I also promise, in the name of my best friend, that I will help Mamoru to be happy." Aha! Pull the hook. Gu Sherman also stuck out his little thumb. The two little white fingers just hooked together and wiggled slightly. Immediately after that, two sweet young girls whose cuteness was off the charts opened their mouths and laughed at the same time. Take the hook. Hang yourself. No cheating for 100 years. It's puppies that lie. The sound of the covenant was crisp and pleasant, echoing through the park. It was as if they were bearing the finest witness to their friendship and vows. Chapter 55, Stinky Old Brother. I'm going to eat you for the rest of my life. When Shu Lemon said today that she owed Shua and Shu Ling in the past, what exactly was she referring to? Why did Shu Lemon call Luo Liang mother instead of mom? What was the reason for Shu Lemon's sudden exit a few years ago? Why would Auntie Luo Liang not agree to have a nanny in the house again? What does Shua mean by getting married and having 2 daughters? Gu Luo lay quietly on the bed. The light in the room softly sprinkled on his face, reflecting his slightly mesmerized appearance. The cell phone notes list a number of questions about the sisters, each one like a tiny key. This was a habit that Gu Luo had developed for a long time, always privately recording all sorts of problems about his sister, no matter how big or small, and then trying to find ways to understand and solve them. In the past, this sister's notes only contained Gu Sherman, and every little emotion and preference about her was meticulously noted on them. And now there are 2 more sisters. As for Shu Ling, is a heartless dry rice eaters, every day immersed in the world of food, happy as a carefree bird. It seems that for the time being there are no worries need to worry about him. When the special mission is successfully completed, it will be time to get to know these things. Whether or not it was useful was not to be said, but as an older brother, he felt it was his duty to learn about his sisters' pasts, and what was going on inside their hearts. But what was worth being happy about was that Gu Sherman had been behaving exceptionally well lately, just as if he had suddenly grown up. No more petty tantrums as often as before. It's just that the arrogance has gotten a little less frequent. To be honest, Gu Luo still liked his sister's little arrogance, and every time he saw Xiaoman's cute look with her beak full of defiance, his heart felt like it was being gently scratched by a gentle little hand, full of doting. Mamoru's grown up. Gu Luo gently put down her cell phone at this time, her gaze slowly turning to the ceiling. But strangely enough, his heart wasn't as happy as he thought it would be. Instead there was a faint sense of loss. The feeling is like falling leaves in the fall, gently drifting down to the bottom of the heart, yet lingering. It's hard to put into words. Gu Luo both wanted Gu Sherman to thrive and become independent and strong, but he also selfishly hoped that she would never grow up, so that she could always be like a child, relying on his side, pampering him and letting him spoil her. But how can it be? Mamoru is going to get married after all. One day will leave this home to start a family of her own. Hiss. Why do you suddenly want to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife? Gu Luo rubbed his temples, trying to dispel this somewhat frightening thought, but the more he thought about it, the harder it became in his heart, feeling like an old father whose daughter is going to get married sooner or later. Full of reluctance and worry, the thought of the treasure that he had held in his hands since he was a child was one day to be handed over to another man. Just want to cut someone, but it mustn't be yellow hair. Can't think. Breathe. Phew. Just as Gu Luo was trying to adjust her emotions and take deep breaths, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Come in. His voice held a hint of weariness, but it quickly regained its gentleness. The door to the room was pushed open, only to see Gu Sherman holding a small pink basin and slowly walking in. What's wrong, Mamoru? Gu Luo sat up straight. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman's face instantly turned slightly red and said with some embarrassment, Stinky old brother, wash my clothes, then you can just put it in the bathroom. Gu Luo was a little confused. He was now responsible for washing most of the clothes in the entire household, except, of course, for underwear and intimate clothing. Stinky old brother. In the future, you'll have to secretly wash my clothes. Gu Shimon's face turned even redder as she said this. Ha, why? With a puzzled look on his face, Gu Luo said, and then subconsciously looked at the small basin Gu Shiman was holding. At this look, he froze slightly. The dress is with a panda pattern, which looks especially cartoonish and cute, full of girly. Noticing Gu Luo's gaze, Gu Shiman almost wanted to snatch the door in shame, but when she thought of him accompanying another sister to buy clothes today, she was furious again. She gathered her courage and pretended not to have a good time. What are you looking at, stinky old man? Isn't this the same style as the last one you bought me before? Hearing this, Gu Luo scratched his head. Then I haven't seen you drying this set on the drying rack either. Did you just buy it? You control me. Gu Shiman puffed up his red cheeks like a cute little squirrel. She wouldn't admit it was because of arrogance, so she'd always bought one or two on the sly, then washed and dried them on the sly. No way I'm going to lose face in front of my stinky old brother. That doesn't work either. Gu Luo sighed slightly and said with a somewhat complicated expression. How old are you? You definitely need to wash yourself. Besides, you'll have to marry someone later, so you can't ask me to wash you then, can you? Even if there is no more reluctance in my heart, and I want to cut someone with a kitchen knife, there are some things that I really have to say. He had no right to keep his sister around all the time. However, Gu Shiman, who heard these words, immediately exploded. She brainlessly smashed the clothes in the basin on Gu Luo's face, then shouted angrily, Gu Luo, listen to this beauty queen. I'll go wherever you go from now on. Eat yours, drink yours, spend yours, live with you. I'm going to eat you up for the rest of my life. Don't try to get rid of me. Oomph. After saying that, Gu Shiman walked towards the door without looking back. Gu Luo slowly took down the clothes hanging on her face and couldn't help but be a little silent. But what about the corners of his mouth, which rose imperceptibly? It was a happy, spoiled smile. Ugh, can't get enough of you. Looks like it's going to be a good moneymaker. This sister of his own is adorable. If you're that clingy, then we'll support you for the rest of your life. To be honest, he didn't want to give Gu Shiman to anyone at all. That's right. That's it. Work hard to make money later and then take Mandy with you. Spoiled for life. Chapter 56. Looking forward to the future with you. 3 and 2. Continue to add more. Gu Luo put Gu Shiman's clothes into the basin before lying back on the bed. Can't take it to the bathroom to clean it yet. If the 3 Shu Lemon sisters saw it, the scene would be unimaginable. He didn't want to go through that social death scenario every day that was so embarrassing that he was digging his toes into the ground, especially not for that little devil Shua to see. Otherwise, God knows what kind of devious ideas she would come up with. You can only wait until it's late at night, after everyone is asleep, and then sneak in to take care of it. Then again, he seemed to have a bit too much of a bond with his clothes these past 2 days. First, he was dragged to the show by the Shua imp. Then there was the little angel of Shu Lemon who posted pictures, and then there was Shio Man's little prude suddenly demanding that he hand wash his laundry. Hiss. The more Gu Luo thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. It always felt like there was a thin thread, if any, in the underworld that skillfully connected the 3 events. Shua and Shu Lime's situation was understandable. The probability was that little devil Shua was secretly behind it, deliberately creating these situations. But what about Mandy? Why would you suddenly want to do her laundry yourself today? Could it be that she was unhappy to see that Shu Lemon had bought clothes for both Shua and Shu Ling, but not for her? Gu Luo has always attached great importance to Gu Shiman's mood changes, and would always analyze the reasons for her unhappiness over and over again in his mind, then try to find ways to give solutions, and finally coax her to be happy again. He never denied that he was a sister, and it's still kind of a dead sisterhood of a seisai. Taking care of his sister, solving her problems, and watching her smile happily is the greatest pleasure for him. And just as Gu Luo was immersed in thoughts about his sister's mind, his cell phone suddenly buzzed and vibrated. When I picked it up, I was surprised to see that it was from Shu Lemon's little angel. Luo Shu Lime, brother, did you have a fight with your sister? I just saw her face was red. Did something happen? Is there anything I can help you with? After reading the message, the corners of Gu Luo's mouth subconsciously rose. Perhaps it was because of the cherub's delicate and subtle concern, or perhaps it was simply because the message came from the cherub he had been pining for. In short, just can't help but feel happy. And yes, the face text is really cute. He rolled over comfortably, his fingers bouncing lightly on the screen as he snapped a reply. Gu Luo, don't worry, it's Xiao Man's arrogance again. Just let her slow down for a while. Lashu Lemon, that's good. Sigma, for all asterisk. Lashu Lemon, by the way brother, do you have time now? Asterisk v asterisk. Dio, yes. What's wrong? Lashu Lemon, I especially like the clothes my elder brother gave me today. So I want to play a piano song for my elder brother to listen to. Omega, Luo Shu Lime, can elder brother come to my room now? For all. Seeing these 2 messages, Gu Luo only felt as if her heart had been gently clutched by an invisible hand and began to beat faster without control. It was a stirring from deep within. One must know that even when he had princess hugged Shuhi before, as well as when he had various close encounters with her, he had never had such a strong heartbeat. Gu Luo knew clearly that this was like a real favorite. All it took was a few simple messages from the little angel of Shu Lemon to hold his heart in his hands. Moreover, when he thought of sharing a room with the little angel later on, Gu Luo only felt that happiness had come too suddenly. He forced down the fluttering in his heart and hastily replied, Gyo, it's okay. Luo Shulime, come on. There's a surprise. Asterisk omega asterisk people. Surprise? And the surprise? Gu Luo sat up with a carp and couldn't wait to fly over immediately. And Mamoru must have locked herself in the house by now, so the hallway was safe. As long as Mamoru wasn't jealous, everything was fine. As for Shu he had already warned himself beforehand that she might get hurt, so there was no use worrying about it. Shu Ling's words, slightly, you can go to your appointment in Shu Lemon's little angel's bedroom yourself with honor. Gu Luo joyfully got up and walked out of the room in a big way, her footsteps as light as stepping on clouds. Then he came to La Shu Lemon's bedroom door. After 3 taps, the door to the room was opened almost instantly, only to see Luo Shu Lime's entire body hiding behind the door, her face flushed, looking very embarrassed. Gu Luo was a bit puzzled by this. In his impression, Luo Shu Lime was not the type of character that would feel shy just because he entered her bedroom. As the door to the room slowly closed, only Luo Shalimei could be seen wearing a red strapless nightgown, perfectly displaying her delicate collarbone and white as snow shoulder skin in the air. Gu Luo subconsciously moved his eyes away, but the mouth still instinctively complimented. This nightgown suits Shu Lime very well. No matter what, you can never go wrong with complimenting a girl. And Luo Shu Lemon likewise shyly averted her gaze as she gently curled her hair with her fingers and explained with embarrassment, well, because I want to show my elder brother. So, at those words, Gu Luo only felt more and more embarrassed. That's the difference between a cherub and an imp. The imp is the one who pulled him straight into the locker room. The cherubs, on the other hand, are much more euphemistic, and then the two just stayed that awkward. Gu Luo didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only pretend to survey the bedroom's furnishings in an attempt to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. The bedroom is cozily furnished in pure white tones, giving it a peaceful and beautiful feel. Next to the bed was a black piano, glowing elegantly in the soft light. Luo Shu Lemon walked over it this time and said softly, elder brother, why don't you sit on my bed first? Doesn't matter? It's okay. Good. Gu Luo didn't say anything more, but walked to the edge of the bed with some constraint, carefully sitting on the edge of the bed, her body slightly stiff, as if the slightest movement would break this beautiful atmosphere. This was the first time he had sat on a girl's bed other than Gu Shiroman. The mind was both nervous and a little bit of a different kind of anticipation. Seeing this, Luo Shu Lemon gently laughed a little, only feeling that her shy elder brother was particularly adorable. Then she slowly sat down at the piano, slightly lowering his head. He said with some embarrassment, brother, I just wrote this song today, and you're the first to hear it. After saying that, Luo Shulan gently placed her slender and long fingers on the keys, her eyes becoming focused. A picture of these days with Gu Luo began to float in her mind like a slideshow. Those images were like bright stars that illuminated her heart. Immediately afterward, the melodious and light piano sound rang out leisurely, just like the clear spring in the mountains, gurgling and flowing, and every note seemed to carry a spiritual life, jumping and flying in the air. Gu Luo just listened so quietly, as if the whole world had quieted down, and the only thing that lingered in her ears was this wonderful piano sound. He only felt that his mind had been purified like never before, and all his worries and fatigue had dissipated at this moment. Soon, the rhythm of the piano gradually accelerated, and the originally soothing melody became somewhat agitated, full of youthful vigor and sweetness. It was as if he saw in the tune the delicate emotional changes of a young girl, from the initial shyness and anticipation to the later firmness and ardor. The whole tune speaks of two words, like. Gu Luo's inner emotions were completely mobilized by this wonderful melody, his heart rising and falling with the beating of the notes. If it wasn't for the special relationship between the two of them right now, he really wanted to immediately say those words that he had hidden in the bottom of his heart and pour out his heart to Luo Shulaim. But, it's still too early to tell. Feelings need time to precipitate and accumulate. The coming day is long. He is willing to wait patiently. The piece wasn't long, and Luo Shalimei finished playing it quickly. She turned her head at this point and smiled slightly with a red face. Brother, do you think it sounds good? It's especially nice. Gu Luo immediately replied without thinking. It's good that elder brother likes it, but this song is not yet finished. I will still invite elder brother to listen to it on the day it's finished. Luo Shulaim said. Her two slender and rounded legs unconsciously shrunk, and her face turned even redder. Good. When Gu Luo saw the shy and adorable look of the little angel, he only felt his heart jumping out of his throat. and that feeling of his heart getting stronger and stronger, he subconsciously averted his eyes and pulled away from the conversation to ask, "By the way, Shu Lemon, what's the name of this song?" At those words, Luo Shu Lemon was first silent for a moment, then slowly stood up. Enduring her shyness, she looked at Gu Luo, her long eyelashes fluttering as she said softly, "The tune is called Looking Forward to the Future with You." Chapter 57, Mother You. The following day, Monday, early morning, the sun poured unreservedly over the earth, coating everything in the world with a warm golden glow. Everything was so beautiful that it was as if even the air smelled of happiness. Hey, Gu Luo walked on her way to school and couldn't help but giggle every few steps. He now had a phrase floating in his mind at all times, looking forward to a future with you. This is an expression of the deepest emotions of the little angel of Shu Lemon. Since last night, the relationship between him and Shu Lemon's little angel had undergone a subtle change, and the two of them had truly stepped into the ambiguous stage. That sweet scent, if anything, made his whole body sink into a cloud of happiness, drifting so far that he couldn't find his way out. Let's just say that today when we made breakfast together, it was just sweet. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, of course, merely that the two would glance at each other from time to time and then smile at each other. It didn't take long for those sweet sight lines to meet again as if they were attracted by a magnet. It's just a lot of back and forth and fun. Every glance and smile was like adding a spoonful of sweet honey to the honeypot of their relationship. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Luo couldn't help but reveal another silly, goofy smile. For those who don't know, they'd think he'd left his brain there by reading Yankee persimmon novels. Good morning, Senior Gu. Good morning, Senior Gu. Good morning, schoolboy. Along the way, a number of freshmen and junior girls took the initiative to greet Gu Luo warmly. That's the privilege of being a schoolgirl and a sister. The most miserable belongs to the sophomore girls. They neither have the kind of ignorance and boldness of the freshman sister, nor do they have the maturity and spontaneity of the third-year sister. Because of the same age, directly calling out to Gu Luo seems to be not polite enough, while calling out to Gu classmates feels weird. In short, it didn't feel right to shout anything, and because Gu Luo was in an extraordinarily good mood, he would smile and nod at every girl who greeted him. He was now the most popular boy in Guangya Academy. Nothing else, just handsome. One more look and you'll explode. Of course, the most important thing was that Gu Luo looked really handsome when he played basketball, and he didn't know how many girls he had charmed this week. Every move he made on the court, every jump and shot, was like composing a poem about youth, making the girls' eyes follow closely and unable to stop themselves. Coupled with the fact that young people nowadays were already confident and open-minded, there was really no pressure to greet Gu Luo, the schoolmaster. In general, one can summarize the characteristics of the different generations in this way. Post-80s, conservative thinking and open behavior. Post-000, open-mindedness and conservative behavior. Post-30s, open-minded and liberalized behavior. It couldn't be helped. Who made all those top streaming stars on the market nowadays pale in comparison to Gu Luo? Or even say that they were still far from it? Then why don't we just follow the stars up close and personal at school and feel the charm of the schoolboy? Gu Luo was a bit uncomfortable with this, but slowly accepted it as time went on. After all, it's not his fault if he's too charismatic. It's the world that's wrong. Non-essential. He would really keep his charisma at 9 points all the time, and then use the charisma boost card to go up in special circumstances. Gu Luo had already vaguely sensed that this 9-point charm was a bit off. It's like having a charm buff all by itself. He seriously suspected that this was System Kun's whole job. Hello senior. Hello senpai. Senpai is handsome again today. He. After greeting another small group of schoolgirls, Gu Luo finally walked into the school building, and not far behind him, Situ Wenyao was covering his heart, his face tinted with a hint of a very healthy red color flushed from excitement. Cool. It's so cool. What a blessing to get up early in the morning and experience this ultimate pleasure. Sito Wenyao once again doubled down on bringing himself into being Gu Luo. In his fantasy world, along the way, countless schoolmates greeted him enthusiastically, and he was like a star in the limelight, enjoying the admiration and affection of the crowd. It's awesome. Phew. Situ Wenyao finally regained some calmness after letting out a long breath. Great. Another day of being a schoolteacher. As long as he brought it in fast enough, he would be able to pick up all the cool points Gu Luo enjoyed without missing a beat. It could be said that Gu Luo was his source of joy. On top of that, there could be a gym class today. Just the thought of a crowd of girls surrounding Gu Luo as he galloped around the court, cheering and shouting for him. Situ Wenyao couldn't help but get excited once again. The excitement was like a volcano about to erupt, burning in his chest. Cool. Gu Luo didn't realize that his so-called best friend was enjoying himself at the moment. After walking into the class and returning to his seat, he habitually put a bottle of milk on his tablemate Xinyu's table. Okay. Xinyu smiled faintly, then took out the friend fee in the drawer. There were strawberry cupcakes, chocolate beans, jello, and more. there is a wide variety of snacks, with different flavors almost every day. The two were already well acquainted with each other after a week together. Gu Luo didn't know why, but he always felt that Xinyu was looking at him now with a bit of love in her eyes, just like the kind of look a mother would have at her own child. Plus the fact that Xinyu had taken care of him in all aspects during the weekdays. In every way and in every detail. Don't tell me, it's really just like mom. It's probably the same reason humans will always treat the critters they feed as children. Thinking of this, Gu Luo couldn't help but joke and laughed. You mama, you don't have to bring too much next time. I won't be able to finish it all. When she heard the name you mother, Xinyu was first slightly stunned, and then as if a magical switch had been turned on, she hurriedly nodded her head. Good, good, good. I'll bring less tomorrow. She was even about to say that kids can't eat too many snacks, but held her tongue. Hey, Xinyu has also learned to take advantage of the situation. Gu Luo had thought that Xinyu would accompany him for a couple of jokes, but he didn't expect that she would agree directly, and she even looked like she was gladly accepting it. But so be it. Okay, you mom, you also eat less. Snacking too much is not good for your body. Aha. Xinyu nodded her head in a hurry. The heart is simply happy. Feeding Garo is a joy in itself. The heart itched to do something for Gu Luo all the time. Gu Luo, I'll go get you some water, Xinyu said, and before Gu Luo could react, she briskly took his water cup like a gust of wind and joyfully walked towards the drinking fountain in front of the classroom. Seeing this scene, Gu Luo cried and laughed a little, but overall, it was quite enjoyable. I just didn't realize that instead of recognizing a sister at school, I recognized a godmother. And as the day wore on, the first session was soon over. The second period is the class of the homeroom teacher Lao Wang. However, just as Gu Luo had just taken out her math book and was about to review her revision, a tall and robust figure suddenly walked into the classroom. Teacher Lu, you're early. The third period is only PE. Feng Yuzheng shouted at the first opportunity. And at Quanya College, gym class during second or third period certainly smells the best. This is because the end of the second class is the free interaction time between classes. In these two periods the gym class equates to a straight-up half-hour addition. However, upon hearing Feng Yecheng's reminder, this teacher Lu did not stop and walked straight to the podium. Then, he covered his mouth with his sandbag-sized fist and coughed softly before speaking. Your teacher Wang has a bit of a fever this class, so I'm going to take it. You guys are okay with this, right? The entire class fell silent at this statement. It's awfully quiet. Immediately afterward, dozens of groundhogs squealed at once. Live and let live. Really live and let live. It's amazing how the gym teacher stole the math teacher's class. What's more, this is a 2-period gym class for them plus a 30-minute recess. It's awesome. Teacher Lu, you're practically Superman. A boy by the window roared excitedly. Brother Lu, be a brother. In your heart, Brother Lu, I love you to death. Old Lu, you want ass or not? As long as you open the gold. Before Situ Wanyao could finish his words, an English dictionary flew over from his diagonal rear, hitting him squarely in the back of the head. Dang, Situ Wanyao, D. Seeing this, Feng Yuqing clasped her hands on her chest and let out a humph. She wasn't going to let Situ Wanyao continue to say those dirty words. It's dirty. The other boys who were originally prepared to continue joking around only felt their brains go cold when they saw this scene, and immediately chose to shut up. Fear of being as puzzled as Louis Forsico 16. You can do it, Feng Yicheng. You'll be the one to throw the shot put in this year's school games. Teacher Lu immediately gave Feng Yicheng a thumbs up. Then, he saw Feng Yicheng silently pick up another dictionary. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, mister. Lu instantly snorted, trying to budge through. At one point, the class burst into laughter. The atmosphere couldn't have been better. You mom, I love our class so much. Gu Luo was infected by the atmosphere around her and laughed along. The smiles are full of love and belonging to this class, and realized that laughter can spread like a virus, quickly infecting everyone around it. Yeah, but be careful if you play later. Don't fall, and I'll get you an energy drink later. Apparently, she had managed to get into the state of Mother Hyatt. It exudes a full motherly glow. Aha! Gu Luo smiled, thinking that this was indeed quite funny. I can't help but think back to the very beginning. The reason why I would try so hard to act like an adult to take care of Mamoru is that I don't want her to be like myself and also envy the other children who can be loved by their parents. He used to be one of those people who were so short of love themselves that they desperately tried to give it to others. It sounds strange, but that's really what it is. Gu Luo transforms all his desire for love into caring and taking care of his sister, and in the process, he searches for his own share of warmth and happiness. Fortunately, he found it. Then Comrade Yuma, I'll rely on you to cover me more in the future. Gu Luo joked. Bows. Xinyu immediately came to life, clearly enjoying the role. Chapter 58. Situ Wanyao becomes enlightened again. Quiet, quiet. Just as the students in the class were chattering and mingling, Mr. Lu thumped the blackboard with his broad palm. Soon the classroom was as quiet as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone looked toward him. Teacher Lu clasped his hands to his chest at this time and spoke. Before I go down later, I have a few requests. Number 1, 2 periods later with recess. All play nice and no studying. Second, when you're tired of playing, go to the garden to enjoy the flowers. Go to the pond to feed the fish. Go to the supermarket to buy snacks. Go to the principal's office to beat up the principal. Or even find a corner to talk about love, but no studying. Third, but anyone I catch sneaking inside scrolls to study will suffer the consequences, he said, and deliberately showed off his sturdy biceps as he raised his volume and asked, "Did you hear everything?" "I hear you." The class responded in unison. The voices were neat and loud. "That's more than understanding. It's too much understanding. Not loud enough." I asked if I heard you. Teacher Lu didn't seem satisfied and asked again loudly. "Listen, Ming, white, up, dash." It was as if the boys in the class were ignited with passion at this point, and they were all close to roaring. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to break through the roof and reach the entire floor. The other students passing by the second year 8 class couldn't help but curiously glance inside, and after realizing that it was this physical education teacher surnamed Lu standing on the stage, they all came to a realization. In my heart, I was envious. This teacher Lu is a notorious abstraction at school. The favorite thing to do is to rob the main teacher's class. Of course, in advance is that this main teacher has something cannot come. Students are then allowed to let go of their hands and feet to exercise, play, and unleash their youthful energy. The main focus is on a joyful education, with the belief that students grow better when they are happy. It is the dream teacher in the hearts of thousands of students in Guanya College, and sophomore class 8 is one of the lucky classes. Okay, all go to the gym and get your equipment. With a big wave of Mr. Lu's hand, the order to charge was given. Most of the boys in the class rushed out of the classroom almost in the twinkling of an eye. It's as fast as a beggar running to a soup kitchen after days of hunger. They can be so happy. Although the usual school life is easy, the joy is simply doubled when you can use your homeroom math class to go out and have fun on the playground. It's the same way that some people obviously don't like snacks, but will eat them with gusto if they grab them from a friend. This stolen pleasure is always extra exciting. Best friend, best friend. The other boys were rushing towards the outside of the classroom. Only Situ Wenyao rushed towards Gu Luo first. Best friend, it's too late to explain. Get in the car. Situ Wenyao kept saying excitedly while running in place. Play basketball, play basketball, play basketball. He couldn't help but be secretly pleased already. Soul fusion. Wenyao ah. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush yet. The corner of Gu Luo's mouth twitched. I don't know why. Every time I saw Situ Wenyao, there was always an urge in my heart to give him a hard punch. Kind of feeling is really strange. As if Situ Wenyao has a special kind of magic power on him that can easily make people K him. Gu Luo had rarely played before when he was at Kaijo College. As a result, he had just come to Guanya not 2 days ago, and was dragged by Situ Wenyao to play basketball. The time picked is still similar to recess when students are most free. It leads to more and more girls coming to see themselves play basketball. Then he became completely famous. I've heard that there seems to be a backup fan base, but the truth is unknown. Dear friend, I'm in a hurry. I'm really in a hurry. Situ Wenyao ran in place even faster, just like a wind-up little teddy that couldn't stop. He hadn't had a good time in 2 whole days, Saturdays and Sundays and all that. It's a day and a half, and every second is filled with torment. Say what you will about having a good time today, especially since it's gym class later. Maybe we can even play soccer with the other classes. Basketball is great, but it's nice to switch it up once in a while. Every day I use my hands. Today I'll use my feet to get high. How is that not a form of foot control? Harder. The fists were inexplicably hard. Gu Luo always felt that Situ Wenyao was thinking of something very strange and damnable in his mind, but he has no proof. I'm sorry Wenyao. Gu Luo was thinking of a million ways to beat him up in his mind, but on the surface, he said with an apology, I'm done for the day. I have something to talk to my Hyatt mom about later. At these words, Situ Wenyao and Xinyu froze at the same time. Hyatt's mom? Situ Wenyao curiously looked at Xinyu at this time. Hey, it's possible. I can't believe he's going to have more than one mom. 2. The top end of the bandwagon is taking in everything the other person has to offer. This is a better way to experience the coolness. And Xinyu's entire body became embarrassed, her cheeks instantly reddening. She didn't expect Gu Luo to call herself Yuma in front of others. Isn't this a little game between the two of them? Then wouldn't Gu Luo mean? The more Xinyu thought about it, the more her brain got messed up. But overall it was excitement and joy that took the initiative. She also realized that this was a need for her to cooperate yet, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to concur. Situ Wenyao, I'm sorry, I still have things to talk with Gu Luo in a little while, so there's really no way for me to play with you right now. There was a hint of shyness in the words, and a touch of sweetness, as if she was enjoying this special status. Ah, this way ah. Situ Wenyao's entire body shriveled up all of a sudden, like a deflated leather ball, stumbling back 2 steps. This time to Xinyu all look a little in the heart. He didn't realize that Situ Wenyao turned out to want to play with Gu Luo so much. In my heart, I can't help but sigh. This is the friendship between good brothers. Best friend, then you talk faster later. I'll hold on a little longer. Situ Wenyao panted heavily, his face carrying a sense of determination as he prepared to go to his death. Seeing this, Gu Luo slowly typed out a black question mark, his face full of doubt. Stick to what? Is this still Chinese? Why could one not understand what was being said? He was really puzzled by Situ Wenyao's brain circuits. Then, Mom let's go to the playground first, Gu Luo said to Xinyu, who was still a bit embarrassed beside her. He really couldn't figure out Situ Wenyao's brain circuits for a moment, so he didn't bother to think about it. Let's go to business first. Good, Xinyu promised. Then Gu Luo walked towards the outside of the classroom. Situ Wenyao was left alone to mumble in his place. Hi, it's Mom. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as if he had discovered a new continent. And so on. Nope, this can be brought in. There are cool opportunities. He suddenly realized that Xinyu was obviously much more cheerful than before and often had a smile on her face. It's nothing like the stuffy look he used to have. And she was also the girl who went closest to Gu Luo. At one point, other girls felt envious. Keep bringing it in. Keep bringing it in. Now he himself is Guanya's most handsome transfer student schoolboy. And never take people by their appearance and body. Every day is greatly generous and Xinyu stay together. Do not care about other people's opinions. And Xinyu gradually becomes cheerful and confident under her own sincere friendship, thus planting the seed of touching in her heart towards herself. Since then, her eyes are now only on herself. Ah, cool, yes, that's what it feels like. Oh, yes, Situ Wenyao only felt tingling all over his body, and this different position was extraordinarily soothing to him. The best friend of my own family was worthy of the oldest of the pretenders, able to get the most sincere feelings and recognition from her people without a word. Invisible pretenses are the most deadly, the pose he recognized. The more you bring it in, the deeper you can feel the way of your best friend's pretentiousness. Situ Wenyao secretly vowed in his heart that he must be better than Blue and pretend to be the most perfect pussy for once in the near future. He had a hunch in the back of his mind that this day was coming soon. At that time, it would surely make everyone tremble for themselves and become the center of attention. Phew, cool, yes. In order to have more fun later, he decided that he would take his brothers to the soccer field in a little while to taunt a wave. Chapter 59 Hakio. The sunlight was like a thin veil. Through the misty wispy clouds, a breeze whisked leisurely through Guanya, carrying the intoxicating floral scent of September. Gu Luo and Xinyu came side by side to a corner of the playground near the garden, where it was relatively quiet, away from the noise and hustle and bustle of the students on the playground, with only the rustle of the breeze brushing the grass and the occasional chirping of a few birds. Xinyu raised her hand at this time and gently stroked her wind-blown bangs, asking with some hesitation, Gu Luo, is it really good for you to call me that in front of others? She was really afraid of Gu Luo being gossiped about, especially now that he's the most famous schoolboy in the school. Every move is under the watchful eye of a whole bunch of fangirls. You don't mind if I jokingly call you Hayat's mom, do you? Gu Luo smiled casually, then sat down on a stone chair with her but, of course not, Xinyu almost blurted out, her volume unconsciously rising several points, but immediately afterward, his voice instantly weakened, and he said weakly, but, I'm afraid that someone will spread gossip about you. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo patted the stone chair beside him, smiled faintly, and asked rhetorically, remember the first time we ate in the restaurant? Xinyu certainly remembered. A lifetime of forgetting, so to speak. Xinyu, we're friends, right? Then please take back what you just said. A true friendship between the two began with those two words, like a seed planted in the heartland. It takes root and gradually grows into a large tree with many branches and leaves. That, Gu Luo, after Xinyu sat down, her hands unconsciously gripped the corner of her coat and hesitated for a while before she spoke. You must like those cute and pretty girls as much as other boys, right? Like the 3 Luo Shu Lemon sisters for example. At those words, Gu Luo was first slightly stunned, then nodded his head affirmatively, gaze honest and sincere. That's right, I like it. So, hearing this unthinking answer, Xinyu instead laughed and said easily, I thought you would be because of me and then say something like beauty of the heart is true beauty. That would be hard for her instead. Often people with low self-esteem will be especially sensitive to what others see and say. And those words that sound so grand are the most concerning and hurtful. It's a good thing people do, though, but just like a soft knife, it may seem gentle, but it can sting deeply. I'm not a saint. Subjective consciousness will definitely like pretty girls. Gu Luo looked at Xinyu at this time, and after carefully looking at her face for a while, he sincerely smiled. Yu's mom's facial features are also very pretty, just slightly fat. If she slims down she must be a big beauty. I'm not fat a little bit. Shinyu wouldn't avoid her obesity in front of Guluo now, and said with a bitter smile, I used to be actually not fat as a child. Just once I went back to the countryside and accidentally got lost and almost starved to death in the mountains. It's really close. Since then, I've been binge eating and it's the only thing that gives me security. Back there I thought about losing weight, but just couldn't control it. Once I didn't eat, I would feel fear. The doctor said it was severe psychological trauma, and after seeing so many doctors it couldn't be cured, so it finally went away. It was worst in 5th or 6th grade in middle school. I snacked as soon as I got out of class. And sometimes I couldn't help myself in class. My classmates looked at me, and also gave me very unpleasant nicknames. Those painful memories of the ridicule she had been subjected to came flooding back like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for her to speak. After hearing this, Guluo's heart couldn't help but feel a little hard. He finally realized the reason why Shinyu's family was obviously so rich, but still had low self-esteem. Hyatt mom, I'll be your food anchor from now on, Guluo softly suggested at this time. It's just to pitch in and feed me when I can't help but want a snack. What's that saying? A son eats what his mother eats. At those words, Shinyu subconsciously fantasized that image in her mind. She saw herself holding a variety of snacks and feeding Guluo with a happy face, while Guluo ate with gusto and a satisfied smile on her face. Vote for Guluo to be super happy and blissful, okay? Is it okay? She asked in a somewhat nervous whisper as her heart beat faster and faster. Sure, Guluo nodded, but then the words changed. But right. There's a condition. I promise. Shinyu agreed without even thinking. Her voice was a little excited. She also wants to lose weight and look nice and wear nice dresses. If it would really work, I would agree to 10 or 100 conditions, not to mention one. That's good. Guluo breathed a sigh of relief, then said somewhat awkwardly, the reason I asked you to come here to chat, Mother Hyatt, is to confess something to you. What is it? Actually, Lasha Lemon is my sister. Shinyu opened her mouth in surprise. The brain was buzzing and the CPU was nearly dry firing. Immediately after that, Guluo gave a detailed account of why they were a combined family and why they hid it from her in the first place. Shinyu listened and nodded her head. There was no sadness of being deceived, only understanding and tolerance. After all, they didn't know each other well then, and their relationship wasn't as close as it is now. This would also explain why Luo Shulime had teased Guluo so much at the club recruitment office at that time, as well as Luo Shuling would greatly come up to whisper in his ear. It turns out they are a combined family, brother and sister in arms, living under one roof. After Guluo finished speaking, he only felt relieved. He really didn't want to lie unless it was necessary. Now it's just a matter of waiting for Shinyu to digest it. I don't know how long it took, but after Shinyu came back to her senses from her state of thinking, she suddenly reached out her hand and tenderly touched his head, saying softly, hard work, and from now on, Mother Hyatt will cover you. The words were full of heartache. As soon as she thought of Guluo growing up without her mother's care, the motherly love in her heart would erupt like a raging tide, wanting nothing more than to make up for the warmth Guluo had once lacked. Guluo froze. He had thought that Shinyu would be especially surprised by his relationship with Luo Shulime and the girls. He had thought Shinyu would smile and say she showed understanding. He had thought that Shinyu would feel bad because he had lied to her. But I didn't realize that what Shinyu cared most about was actually his upbringing, and whether or not he had received enough love and care. It's obvious that mom was just a joke at first, but little did they realize that the title would inadvertently become an emotional bond between them. After rubbing her good son's head for a while, Shinyu couldn't help but sigh. However, it's really unexpected that you and Shulime and the girls would be righteous siblings. But immediately afterward, she laughed. Then Auntie Luo will definitely take you to this year's charity gala as well. In that case, I'll go as well. A charity gala? Guluo was just about to ask about the specifics of this charity gala when she was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Guluo, I finally found you. The man who came was the gym member of the class. He was tall, tanned and looked fit. What's wrong? Guluo asked curiously. After taking a couple of breaths, the PE member said helplessly, the PE teacher told us to go and play a friendly match against the boys from class 12. That kicks. Guluo didn't understand why a friendly match was so tense. It's just a recreational event among students to have a little fun and relax together. No, this is different from the usual friendly matches. That Hakio guy just took several boys to class 12 to taunt them. The PE teacher of class 12 is very angry. The corner of Guluo's mouth twitched. It's all just a verbal hi between students. The teacher isn't so angry over this little thing, right? He still knew Situ Wenyao's character very well. After all, he was a member of the Ministry of Public Service, and knew that he wouldn't say anything excessive. So he probably just went on a tirade. But it was certainly. Upon hearing this, the sports commissioner immediately covered his face and said without tears, but it's the class 12 gym teacher that this Hakio guy is mocking. Hakio leads the taunt. Chapter 60, Gu Luo wants to surpass Luo Shulin, 3 more shifts, please ask for gifts. Scored again. My Gushin is super handsome. Ah, so handsome. That ball has just been shot into my heart. On the playground, the girls' cheers rose and fell like a raging tide, wave after wave. Every note leaps with the blazing heartbeats of young girls. Not only that, the hallways of the school building were also filled with girls, their eyes following the athletic and handsome figure on the playground. Large classroom. The class 12 goalie, who had made another double punt, sat helplessly on the grass, looking at the soccer ball that was gradually rolling and stopping in the net. With an extremely pompous expression of pain on his face, he clasped his hands tightly over his head, his knuckles all white from the exertion, and cried out with great reluctance, "Damn it, still can't do it?" As if that would attribute the constant conceding of goals to the fact that the other team is too strong and they have tried their best, commonly known as not wanting to take a back seat. It's just that at this time, no one would pay attention to this movie star's wonderful performance. Everyone's eyes were focused on the slightly out-of-breath schoolboy, Gu Luo, not far from the net. A few strands of sweat-dampened hair were plastered to his cheeks, adding a bit more unruly and handsome. Gu Luo was a bit helpless at this. He had tried to let go as much as he could, but his opponent was clearly at a lower level than he thought. Gu Luo, you're so handsome. Not far away, the class 8 boy who had just assisted him in breaking down the door ran towards him with a face full of excitement, giving him a thumbs up as he did so, but immediately afterward, his words changed and he began to spit out, "But there's one thing, your guy's motor nerves are too exaggerated." Right, and he's so damn handsome. Now the whole school is your fangirl, right? Gu Luo, I'm warning you, your grade should never be in the top 20, or else a friend of mine is going to break the defense. At those words, Gu Luo smiled at this classmate who had most likely ranked 21st in the last exam. Achievement? Although Saiju College and Guanya College are the same university in Saiju City, one is public and the other is private, and the school system and exams are different, so it was normal for this 21 names to not know his name. Gu Luo had never fallen off the first place throne in Kaijo Academy. I just don't know where I can rank in Guanya. Let's see if we can dislodge Lashu Lemon from the number 1 spot. That's right. In the yearly rankings for the freshman final exams, Lashu Lemon was solidly in first place, Lashua was in 6th place, and Lashu Ling was the 10th goalie. Gu Luo was just lost in her own thoughts when Mr. Lu blew his whistle at that moment, then shouted, "Friendship first, competition second. The match is over. Class 8 wins." Originally, the Class 12 PE teacher wanted to organize 2 more kicks to try and save some face, but nay, the Class 12 football-playing boys protested en masse. It would be fine if it was during class time, but this was recess. The whole school is watching. No one wants to be the green leaf for no reason. They're not the ones being mocked anyway. And at that moment, the other side of the playground. "Pushy, are you okay? First aid, Pussy, wake up, tonic death ah." Situ Wanyao was just lying on all fours on the ground. His expression was disoriented, his eyelids were twitching, and his mouth was murmuring one after another. Quickly, ha ha, quick, I, for one, have no regrets in dying." There was a note of contentment and intoxication in his voice, as if he was immersed in an unspeakable joy. The other boys, who were obviously a bunch of lezzies, got into the act and acted pompous, and some even squeezed out a few tears. Sophomore Class 8 false group favorite, Gu Luo. The real group favorite of the sophomore Class 8, Situ Wanyao. Trees attract the wind. Gu Luo was extremely well liked and highly sought after in the girls' circle, but in some boys' circles, he was infamous. 2 boys from the sophomore class had just finished using the restroom and were walking towards their class while chatting idly. They passed through the corridor and saw the excitedly cheering girls in the hallway with disdain on their faces. One of the boys bristled and sighed. "Ugh, these girls are just shallow. They're all just pure face dogs." Who said it is not? Do not know still think that Gu Luo is a big star. Really can pretend and especially in the big classroom to run to play soccer. Not just want to pretend? Harm. Anyway, no matter what, our class's Luo Shulime is certainly not as shallow as these mediocre fans. That's right. As the two spoke, they were just about to walk into the classroom through the back door when they noticed a familiar figure, huddled in the pile of people cheering along, fixing their eyes on it. It was none other than the study committee member of their class as well as the dream girl of all the boys, Luo Shulime. At the moment her face was beaming, her eyes sparkling, and she looked no less happy than the other girls. Seeing this scene, the 2 boys froze, and the expressions on their faces instantly became brilliant. Chapter 61 Homesman. What's the situation? This. The 2 of them stared dumbfounded at Luo Shalimii who was happily shouting and cheering, only feeling as if they had been slapped hard on the face, with a fiery pain. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, handsome, sometimes so unreasonable. Even the triplet goddesses, who were the number 1 in the academy, would be easily conquered. the world is so unfair. The two men looked at each other, then shook their heads in relief. The movement was full of self-deprecation and helplessness. To be honest, they felt that Gu Luo always liked to show himself in front of the girls and was especially fond of pretending, which made them feel bad in their hearts. But at the same time, they were envious of the super high popularity Gu Luo possessed. Who doesn't want to be like Gu Luo, walking around the campus, being courted by all the girls, enjoying that feeling of being surrounded by stars? However, Gu Luo, who was on the playground at this time, was blissfully unaware of the complex emotions these boys had for him. If I knew, I would have cried foul. He never wanted to be in the limelight and be the center of attention. Originally, he just wanted to spend his campus life quietly, but he couldn't help that Hakio guy, who was always racking his brain with all sorts of strange and weird ways, dragging him to go to a crowded place to play sports. It's not the world that's wrong, it's Hakio. Take it easy. There's also Luo Shuo. If it's her, it must not be so shallow. One of the boy's eyes burst out with a gleam, as if he had grabbed the last straw in the darkness. As long as there was still one girl who hadn't been convinced by Gu Luo's charms, it was a victory for them, a position that they held fast to. Yeah, and La Shu, the other boy chimed in. Luo Shua's indifference was a unique temperament, the reason they were convinced that she wouldn't be attracted to Gu Luo. As the two spoke, they cast their eyes through the window to the windowed corner of the class. An expressionless, stunningly beautiful girl was sitting quietly looking at her cell phone. Her face was delicate and absolutely beautiful, and she exuded a cool aura around her that made people not dare to approach her easily. And on the screen of the phone, a photo was displayed. The photo is of a teenager who is kneading a pair of tiny, white, jade-like feet with a serious look on his face. Looking, Luo Shua suddenly smiled imperceptibly, and this scene happened to be seen by these two boys. Asterisk. Did Luo Shua just laugh? The boy rubbed his eyes. I think I saw it too. You said, is Luo Shua in love? I think there's a higher chance of winning the lottery. If Luo Shua likes boys, I'll just eat 10 pounds. The other boy snorted, clearly not believing that the cold as ice Luo Shua would ever fall in love. And at that moment, on the other side of the corridor, Chu Mei stood alone in the corner of the corridor, her eyes somewhat grudgingly looking at the figure on the playground. Since dragging Gu Luo into the music department, her campus life has changed drastically. The girls who had surrounded her gradually distanced themselves from her, ignoring her except for one or two girls with whom she had always been particularly close. Chu Mei didn't blame Gu Luo for all of this. She was just disgusted that those Tai hooves were trying to pry her away. It was just that what made her vomit blood the most was that Gu Luo was like an elm. No matter how much she asked or hinted, it was as if she didn't understand and didn't move. His eyes were clear and simple like a college student who had eaten a lot of spelled good food, and he had an inscrutable wisdom about him. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Luo had been hanging out with a fat woman the whole time, and likewise hadn't picked up any of the other girls, Chu Mei really would have suspected that Gu Luo was intentionally tricking herself. But the good thing was that the two were on good terms now, and Gu Luo would always ask her for violin lessons during club activities. Chu Mei had already figured out how to sleep with Gu Luo. When the school show is over, she says anything to act pathetic and broken and then takes him out for a drink. Drink him hard. Then, it's the picture that can't be told. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Chu Mei's face. After all, she had pretended to be a good girl for a week for Gu Luo's sake, attending rehearsals on time every day, trying her best to perform, and not even looking for trouble from Luo Shulime. She had given so much to this relationship, and with this emotional foundation, she would definitely be able to take Gu Luo down in one fell swoop when the time came. In the end, she also had to share the kind of photo of the two of them together to show Luo Shulime, letting her know how good and attractive she was, letting her be envious and jealous. Chu Mei was ready to do whatever it took to swallow this. She twisted her head slightly at that moment, and with a glance, she found Luo Shulime and the pile of girls in the opposite corridor. After looking at Luo Shalimei like a little fangirl, she couldn't help but reveal a mocking sneer. Luo Shu Lemon, look at the way you're being a nymphomaniac right now. People Gu Luo just don't care about you. And just wait until the day after tomorrow, when the music department's school performance is a mess. As the next head of the department, I'm sure you'll be happy, right? Snow. Yuki, what's wrong with you? It feels like you've been dazed a lot these past few days. Ugh. A hallway in another building, again around the corner. Lu Shue was still gazing at Gu Luo's figure on the playground when she was pulled back to reality by Gu Shiroman. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush as she stammered. Nothing. Just thinking about something. Oh, I get it. Must be thinking about that senior, right? Gu Shiroman immediately revealed an anti-smile, clearly already kowtowing to it. Then she quickly scanned around the playground, noticing that there weren't many classes in gym class, but there were 4. With the exception of one freshman class, the target is inside the 3 remaining classes, which just happens to include his own stinky old brother's sophomore class of 8. Hiss. There seems to be something wrong. Gu Shimon's CPU was running frantically, her brain thinking rapidly. Suddenly, a gleam erupted in her eyes and she asked with an excited look on her face. Yuki, that senior you like is from sophomore class 8, right? That's the same class my oldest brother is in. Upon hearing this, Shua directly stared wide-eyed, as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and her fair little face instantly turned red, so red that it seemed as if it could drip blood. Her heart raced and she was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on her palms. Ha ha, sure enough, I guessed it. Gu Shiman immediately laughed happily when she saw this reaction from Lu Shueshue. Lu Shueshue's shyness and guilt layered on top of each other, and she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. She didn't understand how Gu Shiman suddenly guessed it, let alone why she could still smile so happily. Murphy, Mamoru didn't object to being with Brother Gu? The idea flashed through her mind, making her both surprised and nervous. After hesitating for a while, Lu Shueshue lowered her head like she was resigned to her fate and awkwardly opened her mouth to ask, Mamoru, how did you know? Poof. Gu Shiman smiled triumphantly once more, then pretended to hold the non-existent eyes on the tip of her nose with a cheeky grin. Mindful word digging once more much this. Yuki, you're too careless. You clearly agreed to accompany me this morning to deliver cookies to my stinky old brother, but you backed out in the middle of it. At that time I thought it was strange. It felt as if you were embarrassed to go to sophomore 8. Yuki, and just now you were looking away from the playground, so I'm guessing you must have seen the senior. To summarize, Gu Shiman stroked her long cold tea-brown hair around her ears and slowly compared it to Hawaii, saying with a determined face, that senior you like, Yuki, is in the same class as my brother. He, right? Hearing this analysis, Lu Shueshue opened her mouth with an extremely complicated expression. In a way, Gu Shiman's analysis did make sense, but it was just a mistake in writing the answer. It's like a math test where the answer is clearly, -1. 1, and she has to write it as, 1, -1. Nope, that's right. Lu Shueshue was silent for a long time, and after thinking about it, she admitted it. Hearing the affirmative answer, Gu Shiman immediately laughed happily. Ahaha, I really am a genius. Just from these clues you can figure out what's going on. Yuki, don't worry, no need to be shy, just follow me obediently to deliver the cookies later ha. Speaking of this, she paused, and after thinking carefully, she said, in this way, Shui, you'll be the one to deliver the cookies to my oldest brother. And anyway, you're also considered my brother's younger sister. So that way, we can judge whether or not that senior has any interest in you through his reaction to seeing this scene. Yuki, you'll also be able to take the opportunity to deliver dessert to stinky old man and get closer to sophomore class 8. Ahahaha, I'm such a little genius. Gu Shiman only felt that he was now simply a love master, and felt immensely proud of himself for coming up with this brilliant plan. Lu Shueshue saw that Gu Shiman was so good to her, she really couldn't continue to hide it. She took a deep breath before gathering her courage and said, Mamoru, I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long, but actually the person I like is. But before the word Guluo could be uttered, it was directly interrupted by Gu Shiman. Don't tell me, I want to guess for myself. Gu Shiman raised his chin proudly at this time and said confidently, no telling me ha, as Sherlock Holmes man, I only need to find out that senior's true identity through details. It's as easy as drinking water for me. Chapter 62, The Mysterious Head of the Fan Group, 4 in 3, Gift Plus, The Playground. Dots of sweat slid down Guluo's cheeks, soaking the tips of his hair, which glistened with crystal light under the sunlight, and the whole person exuded a youthful charm. No sooner had they reached the edge of the playground than several girls from the class rushed over to them, each clutching a bottle of water in their hands. The person at the head of the group was still phone-muching. Whenever there was an occasion where Gu Luo was present, she was always the first one to rush forward to support the occasion. Not only that, just after a while, some of the girls from the other classes who were originally watching from the sidelines also seemed to have been summoned by some kind of call, and came over with water in their hands. Obviously, they were all rushing to deliver water to their schoolboy comrades. Seeing this, Gu Luo cried and laughed a bit, feeling that it was a bit too exaggerated. Plus, he couldn't drink all that water by himself. It's better to reject them all. But before he could say anything, the girls couldn't hold back their excitement. Gu Luo, you were so cool with that ball just now, a short-haired girl shouted shrilly, her voice filled with admiration. Senior, you're so handsome, I've got Raging Bull for you. Another girl held up a functional drink in her hand and waved it excitedly. Schoolgirl wants to give you a monkey. A bold schoolmate shouted out something even more blunt, causing the surrounding girls to burst into laughter as the atmosphere became more and more heated. Senior, I'm drooling over this. Girls who can run to deliver water are particularly bold and enthusiastic kinds, and they do not mince words to express their admiration in this campus full of youthful vigor and passion. In the circle of girls in Gwanya, powdering guluo seems to have become a kind of political correctness. After all, who could resist the temptation of such a handsome, sunny and charming older boy? You should know that girls are quite crazy when they fan their idols, and their passion is as unstoppable as a burning flame. Ilu a big tart anus. This is guluo's popularity. After seeing this scene, many of the boys from the second year 8 class couldn't help but sigh. Who says it isn't? Wouldn't Koshu? What an enviable super present. One thing though, Guluo is really nice, and I'm super into him as a guy anyway, that's for sure. Before I met some boys gossiping about Guluo behind her back. Really? I didn't say a word. I went over and did a sliding shovel. Another boy colorfully recounted his experience defending Guluo, causing the other boys to laugh. They held a friendly attitude towards Guluo, and although they would envy, I guess, it was limited to envy. After all, Guluo's wonderful performance on the court had also given them, his teammates, a lot of light. It's perfectly fine to pretend those stares are directed at you if you just drop the facade and go bring it in for a bit. On this one, Situ Wanyao had already begun to start a sect and had secretly publicized it in the class. The boys thought it was a tease and doted on him. Just then, Guluo, you don't have to worry la, we as members of the fan club car will definitely not make things difficult for you. Feng Yuzhen walked out from the crowd at this moment and said with a smile, this water is for all you boys who play soccer. It's all arranged by the head of the group O, and the group is also set up by her/him. All our future support will also be organized and disciplined. At those words, Guluo's entire body froze, a large question mark slowly surfacing on her head. A fan club? There's really a fan club? This is too much. And what's more, which god is this so-called head of the fan club? You've only been in Gwanya for a week, right? The corners of Guluo's mouth twitched imperceptibly. An unnatural look appeared on his face, and he asked with some embarrassment, there really is a so-called fan group who is this leader? Of course there is, it was established just this Saturday, and now the group has over 100 people in it, and it will soon break the 200 mark. Feng Yuqing said this after a slight pause, then continued, we don't really know who the headmaster is though, she hasn't revealed any information about herself/himself and usually bubbles less. The last message was sent just before the start of the soccer game, telling us to prepare at least 14 bottles of water. A message was sent before the match? Gu Luo found the Chinese point. That's right, so I'm guessing that this leader is most likely a student from our class. Feng Yazhouchang narrowed her eyes. This way, who could this mysterious chief be? It's a real pain in the ass. Gu Luo couldn't guess for a moment, so she could only thank them helplessly. Then let's give them a share of this water. Aha! Feng Yicheng smiled and nodded, then began to methodically hand out moisture to the boys who were participating in the soccer tournament. When she was done, she smiled cheekily at Gu Luo again. Gu Luo, guess who the vice leader of our fan club is? Gu Luo looked at this smug look on her face and already had an answer in his heart, and tentatively asked, it can't be you, right? How clever. With that, each of the students who had just participated in the soccer game was given a bottle of water. After taking the water, a boy from the 22nd class of the university pretended to shake his head, with a disdainful look on his face, and sighed helplessly, isn't it just a handsome billion points? You really think you're a star? Immediately afterward, he twisted off the cap of his drink. Perform a stunt for the boys, 3 swallows of a bottle of water. His actions elicited a chuckle from the boys around him and the atmosphere lightened up. Apparently, it's another lazy man. Gu Luo could only rub his brows helplessly as he watched the scene. Why did it go this way? It always felt like there was a mysterious force in the underworld pulling him to become Guanya's idol. What went wrong? He couldn't help but think back to his arrival in Guanya and try to get to the bottom of things. Also, which god is that so-called head of the fan club? And right now, the other side of the playground. Pussy, don't look. Don't ever look. Yeah, pussy, you'll really die if you look. Pussy, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Woo woo, pussy brother. A group of thespians were already in full swing, and that crying was called a tearful voice. Situ Wenyao's face was flushed at this time, struggling desperately one by one, muttering, quickly, quickly help me up. I can still feel good. I can still feel good It's time for the water delivery episode. It's a big blast. Asshole, come on, help me up. Let me finish getting high He was just about to get up when he was immediately pressed down by one of his crying, Pussy, you really can't watch it. You'll get a kick out of it. Quick, cover Pussy's eyes. We can't let him keep getting high. Life is so the same playground. On the one hand, the girls on the Gu Luo passionate pursuit, full of love and worship. On the other hand, the parting of life and death funny farce, full of absurdity and joy. Gu Luo looked somewhat suspiciously at her classmates over there in the group P on the grass, very confused about the brain circuits of these abstract brothers on a regular basis. Instead of choosing to drink the green tea in his hand, he walked in one direction. He walked straight to Xinyu, who was alone in the corner. Smiling, he asked, "Where's my drink?" "Here." Xinyu sniffed and immediately smiled as she handed over the functional drink she had hidden behind her back. She wanted to go and bring Gu Luo water just like those girls, but she simply couldn't take that step. It boils down to low self-esteem and unwillingness for Gu Luo to be talked about. There were already rumors now that Gu Luo's XP was different from ordinary people, and that he liked her extremely plump number one. Of course, this is certainly the best possible outcome for those little fanboys. They didn't mind Gu Luo hanging out with Xinyu at all because Xinyu wasn't a threat at all, especially when they learned that the two were at the same table. They were even more impressed with Gu Luo, believing him to be a wonderful boy who was not based on his appearance or figure, face, body, personality, perfection in every way. It's the dream girl in girls' hearts. "Thanks." Gu Luo smiled and took it while handing her the green tea. "This is for you to drink." "Good." Xinyu looked happy, then opened her mouth and asked, "You didn't get hurt kicking the ball just now, did you?" "Don't worry, it's fine." "That's good." The two men then sat so quietly on the steps, each pulling out their cell phones. There were no contrived words between them, but just being together felt incredibly comfortable. That's how true friends are. They don't need to deliberately find topics. Just simple companionship can make each other feel warm and at ease. There's still a whole class where they can have a good time on their phones and enjoy the moment of peace and quiet. Playing on your cell phone during class time and all that is the best. Gu Luo usually only played endgame, and was not interested in handheld games, so he simply swiped the short video. "I'm Dr. Wang, the male." The speed of the words and the loudness of the voice caught people off guard. Gu Luo's eyes instantly widened and he hastily scratched the video away. "I've got a 0-frame starter. This doctor is damned." Xinyu by her side blinked at this time, her face already colored with a blush. The awkwardness just spread between the two. Ahem. Gu Luo laughed awkwardly and continued to slide down the video, trying to hide her embarrassment with her movements. But as a result, good and bad, it swiped the sexy black silk royalty dancing video. He did a double take and continued to swipe down. It's a double ponytailed white silk Lolita back rocking and twirling to dynamic DJ music. Slide your finger again. What comes to mind is a sexy pole dancer with white socks and a beard. What some people see in this one is the ultimate blast, giving the two a complete dry silence. Gu Luo exited the short video with a lifeless face. "Cell phone dad, you are really damned." Chapter 63, Great Uncle. 4 in 3, Gift Plus. The enjoyable gym class soon came to an end amidst laughter and unbridled sweat. On the playground, students were intent on walking to their classrooms in 2s and 3s. Everyone else was having a great time, except for two girls who were sneaking inward roles to study and were caught by the sharp eyes of the gym teacher. As for the punishment of these two girls, they will have to spend the whole of the next gym class under the watchful eyes of the gym member, and they will not be given a chance to roll inside. The entire sophomore class of 8 raised their hands in support of this. Inside rolls and whatnot are the most excessive. Between classes, the classrooms are buzzing with activity as students either share anecdotes from their gym class or catch up on some rest and relaxation. Gu Luo, "It's okay. It's a boy thing." Understandable. Xinyu looked at Gu Luo, who had been silent for a long time beside her, and comforted her with a small voice. "Really, it's okay for boys to look at these there's no need to be embarrassed." She didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness in her heart right now due to the fact that the two had spoken from the heart. Just a little envious of those two girls in the video. They have such great bodies, slim waists and long, beautiful legs. Gu Luo should really like black and white silk, otherwise you wouldn't have swiped 2 of these videos in a row. Big data is still accurate. Actually, upon hearing this, Gu Luo's awkward mood improved a bit, and just when he still wanted to argue and weasel his way out of it, he heard Xinyu continue again. "But Gu Luo, it's understandable that you like girls, but don't ever do it." There was a pause, a hint of worry in her eyes as she tried to speak. Gu Luo was once again choked into silence by this. Of course he knew that Xinyu was referring to the white-socked bearded man, but he's really just checking the comments section occasionally to see others playing stunt because he thinks it's funny. That's all really. Just as Gu Luo was organizing his words in his mind, trying to defend himself. "Wow, what cute girls. Are you freshmen? And did you dye your hair? It's so pretty. It's cold tea brown, isn't it?" Feng Yiqing's highly recognizable and excited voice came from the doorway, instantly attracting everyone's attention, only to see that at this time there were 2 super cute girls standing at the door, both tied with playful double ponytails, overflowing with youthful sweetness. The slightly shorter girl among them was red-faced at the moment, tugging tightly at a box of delicately wrapped cookies in her hand. This nervous and shy look couldn't help but make people look at her. The other pretty girl with a tear mole in the corner of her eye smiled graciously at Feng Yiqing, Hello senior sister, my hair is indeed a cold tea brown color. It's natural. The two were none other than Gu Sherman and Lu Shueshue who had come to deliver the cookies. Ah, sure enough, it's a cute freshman schoolgirl. Feng Yecheng's eyes flashed with an excited essence, like she had discovered a treasure, and she hurriedly asked, "Can I touch your hair?" Of course. Gu Sherman smiled and nodded. Feng Yecheng immediately explored her hand over, and while gently stroking Gu Shimon's hair, she couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this hair texture is also too soft and smooth. My brother bought all the conditioners. Gu Sherman blinked mischievously, her words full of reliance and pride in her brother. Proud? Can't be a little proud right now. Upon hearing this, Feng Yecheng immediately asked curiously, "Wow, so you're here to find your brother? Who is your brother?" Gu Sherman immediately pointed his little finger toward the back row by the window. In an instant, a gaze like a spotlight was cast on Gu Luo, who was holding his forehead with a helpless face. Well, he could already predict his future nickname. Your brother is Gu Luo? Feng Yuzhen was even more excited this time. As a complete face controller, whether it was a handsome guy or a cute girl, it could easily hit her fancy. This Gu Luo sibling was also too much for his liking, right? Sucking slippery. Gu Luo, you have such a cute sister, but you're still hiding it. It's really too much. Feng Yecheng flirted loudly at Gu Luo, then looked at Lu Shueshue beside Gu Sherman and asked, "And this elementary school girl is? Also my brother's sister. We're here to deliver cookies to Gu Luo," Gu Sherman said, her eyes not moving as she glanced around the class. She still had it in her mind to find out the senior that Lu Shueshue liked, but after looking around, I realized that other than my own stinky old man who stood out as handsome, the other boys were just average. There were just one or two that were on par with handsome, but after comparing them to Gu Luo, they were completely outclassed and instantly eclipsed. Let's just say there's no comparison. So who exactly is the senior that Yuki likes? All sisters. Ah, come on then, Feng Yecheng said, immediately holding the white wrists of the two with a happy face. Then he walked straight towards Gu Luo. "Brother Gu, these are the cookies I made with my own hands this morning. I hope you'll try them if you can." After Lu Shueshue placed the box of cookies on the table, she immediately hid behind Gu Sherman, already too shy to look directly at Gu Luo. Gu Luo sat up slightly straighter and looked at the delicate box on the table, smiling and thanking him. "Thank you Shueshue, I'll eat it all." In her heart, she was sighing, this little girl is so easy to be shy. It was in junior high school, and every time they met they would almost immediately hide after calling out to Brother Gu. Coming over to deliver cookies in front of so many people today must have been urged on by this girl Gu Sherman. Thinking of this, Gu Luo directly asked Gu Sherman, who was looking around, "Xiao Man, why did you suddenly come to my place?" Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman immediately retracted his gaze, thinking that this senior was really hard to find, then said with a smile, "Brother, freshman year is too boring over there. Can I often bring Shueshue to play with you in the future?" This, Gu Luo didn't know how to answer for a moment. He is now in the school is already high profile. If every day with such a lovely two sisters hanging around, everywhere to show off the sister, that will not be other boys' cynical death. On the "this Fong must be killed" list of the top. Of course, Feng Yecheng directly grabbed Gu Luo's lead and answered directly. Can. A boy shouted. "That's fine. I'm class president. I agree. I also agree. Gu Luo, I advise you not to be ungrateful." A boy threatened half-jokingly, but his tone was thick with envy. Agreed. Gu Luo's sister is the sister of all of us in class 8. That's right. From now on, my sister should come and play more often. The crowd responded to the uproar, and the classroom was abuzz with activity. Are you kidding me? A beautiful girl that cute is super eye candy just by looking at her, right? And both were still Gu Luo's sisters, so there was absolutely no need to be afraid of robbing them from him. Laughing to death. Even if this Gu Luo guy was more attractive, he couldn't lay his hands on his own sister, could he? While the boys were shouting yes one by one, Situ Wenyao was the only one lying on the table, his body slightly twitching, immersed in the happy world of fantasy, unable to extricate himself. LOL. Cool. Fast and Furious. That's a new cool thing. Unlock new poses. Seeing this, the corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched fiercely, and he could only smile helplessly. Okay, when you don't come over, send me a message in advance. Good. Gu Sherman smiled in satisfaction, then turned her gaze to Xinyu, who was sitting next to Gu Luo, and said politely, "Senior sister, my oldest brother has troubled you to take care of him on weekdays." "Nope, it's fine." Xinyu hastily waved her hand, a hint of redness rising on her face as she explained in a small voice, "It's Gu Luo who's been taking care of me." In this way, Gu Sherman very generously chatted with the people around him and successfully brushed up enough presents before leaving with the shy Lu Shueshue in a satisfied manner. However, the two of them had only just stepped out of the classroom. In the next second, The classroom was as noisy as if it had exploded. The classroom was in an uproar. Great uncle, Gu Luo. From now on you're my own brother. Quickly, ha ha, cool ah. Situ Wanya was still indulging himself in his pleasure. Great uncle, I'm your long-lost brother-in-law, Gu Luo. From today onwards, we are the best brothers, and from now on, your sister is my sister. Chapter 64 $20 million plus a building dowry, 4 in 3, gifts plus, my Luoshun big boss. Why don't we get together the day after tomorrow after Guanya's school festival? Okay, you guys are coming back from the capital tomorrow, right? Right. I heard you remarried, a brother and sister? I'm so envious. I hear I want to find a husband too. Inside a certain high-class cottage. The decoration style is luxurious but not too cozy. The couch. Su Shasha was dressed in a close-fitting silk nightgown and casually rested her 2 slender legs on the armrest of the sofa. The silk fit her delicate figure like flowing water, showing off her extreme beauty and seductive aura. The whole thing looks lazy as hell. After hanging up, he glanced at the time on his cell phone, 5:52. By all rights the homegrown baby should have returned. So she tapped her long, slender fingers on the screen and sent a message. Sasha Sui, baby, when are you coming home? Shortly after the message was sent, the other party quickly returned the message. Shinyu, mommy, I've just been left to set up the classroom, so I'll be home soon. Kitten smile. JPG, Su Shasha, also, after all, the day after tomorrow will be the school festival. Road safety Shunyu, good. Kitten nods. JPG, just like this. Su Shasha swiped her cell phone in boredom, her eyes looking towards the door from time to time, quietly waiting for her own daughter to come home. I don't know how much time has passed. Shinyu carried her school bag and walked into the villa with a brisk pace. Seeing this, Su Shasha immediately greeted her, and gave Shinyu a hard kiss on her face, her mouth still chanting, "Aya, miss you pa. Mommy, I miss you too." Shinyu smiled sweetly, "My baby smells so good. Let mommy get a good whiff." Su Shasha was like a child who coveted candy, hugging Shinyu and being intimate for a while before she said to the nanny who had been standing by, "Jiao Ma, you can serve the food." Okay. Zhou's mom nodded and walked straight to the kitchen. Soon a delicious meal was placed on the table in an orderly fashion. The rich aroma instantly fills the entire restaurant and whets the appetite. Zhao Ma skillfully served the mother and daughter rice and carefully poured the soup before she similarly sat down. "Baby, eat more." Su Shasha smiled with a face full of favor and picked up a piece of chicken wing with an attractive color, gently placing it in Shinyu's rice bowl. Then he said to Zhao Ma, who was sitting upright on the side, "Zhao Ma, you eat too." Okay. Only then did Zhao Ma start moving her chopsticks. "Thank you mommy." After saying that, Shinyu similarly gave Su Shasha a piece of chicken wing. The special family of 3 just cozied up for dinner. Su Shasha didn't care about the rule of not talking about food. While eating her meal, she asked Shinyu if she was happy at school and if she had enough snacks. Shinyu answered each question with skillful evasiveness. She can't say she recognized a godson at school, can she? Super shameful. During this meal, Shinyu only ate a small half bowl of rice before putting down her chopsticks, and after wiping her mouth with a paper napkin, she said with some embarrassment, "Mommy, I'm done eating." Ah, Su Shasha's eating movements instantly stopped, incredulity written all over her face. She blinked her own eyes that were as seductive as a fox's and asked with great uncertainty, "Baby, what did you just say?" "Mommy, I said, I'm done eating." Shinyu carefully said it again. After receiving a definite reply, Su Shasha immediately put down the chopsticks in her hands. Her expression became serious, her brows furrowed, and she asked word by word, "Baby, is someone bullying you at school?" At this moment, her aura changed completely. No. Seeing that mommy misunderstood, Shinyu quickly waved her hand, but for a moment she didn't know how to explain. Her face gradually reddened and she lowered her head, saying in a very small voice, I just simply want to lose weight." Knowing that her daughter wasn't bullied, Su Shasha was relieved, but her expression remained serious and she said in a serious tone, "Baby, can you really carry on without eating? Eat a snack if you're hungry. Don't worry, I'll go to my room then mommy." After Shinyu finished speaking, she hurriedly jogged towards the second floor. When she returned to her bedroom, she immediately pulled out her cell phone and opened a video. In the video, Gu Luo was smiling and accepting her feeding. As he watched, the lingering fear of hunger slowly dissipated a bit. It really works. Shinyu was so happy that she thought of telling Gu Luo the good news immediately. But just then, his mind couldn't help but remember the black silk royals and white silk lolitas he had swiped in gym class. The sending stopped for a moment. Shinyu pursed her lips. No, she had to give Gu Luo a big surprise. Chapter 65, Brother, I'm settling for you, 222. Gift plus. Downstairs, in the dining room, Su Shasha slowly put down her chopsticks, her eyes a little out of focus. She then opened her phone's photo album, her finger gently sliding on the screen and flipping through the hidden album to find a photo of her and Shinyu's children. In the photo, Shinyu was just like an exquisite doll, powdered and carved, especially cute and beautiful. Those large eyes were full of luster, as if they had countless stars, revealing curiosity and innocence about the world. Su Shasha watched quietly for a while, seemingly caught up in deep memories. It was a good while before she exited the hidden album and proceeded to dial a phone number. Soon the call was answered. "Good evening, Mr. Wang. I have something I want to find out from you." Su Shasha's voice was gentle and unassuming. "It's like this. Shinyu the kid has been at school lately." "So, a transfer student? Then do you have a picture of Guluo here?" "Well, a photo ID will do. It's a real pain in the ass." After hanging up the phone, not a moment later, Su Shasha received a photo from Mr. Wang. Her eyes lit up instantly. That's handsome. She'd seen too many showbiz butterscotch kids as well as top stream stars, but she'd never seen one that good looking. It's an almost extreme handsomeness that can't be picked out. Su Shasha suddenly thought of Shinyu's unusual behavior when she was washing her hair earlier. So that's how it is. On her face, an aunt's smile gradually emerged. "Mrs. Cho, this is a strange world." Su Shasha couldn't help but shake her head, smiling at Zhao Ma who was eating silently across the table. "I didn't think that the heart disease that has plagued Xiaoye for so long could possibly be cured by a little boy." When Zhao Ma heard this, she immediately put down the chopsticks in her hands and listened with a serious expression, but did not say anything. "Zhao Ma, do you think it's enough to prepare a dowry of $20 million for Xiaoye when the time comes? It seems to be a bit low, so let's add one more building." Zhao Ma still didn't answer, but just looked surprised. Su Shasha didn't care, but instead held her fragrant cheeks with one hand and continued smilingly. "We'll go to school the day after tomorrow to get to know my future son-in-law in advance. By the way, let's see if he's as handsome as he is in the picture." Tuesday, Guanya College stopped classes in the afternoon, and students set up the stage as well as the classrooms needed for the school festival. After school, inside the nearest fresh food supermarket to the apartment, the shelves are filled with a wide array of fresh ingredients and the air is filled with the fresh aroma of fruits and vegetables. Guluo traveled through the dish area, carefully picking and choosing, concentrating as if she was conducting an important scientific research. Luo Shulime on the side was pushing the cart obediently, learning Guluo's picking techniques very carefully, and even trying to write it down in her little notebook. "Shu Lemon, does auntie like lettuce?" Guluo slightly sidled his head at this time, his gaze gently inquiring about Luo Shulime beside him. "It's okay. I don't really understand my mother's tastes." Luo Shulime gently shook her head, with a light smile of embarrassment on her face, her delicate face looking more and more gentle under the soft light of the supermarket. "So, it's okay." Along the way, there were warm and kind grandparents who complimented the two men on their good looks, and were surprised that they would come to the supermarket to buy food, saying that they were good children with good character and good grades. I have to say, these elders are really good readers. It's just better if you don't blindly point it out. Some individual old ladies, upon learning that the two were brother and sister, immediately asked for their contact information, saying that they would introduce their grandchildren to them. In the face of such enthusiasm, both Gu Luo and Luo Shalimei politely declined with their studies in mind. This caused the old ladies to sigh with a look of pity. At this moment, Gu Luo was concentrating on picking tomatoes. Luo Shulime curiously came up and asked with a smile, "Brother, how should I pick tomatoes better?" Upon hearing this, a confident smile surfaced on Gu Luo's face, then picked up 2 tomatoes in his hand and began to patiently explain. "Generally speaking, the tomato with 6 leaves, its skin is thinner, the bite will be very juicy, the taste is on the sweet side, while the tomato with 5 leaves, the skin will be slightly thicker, the juice is relatively less, the flavor is on the sour side." Of course, this is all based on my usual grocery shopping experience summarized. There is no scientific basis and not too clear. So, I'll remember. Luo Shu Lemon nodded her head while decently getting on and picking it as well. Seeing the little angel so interested, Gu Luo also continued, "In addition to looking at the leaves, you also need to pay attention to its head. If the head is concave, it's usually not hormonal. If it's slightly convex or has a pointy head, it's very likely that it's been given hormones." Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard the funny expression pointy head. This smile of the little angel made passers-by look at him. People wanted to look, but they felt it wasn't polite to stare like that, so they could only catch a few hasty glances. If Gu Luo wasn't beside her, I'm afraid some bold males would have been unable to hold back and come forward to ask for contact information. Seeing the little angel smile so happily, Gu Luo couldn't help but smile as well and continued, "And oh, tomatoes should be picked with more white spots and a more rounded hole. If there are fewer white spots and there are angles, then it's likely to be ripened." Aha! Brother really knows a lot. Luo Shu Lemon's eyes had already sprouted bright little stars with a face of adoration. It's natural to buy more and understand. Gu Luo smiled and only felt soothed. What could be more delightful than being adored by the girl he liked? Let's just say, live and learn. Knowledge is power. The two of them just picked and chatted, soaking in the life-affirming atmosphere. After checking out at the automated billing machine, Gu Luo glanced at her cell phone, and the time was displayed as 7:01 p.m. Auntie and Pops will be home at 8:30, so it should be about the same, Gu Luo said while picking up 2 pockets of heavy dishes. Aha, it's okay, we'll do it together. After a pause, Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but speak. Elder brother, let me take some too. It's too embarrassing to let you take it alone every time. It's fine, it's not heavy, just think of it as exercising your arm strength. Gu Luo smiled and shook her head, her arms slightly exerted, displaying a relaxed stance. Well then, Luo Shu Lemon carried her hands behind her back and cocked her little head as she continued to ask. That said, it seems like elder brother has been exercising, right? Right, Gu Luo replied with a smile as she walked. So what's the workout all about? Gu Luo carried the dishes with a steady pace and replied unhurriedly. It's nothing particularly complicated. It's just that before going to bed and after waking up, I'll do some push-ups, and sometimes I'll add a few sets of sit-ups as well. Brother is so energetic, Luo Shulime said. His eyes inadvertently glanced at his abdomen, and asked with some embarrassment, then has elder brother developed abs? I noticed that elder brother seems to have pecs. Yes, Gu Luo always felt that the topic was a bit subtle, but still nodded honestly and admitted it. That's awesome. Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but blink, wanting to say something, but then stopping. After all, it's only natural for girls to be curious about their abs. Gu Luo looked at the little angel with this cute look of wanting to say something, and immediately understood her little mind, but also felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. Ahem. As a boy, Gu Luo had to take the initiative to speak up. Shu Lime, I've been running on both sides of the music department and the public service department lately, and I'm quite tired. Or else you can help me rub it after the school festival tomorrow? But would that be too much trouble for you? At those words, Luo Shalimiai's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No trouble. Please do let me. I've always wanted to do something to repay my brother. Then please Shu Lemon, leave it to me. As the two spoke, their bodies moved closer and closer without realizing it, almost touching each other's shoulders. When I got home, it was the familiar drama of cooking. Under the tacit cooperation of the two of them, a colorful and fragrant meal was placed on the table one after another. The rich aroma fills the entire restaurant and is mouth-watering. Shu Ling, mother and uncle haven't come back yet. You're not allowed to steal food. Luo Shu Lemon had just served a dish on the table when she saw that Luo Shu Ling was secretly reaching out and preparing to steal food. She immediately rewarded Luo Shu Ling with a chestnut. It hurts ah! Luo Shu Ling immediately screamed in an exaggerated manner, covering her forehead and looking pitiful. Seeing this, Luo Shulime smiled helplessly. I didn't even exert myself, don't pretend. Then, she looked towards Gusher Man who was standing on the sidelines eating melon, and was just about to open her mouth to ask her sister to keep an eye on Luo Shuling, but after thinking about it, she still didn't say anything. When these two eaters get together, they'll probably just be competing to see who steals more food, and they can't be counted on at all. There was no other way but to ask Luo Shua to help. Shoho, can you come and help? Elder brother still needs help in the kitchen. Luo Shu Lemon called out to Luo Shuhi who was lying on the sofa. At those words, Luo Shua slowly stood up and nodded expressionlessly. Trouble Shuho. Luo Shu Lemon had just revealed a smile when she saw Luo Shuhi walk right past her. Sister is in charge of watching them. I'll go help my brother. Luo Shu Lime's smile froze for a moment, but quickly recovered, nodding her head and smiling. Well good, please Shuhi. At this time, inside the kitchen, Gu Luo was fiercely frying the ingredients in the wok over a large fire. When he saw someone come in, he directly opened his mouth and laughed. Shu Lemon, did those two snackers steal food again? However, this time there wasn't the response he was expecting. Gu Luo sensed that something was wrong and immediately twisted her head around to see Luo Shuline comparing two slender fingers to herself. All at once he realized that it was not a little angel in front of him, but a little devil. And the meaning of those two fingers is clear now that's two requests. This was the second time he had gotten the two wrong. But can you blame yourself? Shuha, what brings you here? Gu Luo smiled awkwardly, trying to budge through, but Luo Shua didn't give face at all. One hand was still comparing the two gesture, while the other hand had already touched the hem of the dress. It was a big deal to lift your shirt at the drop of a hat. Well. Gu Luo immediately surrendered with a bitter smile. Normally, I could have fought this little devil, but today was special, and Auntie would be back in a while. Seeing that Gu Luo finally compromised, Luo Shua only retracted her movements, then clasped her hands to her chest and spoke coldly. You have the potential to be a scum. Ha, how am I a scumbag? Ha, knowing yourself well enough to get through Sunday unscathed. Who are you if not a scumbag? Hearing this, Gu Luo almost had a brain hemorrhage. How is this even backwards and evil? You've gone too far, huh? Obviously it was you who wanted to trap me. How come you slandered me as a scum in the end? Oh, Luo Shua took a step forward at this time, staring expressionlessly at Gu Luo, and asked, then do you have any special ideas? Hearing the words of this tiger and wolf, Gu Luo's eyes widened and he quickly begged in a small voice, Auntie, I can't play with you right now. Why don't you go to the sofa and rest for a while first? Pulling away from the topic means acquiescence, Luo Shua said unforgivingly. Gu Luo's scalp went numb and she only felt her brain buzzing. So does brother have that kind of idea or not? Luo Shua pressed on, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Gu Luo was also in a temper at the question and immediately disliked back in a low voice. Then if I say yes, will you still say yes? Shua, tch, brother really is a scum. Luo Shua nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he was able to get away in one piece that day. So he's essentially a scumbag. And he's really good at stepping on two boats. Breathe. No gas. It doesn't pay to trifle with imps. Gu Luo turned off the fire at this time and carefully glanced at the living room, realizing that Luo Shulin was chatting happily with Gu Sherman, which was a relief. Then, he lowered his voice and asked helplessly, Shua, what are you trying to say? What did I want to say? Luo Shua stroked the hair around her ears at this point and sneered, I just want to remind you, don't play it off. At those words, Gu Luo only felt a cold chill on her body. The imp's words were always inscrutable. Getting it wrong is a pitfall. Sure you don't want to think about it? The corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched, so he had no choice but to change the subject and ask, right Shua, didn't you used to like to call me elder brother? Why did you suddenly change your name to brother? At first it was a feeling that my brother was quite happy to hear my sister call you elder brother, so I followed suit. As for calling out to my brother now, it's because I don't want to follow my sister anymore. Chapter 66 Gu Feng's Discovery, 222. Gift Plus. Auntie, try this beef stew with tomatoes. I've been stewing it for over an hour, Gu Luo said, serving aromatic beef stew to both Luo Liang and Gu Feng's bowls. The steaming broth coats the tender chunks of beef, and the rich flavor instantly fills the air. Mom, brother's cooking is really super delicious. You eat more. Luo Shuling was excitedly playing assist at the side. And of course, it's genuine. She was now suffering from the same disease as Gu Sherman. She couldn't be interested in meals that weren't cooked by Gu Luo. Aha! Luo Liang nodded gently and picked up a small piece of beef with her chopsticks, slowly putting it into her mouth with elegant and calm movements. Immediately afterward, her eyes lit up for a moment. Even though this moment was extremely brief, it was still keenly captured by Luo Shuling, who was as resourceful as a little fox. She couldn't help but ask excitedly and triumphantly, Mom, isn't it especially good? All those so-called five-star chefs are this compared to my brother. With that, she gave a mischievous thumbs-down gesture. And this time Luo Liang unprecedentedly did not reprimand Luo Shuling for this indecent action, but once again gently nodded his head. Not bad. My brother is the best. Luo Shuling only felt a sense of relief. It was as if it wasn't Gu Luo who was being complimented, but herself. She knew in her heart that the not bad in her mother's mouth could mean quite good, and to receive such a comment from her mother, her brother's cooking skills must have reached the peak. Is it really that good? Speaking of which, I haven't eaten Xiao Luo's cooking in a long time, Gu Feng said, and then brought the bowl of beef into his mouth. Just after chewing, the rich flavor and juicy taste of beef explodes instantly in your mouth. Exempt. Gu Feng looked incredulously at Gu Luo and said in surprise, it's possible. The cooking skills have improved so quickly. Then, one by one, he started to give Luo Liang food. In response, Gu Luo just smiled faintly and acted rather calmly. He was now finally able to determine that the skills and values given by the system could not be taken literally alone. There really is more to so-called culinary proficiency than just being proficient. It's simply drugged. It only takes a few times to get addicted and become overwhelmed. There's also these 9 points of charisma that make him whole like a chimera. Easily reach the flower girl's chopping block line. It's an exaggerated glance that's misplaced for life. As well as that basketball proficiency, Gu Luo was really surprised that he was able to hit all the shots in the middle of the court and was so accurate that it was almost conceptual level. Fluent in English. Fluent in French, simply more foreign than foreigners. However, although Gu Luo possessed such a powerful system, what his heart wanted to do every day was simply to take care of his sisters and enjoy this beautiful daily life to the fullest. Perhaps only a complete dead sister controller like him could have such good luck in binding the favored sister system. Then the music was played. Then the favor. A delicious dinner soon ended in a warm and harmonious family atmosphere. Inside the kitchen, soft light spilled onto the floor. Gu Luo and Luo Shuline were standing side by side, brushing the dishes, the water gurgling, the the foam jumping happily between the dishes in their hands. Luo Shulime suddenly smiled at this time and said, "This is the first time I've seen my mother eat so much food, and that too at night. It's good that auntie likes it." Gu Luo smiled and put the washed dishes aside. "By the way, when I wasn't around in the past, did Shu Lemon wash the dishes herself? Why don't you buy a dishwasher?" "Well, I think it's very life-affirming to brush the dishes after dinner. A breath of life? Aha, you don't say. It seems like it does feel that way." Gu Luo sensed it carefully and felt that what she said was quite reasonable. One could only say that Luo Shu Lemon was really different from the average Missy. It's just like the sister next door. Gentle, sweet, and real, without the slightest hint of Missy. "Actually, I had thought about buying a dishwasher when this semester started. Thinking of sneaking in a lazy one once in a while." Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but spit out her tongue in embarrassment as she said this. "Then why didn't you buy it?" "Because my older brother came. I thought it would be fun and enjoyable to do the dishes with my older brother." At those words, Gu Luo's action of washing the dishes gave a start, and she only felt that her heart was going to melt. And he felt that way. Cooking and washing dishes and all that with your little angel is super blissful and enjoyable, right? Me too. After saying that, Gu Luo and Luo Shulime looked at each other and smiled. But it was also at this moment that Gu Luo's mind couldn't help but conjure up the imp. "Suddenly I have a headache." Gu Luo sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. He did say before that he would face Luo Shuho's feelings head-on. All of them? Hiss. That can't be right. No one would agree to such a thing, would they? Gu Luo only felt her head hurt more. "It's strange. It's clear that I like the cherubs, but why would I even think of asking for all of them? Murphy, one is really a scumbag. Or is that just manly? Can't think. Let's just say that the imp is indeed too tempting, or the type that gives it away for nothing straight away, and purposely hides certain secrets. Makes you want to check it out. Just like some dog authors. To say that there is not a little bit of Shuhi's position in his heart, that is purely self-deception. So hard." Gu Luo only felt sorry for Luo Shulime, and at the same time a little sorry for Luo Shuhi. How on earth can we have the best of both worlds? Dead brain. Think fast. How's your washing going? Just then, Gu Feng smilingly walked into the kitchen and said to the two, "Lemon, Luo, after you finish scrubbing the dishes later, go out for a walk with me." Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon didn't answer at first, but instead looked into Gu Luo's eyes without moving. The two completed eye contact in a flash. Then, with a smile, she said, "Yes uncle." "Ha, Gu Feng, as an old licking dog, that eyesight is really something." He caught the eye contact between the two children quite acutely. "Why are you acting like an old married couple?" Murphy, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Luo Shulime at this time and asked with a smile, "Lime, does Luo usually take good care of you at home? If he dares to bully you, tell uncle, and uncle will be the first to not let him go." Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon hastily waved her hands. No, elder brother, he takes care of us. Every morning he wakes up early to make us nutritious bento, and his chores are always grabbed to be done, tidying up the house in order." Her speech was extremely fast, almost praising Gu Luo from all sides, and Gu Luo, who was directly on the side, was a bit shy from being complimented. Who can hold up to the compliments of a little angel? So, after listening to Luo Shu Lemon's 3-minute-long praise, Gu Feng nodded thoughtfully, his gaze immovably jumping back and forth between the two children. Mentally, the conclusion had been reached. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse this brat, followed immediately by "really follows me." Thinking of this, Gu Feng decided to give these two children a helping hand. Hastily, he urged, "Xiao Luo, hurry up and wash. Later we'll go for a walk in the East Lake Park." Chapter 67, Comrade Gu Feng Mutinies. "Oh Kuan. Gu Luo nodded her head in agreement and immediately sped up the action of washing the dishes in her hands. So did La Shu Lemon. The two worked well together, both fast and at a steady pace, as if they were partners who had practiced countless times. One by one, the washed plates passed lightly through their hands, and in a moment they were neatly placed in the cupboard. They are always slow to do the dishes on weekdays, but really, in the end, it's just about wanting to spend more time with each other. The kitchen has, without realizing it, become an ambiguous little world exclusive to the two of them. Gu Feng gently retreated outside the kitchen and quietly watched the scene inside, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling into an anti-smile. There was relief in his eyes. "It's really too matchy. My own son and Lemon were a match made in heaven. If you have a baby in the future, whether it looks like the father or the mother, it will be especially beautiful." While Gu Feng was indulging in his beautiful fantasies of the future, envisioning the happy scenes of his future as a grandfather, suddenly, a chill crept up his spine and into his heart. He couldn't be more familiar with this feeling. He would get this inexplicable chill whenever he was stared at by Luo Liang on weekdays. "Uncle, why are you smiling so happily?" It was also at this moment that a clear voice rang in his ears. Gu Feng subconsciously turned his head back, and was met with a beautiful face with the same expressionless face as Luo Liang's. It was none other than Luo Shulime, who looked and had the same figure as Luo Shui. She stood there quietly, like an iceberg, exuding a cool aura. Shua ah! A smile immediately appeared on Gu Feng's face, and he was relieved in his heart. Then he raised his hand slightly and pointed in the direction of the kitchen hall, signaling to speak over there. Luo Shua nodded gently and followed. Shua, did Xiao Luo take good care of you guys during the weekdays? Gu Feng asked with a smile. Brother takes good care of us, Luo Shua replied succinctly, her voice without any ripples. That's good. Gu Feng smiled with satisfaction, then put on a casual demeanor and asked casually, seemingly without thinking, so are Lo and Lemon close? At those words, Luo Shuho subconsciously wanted to frown, but she still held back and shook her head. I'm not too sure about this. After a pause, she got straight to the point. Uncle is asking if Gu Luo and Shu Lime like each other, right? Cough. Gu Feng was a bit caught off guard by the question, and he carefully looked in the direction of the living room, confirming that no one else was paying attention to this side before nodding slightly and explaining. There's that too. After all, they're all young. Doesn't Uncle object? Luo Shua slightly tilted her little head. That clear and cold face had a few more points of playfulness at the moment. What's there to object to? It's normal for you youngsters to have a crush on each other at that age, and we're not the kind of curmudgeonly parents to interfere in your relationship. I see. Luo Shua nodded thoughtfully. So how are Lo and Lemon usually close? Not as good as my relationship with Gu Luo. Luo Shua's reply was concise and forceful. Ah, Gu Feng was once again caught off guard by this reply, a look of surprise filling his face. Gu Luo and I are very close. He will only help me squeeze toothpaste in addition to helping my sister squeeze toothpaste. Not only that, Gu Luo has also hugged. Cuddles. Hugged. Gu Feng only felt that his CPU was spinning out of control, and his brain was a bit down for a moment. He subconsciously gestured with his hands and asked, which kind of hug is it? Princess hugs. Hugs, Luo Shua narrated with a calm face, as if she was talking about something that was no more common. Gu Feng felt that his brain was instantly stuffed with too much information, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to react. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? My son and Shua are the couple? So the ambiguous vibe between Lo and Lemon is just an illusion, and they're really just brother and sister with a better relationship? As an old lickspittle myself, I can't believe I'm looking the other way? Gu Feng slowed down for a while before he could barely find his voice and opened his mouth to ask, so, Xiao He, are you and Xiao Luo a couple now? Luo Shua nodded without hesitation. Soon it is. It's still in the ambiguous stage. Just a layer of window paper. It's good that you don't object. Uncle. No objection. No objection. Gu Feng hurriedly waved his hands, a smile piling up on his face. Immediately after, he followed up with a somewhat awkward question. Then Xiao Luo and Xiao Lime. Uncle, don't misunderstand. Gu Luo and Shu Lemon merely cook together every day. That's why their relationship seems so good. There's no other special relationship. Luo Shua patiently explained. Her voice was still cold, but her words were clear. So that's how it is. I almost misunderstood. Gu Feng came to a sudden realization, and sighed in his heart that he was really old, that he couldn't even tell who his own son liked. It's fine. So uncle, you can actually discuss with mom about Gu Luo and I in private, Luo Shua said, bowing slightly. I really like Gu Luo. If mom doesn't agree, I hope uncle can help to say something. Okay, but there's no rush on this first. Gu Feng didn't say the words to death, but smiled and said soothingly, right now, you guys still have to focus on your studies, and as for your feelings, let's just develop them slowly first, and I'll definitely help you guys talk when it's later. Are you kidding? It's only been a week. If you tell Luo Liang directly, Liang, our son and our daughter are already together. He was also afraid to predict the consequences. It's a relationship. It's a long time coming. There's no rush. Upon hearing this, Luo Shua's face flashed with a momentary look of disappointment, but she quickly adjusted and politely thanked him. Thank you, father. Upon hearing this, Dad, Gu Feng immediately revealed a smile and immediately assured, Xiao He, you can rest assured that you can talk to Xiao Luo boldly. Dad is your most solid backing. Thank you, father. Luo Shua bowed slightly again. The two just sneaked into a strategic partnership in the kitchen hall. Uncle, we're done washing. Shortly after, Luo Shulime and Gu Luo walked out from the kitchen. Okay. Gu Feng smiled at Luo Shulime, then said to Luo Shuho beside him, Little Wa, let's go. Let's go for a walk in the East Lake Park together. I'll stay away. My feet are a little sick. Bad feet? Is it alright? Gu Feng asked with great concern, then cast his eyes on Gu Luo, and said in a good-natured manner, Xiao Luo, rub Xiao He's feet when you have time. Being a brother should be like being a brother. A question mark slowly surfaced on Gu Luo's brain, a bewildered look on his face. What the hell? Why does it always feel like Cheap Pops has been brainwashed by the imp? It would be understandable if it was a little trailing foot pain, but it's Shua. Although it's also a sister, but foot rubbing or something is always too. Wait, take it easy. I think I've already rubbed it myself. Ha! Before Gu Luo could say anything, Luo Shulime smiled and snatched the first words. I'll just rub Shuhi when I come back later. I won't trouble elder brother. It's okay. Gu Feng smiled and nodded. Then without moving, he exchanged a glance with Luo Shua. Daddy, I gave you an assist. It's just a pity that it was blocked. Luo Shua blinked equally imperceptibly. Thank you, Dad. Seeing this, Gu Feng was even more fond of Luo Shua in his heart. Perhaps it was because Luo Shua was the first to take the initiative to call him Dad, making him feel a special closeness. Perhaps it was the fact that the two men's brainwaves inexplicably managed to match up and communicate extraordinarily well. Or maybe he loved Luo Liang too much, so he loved him and would prefer Luo Shuo, who had a similar personality to Luo Liang. Don't say it. My own son and Shua are a match made in heaven. Shua is the perfect daughter-in-law. Comrade Gu Feng just so easily overruled what he had thought a few minutes ago. The will is extremely weak, and at this time Luo Shuling was giving Luo Liang a massage on the sofa in the living room. The technique was childish but full of seriousness. Luo Liang slightly closed his eyes, enjoying his daughter's attentive service. Gu Sherman went back to her bedroom after dinner to catch up on the anime, immersing herself in the exciting plot. So, it was just Gu Luo, Luo Shulime and Gu Feng who went downstairs, then walked towards East Lake Park. After the three of them left the house, Luo Shua was silent for a while. She then slowly walked towards the refrigerator, opened the door and took a carton of yogurt out of it, but it wasn't unpacked first. Instead, he looked longingly at the package, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Chapter 68. A different Luo Liang. At night, the wind on the road is gentle and cool, like a pair of gentle hands, gently caressing the face, bringing the slightest coziness, blowing people all over the body. Gu Feng had originally been excitedly thinking about creating some opportunities for the two children, Gu Luo and Luo Shulime, to be alone during tonight's walk, so as to assist in the development of their relationship. Fortunately, before this with Luo Shuho to understand the real situation, otherwise it will have to make a joke, blindly point to the lovebirds. However, one thing being said, he still had a vague feeling in his heart that something wasn't quite right between Gu Luo and Luo Shulime. It can't be that this Gu Luo kid is stepping on two boats, can it? Ha ha, no way, absolutely no way. His son, he knows best as a father. Gu Luo would never be able to do something that ridiculous. It just didn't occur to me that Gu Luo and Luo Shua's relationship had developed so quickly. Just like that, Gu Feng slightly walked the two a body length faster and walked in front, turning back every now and then to talk and laugh with the two behind him, while Gu Luo and Luo Shulime walked side by side behind them. The moonlight stretched their shadows to a long length. Occasionally their shoulders touched lightly and parted quickly, and a hint of something else seemed to fill the air. The three of them laughed and laughed all the way to the depths of the park without realizing it, and finally sat down on a wooden bench to rest. Lemon ah. After sitting down, Gu Feng's expression suddenly became slightly more serious as he slightly sidestepped and looked at Luo Shulime, asking in a gentle tone, Lemon, how do you feel about your mom? At those words, Luo Shulime froze, caught off guard by the question, and for a moment she didn't know how to speak. What do you think of your own mother? The mother I remember was always unusually busy, so busy that she was like a clockwork machine, and had no time for her three sisters. It's been that way since I was a kid. Despite having a mother's identity, I didn't feel much care and love from my mother when I was growing up. Gu Luo keenly sensed Luo Shulime's dissimilarity and hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt. Dad, why are you suddenly asking this? Gu Feng ignored Gu Luo and continued. Lemon, there are actually a lot of things your mom can help, but she really loves you guys. Aliang this person is the mouth is hard. Obviously hard very much want to be close to you guys. Talk properly, but just can not open the mouth. Always feel that owes you too much. This sense of guilt has been pressed in her heart. Especially you, Lemon. Gu Feng aggravated his tone at this point. Liang has told me more than once that the one who owes you the most is you, leaving you alone with a childhood like that. Hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon pursed her lips, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with complex emotions, but it remained silent, as if digesting what Gu Feng had said. Seeing this, Gu Feng continued to patiently say to her, Liang is actually quite arrogant when all is said and done. I've been checking with me privately before to make sure that Lo can take care of you guys, and I've been assuring her over and over again, but she's just not comfortable with it. It turned out that on the day of their first meeting Ray was late, and it was Luo who resisted the pressure and stood up for her, which made Raya recognize him. That's why Raya was so eager to get Xiao Luo into the apartment. She really wanted someone to take good care of you guys. How cold she seems on the outside, how hot she is on the inside. Hearing this, Gu Luo blinked, Recalling the scene from the first time they met, he had really thought at the time that this was his aunt's little revenge on him. But thinking about it, if it was really revenge, he wouldn't have sent someone to Kaijo Academy to pack up all his belongings properly. And Lashu Lemon's eyes had brightened up a bit by now, like illuminated stars. She had never imagined that her mother, who usually seemed cold and stern, had such a heart behind her. Gu Feng leaned comfortably on the back of the bench at this time, slightly stretching his waist, feeling the night breeze, and slowly spoke. There's a lot going on. You can't just take it at face value. Take the simple case of Ray being late. Perhaps you will think that Ryu is petty, unsympathetic, and iron-faced, but in reality, she's a weak woman, holding up the company all by herself for so many years, and in a competitive business war, if she's not strict and iron-fisted, she might have long been eaten by her rivals without even a crumb of bone left. And besides attending the Kaijo charity gala every year, Liang would also often make anonymous donations to various foundations. She always does these good deeds silently and never publicizes them. Liang, this girl Gu Feng was like opening a box of words, saying all the many things Luo Lian wanted to say but couldn't say out loud. Those unknown contributions, those softnesses hidden in the bottom of the heart, were all shown to Luo Shulian one by one. Lemon, although Liang owed you guys a lot in the past, he also immediately chose to divorce your asshole father after realizing that he wanted to sneak you out of the country and try to make it up to you guys in any way he could. So little Lemon, even if it's just to give Uncle me face, can you call out to Liang as mom later? Mom. Luo Liang, who was enjoying Luo Shuling's massage service, froze slightly. The book in his hand almost slipped off, and looked somewhat incredulously at Luo Shuling, who had just arrived home. But soon her expression returned to normal and she nodded gently. Brother, you're back, Luo Shuling said, and stretched out a big lazy waist, like a lazy kitten, then smiled at Luo Shulime. Shulime, I'm a bit tired. It's your turn to give mommy a massage. Lasha Lemon nodded and walked over to take her place. Slowly placing his hand on Luo Liang's temple, he proceeded to gently knead it. Seeing this, Luo Shuling acted like a nobody, walking over and grinning broadly as she took Gu Luo and Gu Feng's arms, laughing cheekily. Brother, uncle, accompany me to play back the game. Go. That night, no one knew what Luo Shulime and Luo Liang had talked about. They may have recalled warm moments that were overlooked, or they may have confided in each other's thoughts and grievances, or they may have just quietly enjoyed the hard-won closeness. And Gu Luo now finally knew why Papa Lick Dragon was able to go ashore. 2 words, genuine. It's worth noting that 2 more questions have been added to the sisterhood diary tonight. Is Shu Lime's real father trying to sneak Shu Lime abroad? Let Shu Lime spend that kind of childhood alone? What do you mean? The 3 sisters weren't together when they were kids? We'll have to find out when the dust settles after the school festival. The days to come will be long, and he will definitely guard his sisters. Chapter 69, The Little Angel's Request. Early the following morning, the sunlight poured gently through the window and into the cozy kitchen. Morning, brother. Luo Shulime greeted with a smile on her face and entered the kitchen with a brisk pace. The voice was full of energy and intimacy. Good morning, Shu Lemon. Gu Luo turned back to her, a gentle smile on his face as he responded to her greeting. What's for dinner this morning? How's the sandwich? I like to eat whatever my brother makes. With that, the 2 of them worked silently together and began to combine their efforts to make breakfast. The kitchen began to smell cozy and sweet. Gu Luo sliced the tomato she had carefully selected last night and suddenly laughed. It always feels like Shu Lemon is different from before. It seems more relaxed and lively. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but reveal an angelic smile, her voice soft and sincere. Well, it's all thanks to uncle and brother. I'm just too stubborn sometimes. Of course, mom is just like me. There are some words that face the closer the person is instead, the worse it is to speak. Gu Luo sighed slightly. Maybe there are many things I misunderstood about dad as well. Adults and children, it seems, are born with a gulf between them. Yeah, alright, don't think about that. Cheer for the school performance today. Gu Luo pulled away from the conversation and made a cheering gesture as she spoke. Go. Luo Shulime similarly waved her small hand, her movements playful and cute, like an energetic elf. But immediately afterward, he asked with some concern, Elder brother, do you think Shu Mei will really do that? I don't know, but it's always good to be prepared. Gu Luo's tone was calm and steady, giving people a sense of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but put her hands behind her back and took a small step towards him, winking playfully. Elder brother is so good to me. Shu Lemon is good to me too. Gu Luo smiled. Then, a sliced tomato was passed to her mouth in a natural and intimate gesture. Luo Shu Lemon opened her mouth and like a well-behaved kitten, she joyfully ate the slice of tomato, then showing a very happy expression, he complimented. Sweet and sour, so delicious. Brother is no less than a gold medal winning grocery shopper. He just knows how to pick. Awesome. Awesome, older brother is the best. This gives me a compliment. Gu Luo didn't hold back a laugh. I don't think this tomato is as sweet as your little mouth. Little angels can be so healing when they brag about people. How did elder brother know that I have a sweet mouth? Luo Shu Lemon narrowed her eyes, a sly light flickering in her god. Hearing that straight ball of a question, Gu Luo instantly widened her eyes slightly. Elder brother, why don't you say anything? Luo Shu Lemon apparently began to bellyache again as she tilted her head and put on an innocent look as she pursued the question. So how on earth did brother know I had a sweet mouth? Ahem. Gu Luo took a slight breath, trying to calm herself down, and was just about to harden this question head-on when she heard the little angel laugh out with a pft. Alright, no more teasing elder brother. Luo Shu Lemon smiled and waved her hand. Gu Luo opened his mouth to speak. Right brother, I want to ask you a question. Luo Shu Lemon slightly tightened her smile as she said this. What's the problem? Does brother squeeze Mamoru and Shuho's toothpaste every day? She put a little more emphasis on the name Shuho. Hearing this question, Gu Luo's heart skipped a beat, but he still managed to stabilize his mind and said with a smile, it's like this. That day when Shua saw it she asked me to squeeze it for her as well. I did think about squeezing you in with Shuren's, but again, it didn't feel good. It looks a bit. In that case, I can understand elder brother's thoughts. Luo Shu Lemon nodded, but still showed a look of not being very happy. Seeing this, Gu Luo was in a hurry then. Shu Lemon but again, I don't know what to say. It's always a little less flavorful to say you're squeezing her toothpaste or something now. Elder brother, if you want to make me happy, promise me a request. Luo Shu Lemon suddenly said at this time. Gu Luo froze slightly, almost suspecting that the Luo Shulian in front of her was Luo Shuho in disguise. Why is the little angel making demands now? But without seeming to hesitate, he nodded. I promise. Say yes without asking what it is? I promise. Gu Luo believed the little angel 100% in her heart, so there is no need to prefix the requirement at all. Then I'll be in charge of squeezing my brother's toothpaste from now on. Chapter 70, the dowry can go up even more. The sun was shining brightly, sprinkling in every corner and decorating the whole campus. Outside the gates of Guangya Academy, it was bustling with activity at this time. The school was completely open to the public today due to the school festival and there was a cheerful atmosphere in the air. A lot of grandparents who don't have to work will come along for the ride. Of course, there were also a number of parents who took special leave of absence as well as various members of the community. And as a member of the Public Services Department, Gu Luo received a seemingly peculiar but incomparably honorable task to be the mascot. Yes, the kind of mascot character that catches the eye of all visitors. Gu Luo stood in an upright posture outside the school door, like a bright star, radiating a unique charm that made people unable to resist looking sideways. Brother, you look so good. A little girl with two playful pigtails tilted her head and looked at Gu Luo with unblinking eyes, little stars twinkling in her eyes. Her face was fleshy, and when she smiled, two small dimples were visible, making her look especially cute, and one couldn't help but want to reach out and pinch them. Little sister should stay close to grandma and not run around. With a gentle smile on her face, Gu Luo pointed to the volunteer logo hanging on her body and said patiently, brother, I have to help show people the way. Of course, this claim is pure fluff. In fact, he's now a mascot for Maud's feelings, with outstanding face value to support the facade of Guangya, arguably the easiest position in the public service department today. And not a single person in the ministry had a problem with this arrangement. Everyone felt that this was the way to fully display the charm of Guangya's schoolboy, especially Situ Wanyao. He even raised his hands and feet in favor of it. That excited look, as if whoever disagreed, he would immediately rush up to fight with whoever single-handedly. People's homes. Who understands? Do you have to be at the mercy of others and only be a flashy vase? Gu Luo was internally engaging in Versailles-style self-mockery while dealing with this little girl who had been pestering him for a full 5 minutes. And the little girl's grandmother stood by, a kind smile on her face, the cell phone in her hand pointed right at the two of them, recording this adorable childhood moment of her granddaughter. Brother, you're good looking, can you marry me when you grow up later? The little girl blinked her big watery eyes at this time and innocently asked. Gu Luo was momentarily speechless and could only report a bitter smile and remain silent. This kind of thing, jokingly, can't just agree to it, but if you reject it on the spot, you're afraid of making this naive little girl cry. He still underestimated the charm of 9 points. Not only could he easily capture the heart of a flower girl, but he could even casually hold this kind of ignorant and naive little girl. Just don't know less. Ahem. Positive energy. Little sister, there are a lot of club performances inside. Oh, there are also a lot of delicious candy. Later go late cannot eat. Gu Luo began to rack his brain to fool around. So many people were watching. He was really afraid of being misunderstood as a lowly control. Of course, there's nothing wrong with lolicon. It's just a special penalty. However, the little girl didn't buy it at all, and she pulled Guluo's pants leg tightly with her fleshy little hand, just as if she was afraid that he would suddenly run away. Guluo was helpless at this and could only reveal a bitter smile. He then slowly squatted down and gently cupped the little girl's fleshy little face with his hand. It's done, so let's enjoy this lovely little nuisance. I have to say, the little face feels excellent when you squeeze it. It's soft, like cotton candy. The little girl was also very happy to be pinched and had a smile on her face the whole time. Her little dimples looked more and more sweet and cute. The little girl's grandmother, on the other hand, has been on the sidelines, happily holding her cell phone to record the video, but also excitedly sent the video to the family group. Then it was also posted inside the family group. Grandma, video, *3. Grandma, I specially gave little Peony Kyungyun a vacation today, and now she's holding on to someone else's little handsome boy and won't let go of him, and she's still trying to get him to grow up and marry her. Grandma, little Peony is just better than some big greedy girl who is still single at 30 years old. From now on, someone will have to live alone in an old people's home and die alone. Youngest daughter, Mom, you can just read my ID. Eldest daughter, this little handsome man is so handsome. If I were 10 years younger. Greedy, JPG, big sisterhood? Husky pointing at people. JPG, Guluo didn't realize that she had inadvertently almost started a family storm. Noticing that the grandmother had absolutely no intention of minding the little girl, he had no choice but to hold her hand to prevent her from wandering off. Even though she was already too mesmerized by herself to walk, it was still a good idea just in case. After all, it's pretty crowded right now. I just don't know if the performance hall will be able to accommodate so many people in a while. However, on second thought, Gwanya College has organized the school festival for so many years. This kind of thing does not need to worry about yourself. The school must have proper arrangements. Guluo was just thinking, when suddenly, a light fragrant breeze gently brushed by. He subconsciously turned his head, only to see a large beautiful woman wearing stylish sunglasses and extremely fashionable clothes walk up to him at some point. The woman was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of her, and her temperament was flirtatious with a hint of laziness, but she looked like she was in her mid-20s at most, with a shapely figure that exuded charm in her hands and feet. Even though Guluo was surrounded by the beauty of her sisters, including little Angel, every day, and was nearly immune to the face value of the opposite sex, he still had to admit that the woman in front of him was truly stunningly beautiful. Can I help you? This sister? Without being able to tell the exact age of the other person, it's always good to call out your sister. You call me sister? Su Shasha's pair of big eyes under her sunglasses playfully blinked, and she didn't hold back her laughter. Yes, then my sister will recognize you as her younger brother. Saying that, she didn't move and looked Guluo over carefully from top to bottom. I can't help but sigh in my heart, the real person is even more handsome than in the photo. The features are exquisite and perfect, and the temperament is unique and charming. No wonder my own baby girl was determined to force herself to lose weight. Even at his own age, I'm afraid he would have been too attracted to pull himself away. Who wouldn't be confused? Ahem. Guluo always felt that there was something strange about this sister's behavior and words, but he still maintained a polite smile and asked, "May I help you?" And at this moment, the little girl underneath him had puffed up her pink cheeks and looked up at Su Shasha, her little look milky and fierce, as if declaring her sovereignty to her. In the little girl's simple perception, this beautiful big sister was here to steal her future husband from her, which could make her a little angry. Su Shasha slowly stroked her hair behind her ear at this time, and asked with a smile, "Little brother, do you think my sister I'm pretty?" This set moves with grace and seduction. Sorry, I'm a volunteer and only answer questions about the school. Guluo only felt a headache. I'll never do this kind of throwaway work again. It's all the fault of being too handsome. If it was a small child, he would be willing to spend some time maneuvering and comforting, but he really didn't want to bother with this kind of adult who was deliberately hitting on him. Nice. Hearing this answer, not only did Su Shasha not get angry, she instead nodded in satisfaction. When she looked at Guluo now, it was really a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the better she looked. Little brother, if sister is correct, you should be called Guluo, right? At those words, Guluo froze slightly. What's the situation? It can't be that his reputation as the school bully has spread outside the school, can it? But still acknowledged. I'm Guluo, may I ask who you are? I'm Shinyu's mom, so you can call me Sister Su from now on. Saying that, Su Shasha even winked playfully. This lively and cute look, just like a teenage girl, can't tell at all that she's a mom with a daughter. So it's a. Guluo said this after a pause, and then said, "Hello Sister Su, I'm Shinyu's deskmate, and I'm grateful for Shinyu's care since this week." The heart, on the other hand, no longer knew how to spit out the generation. He called Shinyu's mom, but he called Shinyu's mom Sister Su. Well, it belongs to the Super Plus generation. Never mind, To each his own. So good. Su Shasha was getting more and more satisfied with Guluo. She was mentally calculating that the dowry could go up even more. How about adding an extra building? Such a good future son-in-law should be treated well. Chapter 71, the official start of the school festival, 222. The pace of time was brisk, and soon it was 9:18 in the morning, 12 minutes until the official start of the school day. The Performing Arts Hall was almost full at this point, with a dense crowd of students and tourists visiting Gwanya, filling the arena to capacity. The entire scene was kept in order by members of the Student Government Association as well as the Department of Public Service. Even the one in charge of the opening remarks was the student body president. Yes, the entire school day was directed by the students throughout, which is a unique tradition at KWS. Unlike other schools, events here are usually free of those long and boring leadership speeches, and even if they are merely summarized in a single sentence by the principal. It is fair to say that the entire school is run almost exclusively by the students themselves in all sorts of matters. The student council has a lot of power, not only in the day-to-day management of the school, but also in the discussion of the future development of the school and various issues, in which they have a certain voice. This is the founding tradition of Kwaina College, to put students first. Here, students' ideas and abilities are fully respected and utilized, and on the second floor of the performance hall, a side of indoor bleachers was built specifically for the occasion. Through the huge one-way floor-to-ceiling windows, you can take in the entire Performing Arts Hall. Inside the viewing platform at this time, the couch, Principal Lu was pouring tea with a smile on his face and catching up cordially with a few other bigwigs. Mayor Chen, Director Zhou, remember, yes, it's been so many years. Mayor Chen, who was wearing a straight executive jacket, sighed slightly. He was already almost 60 years old, but his body was still erect and hard, and except for some graying at the temples, the whole person was hale and hearty, and did not see any old age at all. The years have left some marks on his face, but they have also precipitated a mature and steady temperament. Mayor Chen is also growing gray hair, all for the development of Kai Zhou. Really hard work, Principal Lu said. The first cup of brewed tea was placed in front of Mayor Chen. It's all about serving the people. There's no talk of hard work. Mayor Chen waved his hand, a humble smile on his face, and in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Luo Liang and Su Shasha and a group of Guanya alumni were gathering in twos and threes to chat. The atmosphere was relaxed and cordial. Those who could come to this house were basically old acquaintances, or even college classmates from the same period, so there was no need to be overly polite when we got along. My big boss Luo Shen, I've missed you so much, Su Shasha said, like an intimate little girl, naturally holding onto Luo Liang's arm, her face piled with smiles. Didn't we just meet last week? Luo Liang's face had little expression, still quietly looking out the window, but there was no resistance to Sasha Su's intimate gestures. Then people miss you too. By the way, go to a get-together when it's over so I can see what my brother-in-law and son and daughter look like. Luo Liang didn't say anything and considered it a tacit admission. Right. Let me tell you, my baby girl has a favorite boy, especially good-looking, Su Shasha said excitedly. Really? I've just seen it. It's unbelievably handsome. And Xiaoya has already overcome the fear in her heart and started to lose weight, so she will definitely be able to take him down in one fell swoop in the future. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, as if she had already seen her daughter's happy future. Yeah, pretty good. Luo Liang nodded, succinctly, not showing the slightest interest in gossip. But in fact, the heart is also happy for Su Shasha's daughter. Su Shasha obviously knew that this was how her personality was, so she didn't care in the slightest, and instead continued to jabber one after the other, sharing bits and pieces of her life. Luo Liang, you'll be able to hear Lemon sing in a little while, right? Just then, a middle-aged woman standing on the other side of the room opened her mouth and laughed. I'm really looking forward to it. I was particularly enjoying listening to Lemon Lime at the time. It's just a shame that it's all been taken off the shelves and I didn't download it in advance. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room's eyes turned to Luo Liang. They more or less knew some insider information about Luo Shalimiai's withdrawal from the circle, and mentioning it at this moment inevitably stirred up everyone's memories. It's actually good to retire from the industry. The water in this entertainment industry is too deep, and Lemon is so innocent. She's afraid of being targeted by some dirty things. Another bigwig in the industry expressed his opinion. I heard from my kids that Lemon is now the vice president of the music department, so when the school festival is over today, she'll be able to officially change her position. Haha, wouldn't that be the same as Luo Liang? Speaking of which, Luo Liang was also the head of the music department back then, right? That you remember? Of course, I was a junior and Luo Liang was a sophomore. I had a crush on her for a whole year. Haha, it's a pity you don't have a chance. The crowd couldn't help but laugh at the words, and the atmosphere became more and more relaxed and happy. Alright, We'll be able to see the wonderful performance brought by Lemon later. I as a fan have to record it. That middle-aged woman already couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and adjust the camera angle. A few classmates who were at the same time as Luo Liang chatted about this, and we all spoke to each other, reminiscing about the past. Luo Liang didn't reply, but continued to quietly look out the window, but the eyes revealed a hint of imperceptible nervousness and anticipation. After all, it was her daughter's show, so how could she not get attached? Don't be nervous, everyone, I'm sure you guys can do it. Backstage, prepare the interior. One by one, Feng Duo was cheering on the ministry members who were about to go on stage. Minister, I'm still nervous, a girl said somewhat breathlessly, with a hint of a tremor in her voice. Being the first show out of the gate, the pressure is palpable. In case something goes wrong, it's not just an individual's face that will be lost, but the reputation of the entire Guanya. There can be a lot of admiring tourists sitting outside right now, and everyone is full of anticipation. In case someone plays the wrong note, in case someone pulls the wrong string, even the deputy minister sings the wrong tune. Just thinking about it makes your head spin. It's okay, I'm sure you can. Seeing this, Feng Duo immediately walked quickly to this girl's side and reached out her hand to gently pat her shoulder, giving comfort and strength. As Ren Lei watched the scene, she couldn't help but ask Luo Shu Lime softly, "Bao, are you nervous?" "It's okay." Luo Shu Lemon smiled faintly, a confident and calm look on her face. In fact, she didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness other than a slight worry that Kwame might mess up. After all, she hadn't seen a lot of big waves in the past as a national sister. "That's so, but I'm a bit nervous," Ren Lei said inside, and just as Luo Shu Lime was about to comfort her, she continued, "But if you introduce Gu Luo to me, it's definitely less nerve-wracking." La Shu Lemon withdrew a consolation and gave her best friend a small glare. He, I just want to be your sister-in-law. What's wrong with people?" Ren Lei spat out her tongue mischievously. "You," Luo Shu Lime shook her head helplessly, but still had a smile on her face. She had long been accustomed to this kind of joke from her best friend. Of course, this can only be a joke. And the other side, Shu Mei stood quietly alone in the corner, holding her violin in her hand, and was watching Luo Shalimei and Ren Lei whispering there with a calm face. A hint of indifference and disdain was revealed in his eyes, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. This belongs to the last calm before the storm. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly, we'll all end up together later. Everyone goes down together. Time slipped by in a minute, and soon it was 9:30. The sun shone through the tall windows of the Performing Arts Hall like strands of golden silk, shedding a bright column of light that illuminated the entire stage and the expectant faces on stage. Students from the Student Government Association and the Department of Public Service orderly carried the instruments needed for the music department to the stage one by one. The metal parts of the instruments shimmered in the sunlight, mirroring the warm texture of the wooden parts. Luo Shulime then led the members of the music department and slowly mounted the stage. Students and tourists alike were apparently quite facetious. They had just gone on stage, and the entire stadium was instantly flooded with warm applause, which echoed like a tidal wave in the empty space. Soon, the show officially began. The cellist gently placed the instrument between his legs, closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. Then, she slowly pulled the bow, and the low and mellow tone was like a warm current that slowly flowed out from between the strings, each note full of deep emotion. This subdued tone, like the cornerstone of the music, provided a solid foundation for the entire performance. Immediately afterward, Renlei's fingers jumped deftly on the black and white keys. The sound of the piano was crisp and pleasant, intertwined with the mellow tones of the cello, easily creating a soothing and tranquil atmosphere, as if bringing the listener into a peaceful paradise of peace and relaxation. A soft musical tone was set and everything went perfectly according to the rehearsal plan. The audience also gradually immersed in this wonderful musical atmosphere. Some people slightly closed their eyes, feeling the touch brought by each note. Some people stared at the stage, fearing to miss any wonderful moment. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. As a violinist, Nini Chu raised her bow. What should have been a pivotal moment when the lyrical melody led the group deeper into the musical mood. She played an extremely high key. This sudden high note instantly broke the originally harmonious musical atmosphere, like a sharp dagger that cut through the tranquil lake. The members of the ministry who were preparing to play the flute and guitar were instantly dumbfounded, their minds going blank as if the pause button had been suddenly pressed. The two looked at each other with confusion and panic in their eyes. Is this still the tune they prepared so carefully? Why the sudden change? Why didn't anyone inform them? Still, out of instinct, the two men mechanically began to play. The flute-playing member of the ministry struggled to remain calm, playing at the original tempo, his voice still soft and understated, trying to maintain a hint of harmony in the music. And the ministry member playing the guitar was clearly flustered, his fingers bouncing uncontrollably to the rhythm of Mimi Chu. She had messed around with Chu Mei before, and perhaps that past experience had made her subconsciously choose to follow Chumei's errant rhythm. For a moment, the whole playing was in complete disarray. The sounds of various instruments are no longer harmonized and unified, clashing and colliding with each other, and the originally beautiful music becomes disorganized, like an out-of-control farce. The faces of the audience showed surprise, and the original intoxicated atmosphere was gone, replaced by chaos. No, what is this? I've seen the music department rehearsing before, and it's not like that at all. This violinist and guitarist are here to mess things up, aren't they? The rhythm is completely off. Isn't this trashing the music department? What do you know? This is surely an innovation of the music department. Don't you savor and taste it? Isn't it a different, messy beauty? Ha, man. I couldn't tell if you were a skewer for a second. Chapter 72, Hate to Strangle Chumei. Inside the viewing gallery, looking at the chaotic scene on the stage below, the original gentle smile on Principal Lu's face gradually solidified. What's going on in the music department? This is undoubtedly a hard slap in the face of him. The principal. Today's celebration is not just an ordinary event. It is a concentrated display of Gwanya students' style and strength, and is closely related to the subsequent donations made by the alumni. Originally, if everything had gone beautifully, then naturally everyone would have been happy and all parties would have been satisfied. But now that the show has been botched, what attitude should the school use to accept donations from alumni after it's over? Is this the level of students that Gwanya is producing today? Shame on you. And that's still opening the door. The first show got off to an extremely bad start, casting a shadow over the entire school day. Most importantly, the alumni who came to the school celebration this time included not only elites from the business sector, but also two big names from the political sector. When he thought of this, Principal Lu only felt his brain buzzing. Sister Liang, there seems to be something wrong. Su Shasha let go of Luo Liang's arm at this time, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Her eyes were glued to the stage, trying to find a shred of plausibility in that chaotic playing, but it was all in vain. There was no washing. Luo Liang didn't say anything, still standing there quietly, his eyes calmly watching the changes on the stage. However, her heart was far from being as calm as water as it appeared on the surface. It's her daughter who's going to sing later. How can you sing in the midst of such a playing mishap? The middle-aged woman on the side slowly put down the cell phone that was recording at this time, with doubts written all over her face, and opened her mouth to inquire. Is this the music department's innovation this year? However, all that responded to her was silence, because it was clear to everyone that even if the piece had been adapted, there was no doubt that the performance was falling apart at the moment. So-called innovation is nothing more than self-deception. Mayor Lee and Director Joe glanced at each other at this time, then both silently picked up their teacups and lightly sipped their tea without making any comments. The room gradually quieted down, and a hidden gaze was cast at Luo Liang. After all, Luo Shu Lemon is the vice minister of the music department. If even a small school performance is messed up, then the Luo family's face is considered lost here today. Off stage, on the porch, Feng Duo's face was a little white, as if he had been drained of all his anger. Her fists were clenched, her face full of incredulity and anger, her lips trembling slightly. Do not understand. Really don't understand. Why does Chumei have the audacity to wreak havoc on such a crucial and important occasion as today? What the hell for? Haven't you already pulled Luo Shu line back again and again? All along, she had been doing her best to maintain the balance of the club, carefully managing all kinds of relationships, but why did this irreparable accident still occur? The more Feng Duo thought about it, the more anxious she became, and the rage within her was burning, wishing that she could rush onto the stage right now and ruthlessly strangle Chumei to death. As minister, she was first in charge of this show. All the glory that the music department has accumulated over the years will be destroyed today. Feng Duo felt like she was about to become the sinner of the music department, and this heavy pressure made her almost breathless. And at that moment, not far from the position next to her, I'm really not a skewer. Think about it. Would the students of Gwanya intentionally mess up on an occasion like this? Surely not. The one who spoke was a clear-eyed junior, who came to Gwanya to join in the fun with gusto because he didn't have classes on Wednesday. After a pause, he continued to those around him. This must be some kind of innovation. I came to last year's Gwanya School Festival. This music department is really strong. I remember I was impressed by a guitarist with a high ponytail at that time. That skillful and energetic performance is still fresh in my mind. We'll see then. I'm looking forward to everything you said. The young man sitting next to the college student nodded, half-heartened by his analysis. Just watch. It's definitely innovative or I'll eat 100 pounds. The junior student swore with conviction, his gaze inadvertently glancing at Feng Dao in the nearby corridor. Ha! Why does it look so much like that top-performing guitarist from last year? But not on closer inspection. Last year's guitarist smelled of vivacity and youth, bouncing and jumping like a spirited elf. and was particularly adorable. It was completely different from the aura of the anxious, preoccupied young girl in front of her. An illusion, I guess. It must be an illusion. Stage. Renlei now really wanted to just drop the piano, and then dash out to buy a big bottle of Coke, and come back to pour this Chu Mei Mei from head to tail. This can no longer be described simply as excessive. This is how Kwame is going to completely destroy the music department. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She had obviously told the minister long ago to replace Chu Mei Mei, but every time she was overruled. The reason given was that apart from Luo Shulaim, no one's violin could compare to Chu Mei Mei's, and that the strongest lineup of the music department had to be brought out for the school's performance. So it's just a matter of letting them endure for a while. Endure until the end of the school day. But now it's good. It's all over. What should Shu Lemon do later? How else can you sing in this mess? Thinking of this, Renlei then turned her gaze towards Luo Shulaim, but she could only see that slightly thin back. Couldn't even imagine how ugly her expression would be at the moment. It's heartbreaking. However, La Shu Lemon just quietly listened to the jumbled music. The expression was quite calm, without a hint of panic. There was determination and calmness in her eyes, as if this was all expected. Messy. Let's mess it up some more. Memories. Can't help but go back to that Sunday day. Chapter 73, First Attempt at 11 Points of Enchantment. Rest Area. Shu Lemon, why don't you go shopping with me before you go home later? You should be more familiar with it. Aha. Luo Shulaim agreed without the slightest hesitation. The soft light spilled over the two, outlining the cozy silhouette. I don't know how long it took before Luo Shu Lemon softly opened her mouth and asked, "Elder brother, what are we going to buy in a while?" The voice was soft and sticky, sounding whinier than usual, with a hint of petulance. Buying a musical instrument. Gu Luo smiled slightly. Musical instruments? What kind of instrument? A piano? Luo Shulaim subconsciously then said, if it's a piano, the one in my room can always be used by my elder brother. If you're buying a new piano, leave it all to me. Don't bother, brother. Hearing such powerful words, Gu Luo said in her heart that the little rich girl deserved to be a little rich girl. Out of the blue comes custom suits and pianos, and this piano that the little angel said could be used in her room at any time. Doesn't that mean it could be in her room at any time? It's a little exciting just thinking about it. I don't know when I'll be able to get into my little angel's bedroom. It's not a piano, it's a suona. Gu Luo didn't sell the answer and spoke directly. The oboe? Luo Shu Lemon was slightly stunned. Her big soulful eyes were full of surprise. She hadn't really thought that it would be an instrument like the suona. In this day and age, there are very few people who know the oboe, except for the countryside, where there are still people who have inherited this ancient art. The oboe is almost invisible in the bustling cities. She subconsciously asked, elder brother plays the oboe? I learned from the school's old teachers my freshman year. Gu Luo smiled and explained, actually, I was also in the music department my freshman year. It's just that I usually have to take care of Xiao Man, so I go less. There was nothing he could do but explain it that way. In that case, then what did elder brother buy the oboe for? Luo Shulaim's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Because of the school festival. Gu Luo immediately explained, I'm worried that Chu Mei Mei, this psychologically twisted pervert, will make trouble, and there's no more than two possibilities if Quimby wants to sabotage the show. He held out two fingers as he spoke. 1. Being intentionally absent on the day of the show. Even if it happens, you can have your junior sister save the day on the fly with little problem. 2. Deliberate disruption on the day of the show, just as it was before in rehearsal. This school festival is very important and Auntie will be there, so there's no room for error no matter what. Don't be afraid of what's going to happen. So that day if he went through the various scenarios he might encounter that day and how to handle them. This was deduced from the special mission released by the system as well as the mission prompts in reverse. 8 or 9. Since the system was able to release this special task, it meant that the music department's performance was bound to be a problem. And the quest prompt was Kwame, so it was almost certainly her who was up to no good. Brotherhood. When Luo Shu Lemon heard this, her throat felt like it was choked by something, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Although he didn't understand why his elder brother was so speculative, his heart was really full of emotion. She hadn't expected Gu Luo to be able to think so thoroughly for her to this point. Obviously he had gone undercover. Obviously he had helped himself so much. If it wasn't for Gu Luo, he didn't know how disgusted he would be by Chu Mei Mei on weekdays. Elder brother, why are you being so nice to me? Luo Shu Lemon looked at Gu Luo at this time, her eyes filled with tenderness. Because you are my sister. Gu Luo replied without thinking. So yeah. Then are there any other reasons? Luo Shu Lemon slightly tilted her little head, an expectant glint in her eyes. She wanted a more specific answer. Because I don't want Shu Lemon to get hurt. Hearing this answer, Luo Shu Lime only felt that her heart stopped for a second, as if the whole world stood still at this moment. Couldn't help but look forward to the future with Gu Luo. It would be incredibly sweet and happy. I want to go back immediately and record the current mood with music, so that this beauty will remain forever. Thinking about this, Luo Shulime took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner excitement, revealing a sweet smile. Brother is the best. Her voice was full of dependence. Memories end. Time to go back to the present. Luo Shulime did not open her mouth to sing, but slowly walked towards the backstage in front of everyone. This scene made the audience under the stage even more confused, and the originally noisy murmur instantly became louder, like a pot exploding. What's the situation? Now even the lead singer has run away? Lashu Lemon isn't singing? A boy asked his companion with a puzzled face. What the hell is the music department up to? Don't worry, there's bound to be a reversal. Look at the prettiest lead singer pressing on, okay? The junior remained diabolical. I feel that you are the skewer. The youth sitting next to him just couldn't hold it together and shook his head in tears and laughter. The lead singer has run away and reversed it? The audience under the stage was buzzing with all kinds of speculation and skepticism, and when Chumei on the stage saw this scene, her heart almost burst with joy. Her thinking was simple. Big deal. She'd get disciplined. When the time comes, just tell the school that you've been under too much stress lately and everyone is ostracizing you, so you're in a bad state of mind and you're not playing well. And now Luo Shalimiai took the initiative to leave the scene. Then this responsibility she had to carry at least 80%. After all, this was a clinical escape in front of the entire school and many visitors. Luo Shulime was completely planted this time. However, while Chumei was thinking happily, the smile on her face suddenly froze, like a frozen image, only to see that not only had Luo Shulime gone and returned, but she was also holding a boy's hand, and in the boy's other hand was holding an instrument that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Gu Luo was actually a bit confused as well. There was no such thing as holding hands in their previous plan. It's completely self-serving on the part of the cherubs. His heart was both a little surprised and a little pleased, but I have to say, the little angel's hands are so soft, like cotton candy. With that, the two held hands and slowly walked to the center of the stage. Brother, come on, Luo Shu Lemon whispered at this time, her voice soft, like a warm spring breeze. Then she let go and stood slightly to one side, her eyes full of trust and anticipation. Gu Luo smiled at Luo Shulime. The reed for the oboe had been soaked in warm water in advance and everything was ready. He slowly raised his hand and brought the mouthpiece to his lips. Use of charm enhancement card. The points on the system panel began to deplete. Consumes 2 points per second. Charisma has increased from 9 to 11 points. Gu Luo had raised his physical fitness to 10 points before, and could only say that he could easily press a small fan of 300 pounds. Now also take this opportunity to try out what happens when the attribute exceeds 10 points. There will definitely be an enchantment, but I don't know exactly what it will be. 9 o'clock is the chimera. What about 11 o'clock? It's done, so let's eat first. In the next second, a chirping sound like a phoenix suddenly resounded inside the performance hall. The voice was high and loud, and it went straight to the clouds, as if it was going to break through the sky. It shook the hearts and minds of everyone there and made people tremble. At that very moment, the loud music disappeared. The audience whispers disappeared. Everything disappeared. The whole world seemed to be left with only this stirring sound of Swona, echoing and hovering in the air for a long time. Chapter 74, Phoenix Nirvana. The melody of 100 birds praying for the phoenix poured out from the Swona, and the sound seemed to carry a kind of magical power, instantly bringing all the people present into a vibrant world of 100 birds. At first, the tune was melodious, like the soft cries of the birds in the mountains in the morning, crisp and pleasant, awakening the sleeping earth. As the melody progressed, Gu Luo's blowing gradually increased in intensity, and the notes were like strings of spiritual pearls that jumped and danced in the air. The sound is sometimes as crisp as a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, sometimes as impassioned as an eagle spreading its wings, and sometimes as gentle as a swallow murmuring, and every note seems to be a vivid bird, hovering and playing over the stage. Gu Luo's body swayed slightly to the rhythm of the music, sometimes leaning forward, sometimes leaning back, as if he was dancing with 100 birds. Gradually, the music moved into a climactic section where the blowing became faster and faster and the notes came in like a blistering rain. His fingers pressed rapidly between the tone holes, and the sound he played was no longer a simple combination of notes, but a feast of 100 birds. The cries of various birds were intertwined to form a gorgeous and colorful picture scroll that unfolded in front of people's eyes. A noble and gorgeous phoenix was standing tall, its feathers as gorgeous as flames, and its eyes revealed a kind of majesty and sanctity. Hundreds of birds surrounded the phoenix and made a pilgrimage to it, creating a magnificent scene of 100 birds facing the phoenix. Chumei's entire body was now completely dumbfounded. A layer of dense goosebumps rose all over his body, as if he had been struck by a powerful electric current, and his body trembled slightly without control. Not only her, but everyone on the scene was so overwhelmed. It even felt like a mysterious force wanted them to lie down immediately. Everyone's gazes were as if they were attracted by a magnet, tightly drawn to the teenager on the stage, unable to move away at all. Inside the viewing gallery, the same is true. Even though they were usually bigwigs calling the shots in various fields, turning the tide in shopping malls, politics, and other areas, and controlling enormous power and wealth, at this moment they were all too shocked to speak by this sudden music. The ever-emotionally stable Lorian was getting goosebumps after goosebumps, unable to take his eyes off his stepson's body. Principal Lu was even more exaggeratedly wide-eyed, his expression ranging from anxiety at the beginning when there was a mishap in the playing, to shock when the lead singer left the stage, followed by puzzlement when the lead singer brought Gu Luo onto the stage, and finally shock when the Swana was played by Gu Luo. Emotions change so quickly that it's like riding a roller coaster. There was no time to react, and Mayor Lee and Director Joe at this time end of the teacup hand has long been frozen in midair. Did not drink, did not put, as if it has forgotten the existence of tea. Everyone's souls seemed to be sucked away by the rogue instrument, immersed in the music, forgetting time and everything around them. Stage. Gradually, the Swana solo reaches its most crucial moment, a 60-second breathless Nirvana sound that closes the piece. Phoenix Nirvana. This was the system-adapted Nirvana version of the 100 Birds of Prey that Gu Luo had purchased at the mall, from a parallel world called Earth. Since it's a solo, he chose to end it in such a jarring way. End with the most pop-up hit so that everyone remembers the moment. For insurance purposes, use of physical improvement card. Physical fitness has increased from 7 to 9 points. Gu Luo's cheeks puffed out slightly, sending a steady stream of breath into the Swana. In an instant, the sound of the Swana instantly became more impassioned and shocking, as if the phoenix was singing at the top of its voice, summoning the pilgrimage of 100 birds. During these 60 seconds, Gu Luo's body seemed to be supported by an invisible force, and his arm held the oboe steadily without the slightest tremor. With 11 points of charisma, the oboe sound is like a powerful magic, hard to control everyone in the room. Everyone was struck by the stirring music, as if their souls were pulled by it, and they could not help but be immersed in it. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the whole world seemed to be left with only Gu Luo and the Swana in his hands, as well as the soul-stirring sound of Nirvana. The faces of the spectators were contorted to varying degrees, to the point of forgetting to breathe. Yes, due to going too deep, they followed Gu Lu's rhythm closely and subconsciously all held their breath. Even the atmosphere did not dare to come out, fearing that the slightest movement of his own would break this wonderful musical illusion. Time passed in this eerie atmosphere second by second. Seconds are like years. Phew. As the song ended, Gu Luo exhaled slightly, her face still as normal. Then he bowed slightly to the audience. The points were kind of spent on this set of treatments. Became poor, but it's worth it. It's all worth it for the little angel. He was now curious as to what effect the 11 points of charisma he had just played had. It's not right. Why isn't there even applause? Gu Luo stood on the stage with the oboe and looked around at the members of the music department behind him and the audience on the stage. Everyone had a weird look on their faces. Their faces were all reddened as well. Holy! Seeing this, Gu Luo hurriedly shouted, "You can breathe! Breathe quickly! Just breathe! Tonic death! Is this the power of 11 o'clock charm plus oboe plus Birds of Prey Nirvana edition? Scary as hell! Good guy! Don't become the most wanted man in China after a school festival." And then there's the fact that the charisma boost card is just a killer and doesn't make a lick of sense. Gu Luo couldn't help but think that it would be enough to pull the charm to 100 points. No! At the moment it seemed to be enough to pull it to 20 points, and then smile brightly at the girl. I'm afraid it's really going to make the other guy look good. And upon hearing the shouts, the crowd instantly snapped out of that bizarre state, followed by a big gasp for air. Gu Luo came to Luo Shulime's side in the first place, gently patting her back. Luo Shu Lemon only felt giddy. She was the closest to Gu Luo and could best visualize the horrifying live effect just now. It's really to the point where your brain is out of control. Gu Luo was just about to say something, but just then, a tsunami of applause erupted throughout the arena. The applause was like a raging tide, wave after wave, continuously echoing throughout the arena. Everyone was as if they were possessed, standing up and applauding frantically. They applauded with all their strength, and they didn't care if their palms were red and sore. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. The junior even ripped his throat out in a sharp, groundhog-like pop. Sure enough, it was all an innovation of the music department. First, it deliberately creates chaos to drive the audience's emotions. Then it comes with an extreme reversal to push the limits of emotions. The moral is also very well understood and can be interpreted in a variety of ways. But the general rhythm is soothing, chaos, nirvana. The most important thing is this final nirvana. Nirvana from chaos has the full story. And these music department members are superb actors, aren't they? That expression is just like the real thing. Those who don't know it would think it's the oboe player who's saving the day. This must blow 2 hours of awesome back at school tonight. Can't miss a minute. The only thing he regrets now is that he didn't record the show. It feels like $1 billion loss. The guitarist then looked over at Chu Mei Mei and asked with great shock. Wow, Mimi, is this all a plan between you and Gu Luo and the others? Mommy, this is too extreme for you guys, even hiding us. The cellist shook her head in a complicated way, just feeling like she was on a roller coaster. It's so exciting, and it was definitely one of the best performances in the history of the Guanya music department. Bar none. Gu Jin takes flight, and Kwame was still in a daze. She's only now realizing it as an afterthought. It's like he or she is a part of someone's play. Chapter 75, Gu Luo is my son. Inside the viewing booth, a marvelous atmosphere of afterglow still permeates the entire space. After the crowd returned to their senses, Su Shasha couldn't wait to point at Gu Luo on the stage, who was preparing to take the curtain call, and said to Luo Liang beside her, Sister Liang, take a quick look, that little handsome guy is my family's future son-in-law. Introducing, my son-in-law's name is Gu Luo. Isn't he particularly handsome and talented? She had clearly seen Gu Luo as one of her own from the bottom of her heart. It's like looking at your own son, not to mention how happy you are. Su Shasha has 100% confidence in her own daughter, waiting for the day when the weight loss was successful. With the face value inherited from their family line, there was no fear that this kid would not be moved. Especially since she also heard from her homeroom teacher that Gu Luo and Xinyu were now getting tired of each other every day. This is more of a foundation for the relationship. Just have to wait for the day the feelings break out. Since the room was too quiet right now, everyone could hear Su Shasha's words clearly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman asked in surprise, Sasha, this kid is the boyfriend that Xiaoye talked about? She asked while continuing to record the scene on her cell phone, clearly not wanting to miss a single moment. Not yet, but soon it will be. Su Shasha said with a confident smile on her face and said with a big smile, I even made a point of meeting with the boy this morning. Speaking of this, she raised her chin slightly, her tone full of certainty. It's only a matter of time before it's 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 a matter of time before I'll have to pay a visit to the family. Well, congratulations then. The middle-aged woman said congratulations on her lips, but in her heart she began to play a little game. She really didn't believe that such a good and handsome boy would really like the little fatty of Su Shasha's family. It was obviously just this Su Shasha swearing her sovereignty. Are you kidding? Doesn't it smell good to introduce such an outstanding junior to the family? Most importantly, Gu Luo's appearance conditions were simply impossible to pick apart. Other advantages aside, just this handsome look is enough to make any woman's heart flutter. Furthermore, the families of the students who were able to enter Guanya Academy were at the very least somewhat powerful or good enough in their own right. Any of these conditions, paired with Gu Luo's face value, would be a king's bomb. It's still my daughter who has a good eye. Gu Luo doesn't even touch other girls now except for spending time with my daughter. Immediately, Su Shasha told what she knew in her head. Luo Liang stood quietly, listening with an expressionless face the entire time, wanting to say something but not quite wanting to, and Principal Lu did the same, with a very complicated expression, his eyes darting back and forth between Su Shasha and Luo Liang. He was aware of Gu Luo's true identity. Then it seems now that Su Shasha definitely doesn't know about it. It's embarrassing. Should I ask for a reminder? Right, old Lu. How are this Gu Luo's grades? Are there any acquaintances at home that we know? The middle-aged woman turned her gaze to Principal Lu at this time. This kid Gu Luo is a transfer student this semester, and he was always number one when he was at Kaizhou Academy before. As for whether there are any acquaintances of yours in his family, when Principal Lu said this, the expression on his face became more complicated. He coughed lightly, trying to hide his embarrassment, and continued, kinda, and it's pretty familiar. Yeah? Which family's child is it? Hearing this news, the middle-aged woman instantly came to life. She didn't expect Gu Luo to not only excel in grades, but her family's background was also good. It was simply too perfect, but if you think about it, it feels a little strange. She doesn't seem to have any friends with the name Gu. This time, the crowd was aroused with curiosity, and they all turned their gazes to Principal Lu, waiting for his answer. Principal Lu was just about to open his mouth, and just then, Luo Liang, who had been silent all along, slowly opened his mouth, his voice calm and clear. Gu Luo is my son. The crowd was surprised by this statement. Gu Luo is Luo Liang's son? Some of the alumni who didn't know that Luo Liang had remarried instantly started brainstorming various bastardized storylines in their heads. Su Shasha, who knew the truth, was stunned, her mouth slightly open, and only after a long time did she say, Sister Liang, so we are in-laws? Luo Liang didn't pay any attention to her, but explained to the crowd with a calm face, Gu Luo is my stepson, and I remarried a week ago. Her voice was not high, but every word carried clearly into the crowd's ears, as if she were stating something perfectly normal. So that's how it is. No wonder you were so calm when Xiao Luo held Lime's hand just now, Luo Liang. The middle-aged woman nodded thoughtfully, her words meaning something. Upon hearing this, Luo Liang remained expressionless and said, holding hands is just a part of the program's setting. After a pause, he added, of course, if Xiao Luo and Shu Lime are really interested, I won't object. To her, this kind of bloodless sibling relationship is not worth mentioning at all, and she doesn't care at all about what other people think. And Su Shasha was completely choked at this point, wanting to say something but not knowing how to open her mouth. The meaning Luo Liang wanted to express was clear enough. She wouldn't object to her stepson being with her daughter. For this kind of thing, no objection is the same as outright support. And if the opponent was Luo Shulime, Su Shasha wasn't really sure that her own daughter would be able to win. The thought of Gu Luo and Luo Shulime living under one roof every day, touching each other in such close proximity, coupled with the fact that both of them were so outstanding, Su Shasha only felt a bit of a headache. But she really did fancy Gu Luo, and with her own daughter in her current state, she definitely liked Gu Luo from the bottom of her heart. A little difficult, but not a big problem. If she couldn't, she, the future mother-in-law, would personally come down to assist and help. Come on, a tiger's mouth. Lo rang ah. Just then, Mayor Li, who hadn't said anything, put down the teacup in his hand, and with a kind smile on his face, slowly said, if it's possible, I'd like to find some time for Xiao Luo to come to the government compound and perform the oboe for the old comrades. What do you think? As soon as Mayor Li's words fell, Director Zhou, who was sitting on the sidelines, followed up by saying, personally, I have some research on Swana, but this piece of music is indeed something that I really haven't heard before. I guess Xiao Luo comes from a musical heritage family, right? This should be a crushing tune. Really should get this one going if I can. A musical heritage family? Luo Liang didn't know how to answer. Her memories of Gu Feng didn't even know how to play any musical instruments. And he's an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. Go back and ask about this. I'll go back and ask Gu Luo. Luo Liang replied succinctly. This kind of thing also depends on Gillo's thoughts and choices. Okay, please. Mayor Li smiled slightly. Alert, special mission completed. Special quest reward, skill mastery card X1. Intelligence points +1. Physical fitness points +1. And 1,000 points. Brother, Gu Luo. Points, 1026. Charisma, 9. Intelligence, 9. Physical fitness, 8. 1000 points and an attribute point. Great harvest, great harvest. Gu Luo was very satisfied with this reward. 9 points of intelligence should be enough to outperform the cherubs. The corners of his mouth rose slightly at the thought, revealing a hint of an expectant smile. It's all about transcending. Beyond. Stage. When the members of the music department bowed for the curtain call, they directly left the C position to Gu Luo, Luo Shulime and Shu Mei Mei. That's right. There's still room for Amy Cho in the C-suite. Now even Run Ray thinks it's an innovation in the program that the trio came up with ahead of time. The mind is both confused and a little sad. I didn't think Shu Lemon would even hide it from her. Thanks to myself, I had been worried about her just now. And Shu Mei Mei was standing by Gu Luo's side at that moment. Her expression as complicated as if she had eaten, but still had to squeeze out a smile in front of the audience. The heart is a mixed bag. What the hell is going on here? Why did Gu Luo and Luo Shulime hang out together? Why is it that they act as if they knew ahead of time that they were going to mess up? She racked her brain. Can't figure it out. Can't really figure it out. The CPU is about to explode. But the only thing that Quimby was sure of was this. She's a clown now. The clown with the forced smile. Like a sewer rat caught in the sun. All the ugliness and wretchedness is exposed. Chapter 76. Even though the figures of Gu Luo and the others had quietly left from the backstage, the applause in the performing arts hall continued to be like a raging tide. One wave after another. Unceasing. A soul-stirring performance like this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The stirring sound of the Swana seemed to be endowed with magic power, and the aftermath echoed in the ears of the crowd. Listening to it creates a wonderful impulse to want to lie down on the boardwalk. Gu Luo. I don't know who was the first to yell the first sound at the top of his voice. The sound was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Gu Luo. Gu Luo. The students chanted along. The neat and enthusiastic chants seemed to break through the ceiling of the arena. This enthusiasm spread quickly and gradually drove the young tourists who came to visit. Even some of the schoolboys who usually felt that Gu Luo was pretentious and showy did likewise. People are really powerful. I can't help but admire it. This set of Swana performance down. Not to mention the adolescent, those delicate-minded, easy-to-heart girls, even if they come all have to be easily taken. They only had one feeling right now. Gu Luo was practically a soul-seducing messenger when he played the Swana. Gu Luo, who was handsome enough to be a fan on weekdays, but the moment he played the Swana, the whole person seemed to be injected with even more powerful energy, and his charm was instantly doubled. Even the painting style is different from the surrounding. No one can carry that charm. That was my son just now. My son, Gu Feng, who was in the audience, was beaming with pride as he excitedly shouted to the surrounding visitors. However, his voice was instantly drowned out in the clamor due to the loud cheers and chants in the arena. At this moment, the other side of the audience. Older brother is so good. Older brother is great. Ah! Gu Sherman was so excited that her little face was red and she was shouting without any image. Hands waved in the air as if to release all the excitement within him. Originally, in her heart, Stinky Old Man had always been the most powerful, and this performance today had caused her admiration for Stinky Old Man to reach its peak. Shua, who was sitting beside her, had been covering her already burning cheeks. It's so handsome. Brother Gu is simply too handsome. Now there are too many girls. No, I should say the whole school girls are definitely interested in Brother Gu. The competition is pretty fierce, but fortunately, Brother Gu, apart from interacting more with Xinyu, usually doesn't have too much contact with other girls at all, including the 3 Luo sisters. On the other hand, he himself could now follow Mamoru and go to sophomore class 8 to look for Gu's brother in an honorable manner. This school, it was her and Mamoru's home turf. As for Xinyu, it was true that the threat would be much less compared to other girls. Thinking of this, Shua slowly lowered the small hand covering her cheek, then clenched it into a fist to cheer herself up. The cute little toes in the white stockings shrunk in the same way. She must get over her instinct to be shy when she sees Brother Gu. Pursue it generously. Make a different snack for him every day. By the way, I also need to ask Mamoru about which anime female character Brother Gu likes. You can cost yourself. Shua knew in her heart what boys at this stage liked. When the time came, they would send all sorts of private photos on the pretext of letting Brother Gu help pick the better looking ones. Chasing boys is all about giving full play to your strengths. The buzz in the performance hall lasted for quite a while. Gu Luo's Suona performance was like a bright shooting star, leaving an indelible mark in the hearts of the crowd, leaving a lasting impression. It wasn't until the student president stepped onto the stage, grabbed a microphone, and loudly presided over order that the clubhouse gradually quieted down. However, somewhere down the hallway, quickly, LOL, cool, Situ Wenyao's eyes were mesmerized, and it was as if his entire body had been drained of its strength. It's like being in the clouds and floating. After a while, he shivered and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Then I opened my online shopping software and searched for Obo. Direct order. Quickly. Backstage. Gu Shun. You're too handsome. Gu Shun. What was the name of that Suona tune just now? I'm going to go back and listen to it every day. It's so shocking. Yeah. All the goosebumps of my life have fallen off today. Gu Shun. Several sisters and I have entered your fan group. We will always support you. The members of the music department had just walked backstage when Gu Luo was surrounded by the warblers of the dance department. In particular, the dance costumes they were wearing all fit their bodies tightly, which could be said to show off the young girls' wonderful bodies to the fullest. Gu Luo was surrounded in the center, an awkward smile on his face, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. These girls are sticking too close. The heat emanating from it was laced with flavor. There were even people who were secretly eating his tofu. That's touching him when they had the chance. Gu Luo was really crying and laughing at this, but as the saying goes, reach for the stars, and there's really nothing you can do about these female fans who brag about you all the time. It's too hard. He was already very famous at school and had numerous female fans, and after this school performance, this reputation has skyrocketed to a new peak. LOL. Life is like that. There are accidents everywhere. He originally just wanted to spend his study career in Guangya quietly, and was satisfied with just taking care of and accompanying his sisters during weekdays, but without realizing it, it became the present situation of being sought after by all. The other side. Xu Meimei was long gone by now, and just as Luo Shu Lemon was about to make a move to save Gu Luo from these pink skeletons, she was stopped by Renlei. Pa, have you made up with Quimby? No. Seeing that her own good girlfriend had misunderstood, Luo Shu Lemon looked at the surrounded Gu Luo with some complexity. Then she pulled Renlei aside and told the whole story. The thing is, brother, he guessed. So, we ended up agreeing to be on stage together alone next time. Renlei listened so quietly, her expression becoming more and more shocked and complicated as Luo Shulan recounted the story. After hearing this, she asked incredulously, so, this is Gu Luo prejudging Chu Mei Mei? To go to all that trouble to make this show work? You guys. At this point, Renlei wanted to say something. She really wanted to ask what the hell is your damned relationship? Again, playing no holds barred and leaving all sorts of backstabbing. Luo Shu Lemon clearly read what Renlei was trying to say, and her face instantly colored red. She wasn't trying to hide it from her best friend. The relationship between himself and Gu Luo is indeed no longer pure. Belonging is above ambiguity and before lovers. All it takes is some time to settle down and the right opportunity for the two to make it official. Seeing Luo Shulime with this shy look, as the military advisor, Renlei understood it all at once. Wanted to say something, but didn't know how to. I'll go save. Help my brother. Luo Shulemon couldn't stand this sight of her best friend and could only run away. However, just then, only to see Feng Duo rushing over like a gust of wind, pulling Gu Luo out of the warblers in the dance department as soon as she could, and excitedly opening her arms wide. She wanted to pounce on him. Luo Shulime's brows immediately furrowed. Gu Luo was then seen dodging Feng Duo's hug with a deft walk. The frown couldn't help but ease again. Gu Luo, you're so great. Feng Duo was so excited that her face was red with excitement, just as excited and incoherent as being told that she had been misdiagnosed after being diagnosed with cancer, not caring in the slightest about his subconscious evasive maneuvers. Seeing this, Gu Luo first took 2 steps backward to maintain a safe distance, then said with a calm face, Minister, calm down for a moment. Chapter 77, This is not over. Calm down? How do you expect me to be calm? Feng Duo was very excited and said, I just thought that the music department was going to be ruined in my hands. It was true that I didn't realize that this was all your arrangement. Gu Luo, your Swana is simply superb. You don't even know the look on the faces of the students and visitors on stage. There are really no words to describe it. Speaking of this, she looked around and asked curiously, where's Chu Mei Mei? I really almost misunderstood her just now. I can't believe you guys made up. In response, Gu Luo just listened quietly. From an onlooker's perspective, the show's twists and turns will undoubtedly be subconsciously perceived as a special arrangement, designed to give the audience an even more stunning experience. No one would have thought that Chu Mei would really dare to mess up the school performance, much less that he would be the one to save the day in time with his Swana and pull off a divine Swana performance. Gu Luo didn't poke Chu Mei here, but had other plans. Then he changed the topic and said, Minister, the music department's school performance this time should be quite outstanding. Should we have a gathering to celebrate? Of course. Celebrating together after the performance is a tradition in our music department. After saying that, Feng Duo added right afterward, and this performance can be more than just outstanding. It's a milestone. It's a milestone for the music department. When everyone mentions the Guanya music department in the future, they'll be reminded of this marvelous performance today. Luo Shulemon also walked over at this time and stood beside Gu Luo. Feng Dao was now a bit confused about the relationship between Gu Luo, Luo Shulime and Chu Mei, but the thought of them all reconciling didn't bother him much. After all, as far as she was concerned, as long as the show went off without a hitch, nothing else mattered. Gu Luo exchanged a glance with Luo Shulime at this time, then asked Feng Dao softly, So Minister, do you have anything you want to say to Shulime right now? Upon hearing this, Feng Duo immediately and enthusiastically went forward and took Luo Shulin's arm. Her face piled up with smiles. Shulin, you guys are great. From now on, the music department will be led by you. And Luo Shulemon just smiled politely at this and didn't make any substantial indication. Really, I used to say it in a cryptic way, but now I assure you that the position of the next head of the music department will definitely be yours. Feng Duo thought that Luo Shulime didn't believe it, and immediately made another guarantee. Alright Minister, that's it, let's wait until the gathering for other things. Gu Luo now didn't want to hear another word from Feng Duo at all and said immediately afterward, Shulemon and I have a few things to talk about, so we'll leave you to it. Well, Gu Luo and I still have some things to talk about. Luo Shulemon nodded cooperatively. Okay then, I'll send the group the potluck time then. Feng Duo didn't think much about it, so she loosened her hold on Luo Shulime's arm. Gu Luo just walked side by side with Luo Shulime through the small staff passageway towards the outside of the performing arts hall. The pace of the two men was not too slow, and their figures appeared to be in harmony. They weren't really interested in watching the rest of the show, and at the moment, they were more interested in enjoying the time that belonged to the two of them. It's finally over. After walking outside the performance hall, Luo Shulime stretched slightly, as if she wanted to release all her fatigue. Then he smiled at Gu Luo. Brother, thanks to you this time. Really great, great, great. But she knew that the song 800 Birds in the Phoenix was Gu Luo's original. The elder brother is a once-in-a-century genius. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo first smiled slightly, then said very seriously, Shulemon, this isn't over. Chapter 78 Early Morning. Sister's Little Routine. 3 days have passed since the school festival. Saturday, early morning. The sun was shining early through the light curtains, casting golden patches of light on the bedroom floor. Luo Shuling slowly pushed open the window, and fresh air instantly rushed into the room, carrying the unique coolness and fragrance of early morning. Take a deep breath and it's full of comfort. Looking towards the window, the sky was as blue as a jewel, without a trace of cloud cover, so pure that one couldn't help but want to look at it more. What a rare and beautiful day. The mood is beautiful. She got up earlier than usual today, After basking in the warm sun in front of the window for a while, Luo Shuling picked up her cell phone from the bed, then opened the short video software and clicked on the top in the work. The numbers for short videos are very bright. The video has 234 million likes, 340,000 comments, 170,000 favorites and 168 million retweets. As the video played, the phoenix's high-pitched and stirring chirping sound came out of the cell phone in an instant. Luo Shuling instantly felt a surge of electricity leaping up from her spine, and a layer of dense goosebumps instantly rose all over her body. After a hard shiver, he just felt soothed. This song, 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix, played by Gu Luo. She couldn't help but get goosebumps no matter how many times she heard it. It's a resonance that comes from the soul. Now there were quite a few people on the internet who were competing to imitate Gu Luo blowing the 100 birds to Phoenix, yet they couldn't even finish it in full. It's hard to believe that a few of the seniors in the oboe world managed to play the tune at the cost of almost giving themselves away, but the feeling it gave was very flat, as if it was just a mechanical repetition of notes, lacking the power that hit the heart when Gu Luo blew. Everyone had already appreciated the top level of Gu Luo's blowing, and to listen to other people's renditions was just like being accustomed to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, so it was really hard to be interested in ordinary, crude tea and rice. It was also because of this video that Gu Luo instantly caught fire all over the internet. His outstanding facial charisma and superb oboe playing skills are completely out of the circle. The comments section was buzzing with activity, half of the comments exclaiming that the oboe was really good, while the other half were unabashedly praising the main character's swoon-worthy facial charms. A video that is chopping up an 80-year-old woman and chopping down a 3-year-old girl. As for those in between ages, they have been mesmerized for a long time. The comments section has been inundated with inquiries for details about the main character, and under the leadership of the head of Gushin's fan club, Guanya's fangirls had initiated pictures of Gu Luo's usual school in the comments section. These photos document various everyday moments in Gu Luo's life. There is his sweaty, handsome shooting figure on the basketball court, there is the wind in the soccer field, chasing the soccer ball posture, there is the quiet reading of books focused and serious, exuding the elegant temperament of the demeanor. There are also unintentional moments such as eating, walking, drinking, and so much more. As a result, underneath each image is a clear stream of drooling emojis and all sorts of revealing, hard-to-find Thai comments. This instantly blew up the hidden female rascals on the internet, and as the filmmaker of this video, Luo Shuling has also ruthlessly risen the wave of fans. My brother is so handsome. Luo Shuling couldn't help but feel heartfelt emotion as she listened to the stirring 100 Birds in the Phoenix and watched the charismatic Gu Luo in the video. However, she also felt that the word handsome was simply not enough to describe Gu Luo in the video. His charisma seemed to transcend all known adjectives, making it difficult to accurately describe in words. But one thing is strange, obviously they all look the same, but on stage and off stage give people a different feeling. As Luo Shuling listened, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slowly hook up. It wasn't just the pleasant, nice weather that made her so happy. Instead, I'm going to join my brother in the public service department's club activities tomorrow. I can't help but be happy just thinking about it. Come on tomorrow, come on tomorrow. Luo Shuling hummed a little song while bouncing out of the room like a cheerful bird. Just as she popped up to the sink, she saw Gu Luo wiping her face with a towel, obviously just washed up. Good morning, brother. Seeing her brother, Luo Shuling was obviously happier, jumping directly to Gu Luo's side. Morning, sunshine, up early today. Gu Luo couldn't help but reveal an easy smile when he saw this big-hearted sister. It was a wonderful feeling that only Luo Shuling could bring him. Without realizing it, the intimate name of little son was called, and at that moment, the line of sight was inadvertently drawn to Luo Shuling's thighs. She wore a simple sports tank top and shorts today, revealing a visually striking pair of legs with smooth and tight lines. From the ankle upwards, the muscle gradually fills out and transitions to the back of the calf in a smooth and natural line without a hint of abruptness. Further up, the thigh muscles are more clearly layered, giving a sense of vigorous strength. Perfect. Luo Shuling truly and completely interpreted what it meant to be a young girl's youthfulness and exuberance. Shuling must run and work out a lot on weekdays, right? Gu Luo simply admired it, and his gaze didn't do much lingering. Looking at it is admirable, but looking at it all the time is rude. Yeah, every day I run to school it, and I also practice yoga in my room at night. It's supine leg raises curls plank support Luo Shuling said, grabbing the hem of the sports undershirt with her hand and gently lifting it without hesitation, lifting the top up to just below her breasts, revealing the clear vest line on her flat belly. The waistline looked like a work of art sculpted by a top master, with each groove of the right depth and the skin tight and elastic, highlighting the results of her long-term persistence in exercising. Gu Luo really couldn't take her eyes off of her when she took such a look. He knew the little son was loaded, but he didn't think it was that loaded. It's really valiant and cool. After Gu Luo managed to unwillingly avert her gaze, she heartily exclaimed, "That's awesome, he." Luo Shuling was very happy to be complimented, and after putting down her undershirt, she joyfully put her toothbrush, which had already been squeezed with toothpaste, into her mouth. Brush your teeth while wiggling happily. It's like a pistachio come to life. Seeing this, Gu Luo couldn't help but reveal another doting smile. He always felt incredibly relaxed when he spent time with this heartless little sunshine, not having to think about anything but feeding her. There's no fixer-upper, and none of those head-scratching special relationship issues. What's there at the moment is just pure mutual admiration. As for this toothpaste, surely the little son could not be left alone. A light squeeze thing. Hair's all messed up from sleeping. Gu Luo looked at Luo Shuling's hair that was sticking up a bit and couldn't help but reach out and gently run her hand through it. The hair is so soft and silky that it is especially pleasant to touch, as if you are touching the softest silk. I sleep pillows. Luo Shuling, who was groped and killed, couldn't help but squint her eyes and giggle, and a slurred Martian language came out of her mouth. Brush it up and talk about it. There's no rush. I'm not leaving. Gu Luo was amused by her naive and silly look. It's true. A normal daily routine with my sister is the most comfortable. Put. After Luo Shuling spat out all the toothpaste foam in her mouth, she hemmed and hawed. What I just said is that I'm a very dishonest sleeper. Sometimes I fall asleep and hug my pillow. In that case, that does seem to be just like Mandy. Sleepy as all get out. Gu Luo said this on her lips, but in her heart, she was thinking that if they were little angels and little devils, they would definitely both be the kind that would sleep obediently. By the way, brother, are you allergic to cat and dog hair? No allergies. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Gu Luo said, suddenly remembering something, and asked, is it about tomorrow's club activity? Right drop. Luo Shuling couldn't help but break into a silly smile just thinking about those cute little guys. In that case, that body. Gu Luo was just about to continue asking when her shoulder was gently tapped. Turning back, he was met with an expressionless, delicate face. An imp is an imp, and walks without a sound. Good morning, Shua. You're up early today too. Morning, brother. Luo Shua responded softly. After greeting her, she immediately pointed to herself in the mirror and spoke without much expression. Brother, my hair is a bit messy. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo immediately reached out and handed the wooden comb on the side towards her. However, in the next second, he felt a cold gaze stare at. Ahem. Gu Luo simply couldn't deal with this kind of look, and just wanted to make a move to help Luo Shuo comb her hair. And that's when it happened. An extremely gentle voice came from behind him. Brother, let me do it. And right now, inside the bedroom near the stairs. Stinky old man, don't come. People don't like you, but if you must, it's not impossible. Gusher man slept on all fours on the big bed, with crystal drool dripping from the corners of her mouth and a sweet smile on her face. Apparently, was having a beautiful dream that doesn't belong in this season. Chapter 79, is it really a chimera? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We are an hour away from the Cantonment College Music Department's potluck dinner. In a corner of the city's busy streets, there is a cafe filled with the aroma of rich coffee. The store is decorated in a warm and elegant way, with soothing music flowing through the air like gurgling water, creating a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. Pissed off. Ranrei had only just sat down when she drained her cup of coffee in one gulp. Immediately afterward, the face began to contort up, the features crumpling into a ball from the bitterness of the coffee. Ah, so bitter. She spat out her tongue and hurriedly picked up a piece of dessert from her plate with her fork and brought it into her mouth to chew on it vigorously. It took a while for the bitter taste to fade. Luo Shulaim, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, smiled somewhat helplessly when she saw the scene, knowing the pain and still ordering it every time. You don't understand. It's called a trend. After Rinlei swallowed the dessert in her mouth, she immediately patted her brain. Oops, don't interrupt me. There was a pause, and a look of anger came back to his face. That Kwame is really pissed off. To have the nerve to say that this performance innovation was all her idea, and even said that you took this opportunity to steal Gu Luo away. Truly, I have never seen such a brazen man. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo, who was sitting beside Luo Shalimii, picked up his coffee and gently took a sip. His movements were not slow, and then comforted. Calm down. It's not worth getting angry over someone like Chu Mei Mei. Ha! Renlei immediately slapped the table in dissatisfaction. Gu Luo, shouldn't you be angry? Why are you still so calm until now? Chu Mimi is playing the game backwards. Anger. Gu Luo put down her coffee at this time and said with a serious expression, I've been angry, but now let the bullets fly a little longer. From that day when he first heard Chu Mei Mei speak ill of Luo Shulaim, the anger in his heart had been burning, but he knew in his heart that if he blindly went about yelling, retorting, and arguing with Chu Mei Mei, it wouldn't be of any practical use at all. This will not help in any substantial way except to make yourself feel good for a while, but will further intensify the conflict and make the situation worse. It's the most useless way to deal with it. Of course, if it's someone who just wants a quick fix and rushes to the red face, in a fit of rage it's probably on. However, when dealing with this stinky rat that likes to squawk, she should be yanked out of the foul-smelling sewer and put in the sun. Full-scope trials. What do you mean? Renlei really wanted to smash the dessert on his head, and said without any good humor, "You don't riddle people. Riddlers are pulled out to shoot at targets." Aya, calm down, calm down. It's not worth it to get angry over someone like Chu Mei Mei. Right at this moment, Luo Shu Lemon, as if she was a husband and wife, repeated what Gu Luo had just said. "You, Shu Lemon, you really forget your friends when you see color," Ren Lei said painfully. "No la, elder brother has his own ideas, we just trust him." Luo Shulime's voice was very soft, with a good-natured smile on her face. She is just like a good little sister, and her brother is the one who makes all the decisions. Seeing this, Ren Lei could only cover her forehead helplessly. In her eyes, Luo Shulime was now completely pinched into Gu Luo's mold. Salt is not even salt, but there was one thing Renly had to admit. Gu Luo and Luo Shulime are incomparably compatible in every aspect, whether in appearance or personality. They are simply a match made in heaven. You can't even say that without growing old together. Okay, you guys watch it. Renlei looked at her best friend's sweet face, and she was no longer as anxious and angry as before. After all, it's useless if the emperor is not anxious. Eat more. Luo Shu Lemon hadn't forgotten her best friend after all, and as she spoke, one by one, she was pinching different flavors of desserts from her own plate to hers. Humph, that's more like it. Ron Ray bristled, just about to pick up her fork and enjoy her dessert. But just then, a shrill cry suddenly broke the atmosphere of the cafe. The three of them subconsciously looked at the sound, only to see a little girl suddenly bawling from her position behind them. Tears and snot couldn't stop flowing down his face, and his two little hands were waving wildly in the air as he cried his heart out. Zero frame starters. Caught off guard. The little girl's mother was a stylishly well-dressed, very young and beautiful woman. At the moment she was looking anxious. Her hands were busy pulling out all kinds of small snacks from her bag, coaxing gently and making faces to tease. But the little girl was unmoved, and her cries grew louder instead. The whole cafe was gradually enveloped by the cry, and the quiet conversations that had been going on were drowned out and became chaotic. The surrounding customers have cast dissatisfied stares. The young mother was embarrassed, while constantly saying "I'm really sorry," while trying harder to coax the little girl, but all to no avail. The more you coax, the more you cry. Ah, that's why I hate kids so much. Ranrei spat softly at this point, then dropped the fork in her hand and covered her face in pain. It's just like the sun monkey who heard the longevity monk reciting the tightrope mantra, and seeing that her daughter was just crying all the time. The young mother sighed helplessly and could only start packing up her things, ready to take her daughter away from this embarrassing scene. Just as she was about to go and hug her daughter, Gu Luo, who had been silently watching all of this, turned his head back. He had a gentle smile on his face, and his voice was as soft as the breeze on a spring day. "Little sister, be good and don't cry, okay?" That simple phrase has magical power. The little girl who had been crying and screaming immediately stopped crying. Her weeping red eyes just stared at Gu Luo without blinking. Her face still hung with undried teardrops, and her body was still twitching. Not only the little girl, but the young mother froze at the sight of the smile. Unconsciously, his heartbeat sped up a few points, and even his face reddened slightly. Then he hurriedly thanked Gu Luo. "Thank you all, little handsome. It's okay." Gu Luo nodded gently, and after stopping the charm boost card, she turned around and continued to drink her coffee. 10 points of charisma is just great. It really is all about chopping up old ladies and girls. 9 points of charisma had almost reached the limit of human charisma, while 10 points of charisma had gone beyond ordinary attraction and entered the realm of magical attacks. It's like the profession in the game mage possesses an irresistible magic. It was also the reason why Gu Luo decided to keep the charm at 9 points. You can't really be a mage, can you? And the little girl had already wiped off the tears on her face by this time, and after taking off her little white shoes, she just stood there on the sofa chair, looking straight at Gu Luo's handsome side face from behind. Apparently it has fallen. A child's mind is simple. It just thinks Gu Luo is nice and good looking. It's a pure little face dog. The young mother even immediately greeted the waiter, and without saying a word, she wanted to pay for Gu Luo's table as a thank you. Meanwhile, a couple more expensive desserts were ordered for them. Obviously a master of no small amount of money, Gu Luo and Luo Shulime pushed back for a while, but the young mother was completely unimpressed and insisted on doing so. There was no way around it, and they had no choice but to accept the kindness in the end. Holy, a real chimera. Ha! Seeing this scene, Renlei's eyes widened in genuine conviction. Chapter 80. Are you kidding me? Offense. The time crept up to 6 o'clock in the evening. The last ministry member to sign up for the music ministry potluck stepped into the booth. This private room was spacious and atmospheric, and the interior was cleverly divided into 5 rectangular tables, obviously designed specifically for large-scale events such as company departmental dinners. Fong Duo was currently sitting on the main seat of the long table in the very center. However, it was clearly a potluck to celebrate the success of the school's performance, and she didn't look good. It was how she couldn't figure out why Chu Mei Mei was spreading gossip about Luo Shulime again. Didn't we make up already? Minister, take the opportunity of this gathering to get it all off your chest. Chu Mei Mei, who was sitting on Feng Dao's left-hand side, spoke up at this time, her gaze shooting straight to the duo of Luo Shalimei and Gu Luo, who were sitting across from her. Upon hearing this, Feng Duo held back the anger in her heart and lowered her voice. Chu Mei Mei, it's a potluck. Don't fool around. Let's wait until we get back to school to talk about what's going on. Ha! Chu Mei Mei snorted, her voice rising steeply. Minister, why don't you let me talk? I know that you promised to pass the ministerial position to La Shu Lemon in public, but you don't have to be so patronizing, do you? At these words, the second-year department members present all turned their eyes towards Feng Dao's few people, the first years sitting furthest away. On the other hand, were in a complete state of eating their words. They knew more or less about these entanglements, but not much. Chu Mei Mei, do you have to make it so ugly? Feng Duo's face turned red, practically exploding with anger. What? Still not letting the victim speak? Chu Mei Mei sneered, then directly pointed the spearhead at Luo Shulime. Luo Shulime, you've gone too far. This school festival program was clearly my idea, yet you seduced Gu Luo away in the meantime, and even held hands in front of the whole school. Saying this, she looked at the others in the booth and raised her volume and said loudly, everyone also knows that Gu Luo was pulled in by me in the beginning, but at the end of the day? As for why this is everyone knows in their hearts, right? When they heard such a statement, the crowd whispered. Their gazes darted back and forth between Chu Mei Mei, Luo Shulime, and Gu Luo, with different expressions on their faces, because it's still true. When Chu Mei Mei saw this, her heart was even more incomparably pleased. This is the ultimate counterattack on her part. Compared to Gu Luo and Luo Shulime's argument of preparing in advance and then saving the day at the limit, her set of words was definitely more logical and more convincing to everyone. And hearing this completely shameless statement from Chu Mei Mei, Ranlei was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and if it wasn't for the fact that before she came in, Luo Shalimei had repeatedly urged her to remain calm, she would have rushed up and torn Chu Mei Mei's face apart if she hadn't said anything. Luo Shu Lemon, Gu Luo, do you have anything else to say? Chu Mei Mei completely ignored Ranlei's indignant gaze and looked at the two people on the opposite side of the table with a smile on her face. She raised her chin slightly, a hint of a provocative smile on her face, ready for a heated debate. No matter what the other party said, he himself was going to bite the bullet and brainwash Gu Luo after he seduced him. However, Gu Luo's reply made Chu Mei Mei freeze. Kamimi, you're right about one thing. I am indeed captivated by La Shu Lemon. Gu Luo's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly. What did you say? Kwame suspected she was hallucinating. What is this? Instead of refuting, Gu Luo even admitted it? Not only her, but everyone in the room was confused. Most of them were originally just in the mindset of watching the fun, but they really didn't expect Gu Luo to admit to this, because Shu Lemon is better than you, prettier than you, gentler than you, kinder than you, more elegant than you, nicer than you, better grades than you, taller than you, whiter than you, in better shape than. Gu Luo said dozens of them continuously in one breath. Each word was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly hitting Chu Mei Mei's heart. Defense? Rebuttal? Are you kidding me? Offense? The booth instantly fell into a deathly silence, and the eyes of the crowd turned to Gu Luo and Chu Mei Mei. Chu Mei Mei's face had become very ugly, her fingers clenched tightly around her drink cup, her knuckles turning white. She had thought of 10,000 possibilities, only she hadn't thought that Gu Luo would say this. How can you go so far? However, Gu Luo didn't stop. His voice was still smooth, but it carried an irrefutable power. Shu Lemon's smile is like sunshine, which can make people feel warm. Shu Lemon's eyes have stars in them, which can see through people's hearts. But never judge easily. Shu Lemon will never be like you, who only slanders and harms others with harsh words. At those words, Chu Mei Mei's lips trembled slightly as if she wanted to retort, but Gu Luo didn't give her the chance. Shu Lemon has a unique aura, quiet but without losing her light. She doesn't need to deliberately attract anyone, because she is light herself. And you dash. Gu Luo looked at Chu Mei Mei with a hint of pity in her gaze. You only use slander and jealousy to cover up your insecurities. Everyone around them held their breath as their eyes darted back and forth between Gu Luo and Chu Mei Mei. Chu Mei Mei's face turned from green to white, having truly been poked at the most vulnerable part of her heart. She opened her mouth, but realized she had no idea how to speak. although Gu Luo's tone was calm. Every word was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into her heart. Shu Lemon's gentleness is something you can never learn. Gu Luo's voice sounded again, low and strong. With an unquestionable certainty, Shu Lemon will silently hand over a cup of hot tea when others are sad, and will not hesitate to lend a hand when a friend needs help. She never cared about gains and losses, and she never talked about others behind their backs. And you dash. His gaze coldly swept over Chu Mei Mei, a hint of mockery in his tone. You only misinterpret facts and spread gossip. Shu Lemon is kind in a way that you can never be. She sees the world as beautiful, and even when she encounters injustice, she chooses to resolve it with tolerance. You, on the other hand, will only use your narrow mind to speculate about others, and use vicious language to attack others. You think you can hide the inferiority complex in your heart this way, but it actually only makes people more disgusted. Gu Luo's tone gradually intensified. Shu Lemon never competed with anyone for anything. She was just quietly being herself, yet she always attracted people who truly understood her. You, on the other hand, go to great lengths to discredit her, but only make yourself look even more ridiculous. So isn't it normal for me to be attracted to such a perfect Shulime? As for Luo Shulime, who was sitting beside him, she was already nearly blushing at this point, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. The earlobes were so red they could almost drip blood. The heart was both shy and sweet. How is this different from a public confession? It's so humiliating, but so happy at the same time. The heart is as sweet as honey. Chapter 81, Cheers. You guys. Chu Mei Mei bit her lips to death and squeezed out a voice from her throat. You guys are working together. Ming Ming. Shut up. Gu Luo interrupted her once more, then opened his cell phone and tapped on the audio file after turning up the sound to the maximum. In the next second, the voice of Chu Mei Mei and two other girls gradually came out from the cell phone. These two girls had also spread rumors about Luo Shulime before. Gu Luo. In fact, you've been tricked by Chu Mei Mei. She's actually someone who enjoys spreading rumors. Like me, like Vice Minister Luo. She often spreads rumors about Luo Shu Lemon in the club. What steals people's boyfriends? What goes out in private? Chu Mei Mei loves to spread rumors. She's just jealous of Luo Shulime. Gu Luo. They're just some tie hooves. After the recording was broadcast, Gu Luo spoke. Shu Lemon and I made preparations ahead of time as a precautionary measure to prevent Chu Mei Mei from messing up on the day of the school festival. That's just the way it is. It's Kwame who wants to destroy the music department. After a pause, he continued. I will truthfully submit this entire matter and the recording evidence to the school. So please prepare Chu Mei Mei to have tea in the principal's office next week. At this moment, Chu Mei Mei had completely frozen in her seat, her face as pale as paper, her eyes empty and godless. The faces of those two girls were equally ugly. It's over. It's all over. It's not as simple as a demerit anymore. Chu Mei Mei, your mom, old mom has endured you for a long time. Ranlei finally couldn't hold back at this time, completely exploding and cursing at Chu Mei Mei, directly using the most primitive way of greeting. All the anger that had been pent up in his heart for a long time was vented. Chu Mei Mei, you've gone too far, haven't you? Did we invite you to mess with you? How dare you want to drag the music department down with you? Chu Mei Mei, you wait to be sanctioned. For a while, many of the ministry members who usually looked at Chu Mei Mei with displeasure opened their mouths to accuse. The voices rose and fell like a symphony of rage. All right. Right at this moment, Feng Duo slapped the table forcefully. Don't argue. This matter will be followed up by the school. Everybody calm down. It was only when he heard the minister speak that the booth grew quiet. My good minister, at this point in time you're still playing the childish game of balance? Gu Luo then looked at Feng Duo and said expressionlessly, you think you're doing a good job? You think you're any more of a person than Quimby? Your so-called balanced approach is to watch one ministry member go schoolyard bullying another? His tone gradually increased, and each word was like a bullet that shot into Feng Dao's heart. You're even using your former affection to morally kidnap Shu Lemon for this childish little game? Did you think it was funny? Hearing this, Feng Dao was directly dumbfounded and did not return to her senses for a long time. Gu Luo didn't intend to show Feng Dao any mercy today. He had already given Feng Duo a chance backstage before in order to not let Luo Shulian feel even the slightest bit bad, asking her if there was anything she wanted to say to Luo Shulian. But what happened? It's amazing that she didn't show the slightest sign of introspection after all the dust settled. Not even an apology. Guys. Gu Luo raised the drink in his hand at this time and said to the crowd in the booth, I have officially submitted an application to the student ministry to create a new department, the Pure Club, with Luo Shulin as the minister. Pure Club means simply that we only have pure music. There will be no more hookups. Raise your glass if you wish to join. I'm in. Renlei didn't hesitate and was the first to raise her cup. I'm in. Add me. Where the god of Gu is, there I am. It's long overdue. I can't stand this atmosphere in the music department anymore. That's it. Gradually, all the ministry members in the room raised their cups. except for Chu Mei Mei after a few people. Seeing this scene, Feng Duo's face turned even whiter. She panicked and grabbed Luo Shulin's arm, praying, "Shulin, don't be like this. Don't let the music department be ruined for me, please. I've done this to you before." Vondo, that's it. Although Luo Shulin was still shy, she forced herself to regain her form and proceeded to break all of Feng Dao's fingers that were gripping her arm. The movements were gentle but firm, as if bidding farewell to a time gone by. Then she stood up and addressed the crowd. "Guys, I'm responsible for creating the situation we're in today. I shouldn't have backed down again and again. I'm the one who's sorry for everyone. I really am." After a pause, Luo Shulemon raised her cup and said in a firm tone, "But I assure you, there will be nothing but pure music in the pure music department. Cheers." After saying that, Luo Shulemon tilted her head and finished the drink in the cup in one gulp. "Cheers." Gu Luo and Ren Lei followed with a drink. "Cheers, cheers, cheers." The crowd responded, and the booth rang with cheers and clinking of glasses, celebrating a fresh start. Chapter 82, a short summary of the first volume, which can be skipped directly. Sacrificed. I said before that I would sacrifice my sister after reading 500,000, so I'll honor my promise this time, haha. Just smoke it in the comments of the photo. So to get back to the point, a little summary of the first volume. You can just skip it, huh? It's followed by the 222 chapters. First of all, thanks to all of you for your support. Allowing our book Stepmother brings in 3 sisters, and I have a favorite sister system to top the Urban Brainstorm's new book list at the same time as the end of the first volume. Although our book has dropped a lot of volume lately due to the start of the school year, we were lucky to make it to the top. Thanks again to all the great people. Well, once again, back to the point. The first thing is that author Fungus has seen some readers say that there's a sarcastic undertone to the character of Hakio, and I really need to explain that here it's just purely for fun, to add a bit of flavor to the show, and nothing else. The greats are the righteous fathers of the author's Fungus. Don't get me wrong. The second thing is that some readers are saying that the author Fungus did what-ifs about fat people and that they shouldn't use fat people as villains. First of all, what about the fact that this opening little fanfic fat person was built with the author Fungus in mind, ha? Author Fungus is 190 tall and weighs 230, which is really fat. So after seeing a reader in the comments section say 190, over 200 pounds is not fat at all, the author Fungus cannot help but fall into a contemplation. This meat doesn't grow on you guys, right? It's hard to judge, really hard to judge. Mixed emotions. Still, it was very obediently modified to 300 pounds. And then there's the fact that a lot of people sprayed the author Fungus with no common sense, saying that you can't tell the difference between low blood pressure and low blood sugar and still write a novel. The author Fungus is once again in a state of contemplation. So how did my sister get into the hospital? Maybe a AAA hospital isn't as good as these guys. It's hard to judge, really hard to judge, as well as spewing that the system is a piece of crap and that it's a brain-dead setup to say that boost cards cost points. But I'm seeking to think that this boost card is capable of pushing the limits of creatures, so logically wouldn't it be 10,000 times stronger than one of those regular ones? And this is urban everyday writing. Every day, every day, every day. You can't just fly to the moon and spin jump around once with a boost card, then pee on the earth upside down and finally punch the galaxy. Can you? It's hard to judge, really hard to judge. And then there's the long spamming of the main character being Hiyu Hina Minami, who blushes when she's flirted with by a girl. It is seriously doubtful that the one who said this never went to school and felt the youthful, ignorant youthfulness of a relationship. You're great. Casually pick up school flower's face without changing color. Line clouds, all kinds of pinch. Then still come to the persimmon to see the cool article why. Author Fungus was an existence that blushed when talking to girls back in the day. Jiao. It's hard to judge, really hard to judge. As for spraying the main character for going infernal in the beginning, the author Fungus is understandable, because it does feel bad. But according to them, it was to go up and squirt against Chu Mei Mei. All sorts of Dragon Aotion defending his sister and being wildly dominant and cool. If this was urban high martial arts, urban fairy cultivation, the Dragon King descending from the mountain, the immortal king reincarnated, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But it's urban daily writing. Be logical, rule-based, legal and evidence-based. The protagonist starts off with the intention of sanctioning Kwame in every way without death. Make her a complete wreck. But there is no way. After all, readers do not know the subsequent development. See their crazy rage. The author Fungus can only be recognized. There's also the fact that the spewing protagonist deliberately hid his relationship with Luo Shuo. He should have just told Luo Shulime in a big way and then asked Luo Shulime to keep it a secret. These are the ones who have never been in love, or are straight men, and those who have never thought about family harmony at all. Can we have this new family when they're sleeping in the same bed the next day? Come on, come on. What would you do if you were put in Luo Liang's place? as well as have talked about the object are aware of it. The beginning of all the freshness when the good sense will rise particularly fast, but this period of time absolutely cannot appear disconnect. Once the other party absolutely you have a secret hidden from her or something, the good sense will be slowed down all of a sudden. There are a lot of comments that really hurt my liver to read. Ahem. Spit over. Let's move on to Volume 2, The Sisters Shura. It is also the climax of the book. Chapter 83, Volume 2, The Sisters Shura likes. Shua, what do you think of Gu Luo? On the dining table, Luo Shu Lemon gently placed the bowl with rice in it in front of Luo Shuhi. Her tone was relaxed, as if she was just asking a casual question about a trivial matter that didn't matter. Since Gu Luo and Luo Shuling went to participate in club activities together today, and Gu Sherman also went to find her girlfriends to play, the sisters were the only ones left at home at the moment. Luo Shua looked calm, and as she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up the cauliflower on the plate and sent it into her mouth, chewing it carefully. The tone of his voice was equally light as if he were talking about one of the most common things in the world, without the slightest ripple. Luo Shu Lemon couldn't help but be slightly stunned when she heard this, but in an instant, her complexion returned to its usual mildness, and she calmly sat down on the opposite side of Luo Shuhi. She had mixed feelings about the answer, feeling that it was both unexpected and reasonable. Thinking back to the first time she met Gu Luo, Luo Shua's behavior was so strange that it was as if she was afraid that Gu Luo would suddenly disappear from her world, and on weekdays, he obviously rejected the approach of bystanders, but it was very different for Gu Luo. Not only did he take the initiative to approach, but he would even let him help with some extremely intimate things, such as squeezing toothpaste, combing hair, and so on. All the signs indicated that Luo Shua's feelings for Gu Luo were absolutely extraordinary. Lasha Lemon hadn't had much of an idea about these things before, but things were different now. She had truly and wholeheartedly fallen for Gu Luo. So, some things have to be laid out and made clear. Relationships are complicated, and a little inattention can cause unforeseen cracks in a new, fledgling family. Luo Shu Lemon sat up straight at this time, trying to restrain the complex emotions that were churning inside her, and asked softly, Shu He, can you tell me why you've been paying extra attention to him from the very beginning? No. Luo Shua put down her chopsticks, a smile that seemed to appear on her face, and softly responded, this is my brother and I's little secret. We can't tell Shu Lime. Oh. When Luo Shu Lime heard this reply, she didn't know how to answer for a moment. After a slight pause, he whirled around and sighed. Shuha, you should be able to tell that my elder brother and I like each other. Luo Shuha nodded. Of course, this family is probably the only one who can't see it. Xiao Man. I don't think Shu Ling can see it either. Luo Shuling's mind steeply floated back to Luo Shuling's heartless, just burying her head in the sand appearance. At those words, Luo Shua leaned backward on the chair. Sister, you really don't understand Shu Ling at all. She tilted her head slightly, her hair slipping gently. But it's normal. After all, I'm the one who's been with Shuren the longest. I'm sorry. Luo Shu Lemon instinctively opened her mouth to apologize when she heard her latter words, then still couldn't help but ask, but what do you mean I don't know anything about Shuren at all? Not telling you. Luo Shua gently shook her head. It's a little secret between Shu Ling and me. Luo Shu Lemon was once again choked, and couldn't help but pinch her brow, saying in a serious tone, Shu He, I don't have the right to stop you from liking Gu Luo, but I really don't want you to get hurt. I hope that whatever ends up happening, it doesn't affect the bond between our sisters. Luo Shua sniffed, tilted her head in the other direction, moved elegantly to cross her long, straight legs, and smiled lightly as she asked a rhetorical question. You mean you've decided that I can't compete with you, and you think you've got me? I just don't want you to get hurt, Shua. And also, I'm really sorry. I clearly promised before that I won't grab anything from you guys again. Luo Shulime said this. His expression was extraordinarily complex. Guilt, helplessness and determination intertwined. There was a pause of several seconds, and then gazing straight into Luo Shua's eyes, he said with incomparable seriousness, but only elder brother can't. I'll give in to anything but my older brother. Luo Shuho was similarly looking straight into Luo Shalini's eyes at the moment, gently wiggling her white, rounded calves, and then suggested carelessly, in that case, I do have a good idea for the best of both worlds. What way? It's very simple. It's not just to directly cheapen your brother. Saying this, Luo Shua had a smile on her face that seemed like a provocation and a joke. The smile was like a thin veil, making it difficult to discern what was really going on inside her. Upon hearing this, Luo Shulime immediately shook her head back and forth and said with a straight face, don't joke about this. Aha. Luo Shoho shrugged and said nothing about it. Then he picked up his chopsticks again and continued to savor his meal. However, due to the fact that there was less Gu Luo at the helm, the flavor of the meal was much inferior compared to normal days. Still, she nodded softly and commented, Sister's cooking has really improved. It's all because my brother taught me well. Sister really can't get 3 words out of her brother. Because I like it. Luo Shulan's answer was concise and firm, seemingly in response to Luo Shua's sentence at the beginning, like, East Lake Park, the sunlight is softly sprinkled on the earth, and the breeze is gentle. See, this is my brother in the video. I'm his big brother. It's already going to be 3 million likes. Situ Wenyao was currently showing off with a proud face to the children surrounding him. As a member of the Department of Public Service, he likewise came to participate in club activities, and it comes early every time. Wow, that's awesome. I know this one, and my mom brushed up on it. Is the brother in this a big star? The children let out a gasp, their innocent eyes full of surprise and admiration. Looking at their reactions, Situ Wenyao only felt that his entire body was floating. But luckily, after Gu Luo's oboe desensitization training last time, his resistance to coolness had been greatly improved. No matter how much fun it is, you can do it to stay in shape unless you can't help it. Situ Wenyao was secretly happy in his heart, and immediately after that, with a point of his finger, he threw $200 for the promotion of this video. If you bring it in fast enough, the radiant protagonist of the video becomes himself. Mezzo. After bragging with the kids for a while longer, Situ Wenyao inadvertently glimpsed 2 hunched figures. I saw both oldest men carrying a big bag full of scraps, and they were hobbling along. His eyes instantly lit up as if he had discovered some rare treasure. You guys study hard and remember that the handsome guy in this video was named Situ Wenyao. By the way, watch this cat cage for me. Situ Wenyao immediately ran towards the 2 oldest men after dropping 2 words to the few children. Grandpa, grandpa, begging for bean sacks. Situ Wenyao ran to the 2 like a gust of wind. What? Something wrong, lad? The 2 Moncler jackets stopped in their tracks. Their faces were etched with the vicissitudes of age, but their spirits looked good. One was on the thin side and the other had a slight limp. I'll help you guys carry it. I'll help you guys carry it. Situ Wenyao pointed at the garbage bags on their backs and said with some excitement in his tone, Leave it to me, I'm strong. No, this is not heavy. The oldest man who was on the thin side waved his hand in a hurry. The crippled old man also said with a smile, Thank you young man for your kindness, but this bag is too dirty. He wanted to reach out and pat Situ Wenyao's shoulder, but halfway through his hand, as if he thought of something, he stopped, then somewhat awkwardly wiped it on his pants. Gee, you're welcome, leave it to me, leave it to me. Situ Wenyao obviously didn't care about this, and said that he directly went up to grab the garbage bag. The sequence of movements was so swift that the 2 bosses almost mistook him for trying to rob the scrap in broad daylight. Grandpas, I'll carry you outside the park so you can rest and relax. Ah, good. Trouble you then lad. Gee, what a great young man this young man is. Who says it isn't? It's still handsome. Seeing that they couldn't resist, the 2 old masters no longer insisted, and instead praised Situ Wenyao. Cool. Hearing these compliments, Situ Wenyao was secretly happy in his heart. That's how he usually gets his kicks. He didn't have a high face value, a particularly wealthy family, or any outstanding specialties, so they gain inner satisfaction by doing good deeds to reap the praise of others. Situ Wenyao had always understood that his behavior had impure motives, and could even be described as a form of hypocrisy, not simply out of the pure idea of helping others, but he didn't care, and would always do so in order to enjoy that feeling of being praised and noticed. Hypocrisy for life. Carrying 2 bags of dirty and heavy scrap, Steward Wenyao but feet wind, in the 2 old man uninterrupted praise. Simply cool. Thank you lad. Don't go yet. After arriving at the park entrance, the lame old man reached out his hand and gently grabbed Situ Wenyao's wrist. The older man, who was on the thin side, rushed to the mobile refrigerator cart aside and bought a bottle of Coke, then walked back quickly and shoved it into his hand without a word. How embarrassing is this? Situ Wenyao's mouth pretended to excuse himself, but inwardly, he was actually overjoyed. It was really recognized by both grandfathers. Young man, what's your name? My relative's family has a granddaughter who's particularly watery. I'll introduce you to her. The crippled grandpa asked with a smile at this time. No grandpa, I have someone I like. Situ Wenyao first politely refused, and then laughed immediately afterward. And I'll call brother pushing, or it's fine to call me warrior. After that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Very dashing. Thinks to himself, a real man never leaves his name after doing a good deed and never looks back after pretending. Forcing a song? The crippled old man couldn't help but mutter as he looked at Situ Wenyao's departing back. Hiss. After so many years of living, it's the first time I've seen someone with the last name of Pussy. Chapter 84. Entering the machine older brother and the human machine sister. Brother. I'm in. He. Luo Shuling was very satisfied that Gu Luo's sentences were responsive, just like a lively little butterfly, circling around Gu Luo. One moment he was bouncing to the front, The next he was following like a little tail, with a cat cage firmly in his hand. Gu Luo was similarly holding the same cat cage in his hands, but his gaze did not linger on his lively and cute sister, but instead cast to the familiar back not far away. It was none other than dear friend Situ Wanyao. As expected of a member of the Department of Public Service, he is really a warm-hearted person, and their club activity today is to come and catch stray cats in East Lake Park to be sterilized. Since the number of feral cats in the park is not that high, only 4 ministry members participated in this event. Brother, I am. Brother, I am. Brother, why are you like an entry machine? Gu Luo cried and laughed a little, and without any good humor. He reached out and gently rewarded Luo Shuling with a chestnut on her head. Luo Shuling immediately covered her forehead in an exaggerated manner, her eyes filled with aggression. Brother, when did you learn this trick from Shu Lime? It hurts. Serves me right. I was kind enough to play a game of you ask, I answer with you, and you call me a human machine. What the heck? It's obviously into the machine. Itchy again. Ha, he. Luo Shuling immediately pulled away and quickly ran towards the front. Seeing this, Gu Luo subconsciously suggested, slow down and pay attention to the road. Okay, into the machine old. Yikes. Luo Shuling had just turned her head back, ready to respond to Gu Luo, but she didn't pay attention to her feet and stepped on a raised rock. In a flash, her entire body flung forward and fell to the ground. The cat cage in his hand also came out of his hand and rolled away with a grunt. Seeing this, Gu Luo couldn't help but raise her hand to try to cover her face, a wave of helplessness in her heart, then hurriedly and quickly stepped forward, squatting down to carefully inspect Luo Shuling's injuries. It's just a skinned knee. It shouldn't be anything. Brother, it hurts. It hurts. Luo Shuling sat on the ground, pathetically covering her knees, looking even more pathetic than when she ate the chestnuts just now. You into the machine, sister. Ah, how is it that you're just like the anime heroine, walking on flat ground and still falling? At those words, Luo Shuling stretched out her finger and pointed towards the culprit stone. Blame it on that stone. Wait here for me for a moment. After Gu Luo finished speaking, she turned around and quickly ran towards the mobile refrigerator truck not far away. In no time at all, he ran back, with a bottle of mineral water in his hand. He unscrewed the cap and carefully rinsed Luo Shuling's wound. Hiss, pain. Luo Shuling immediately showed her teeth and her little face wrinkled into a ball. If you're afraid of pain, you'll have to be more careful in the future. After Gu Luo cleaned her wound, he took out sterilized paper towels and band-aids from his pocket. Brother, you still bring these with you when you go out on weekdays? Luo Shuling was really a bit surprised. In her impression, boys usually didn't even bring toilet paper when they went out, and even if they did, it was sure to be the kind that was crumpled and rolled into a pile, which would be so well prepared like Gu Luo. Yeah, that idiot Mamoru used to fall all the time. As Gu Luo spoke, she first gently wiped away the water stains on her knee with a sterilized paper towel in a very gentle motion, and then carefully put on a band-aid. Wow, no wonder Mamoru yells every day that my brother is a Seisai's dead sister controller. Gu Luo did not say anything, just to reward Luo Shuling chestnuts. Ouch! Luo Shuling gave another exaggerated yelp. Don't pretend. I'm just touching it lightly. Get up. I can't get up. Luo Shuling immediately covered her leg and said lifelessly, my leg is broken. I can't walk. After a pause, she winked and added, how nice it would be if a gentle brother would carry me at this point. After saying that, he also secretly raised his eyes to observe Gu Luo's reaction. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and in his heart, he was really angry and amused at this quirky sister. Then, he first retrieved the cat cage that had fallen to the ground, and then slowly crouched down. Seeing this, Luo Shuling immediately jumped up and directly jumped onto his back, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck. Don't you hold on too tight. No, if you fall, you'll die. Luo Shuling hugged Gu Luo's neck tightly, her 2 arms wrapped around her like a vice in death, afraid that she would fall. Your personal machine sister, elder brother into the machine. Hiya, just like that. Enter Garo Machine slowly walked towards the front with a cat cage in one hand and her human machine sister on her back. Luo Shuling gently placed her chin on Gu Luo's shoulder at this time, her head almost pressed against his, and then asked in a smiling whisper, brother, am I still heavy? What? Gu Luo didn't react for a moment, feeling that this human machine sister's language level seemed to need improvement. And it's going to fall out of the top 10 soon. I said, brother, am I heavy? It's quite light. It's just that you don't hug too tightly and lean too close. Gu Luo only felt her ears tickling. Upon hearing this, instead of keeping her distance, Luo Shuling hugged tighter and opened her mouth like a little greedy cat. Brother, your cooking is really delicious. You're too raw with this topic shift. Gu Luo was made to cry and laugh by this sudden change of topic. I'm addicted to eating it. I can't even eat a meal without it. Luo Shuling continued to say to herself, brother, Why don't you stop marrying a wife and stay with us for the rest of your life, okay? This we of hers naturally referred to herself, Luo Shalimii, Luo Shuo, and Gu Sherman, also known as sisters. Hearing this proposal, Gu Luo didn't hold back a laugh. You're asking me to be your nanny for the rest of my life. Then if you really can't, you can just pick one of Shu Lime and Shu Wat as your wife. Luo Shuling tilted her head and said with a smile, of course, it's fine if you pick me. I don't mind, haha. Take your pick of the three of us. Except for Mamoru. There's no loss in choosing anyone. You don't just make decisions for Shu Lime and Shu He. At those words, Gu Luo shook her head helplessly, pressing her words not to be taken seriously. Just think of it as a little girl's joke. What about the fact that I want to eat my brother's cooking for the rest of my life? I'll make it for you if you want to eat it. It's not like you lack a pair of chopsticks. At those words, the corners of Luo Shuling's mouth immediately rose high, as happy as a child who had gotten the candy of his choice. Brother, I am. Brother, I am. Sure enough, it's elder brother Inky. Chapter 85 Sharing Desires and Responses. Into the machine old man is into the machine old man. Gu Luo smiled helplessly, his heart filled with favor. As long as my sister is happy anyway, everything else is irrelevant. And he wouldn't deliberately hide his sibling relationship with the three Shu Lime sisters now. If someone asks, then admit it in a big way. There is no longer any need to hide such things. The reason why I hid it at first was because I was afraid of becoming too famous and getting on this bureaucrat must kill list, inviting the envy and jealousy of other boys. After all, something like living with beautiful triplets would make anyone's heart envious when they heard about it. However, things are different now. He still managed to make it to this bureaucrat must kill list, driven by some mysterious force. Almost the entire school of girls are now their fangirls. It's too hard. It's all the fault of being too handsome and charismatic. Just as the two were about to walk into the East Lake Park, Luo Shuling suddenly opened her mouth and said, Brother, you can put me down. Legs don't hurt anymore? Gu Luo slightly tilted her head sideways. It's not like you don't know I'm pretending. Luo Shuling said while reaching out her hand and gently tugging Gu Luo's ear with a very intimate movement. You're quite self-aware. Gu Luo was amused. The smile was full of indulgence for his sister. Then slowly crouched down. Luo Shuling nimbly jumped down from his back. After landing also bounced in place twice, to determine that the wound on the knee is not a big problem, happily compared to the YE gesture. This is not to find a legitimate reason to let my brother carry me. It's fine, next time you can just say it. This kind of thing doesn't need a reason, Gu Luo said, slowly standing up, slightly twisting his already somewhat stiff body. Of course, he would only say such words to Luo Shuling and Gu Sherman in a big way at the moment. If you're dealing with Lashu Lemon, there's still a little bit of embarrassment dripping from what can only be described as a youthful first love, and for Luo Shua, it was even more unimaginable. So there are some things you can only say to a pure sister. Both the cherub and the imp are now impure. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling immediately covered her chest, with an exaggerated expression on her face, as if she had been hit hard by something, and said, Brother, this is too asasai for you. She winked, then added, Mamoru's gold content is still rising. Gu Luo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt that there was no way to say it, only feeling that this sister was just too cute and mischievous to be able to cry or laugh. Luo Shuling took a cat cage from him at this time, then raised her hand and pointed to the surface of the East Lake. The East Lake is really beautiful. Yeah. Gu Luo's line of sight was then cast to the shimmering lake. Only a few mallards were seen lazily foraging on the lake, sometimes sticking their heads into the water and sometimes surfacing. Surrounded by lush greenery, the air was fragrant with the scent of grass. So many wild ducks. I'm going to take pictures, Luo Shuling said, running straight towards the lake at a fast pace. Since she was wearing shorts, her pair of long, white legs shone brightly in the sunlight. The contraction and diastole of the muscles can be clearly seen with every shot, presenting a sense of vigorous power. The muscles on the back of the thighs, in particular, show a graceful stretch as she strides, echoing the muscles on the front, creating a harmonious beauty. It's really especially youthful and full of energy. This brain, I guess, couldn't help but think of Luo Shuling's extremely foul waistline again. I really don't know which asshole will be so lucky to marry Shuling in the future. Gu Luo looked at Luo Shuling's valiant and lively back and couldn't help but sigh softly. The thought of such a well-behaved and lively sister having to cheapen someone else's life in the future always makes me feel bad and want to go to the kitchen and get the American knife. That's probably a common problem with being a sister controller. Both wanted his sister to be happy and didn't want her to leave him and jump into the arms of another boy. But when he thought of that girl Xiaoman that night saying that she would follow him for the rest of her life, his mood improved. But little by little, that good feeling evolves into more complex emotions. Mandy can't really be single for the rest of her life, can she? But if so, Gu Luo didn't want to think about it when she thought about it. and immediately shook her head, trying to shake out certain strange thoughts. The ship will be straightened out. It's a long time coming, and some issues don't need to be fretted about so early. There is a long road ahead and no one can predict what will happen tomorrow. Feeling the gentle lake breeze blowing on the lake, Gu Luo squinted his eyes and slowly calmed down. He then took out his cell phone and took a picture of the plaque in East Lake Park, then sent it to Luo Shulime, who had the note as Little Angel. Gyo, photo. Gu Luo, I've arrived at the East Lake Park. It's a particularly nice day. He didn't know why, but he just really wanted to share these trivialities of life with Luo Shulime. This overflowing desire to share is like a flood that breaks through a dike. Almost seconds back. Lashu Lemon, wow, the weather sure is nice. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Seeing the little angel's second reply in this cute face text, the corners of Gu Luo's mouth unconsciously rose. Then he found a good angle and sent several more photos of the flowers and plants around him. Lashu Lemon, image quote, this flower is so pink and pretty. Subset of, epsilon subset of. Lashu Lemon, image quote, wow, what kind of grass is this? It grows so tall. Lashu Lemon, image quote, there's a praying mantis there too, hey. Lashu Lemon, image citation needed. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Luo Shulime carefully evaluating the photos one by one, the upturned corners of his mouth almost grinning to the root of the back of his ears. It can't be pressed. It simply can't be pressed. The heart, was as tickled as if it had been scratched by a little kitten with little fleshy paws. If it wasn't in public, he'd want to wriggle up like a maggot. How can a little angel be so cute? Gu Luo, Shu Lemon. Let's come to East Lake for a breeze at night. The lake breeze here is especially comfortable. Gu Luo didn't hesitate and directly sent a date request to Luo Shulime. A big night at the lake with the cherubs blowing off steam is blissful to think about. Instead of a second reply this time, there was a gap of about 40 seconds before the message was returned. Lashu Lemon, photo. Lo Rezapam. In the photo, Luo Shulime was tilting her little head, her face flushed, and she sweetly gave the okay sign. Just the little angel selfie. The mold, cute as can be. Gu Luo first saved the photo, then couldn't wait to zoom in and carefully admire the cherub's magnificent beauty. There is not a single flaw to be found at all, and every detail is amazingly perfect. On the other side, in the bedroom, Luo Shulemon twisted around on the bed, her slim, rounded legs swaying and swaying, sometimes lifting high, sometimes slowly falling, the smile on her face never going down at all. Feeling Gu Luo's desire to share with her, her heart was simply as sweet as honey. At the same time, he also responded very positively to Gu Luo, enjoying the sweet interaction. Seeing that Gu Luo didn't reply to the message for half a day, she held back her shyness and typed a question. Luo Shulime, if I'm not mistaken, you must have saved the photo first and then enlarged it, right? // forward slash omega // After sending it, Luo Shalimi looked like she recalled something and immediately covered her even hotter cheeks with one hand, and her mind couldn't help but start fantasizing about Gu Luo's expression at this moment. Soon Gu Luo returned the message. Gu Luo, if I'm not wrong either. Shu Lemon must have kept her smile on just now and took picture after picture, then picked the most satisfactory one before sending it over, right? Chapter 86 The Big Little Son. Best friend, what are you giggling about? Who did you bring in? Let me taste it too. Gu Luo was still immersed in the happiness of chatting with the little angel when she heard a familiar voice coming from her ear. Subconsciously, he quickly put away his cell phone and fixed his eyes. It's none other than Hakio, as well as a group of children following Hakio. Gu Luo didn't speak first, but instead sent a message to Luo Shulime first. Gu Luo, classmates are here. Let's not talk about it when we go back tonight to make you a good meal. Luo Shulime, Gio, don't worry, bye. Lasho Lemon, white on white, ***. After ending the chat, Gu Luo slipped his cell phone steadily into his pocket before turning to Situ Wanyao and asking with a hint of doubt, Brother Force, what did you just say? He vaguely thought he heard something about bringing it in or something like that. Strange and unintelligible. Nothing. Seeing that Gu Luo was chatting, Situ Wanyao didn't think much of it, and immediately pointed at the little kid behind him and heatedly smiled. Best friends? They're all little fans of yours. Then he faced the children again and said with a proud face, this is the handsome big brother from the video just now. Upon hearing this, the children's eyes instantly glowed, and they looked at Gu Luo in unison, their eyes full of admiration. In their simple conception, to have a video with up to 3 million likes, one must not be an ordinary person, either a star or a super netizen. In short, a very powerful character. Brother, are you a big star? A little girl with 2 playful crochets was the first to tilt her innocent little face and ask crisply, so good looking, she must be a big star. Another little girl with a marble head also followed up with a loud statement of her certainty. brother is better looking than even the big stars. The other children also joined in the discussion in a chorus of voices. Your words and my words. Tender voices intertwined, but also surrounded him in the center. Seeing this scene, Gu Luo only felt that the mysterious power seemed to have quietly descended again. This force was secretly pushing him, step by step, towards fame. He looked at Situ Wanyao on the side with a somewhat complicated expression, but he felt that this heartless being couldn't do these things. It should, maybe, probably be a coincidence. Situ Wanyao should just consider him a close friend. When you drag yourself to sports on a regular basis, it's just out of friendship. And right now, Situ Wanyao's heart was already high. If not for the large number of people here, he would have shivered twice if he hadn't said anything. This feeling of being worshipped by little children is like eating a big bite of cool ice cream on a summer day. Sweet from the tip of the tongue to the bottom of the heart. Brother Situ Wanyao. Just then, the crocheted little girl who was the first to speak asked Gu Luo curiously. This brother just said that he's your big brother. Is that true? Hearing this, Situ Wanyao's expression froze for a moment. Bad. Just now, I was so focused on pretending to be a pussy that I didn't even have a mouth on me. At those words, the corners of Gu Wanyaluo's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Hakio, you are so. Ugh. Forget it. Who made this guy a groupie? Yes. My name is Situ Wanyao, and this is my big brother, named Gu Luo. Gu Wanyaluo said, heavily patting Situ Luo Wanyao's shoulder. Face still needs to be given. Wow, it's really Big Star's big brother. I just thought it was bragging. Then brother Gu Luo must be great too. For a while, the children worship Situ Wanyao again. The emotional value of this one pulls right through. Ah ha ha ha. Lo and behold, Situ Wanyao's face showed an expression of unimpeded pleasure. The whole person was floating, as if he was stepping on a happy cloud under his feet, and could hardly find his way out. A close friend is not a close friend. The key moment is, the give a damn in his mind hadn't even flashed by when a female voice came from behind him, only to see Vice Minister Huang Anlu walking over to Situ Wanyao at this time with a cat cage, asking with a calm expression, Situ Wanyao, what are you doing? Then he looked at Gu Luo. Gu Luo, have you seen the minister? All of a sudden there was silence around them. That's a straight up CPU down for the kids. With their not fully developed brains, it was a real struggle to understand at this point. So who exactly is Situ Wanyao and who is Gu Luo? Ahem. Gu Luo didn't know how to round it off, so she had to pretend she didn't hear it, then said to Huang Anlu, the minister is over there taking pictures of the wild ducks. At those words, Huang Anlu couldn't help but frown and raised her hand to hold up her glasses. Minister really? Playing before finishing the ministry work. It's okay, there's enough time. Gu Luo already had a general understanding of Huang Anlu's character during her contact with her over the past 2 weeks. In a nutshell, very poisonous mouth. Straight talk, never beat around the bush, but extraordinarily reliable and extremely responsible in what he does. This personality can be polarizing, with those who love her appreciating her sincerity and dedication, and those who hate her having trouble tolerating her bluntness. Let's just say that you see different results when you stand at a different angle. After saying that, Gu Luo led Huang Anlu towards the lake. Situ Lo Wanyao was the only one left standing awkwardly where he was, staring wide-eyed at the children. Duckling. Luo Shuling was squatting at the edge of the lake at the moment, fully concentrating on taking pictures of the wild ducks not far away. Then a solid chestnut to the head. Ouch. She immediately covered her head with one hand and turned her head pitifully, just about to complain. Brother, why are you again? But before he could finish his words, he met Huang Anlu's puzzled expression. Brother? What brother? She asked directly. Ah, it's nothing. Luo Shuling instantly remembered that Gu Luo had said before not to reveal their brother-sister relationship at school. That's why she took the initiative to come down just now when she was almost approaching the East Lake Park, fearing that she would be seen by Situ Wanyao and Huang Anlu. However, right at this moment, Gu Luo unexpectedly spoke directly. Shuling is my sister. Huang Anlu held up her glasses out of habit, quietly waiting for his next words. Gu Luo then recounted the relationship between the two as righteous siblings in a simple and concise manner. So it is. After hearing the explanation, Huang Anlu did not have the slightest change of expression on her face, and simply nodded. I thought the minister was fond of you. After all, although she is heartless and big-hearted, she will all keep a certain distance from boys. It would make sense if they were brother and sister. She was just making a logical analysis in a serious manner, with absolutely no intention of trying to press for details. And when Luo Shuling heard Gu Luo take the initiative to admit that she was his sister, she immediately jumped up and directly took his arm. Heart ah, that is called a happy. Doesn't that mean you can just stick it to Gu Luo in school from now on? As siblings, it's perfectly normal to stick it on, carry it on your back, cook together, take a walk together, and so on, right? Especially given his own particular image in the eyes of the crowd. Doing these slightly out of the ordinary things was no big deal. Seeing it would only say Luo Shuling is such a heartless person. It's normal, not strange. Don't hug so tight. Gu Luo's expression was complicated. He had a nagging feeling that he seemed to have made a wrong decision. With Luo Shuling's spirited and uninhibited character, I really don't know what unexpected problems will arise in the future. Maybe one day she would really jump right on her back in front of the whole school. Really, if that was the case, wouldn't certain boys who had a crush on Luo Shuling just blow up? Little son Luo Shuling's popularity in Guanya was the highest amongst the girls, bar none, and was even steadily pressing little angel Luo Shulim. As for the little devil Luo Shua, it's true that no one dares to touch the bad luck. One look can chill a man to death. It's okay, it's not normal. Luo Shuling, however, regardless, like a small treasure found in the treasure, a small fan of money, and stick to his body. This looks like a brotherly controlled beast that has been liberated by nature. I can only say that they are worthy of being foodie sisters, and they are almost turning into the shape of Gusher man. All big girls now, be reserved outside. Gu Luo gently knocked a chestnut against Luo Shuling's skull, then took the opportunity to draw back her arm. This sister really doesn't have a clue about her charms. Pain. Luo Shuling immediately pretended to cover her forehead, but then she smiled cheekily. I see, means it's fine if it's at home, right? Chapter 87, Brother and Sister Control. So the minister is a brother controller. Huang Anlu looked at Luo Shuling's impatient, proactive and intimate appearance and instantly came to a conclusion. In her opinion, Luo Shuling's feelings for Gu Luo were purely that of a brother and sister. What's that saying, being careful is love, being generous is friendship? Couple that with her big personality. To summarize, Luo Shuling is a late-stage bro control patient. I'm just a brother control my brother just happens to be a sister control, perfect. Luo Shuling greatly admitted it directly. The candor was as if it was something to be immensely proud of. Ahem. Gu Luo wasn't as brazen as her sister, and when she heard this, she only felt a wave of embarrassment well up in her heart. Really, what a great thing to say in the middle of the day. I see, very reasonable. Huan Anlu's gaze swept over the two in turn at this point and said immediately afterward, so comrade brother controller as well as comrade sister controller, can we begin our club activities today? Guarantee to complete the mission. Luo Shuling instantly looked like a well-trained soldier, immediately standing straight and saluting in a serious manner. The look is both adorable and hilarious. Let's get started then. First go to Situ Wanyao. After finishing her speech, Huan Anlu cleanly turned around and left. The two Gu Luo followed suit. Without going far, the three of them saw Situ Wanyao holding a box of Shua Yang in his hands, and was happily distributing it to the children. Brother is the most handsome. The little girl with the marble head shouted crisply. The password is correct. It's yours. Situ Wanyao nodded with great satisfaction and took out a Shua Yang from the box and handed it to her. Brother is the most handsome. The children in line behind the little girl with the pill-popping head saw this and shouted after them. The password is correct. Here. Sito Wanyao grinned and put his hand into the box again. Brother is the most handsome. The password is correct. Situ Wanyao looked at the children's happy smiles from the bottom of their hearts, and while secretly feeling good in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough. High-end coolness often requires only the plainest way of pretending. Money makes children laugh. Soon the box of sherbet was gradually reduced to just 3 pieces as the children kept requeuing for it. Situ Wanyao finally stopped distributing them at this point. He cleared his throat and announced smugly, this time next week, my brother will give you chili fries to share. Yeah, brother is the most handsome. Brother is super handsome. The children burst out in excitement and jumped for joy. What could be happier than receiving a chili bar? What stars are not stars? Netflix is not Netflix, it's not as good as chorizo. Situ Wanyao. The club activities have begun. Huan Anlu patiently waited for their cheers to stop before shouting at Situ Wanyao, coming. Situ Wanyao immediately picked up the cat cage on the side, with an intense smile still on his face, and trotted over to the trio. Come on, have some snowberry. Best friend, I saved a matcha flavor just for you. In the meantime, inside Lu Shue's bedroom, the walls were covered with various anime posters and cute dolls hung above the bed. Gusher man was lying on her back on the soft big bed, leisurely rocking a pair of snow-white and slender legs, watching the manga with great interest. At times, I was amused and giggled by the comics, but all of a sudden, as if she had been hit by something, she sat bolt upright, the smile on her face disappearing instantly, replaced by a tightly locked frown and the words, no, nope, not right, no. On the other side, Lu Shue was still organizing the anime costumes she had just bought, as well as various types and thicknesses of white and black silk. At those words, she stopped her hand movements and turned her head curiously to ask, what's wrong Mamoru? What's wrong? Wasn't my brother holding hands with Sister Shulim on stage earlier? Is this right? Chapter 88 The Good Girlfriend Who Keeps Adding to Each Other's Love. A big question mark slowly surfaced on Lu Shue's head. How long has this been going on? You're just reacting now? She pursed her lips slightly, and for a moment, she really didn't know what to say about this BFF with the ridiculously long reaction arc. Mamoru, that's how the show works. Lu Shue pondered for a moment and gave a seemingly reasonable explanation. Think about it, as the saying goes, what is generous is friendship and affection, and only what is careful is love. Now Brother Gu and senior sister Shu Lemon aren't a couple, and as brother and sister then holding hands in a high-profile manner would seem to be a big deal. That kind isn't scary. What's scary is the two of them sneaking out on dates in private. Of course, these were just Lu Shue's words of art to comfort Gu Sherman. In fact, she had been anxious in her mind for a long time. And then I think about the group photo I saw at Rachel's Lucky City last week, and in order to be able to bend the rules, you have to get down hard. Hiss. Listening to Lu Shue's headlong analysis, Gu Sherman only felt that her eyes were enlightened. BFFs are simply genius. According to stinky older brother's Nisatsi character, even if he really liked sister Shu Lemon, he would surely only be sneaky about it. After all, he had always been very considerate of his real sister's feelings. That's right, that's a perfect score for logic. Shue, you're really right in your analysis. Gu Sherman immediately relaxed with a look of relief. Seeing that Gu Sherman believed her words so easily, Lu Shue didn't know what to say for a moment. Luckily, Gu Sherman had a favorite boy now as well. Otherwise, with this heavy brother control personality paired with an unresponsive brain, firstly, Brother Gu would easily be snatched away by another girl. Secondly, once it came true, she would definitely be devastated and completely break her defense. This was fine for now. Gu Sherman had a favorite boy, so he could divert his attention a little when the time came. Lu Shue was ready to confess everything to Gu Sherman immediately after she made some progress in this matter of raiding Gu's brother, and to fight for her forgiveness and support. Since Brother Gu would have to marry and have children sooner or later, it would be optimal for Gu Sherman to be his sister-in-law. Even if your best friend never marries for the rest of her life, you are willing to carry her all the way. When she thought that Brother Gu would become her husband in the future and her sister would be the best connected best friend, the corners of Lu Shue's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a wave of sweetness and anticipation welled up in her heart. Come on, make sure to raid Brother Gu. Shue, why are you suddenly smiling so sweetly? Gu Sherman put down her comic book at this time and looked at Lu Shue with a suspicious face. Immediately afterward, like a sudden flash of inspiration, his eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, must be thinking of that senior? Gu Sherman said while approaching Lu Shue and mysteriously lowered her voice. Secretly, I've got an eye on that senior, and I'll soon be able to identify him. As she spoke, she couldn't help but see a boy's figure in her mind's eye. The looks are of medium to high quality, with a somewhat wirepole-like figure and overall thinness. I think it's called something like Stuart. Manu? Every time she and Lu Shue went to the 8th class of the 2nd year to look for stinky old brother, this Situanya would always sneak a glance at them. One look at it is that it has something else in mind. Compared to the others, this Situanya was the most likely to be that senior. Mamoru, you got an eyebrow? Lu Shue blinked her eyes. Although she didn't know what had happened, she could be sure that Gu Shuroman had misunderstood. But that's fine. It'll distract her out of the way. That way he could get closer to Brother Gu better. All that's left to do now is to launch the offense. It's no longer enough just to deliver daily treats. Gotta step up the intensity. Thinking of this, Lu Shue's face couldn't help but blush slightly, and the pink little toes in her white stockings habitually shrunk, and she opened her mouth somewhat embarrassedly. Mandy, what's wrong? Can you take some pictures for me? I want to send them to that senior to look at when I get there. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman's eyes instantly widened and she excitedly sat up straight all of a sudden. Wow, Shue, you've finally gotten the hang of it. This is a big deal. What style of photos are you planning to take? As she said that, she suddenly remembered something and hastily added, but first things first, the scale can't be too big. Seeing this, Lu Shue lowered her head even more embarrassedly, her fingers twisting the corners of her small skirt. I actually don't know much about it. I just think that a maid outfit or a cat lady outfit might be more adorable, so I bought it back. And in his mind, he was frantically apologizing. I'm sorry Mamoru. Having her heavily sibling-controlled sister take pictures of other girls, and eventually that picture has to be sent to her brother. This kind of thing. I'm really sorry. I'll be sure to make amends later. Gu Sherman slapped her chest at this time and said boldly, Come on, we'll shoot it now, and we promise to make you look beautiful, so that senior will be charmed by you at a glance. After saying that, he immediately jumped off the bed and rummaged through Lu Shue's closet and pulled out a black and white color-coordinated maid's outfit and a brand new pair of black stockings. She hurriedly handed the clothes to Lu Shue and said cheekily, change into it. I'll help you design the pose. Shua took the clothes, with a shy face, and changed on the spot with the help of Sherman. A few minutes later, a cute little maid was born. The black skirt is adorned with white lace and tied at the waist with a large bow, making it both playful and cute. On her legs she wore the pair of black stockings, the texture of which was delicate and smooth, outlining the lines of her legs in a more rounded and perfect way. Shua took out another white maid's hair band from the drawer at this time, and proceeded to carefully put it on her head, gently adjusting the angle so that the decoration on the hairband was located just above her forehead. Cute as hell. Shimon's eyes went straight as she watched, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Shua, you're too good for this outfit. It's almost like a maid that came out of an anime. Upon hearing this, Shua was very shy and asked softly, does it really look good? Would it be too much of a compliment? Sherman shook her head in a hurry, picked up her cell phone and said, it's not exaggerated at all. Come. You sit on the edge of the bed, legs slightly crossed, hands gently placed on your knees. She gestured as she spoke. Yes, that's it. Be a little more gentle with your eyes and imagine that the senior is right in front of you. Shua blushed and posed as she took care of Shioman's instructions, her heart both nervous and expectant. Sherman, on the other hand, squatted on the ground, his eyes glued to the cell phone screen, taking pictures of her from different angles. While filming, he also instructed, right, head a little lower, a little smile at the corner of the mouth, not too stiff. Good, perfect. After taking a set of pictures of the maid outfit, Sherman was not satisfied and proposed right after, Shua, let's try the catgirl outfit again. I just saw that you have a set of cat ears and tail accessories in your closet. With white stockings, the effect will be superb. Upon hearing this, Shua nodded shyly and got out of bed, rummaging through the closet for a cat ear hairband and fluffy tail, and changing into a pair of snow-white stockings. She puts on cat ears and pins her tail on her dress, and her whole look is instantly playful and adorable. It's just like actually turning into a milky kitty. Sherman had her lie on the bed with her hands propped up on her cheeks in a cat pampering pose, and then took a few pictures from the side and front respectively. With each press of her cell phone shutter, she couldn't help but marvel. Yuki, you're like a catgirl on our right out of an anime. Keep it up. It's so cute. Next, there was an individual display session of various stockings. Shua changed into a pair of stockings of different styles and thicknesses in turn. The black stockings were like a mysterious night curtain, wrapping tightly around the legs and making them appear slimmer. White silk, on the other hand, transformed her entire being into a pure angel, her pale skin and white stockings reflecting each other in such a stunning way that people couldn't take their eyes off of her. After taking a series of pictures of maids, catgirls, and black and white silk, Sherman looked through the pictures in her cell phone and nodded with satisfaction. Shua, you are so photogenic. Pick any of these photos and they're all king bombs. That senior will definitely be mesmerized by you. You're exaggerating. Shua covered her flushed cheeks and looked at Sherman shyly. Looking at it, he suddenly asked, Mamoru, you've taken so many nice pictures of me. Why don't I take some of you too? Don't you have a favorite boy too? When Sherman heard this, she was first slightly stunned, and a nagging feeling welled up in her heart. Stinky old man's gentle, doting smiling face came to mind all at once. But when I think of Shua all shot for love, then shoot. After hesitating for a long while, Sherman bit her lip, nodded slightly, and whispered, then try taking a few shots. Consider it a welfare reward for stinky old man. It's okay to reward rewards once in a while. Shua was excited when she saw that Sherman had agreed. Then she directly made Sherman change into a Lolita-style dress, the hem of which was decorated with lace and bows, and paired with white knee-high socks. It looked both sweet and elegant at the same time. Sherman stood by the bedside, her hands somewhat uncomfortably fiddling with the hem of her skirt, a faint blush on her face. After all, she was a little nervous about the change in role from filmmaker to filmed. The heart couldn't help but speed up a few points, especially since these mortifying photos have to be sent to the stinky old man. Shua looked at Sherman's shy appearance, smiled and comforted. Man, don't be nervous, just like what you just taught me. Just be natural. Come on, relax your shoulders and lower your hands naturally. Yes, that's it. Sherman took a deep breath and tried to relax herself, a sweet smile gradually appearing on her face. Shua found the right angle and pressed the cell phone shutter. A fresh and sweet photo was born. Then, Shua had Sherman change into the same cat lady outfit, put on cat ears and tail, and lie on the bed in various cute poses. She exclaimed as she took the picture, Mamoru, you're so good at posing. It's really super seductive. At those words, Sherman looked embarrassed. After the shoot, Shua couldn't help but sigh. Man, your body is too good. It's really enviable. Just by looking at the photos, I can tell how nutritious Gu Sherman usually eats. My old brother used to force me to drink milk every day, Gu Sherman said, subconsciously looking down towards his body. As a result, you can't see your stomach or thighs at all. Brother Gu is so nice. Lu Shua was envious, then handed her the cell phone and laughed. Man, look at how the shot went. Gu Sherman looked at the various cute and sexy photos of herself in her cell phone, and her whole face gradually reddened, and this redness even spread to her neck. Her heart was beating like a drum, and her mind couldn't help but imagine what Stinky Lao would look like when he saw the pictures. Whatever. Must get Stinky Old Man to write 1,000 words on the aftermath. Otherwise, just kill it. Chapter 89. Another Luo Shuling, 222. Beg for gifts. Achoo! The four of them were looking for stray cats in the park when Gu Luo sneezed hard without warning. Brother, you won't catch a cold, right? Luo Shuling reacted extremely quickly, and immediately heavily tapped Gu Luo's shoulder, a smile on her face as she proposed. Being that weak won't do. How about this? Every morning from now on I'll get up early and go jogging with my brother? You're trying to get me to run with you. Gu Luo couldn't help but spit. Raising his hand, he rewarded her with a chestnut. It's a move that's easy to do nowadays and feels really good in your hands. Already addicted falls under yes. It hurts. Luo Shuling covered her forehead once again with another double objection. Dear friend, do you need me to get you medicine? Situ Wanyao had a concerned face, looking more like a sister than Luo Shuling, afraid that his bring-in pet had gone awry, but immediately afterward, he found the blind spot. What did the minister call his best friend? Brother? Just then, Huang Anlu, who was walking at the front of the four, faintly explained, I also just learned that the minister and Gu Luo are righteous siblings. By the way, the minister is still a brother controller, and Gu Luo happens to be a sister controller. Her words were always succinct and clear. No unnecessary nonsense. Wait, begging for bean sacks. Situ Wanyao held back the dark pleasure that surged like a tsunami within his heart, and his voice trembled a little as he asked cautiously, so you're saying that not only does my dear friend have two freshman twin ponytailed beauty sisters, but he's even in a righteous brother-sister relationship with the ministerial triplets? That means that the 5 prettiest and cutest pretty girls in freshman and sophomore year are all my best friend's sisters, right? Right. Huang Anlu nodded without much expression. This, Situ Wanyao, who received a definite answer, was like being struck by a bolt of lightning, and his entire body staggered back several steps, with a face of incredulity. Inwardly, he actually turned over with pleasure. He pointed at Gu Luo. Dear friend, you're hiding it so deeply. Cool. At this moment, he once again realized his dear friend's way of pretending. Something as powerful as having triplets living together as volunteer sisters is hidden away until the right time to shock the crowd. It's an effect that is simply stunning. These are 5 top beauty sisters. What boy can hear that and not be envious and jealous? Not to mention 5. Even if you only have one, you can probably wake up laughing in your dreams. Good. Cool. This feels so right. Seeing this, Gu Luo could only smile awkwardly. I'm sorry Situ. This matter has been kept quiet for fear of you guys thinking too much. Look at it. Sure enough, that was the reason he had to hide his relationship in the first place. For fear of causing unnecessary trouble. Sito Wanyao was not so bad. If it were any other boy in the class, he would have already turned into a curly-haired baboon, and would have been uproarious for a long time. In one day, it's estimated that you'll have to call out to your great-uncle 500 times. Oh best friend. Situ Wanyao barely suppressed his inner darkness and said very seriously. It's like this. I'm afraid that you'll be beaten to death by the boys in your class, so make sure you call me if you announce this. It's that I have to be there. At the very least, I can help you take half the beating. At those words, Gu Luo was indeed touched. What does it mean to be a close friend? That's what it means to be a close friend. But while touched, one can't help but ask with some doubt. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Upon hearing this, Huang Anlu couldn't help but shake her head, explaining very seriously, Gu Luo, you've just transferred 2 weeks ago, and aren't really cognizant of the minister's popularity in Guanya. Let me put it to you this way. Your popularity right now is only half as high as the minister's. It's basically girls who like you, whereas it's the entire school's entire faculty that likes the minister. And if it came down to a choice between you and the minister, nearly 80% of the girls would choose the minister, and the remaining 20% would be pure nymphomania. That impressive? Although Gu Luo wasn't thick-skinned, he was also aware of his current reputation in Guanya, especially after the school festival. That popularity had reached a rather terrifying height. But even so, it's still no match for little son? He just knew that Luo Shuling's popularity in school was the highest among the triplets, but he didn't expect it to be exaggerated to this extent. That's natural. The minister's freshman year. Huang Anlu was just about to continue her explanation when she was interrupted by Luo Shuling with a playful smile. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. It's not that much of a stretch. I'm just a cute little brother controller. Saying that, she intimately took Gu Luo's arm, completely looking like a little fangirl, which was still half the image of Guangya's #1 popular beauty queen. Seeing this, Situ Wanyao only felt that he had been viciously bludgeoned. Heart pumping. What a divine image this is. The coolness of this just goes straight to the heart. Of course, it wasn't the feeling of his best friend being hugged by a beautiful girl that made him feel good, but rather, he imagined the envious and jealous expressions of the people around him when they saw this scene. He couldn't even begin to think about how great it would be to have the #1 popular goddess on his arm in front of the entire school. Oh best friend, we must be best friends for life. No, we'll be together in the next life. Be reserved. Gu Luo tried to draw her arm back. However, just then, best friend, don't you move. Situ Wanyao forcibly suppressed the excitement that was about to gush out within his heart, and said in a serious manner, as a brother, how can you refuse your sister to get close like this? This is not right. This is not conducive to unity. Do you want to break the unity? Ha? Gu Luo's face was blank and full of confusion. What's this kid so excited about? It's like taking the wrong medication and saying strange things, but it was the same interruption that prevented him from retrieving his arm after all. Seeing this, Situ Wanyao nodded in satisfaction and said expectantly, oh dear friend, it's a normal thing these days to hold arms with your sister, and when you arrive at school tomorrow, you should let the minister hold your arm from the moment you enter the gates to show off your brother-sister bond. But don't worry, I'll definitely be around to protect you. Gu Luo always felt that Situ Wanyao wanted him to die. Holding arms in public, that's not brother and sisterhood. That TM is karmic sky. But if this is a relationship, expose it. He was famous enough anyway, so this one more thing was no big deal. It just didn't occur to me that little son turned out to possess so much energy at school, worthy of being a member of my ministry. So understanding. Luo Shuling blinked and continued to hold Gu Luo's arm with one hand, while giving Situ Wanyao a thumbs up with the other. Well, first things first. Seeing that the three of them were on the verge of throwing their club activities out of the window, Huang Anlu reminded them at the right time. Leave it to me. The best friend and the minister can just improve their brother-sister relationship. After saying that, Situ Wanyao bent down with the cat cage and searched Mimi and Mimi. With that, he took one step and covered his head with pleasure after he stepped a little farther away. Cool. Situ Wanyao didn't even dare to think of the time when, in full view of everyone, he shouted at both Gu Luo and Luo Shuling, Gu Luo, you and your sister are really close. That live effect. It's exciting to think about. It's cool to think about it. And looking at Haki Yao's distant back, Gu Luo only felt that nothing was right anywhere. It was too strange a feeling to describe, but it just felt awkward. Brother, let's just rest here and take a break from the wind, Luo Shuling said, and pulled Gu Luo towards the grass beneath her to sit down. Gu Luo was pulled gently by her in this way and also sat down obediently. He essentially, at his core, would not reject his sister at all. This is what led to being held by the imp Lashuo all the time. You guys. Huan Anlu was just about to open her mouth when Luo Shuling waved her hand and smiled. It's fine. I'm sure I'll be able to finish the ministry work before the afternoon. Then she stretched comfortably. The wind is blowing so pleasantly today. Consider it a little outing. My little Anlu, you don't have to be so serious all the time. Life is beautiful. After saying that, she leaned her head so comfortably on Gu Luo's shoulder. Seeing this, Huang Anlu wanted to say something, but finally followed and sat on the lawn. Mimi, begging for bean sacks Mimi. At that moment, a pretty little tabby cat scurried out of nowhere. Situ Wanyao carefully chased after him, but this little Manhwa didn't want to talk to him at all. After all, cats and dogs are still fundamentally different. Cats are more independent and alert by nature. Seeing this, Huan Anlu subconsciously held up his glasses, just ready to stand up to help, when he heard Gu Luo sip twice, and then something magical happened, only to see this little three-flower make a sharp turn directly, put up his tail and run towards him, and in the meantime, it was not far behind the four. The other Luo Shuling just looked at Gu Luo and Luo Shuling so quietly. Chapter 90, The Imp and the Sun, Triple 2. Ha, not. Situ Wanyao saw that the youngest flower, who was originally indifferent to himself, ran towards Gu Luo without hesitation, and his heart was both surprised and secretly pleased. This strong contrast instantly made him feel a different kind of coolness. As for who this NPC in charge of comparing with Gu Luo was, it didn't matter at all. If it's brought in fast enough, then he's Steward Lo Manu. This is called the way of bringing in. Meow. Little Three Flower's tail was now sticking up high, like a flagpole, rubbing Gu Luo's pants leg with her little head, and the milky sound of gulp and gulp came out of her throat, which sounded extraordinarily soft and sticky. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth rose as she reached out and gently stroked the little Three Flowers. Mistress, it just feels like the mind is cleansed. At the same time, on the system panel floating in mid-air, the points were quietly being consumed at a rate of 0.1 points per second. The animal-friendly enhancement card is making a difference. It could be said that right now Gu Luo was the king of animals, and any animal would be friendly when they saw him. In the case of the little triflower in front of us, the tail standing straight up is a clear sign that the cat is in a happy mood and in a relaxed state. And it works, even on mosquitoes, which are abhorrent to all. It's no exaggeration to say that this prop card is a must-have for outdoor travel. Yu's mom no longer has to worry about him being bitten by mosquitoes. Most importantly, it doesn't consume many points due to its relatively single effect. Sort of a practical little offshoot of the Charisma Boost card. Are cats face controllers nowadays too? Witnessing this scene, Huang Anlu raised her hand to hold the glasses on the tip of her nose. This little three flowers' attitudes towards Situ Wanyao and Gu Luo could be described as very different. Of course, there was also a possibility that Situ Wanyao's face was too dark and inherently unattractive to small animals. To validate this thought, she slowly reached out towards the little three flower and attempted to pet it. However, as if there were eyes behind her back, little three flowers agilely dodged sideways, easily dodging Huang Anlu's outstretched hand. Not only that, but it turned its head and looked at her with a look that held some contempt. The look seemed to say, even a two-legged beast like you wants to touch this meow? Do you know what it means to be Louis Fei in the cat world? Even if her emotions were as stable as Huang Anlu, she couldn't help but show a complicated expression at this time. Then, with some displeasure in his heart, he gave the conclusion, this kitty is just face controlling. My brother is just so charismatic that he can easily take down even a little she-cat. Luo Shuling held Gu Luo's arm and smiled with pride on her face. Today's ministry work looks like it's going to be easy, so I can blow off more steam again. Don't say something strange. Gu Luo withdrew his hand that was stroking little three flowers at this time, and in the process, he gently delivered a chestnut to Luo Shuling's head. Ouch. Brother, are you addicted to knocking? Luo Shuling covered her head with an aggrieved face. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo pondered slightly and immediately nodded in a serious manner. You don't say. You really don't say. It's too much. Luo Shuling first put on a pathetic little look, followed by, like a Sichuan opera face change, instantly and cheekily laughed. But it's coincidental. I'm also addicted to being knocked by my brother. This is not considered a two-way run to ahem. Gu Luo was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. There was always the illusion that the two were flirting. There's also the fact that there's a little bit of that kind of rush. But on second thought, little son Luo Shuling was already a big, heartless character, with her mind on food, so it was not surprising that she would say such words. However, it had to be said that if brother control was considered a disease, then Luo Shuling was afraid that she was already terminally ill, and was still the kind of patient who was willingly sick. Meow, meow. Seeing Gu Luo's attention being snatched away by the two-legged beast on the side, little three flowers immediately became a bit anxious and called out eagerly. The sound that was extra special clip. It's the point where you can randomly cute a little schoolgirl. Good. Gu Luo hurriedly reached out her hand once again and gently stroked little three flowers' head. Gollum. Little three flowers squinted comfortably, her tail high in the air, her body twisting gently and cozily with Gu Luo's touch. And at this moment, Situ Wenyao's inner coolness had reached its peak. It was simply impossible to describe it in words. Best friend, you guy. Damn it, can you even do that? That's another whole new cool thing. Opens up a whole new track of man versus beast. It was amazing that my dear friend had now reached such a peak of pretentiousness, even jerking off a cat, especially seeing Huang Anlu, who usually always had a stern face, eat her words at the moment. She felt that this dark pleasure was insanely doubled. He was aware that the deputy minister had a private obsession with kittens. Can this little three-flower be captured and sterilized? Gu Luo asked coldly while jerking the cat. The words were like a devil who suddenly intruded into the fairy tale world, breaking the cozy atmosphere of the moment. No. Huang Anlu held up her glasses at this time, her eyes unblinking as she stared at the youngest three flowers and replied seriously. The appropriate time to spay a female cat is 6 to 8 months, when her body and sexual organs are largely developed and she generally weighs 2.5 to 3 kilograms and is better able to tolerate the surgery. And this little triflower looks like she's only about 4 months old and not ready to be spayed or neutered. In that case, what a pity. Gu Luo nodded. Meow. As if little three flowers had understood their conversation. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and lower her tail a bit, always feeling a cool chill on her back. Looking at the three people and a cat beside her, Luo Shuling narrowed her eyes and cozily placed her chin gently on Gu Luo's shoulder. A gentle breeze brings a touch of freshness. This life is too good. It's like a sweet dream. But suddenly, as if touched by a mysterious force, a strong sensation surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but turn her head and look toward the back. It resulted in a line of sight with my other self. The pupils of the two men reflected each other's figures clearly. After a few seconds, Luo Shuling withdrew her gaze and pouted at Gu Luo. Brother, I need to go to the bathroom. Aha. Gu Luo nodded. Brother, you accompany me. Luo Shuling shook up his arm. I see you're craving chestnuts again. He. Luo Shuling no longer forced herself to do so, stood up, stomped her feet, and walked towards the direction of the public restroom with a brisk pace. Brother, control is horrible. Huan Nanlu gave a silent comment at this point. Hey, what do you know? At those words, Situ Wenyao immediately retorted. Who says this brother control is scary? This brother control is awesome. Huan Nanlu blankly glanced at Situ Wenyao and ignored his words. Instead, she got up and walked towards the food cart on the side and bought a few grilled sausages. When she returned, she broke off the kielbasa and placed it on a plastic bag. The little three flowers smelled the fragrance. Immediately ate happily, mouth also made O sound. Eat with gusto. Seeing this, Huan Nanlu broke into some smiles and reached out to gently caress the body of the youngest Sanhwa. Instead of dodging it, the youngest Mitsuka squinted her eyes with even more enjoyment. Next, Gu Luo also managed to catch 3 stray cats suitable for sterilization with the effect of the animal-friendly enhancement card. However, an accident occurs at the end and he surprisingly misses while catching the last cow cat. This black and white cow cat presses on without having to look at a few people in the eye. Sip. Gu Luo purred at the cow cat for a while, but it was useless. Just when he was confused and ready to change his target, Situ Wenyao on the side took the initiative and said in a deep voice, "Best friend, feel free to leave this guy in my hands." Ha! Gu Luo was puzzled when she saw Situ Wenyao slowly raise his middle finger to this cow cat. Seeing this, that cow cat slightly froze for a moment. Then its brain acted as if it had been successfully matched, and it instantly raised its airplane ears, arched its back, and its entire body's fur exploded as it bounced and rushed towards Situ Wenyao. And so it was that Hakio and Hakio cow engaged in a fierce free-for-all on the grass. Seeing this, Gu Luo opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word, then silently turned off the animal-friendly boost card. Suddenly he understood the meaning of the word gifted. True to form, a hockey family's brainwaves just match up easily. Then be careful, I'm going to feed the cat. Gu Luo left a sentence before turning to leave. Feeding stray cats with Huan Nanlu. High slopes in the distance. Luo Shuling and Luo Shua both sat side by side on the grass, the breeze gently blowing their hair, bringing a slight coolness. Both men's gazes had fallen on the same teenager since the beginning. Every move that teenager made tugged at their heartstrings. Just then, Luo Shua suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Shu Ling, what the hell were you thinking?" How do you think?" Luo Shuling held her cheek with one hand, blinking her large, soulful eyes with a hint of doubt on her face. Some things, after all, are just fantasies. Luo Shua ignored her sisters playing dumb, her gaze still resting on Gu Luo in the distance, and said in an ancient manner, "My brother and the others were happy to take ham hocks and feed them to these stray cats today, but maybe the next day they would forget all about it, because these stray cats thus are passing through their lives, insignificant passers-by that don't make any waves at all. But in the transient world of a stray cat, it may not even be possible to forget the day someone fed them a delicious ham sandwich. Of course, I'm talking about that too. Alright. Luo Shuling changed her usual playful demeanor at this time, and her expression became exceptionally serene and calm. She reached out and touched Luo Shua's head, saying gently, "Without their feeding, the stray cats might not have been able to eat the delicious ham hocks in their lives. Be good and don't think too much. Here, have the sherbet, it's your favorite yogurt flavor. I'll get some more for Mandy before I go back later." Chapter 91 Gu Luo and Huan Anlu's misunderstanding, Triple 2. Best friend, I win. Ha ha, I won. This guy can't even beat me. Haki Yao carried the cat cage containing Haki's cow at this time, trotting all the way to Gu Luo's side with gusto. The excited look was as if he had won the world. It's very possible. Gu Luo cried and laughed a little, nodding awkwardly, not knowing what to comment. All in all, it's just hard to review. Then to the two men, he asked, "By the way, as for the hospitals that spayed and neutered these cats and the cost of spaying and neutering." Upon hearing this, Huan Anlu habitually held up her glasses and explained seriously, "The pet hospital has been contacted in advance, and as for the cost of sterilization, it will be deducted from the society's funds. Don't look at the fact that there aren't many of us in public services, but the funding is in the top tier of the club. This is true. Our department is still very rich." Situ Wenyao followed up by adding, "And it doesn't spend much, so at the end of every semester, we donate the remaining funds to a reliable charity fund. Then the use of these funds has to be approved by the school, right?" Gu Luo pursued. "Of course, all funds are subject to school approval." "This way ah." Gu Luo nodded. Huan Anlu asked Gu Luo at this time, "Aren't you the vice minister of the Pure Club now? How come you don't even know about these things?" Ahem. Gu Luo was immediately embarrassed. He's a mascot presence in the club now. Every day you're either being teased or on the way to being teased. Everything in the club, from activity planning to daily management, is handled by the minister Luo Shulime and the vice minister Rinlei, who is properly a shirker. Hearing this, Situ Wenyao also became interested and asked curiously, Right, what's going on with the music department? Why was the club suddenly disbanded? After a pause, he followed up by adding, I also heard through the grapevine that you, dear friend, and Luo Shulime have become a couple, but since you're brother and sister, it makes sense. There's been an accident at the club. Gu Luo simply explained and didn't go into detail. That incident was followed up with the disbanding of the music department, Feng Duo's apology, Chu Mei Mei's demerit, and going home for 3 weeks of reflection as the end. The school later asked all music department members who knew about the incident to keep it a secret in order to avoid repercussions, but at that time, his angry outburst at Chu Mei Mei was misinterpreted by the freshmen as an on-the-spot confession of love for Luo Shulime. So, even though the incident itself didn't get out, the delicate relationship between him and Luo Shulime gradually leaked out. Contemporary young people, the gossip is full of curiosity. The main one to eat melon. Meow. At this time, little Three Flowers ate and drank her fill and licked her little pawpaw contentedly, then ran towards the side of the grass with a light step. Huan Anlu quietly watched the departing back of Xiao Sanhua until she could no longer be seen, and then she withdrew her gaze. Then she looked at the two of them and opened her mouth to ask, in a moment, when the minister comes back, do you want to leave or stay here a little longer? Stay longer. The weather is so nice today. Situ Wenyao spoke without thinking. Of course, he stayed here most of all just to stay with Gu Luo. As long as you stay with your best friend, you don't have to worry about being cool at all. What about you, Gu Luo? Huan Anlu looked at Gu Luo. I'll listen to Shuren. Worthy of being a sister controller, you have to listen to your sister in everything. Huan Anlu said flatly, subconsciously holding the glasses on the tip of his nose again. It's become her signature move when she's thinking or making a point. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo just smiled and shrugged his shoulders in a matter-of-fact manner. He had never been one to hide the fact that he was a heavy sister control sufferer. What fun to spoil a sister or something. Now that there are 4 sisters in the house, the joy is straight up super doubled. Ha! Right at this moment, Situ Wenyao's gaze suddenly turned to a certain place, and then his eyes suddenly erupted with brilliance. Best friend, you hold it for me first. As he spoke, he shoved the cat cage containing the hockey cows into Gu Luo's hand, and then trotted over towards an old grandmother at a fast pace like an arrow off a string. A granny going through the garbage cans, to be exact, dressed differently from the general scavengers, although not luxurious, but appears introverted and low-key, through a different kind of temperament. Grandma, let me help you. Running to the trash can, Steward Wenyao said enthusiastically. Ah, thank you then, young man. What a good boy. This old granny smiled kindly and did not reject Situ Wenyao's kindness. Then he asked, by the way, young man, what school are you from? Upon hearing this, Situ Wenyao held back his inner darkness and immediately replied, Guangya Academy. Although I don't leave my name after every good deed, I still leave my school's name if I'm asked about it. This honor he will not have all to himself. Guangya, ah, how nice. The grandmother nodded approvingly and said from the bottom of her heart, worthy of being a good child taught by Guangya. Grandma, you flatter me. Situ Wenyao was somewhat fluttered by the praise and immediately energetically helped pull out the bottles in the trash can. On the other hand, after seeing this scene, Huan Anlu directly placed both cat cages in her hands at Gu Luo's feet. I'm going to help too. After dropping these words, she walked straight towards Situ Wenyao and the grandmother. Seeing this, Gu Luo opened his mouth with a somewhat complicated expression. Quietly, he watched as the trio nearly finished going through several nearby trash cans, and he finally just couldn't help himself. Then he walked over and whispered to Situ Wenyao and Huang Anlu, the club activities are over. Let's go back. Ha, well. Upon hearing this, Situ Wenyao stopped picking at the trash can, and although he didn't know why his dear friend wouldn't allow him to continue helping, he still chose to obediently listen. In short, the words of a dear friend are truth. Huang Anlu, on the other hand, frowned slightly, and after holding her glasses out of habit, she asked Gu Luo with a calm expression, didn't you just say you'd wait until the minister returned? After a pause, she shook the somewhat dirty drink bottle in her hand. Or do you resent us doing this? Yes? Of course it doesn't mean that. Gu Luo quickly waved her hand, knowing that their one-dimensional, always straightforward vice minister had misunderstood. Just as she wanted to explain, she heard Huan Anlu say very seriously, Gu Luo, you mustn't think that our public services department's usual club activities are as simple as jerking off a cat and blowing off steam. If you can't accept this, I still suggest you quit the club. You can think I have no emotional intelligence, but there are some things I just have to say. Hey, what for? Seeing that the situation was not good, Situ Wenyao hurriedly rounded up. There can be many ministry members who were disliked by Huang Anlu before. He didn't want to lose his best friend. Even more so, I don't want to see two good friends get into an argument over it. Say what you have to say. Say what you have to say. They are all good children. The old grandmother was also anxious to persuade at this time. You're both good kids. Don't ever fight. And hearing this, instead of stopping her mouth, Huang Anlu said more and more coldly, Gu Luo, I don't mean anything against you, but the Public Services Department was established by the minister and I. Although the club philosophy may sound ridiculous, the members left behind all agree with it from the bottom of their hearts and work hard for it. So, I sincerely suggest you think about it carefully. Seeing that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, Gu Luo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh helplessly. He didn't answer Huang Anlu at first, but first politely said to the old granny on the side, Granny, I see that you're well dressed and rosy, so you're definitely not a family that lacks money. If I'm not mistaken, you should be retired and don't want to be idle at home, so you come out to pick up scraps as a pastime and to subsidize your family a little. At those words, the grandmother froze and subconsciously nodded her head. Gu Luo continued at this time, Grandma, it's like this. First of all, I really admire your resilient quality of wanting to continue to shine even after your retirement, and I also thank you for your part in contributing to the hygiene of this society. But, after a pause, he added, you can collect the garbage on the road that affects the appearance of the city, but bottles from trash cans like this one and other scraps that can be sold for money, I still hope that you would be better off not picking them up. Although Saiju is a cosmopolitan city, but there are still a lot of struggling families who need to rely on these scraps to get by. So, I hope you will understand my presumption. Gu Luo had already said it euphemistically. The mind at the same time can't help but recall the two dirty, waxy, rickety scavenging old men just now. This grandmother's behavior is frugal though, and is using her afterglow to generate heat. But this extreme frugality is rather a different kind of greed. In a sense, how is this not a kind of resource plundering of the lower poor by the upper rich? In the book of history, it is said that those who are paid shall not compete with those below them for profit. Of course, everyone has their own opinion on such things. If he wasn't afraid of being misunderstood by Huang Anlu and Situ Wanyao, he really didn't want to stand on the moral high ground to judge this grandmother. And after hearing Gu Luo's words, Huang Anlu's entire body froze. The aggressiveness of a moment ago disappeared without a trace. She reached up to hold the glasses on the tip of her nose, but stopped halfway. And this scene was all seen by Luo Shuling and Luo Shuho behind the several people. Chapter 92. You're good, kid, boy, you're good, really good, very nice. After listening to Gu Luo's words, the old grandmother carefully sized him up. The more I looked at him, the more I felt that this child had a rare aura and temperament, and I couldn't help but say very good 3 times in a row. Then, with a gentle smile, she explained, all these scraps I pick up will be given to an old sister who is a bit handicapped at the end of the day, but I'm limited in what I can do to help. It's idle anyway, so think of it as exercise. At those words, Gu Luo was immediately a bit embarrassed. In the end it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Sure enough, the preconceptions in one's mind are a mountain, and it never even occurred to him that this grandmother, who seemed to be living a privileged life, was actually helping others in silence. I'm sorry Grandma, it's me who misunderstood. Gu Luo hurriedly apologized sincerely. No, the grandmother waved her hand and added, young man, you're actually quite right. I started out actually picking up scraps and selling them for money, thinking that I could subsidize a little bit and save as much as I could. But in the end, when my brother found out, it was to give me a chopping block. Ha ha. As she said this, the smile on her face faded, replaced by a touch of bitterness, and she couldn't help but sigh. At the end of the day, it's still not enough of a state of mind for me. Obviously, when a lifetime teacher, I have exhorted countless students to be the first to get rich and lead the latter to get rich, adding to the great goal of common prosperity. But in the end, even I myself am encroaching on other people's living resources. I think I even criticized those rich people back then, criticized them for not treating people as human beings, criticized them for their love of wealth and enrichment, and obviously made enough wealth to last several lifetimes, but they just didn't want to share some of it. It's clear that sharing even just a little bit out will make more people happy, but in the end, I've also become the person I used to hate the most without even realizing it. The grandmother was silent for a few seconds as she said this, then smiled kindly at Gu Luo. Young man, you're really good to have this kind of ideological awareness at this age. I'm an old man who just likes to nag and talk about life lessons, so don't mind me being a nagging old woman. Ha ha. Grandma, I enjoy listening to you talk about these truths and won't feel like nagging, Gu Luo said with a serious face. That's right. Situ Wanyao also followed suit. He had already suppressed those dark feelings down at this time, and was really thinking seriously about these truths. It only felt as if the image of a dear friend had become immensely taller in this moment. No, No, still have to bring it in, keep bringing it in. His heart surged again at the thought that he had spoken those thoughts just now. And Huananlu is definitely the most awkward person right now. She wanted to say something to Guluo, but didn't know how to open her mouth. The old grandmother looked at these vigorous children in front of her, a pleased smile on her face, and slowly spoke. In fact, these truths have been told to us long ago by our forefathers in history. Guluo continued at this point. There is a cloud in the historical records that says, those who are paid shall not compete with the lower people for profit. Yeah, that's it. The appreciation in the old grandmother's eyes became even more intense, and even more in her heart. She thought how good it would be if this were her own grandson. She then looked at the trash can beside her and said with great emotion, just like this trash can, it is the last chance of survival for the people at the bottom of society. The unexpected always comes faster than tomorrow, and everyone who is desperate for help because of various changes can briefly gain a little sustenance by rummaging through a trash can. Of course, all of this is horseplay, something I came to realize later. Speaking of this, the grandmother suddenly asked Guluo, young man, have you considered becoming a civil servant in the future? By the way, my family has a Grandma Li. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came. Guluo's trio subconsciously turned around and saw Luo Shuling and Luo Shuo standing beside her. Luo Shua's face had little expression on it as usual. She walked straight to Guluo's side and proceeded to ask Grandma Li softly, Grandma Li, do you remember us? Hiss, that's handsome. Look familiar. Grandma Li looked at Luo Shuo's exquisite face and carefully recognized it, then asked indistinctly, you're Shu Lemon? Grandma Li, she's Shu He. Luo Shuling also walked over at this time and said with a smile, I'm Shu Ling. Shu Lemon didn't come out at home today. I remember. You guys are the triplet daughters of that Luo Liang girl. Grandma Li looked at Luo Shuo's two sisters standing so close to this young man and couldn't help but ask, then this young man is? My brother's name is Gu Luo, and his dad and my mom remarried. Luo Shuling smiled and explained a bit, adding immediately afterward, I think Uncle Li told you that my brother will be playing the oboe at the compound this weekend. So young man, you are the doll that Xiao Hai said. Upon hearing this, Grandma Li immediately slapped her head and said in tears and laughter, I watched that video of you playing the oboe, but I've listened to it so many times, and I even posted it to the family group. It's really good. She once again looked Gu Luo up and down, her eyes full of admiration, handsome, talented, and with a high level of ideological awareness. Truly a rare young talent. It's just a little weird though, I should have recognized you. Listening to this succession of compliments, Gu Luo was also a bit embarrassed. As for the reason Grandma Li didn't recognize him, it was simple, because his video self had 11 o'clock charisma, and it was 9 o'clock. It's really like a glamour halo over it, and the image in the video shines even brighter. And through the conversation of several people, Gu Luo also understood at this moment that this Grandma Li in front of her should be the sister of Kaizhou City Mayor Li Bohai. Auntie Luo had asked him specifically if he would like to play the oboe at the government compound after the school festival before. And seriously, a whole bunch of benefits. He didn't hesitate then and agreed. First of all, going to perform shows for the elderly is nothing in itself. And secondly, these are also very important networking resources. Although the resource was not currently useful to him, it was certainly useful to Auntie Luo. It was then that Gu Luo became even more convinced that the reason Auntie Luo had been so anxious to tell him to move into the apartment in the first place was really to simply want him to take good care of the three sisters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to ask herself about such things and just agree. On the other hand, Situ Wenyao and Huang Anlu on the side listened in confusion. They didn't know the family background of the three Luo sisters, nor did they know who this so-called Uncle Li was. Situ Wenyao didn't say anything, but just brought it in. Huang Anlu didn't say anything, but just remained embarrassed. I can love Xiao Luo so much. Grandma Li took out a handkerchief from her pocket at this time and wiped her hands. Then she took Gu Luo's hand and said with a great sigh, I'm so jealous of your grandparents, having such a wonderful grandson. Cough. Gu Luo didn't say anything. Grandma Li, my stepfather is an orphan, so my brother doesn't have any grandparents, only relatives from our family. Luo Shuling said lightly at this point. Hearing this, Luo Shua glanced at her without moving, and Luo Shuling just blinked innocently. This way Hearing this, Grandma Li held Gu Luo's hand tighter, her eyes full of heartache, and said with some emotion, Xiao Luo from now on, you'll treat me as if I'm your own grandmother. I also have a granddaughter, who is the same age as you, studying at Kaizhou University. You young people can usually communicate more. By the way, some relatives from the old family will bring specialties on Wednesday, so you'll all come to the house for dinner then and try my old woman's handiwork. Chapter 93. Really, brother was super handsome then. The state of mind is nothing like ours. What's that saying? By the way, the historical records, those who eat their pay shall not compete with their inferiors for profit. I didn't even think about it that much at the time, Even Grandma Lee didn't figure it out until later. Our club's Huan Anlu apologized to her brother by the end of the day and on Wednesday, the dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the steaming hot meal gave off a tantalizing aroma. But Luo Shuling unprecedentedly did not focus on the food, but was fully immersed in the pleasure of the narration. She described every detail in colorful detail, even including the anecdote that those stray cats were only willing to approach Gu Luo alone. The look on her face, it was so proud. It was as if Gu Luo's every flash of brilliance was his own honor. Gu Luo sat on the sidelines, silently picking at his food the entire time. Hearing it was a moment of embarrassment that only felt like embarrassment cancer. He was merely expressing some personal opinion, and really didn't feel that such a thing was anything to brag about. It's just a point of view. It's not about right or wrong. It's not about high or low. As for whether or not other people agreed with it, that was someone else's business. But Luo Shuling made it all sound like a god. However, Luo Shu Lemon and Gu Man did not think so. They both listened with rapt attention. Even the food on the table seemed to smell better as a result. Stinky old brother. You can still think of that layer. Gu Man's face was smug. His eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon. Saying that, she directly and gently stepped her little feet in white stockings onto Gu Luo's instep, and said with her chin raised proudly, "Not bad for a stinky old brother I trained." Snowy said that boys like that. In that case, consider it a special reward for stinky old man. Why are you moving your feet when you're just talking? Gu pretended to glance at her. Take it away. Take it away. Eating, it stinks. He said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he found his sister's behavior very cute. Hearing this, Gu Man instantly exploded, puffing up her pink cheeks and huffing. How dare you dislike me? It's a beautiful girl's fragrant feet. I'll step on it. I'll step on it. With that, she simply stepped on her other little foot as well, then began to stomp all over Gu Luo's feet as a way to vent his frustration. Gu Luo didn't say anything about it, just ate his own meal, not caring about his sister's disruptions at all. It's the equivalent of a free foot massage. Don't tell me. It's true that teasing your sister and stuff is the most fun. In this family, it's Mandy who's the best to fool. Some little twerp fell for it. Use a little more force. It just so happens that my feet are a little tired from walking for the past 2 days. Gu Luo didn't hold back a laugh. Don't say. Stepping on it like this can be really comfortable. Hearing these words, Gu Man immediately stopped her movements on her feet as if she had been nailed. Her face flushed red and white. Then he put down his chopsticks in exasperation and threw a set of small fists at Gu Luo's shoulders. Complain as you fight. Stinky old brother, you've gone too far. Her little fists were soft, more pouting than hitting. Use some force, use some force. Your arms happen to be a little sore too. Gu Luo once again couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at her sister's exasperated appearance, her heart couldn't be happier. Some little twerp fell for it again. You don't just have to have your hands on Mamoru, do you? Stinky old brother. You. Gu Man gritted his teeth, and for a moment, he was so angry that he didn't even know what to say. Sister is so cute. Watching this loving and cozy scene, Luo Shalimei had an anti-smile on her face the entire time. Brother was great today too. Saying that, she picked up a piece of broccoli and prepared to put it in Gu Luo's bowl. But just then, a pair of chopsticks was a step ahead of her. Pinch a piece of meat into Gu Luo's bowl. And the owner of this pair of chopsticks was none other than Luo Shua, who had not said a word since the beginning. Seeing this scene, Luo Shulime's hand paused for a moment, and even the aunt's smile on her face froze a bit. If it was before, she wouldn't have cared about such a small thing, but the situation is very different now. Seeing this scene at this moment, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart, as if she had been stabbed by something. It was a little hard to bear, but Luo Shu Lemon was a gentle girl after all, and in just a split second she calmed down and a gentle smile reappeared on her face. Continuing to put the broccoli on his chopsticks into Gu Luo's bowl, the atmosphere at the table gradually became a bit odd. A subtle hint of tension pervaded. Gu Luo looked at the extra slices of meat and broccoli in the bowl and only felt a chill rise behind her. He carefully looked at Luo Shu Lime and then Luo Shui, squeezing a smile on his face as he said to the two sisters, "Thanks." Luo Shuho didn't say anything, but just silently put another piece of sliced meat into Gu Luo's bowl, like a silent declaration of war against someone. Now that it's out in the open, there's nothing to hide. Seeing this, Luo Shulime's face still maintained a smile, and similarly picked up the celery and put it into Gu Luo's bowl, saying gently, "Brothers should pay attention to meat and vegetables." And Luo Shuho didn't say anything, but just kept on chucking the meat. Gu Luo looked at the rice that was gradually piling up in the bowl. Her mood was like riding a roller coaster, up and down, her heart pounding. And Gu Sherman, who saw this scene, his entire body was bad, but it's hard to say anything. They're all sisters, after all. She wanted to stomp on Stinky Lau's feet and give him a cranky punch, but she was afraid she was giving him a massage. Pissed off, the more you look at it, the angrier you get. Why are you guys giving stinky old man a hard time with the food? Obviously I'm the closest sister. Gu Luo felt Gu Sherman's blazing gaze and was not daring to move a muscle. What happened all of a sudden? Wasn't it fine just now? Are you guys playing a little game of pinching food for your brother? Luo Shuling spoke up at that moment with a smile on her face and asked. She seemed completely oblivious to the tension at the table. I get it. After all, my brother was really handsome today and taught us a lesson. As a thank you, we are supposed to give our brother more food. Saying that, he also moved his chopsticks to give Gu Luo some food. And thanks to her interruption, the atmosphere at the table eased up. Gu Sherman blinked at this time, her brain a bit spinning. It always feels like there's something weird going on. But again, I can't say. No, can't look inferior to the three of them. With that in mind, Gu Sherman also gave Gu Luo a dish. Enough is enough. It's going to be too much to eat. Gu Luo looked at the rice that was almost bubbling, hurriedly picked up the bowl and took a big bite. In his heart, he couldn't wait to kowtow to Luo Shuling. Little son struck out with too much finesse. Otherwise, his life is over. But now comes the question. Why is the imp suddenly out of his element today? It used to be all about sneaking around, but now it's straight up playing the open card. Is that what happened? Gu Luo's gaze then swept over the two sisters successively without moving. Luo Shuluan Lemon's face was gentle and her smile was still sweet. Luo Shua's face was expressionless, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. There was nothing unusual to be seen at all. Soon the dinner ended on this somewhat odd note. Kitchen. Gu Luo stood by the sink, washing the dishes while surreptitiously gauging the expression of Luo Shulime beside her. After all, Luo Shua's behavior just now was too abnormal. He didn't really know how to explain it. Thinking of this, a trace of worry and uneasiness couldn't help but well up in his heart, and the movements of his hands became somewhat mechanical. Brother, what's wrong? Luo Shu Lemon seemed to have sensed his difference and suddenly raised her head, giving him a gentle smile. Cough. Gu Luo wanted to speak. His heart was very torn. He didn't want Luo Shu Lime to misunderstand, but he also didn't know how to open his mouth. Elder brother doesn't need to worry. Luo Shulime smiled and spoke at this time, her voice soft and firm. Shua is usually not talkative, and just now, giving elder brother food was just expressing with her actions that she agrees with elder brother's thoughts, as well as, I will always trust my older brother. Unconditional belief. So elder brother doesn't have to worry that I'll misunderstand anything. When she finished, she winked her big watery eyes playfully. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo's mood gradually calmed down, revealing a smile. The heart is overflowing with love for the little angel. One is truly blessed to have such an understanding girl by one's side. Elder brother, after we take a bath later we'll go to East Lake to blow off some steam. Luo Shu Lemon tilted his head with an expectant face. Aha! Chapter 94 Declaration of War and Response. Shu Lemon, the moon is so beautiful. Yes, the moon is beautiful. After 10 o'clock at night, Gu Luo and Luo Shalimei sat shoulder to shoulder on the edge of the East Lake, slightly tilting their heads and looking toward the bright moon hanging high above. The surface of the lake shimmered, and the breeze gently brushed by, ruffling the hair of the two men and bringing a slight coolness. Hold still brother. I'll take a picture of you. Luo Shulime suddenly stood up at this time and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. While saying this, he briskly took a few steps to the side, looking for the best angle to shoot from. Aha! Gu Luo smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and gave her the YE gesture. Luo Shulime turned on the camera, her eyes fixed on the screen, constantly adjusting the angle and focus. She crouched and stood up at times. After the photo shoot, I couldn't help but marvel. Brother looks good in any angle of the photo. Then he couldn't wait to send a few photos all the way to Luo Shua. Luo Shulime, photo, *7. Shua look, elder brother can be really handsome. On the other side, inside the bedroom, Luo Shua was sitting at her desk, concentrating on her calligraphy. The ink wanders across the rice paper, outlining a strong and powerful script. Suddenly, the vibration of a cell phone broke the silence. She reached for her cell phone and couldn't help but stare as she tapped it. In the photo, Gu Luo is handsome in the moonlight and his charm is on full display. Carefully screened, Luo Shua couldn't help but shake his head and muttered to himself with an expressionless face. Sister is indeed the same old sister. Competitive. But it's understandable if you're robbing your brother. Then, Luo Shua slowly walked to the closet. She opened the closet and rummaged around in the far end to find a small, somewhat old, black box. The surface of the box is covered with signs of age and seems to carry many untold stories. Luo Shua carefully opened the box and took out the top photo from it. The background of the photo is the Rachel Kuju store, and the young girl is putting her arm around the teenager's shoulder with a smile on her face. Sister, you should really be thankful that this is not my usual style. Luo Shua resisted the urge to send this photo to Luo Shalimei, and after gently placing the photo back, she repositioned the small black box back into the deepest part of the closet. Then type a reply. Luo Shua, brother is indeed very handsome. Thank you sister for sharing the photos. 7 of them then. I change a screensaver a day. A few seconds later. Lashu Lemon, photo, *1. In the photo was a photo of both Luo Shalimei and Gu Luo. The shooting was a bit rushed. Gu Luo's expression wasn't ready yet, and it looked like it was an impromptu, immediate shot. Luo Shua can't forget her sister. Use this one as a screensaver. Luo Shua once again resisted the urge to send the photo. She took a slight breath and continued typing her reply. Luo Shua, does brother know that sister is so dark and competitive? 10 seconds later. Lo Shu Lemon, audio file. Luo Shua raised an eyebrow and clicked on the audio. In the next second, Luo Shu Lemon and Gu Luo's voices came out. Brother, would you still be so nice to me if I were a dark and feisty girl? Ha? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? You answer first. Don't worry, Shu Lemon is still Shu Lemon no matter what she becomes. Brother is so nice. Luo Shulaim, elder brother said he would like me no matter what I become. Looking at the message in her cell phone, Luo Shua suddenly smiled at this time. Inexplicably, I laughed a little. Luo Shua, sister is indeed the same sister as before. Can I take these as a declaration of war against me? Luo Shulaim, Shua, didn't your so-called declaration of war already start during tonight's dinner? Sister, I was responding to you. Luo Shua, sister is still so confident in herself. Luo Shu Lemon, Shui, I can give in to everything else, but only not my elder brother. Instead of hiding it, it's better to put it directly in the open. Luo Shua, I hope my sister won't cry when the time comes. Luo Shulaim, Shua, so far you haven't beaten me once, but if you really have the ability to snatch your elder brother away, I will sincerely wish you guys well. P.S. Though it's not possible. Chapter 94 Rock Paper Scissors Paper. I'm sorry brother, you just look so good in pictures that I couldn't help but take a few more. The corners of Luo Shu Lemon's mouth rose, and with a smile, she put away her cell phone and resumed her seat next to Gu Luo. She exuded a sweet scent that warmed the air around her. The little angel's heart was happy at this time. Since Shua had made a move, he himself would never back down. After all that she had been through, she would never give up her older brother to anyone no matter what, not even her own sister. That's the way it is with relationships. There's no backing down in the slightest. It's best to let Shua know what's going on. But with my sister's nature, I guess she won't give in easily. Then go head to head and compete openly and honestly. It's Shu Lemon who has good photo-taking skills. Right, that group photo just now will be sent to me in a while. Smelling the faint aroma of Luo Shulaim's body, Gu Luo only felt refreshed. Fine. East Lake at night is quiet and beautiful. The moonlight was like water, pouring over the lake, sparkling, each ripple like a kiss left by the moonlight. Gu Luo and Luo Shulaim sat on the steps by the lake, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. They were immersed in this extremely comforting quiet time, enjoying this coziness that belonged only to each other. Luo Shu Lemon then turned her head slightly sideways and looked at Gu Luo. That gentle gaze seemed to melt him, and softly suggested, "Brother, let's soak our feet in the lake water. It must be very comfortable." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring in the mountains, with a hint of petulance that was impossible to resist. "It's okay." Gu Luo looked at her expectant eyes and nodded without hesitation. The two slowly removed their shoes and eased their feet into the lake water. It's worth noting that Lashu Lemon wears sneakers, so she also has to wear socks. The lake water was cool and gently wrapped around their feet, bringing a pleasant relief. Gu Luo's gaze inadvertently landed on Luo Shalimei's small feet. The white jade-like skin, pink toes, in the moonlight and street lamps, looked particularly charming. His heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate slightly, and an unspeakable sentiment spread quietly in the bottom of his heart. Bad. And the self-aim is off. As if Luo Shu Lemon felt Gu Luo's gaze, a faint blush rose on her face, but she didn't shyly avoid it. Instead, she enjoyed this beautiful moment even more recklessly. She kicked the water gently with her little feet, making a tiny splash. Gu Luo looked at Luo Shulaim's lively and lovely appearance and only felt that his mind was purified. From time to time, his gaze would linger on Luo Shalimei's feet and legs, admiring the picturesque and intoxicating beauty. As a leg and foot controller, this wave of benefits pulls straight through. The two played like that for quite a while, laughing. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Luo Shu Lemon suddenly proposed, "Let's play rock paper scissors. Whoever loses will have to put shoes on the other in a while." Okay, Gu Luo agreed without hesitation, because this game, win or lose, is a sweet reward for him. Of course, play the game or give in to your sister. It's obviously more enjoyable to put shoes on a little angel than it is to have him put shoes on himself. As for the reasons, I can only say that those who understand understand. Thinking of this, Gu Luo didn't hesitate to extend the cloth. Seeing this, the corner of Luo Shulaim's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. "Is this admitting defeat? You want to help me put on my shoes that badly?" She winked, playfully. Gu Luo smiled and didn't say anything. just looked at her quietly. The meaning is clear, as a brother you must give way to your sister. Then the game begins. Rock, paper, scissors. Lemon cried out ceremoniously, then slowly stretched out the stone. She's obviously trying to lose the game on purpose as well. However, Luo was quick on her feet and quickly switched her hand to scissors the moment the little angel was sure to produce a rock. The game ends with rock winning scissors. Elder brother, you're too cunning. Lemon's eyes widened in surprise. Then she couldn't help but laugh. Her face all smiles. Luo waved the scissors on her hand and asked with a curious smile, why did Lemon suddenly come out with a rock? Luckily I reacted quickly, because I want to put on my elder brother's shoes. Usually it's my elder brother who takes care of us. I also want to take care of my elder brother. Luo Shulan's voice was soft and sincere. At those words, Luo only felt as if she had been shot by Cupid's arrow in her heart, and a strong emotion surged through her. The heart simply loves the little angel. It's too sweet. He felt that he was the luckiest man in the world at this time, to be cared for and loved by such a gentle, kind and understanding girl. But since it's the elder brother who lost, let's do it next time, Luo Lemon said, pulling her small snow-white feet out of the lake water. Then he sat upward 2 steps, changed his position, and after briefly shaking his little feet, gently placed them on Luo's lap. The whole routine was natural, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to do, but the smoldering blush on her face betrayed her. Luo looked at these breathtakingly beautiful little feet resting on his lap, and a strong protective desire surged in his heart. He pulled a paper towel from his pocket and with gentle movements wiped the little foot clean first. Then, he picked up the small white socks on the side and slowly put them on Luo Shulaim. Let's just say that the foot control party is ecstatic. On this beautiful night, the breeze from the east lake blew gently, and the moonlight sprinkled on the two of them, sketching out a warm and romantic picture. Do I have nice feet? Lemon said, and shrunk the toes in her white stockings. Ahem. Luo coughed lightly and nodded somewhat less favorably. Very nice. It feels like elder brother isn't that shy anymore. If he was before he would definitely only say good looking. Luo Shulaim just held his chin, his eyes staring at his side face without blinking. People grow up. Luo smiled and said softly. He wasn't so shy with the little angel anymore. After all, the two spend time every day getting bored in the kitchen, and in the smell of smoke and fire. Their relationship is quietly heating up quickly, not to mention the school event. Elder brother has become more mature and become handsome. Luo Lemon slowly reached out and pinched Luo's handsome face. I so want to do more for elder brother. At those words, Luo's heart warmed, and she couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. There will be a long time to come, and there will be more time in the future. After a pause, he twisted his head and whispered, looking forward to a future with you. The mind, on the other hand, was trying to tease the little angel. Can't be teased every time. As a man, one must fight back. I look forward to it too. Lemon smiled slightly, seeing that the little angel fell for it. Luo hurriedly laughed. Shulaim, what I just said was the name of the tune you composed. Brother, I am speaking my mind. Chapter 95, Sweet Snowmelon. Luo only felt that her entire body had been brutally stormed. Puff, puff, puff. The heart is beating extra fast. The cherub hit for 999 plus true damage with this move. Can't tease at all. Luo only felt his face get a little hot, and after a while, he said very seriously, Lemon, wait for 2 months. Let's come back here after 2 months. When the time comes, I want to give you a gift and say something to you that I've always wanted to say. May I? At those words, Luo Shulaim's face gradually reddened as well. She retracted her little feet somewhat nervously and put on her shoes, then straightened her hair, which had been disturbed by the lake breeze, and finally sat up straight, nodding heavily with a serious expression. I do. She knew what it meant, meaning that these 2 months are a time for the two to cement their relationship, and all one has to do is finish writing looking forward to the future with you in these 2 months, as well as preventing Shua from bending the rules. Hearing the affirmative answer, Luo's heart couldn't be happier. He asked, may I? And the cherub answered, I do. It could be said that the two had become a half-step couple at this point in time. It's just one last step away from confirming the relationship. Luo has to finish the gift within these 2 months, as well as get permission from Papa Lick Dragon and Auntie Luo, as well as Mamoru. The main thing, of course, was Auntie Lo and Mandy's approval. After all, family situations are unique and you can't just blindly get together in the heat of the moment. There are many aspects to consider. 2 months should be about right. It's just that if Mandy finds out, she'll probably cry her eyes out in sadness, but there's nothing to be done about it. You'll just have to coax it when the time comes. Elder brother, are you worried that mom won't agree? Luo Lemon asked suddenly as if she could see Luo's concerns, playing the bright card, so to speak. After all, even said I do. There is no need to cover up the speech. A little bit. Luo smiled slightly, but don't worry Lemon. I'll convince auntie. I believe in elder brother. Luo Shuluan Lemon lazily stretched out at this time and said in a light tone, if she really doesn't agree, I'll take you and run away, she said, blinking her big watery eyes. I've saved a lot of money privately. Oh, enough for us to spend for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, it definitely won't come to that. Instead, a warmth welled up in his heart. He knew it was the little angel not wanting to stress himself out. And then there's the fact that the little rich girl is scary as hell. What an abomination. Why deny yourself the right to struggle? Gu Luo thought in his mind Versailles, then heard Luo Shulime say with some embarrassment, let me give you a massage. Didn't we agree before? I'll give you a massage after the school festival. Is it okay? Gu Luo gulped. Indeed, forgetting about this. Aha, just sit down, Luo Shu Lemon said, standing up and sitting behind Gu Luo, slowly reaching out to squeeze his shoulders. Is this strength okay? Aha. Gu Luo directly closed her eyes comfortably and enjoyed it carefully. It's so cozy. After Luo Shu Lemon rubbed her shoulders for a while, she suddenly asked very, very quietly, your stomach should be uncomfortable too, right? Hearing this, Gu Luo instantly understood what she meant. Immediately, he nodded somewhat awkwardly. Yes, it's a bit uncomfortable. Then he felt a small hand come up from behind and place it on top of his abs. Gu Luo's heartbeat instantly accelerated, subconsciously holding his breath and pushing his abdomen to make his abs as hard as possible. It's one of those things that's a boy's cautionary tale. And the process lasted less than 5 seconds before the small hand slowly retracted. I'm done with my massage. Ah, good. The two just fell silent, and the atmosphere around them all seemed to turn an ambiguous pink color. After a while, Gu Luo suddenly pulled out a packet of desserts from his pocket and proceeded to hand it to Luo Shulime behind him. Shulime, have the snowberry, matcha flavor. Luo Shu Lemon froze, subconsciously took the snow meadows, and asked, was it specially brought for me? Well, it was saved especially for you. A friend at the ministry job today. After hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon only felt that her entire body was light and airy, and she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. It's not as simple as a simple sherbet. This was proof that Gu Luo would think of her whenever he could. Heart ah, that's sweet. Thanks. Luo Shu Lime opened the bag at this time and took a gentle bite. The flavor of matcha jumps in your mouth at once. Immediately afterward, she handed the half-bitten Zuma Miniang to Gu Luo's mouth and said softly, you eat it too. Ah. Gu Luo looked at the half portion of Shua Main Yang that had a hint of crystals remaining at the bite and ate it in one bite without much thought. Does it ever feel sweeter than the usual snow meat? Gu Luo could naturally hear the meaning of the little angel's question, and immediately nodded with a smile. Yes, it's sweeter than what you normally eat. The heart is simply happy. This feeling of showing love with a little angel is fantastic. In the meantime, inside the bedroom, the Zuma Miniang that Sister Ling bought is so sweet. Gu Sherman ate the snowberry while modifying the picture of her and Lu Shue. Smooth, rounded legs kept slapping the soft bed. Even though any random photo of the two jumped out at her at the level of a top webcam, she insisted on fixing it up a bit more. After all, it was going to be sent to someone to read. It can't be sloppy at all. Humph, it's really cheap for you stinky old brother. Gu Sherman couldn't help but mutter as he ate. Let's show you what it means to be a stunningly beautiful girl. What an angelic, devilish body. You must write 1,000 words after watching it, or I'll stomp you to death. Stomp you to death. Chapter 96, Matcha Flavor. Brother, stand here and don't move. Luo Shulime arched her eyebrows and said with a smile, walking briskly to the side, her gaze like a soulful bird, searching for the best shooting angle. After each shot, he immediately sent it to Luo Shua. Have fun with it. Enjoy this double pleasure. Oh Kuan. Gu Luo looked at Luo Shulime's heartfelt joy and was equally happy. Without realizing it, his emotions were completely tied to the cherub. Luo Shulime, photo, *1. Brother is so handsome. La Shu Lemon, photo, *1. Brother smiles so broadly. Oh, ***. Oh, Luo Shulime, photo, *1. Shua, are you asleep? How come you don't reply to messages ya? Locks alone. Write it out. La Shu Lemon is on fire, so to speak. Within 2 months it is necessary to completely kill Luo Shuo to prevent night dreams. Of course, the sooner this is done, the better. In the meantime, inside Gu Luo's room, in the darkness, Luo Shua was quietly lying on the wide bed, covered with the quilt Gu Luo used on a regular basis, looking over the photos Luo Shulime had sent. One by one, the only light in the room was the faint glow from the cell phone screen, reflected on the delicate face. Sister is really good at taking pictures. Suddenly, she felt a little thirsty. Then he sat up, picked up a bottle of water on a side table, and drank directly from mouth to mouth, the whole set of actions seeming very natural. It's as comfortable as being in your own bedroom. At this time, Luo Shua was merely wearing a black halter nightgown. The black hemline of her dress mirrored the white sheets, and her body seemed to blend perfectly with the large bed. Finishing her drink of water, she set the bottle down and swiped her finger across the screen of her cell phone and began to type a reply. Lashu, sister looks really happy tonight. Luo Shulime, Shua hasn't gone to sleep yet. By the way, just now elder brother also put on my shoes. Especially gentle. Asterisk. Lashu Lemon, photo asterisk 1. The photo is of a pair of overhead sneakers. Luo Shua looked at these two messages and couldn't help but gently shake her head, the corners of her mouth slightly rising, revealing a smile with some mocking meaning. That's it? She didn't even know what expression her sister would show if she sent the video of Gu Luo rubbing her feet. It's going to be quite wonderful, but now is not the time. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Luo Shuho, sister even wore sneakers when she went out after taking a shower. What a nice gesture. Luo Shu Lemon, of course. I want my brother to be able to have a better experience. It's just a pity that I couldn't help my brother put on his shoes. He reacts too fast. How can I lose without losing? Degree. Luo Shu Lime, I can only blame my elder brother for simply favoring me too much. / omega / / Lashuo, 6. Luo Shu Lime, by the way, today he secretly went to find his brother. He should know that a member of the public service department gave him a share of snowwinkles. It's matcha flavored. Oh, the taste is great. And seeing this message, Luo Shua's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, like a sharp cat sensing the enemy's trail. She instantly thought of the yogurt-flavored snowmelt that Shuling had given herself, as well as the bag of snowmelt that Shuling had specially bought for Mandy before she went home, and it was still in the name of both her and Gu Luo. Thinking about it, the reason why Shu Ling didn't buy it for Shu Lemon is that she had already guessed that Gu Luo would keep it for her. Shu Ling. A strong pressure surged in Luo Shua's heart. If Luo Shu Lemon's threat is 10 points, then Luo Shu Ling is 100 points. No, far more, even 200, 500. No one in this world knew Luo Shuling better than she did. It's just that Luo Shuling doesn't fight for it now, but in reality, she has her own thoughts inside. But if she adds it one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Shua didn't want to face Luo Shuling at all. Luo Shua, it's good that my sister is happy. I'll go to sleep first. Good night. Lashu Lime, good night. By the way, I'll be officially together with my elder brother in 2 months. Asterisk. Luo Shua, does sister look down on me that much? Lashu Lemon, because I believe in myself, more than I believe in my elder brother. At this point, the chat ends. Good night, Shu Lemon. Good night, brother. After the two of them softly said goodnight to each other, Gu Luo walked into the bedroom with a full of warmth and sweetness. Flicking the switch, the light instantly illuminated the room. He walked towards the familiar large bed, his steps slightly brisk. Good evening. Gu Luo's entire body jumped up, startled by the sudden sound. After seeing clearly the person lying on the bed, he was surprised and asked, Shua, why are you on my bed? Why can't I be in your bed? Luo Shua asked back with an expressionless face. Gu Luo was at a loss for words, and a wave of helplessness welled up in his heart. You can never wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed helplessly. It's fine, so can you go back now? I'm going to sleep here tonight. Absolutely not. Gu Luo's face turned serious and he refused without hesitation. Why? There's no reason. Gu Luo's reply was short and strong, with a resolute attitude. But my brother still owes me terms. That won't work either. It's not negotiable. Seeing Gu Luo's tough attitude, Luo Shua changed direction and asked, then what if it's Xiao Man? Upon hearing this, Gu Luo froze slightly. Gu Sherman's playful and cute appearance quickly flashed through his mind, and after carefully thinking about it, he still nodded. Xiao Man can. If Mandy is a sister, I'm not a sister? Not the same. Hearing this, Luo Shua suddenly laughed a little. This smile was somewhat inscrutable, not knowing if she was laughing at herself or Gu Sherman. Well, Shua, you should go back. You have to get up early tomorrow. After this night's sweet date with the little angel, Gu Luo really didn't want to maintain this strange relationship with the imp anymore. Then rub my legs, even if it's a request, Luo Shua said, patting the spot beside her. Hearing this request, Gu Luo only hesitated slightly before sitting over. Let's get the requirements done first. That's not too much to ask. However, Gu Luo was just thinking about it when suddenly, his mouth was blocked by a soft touch. His eyes went wide and his mind went blank. 1 second, 2 seconds. Gu Luo reacted and just wanted to resist, but Luo Shoho stood up lightly, licked her lips, and commented like a connoisseur who tasted food. Matcha-flavored first kiss, I remember. In combination with the message sent by Luo Shuline just now, it was possible to judge that the two had only kissed indirectly. Sister can be so weak. That's it? Shua. You. Gu Luo was just about to say something when he saw Luo Shuho slowly stretch out her white jade-like arm. Then he hooked his chin and lifted it with a slight force. Luo Shua condescended and said expressionlessly, "I'm eating you up. Within a month, I'll make you completely inseparable from me." Chapter 97, Sister. My favorite flavor is also matcha. Shuho. It's not right for us to be like this. Don't you like it? Luo Shua remained expressionless and gave him a condescending blank look. Nor. Then shut up. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Gu Luo, who was lying flat on the large bed, let out a long breath, as if she had put down a 1,000-pound burden and chose to bear this sudden pressure. Life is like that. Every stage has stresses that are unique to that stage. Since I can't fight it, I'll face it bravely. Brother, what are you doing? But right at this moment, Luo Shu Lemon's voice with shock and disbelief rang in his ears like a thunderbolt. Gu Luo turned his head violently, only to see Luo Shalimei standing at one side, her eyes round and wide, her face full of unbelief. Seeing the person, Gu Luo was startled, only felt his scalp tingling and his heart beating wildly. Shu Lemon, let me explain. You're all like this. What explanation do I still want to hear? Luo Shu Lemon said. Tears were like a flood that broke the dike, slowly sliding down her fair and delicate cheeks. Betrayed like this by her most trusted older brother, her eyes were filled with pain and despair. Brother, how could you do this? Her voice was sobbing and heartbreaking to hear. Then he turned and sprinted toward the door. Shu Lemon. Gu Luo just wanted to sit up before Luo Shuho pressed him down. Let me up first. Let me up. He struggled anxiously, his voice full of anxiety and helplessness. Gu Luo sat up violently from the bed, a few drops of cold sweat sliding down his cheeks, his heart beating especially fast. It was about to jump out of his throat. He looked around him in bewilderment, feeling only familiar and strange at the same time. The sunlight squeezed its way into the bedroom through a gap in the curtains and landed on the edge of the king-sized bed like a warm dawn, but it couldn't dispel the fear in his heart. Luckily it was a dream. Gu Luo covered her head in shock, her mind almost blank. The dream was too real, too scary. I didn't realize that the first time I saw my little angel shed a tear was in a dream. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart at the thought of the little angel's grief-stricken face. However, there was another most terrible question. Why was the heroine of this dream Luo Shua? Obviously it should be Lashu Lemon. That makes more sense. Could it be because of the first kiss being taken last night? Or was it all that passive proximity before? Maybe both. The only thing Gu Luo could be sure of was that he really did have Luo Shuho in his heart, even if it's just in the physical aspect at the moment. But it did leave an indelible imprint by the imp. That was the first kiss. A man only gets his first kiss once in his life. The imp's line, matcha-flavored first kiss, I'll remember. It's like a mantra that echoes in my ears and won't go away. To die, really dying. Obviously, it was only yesterday when he dated Luo Shalimei that he set a 2-month appointment, and it turned out that he lost his first kiss that night. Even had dreams where the heroine was Shua. I don't want to be a scumbag. Gu Luo covered his head with both hands, as if he was trying to hide himself, trying to mentally convince himself that he was all about being with Luo Shulaim. But whenever this time comes, it always comes back to Luo Shua. After all, the two have had all sorts of close encounters. It would be a lie to say there are no ideas. Saying that he was willing to watch Luo Shua be with other boys in the future and go into someone else's arms was even more false. It felt like fondness, rather than the innate possessiveness of humans. But possessiveness is also like in a way. And the imp's line, in a month, I'll make you completely inseparable from me. Gu Luo didn't even dare to think what outrageous things the imp would do in the meantime. But Ri was both incredibly worried, afraid of apologizing to the little angel, but also had some small expectations. This kind of mood is particularly complicated. Like a mess. How can not be sorted out? How should you choose between a fish and a bear? Forget it. Take a step and see what happens. All the heart releases he had done to the imp had been completely shattered by the matcha-flavored first kiss in this dream. Sinning, Gu Luo wailed, then got up and went to the bathroom, changing all the clothes on her body, then hand wash on the spot. Brother, you're looking a little worse for wear. Inside the kitchen, Luo Shu Lemon scrutinized Gu Luo's face with concern in her eyes. Ahem. Gu Luo was a little afraid to look directly at Luo Shalimei, and when he thought of her grief-stricken, crying face in the dream, a deep sense of guilt welled up. Seeing this, Luo Shu Lemon suddenly seemed to think of something, and with a red face proposed, "Let me heat up a cup of milk for you now." No. Gu Luo quickly waved his hand, dryly smiled and explained, "It really isn't that. Shu Lemon, don't worry, I have a measure." Okay then. Luo Shu Lemon cocked her head at that moment to think about it, and then after taking a quick look outside the kitchen and realizing that her sisters hadn't come down yet, she immediately whispered, "Would you be happier with a hug? May I?" At those words, Gu Luo's heartbeat sped up. Of course, a simple hug between us isn't normal. After saying that, Luo Shu Lemon slightly reddened her little face and gently slowly put both her arms around Gu Luo's waist, gently burying her head in his chest. Listening to the sound of her heart beating faster, she took a breath and said softly, "It's over what happened between us that you lost some sleep, isn't it? An elder brother is such a gentle boy. Surely he'll look out for all parties. And Mandy is a cute brother controller who loves to be jealous. Don't worry, I'll always be there for you and we'll carry all the stress together." Hearing these words, Gu Luo was touched in his heart and at the same time, he was incomparably guilty. The little angel had been looking out for him, and he himself was surprised that he had another girl in mind. Shu Lemon, thank you. Gu Luo slowly hugged the little angel in his arms at this time, resting his chin against her head. The two just held each other so tightly. Time passed by minute, and it was as if they couldn't feel it, just feeling the warmth coming from each other. "How much longer are you going to cuddle?" At some point, an unmistakably cold voice came in from outside the kitchen. Seeing that the visitor was Shu He, Gu Luo subconsciously let go of his arm, and instead of letting go, Luo Shu Lemon wrapped her arms tighter. Then she twisted her head slightly and smiled very gently. "Good morning Shua. As you can see, brother smells so good, so I'm going to cuddle a little longer." Listening to the conversation between the two sisters, Gu Luo blinked her eyes, a little confused for a moment as to what exactly was going on right now. Why did the plot go this way? The little angel was now completely swearing sovereignty over the little devil. Really? Then sister's nose is still almost interesting, Luo Shua said, not moving and glancing at Gu Luo. Gu Luo instantly averted her eyes sheepishly. Mentally, I was glad that I had changed my clothes in the morning. Otherwise it might have caught Luo Shua's scent. The special scent of the imp still lingered in his bed now. What makes you laugh and cry is that dream saved him last night. Otherwise if Luo Shu Lemon smelled Luo Shu He, it would be all over. Gu Luo didn't want to see the little angel's tearful touch no matter what. "Shuha, breakfast will be ready in a while. You go wait in the living room first. I still have some whispers to say to my elder brother alone." Luo Shu Lemon just leaned her head against Gu Luo's chest and said to Luo Shu He with smugness in her smile, "Leaving is fine, but I have to ask you guys a question," Luo Shua said, gently leaning against the door. With little expression on her face, yet she asked with a smile, "What do you think of the matcha flavor, sis?" This Luo Shu Lemon instantly thought of what she had shown off to Luo Shuho last night, and immediately nodded her head gently. "My favorite right now is the matcha flavor." Hearing this answer, Luo Shua looked quite satisfied and nodded, then looked at Gu Luo and asked, "So what do you think of the matcha flavor?" Hearing this question, Gu Luo only felt chills run down his spine, but looking at the expectant gaze of the little angel in his arms as she tilted her head up, he could only say stiffly, "I, likewise favorite matcha flavor." Then he felt the little angel in his arms hugging tighter. "So it is." Luo Shua clapped her hands, then slowly turned around. Before leaving with a kind of inexplicable tone, he left a light sentence. "What a coincidence. My favorite is also matcha flavor." Chapter 98 Shinyu's Outlook. Thanks to always like sunny days great God certification. Finished 666. Guanya College. Sophomore class of 8. Rear window. Home of the king. First period recess. Mom do you know where there is a cemetery around here? Gu Luo didn't have much essence to lie on the table and asked Shinyu beside her. In the case of the cemetery, let's see. Shinyu was searching in her head when she heard Gu Luo follow up. "It's okay. I'm kidding. The heart." That was hard pressed by a heavy boulder. Gu Luo sort of figured out that the little angel and the little devil had definitely communicated in private. That's why we had that conversation this morning, and last night's fixer-upper at the dinner table. Let's just say that the unfortunate part of the situation now was that the imp hadn't told the cherub what had happened between the two, and it looks like it's not going to say. But it's not a sure thing. Maybe one day there'll be a king bomb. Gu Luo only felt that there was a sword of Damocles above his head, which could mercilessly chop down at any time. One can only shiver sandwiched between the cherub and the imp. He was inexperienced in relationships and it was really like crossing a river by feeling his way, taking each step carefully. Let's leave it to God. Gu Luo sighed. Everything between her and the imp was consensual anyway, and when it really came to the day when she had to confess, at least there was a silver lining. Still, I hope that day doesn't come. Must have a nice chat with the imp sometime. At the very least, let her rot some things away. It's worth paying a little for it. It's hard to fall in love. Being caught in a relationship between triplets of beautiful sisters is even harder. The slightest misstep is an abyss. Gu Luo, do you have something on your mind? Shinyu looked at Gu Luo's worried appearance and couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's okay. Can you tell? Gu Luo raised her head slightly, barely squeezing out a smile. You're almost writing it on your face. Shinyu pursed her lips. She was in a hungry state right now, and although she was equally uninspired, she still said softly, Gu Luo, remember to tell me if you need help. Although I may not always be able to help you out, I will certainly listen carefully. Aha! Hearing the comfort, Gu Luo's mood immediately improved, but there's no way to get that kind of heart out. It was a secret that belonged exclusively to him and his little angel and imp, and could only be buried deep in his heart. Time always passes quickly in this state of mixed emotions. The bell for the second period just rang, and the originally quiet classroom instantly came alive. Old Wang stood on the podium and watched as several of the boys were already holding their badminton rackets, like warriors about to run into battle, ready to charge downstairs. Just a moment, I have an announcement to make. He slapped the blackboard hard, and said to the boys in a good-natured manner, "Can't you get tired of playing badminton every day? Old Wang, you don't get it, do you? This is the soul that belongs to the badminton man." A boy leaning against the door said loudly, "That's it, badminton you just play." One without a squeak. My second grandpa's family's third uncle lost money playing cards every day before, and then caught badminton. Hey, you just what? It costs more than playing cards. Okay. Old Wang waved his hand in a good-natured manner, and then announced, "The school is going to hold the school sports day next Tuesday, and in a moment, everyone can go to the sports commissioner to sign up for the program. As for the team event, the last time we had multiple people and multiple feet our class fell into a long snake formation, so let's switch to tug of war this year. Everyone needs to sign up in large numbers." Before he could finish his words, he saw Situ Wenyao directly stand up and righteously said, "Give me all the projects that no one has reported." "What one? 500 meters. 3,000 meters. Leave it all to me." This statement was met with a round of applause from the class. "Pussy is awesome. I love you, Pussy," the gym rep shouted excitedly. If it wasn't for Situ Wenyao, the unselected 3,000 meters would definitely be his. Great, it's push. We're saved. At this moment, the boys in the class were raising their voices loudly, and the girls are envious and jealous. Why isn't there a girl version of Sito Manyao in the class? Cool, so cool. Situ Wenyao listened to the cheers of his classmates, and in his heart, he secretly wanted to just shiver twice. Classmates are not willing to run 3,000 meters. He ran. Classmates are not willing to do the dirty work. He did. Classmates are not willing to participate in the activities. He participated. Classmates are not willing to do anything. Through he came. This is the way to pretend. Old Wang was very pleased at this time and nodded to Situ Wenyao, praising, "Everyone should learn from student Wenyao. This kind of dedication deserves to be learned by all of us." His favorite student in this class is Situ Wenyao. Actively answered questions in class at all times, was the first to raise his hand for all activities, and gave the class the benefit of the doubt. This kind of good student is simply a treasure, a dream of all teachers. And hearing the class teacher's public praise, Situ Wenyao only felt even better. Luckily, he had gone through Gu Luo's desensitization training in the past 2 weeks, otherwise he might have shivered in public. "Alright, I'll go to the sports commissioner to sign up and go down to play afterward." After saying that, Old Wang picked up the thermos cup with wolfberries and walked towards the door with a leisurely step. Before leaving, he added, "By the way, if the women's shot put is concerned, leave it to Feng Yuzheng, then immediately walk out of the classroom. Next, sports committee, sign me up for 50 meters. 50 meters is mine. Don't take 200 from me. Why there is no badminton in the school games? Shady," a boy said while waving a badminton racket worth thousands of dollars in his hand. The sports commissioner pulled out a form from the drawer and said helplessly to that badminton fairy, "The school sports meet only has field, track, team and fun events. Badminton belongs to a specific sports competition. It's not like there isn't one. Just wait. But you can sign up for the shuttlecock fun tournament and have feathers anyway." "You mauler." Back row. Xinyu withdrew her gaze at this time and asked Gu Luo beside her, "Gu Luo, do you have a program you want to participate in? Feel whatever you want. I'll choose after they pick first." Gu Luo smiled and replied, then stretched. Being interrupted by the class did make him feel a little better. "Whatever, the ship will go straight. I wouldn't be much use. I participated in the shot put program last year, and I was eliminated from the competition in the second round." Saying that, Xinyu lowered her head somewhat sadly. "It's okay, there aren't many girls who are good at sports to begin with," Gu Luo said, looked at Xinyu, then lightly opened his mouth to ask, "Use mom, have you lost weight?" At those words, Xinyu instantly broke free from her inferiority complex and subconsciously inclined her head, touching her hair in embarrassment. "Have you?" Gu Luo nodded her head affirmatively. "There is, although you can't find it without looking closely, but you've definitely lost a little weight. It should be an illusion." Ha ha. Xinyu held back her inner joy and did not intend to show the results at this time. When the winter vacation was over, she was going to give Gu Luo a big surprise. At that point, there might be a chance to take the friends-only label off. As for the Hyatt Mom label, she would keep it. Anyway, no delays. Just as Gu Luo was about to say something else, her shoulder was suddenly tapped heavily. Clank! Snowy and I are here to play with you again. Chapter 99. There are so many activities in Guanya. Brother Gu. Senior sister Xinyu. This is the strawberry cupcake I prepared for you today. I specially followed the online tutorial to make it. I hope you like it. Lu Shua, who was behind Gu Sherman, said and placed the box with the strawberry cupcakes on Gu Luo's table. Ah, thanks. Gu Luo smiled, taking a liking to the sister who came to feed herself almost every day. Of course, the most important thing is that Lu Shua is Xiaoman's best friend, and every time they meet, they will sweetly call out Brother Gu. This well-behaved appearance naturally caused Gu Luo to treat her like a younger sister. Thank you, schoolgirl. Xinyu also came back to her senses at this time from the thoughts she had just had, nodding slightly and giving Lu Shua an affectionate smile. She really liked these two sisters of Gu Luo. Not only does she look cute and pretty, but her personality is even more pleasing, and she had a lot of respect for herself, which made her really have a good time as a schoolmate. And the moment the two freshman beauty girls came to the sophomore class 8, the class that was originally still filled with a little noise suddenly became quite quiet. Those middle-aged boys who were usually always hanging around, at this moment, they all looked like they had changed, trying to put on a deep look. There was no way to be decent and look your best in front of the two prettiest little white flowers of freshman year. So much so, that students who had been in a hurry to get down to the playground to play ball stopped in their tracks. Except, of course, for a few badminton immortals. Gu Sherman asked Gu Luo at this time. Stinky old brother, what program did you sign up for? It's not finalized yet. We'll see later, Gu Luo said, asking her rhetorically. What about you, Mamoru? It's not like Shue and I have any sports cells, so of course we'll be spectators. Gu Sherman spat out her tongue mischievously, then couldn't help but spit out. Say, aren't school events held too often? Last Wednesday was the school festival, and the following Tuesday it was time for the school sports day. Upon hearing this, Xinyu patiently smiled at the side and explained, it's like this, and the school will hold 2 school sports days every semester, respectively at the beginning of the school year and before the vacation. Of course, there are all kinds of competitions, parties, spring trips, fall trips, trips to out-of-state co-ops, much more. On average, there's an event every 2 or 3 weeks. The school can really have money. Gu Sherman couldn't help but sigh, but all of a sudden she realized something. Her eyes instantly lit up and she asked excitedly, and go out of state to share a room? Right. Xinyu nodded, then smiled mysteriously. But going to an out-of-state co-op is a perk that only sophomores get. Upon hearing this cruel news, Gu Sherman was immediately like a deflated ball of leather, breaking his defense, breaking the big defense. It wasn't that she couldn't go this year on broken defense, it was that she couldn't go with her stinky old brother on broken defense. But there are exceptions. Speaking of this, Xinyu couldn't help but lower her voice and whisper. Strictly speaking, freshmen and juniors are not allowed to follow along as a matter of principle, but when the time comes, I can get my mom to talk to the principal of the school. Although it was considered an aristocratic school, there weren't many families in Guanya who could make the school authorities give a lot of face. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman's heart immediately rejoiced, and the spark of hope was rekindled in her eyes. But there was some hesitation to say anything for a moment. Even though she had a bit of a background, it was still hard for her to start asking Auntie Lo to go and talk to the school about this kind of thing. The second thing was that even though he knew Xinyu now, he wasn't too familiar with her, not to mention that this was using the energy of her parents. Let's see how it goes then. When the time comes, we might really need your help to talk to Auntie Sue. Gu Luo thought for a moment, but still spoke up for Gu Sherman. He also wanted to go out and travel with Gu Sherman and make good memories. I just don't know what will become of their reorganized family when the time comes. After all, it was highly unlikely that Auntie Luo would approve of Luo Shulime and herself being together. If you can't, ask Xinyu for help. Yu's mom is not an outsider. That's fine. Xinyu saw that Gu Luo didn't see any outsiders with herself at all, and her heart burst with joy. Those who didn't know, thought that Gu Luo was helping her fulfill some wish. Yeah, Gu Sherman immediately jumped over and hugged Xinyu. It wasn't long after the two women had been fighting that the gym member came over with a form. After first smiling politely at Gu Sherman and Lu Shue, he then asked Gu Luo, Gu Shun, what do you say? Chapter 100, Gu Luo wants to transfer to class 12. My name is Lu Jianjun. Never thought that my family would give me such a name with a strong imprint of the times. Of course, it's not that I dislike the name, but I'm bitter that some of my classmates make fun of it. Since I was a child, this scenario has been repeated. When I say the words Lu Jianjun, the other party's reaction will be the same. Either cannot help but laugh out loud, or full of suspicion, sure that I'm making up a fake name, to which I had no choice but to pull out a screenshot of my ID to prove myself, and I couldn't escape the guffaw. While most of these laughs were harmless, they were just hard to strain. But I don't blame my dad because his name is Lu Jiangwo and he's the principal of Guanya College. Going back to the roots, it was all a self-imposed decision by the old man of the family despite the opposition of the whole family. If he didn't have more money than his entire family could spend in a lifetime, I'd make a scene if I had to say anything. But the old man gave just too much. In school, I never dared to reveal my real name. Once the students knew about it, not only would their majesty be lost, but it would also become the laughingstock of their tea time. Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun was sitting on the lawn waiting for the sophomore class 8 to come down for gym class when he heard the extremely upsetting sound coming from behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was the physical education teacher of the 22nd year class, as well as his old classmate of many years. What's the point of calling your dad? You've become a teacher, and your speech is still so uncivilized? The 12th class physical education teacher sat next to Lu Jianjun at this time, patted his shoulder and said with a playful smile, Lu Jianjun, to discuss something with you. Lu Jianjun really couldn't stand this old classmate anymore, so he used an elbow strike and elbowed him hard on the waist, saying in a good humor, say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Good you Lu Jianjun, hit so hard. The 12th class physical education teacher covered his waist for a while and grimaced, slowing down before continuing. Well, the boys in my class got beat up in gym class last Monday, and you know, the young guys are angry, and they're not happy about it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianjun slightly raised his eyebrows. Is it the boys in your class who are unconvinced? Or is it you who are unconvinced? Look at what you're saying, Lu Jianjun. How could I possibly be bothered with a child? How could I possibly be bothered with that brat named Situ Wanyao? Thinking of the previous scene of being taunted by a few class 8 boys to their faces, the corners of class 12's physical education teacher's mouth twitched fiercely, but he quickly offered with a leathery smile. It's like this, aren't we going to have the sports meet next week? Your class 8 will definitely sign up for tug-of-war for the team event this time, and it just so happens that our class is as well. So how about an early training session later? What do you think? Since it's a proposal from the boys in our class, it's fine to have only boys. It just so happens that my class is just one more boy than yours. It doesn't matter. You can just send another girl. Not. You are really shameless. Lu Jianjun pointed at the two super tall and strong men of class 12 as well as a heavy tank not far away and said breathlessly, is this early training for you? Aren't you just trying to get back last week in front of the whole school? Although the boys in their 8th class were generally tall, their bodies were on the proportionate side, and there was indeed still some distance between them and the 12th class paper strength. The most ridiculous thing about this guy is that he even let his class fill in for a girl. What a chutzpah as always. Just like in the old school days. Lu Jianjun. Just say then or not. No comparison. Lu Jianjun didn't even think about it and directly refused. Lu Jianjun. You're not going to wimp out, are you? No comparison. You're getting too old for this agitation. Lu Jianjun. So I can understand that you admit that class 8 is inferior to class 12? Fine. Fine. I admit that your agitation method is effective. Yes, let's train in advance then. Seeing this old classmate keep on chattering, Lu Jianjun got a headache from the noise, and was so angry and amused that he could only agree to it. He didn't actually think that class 8 had no chance of winning, just not much of a chance. At the very least, that little tigress phone Yuching was the equivalent of 3 boys. Using math, class 8 has 2 more boys than class 12. Think of it this way, and the odds are a little higher. Seeing that Lu Jianjun agreed, the 12th class physical education teacher smiled and proposed. Lu Jianjun, how about this? If class 8 wins, I'll treat class 8 to a cup of milk tea. 1 cup for each of us. How about that? On the contrary, if our class wins, we don't need you to treat us. Is that good enough? No need. It's not like I can't afford to lose. Lu Jianjun directly rejected the offer. Since it's a competition, it has to be a fair fight and the conditions have to be equal. If he is unkind, he cannot be unrighteous himself. Very well, then it's a deal. The class 12 gym teacher burst out laughing. He knows Lu Jianjun too well, and knows that this kid eats this set of retreat for advancement the most. Ha, you're just bullying me for being good-tempered and not willing to bother with you. Lu Jianjun shrugged. Bullying? Not willing to count? At those words, the class 12 physical education teacher's face instantly went askew with anger, yanking his collar and yelling loudly. You damn well picked up my only real sister. What's wrong with me saying a few words about you? I'm telling you, as long as I don't die, I'll call you Lu Jianjun for a day. You won't even call me your great-uncle. Cough. Lu Jianjun immediately didn't dare to push his luck. But I have to say, a brother's sister just smells good. Other than the risk of being sacked and sunk in the sea by walking at night, it's all rather messy. Brother, are you a good high jumper? I've never even seen you in the high jump before. Gu Sherman bounced and followed Gu Luo down the school building, chattering the whole way. Lu Shua and Xinyu, on the other hand, followed behind the two of them, also chatting in whispers. Hearing his sister's question, Gu Luo laughed easily. It's alright. It shouldn't be hard to get a championship easily. Ha, bragging. Gu Sherman tooted her mouth in disgust, full of disbelief. Guanya, but there are quite a lot of sports specialties. Even a lot of great ones have the level of provincial athletes. You don't get eliminated in the first round on it. What about if I'm going to win the championship? If you win the championship, I'll be your maid for a month. Gu Sherman didn't even think about it and said directly, Ha, why do I have to reward you for winning? You stinky old brother. I'll beat you to death. Gu Sherman instantly exploded with anger, transforming into a milky, ferocious, fried-furred kitten, raising her hand to deliver a set of trailing fists. I don't know. It's just soothing. Gu Luo squinted her eyes in comfort. What the cutest sister in the world. And hearing this, Lu Shua and Xingyu behind the two instantly floated to the surface. I'm looking forward to that day. Lu Shua thought. I'm looking forward to that day. Shen Yu thought. Just then, the two men's gazes inadvertently met and quickly moved away as if electrocuted. They both sensed something different about the other, and a thought flashed through their minds in unison. No way. But if you think about it, there are as many girls who like Gu Luo as there are stars, so it's not that surprising. Lu Shua didn't see Xingyu as a threat. She kinda liked this gentle schoolmate. But then, the plan to raid Brother Gu can't be delayed. Going to post all those cute pics tonight. And Xinyu's heart is also more determined to work hard to lose weight. It can't be helped. There are just too many opponents, and they're all so beautiful. Gu Luo. Gu Luo's four walked to the lawn and only just sat down when the sports commissioner jogged over and opened his mouth. Don't you rest yet. We're going to have a tug-of-war match with Class 12 in a little while. Ha? Hakio went taunting again? Gu Luo only felt that this scene was déjà vu. He knew there were several heavily armored fighters from the Kendo division in Class 12. Usually there should be no bullying if there are no special circumstances. No. This time it's the Class 12 PE teacher who is deliberately trying to find trouble with Brother Lu. The physical education committee member hurriedly explained. And why is that? The sports commissioner glanced at Gu Sherman sitting next to Gu Luo, and after a slight silence, he still said truthfully, according to the students who just passed by the two teachers, it was our class's old Lu who picked up the 12th class gym teacher's own sister. After Gu Luo heard this, he associated it with the fact that he had 4 sisters in his own family, and immediately empathized with them, and a wave of nameless anger surged to his heart. The generation is too strong. Harder fists. Has it been too long since the headlights were cleaned? Or does the kitchen miter not smell good anymore? Then, with a leathery smile, he asked, Oh, sports committee, is it too late for me to switch to class 12? Chapter 101 Gu Luo, you deserve to die. Gu Luo, you guy is a sister controller, right? This flavor is too righteous. The sports commissioner spat in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained his composed smile as a senior. He didn't even dare to imagine if this Gu Luo guy would go completely crazy if someone picks up Gu Sherman in the future. And seeing the expression on Gu Luo's face at that moment, as well as hearing him answer like that, Gu Sherman's mouth couldn't be pressed down. As a brother controller, what could be more enjoyable than a brother who is a sister controller? Brother, don't worry, I'll follow you all my life. Gu Sherman said as she intimately took Gu Luo's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Ha, the cutest sister sauce is actually a brother controller? Gu Luo, you deserve to die. You really deserve to die. You really deserve to die. While watching the scene, the sports commissioner inexplicably thought of an anime in his heart. Some anime where the sister has flowing white hair. Vestigiality is a bit strong, but still, Gu Luo, you deserve to die. The sports commissioner couldn't even begin to imagine what a blessing it would be to have a sister who was a heavy brother controller. And it was also a beautiful girl like Gu Sherman who belonged to the top even in Guanya. A soft and rare long cold tea brown hair, with a flawless face and a devilish body beyond her age. None of them could fail to amaze. Damn it. Gu Luo, you deserve to die. Even though the sports commissioner had cursed Gu Luo 10,000 times in his heart, on the surface he still maintained the poise that a senior should have. Maybe he could follow the wave of Lu and pick up one of Gu Luo's sisters? If Gu Sherman can't do it, then Lu Shue, this extremely good double ponytail white silk loli, can also do it. It's not like I'm picky. It can't be that Lu Shue is also a brother controller, right? Ha ha, where are all the bro control piles? Alright, no kidding, now go over there. Gu Luo sighed and slowly stood up. Incidentally, he brought up Gu Sherman, who was hanging on him like a sloth. No matter what, he's a member of Class 8. It's recess. So many students are watching. Losing does cause a bit of a loss of face. Right at this moment, Lu Shue's too small, snow-white hands gently came together and rested against her chin, making an expression that could cute ordinary boys to the point where their legs went limp, and smiled sweetly. Go Brother Gu. Brother Gu is the best. Her original voice was milky and adorable, and this deliberate clip was simply adorable and lethal, with a power comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Even though Guluo spent every day with his pretty sisters and was already immune to beautiful girls, he was still instantly hit by Lu Shue's move. The heart is budding. He subconsciously reached out and rubbed Lu Shue's small head, and said with a light smile, "Thank you Shue for cheering. Class 8 won't lose." I don't know why, but the urge to give her cute double ponytail a tug still welled up inside. It must feel great. No, when we become a couple, we must have the little angel tied in a double ponytail and try out the hand for ourselves. Just simply rubbing it. Gu Luo walked towards the place where Class 8 was meeting. Gu Sherman had been holding Gu Luo's arm tightly since the beginning, and she didn't feel much jealousy in her heart for Lu Shue's cute behavior. One is that the two are the best of girlfriends, and the other is that no matter how cute Lu Shue is, the most stinky old brother can do is just touch her head. Intimate gestures like this arm-taking are exclusive to being the closest sister. As for Lu Shue, who had just experienced Gu Luo's head touching and killing, she was still frozen in place at the moment, her face and ears as red as a ripe tomato, as if she was going to be dripping blood in the next second. The head was even more dizzy. All I can think about is being touched by Brother Gu. Being touched by Brother Gu. Pursue STH. When the sports commissioner saw this scene, he only felt a thunderbolt strike him straight in the heart. This Lu Shue is actually a brother controller too? And it looked like the obsession was even worse than Gu Sherman. The thought of such a beautiful and cute beauty girl being a brother controller, and all of her brothers being Gu Luo, made the gym member envious to the point of separating the walls of her mass, because he, as a veteran sister controller, doesn't even have a sister. There is nothing more painful in the world. Damn it! Shinyu witnessed Lu Shue's reaction and instantly identified her feelings for Gu Luo. As things stood, she had no chance of winning, but as long as you can drag it out to the big time, you're definitely the big boss yourself. I hope it's not too late. Nope. Going to try to put up a fight whether it's too late or not. The longer she stayed with Gu Luo, the more Shinyu was sure that she could never like another boy again. Every day, she was amazed by Gu Luo's charm, and when she looked at other boys, she would always unconsciously compare herself to Gu Luo. Let's just say that no comparison hurts. It's like the difference between a plain, ordinary person and a top-tier chimera, all at once. The playground. I'll form the head. A burly man of over 1 meter 9 said with a smile, not caring about height as well as weight in line. Then I'll form the ass. The other heavy warrior smiled easily. I'll form the cashews. I'm coming to. The boys of class 12 could be confident and the atmosphere was relaxed. Are you kidding? How can I lose with these pins in my class? Can't lose a point. The corridors of the school building were soon filled with female students, each with a long neck and glowing eyes. There were also a number of fervent female fans who came directly to the playground to cheer for their male gods up close. That's right, they're all here for Gu Luo. I'll be damned. A bunch of fierce men from the kendo department in the opposite class. Why is there a girl on Gu Luo's team? This looks really unfair. Class 8 doesn't seem to have much chance of winning. Whatever. I'll support Gushin. Even if I lose, I'll still be honored despite my defeat. The female fans were chattering and discussing in a chorus of voices. The minutes ticked by. The boys from both classes had also taken up their tug-of-war positions. Under the professional guidance of the physical education teachers of both sides, they were seen with their feet apart, about 1 foot wide between the front and back, their bodies leaning back and forming an angle of about 40 degrees with the ground, just like a bow that was drawn full and ready to fire. Class 12, come on, down with Class 8. Class 12, come on, down with Class 8. Class 12, come on, down with Class 8. Just then, the girls from Class 12 suddenly shouted and cheered. The voices were neat and very powerful. It was obviously prepared in advance. Seeing this scene, Lu Jianjun suddenly came to a realization, finally understanding why his great-uncle only arranged for boys to participate in the competition. So it was waiting here. It's not just about picking up your cute and pretty own sister. To not so. It's a rhythm to catch up with all the others. Go Class 8. Feng Yuqing, even though she was in the middle of the tug-of-war team, shouted at the top of her voice. With a leader, the girls in Class 8 quickly unified their slogans and shouted in unison. Go Class 8! Go Class 8! Go Class 8! Go Gu Shun! The cheering got louder and louder, as if it was going to break through the clouds and go up to the sky. Gradually, Feng Yuqing sensed that something was wrong. Why are there so many girls in Class 8? There must be hundreds of them at least? Gu Luo's female fans are horrible as hell. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Gu Luo's influence? Naya, that's too much. Cam, how come it feels like we become the dragon set villains in a novel who play the protagonist for the protagonist? Asterisk 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 Class 8. Listening to the whole school's roar of Let's Go Class 8 and Let's Go Gushin, the boys of Class 12 were about to break their defenses, and they couldn't wait to win the game and rub Gu Luo's sharpness in their faces. Just then, dash! Sharp whistles cut through the air. Both students immediately pressed their center of gravity downward, their entire body's muscles tensing. In an instant, the tug-of-war went straight to a white-hot stage. In addition to Gu Luo, a few burly men from Class 12's side were also the center of attention. They were all big and burly, with sinewy veins rippling up their arms like small, slithering snakes that seemed to be about to break through their skin the next second. It's making the best of it. Each power shot was accompanied by a low roar. But surprisingly, the lopsidedness did not occur. The red band hanging from the rope was untouched, so to speak. Cam, how does it feel to be pulling a truck? The strong man at the head of Class 12 only felt his scalp go numb, no matter how hard he tried. The rope didn't move as if it was firmly nailed down, and directly across from him was none other than Sito Wanyao, who had come to taunt him last week, only to see Situ Wanyao slowly tutaying his mouth at this time, and directed at the opposite side was a wave of adorable teenage boy cute art. Nima, magic attack? The burly man resisted the urge to laugh out loud and immediately closed his eyes. A couple of the boys behind him did likewise. How can someone across the street be so? And Gu Luo, who really grasped the big picture, saw that the time was almost up, so he added a little bit of strength. Gradually the red rope began to move towards Class 8, until we crossed the river border. Dash. Chapter 102, The Mysterious Leader's Inference. Another clear and loud whistle, like a victory horn, officially declared the victory of Class 8. Class 8 is awesome. Gushin is awesome. Class 8 is awesome. Gushin is awesome. The Class 8 girls and female fans burst into cheers. In the corridor, Luo Shu Lemon was shouting the same thing, her face beaming with immense pride, while others weren't sure. She knew that the reason Class 8 had won was because of her own older brother. Gu Luo was the one who had easily pinned down that little fan on the city train 3 times before. At this moment, Guanya's campus was filled with Gushin is great and Class 8 is great. Facts have proved that the word awesome is indeed the most sincere and heartfelt praise of the Chinese people. In particular, Class 8 had defeated Class 12, which had several strong men from the Kendo department, by being weak this time. Of course, the most important thing was that there was Gu Luo in the mix. Listening to the girls cheering like a tidal wave, the boys of Class 8 were in a state of blissful euphoria at the moment. They had already deeply realized the great benefits of being in the same class as Gu Luo, the popular schoolboy. It's a real soup. So cool. So refreshing. Situ Wanyao forced himself to hold back the dark pleasure in his heart, and his body trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and tried to keep his composure as he headed toward the bathroom not far away. The other side. How can you lose? The Class 12 physical education teacher had an incredulous look on his face. As a professional physical education teacher, he knew the difference in strength between Class 8 and Class 12 like the back of his hand. The winner of this match should never have been in doubt. Even if that kid Situ Wanyao had played some underhanded tricks behind the scenes, he wouldn't have lost so completely. Even throughout the entire match, Class 12 didn't have a single advantage. What went wrong? Or is it that someone in the boys of Class 12 is letting the cat out of the bag? It's not right either. Great Uncle Lu Jianjun walked over at this time, patted his shoulder and said softly, I'll cover the milk tea for Classes 8 and 12. And your full sugar. Less ice. I've already given your sister my paycheck card, and everyone in the family is going to spoil her extraordinarily. So don't worry. With that, he opened the takeout app and prepared to order 2 classes of milk tea. Count on you, Lu Jianjun, to still have some conscience. The 12th class PE teacher was interrupted by this and didn't bother to delve into the reasons why the 12th class lost. He waved his hand and said in mock disgust, don't talk about such meat and potatoes. If I wasn't worried, I would have beaten you to death with a stick long ago. After a pause, he added, we've been classmates for many years. It's not a bad idea to give your sister to you. After saying that, he turned around and was ready to leave. Wait, Lu Jianjun was quick at this time, grabbed his arm, and opened his mouth faintly. I also have a cousin with white skin and long legs, or an only daughter. So far the mother is single. Dowry, 200 at the very least. Brother-in-law, put your cell phone down. Let me have the milk tea. When the 12th class physical education teacher heard this, his attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn. After the tug-of-war competition ended, Gu Luo's 4 men returned to the grassy field where they started. Gu Luo and Xin Yu each had an extra cup of milk tea in their hands. Buzz. It's the vibrating sound of the message. Gu Sherman pulled out her cell phone, and then she saw the message posted by the group owner. Gu Shin Fan Group. Group leader, document, on the real reason why Class 8 can beat Class 12. Seeing this, Gu Sherman curiously clicked on the document. Good noon everyone. I'm your group leader, Dada. Here to analyze to you the real reason why Class 8 was able to defeat Class 12 in the tug-of-war. The reason is actually very simple, and the key lies in our Gushin. According to the survey, The second grade Class 8 participated in 2 tug-of-war competitions in the first grade, but they were both second-round swimmers, which shows that the overall strength of Class 8 belongs to the middle level in Gwanya. And today there was an unexpected victory over Class 12, which had won the championship once before. The only variable in it, that's the extra guluo. I don't need to tell you the rest. The group was instantly buzzing with people brushing up on 666 and Gushin Awesome, as well as Group Master Awesome. The news keeps refreshing like a snowflake. It quickly got to 99 plus. Gusher Man looked at this mysterious Group Master's inference and couldn't help but blink her eyes filled with surprise. I didn't think the truth would be reasoned out so quickly. Brother, you were caught out at once. Chapter 103 Gusher Man doesn't want to be a sewer jailman, 2 of 3. Upon hearing this, Guluo took Gusher Man's cell phone that was covered with a panda phone cover. Fix your eyes. Nice guy. He's straight up nice. It's really that simple to reason out. Who exactly is this mysterious fan club leader? Judging from the last soccer match, the probability of being able to arrange someone to prepare water in advance with that much precision is that it's a Class 8 student. But not necessarily. Maybe it's some ardent fan with a stalking fetish. The identity of this mysterious headmaster is still an unsolved mystery, even among the fanbase. Gu Luo couldn't determine who this person was for a moment, but there was always no malice towards him. It's a pure love fan who hides in the shadows and quietly shines and glows. And to make sure he won the tug-of-war competition this time around, he pulled his fitness right up to 11. Originally, he thought that a competition involving so many people should always be able to keep a low profile and hide deep in the shadows, but I never thought that it would still be uncovered. And it's still using the simplest control variable method. I really don't want to flaunt it. Hiss. Nope. Wait a minute. Gu Luo suddenly found Hua Dot. Then he twisted his head around and looked at Gusher Man with a smile. Xiao Man, so you're also my fan silk. The word fan is also deliberately stretched, bolded and lengthened. I. Gusher Man's snow-white face like an egg peeled from its shell was instantly colored with a touch of redness, and her haughty instincts made her subconsciously want to find a reason to retort. But another instinct in the back of his mind, which had only recently crept up, quickly put a stop to the thought. The two instincts began a violent collision. Arrogant Mamoru, come on, refute it. Say you were forced in by Shua. Definitely can't lose face in front of stinky old brother. Awakening Mamoru, still arrogant? I'll take you in. Don't you understand that arrogance ruins your life? Now that we're enemies at home and at school, if we're still arrogant, we'll really become a jailbird. Aloysius, it's called backbone. It's called backbone. Boys love this. You don't think Mr. Stinky understands us? A haughty sister is obviously the most popular. Awakening Mamoru, in the past we could indeed be arrogant. There was no competition back then. Now stinky old brother so charming, so talented. The whole Gwanya girls are stinky old brother's female fans. The version has been updated to 5.0. You're still in 1.0 eating old money? Gu Shimon's left and right brains were frantically fighting each other, and her brain went straight into a state of downtime. She looked at Gu Luo's handsome face, and for a moment, she didn't know how to reply. This state lasted for about 2.5 seconds or so before she suddenly gave a cheeky smile. Stinky old brother. This group was pulled in by Shua. It wasn't me who took the initiative to enter. After a pause, he added with some embarrassment. But then again, I really am your biggest little fan anyway. Oh, Gujiao Weichioman is officially online. Since you can't convince the two voices within, you can simply merge them into one. About Gu Sherman not wanting to be a sewer jailbird, Xiao Man has grown up become more clingy, more know how to express. Hearing her cutest sister's slightly different answer from the past, Gu Luo couldn't help but feel some emotion in her heart. If it were the old version of Gu Sherman in the past, she would have responded with a face full of disgust. Stinky old brother, what are you thinking about? This is what I unintentionally entered, and was just about to back out. Who wants to be your fan? Please don't be such a shrimp head. And finally, it'll be accompanied by a condescending, snooty nasal voice. Oomph. Although the arrogance flavor is strong, it's really cute straight from the heart and you can't help but tease. Sure enough, every aspect of my sister's life has grown up over time. Ha, brother Gu, I'm also your fan. Lu Shua also reddened her little face at this time, took out her cell phone, and opened the chat group called Gu God's Fan Group. It's just like the cute little potty mouth waiting for a teacher's compliment. Seeing this, Gu Luo smiled and stretched out his two hands, gently stroking both of these two cute double ponytailed sisters on their heads, as if he was jerking two well-behaved little milk cats. What about the feel? Both are soft and indistinguishable. Don't touch your head. I can't even grow taller. Gu Sherman muttered in a small voice, as small as a mosquito hum. It's just a stinky old brother. Lu Shue's reaction was even stronger. Her snow-white pretty face instantly turned red. This redness spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a second, it spread from her cheeks to her neck, staging a big change into a red man. Shua Shua is still so easily shy. Gu Luo looked at Lu Shua's appearance and laughed softly, then withdrew his hand. Thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past, when Lu Shua every time he saw him, will be red-faced, like a frightened bunny general, hiding behind Gu Sherman, in addition to timidly say at Gu brother good, Frozen did not dare to say a word more. And today, she is able to express herself boldly and even have some physical contact with herself. When you think about it like that, time goes by really fast. Both sisters have grown up without realizing it. Shin Yu, who was on the side, witnessed this scene and her heart was filled with envy. Her hand clutched her cell phone in her pocket, wanting so badly to muster up the courage to pull it out and say, I'm a fan of yours, too, but in the end, I couldn't say it. According to the game's jargon it's, develop again. For the sake of a future hit, paddle low up front, Gu Luo, best friend. Just then, the sports commissioner and Sito Wanyao and a few boys from the class came clustering over. They each had a cup of milk tea in their hands that the class 12 PE teacher had invited. That was a hard sneak glance at Gu Sherman and Lu Shueshue, the two cutest and prettiest freshman schoolmates. In his heart, he was really envious of his great-uncle Gu Luo. Who doesn't want to move and give their cute sister a head rub? Schoolgirl, I have this milk tea for you. The sports commissioner revealed a smile that he thought was incomparably bright, and enthusiastically handed the milk tea in his hand to Gu Shiroman. Then let's give mine to schoolmates as well. Situ Wanyao was secretly pleased in his heart and also handed the milk tea to Lu Shueshue. Thank you senior, but no need. I'll just have a drink with my old brother. Gu Sherman revealed a polite smile, but in his heart, he had already let out a groundhog-like squeal. Senior Situ really did like Lu Shueshue. Case solved. Everything solved. There was no problem with his own sixth sense as a girl. Thank you senior, I don't need it either. Lu Shueshue's face still retained the blush left behind from her shyness earlier. Then, she took a slight breath, and in her shoes, her little toes that were covered with white stockings couldn't help but shrink as she gathered her courage and whispered to Gu Luo, Brother Gu, can I have a drink with you and Mandy too? Ha! Gu Luo was a bit surprised by this and always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't say where. One could only say that Lu Shueshue was really treating herself as a brother, not seeing any outsiders at all. But something like a cup of milk tea for 3 people, and Gu Sherman was surprised at this time. She didn't understand why Lu Shueshue didn't accept the milk tea from Senior Situ. It was obviously such a great opportunity. Could it be shyness? Then there's no need to say have a drink with them at this time. Wait a minute, is this meant to be a test? Deliberately testing Senior Sito? It's quite possible. I didn't realize Yuki was a cake hand. You and Xiao Man can just drink mine. I won't. Gu Luo thought about it and gave the most reasonable answer so far. When Lu Shueshue saw that Gu Luo didn't agree, she was a little disappointed in her heart. Shue Shue help me drink it, I don't like the flavor. Xinyu spoke up at this time, and with that, she handed the milk tea in her hand to Lu Shueshue. Lu Shueshue subconsciously reached out and caught it, then whispered her thanks. Thank you, senior sister. The sports commissioner was also able to see at this point that Gu Luo's 2 brother-controlled sisters didn't want to accept their good intentions at all. Is bent on getting tired of Gu Luo. His heart suffered another heavy blow. And Situ Wanyao was not saying a word and silently backed up a few steps, looking at the envious boys around him. In his heart, it had been a blast. Gu Sherman opened the milk tea at this time, and after sucking hard on it, he directly handed the straw to Gu Luo's mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Luo lowered her head and took a sip with the straw in her mouth as well. He was just going to intentionally show some sibling love with Mandy. Fight against these scalawags who covet their sister. Gu Luo, you deserve to die. Gu Luo, you deserve to die. Gu Luo, you deserve to die. If Gu Luo could hear the voices of other people's hearts, he would have heard a wail as ghostly as the ghosts of hell. Chapter 104, The Little Sun Unseals the School of Little Angels and Little Demons. Yikes, what are you all doing gathered here? Just when the sports commissioner and a few other Class 8 boys were filled with envy, and their souls were on the verge of being peeled out of their bodies by this acidity, a voice as lively and cute as a silver bell rang out from the side without warning. This voice was a voice that the boys of Guangya Academy would never hear wrong, because its owner was none other than the #1 popular beauty queen of Guangya Academy, Luo Shuling. Not only is she beautiful and sweet-sounding, with a superb body, but she also doesn't have the slightest bit of a stance as a top beauty queen, and she is able to blossom into a bright smile no matter who she's facing. She is a warm flame that dispels the gloom in everyone's heart. Shu Ling, want some milk tea? Drink me. Drink me. This cup of mine is much more substantial. As soon as the sports commissioner and the other boys of the 8th class saw Luo Shuling's figure, their moods, which were originally filled with envy, instinctively got much better. Yes, Luo Shuling has such a magical power to bring joy to others with ease. He. Thanks for the kind words, but what about? Saying that, the corners of Luo Shuling's mouth rose, revealing a playful and adorable smile as she walked directly to Gu Man's side, then slowly squatted down. In the gazes of the crowd of boys who were so surprised that they couldn't keep their mouths shut, she made a shocking move directly into the straw that Gu had just sucked on. She sucked a large mouthful of milk tea, chewing slightly on the small ingredient in his mouth. A contented look appeared on his face. Then he smiled and explained, "But I'll have a drink with my sister and brother. Here we go. Coming. Finally, Situ-Wan-Yao stood by the side, his heart excited like a volcano about to erupt. He was incredibly glad that he had followed through and was able to witness this landmark moment. Cool, aha. All of them are shocked. All give me envy and jealousy. The 5 prettiest and cutest pretty girls in school are all my best friend's sisters." It was a real-life version of a fantastic drama. And he, fortunately, was the audience for this wonderful drama. Seeing this scene and hearing what Luo Shuling said, the physical education committee member and a few boys from class 8 were all directly petrified in place. What? The sports commissioner's eyes widened with disbelief and he stammered. What sister? What brother? Who's who? He became somewhat incoherent in his speech due to excessive surprise. It's like this. Gu Luo and Xiao Man and I are reorganized. Luo Shuling didn't care in the slightest about the shock of the crowd, still maintaining a relaxed and pleasant tone, patiently explaining the relationship between the three. And at the same time, Gu Man and Lu Shueshue looked like they had been struck by lightning and were directly confused. What's the situation? Weren't Gu Luo and the 3 Luo sisters not going to expose their relationship at school? What? You can't get enough of it at home? Even the school? So Gu Luo has 5 sisters? The sports commissioner only felt his eyes go black in a heavenly spin, almost fainting straight away. As a senior sister controller without a sister, he can only find solace in the secondary world on weekdays, feeling the warmth and love brought by his sister. And Gu Luo, this kid, not only looks handsome and compelling, sports is outstanding. In the school of female fans flock, like a star in the general. Even if fees are even, there are 5 sisters who stand at the top of the beauty scale? I'm sorry, I've been hiding it from you guys. Gu Luo gave a gentle smile to her fellow classmates. There was a hint of apology in the smile, but more than that, it was honest. He had already decided before that he would no longer deliberately hide his relationship with the Luo family. And right now, the timing is just right. The sports commissioner opened his mouth to say something. Perhaps to call out to his great-uncle. After all, Gu Luo had so many beautiful sisters. Calling out to his great-uncle didn't seem too much, or perhaps to spew a bit of profanity to vent his inner jealousy and dissatisfaction. But his throat felt like it was choked with something, and he stammered for half a day, but could not utter a word. He wanted to escape so badly, but he couldn't. As you can see, we are brother and sister who love each other. Luo Shuling smiled sweetly, then sat down next to Gu Luo. Since then, all the other boys present except Situ-Wan-Yao had broken their defenses, broke the biggest defense of his life so far. This is Luo Shuling, the sunshine goddess of the whole school. It is the existence of how many young boys and girls think and dream about it day and night. At this moment, but so intimately holding the other boy's arms. The only good news is that the two are not a couple, just brother and sister. But there's plenty of bad news. For example, Luo Shuling was also a big brother controller, overflowing with dependence and affection for Gu Luo. For example, they all live under one roof and spend every day together. For example, several people are not related to each other by blood at all. I ate my ass off with bad teeth, so I'll leave first. The sports commissioner's face was ashen, holding the milk tea that was originally regarded as a godsend to curry favor in his hand. He turned around and slowly left. Several other boys did the same. Like the Walking Dead, they walked along in such a listless manner that all the laughter on campus had nothing to do with them at the moment. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, one of the boys jerked to a halt and said loudly, "Wait, we can go to Brother Lu and ask him to pass on his experience in picking up girls." Hiss. Makes sense. Asterisk. You're such a beat. The sports commissioner's eyes, which were originally bleak, also steeply lit up when he heard this, and he was instantly energized. Just like that, several people ran straight towards the direction where Lu Jianjun was with full expectations. The other side. Brother-in-law. My good brother-in-law. Your cousin is too decent. The physical education teacher of class 12 stared straight at the picture of the beautiful woman on the screen, his harumphs almost flowing down. That's for sure. Can I shortchange my great-uncle? The two just looked at each other, then hemmed and hawed at the same time. Apparently it's each to their own. However, just as the two of them were immersed in this relaxing and pleasant atmosphere, the P.E. committee member led a few boys and slowly walked up to them with a neat and eager pace. Lu Jianjun saw this group of people appear in the cold, and was instantly dumbfounded, completely confused. The gym member stood at attention, then suddenly straightened his back and shouted, "All halt!" A few boys heard the order and immediately stood at attention as a reflex, their expressions serious. He followed up with, "To His Excellency Lu, salute." Several of the boys raised their right hands neatly and shouted at the same time, "Loyalty, salute." The sports commissioner looked at Lu Jianjun with a serious face at this time and said very sincerely, "Your Excellency Lu, until you teach us the experience of picking up girls, we will be waiting here." The news that Gu Luo and the three Luo sisters were siblings was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. Through the rapid spread of the fan base, the news quickly spread throughout the school like wildfire. It can be said to be quite powerful, and for a while, the whole campus was abuzz with excitement. The three sisters, the school bully and the school beauty, were actually brother and sister. The 5 prettiest flowers in the entire Guanya turned out to be all Gu Luo's sisters. Luo Shuling, the popular first beauty queen, was stoned as a brother controller, not only drank the milk tea that Gu Luo drank in public, but also held her arm intimately. In response, countless boys broke their defenses, and in their hearts, they were envious and jealous. This kind of present life that even novels don't dare to write about. It's amazing that there are actually people who are enjoying it. Gu Luo, you really deserve to die. Last class of the morning. The sophomore class just happened to be a study hall. Shu Lemon, are you really Gushin's sister? Shu Lemon, what is Gushin like at home? Tell us about it. It's too much for you guys to keep hiding. The girls in front of and behind Luo Shuline were like a flock of chirping birds, surrounding her and asking questions. The older brother is gentle and sweet at home and takes care of all the chores by himself. Every day we get up early and make us breakfast and lunch, and in the evening we prepare a hearty dinner, so to speak, 3 meals a day. By the way, elder brother even squeezes toothpaste for us in the morning and at night, and especially spoils his sister. Luo Shu Lemon maintained a gentle smile throughout, telling the girls around her about how Gu Luo looked when she was at home, a smile that contained a lot of pride. Wow, what kind of godly brother is this? Love it, so envious. I'm envious. Shu Lemon, let me switch identities with you. I want to be Gushin's sister too. The girls were exclaiming with envy and longing written all over their faces. Gu Luo is the perfect brother. Gentle, considerate and multi-talented. Who could not want such a brother? Suddenly, a girl with a high ponytail spoke up and asked, Shu Lemon, you just said that Gushin makes your breakfasts and lunches, meaning that the lunches you bring every day are made by Gushin? Yeah. La Shu Lemon's smile widened. Ah, I always thought it was made by some master. Gushin is that good at cooking? The high ponytail girl's eyes widened, her eyes filled with surprise. Shu Lemon, you open the thermos box and let us see it. Yeah, let's see how Gushin's cooking is. The surrounding girls chimed in, their curiosity completely piqued, and they couldn't wait to see just how good Gu Luo's cooking skills were. Well, alright then. La Shu Lemon agreed readily after only a slight moment of thought, taking the special insulated box out of the drawer. Then it slowly opened. In an instant, a scent that tantalized the cravings broke free and couldn't wait to fill the air. Just see the insulation box. Grains of full rice lying quietly, like a grain of white pearl. The compartment next to it is a carefully paired 2 meat and 1 veggie. Tender kung pao chicken with diced chicken. Peanuts and carrots intertwined with each other in a colorful way. Tender steamed baby fish. The body of the fish was garnished with shredded green onion and ginger. The skin of the fish was glistening with a tantalizing sheen, so tender that it seemed to melt in your mouth. This final bright green sautéed seasonal vegetable, surrounded by the meat dishes, is a refreshingly different look and adds a touch of life to this box of goodies. Truly colorful and flavorful. Wow. This is all made by the god of Gu? This is too appetizing. It really smells good. Not only is my Gushin handsome and good at housework, he's even that good at cooking. So hungry I'm drooling. The girls' exclamations rose and fell, and for a while, their eyes were focused on the thermos box in Luo Shulan's hands. Luo Shu Lemon only felt a wave of relief. The smile at the corner of her mouth could not be suppressed. In my heart, I was so proud. Most importantly, now that the relationship has been exposed, you will be able to look for your older brother in a big way in the future. Shu Ling, well done. She gave Luo Shuling a silent nod in her heart, thanking her sister for making this secret no longer a secret. And the other side, sitting on the window seat, Luo Shua was just like nobody else, just quietly looking at the books in her hand, like a cool fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire, eyes focused and calm, as if the hustle and bustle around them were irrelevant. The hair fluttered gently with the breeze, just like a stunning painting. None of the students around her would normally initiate a conversation with her. Shua. At this time, Luo Shua's tablemate spoke softly and asked, Shua, how is your relationship with Gu Shun? For a moment, the surrounding students pricked up their ears, and hearing this question, Luo Shua unprecedentedly directly put down the book in her hand, twisted her head, and said very seriously, Gu Luo and I have a good relationship, and Gu Luo likes me a lot. At that, the eavesdroppers around them froze. Is this still the same Luo Shua who has a rejecting attitude towards everyone? Chapter 105, the three Luo sisters are all brother controllers. Are you really Shua? The little girl at the table froze for a few moments before she opened her mouth to ask in a small voice with complete uncertainty. Did I hear you right? Did you say those words just now? Shua? She had been at the same table with Luo Shua for half a semester, and it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. On weekdays, Luo Shua, that cold look as if it is an insurmountable iceberg. Not to mention the boys, even the girls take the initiative to talk to her. She is often just a cold response, shy words like gold, and being at the same table himself, he basically didn't exchange more than 3 words between the two of them throughout the day. How could such a Shui say Gu Luo likes me too? I am Luo Shua, and that sentence just now was also said by me. Luo Shua stretched out her hand and stroked the satin-like long hair by her ear. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a small, imperceptible arc, and once again said with incomparable seriousness, Gu Luo and I have a good relationship, and Gu Luo likes me a lot. It wasn't a loud voice, but it was loud and clear in the quiet classroom at the moment. It was like saying it specifically to the table, or like saying it on purpose to everyone in the class, or more like announcing something to a specific person. Upon unsealing, the imp broke right out of his usual persona. That's the imp, never follows the rules. The girls who had just gathered around Luo Shalimei and chirped, turned their attention to Luo Shuo the first time she said it. This way, the table noticed the growing number of eyes cast over the table and didn't know what to say. And the boys inside the class who usually eat Luo Shua's high in coldness set the most. At this moment inwardly like suffered a strong earthquake, completely broken defense. It's the same as the fans who learned that their favorite idol love interest has suddenly announced a relationship. As a loyal Shua party member, hearing Luo Shua say something like, my brother likes me a lot too, in public, was no less than the feeling of having a nuclear bomb dropped on your brain. You're the coldest beauty girl in Guanya. Can you respect the persona a little bit? Luo Shua looked at the students in the class who had different faces. Her face remained calm and didn't show the slightest expression, only to see her unhurriedly pick up the book she had just put down again and quietly begin to read, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with it. All of a sudden, she changed back to that unearthly cool fairy. But look closely and you'll see that little curve at the corner of the mouth. How it's hard to disappear. My good sister, don't show your brother alone. Shu Lemon, Gushin and Shui seem to have a good relationship. Yeah, it's the first time I've heard Shua say something like that. It always feels so out of place. Just now Shua said like it too, right? This is also very interesting. Listening to the surrounding girls' comments, Luo Shalimei's face still maintained a gentle smile as she opened her mouth to explain. My brother is very close to all of us, and it's normal for Shuo to say like as a brother and sister. After a pause, she added with a smile, I cook with my brother on weekdays and spend the most time together, so I know him best. He really spoils and likes us. Time always passes exceptionally fast at Guanya. In a flash, it was time for school to end, but at the same time, this is also the moment when club activities begin, and the Gushin fan group has been bustling all day today, like a bustling bazaar, with all sorts of news coming in like a tidal wave. There's so much information it's overwhelming. Gu Luo and the 3 Luo sisters are step-siblings. The sunny beauty Luo Shuling was directly stoned as a brother control. The gentle beauty girl Luo Shuline praised Gu Luo one after another. Her words were full of admiration and dependence, and she was suspected to be a brother controller as well. The high and cold beauty girl Luo Shuho's persona also collapsed, announcing in public Gu Luo likes me too. These are all big stories. As some of the most popular people in Guanya, their every move is highly scrutinized. The heat is high and it's all about what everyone is talking about. At this moment, sophomore class 8, looking at the fan group message in Shenyu's cell phone, Gu Luo shrugged indifferently after being silent for a while. It's okay, it'll die down in a few days. This situation he had guessed before. Much like the bubble economy of the islands great decades ago, popping it early may not be a bad thing. It couldn't be helped. Who made him so popular now and the most handsome and talented schoolboy in Guanya's history? And the other party is the extremely rare schoolgirl triplet sisters. This situation every day living under one and the same roof. Although brother and sister, but no blood relations, no heat is strange. Guanya's students are very loose on weekdays, without the slightest pressure to go to school. And any small melon can become the talk of the town after dinner. Not to mention this big melon. After saying goodbye to Xingyu, Gu Luo and Situ Wenyao went to the public services department together. On this journey, Situ Wenyao could be considered to have had his fill of dark pleasure to the extreme. Everywhere they went, it was all about the girls' stares and unsolicited greetings. Those girls' voices, one is sweeter than the other, as if they can drip out honey. This top-stream treatment of being courted by the crowd could make Situ Wenyao feel good. The Public Services Department is located on the 4th floor of the association's building. Pushing open the door of the club, Gu Luo and Situ Wanyao walked in side by side. What comes into view is a spacious and bright oversized space. First of all, the big, fluffy sofa, lazily occupying a corner of the room, as if silently inviting people to sit down and relax. Next to the couch stood a brand new refrigerator, its silver-white casing glinting coldly in the light, filled with a variety of drinks as well as desserts. Further inside, the glass doors to the balcony were half hidden, and the breeze gently ruffled the curtains, bringing the freshness of the outdoors. Looking around, Gu Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Of all the clubs in Guanya, only the Public Services Department could have such enviable treatment. That's right, these are all school awards for the Department of Human Services, something they get back for their hard work for the school. Brother! Seeing Gu Luo, Luo Shuling stood up from the minister's office chair in a flash, then took 2 cans of fruit juice from the refrigerator and bounced over to Gu Luo's side. Stew, here. She handed one of the cans to Situ Wanyao first. Situ Wanyao was immediately flattered, and hurriedly took it. The heart cannot help but sigh. This is the sun. But before I could finish my thought, I heard the pulling of the ring and the sound of bubbles rising. Brother, I'll taste it for you first. Ah, it's so cold. Brother, here. Luo Shuling handed Gu Luo the juice she had already taken a sip of. You're a glutton for punishment. Gu Luo laughed and took the juice, then took a sip as well. In his heart, Luo Shuling and Gu Sherman were both pure sisters, and it was fine to drink the same can of drink in front of everyone. Not in the heart anyway, just be generous. But if it's a cherub or an imp, that might not be so nice. Why? There's a ghost in the heart. And at this time, as the NPC who made a comparison with Gu Luo, Situ Wanyao was not in any discomfort, and in his heart, it was a dark pleasure. Even if one is a clown in this episode, it's not hard to beat him at all. What's it to me? Sito Lo Manu. If Harkio is a clown, it's not familiar. It's not familiar at all, okay? Even Situluo Wanyao would still be able to ruthlessly taunt Hajio with a wave of ridicule in his heart. It could only be said that on this road of bringing in, Situ Wanyao had gone to the extreme, to the realm of no one before or after him. Good day Gu Shun. Gu Shun. Hello great uncle. The other ministry members also greeted Gu Luo. No one was surprised that the two shared a pitcher of juice, just feeling envious. Everyone now knew that Gu Luo and Luo Shuling were brother and sister, and Luo Shuling was usually a heartless and naive beauty girl, treating anyone with the same warm attitude, and it made sense for Gu Luo to be more enthusiastic in his attitude now that he was her brother. Of course, it wasn't strange that only Gu Sherman and Luo Shuling did so, and if Luo Shulemon and Luo Shuhi drank the same can of juice as Gu Luo, they wouldn't have to wait for the next day. The gossip of that day would be flying all over the place, and the boys who saw Luo Shuling and Gu Luo's intimate behavior would always sigh in their hearts if only they were Shuling's brother. They would be able to enjoy this kind of treatment as well. Good afternoon. Gu Luo smiled at a few ministry members, then asked Luo Shuling, Minister, is there anything you want to do today? Yes, like a dutiful little housekeeper. Luo Shuling pointed at the few ministry members who had just greeted her. They're helping the teacher with the materials. Immediately afterward, he added, there's a junior-senior coming in later for counseling. Counseling? Our department still has this business? Gu Luo was a bit surprised. Of course, we have to lend a hand whenever help is needed. Well, that's right. Physical and mental health is important. So let's wait for him. Gu Luo reached out and rubbed Luo Shuling's little head, then sipped the chilled juice, walked to the sofa, and slowly sat down. The couch was soft, and his butt sank in slightly, as if he were being gently held by a pair of large, gentle hands. It's so soothing. I have to say, I'm much more comfortable in the Department of Human Services than in a pure club. Not, of course, that the conditions are any better here, or that comparisons are being made between the little sun and the little angels. Rather, the members of the pure club are a bunch of passionate, obsessive women. Since the end of the school festival, the girls had taken pleasure in teasing Gu Luo all day long. As long as Luo Shuline didn't pay attention, he would be eaten by those obsessed girls. It's even more exaggerated to the point where you touch it. I touch it, she touches it again. If everyone touches it anyway, it's the same as if none of them did. Scary as hell. Let's just say it doesn't cost a thing for a beautiful girl to play the rogue. Is it called hooliganism? No, for them, it's called being innocent and lively. If the genders changed, they'd all go to jail. People's homes. Who understands? Shrimp-head women are horrible, and it's everyone's responsibility to keep men safe. That's not the case with the Department of Human Services, where everyone does their own thing. The members of the ministry who were able to stay were all capable people who had passed the screening by Huan Anlu. It's natural not to be a nymphomaniac, not on the surface at least. Chapter 106 Afternoon in the Department of Public Service. Gu Luo just leaned back comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the fruit platter that Luo Shuling had cut for him by hand. It was simply not too comfortable. After about 20 minutes of this leisurely manner, the doors of the society were slowly pushed open again. The boy who walked in had center-parted bangs that went slightly past his eyebrows, a thin build, and a disheveled expression that had the air of a depressed teenager. "Hello, senior, please follow me to the small conference room over here." Huananlu walked up at this time and calmly and politely said to the boy, "Trouble, brother, you come too." Luo Shuling walked over at this time and gently patted Gu Luo's shoulder. "Oh, Kuan." Gu Luo sent the last piece of fire dragon fruit into his mouth, enjoying the sweet flavor, then got up and followed the three into the small conference room. Although it is a small conference room, it is quite spacious inside. A comfortable sofa in the center and lush potted plants in the corners around it add life to the entire space. "Senior, you sit here." Huananlu pointed to a seat and proceeded to sit on the opposite side. Well," the boy answered softly, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Sitting down, he slowly lowered his head. Luo Shuling picked up a cup of warm water from the drinking fountain on the side and put it on the table in front of the boy, saying with a smile, "Senior, drink water." "Ah, thank you, schoolgirl." The boy took the plastic cup and took a gentle sip before putting it back. "You're welcome." Luo Shuling waved her hand with a smile, then picked up a cup each for Gu Luo and Huananlu. Huananlu sat up straight, and at this point opened the door and said, "So senior, what are you bothered about? Don't worry, we'll keep your secret." At that, the boy was silent for several seconds and spoke slowly. "Because of my date. Emotional disputes?" The boy nodded softly. The movement was light, yet it seemed to take all his strength. "What exactly is the situation?" The boy lowered his head and weighed his words. "I called her crazy and psycho very loudly because of something small." His voice was getting lower and lower, full of self-loathing. "If it's just because of a small matter, then you might have violent tendencies." Huananlu gave the first stage of judgment. At that, the boy's head went even lower, pulling at his hair and looking pained. "I tried to apologize, but she kept ignoring me." "Then you can buy some of her usual favorites as a gift and fight for them again." And to put it mildly, the cursing was really your fault. "Also, it's also true that it's really troublesome for you guys." The boy was just about to get up when his shoulders were pressed by two hands at the same time. The owner of one hand was Luo Shuling, and the owner of the other hand was Gu Luo. The two of them glanced at each other, and Gu Luo was just about to let go, while Luo Shuling stepped back a step ahead of him and winked playfully. "The meaning is clear, brother. It's up to you." Gu Luo similarly blinked at her, then whispered to the boy, "Senior, can I ask you something?" "Well, it's okay, schoolboy you ask." What was the little thing Senior was referring to just now? "It's when my date said that if she was ever disfigured and then a very pretty girl came along at the same time to pursue me, and asked who I would choose." There was a note of helplessness in the boy's voice, a real sense of overwhelming exhaustion at the question. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo raised an eyebrow and didn't ask for the boy's answer, but instead asked keenly, this kind of similar what-if trivia question, "Does she often ask you?" "Well, often." The boy nodded helplessly. "So are you usually especially nice to her, senpai?" "I can't say it was particularly good. I can only say that I did what I could." Saying this, the boy's expression took on a hint of bitterness. "Aha." Gu Luo nodded, already having a general judgment in his mind, and then asked, "Senpai, if I'm not mistaken, she should normally often question you with these what-if questions. No matter how you answer, she expresses disbelief or dissatisfaction, and the topic, once started, can be as short as half an hour or as long as a couple hours." "Hokage, how did you know?" The boy looked up with a surprised expression. Gu Luo laughed and gave an explanation. "The reason is simple. Senior was very polite from the very beginning when he entered the door, and spoke in a very refined manner, and in the end, when he was able to get to the point of swearing, he must have been pushed." After a pause, his expression suddenly became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Senior, I think you need to communicate with her. Your relationship is very unhealthy. Specifically, she slowly grinds you down with little things, drives you to the point of breaking down, to the point of going crazy and cursing, and then quietly watches you go crazy, and finally has to take the moral high ground and accuse you of being emotionally unstable and mentally ill. She describes everything as sesquipedalian and then drops sesquipedias all over the floor for you to pick up alone. She torments you with selfish indifference and condescension while disguising herself as the victim of your scolding. At the end of the day, you're the one who's wrong. You're the one who's emotionally unstable. Even the abuser is you." Every word was like a hammer blow to the boy's insides. Speaking at the end, Gu Luo sighed and gave his conclusion. "So whether she meant to or not, but this behavior is puaing you. Senpai, she's the one who needs to apologize and reflect right now, not you who's been driven to madness. And if I'm not mistaken, this would be the senior's first love. So it's really all heart and hate. There's nothing wrong with the way you love people, and it's not humble, and that's commendable." But, you love the wrong person, and some people really don't deserve to be loved. The boy froze as he listened to this, his eyes revealing shock and contemplation. He struggled to digest the words, feeling like he had opened the door to a new world, the fog in his mind gradually lifting. Feelings run both ways, Gu Luo said, waving at Luo Shuling. Luo Shuling immediately smiled and sat over, like a good little maid, squeezing his shoulders, her eyes twinkling with adoring little stars. Shuling is my sister. I'll be good to her and she'll be twice as good to me, and then I'll be better to her. That's the right way to develop a relationship. Someone who truly loves you would never spare you pain. Looking at this scene of love and affection in front of them, the boys gradually penetrated, and the confusion in their hearts gradually dissipated. Then he stood up and bowed to Gu Luo, saying sincerely, "Schoolboy, thank you, it's fine. If you have any help in the future, you can come to the Public Services Department." Gu Luo similarly stood up and reached out to help him up. Aha! The boy nodded heavily and thanked the trio once more before leaving on hurried feet. His back was no longer heavy, as if he had removed all his shackles. "Hey, brother, you're great." Luo Shuling directly jumped into Gu Luo's arms, bouncing one after another like a cheerful little bunny. No, this is just a bystander. The feelings as a party are not the same as ours, Gu Luo said, and in her heart, she couldn't help but think of the little angel and the little devil. That's the thing about relationships, everyone has a hard time. And Huang Anlu, who was still sitting on the side, silently picked up the water cup at this time and gently took a sip, with a complicated expression on her face. Chapter 107. Brother doesn't want others to know that you like to waste water, right? It's so cozy. After dinner, Gu Luo closed his eyes comfortably and soaked his entire body comfortably in the bathtub. The warm water wrapped around his toned and powerful body, every inch of it enjoying the warmth. On a small stool to one side was the milk that the cherub Shu Lemon had warmed up specially for him, as well as a fruit platter cut by little son Shu Ling. The fruits on the plate were brightly colored and neatly arranged with a lot of care at first glance. Gu Luo's arm slowly stretched out from the warm water, cozily using his fork to pick up a crystal clear piece of grape and put it into his mouth. Chew gently and the sweet juice instantly bursts in your mouth. Then he picked up the milk again and took a light sip. By now the milk had become just the right temperature, and the warm liquid flowed slowly down his throat and slid across his esophagus, leaving a warmth in his stomach. Soothing. A brotherly sister or something. That's fantastic. To be able to live this kind of life, even if he was given $1 billion, he would be willing to do so. It soaked for about 20 more minutes, during which Gu Luo enjoyed herself to the fullest, wiping out the fruit platter and milk. Dry your body, blow dry your hair, and change into cozy pajamas. With an empty plate in one hand and an empty glass in the other, he pushed open the bathroom door with all the gusto he could muster. Then, he saw Luo Shua, who was holding a black halter nightgown in her hands. She was still wearing her Hiroya uniform. The slim-fitting uniform perfectly outlined her slender waist and long, straight legs, making it impossible for people to take their eyes off her. "Shu Ho." Gu Luo opened his mouth to greet. He was now able to easily distinguish between cherubs and imps. "Admit you're wrong? It's not possible. Once you admit you're wrong, you can pay the price of a request." "Brother looks happy." Luo Shua raised her eyes slightly, glancing at him with little expression. "Aha, that's really good." Gu Luo smiled and sidestepped out of the way, signaling that Luo Shuho could enter. Luo Shua didn't say anything else and was just about to go in while holding her halter nightgown, but she was suddenly stopped. Sorry Shuha, I forgot to drain the water in the bathtub," Gu Luo said, and was about to go in and drain the water from the bathtub. However, he was stopped just the same. Luo Shua stretched out her white and smooth arm and just crossed in front of the bathroom door. What's wrong?" Gu Luo froze, not understanding what the imp meant by this sudden action. "Brother, didn't they teach you to conserve water in school?" Luo Shua tilted her head slightly, her expression calm as she looked at him. Her tone was like questioning a child who had made a mistake. Gu Luo's brain went a little down. His mind was still stuck on the water release, and for a moment he didn't react at all to the connection between the two. "Why can you relate to water conservation? What do you mean?" "The meaning is simple. The water in the bathtub doesn't need to be drained." Luo Shua's expression remained unperturbed, as if she was talking about something that was no longer commonplace. At those words, Gu Luo opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. After 2.5 seconds of silence, he asked with an odd expression, "Shuha, you're not kidding, are you?" "I know." "Then you're still, because of the need to conserve water." Luo Shua's answer was concise and clear. Gu Luo's expression grew weirder. Chapter 108. Gu Luo rushed into the bathroom. 222. That reasoning, so damn valid. He couldn't even find the words to retort for a moment. At this moment, the imp stood on the moral high ground, so that he could only look up. Luo Shua opened her mouth in a serious manner at this time. "You don't want people to know you like to waste water, do you?" Gu Luo was dumbfounded by the dislike. His throat was stuck with countless slots, but he couldn't spit out any of them. There was another moment of silence, and he soliloquized, "As long as you're happy. It's naturally happy to be able to save water," Luo Shua said, suddenly standing on her tiptoes and whispering in Gu Luo's ear. "By the way, wait for me in your room and surprise your brother in half an hour." Gu Luo just wanted to say something, but Luo Shua simply didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. She turned, stepped into the bathroom, and closed the door with a clean thump, the whole thing in one fluid motion. There was another silence, and Gu Luo stood still, sighing helplessly, but still kindly reminded, "Shua, you forgot to lock the door." The next second, Luo Shua's voice came out clearly from the bathroom. "I locked it. Try opening the door if you don't believe me." Gu Luo stood still and fell into a deep silence. If you open the door in this situation, it's really a case of try and die, and the consequences are unimaginable. LOL. Gu Luo thought a headache. The relationship between himself and the imp was really entangled. Just cut it off? Truth be told, it really can't be done. But I can't apologize to the little angel Shoe Lemon. Help! Is this the legendary Peach Blossom robbery? It was also at this moment that some of the words that the imp had said earlier suddenly surfaced in Gu Luo's mind. His thoughts were instantly pulled back, and he still couldn't help but wonder, was it really possible? Stop, can't think about that. Backing up, even if the imp could agree. What about the cherub? Even if Luo Shuline was gentle and considerate, she could never accept it, right? Well, to go back another 20,000 steps, even if one were to die trying to get it, the imp and the angel nodded their heads and agreed to it. What about Cheap Pop and Auntie Locke? This situation would just kill itself, right? Or else they'll be sunk in sacks and fed to the fish in the East Lake. What would Mandy think of herself if it came to that? What does Auntie Lo think of Pops? As for the little son, Shuling should not be a big problem. Just buy it with a fragrant meal. But I'm afraid the family is in tatters. What about playing the secret game? One on the front and one on the sly. Neither can I. It wouldn't be fair to either party. And the one in the clandestine relationship would be aggravated like a mistress. Those two are sneaky, but paper can't wrap the fire. Sooner or later it will be exposed. We can't let this relationship see the light of day for the rest of our lives. This is a dead end. And that's assuming the cherub can oblige. There's simply no way to have it both ways. Gu Luo thought hard for a while like this, and finally made a decision that allowed him to compromise for the time being. Once the 2-month covenant was up and he was truly with the little angel, he would simply cut off the temporary contract with the little devil. More accurately, it's that whoever you're with, you immediately cut off the other one. Imps also have a place in the heart, not as large as cherubs, but a fifth. You can't have your cake and eat it. There's no way around it. People cannot be too greedy. This kind of thing is too greedy. Maybe in the end the little angel and the little devil will leave him, and end up with a basket of water all in vain. These 2 months, think of it all as a buffer zone for the relationship. It had to be this way. It took Gu Luo 2.5 minutes to finally sort out this messy mess. He shook his head vigorously, like he was trying to shake out all these worries. He then placed the plate and cup in his hand on the sink aside, then picked up his sister's toothbrushes and began squeezing the toothpaste. The first one to squeeze was Gu Sherman. The second squeeze was La Shu Lemon. Then came Luo Shua, and finally Luo Shuling. This is squeezed according to the order in which the toothbrush cups are placed. Of course, this order of placement was likewise arranged by Gu Luo. As to whether there is any special meaning, I am afraid only he knows in his own heart, perhaps unintentionally or intentionally. After squeezing toothpaste for her sisters, Gu Luo also started washing up. The boys' nightly wash is simple: brush your teeth, wash your face with cleanser, as well as use your sister's toner. He originally didn't have the last step, but he really couldn't resist Gu Sherman's strong request. Every time she pouted that boys need to take good care of their skin too, so she had to compromise. Gu Luo shoved the toothbrush into her mouth and carefully brushed her teeth first, then her tongue, but as he swiped, he suddenly felt a hint of something wrong. Generally, they bathe in a shower and then soak in a bath, but it had been standing there for several minutes, and the bathroom was silent, with no sound of water running in the shower at all. Could it be that Luo Shua went straight to the bath after undressing? What's the rush? It can't be like in a movie, where a foot slips and then falls and faints after hitting your brain, can it? Thinking of this, Gu Luo's heart thumped, and to be on the safe side, he hurriedly spat out the toothpaste foam in his mouth and raised his hand to knock on the bathroom door. Shua, are you okay? However, no response came from the bathroom. FBI, is everyone okay in there? Hello? Shua, are you okay? Can you hear me? He raised his volume, the worry in his tone becoming more and more obvious, but there was still dead silence inside. Not a sound. Something's not really wrong, is it? Thinking of a certain possibility, Gu Luo's heart was suddenly on edge, and without time to think, he directly unscrewed the bathroom door and quickly walked in, and prayed in his heart that he would never see the imp fainting on the floor. Shoo, Before the word what could be shouted out, Gu Luo froze violently, only to see Luo Shua is comfortably leaning back in the bathtub, arms casually placed on the edge of the bathtub, so quietly looking at the door of this uninvited guest, then slowly spoke. Brother, it seems you were right, I did forget to lock the door. After a pause, she added with a wink, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly, but since we're all here, want to join us? At those words, Gu Luo gave a helpless, bitter smile, and was relieved in her heart, since the bathroom was full of steaming water vapor. Like a thick veil, Luo Shua's entire body was also soaking in the water, so she couldn't see much at all, but just in case, he hurriedly averted his eyes, his face burning slightly. Why didn't you answer when I just called out to you? Forgot. Luo Shua was succinct. You ah. Gu Luo sighed and said softly in a suppressed voice. I was just outside washing up and didn't hear the sound of running water as you took a shower, so I was worried, afraid that something had happened to you. But it's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Hearing this heartfelt concern and afterthought from Gu Luo, Luo Shua froze. At the same time, the heart couldn't help but begin to beat faster, and the face gradually turned red. She slowly withdrew her arms, her entire body sinking slightly, as if trying to hide herself. There was a few seconds of silence before he spoke. I'm sorry, brother, for worrying you. Her voice was soft, with a hint of guilt. Not next time. Ha! Gu Luo only felt incredulous. How could such words come out of the mouth of the imp Shua? He even had a feeling of being flattered. Then he quickly waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. It's good that you're fine. After a few more seconds of silence, Luo Shua suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Brother, aren't you the least bit afraid that I'll suddenly come out of the water and then make you responsible in disguise? Looking for you to make demands? That's the kind of girl I should be in your mind. Of course not. Hearing this, Gu Luo immediately denied it. His expression was a little complicated, weighing his words and said, Shua, you actually do things with a sense of propriety, and won't cross that line, and I know it must all have something to do with the things you didn't tell me. I've never felt that Shua is a girl who doesn't love herself. It's just that I'm really afraid that you'll get hurt, and as I said, I will confront your feelings. In 2 months at the latest, I'll give you an answer. And listening to this, Luo Shua's face turned even redder. In the bathtub, her two slender legs were tightly together, and her small hands were unconsciously clenched into fists. Brother, what's wrong? Gu Luo asked suspiciously, still looking in the other direction, not daring to look at the imp in the bath. Luo Shua pursed her lips, feeling dizzy in her brain, and said in a very, very small voice, You, go out first. At those words, Gu Luo blinked her eyes, always feeling that the imp at this moment was strange, and she was a different person from her usual self. But he went out obediently, and before he left, he did not forget to give instructions. Be careful when you come out later, don't fall, and remember to lock the door next time you shower. Got it, Luo Shua answered softly, her voice so small that it was almost inaudible. As the bathroom door closed, she let out a long breath, then two snow-white arms slowly reached out of the water, and small hands were placed on the delicate and flawless cheeks. Luo Shua only felt that this current state was really strange and marvelous. It's like a dream. Chapter 109, The Confident Little Angel Shu Lemon. Fortunately, Gu Luo didn't run into anyone else during the short distance from the bathroom to the bedroom. It's really hard to explain otherwise. I was totally concerned just now and rushed in without thinking too much. I just didn't expect that the little devil Shu he would actually apologize obediently this time, and behaved in a regular manner throughout, without any strange behavior. What a rarity. Gu Luo couldn't help but think back to when he was at school. The fan group rumored that Luo Shua said brother likes me too in front of the whole class. How did the imp's always cool and mysterious persona suddenly crumble? It must have something to do with the cherub's private conversations anyway. What the hell did the sisters say? LOL. Emotional matters are already complicated, and now they are even more cut and dried. But the good thing is, once the 2-month period is up, all the dust will settle and there will be an outcome. The push-ups had been done before the shower, and the homework had been completed at school, so Gu Luo didn't have anything important to do for a while. Bored, he opened the laptop on a side table. It's done, so let's play the game first. With all the gun skins the imp bought, it would be a waste not to play. And then there's, what could the surprise be that the imp said? Let's just say he was slowly getting used to the imp's surprising moves, and he just hoped this one wasn't too weird. Without further thought, Gu Luo logged on to the game. He was just about to start a handful of qualifying rounds when he heard a soft knock at the door. Shoho? No, Shua shouldn't have finished her bath that quickly. That's more than likely the little angel Shu Lemon. Thinking of this, Gu Luo didn't say anything about please come in, but stood up and ran to the door with his ass on the line. Opened the door. What met his eyes was indeed the flawless face and heartwarming smile of the little angel Shu Lemon. Further down was a pair of legs that were even rounder than the imp's. exuding a unique charm. Come in, Shu Lemon. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth couldn't help but rise as she stepped aside. He didn't ask what the cherub had come for, pulling the man into the bedroom first. What's more, the imp is coming to surprise later. Just the thing to keep the imp in check with the cherub. Use magic to defeat magic. Aha! Luo Shu Lemon walked into the room with a brisk pace, and sat on Gu Luo's bed without even thinking about it, moving in a single motion, as natural as if she had returned to her own room. Brother, are you going to play the game? She looked at the game screen on the computer and turned her head, her eyes full of curiosity, and asked Gu Luo with a smile. And what kind of game is this? Is it fun? This game is called Vanguard Pact. It's an FPS. That is, a first-person shooter game. It's quite fun, Gu Luo patiently explained. I see, then I'll go back and learn it, and then I'll play with my brother. As long as it was what Gu Luo liked, Luo Shu Lin was willing to try and understand. Could be. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo looked delighted. Not bad for a little angel. Just sweet. Playing games and stuff with my sister is the best. Then elder brother, you sit over here first, Luo Shu Lemon said, patting the seat next to him, a hint of shyness seemingly hidden in her eyes. Murphy. Gu Luo's heartbeat couldn't help but start to speed up. Was it time to, Chan, press, fu, massage, G, again? With that in mind, he sat down on his butt. Even though Luo Shu Lemon hadn't taken a shower yet, she could still smell a nice light fragrance. Creamy, creamy. You stretch out both your hands, palms up. Luo Shu Lemon's little face was a little flushed at this moment, and she spoke softly. Good. Gu Luo obediently did as she was told and extended her hand, palm up. His fingers are long and white, and his nails are neatly repaired, so you can say that he is the gospel of the hand control party. Luo Shu Lemon cast her gaze to the palm of her hand, and after carefully confirming it, she smiled and said, it looks pretty much uninjured. That's great. The smile of the young girl in front of her was extremely warm, making it impossible to take one's eyes off of it. Gu Luo then realized that the little angel was worried that he would hurt his palms in today's tug-of-war, and that was why he came over on purpose. His heart was instantly wrapped in warmth, warmed as if by a winter fire. I can't help but narrow my eyes happily and smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Well, I'd better give elder brother a rub. Luo Shu Lemon thought for a moment, and separately pasted her two small hands onto Gu Luo's large hands, gently rubbing them, asking softly as she did so, how's that for comfort? Comfortable. Gu Luo felt the warmth coming from her palm and only felt her heart melt, but at the same time, it just feels even more like something you're not. Brother, you should know what happened during the day, right? It's what Shua said at school. Luo Shu Lemon suddenly spoke up. No. Then surely you also know that Shua likes you, as well as that Shua and I have communicated privately, right? Luo Shu Lemon's eyes had been falling on Gu Luo's hands, her voice still soft. I know. After Gu Luo replied, he was a little less daring to look the little angel in the eyes. The heart felt like it was weighing down a big stone. Heavy. Shua is really a very good and nice girl, and very charming too. Luo Shului raised her head slightly at this time, looked Gu Luo in the eyes, and asked with a smile, it must be difficult for older brothers sometimes, right? After all, you're so gentle and tender to the bone. Surely you can't bear to see Shua get hurt. At those words, Gu Luo opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. It's a question that can't really be answered, because he did have a dilemma in this complicated relationship, neither wanting to upset the little angel nor hurt the little devil. But silence at this time is really an answer, a helpless admission. It's okay. You can try to reach out to touch Shua. Luo Shu Lin's voice was so gentle since the beginning. No, not. Hearing this, Gu Luo instantly panicked. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to push you away. Luo Shu Lemon looked at Gu Luo's nervous look and couldn't help but laugh. What I mean is that everyone has the right to like someone else, and this feeling is priceless. For older brothers, just relax. As for the rest, leave it to me. With that said, she raised her chin slightly, confidently. I don't lose any of my feelings to Shuho. Brother doesn't have to worry too much. I have confidence in myself. I must be the one who wins in the end. Listening to these words, Gu Luo only felt that the little angel in front of her was shining, as if she was enveloped in a layer of divine light. How can you be so handsome, so charming, so heartwarming? Time just ticked by. The room was quiet, so quiet you could hear each other's heartbeats. Gu Luo felt incomparably happy just by holding the little angel's hand. The heart is both throbbing and serene. And so it was, for who knows how long. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. It was then that Gu Luo's brain came back online, jolting back to the fact that the imp had said he was coming over to deliver a surprise. They turned their heads at the same time and saw Luo Shua wearing a black halter nightgown and holding a laptop bag in her arms. She watched the two men hold hands without expression and spoke faintly. Actually, you could be a little more forceful at this point. Hearing this, Gu Luo was instantly startled. Shuha, relationships are just like building a house. You have to lay a good foundation and develop and build step by step. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Luo Shulime replied with a smile. I'm afraid that before the house is built, the owner of the house will be robbed first. You can try. Just try it. Cough. Seeing the atmosphere gradually becoming tense, Gu Luo coughed lightly and hurriedly rounded up the conversation, asking Luo Shuo, Shua, what are you doing here with your computer bag? Upon hearing this, Luo Shua pointed to the game interface of the computer on the table and said indifferently, of course it's to accompany my brother to play the game. I bought a number before, and during this time I've already gotten to the platinum segment, so I can double row with my brother. Oh no, it's a sweet double team. She emphasized the word sweet to demonstrate to the cherub. At those words, Gu Luo's entire body froze. How could he not expect that the so-called surprise in the mouth of the imp Shua was to come to accompany him to play the game? What was even more unbelievable was that Luo Shua was actually able to hit the platinum segment in just 2 weeks. She squeezed a little bit of time out of her studies and life to practice the game just so she could surprise herself with an unexpected surprise today. Thinking of this, a warm current surged in Gu Luo's heart. It would be an absolute lie to say that I wasn't moved. Don't froth. Come to the double row, and wash my underwear if you pit, Luo Shua said, walked over and put her backpack on the table. Next, I opened my backpack and took out the external keyboard that was placed on the very outside. Then the laptop, mouse, charger, and mousepad. Every item is neatly arranged. It ended up sitting on Gu Luo's gaming chair. Luo Shua cocked her left leg elegantly onto her right leg, her slender calf gently swaying up as if she was playing some sort of beat, and said faintly, brother should go to the living room and bring a stool over now. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo didn't move in the first instance, instead casting his gaze towards Luo Shulime beside him. Seeing that Gu Luo was waiting for her opinion, Luo Shulime was satisfied and happy in her heart. She slowly loosened her grip on Gu Luo's hand and laughed softly. Just wait brother, I'll get you a stool. Chapter 110 Head-to-head confrontation between cherubs and demons. Shua. Luo Shulemon had just stepped out of the room when Gu Luo couldn't wait to turn around to speak. However, before the words fell, 2 pieces of warm and soft lips suddenly covered his mouth, swallowing the rest of the words. Woo! Gu Luo's eyes widened, and subconsciously reached out to push Luo Shuo, but he didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting her. However, his pushback didn't do much good. Luo Shuo's arms instead hooked around his neck even harder. Hair with the scent of cedar from the shower brushed the tip of his nose, and his breath, mixed with the sweet scent of milk, was especially clear in the quiet space. Woo! Shoo! Gu Luo's mouth managed to break open a crack, and just as she tried to speak, she was re-blocked again. The whole thing lasted about 5 seconds. Only then did Luo Shua contentedly sit back down on the gaming chair again, her left leg habitually crossing over to the top of her right leg, her calf just swaying and swaying. She tilted her head and gently licked her lips, her movements full of seduction, but her face still had the same cool demeanor, like a snow fox on the top of a snowy mountain showing its claws and teeth in front of its prey. Gives a great visual contrast. It's like one of those unearthly ice nymphs from the metaphysical world, looking down on you with an expressionless, condescending face while making out with you at the same time. Impactful. Gu Luo felt the remaining wetness at the corner of his lips. His entire body was in a daze, and only the scent of the young girl's hair hovered in his brain. However, it was good to know that this wasn't the first time and was more or less prepared. He opened his mouth to say something, but was momentarily stumped, at a complete loss for words. What was I going to say? What should I say now? The little angel shoe lemon had just gone out on the front foot, and the little devil shoe was surprisingly moved his mouth on the back foot. It was horrible as hell. That's why. Sister just can't do it. Such a good opportunity to be there holding hands like a little girl. Luo Shua's fingertips twirled around the end of her hair, shook her head, and said softly, unbeknownst to me, you're all ready to be eaten up by me. Gu Luo helplessly wiped the wetness from the corner of her mouth and looked at the little devil in front of her, momentarily speechless. What else can be said? One can only suffer this in silence. You should have read metaphysical novels, right? Luo Shua suddenly asked. Gu Luo still didn't say anything, only nodding slightly. Just about any guy has read metaphysical fiction. Then sister is one of those high-minded sons of the famous sex, while I, on the other hand, am an evil cultivator. Speaking here, Luo Shua paused and slowly lifted her long and slender left leg from her right leg, then gently rested on Gu Luo's leg. Then he said lightly, and since they are evil cultivators, they have the means to be evil cultivators. There was a bit of teasing in his tone. Gu Luo looked at the soft little leg that was resting on his lap and remained silent from the beginning. He wanted to reach out and move away, but he was afraid that in the process of doing so, he would be misunderstood by Luo Shulime who had suddenly entered the room. It's better to stay the course. Famous sect. Evil cultivator. The means of evil cultivators. Not to mention, This description does fit the current situation. Take a guess if there's a Lord of the Forbidden Zone? Luo Shua said while gently shaking Gu Luo's thigh with her toes. Lord of the Forbidden Zone? Gu Luo felt that her brain circuits were a bit unable to keep up, just as he wanted to inquire. Just then, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and Luo Shulim walked in holding a stool. Then he saw Luo Shua put her calf on Gu Luo's leg. Luo Shulim's breathing stuttered slightly, but in an instant he regained his composure, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Elder brother, the stools have been moved. Have a seat. Ah, good. Gu Luo nodded busily, then looked across at Luo Shua. Only then did Luo Shua slowly retract her calves and set the gaming chair in the right position. Gu Luo sat down on the stool, her entire body still confused. Sister, aren't you going to take a bath? Luo Shua casually asked while logging into the game. Go back later. There's no rush. Shu Ling and Xiaoman haven't washed yet, Luo Shulin said, dragged off her slippers and directly leaned on the bed. I see. Luo Shua let out a light laugh. So sister likes to see my brother and I sweet double rose that much. Hearing this, Luo Shulim was momentarily silent, and actually didn't know how to answer. Seeing the little angel fall into the wind, Gu Luo hurriedly pulled away from the topic and asked Luo Shuo, Shuho, what's your game ID? I'll add you. Game ID ah. Luo Shua made a thoughtful gesture, as if she couldn't think of it for a moment, then, suddenly opened her mouth. My favorite brother. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly at these words. Gu Luo's expression was fearfully extremely wonderful. The heart screamed. Finished. Looks like an assist for the imp. Sister, don't get me wrong. That my favorite brother I said is the game ID. Not my favorite brother. But if you have to interpret it as my favorite brother, then I can't help it. After all, this game ID is my favorite brother. She finished this large paragraph in one breath, then quietly admired Luo Shalimi's changing expression. Listening to this sentence after sentence of my favorite brother, Gu Luo only felt his scalp numb. He quietly turned his eyes to Luo Shulim on the bed and realized that although she still maintained her smile, her expression had stiffened a bit. Maru Spice. The cherub was surprisingly dead-weighted by the imp, but there's no way around it. After all, the imp has the play the game with me buff added tonight. Gu Luo could only continue to harden her heart and pull away from the topic. This kind of game ID should have been used a long time ago, right? I bought the number. This idea of I like my brother just happened to be sold by someone, so I bought it by hand. Luo Shua had been admiring Luo Shulin's expression, and her tone carried a few moments of celebration. What a coincidence. I kinda like the I like my brother ID. After a pause, his gaze went back to Gu Luo beside him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Brother, do you like I like brother? Gu Luo's scalp went even more numb, and he could only barely squeeze out a smile. This little devil is so bad that he can't resist repeating the phrase I like my brother whenever he gets the chance. Is this the evil cultivator? Terrifying as it is. A little thirsty, Luo Shua said, reaching for the water cup on the table and taking a sip directly into her mouth. Hey, Gu Luo wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Is brother thirsty too? Luo Shua blinked, then passed the cup of water to Gu Luo's mouth. It's okay. Gu Luo only felt raw, couldn't hold back the imp's attack at all, and as an outside backer, Cherub has been pinned down. What to do? Online, etc. It's urgent. But just then, the little angel Shu Lemon spoke up. Brother, let me help you with your shoulders. Ah, then I'll trouble you. Gu Luo hurriedly nodded, slightly relieved in her heart. The little angels are coming to help. It's not troublesome at all. Luo Shu Lemon put on her slippers again and walked behind Gu Luo. Slowly, she placed her hand on his neck and gently kneaded it, squeezing and pinching. Her eyes fell on the game interface and she suddenly asked curiously, what kind of gun is that? Is it powerful? Gu Luo looked at the several guns on the interface and asked, which one? This is the one. Luo Shu Lemon reached out and pointed at one of the guns, then gently pressed her entire body against Gu Luo, her chin resting against his shoulder, and said with a smile, third handle from left to right. Feeling the warm breath coming from her ears and the faint scent coming from her nose, Gu Luo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Then she hastily nodded her head. This gun has a solid first bullet for a headshot. Wow, so powerful, Luo Shu Lemon said, not having the slightest intention of getting up. Instead, she gently wrapped her arms around Gu Luo's neck and softly asked, brother, this won't interfere with your gaming, will it? No, it doesn't affect. Gu Luo shook her head in a hurry, her face burning a bit. The heart is thrilled. It was the first time the little angel had ever volunteered to be this close to him. Simply a landmark development. And there are only 0 and countless times this has happened. Of course, not affecting the game is certainly out of the question. But compared to posting with cherubs, games and stuff are better off to the side. That's a point given. Sister, are you trying to get him to wash my underwear? Luo Shua looked at this scene and said faintly, I did just say he has to wash my underwear if he pits. Upon hearing this, Luo Shulime smiled faintly, his tone gentle but with a few retorts. It's okay, if elder brother really plays out of order, I'll wash it for Shuhi. After a pause, she suddenly laughed as if something had suddenly occurred to her. Ah, speaking of underwear, that white underwear that elder brother gave me is really comfortable to wear. Elder brother has such a good eye. It looks like we'll be relying on elder brother to pick out our undergarments in the future. Brother, do you think it's okay? Ah, good. How dare Gu Luo say no? He is the little Karami who was caught between the little angel and the little devil shivering with color. And this time, it was Luo Shua's turn to not say anything. Even her expression was a bit colder. Although she retained a number of king bombs in her hand, they were all carried out in secret, and it would only seem humiliating to talk about them. Since my sister wants to compete openly and honestly, even the 2-month appointment is directly stated explicitly, then I will accompany her to the end. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more wrong, Gu Luo hurriedly added Luo Shuho's friend and decisively began to rank. Once the game starts it shouldn't be a fight. LOL, just hope it doesn't affect the bond between the sisters. Sins but that's the thing about relationships. No one wants to let go. Garo was reluctant. Lashu Lemon was reluctant. Lashuo was reluctant. In general, one person is destined to get hurt. Gu Luo doesn't want any of her sisters to get hurt, but really doesn't know how to handle a love triangle. Let's hope that this will be resolved in the next couple months. It only took about 10 seconds of queuing to get to the selection screen. Bro Mo, got a mic? Suddenly someone asked in the team channel, sounding enthusiastic. Yes there is, the other replied. There is. The third man was a cockney. Gu Luo also pressed V at this time and said, yes brother. Then out of the 5, Luo Shua was left without saying anything. Fourth floor, do you have a mic? The enthusiastic first floor asked. Fourth floor? Are you on the 4th floor? Hello? Chapter 111 Imp's Strong Protector, thanks to Toast Big Brother's Great God certification. Yes, truly being annoyed by her teammates to the point where she couldn't stand it anymore. Luo Shua coldly squeezed out this one word through her teeth. However, this simple word there was like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake, which instantly fished the teammate into a warbler. Holy, sister, is it a girl? The voice is so nice, so high and cold. This imperial voice is too awesome. I doubt it's a voice changer. Say something more on the 4th floor. My favorite brother? This ID must be a girl. Wow, good contrast. High cold girl takes so cute ID. The 3 warblers just licked and licked and licked. You and I, chattering away. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably as she listened to these remarks. That's when a warm breath came to his ear. Brother, is everyone who plays this game like this? Not really, that's not too many cases. This handful of situations are considered rather special. Gu Luo still had to explain for the game's popularity. There really aren't that many lickspittles. Most players are still pretty normal. ZZE, why don't you say something? The voice is so nice. Say a few more words. The duck's voice was like a disease at this time. ZZE non-stop. Yeah sis, listening to Purple Z talk and playing the game is awesome. However, Luo Shua didn't even pay attention to these 3 warps, and just quietly picked up Gu Luo's water cup and drank from it, with a bit of disgust on her face. All other males in this world besides my brother are trash. Of course, this did not include Gu Feng's father. The game officially kicks off at this point. Seeing how Luo Shua didn't pay any attention to them, the 3 warps gradually all subsided. Luo Shu Lemon still hugged Gu Luo tightly and whispered in his ear, go brother go go go. Good. Gu Luo smiled confidently. And then the record is 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4. It wasn't until the 3rd one that I managed to steal an enemy's back. There's no limit to the een. Gu Luo laughed awkwardly, her face flaming, feeling some shame, but there's no way around it. 2 top-notch beauty queens with the exact same look and body are just around the corner. I'm afraid that the only person who can still focus on playing the game without any distractions in this atmosphere is the legendary Sigma True Man. However, despite Gillo's poor record, the team is on a 4-game winning streak, for no other reason than the fact that my favorite brother is on fire with a dazzling 9-0 record. Imp Luo Shua was simply killing mad in the game, leading the team all the way. That's right, carried away by the imp. It's hard to judge. Sister will go to my room later to receive her underwear. Luo Shua precisely killed another enemy at this time and turned her head to Luo Shulime and said faintly, aha. Luo Shu Lemon didn't comment, just hugged Gu Luo's arm a little tighter and whispered comfortingly into his ear, it's okay brother, we'll fight our way back slowly. The game is fine, just play it easy and have fun. Listening to the warm voice like a spring breeze in his ears, Gu Luo really wanted to say that the more the little angel was like this the less he was able to utilize his strength. His whole body was stiff. Good. He took a deep breath and tried to turn his attention from his two sisters to the game. The record has also improved. Awesome brother. That was a cool shot. Brother run. There are 3 of them. Wow. Brother is so accurate. In this way, under Luo Shulime's vocal encouragement, Gu Luo became more and more courageous as he killed more and more people, and his battle record quickly rose from the bottom of the team to the second from the bottom. Ahem. Well, at least it's not the bottom of the barrel. And Imp Shuho's record has been far better than second place. Far ahead. That's a lot of excitement for the 3 warbling teammates. One shouted, "Purple ZE is awesome. Can we get a buddy bit?" Gu Luo played it with ease. After all, with 2 sisters by his side, it was a unique gaming experience. It was also at this time that the game character controlled by Luo Shua was bloodied and hurriedly ran into the house to dodge the bullets. Gu Luo, who was hiding in the house, suddenly had a flash of insight and ghostly blew Luo Shuho out with his skill. Immediately afterward, she was mercilessly swept to her death by a barrage of enemy fire. Put. Ha ha. Luo Shulime was the first one who didn't hold back, and her crisp laughter rang through the room. Gu Luo herself didn't hold back and laughed along. Instead, Luo Shua put down the mouse and expressionlessly reached out her hand and twisted it around his waist. Ouch ouch ouch. I was wrong. Don't dare. Really don't dare. Gu Luo immediately showed his teeth, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Luo Shua then loosened her hand and faintly commented, "Brother is learning acting skills from Shu Ling, right?" She was not angry at all, so naturally she didn't bother to use too much force. "I'm afraid of pain." Gu Luo smiled awkwardly, trying to ease the slightly embarrassing atmosphere. Pretentious. Although Luo Shua said this on her lips, she still reached out her hand, ready to help him rub it. But before her hand could touch Gu Luo, it was snatched by a small, white, slender hand. "Shuha, just play the game properly." Luo Shulime smiled faintly, then rubbed tenderly on Gu Luo's waist. Luo Shua glanced at her, but silently withdrew her hand. Just as Gu Luo was enjoying the sweet comfort of his little angel, his duck-voiced teammate, who was the penultimate in line, suddenly attacked him in an upset manner. "What do you mean? 3rd floor? Being a? If you don't want to play, get out of here. What's the point of harming other girls? Nazy, you don't want to talk, it's fine. I'll help you scold this kind of goods." The Cockney's voice was filled with anger and accusation. He just thought of himself as Luo Shua's flower protector. Ha! Gu Luo was silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Although it was upsetting to be scolded, after all, he did take advantage of the situation he had just had. Besides, you can't swear at someone in front of your 2 sisters, can you? That would be very unseemly and detract from the good image in their minds. Zay, can you add a friend when you go out later? I'll help you scold these trash in the future. Come on, talk to me's eyes. The male duck voice was clearly using Gu Luo as a springboard to ingratiate herself with Luo Shuo, and chattered on and on. It was also at this moment that Luo Shua finally said the second sentence of the entire game. "I'm his girlfriend, we're flirting, what are you patting screaming about?" Her voice was still cold, but it carried an unquestionable dominance. In an instant, the male duck's voice was like being strangled, and he could no longer speak. He just felt so embarrassed he could have stubbed his toe in 3 rooms. One becomes the most comical clown in the world at this moment. A few more seconds passed. There are just 9 people left in the game. The mongoose quit the game straight away. "I'm going to." "Ha? No dude. Are we a part of the play?" It's a couple directly say not just. This makes. How embarrassing. The other 2 fingers of the warped mouths rubbed mindlessly on the keyboard, their faces in front of the screen going green and white for a while. After all, they had just shouted "Purple ZE" along with the Cockney voice for half a day, and at the moment, they only felt their cheeks burning hotly. It must all be laughed at by someone's boyfriend. Shame on you. And Gu Luo obviously didn't expect Luo Shuho to say that it was he who was her boyfriend. But then again, it does feel good. That Cockney voice was a real clown just now too. But after all, Luo Shu Lemon was plastered right on top of him. So Gu Luo could only cough softly, hold down the V, and explain to his teammates, "She's kidding, we're brother and sister." At that, the 2 warblers immediately spoke up. "Ah, so, our sister is really naughty then, and our sister plays really great. Or else add a friend in a while, and score together in the future. Great uncle. Does sister have a date?" Gu Luo was too lazy to answer these questions and was just about to turn off the team voice when she heard Luo Shua's cold voice. "I'm not related to him by blood, and sooner or later I'll be his wife." At these words, the 2 warblers fell silent again. "Not buddy? What about monkeying around? Chase and kill? Play isn't over yet, is it? Dude, you guys, this is also." The team was just about to say something, but right at this moment, Luo Shu Lemon suddenly leaned her body forward, reached out and pressed the V button, and said gently, "Don't get me wrong guys, she was just kidding." "Ha? Sis, you again? Ah, I'm his future wife." 2 warbling comrades. "No, Does that mean kill for chase? How big a grudge? How big a grudge? The two of them, as single dogs, just wanted to play a game after work for entertainment. Why did the world have to be so targeted? One's a wife and the other's a wife. And they're still fighting over it. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Destroy this world. Are people really that different from each other? Why do people have so many girls with them when they play games? Jiao. Chapter 112, I am a licking dog. Please go to your death now. 3 and 2. Luo Shua stopped the game operation in her hands at this time, her eyes glancing faintly at Luo Shulim as she continued in the game. That's funny. The wife in my mouth is just a joke. The wife my sister is talking about is like a nail in the coffin. Is it not so? Who exactly is it that elder brother likes? Doesn't sister have any idea in her heart? Luo Shulemon did not show any weakness. Her fingers steadily pressed the V button. Sister is that confident? Just that confident. Blind confidence doesn't end well. I hope my sister won't cry when the time comes. I'll give that to my sister as is. However, sister, I will definitely join your brother-in-law when the time comes and comfort you properly. After all, no matter what, I am always your sister. Luo Shulemon and Luo Shu he were in the game. You and I, all but treating the two warped-mouth comrades as the judges judging this verbal battle. Gu Luo looked at the four people who were hanging out at home. Her scalp was tingling. Apparently, the two teammates had long since lost the desire to continue playing. 3 teammates, 1 outright withdrew and 2 hung in place. Let's just say that when angels and demons go head-to-head, it's the innocent lickspittle that suffers. And at this moment, where are the 2 lickspittle comrades who still have the heart to play the game, but only focus on listening to the 2 sisters tit for tat? One sister has a high and cold imperial voice, and the other sister has a gentle and sensual voice. How dare they all fight over a brother who is not related by blood and compete for the title of future wife? I'm not sure if I can fix it, but even the brainless cool text of the foreign persimmon wouldn't dare to write it like this, right? Is there any justice? And human rights? Isn't our single lickspittle's life a life? I wish I could gather all the FFF core in the world and catch all these showboaters and burn them. I'm a lickspittle, so I'm going to die. This can't be some kind of program script, can it? Lickspittle 1 opened his mouth at this point with a few moments of uncertainty and asked, I feel the same way. Or it's too much. Lickspittle 2 rushed to agree. Both were praying in their hearts that this was just a taping of the show. Otherwise, a real friend is going to break defense. Yes, it's the program script. We record short. Gu Luo just wanted to take the opportunity to explain. Shut up. Luo Shua interrupted him without mercy and said expressionlessly, no one will take you for a mute if your brother doesn't speak. My feelings are not the script. Immediately afterward, her words changed. Of course, I don't know if my sister's feelings are acted out or not. It's rash enough to want to be together after only knowing each other for 2 weeks. Speaking as if my sister knew each other a long time ago. Isn't it okay that my elder brother and I fell in love with each other at first sight? Love at first sight is nothing more than love at first sight. Sister, you are so shallow. That brother is just very handsome and attractive. So what if I'm just seeing things? Oh, sister has finally admitted it. Compared to my brother's appearance, I'm more in love with my brother's soul. Hasn't a sister known her brother for 2 weeks, and in 2 weeks she understands souls? In this way, the little angel and the little devil you back and forth. Not the slightest intention to retreat. All the harsh attack. Not a trace of defense. For guys just hanging out at home. And the enemy across the street, who had been abused at first, typed on the public screen asking what was going on. The 2 lickspittles saw this and immediately posted the whole thing on the public screen. Apparently, they were planning to bring the 5 poor people across the street down with them. If you want to break defense together. And after learning that it was 2 sisters fighting and arguing over their unrelated brother, the 5 bachelors across the street similarly broke their defenses. That's putting the rush over to knife Gu Luo off. Then there was a frenzy of flogging. The 2 lickspittles saw this and didn't hang around, rushed to buy machine guns and follow along with the whipping of Gu Luo's corpse. At one time, 7 out of the 10 people in the entire game were whipping Gu Luo. It also initiates a report every few seconds. Does winning or losing mean anything at this point? So what if I win? So what if I lose? This dog must die. TM for a good game and getting shown up like that. And so the game came to a close with the tit-for-tat of 2 sisters and the whipping of 7 poor people. A certain dog's now charged account was also unsurprisingly happy with a 7-day ban. Gu Luo really cried and laughed at this. Luckily the buddies didn't know that the imp had casually flushed 10,000 on his number. Otherwise, wouldn't he have exploded into the sky on the spot? Ahem. Gu Luo cleared his throat, swallowed, and carefully whispered to his 2 sisters. My number is blocked, so I won't play, haha. You guys must be thirsty after talking for so long. I'll go get you some water. He just wanted to hurry up and escape from this fixer-upper. It's too scary, casually screwing 8 poor innocent people into breaking their defenses. Just buy it again when the number is gone. Luo Shua clearly didn't want to let Gu Luo off the hook just like that. Without thinking, she picked up her cell phone and directly transferred $2,000 to Gu Luo. Get a number now. I haven't had enough fun. Go on. Gu Luo naturally won't accept this money and said somewhat lifelessly, I still like to play with my own number. Play again next week, ha. Shua is also too overbearing. Can't you see that your elder brother is obviously tired? Unlike me, I will only feel sorry for my elder brother. Luo Shu Lemon duly came up with a classic line from Cha Cha Cha, but don't say. This kind of words for the little angel is really from the heart of the heart. Sister, why do you think brother is tired? Luo Shua said, her eyes looking straight at her snow-white arms that were still wrapped around Gu Luo's arm. Seeing that the two sisters were about to fight again, Gu Luo hurriedly spoke. Stop, stop, stop. He rubbed his brow and said somewhat helplessly, you're blood sisters. Not so much. Really not so. So what if they are close sisters? Sister used to treat me in Shuling. Luo Shua stopped violently in the middle of her words. Repentance was born in his heart. She hurriedly looked at Luo Shulime, her lips slightly parted, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but she was momentarily speechless. And upon hearing these words, Luo Shulime's face instantly froze. She lowered her head slightly and slowly withdrew her arm, barely squeezing out a smile. I'll go back to the house first. With that, he turned and walked away. Sister! Luo Shua immediately stood up and grabbed her arm from behind. Sister! I didn't mean anything else. It's okay. Luo Shulime's voice sounded a little low. Gu Luo looked at the two sisters, her brain a bit unspun for a moment. What's going on here? All that can be known is that Shuho said things he shouldn't have because he was on top of his head. That's what made Shu Lemon's mood hit rock bottom. Shu Lemon! Gu Luo hurriedly stood up and walked over to Luo Shulimei. Don't worry brother. I'm fine. Luo Shu Lemon lifted her head slightly and revealed a smile, then twisted her head to say to Luo Shuhi, I'm sorry Shoho, please forgive me one last time anyway. In the end, no matter how it ends, you're my sister. At those words, Luo Shua was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Good. Then she went back to the table and put her laptop back in her computer bag. Good night brother. Sleep early brother. Good night. Good night good night. Gu Luo was still a bit confused. Both the little angel and the little devil were obviously a little tired, and after saying a brief goodbye to Gu Luo, they walked out of the room together. The war between gods and demons came to an end. Gu Luo collapsed onto the bed in a flash, her eyes staring straight up at the ceiling in a daze. To be fair, he felt helpless about this cultivation though, but inexplicably, enjoying being fought over by two sisters. Maybe this is out of vanity, or maybe it's some kind of unspeakable state of mind. But the only thing you can be sure of is this: it would be heartbreaking to give up either one. It was clear that the decision had been made to completely cut off all ambiguity with 1 and 2 months, but it's only been an hour or so, and there's a bit of a desire to backtrack. Feelings are really hard. Gu Luo couldn't say anything right now, so he could only take one step at a time. The mouth is a little thirsty. He slowly sat up and took the cup that Luo Shua had just taken several sips from. After a slight hesitation of 2.5 seconds, accompanied by a quickening of his heartbeat, he sipped at the rim of the glass that remained slightly wet. At the same time, the scene of being forcibly kissed by Luo Shuho twice couldn't help but surface in his heart. It really makes the heart thump. The touch of those sweet lips, the warmth, was just to die for. Gu Luo's heart even began to vaguely look forward to the next time to be forced to kiss. Realizing this, he immediately got a headache. Aha! To hell with it. Why would I think that? And even if you get forced to kiss, you still have to half-ass it. Who the hell is the man? Gu Luo suddenly wanted to forcibly kiss Luo Shuho once to get back at him, but it's not like that can be done in this situation. Once the kiss is forced, it also means that the imp is chosen. But then again, he wouldn't have given up on the little angel anyway. Well, logic closes the loop again. Destroy the world. Let's ask Shu Lemon how he's doing now. Gu Luo put down the cup, picked up the cell phone that was placed next to her pillow, and sent a message to the little angel. Gio, Shu Lemon, are you okay now? Still seconds back. Luo Shu Lime, very good but just now in Shu were fighting, let elder brother look at the joke. Seeing this message, Gu Luo instantly frowned. Then he stood up, put on his slippers, and walked out of the room, coming to bring him to the door of Luo Shu Lime's room. Gu Luo, Shu Lime, I'm at the door. After a few seconds, the door to the room was slowly opened. Gu Luo walked straight in, closing the door smoothly. Elder brother, why are you here? I was just about to take a bath. Luo Shu Lemon still had a gentle smile on his face, and his finger pointed to the pajamas on the bed to the side. However, the next second, she was gently held by a pair of strong arms. Brother? Although I don't know what it's for. Shu Lemon must be very sad right now, Gu Luo said, and his arms tightened some more, hugging him even tighter. Hearing this, Luo Shu Lime froze for a moment, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. She just obediently leaned her head against Guluo's chest and asked softly, "How did brother know?" "You guess. There's a reward for guessing correctly. What about guessing wrong? There's a double bonus." Put. Luo Shu Lemon was amused and reached out her small fist to gently hammer Guluo, then said with a smile, "Brother is really good at coaxing people. Come on, how on earth do you know?" "It's simple." Guluo stroked her hair and said softly, "Because Shu Lemon didn't post a face text." "Ah, so that's how it is. Elder brother is so fine." Luo Shu Lemon lifted her head slightly. The smile on her face became more and more obvious. Her mood instantly got better. Fine? No, elder brother is not fine at all. Guluo retorted with a smile. "Really fine," Luo Shu Lemon said, suddenly realizing something, immediately broke away from his arms and said with a blushing face, "I'm talking about a fine mind. Brother, you're kind of annoying." Ahem. Guluo didn't hold back his laughter as he looked at this cute and shy look on her face. With their current relationship, the occasional little joke that wasn't over the top would not only do no harm, but would bring them closer to each other. He laughed for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask, "Well, are you in a better mood now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon glared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, but still nodded her head. "Thank you, brother. Now I'm especially happy." With that, she picked up her cell phone and her slender fingers tapped on the screen. Immediately after that, Guluo's cell phone vibrated. "Pick it up. It's a message from a cherub. Lashu Lemon, brother, I'm super happy right now. Oh, / Oh, / intersection oh, / omega / asterisk greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Chapter 113, Photographs. After coming out of Luo Shulime's room, Guluo hummed a light and cheerful tune the whole way. Nothing else, he's happy when the little angel is happy. Re-entering his room and collapsing onto his bed once more, his fingers unconsciously clicked open Imp Shua's chat box again. "Guluo, Shu-hee, what I wanted to say to you at the beginning was, thank you for spending so much time preparing this surprise for me. I'm so happy, it feels so good to be carried away by my sister." The imp, like the cherub, also returns in seconds. "Luo Shua, count on you having a conscience." "Guluo, then when my number is unblocked, how about we bring Shulime to play with us?" Sweet 3 Rose? Guluo's idea was simple. Thinking that through the game, the relationship between the two sisters could be eased a bit. Games are likewise a means of socializing and often bring people closer together. Of course, this has to be predicated on winning the game, or both sides being evenly matched, and then taking a step back. Even if you lose, it's still acceptable. But if you are abused by your opponent when you are hacking, then the boat of friendship will be overturned as soon as it is said to be overturned. Luo Shua withdraws a message. The corners of Guluo's mouth twitched as she hurriedly changed the topic. "Guluo, Shu-hee, can you tell me something about your sisters when they were little?" "Lashuo, can't." "Guluo, why?" "Luo Shua, don't you just want to care about Shulime? Why do you need to hide it?" "Lashuo, Jean told you what happened and then waited for you to heal your sister, right?" Hiss. Guluo only felt a toothache. How does this little devil know himself so well? No matter how one hid thoughts, she always hit the nail on the head with precision. "Lo Shuwei, is there anything else, brother?" Seeing that the imp didn't want to continue this topic, Guluo thought for a moment, but still knocked down the words. "Guluo, Shu-hee, I really want to know that secret. What does marriage and children really mean?" "Luo Shua, now come over here and get down on one knee and propose and I'll tell you." "Guluo, you are also too." "Riddler, don't say anything and I'll take that as a tease." "Luo Shuho, it's all fine. Anyway, it's all from a previous life. It's normal not to remember." "Guluo, meaning I'm not going to tell me for the rest of my life if I don't propose to you?" "Lashuo, it can be understood that way." "Guluo, forget it. It's a long time coming, let's talk about it later." "Los Angeles, so you still think you might marry me, right?" "Lo Shuwei, I'll send you a word of advice. Refusing not to be thorough is the same as not refusing at all." "Lo Shuwei, waiting for you to put on my wedding dress. Good night." "Guluo, good night." Turning off his cell phone, Guluo looked at the ceiling and froze, his mouth chanting, "Rejection is not complete, equal to not rejecting completely." Another shot in the arm. Yeah, he's been refusing, but that attitude is totally half-assed. Maybe it's still a fling in the eyes of the imp Shua. Rejecting incompleteness, equivalent to no rejection at all. It's too hard. The emotion question was too hard. The love triangle is still the finale, and the love triangle with the sisters is the finale of the finale. Thinking of this, Guluo covered her head tightly with both hands and started tossing and turning on the bed like a strange walking species. Dead brain. Do something. Just then, too, the phone vibrated again. Guluo immediately stopped his death roll, thinking it was a message from the cherub or the imp, but when I opened it, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Surprisingly, it was Lu Shua. Lu Shua, brother Gu, are you asleep? Gu Luo, not yet? What's wrong? Shua, is something wrong? In the meantime, in a bedroom in an upscale neighborhood not far from the apartment, Lu Shua's face flushed red, tightly hugging the big white rabbit pillow in her arms, her snow-white and tender little toes nervously shrinking and shrinking. She was breathing heavily because she was so nervous. It was finally time to muster up the courage to completely attack Brother Gu. The highest-end means of teasing a brother often requires only the most rudimentary form of colorful seduction. Taking a big deep breath, she typed, Lu Shua, Brother Gu. It's like this. I don't have many male friends, so can I trouble you to help me choose art photos? Gyo, artistic photo? Lu Shua, a few art photos. I want to pick out the best one. I want to refer to the idea of reference boys. By the way, these art photos are all taken by Mamoru. Gu Luo, Shaman shot it. Ha, that's fine. I'll take a look for you. Seeing that Brother Gu had really agreed to help, Lu Shua was so excited that she rolled on the bed, her pair of snow-white, rounded legs kicking around joyfully in the air. Sure enough, as long as the suffix that it was taken by Mamoru was added, Brother Gu wouldn't hesitate to say yes. Brother Gu was just so spoiled with Mamoru. This was the most fundamental reason why she liked Gu Luo. Flop, flop, the heart is beating faster and faster. Lu Shua once again took a deep breath, then brainstormed and sent all the carefully selected photos. At this moment, her fair face was so red that it seemed as if it could drip blood, then threw the phone away and buried his head deep under the covers like an ostrich. No matter what, Lu Shua was still a little girl who had never been in love, and she was really especially shy in her heart when she sent these somewhat revealing photos to the boy she liked. The other side, Gu Luo's finger gently slid the screen of his cell phone, and the photos sent by Lu Shua came into his eyes one by one. First up is a picture of the Catwoman costume. Lu Shua was wearing a fluffy cat-eared headdress with her ears playfully perked up. The Catgirl costume on her body fit her figure, outlining delicate curves, and the cuffs and hem of her skirt were embellished with soft fluff, giving off a cute and charming aura. Immediately following the photo of the maid's outfit appeared, with a clean white apron tied around the waist and a ruffled neckline and cuffs adding a touch of sweetness. Lu Shua turned slightly sideways, with a sweet and shy smile on her face, her eyes full of tenderness, reminiscent of a busy maid in a cozy European-style castle. And those close-up photos of black and white silk legs made Gu Luo look at them. The black stockings had a mysterious texture and wrapped tightly around the legs, emphasizing the smoothness and tightness of the leg lines. White silk, on the other hand, looks pure and soulful, with silky textures clearly visible. The angle of each photo was carefully chosen, either showing slim ankles or highlighting straight, rounded calves, and every detail is full of temptation. This. Gu Luo's eyes widened and he couldn't help but gulp, subconsciously clicking his eyes wide open, one after the other, carefully admiring them. These art photos really show off Lu Shua's body advantages and sweet qualities as a loli, truly one of the two most beautiful flowers in first grade. Anyone who sends out a photo from here will probably catch a line of warbler from Saiju to France. But is it really appropriate to show yourself such intimate private photos? Whatever. Since it was taken by Mandy and the other person is Mandy's best BFF, still have to give Mandy face drops. Volunteered. Really volunteered, haha. Definitely not something you want to see on your own. Gu Luo resisted the urge to save all the photos and replied, Gu Luo, shwe. These photos are particularly good. Can be called perfect. I really can't pick which one is the best. However, for myself, my favorite is the sixth photo, which is really atmospheric. I have to say that in these photos, the absolute field between white silk and short skirt in the sixth one is definitely the most eye-catching. That small section of pale skin, against the white silk and the edge of the short skirt, looked like center stage illuminated by a spotlight. The skirt of the short dress rose slightly, revealing just the right amount of the most precious areas, while the top of the white silk was slightly strung out, emphasizing the delicacy of the skin. Invincible. Leg control party rapture. Lu Shua, he. It's good that Brother Gu likes it. Shy Bunny, JPG, Lu Shua, can I ask Brother Gu to help me with the art photos that Xiaoman takes in the future? Shy Bunny, JPG, Gu Luo, of course. It's no trouble. You're my sister too. Can this be trouble? It's just a big perk from heaven, right? Just as Gu Luo was still immersed in the visual impact of these artistic photos sent by Lu Shua, his phone suddenly vibrated again. Gu Sherman, stinky old man, are you asleep? Chapter 114, The Imp Waiting at the Door for the Hunt. Gu Luo, what's wrong Xiaoman? For some reason, Gu Luo's heart was flooded with a hint of weakness for no reason. It feels like having a hot conversation with a mistress, only to be caught cold by your girlfriend. Gu Sherman, humph. Remember to write one. 000 words of afterthought in a while. Gu Sherman, photo, star. This time it was several art photos sent by Gu Sherman. The first one is also a cat lady photo, with cold tease brown double ponytail falling casually over her shoulders. The right amount of slim waist is revealed, showing a different kind of sexiness. Then came the Lolita-style photos, with cascading lace hemlines that look like blooming flowers, embellished with bubble sleeves and delicate bows for a sweet touch. Gu Sherman's leg lines are equally perfect, and his rounded legs are shown to the fullest in the photo. Compared to Lu Shueshue's cuteness, Gu Sherman's sexiness and vivacity was more prominent. Gu Luo looked at the two sets of photos with very different styles, and her heart rippled in a different way. One soft and cuddly, one cute, absolute, superlative. After a good moment of appreciation, he typed, Gu Luo, wow, they're all really super nice. Bureau, quote, photo, 1, the vibe of this one. Gu Luo, quote, photo, 2, expression really absolute. Geo, quote, photo. Unlike with Lu Shueshue, Gu Luo commented on each of Gu Sherman's art photos, and by critique, I really mean unstinting praise all the time. Of course, with Gu Sherman's outstanding face value and proud body, every single art photo taken out is enough to make people fall in love. He meant every word he said. Emotional value must be given a full pull. Gu Sherman, humph. Count on you having some taste. Stinky old brother. Being praised by Gu Luo, Gu Sherman was obviously in a good mood, and there was undisguised joy between the lines. Gio, all from the heart. Honestly, Gu Luo had originally thought of praising Gu Sherman's photo-taking skills again, and incidentally mentioning that the photos she took of Lu Shueshue were also very nice, but on second thought let it go. What's more, this girl, Xiao Man, was already jealous, so she might wind up rushing over and rewarding him with a set of cranberry fist the next second. Although the Mamoru fist massage was very comfortable, it was best not to make the little ancestor angry. Furthermore, Xiaoman had never mentioned Lu Shueshue's art photos at all, and since she hadn't, it would be best if she didn't make a fool of herself. This is the way of the imperial, Xiao, sister, Shang. In this way, Gu Luo talked to Lu Shueshue while talking to Gu Sherman, which was to say, he was praising his two sisters in various ways. There were several moments when he almost slipped and sent a message back to the wrong person, his heart in his throat, probably a legacy of spending time with cherubs and imps. After another 10 minutes, it was hard to coax both of them to be happy, and only then did Gu Luo take a long breath of relief. This night has really gone through so much. A surprise attack by the imp Shua. Again, the little angel Shu Lemon was like a little pendant the whole time, plus all those soft artsy pictures sent in by little Prissy Mandy and little Shy Snowy. It's really hard to keep going. For fear of a sudden sneak attack by the imp, Gu Luo decided to go to the bathroom after 12 o'clock, because locking the door was nothing to the imp. She had the key. In case she was caught in the act, she would surely be taken to her death. Tuesday, 12 o'clock and 1 minute in the morning. Like a thief, Gu Luo cautiously poked his head out of the room, vigilantly and secretly observing the surroundings. The corridor was dark and there was not the slightest movement. Security, cat-like, his footsteps as light as cotton. He tiptoed toward the bathroom, push open the door, turn on the light, and flip the air change switch. He or she is here to get on the big one. Open the video. The island has 4 no sprays. Movies, music, cartoons. 34 minutes and 52 seconds later, Gu Luo, who loved cleanliness, carefully cleaned the toilet, not sparing every corner, and then pressed the flush button. Refreshing. With a comfortable sigh of relief, he turned off the air change switch, pushed open the door, and lifted his feet toward the outside. Then, his eyes instantly met a pair of big, bright eyes. Ah! Gu Luo was startled violently and subconsciously took 2 steps back, her back leaning heavily against the wall, her entire body frozen, only to see that Luo Shua had moved a living room stool and was sitting elegantly next to the sink, her left leg still cocked on top of her right leg, one hand resting on her cheeks, just quietly looking at him. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes, as if he were watching a circus act. Shua, do you know that people scare people to death? Gu Luo covered her heart, which was beating wildly, and her soul was almost scared out of her body. It's the middle of the night. I'm just waiting to go to the bathroom. Isn't there one on the first floor? I like being on the second floor. You, hearing this answer, Gu Luo rubbed his brow and said with a bitter smile, you're just lazy. Either that or you're not holding your breath. So what was brother doing in the bathroom just now? Luo Shua said, sitting up slightly straighter, her calves unconsciously wobbling. In the bathroom it must be to go to the toilet. What else could it be? Gu Luo said in a serious manner, her face not red, her heart not jumping, and she looked justified. He did the whole process, not afraid at all. Oh, Luo Shua deliberately dragged out a long trailing tone, then tapped the cell phone screen and said faintly, I started waiting at 12 and 4 minutes, so my brother has been in there for half an hour at the very least. In half an hour's time, I'm surprised my brother's legs aren't numb at all. After a pause, she lowered her head, meaning to speak. Gee, let's just say it's not bad. And hearing this spot-on analysis, Guluo only felt her scalp tingle. Chapter 115, 1 minute, 1 life. Finished. It's really screwed up. Having been suddenly startled just now, his mind went blank, and he really didn't have time to think much. While the previous self-blast in front of Luo Shalinai was a fake, this time it was a real one that was caught in the act. With things having come to this, Guluo had no choice but to open his mouth stiffly and add, "That, there's one thing I'd like to explain." "What?" "I'll be there at 11:40, Guluo said in a cheeky, deep voice. "If you're going to get caught anyway, you might as well put some gold on your face. Move forward in time." At those words, Luo Shua was completely silent, just staring at Guluo, who was standing close to the wall with an odd expression on his face, with a complex look in his eyes. He never said a word. "Ahem, why are you looking at me like that?" Guluo was stared at uncomfortably, like a small animal whose mind had been read, and sheepishly moved her eyes away, her hands and feet not knowing where to put them. "I was thinking about being so shameless and why I still like you so much." How am I shameless? TSK. Luo Shua shook her head with a wry smile and slowly explained. "I had come out at 11:50, then I met up with my sister head-on and let her go in first, then I went to my room and re-emerged at 12:03. Hearing this, Guluo's face instantly turned red, so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. "Shame on you. Destroy it. This world, hurry up and destroy it. Are there any aliens who could take themselves away right now? Can't live with the hotness." I was just joking. Ha ha, ha ha. I actually got in at 12 o'clock. Shua, surely you'll keep my secret?" Guluo was already on the verge of tears, itching to kneel down and kowtow twice to the imp on the spot. This was definitely the most humiliating moment in his life. A lifetime of shame. "I'm also just kidding. The fact is that I came out at 12:03. The corner of Luo Shua's mouth slowly hooked up a ryark, helplessly shaking her head and sighing. "Mental toughness is really bad. Still need to practice." Hearing this, Guluo's blood rushed up and he only felt a heavenly spin. Tried to say something, but it was like my throat was blocked. The beautiful girl in front of her was definitely the devil of devils, the little devil who eats people. You. Guluo reached out and pointed at Luo Shua, her fingers trembling slightly with anger. Me, Luo Shua said, slowly standing up and walking towards him step by step. Each step was like stepping on the tip of Guluo's heart. It wasn't until she was close to Guluo that she tilted her head slightly and looked into Guluo's eyes and asked, "Call me what? Don't make a scene. Someone might come in a while." Guluo didn't want to stay here for a second longer, only wanting to hurry up and escape this embarrassing scene. He said and tried to sidestep away. Luo Shua, on the other hand, directly stood on her tiptoes and said close to his ear, "You also don't want other people to know that you came to the bathroom in the middle of the night and had the cheek to tell that kind of lie, right?" Listening to this island-flavored speech, Guluo instantly was unable to move a muscle. The expression on his face was very complicated. There was embarrassment, helplessness, and more than anything else, the powerlessness of being taken. "It's over. I've really fallen into the hands of the imp this time." "Lower your head," Luo Shua spoke faintly, her voice carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Having no choice but to hesitate for a moment, Guluo had no choice but to lower his head. Luo Shua stood on her tiptoes and kissed her directly. At this moment, time became incomparably long, with every second testing the two men's wills, yet it seemed to fly by, and in the blink of an eye, they didn't know how long it had been. After it was over, Luo Shua directly grabbed the collar of Guluo's pajamas, and after taking several deep breaths, she opened her mouth to ask, "Honestly, do you like me now?" Looking at the wetness still lingering at the corners of the imp's mouth in front of him, Guluo slowly nodded after a moment of silence. There was no way he could fool himself anymore. Whatever the reason for liking it, but liking is liking. At those words, the corners of Luo Shua's mouth curved up a bit imperceptibly. "Then do you like Shu Lemon?" Scum." Luo Shua glanced at him faintly and continued to grab the collar of his shirt and asked, "Do you like Shu Lime or me more?" Hearing this death question, Guluo only felt his throat tighten and gulped, but he still said it in a hard and honest way. "Preferred Shu Lemon. Are you even too lazy to lie?" Luo Shua yanked down on his collar with force, her beautiful eyes staring tightly into Guluo's eyes as she repeated her opening once more. "So more like Shu Lemon or more like me?" "I prefer Shu Lemon," Guluo answered faster this time, his gaze sincere. "Wrong answer." Luo Shua took his hand at this point and bit down hard on his wrist. "I'll give you another chance. Like Shu Lemon or me better?" Guluo endured the pain in his wrist and squeezed his voice through his teeth. "I prefer Shu Lime." "Wrong answer. I gave you a hint at the beginning, and you're too lazy to even lie?" Luo Shua finished and took another bite. "I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you like Shu Lime or me better?" And looking at the normally cold as an iceberg imp Shuhei who was somewhat on the verge of breaking at this moment, Guluo only felt a pang of heartache. He hesitated for a while, took a deep breath, and answered with difficulty as if he had used all his strength. At this minute, I prefer Shua. After a pause, he added, no lie. At those words, Luo Shua froze for a moment before slowly releasing her mouth. She lowered her head and gently rubbed at the teeth marks on Guluo's wrist, moving gently as if the one who bit just now wasn't her. Then he took 2 steps back and suddenly smiled, the sweet smile characteristic of a first date. Luo Shua slowly stretched out her hand and raised her slender right index finger at Guluo. Today I can take away a minute. Tomorrow I'll take away a lifetime. Chapter 116, Unable to Speak, thanks to Stoneboy. Big Brother's explosive shift. Still Tuesday. Early morning. The sky looked like it was covered by a huge gray curtain, with no sign of the sun. A slight cool breeze crept in through the half-hidden window. Guluo, who was sleeping, involuntarily shrunk her body, only to feel the slightest chill. In the chaos of his consciousness, he had the dazed feeling that something vital was missing. It's as if the quilt that was covering the body has disappeared. Quilt? How can a quilt disappear into thin air for good reason? Due to last night's insomnia, Guluo was really sleepy, and her brain seemed to be stuck in thick mud. Although he was subconsciously thinking, his heavy eyelids seemed to be stuck with glue, and he could not open them at all. The entire person was in a half-asleep, half-awake, muddled state, with only a faint trace of consciousness barely functioning. Nope, something is very wrong. How come even breathing has gotten so bad? Thinking of this, Guluo felt like he was instantly yanked out from under the water by a powerful force, and his eyes snapped open. What met his eyes was Gusherman, who was puffing out his cheeks and looking down on him from above. Get your feet out of my face. After spending 2.5 seconds sorting out reality, Guluo opened her mouth without any good humor. I don't. Gusherman's little face was puffed up like a cute little hamster. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed to the obvious dark circles around her eyes, yelling with a mixture of aggression and indignation. Stinky old man, do you know what time I stayed up waiting for your 1,000 word afterthought? Pissed that I didn't sleep all night. Guluo was really numb in person. He didn't take that so-called afterthought seriously at all. Just think of it as a joke. Who would have thought this naive girl would be so serious? Only to beg for mercy. I'll make up. Can I make up too? 000 words for you. You take your feet off the table first. Upon hearing this, the anger in Gusherman's heart instantly subsided quite a bit, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a triumphant smile. But she was obviously addicted to stepping on it, and instead of moving her feet away, she made a face at Guluo, tongue lolling out, and said playfully, "Humph, just don't take it. Take it or leave it." "No take." "Really? Really?" Before the word of could be finished, Gusherman violently retracted her small feet as if she had been burned by fire. Her little face turned red and she cried out with an incredulous look on her face. "Brother, you're poisonous. Breaking into someone's room in the morning and putting your stinky feet in my face. Which one of us is poisonous?" Guluo muttered without a trace of anger, then turned sideways and spat at the trash can. "Stinky old brother. You are a stinky old brother." Gusherman was like a firecracker that had been ignited, crackling with fragrance. Afterward, her petite body directly lunged towards Guluo, with the intention of fighting him to the death. Then in 3 tries, Guluo-san was pressed down on the bed. "Brother, I was wrong." Gusherman struggled for a while and found that she couldn't break free at all, so she could only recognize the time and apologized in a rush with a soft voice. "You're the best. Brother, let my sister go. Count your blessings." Guluo just raised her hand, intending to let her go. But Gusherman, this girl, did not speak of martial virtues at all, and when she saw the right moment, she immediately made a counterattack. As a result, all of a sudden, it was pressed back. "Brother, I really don't dare." Gusherman could only beg for mercy once again in a pitiful manner. Those big watery eyes full of innocence, typical and vegetable and fun-loving. "I believed you." Guluo slapped her buttocks in a bad mood, but still let go. You. Gusherman puffed up his pink cheeks and sat up in a hurry. Inexplicably, he thought of how many girls Guluo had a crush on at school. Thinking about it, her demeanor abruptly changed, and her originally soulful eyes instantly dimmed. "Slowly open your arms, to cuddle." Seeing this, Guluo couldn't help but be in a trance for a moment. Whenever Gusherman was unhappy or aggrieved as a child, he would pout, open his arms, and milkily ask for a hug. And the last time I asked for a hug was a long time ago in elementary school. Guluo's heart tightened, and he hurriedly took Gusherman into his arms, gently patting her back and softly comforting her. Aggrieved. "Good boy, tell your brother something." Like a little bird that had found a haven, Gusherman tightly buried his head in Guluo's arms, greedily feeling his brother's unique warmth. It was a long lull before she spoke sullenly. "Brother, What if my sister-in-law doesn't let me follow you in the future? Upon hearing this, Gu Luo's mind instantly conjured up the identical faces of Luo Shuliang and Luo Shuo, and then replied softly, "It won't. Both the cherub and the imp would definitely accept a little prissy sister. If, and I do mean if, then I'll choose Xiaoman." Gu Luo replied without thinking. "Really?" Gu Sherman raised her head slightly and blinked. "Really? Then brother, you will cook for me for the rest of my life." "Good. Take good care of me for the rest of my life." "Good. Then I'll lay flat and not work from now on. And you'll make money for me to spend." "Good." Hearing this series of yes without hesitation, Gu Sherman's smile became sweeter and sweeter, and he asked with a smile, "Brother, will you agree to anything I say?" "Promise anything." Gu Luo smiled and nodded. It was the truth. Mandy had an incredibly special place in his heart. In terms of importance, she will always come first. There isn't one. Promise anything and everything? Anything and everything is promised. Promise anything and everything? Gu Sherman was clearly playful. Blah, 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 blah. Immediately after that, Gu Sherman looked like she was wound up, saying 9 what in a row in one breath. Gu Luo, on the other hand, broke his fingers and remained patient in answering, watching her brother put down a finger every time he seriously said a what. For a moment, Gu Sherman really wanted to cry. Ever since she was a child, Gu Luo was always so patient with herself. Even the most boring games are not perfunctory in the slightest. "Can you be my boyfriend?" Gu Sherman silently asked a question in his heart, but when the words came out, they turned into something else. "Humph, stinky old brother, you're just going to coax me." She actually knew that as long as she cried and made a fuss, Gu Luo would agree to anything. But that would be selfish. "I'm content to stay by my brother's side." "That's fine." "Yes, that's fine. Can't ask for too much. Is the mood any better?" Gu Luo said, reaching out his hand and tenderly rubbing her cold tea-brown hair that was draped over her shoulders. "Humph, just a little bit happier, I guess," Gu Sherman said, and even compared the stick to the fingertip universe action that would break the defense when he saw it. After a pause, she pretended to be relaxed and said as if nothing had happened, "Stinky old brother, seeing as you have a sincere attitude in admitting your mistake, I'll come and sleep with you tonight." "Okay." Gu Luo agreed without much thought, and said with some emotion, "The last time we slept together was in elementary school, when you were kicking me as hard as you could." Seeing Gu Luo agree so easily, Gu Sherman pursed her lips, her heart both happy and somewhat faintly sad. In Gu Luo's eyes, she really was still her sister who hadn't grown up. "Humph, just kick you. I'll kick you again at night," Gu Sherman said and jumped off the bed, walking towards the outside of the room on her own. But halfway through the walk he suddenly stopped. Turning around, he cocked his little head, comparing it to Ye, and said with a grin, "Brother, I like you. Brother, I love you so much." Chapter 117, This brother and sister are so much alike. After Gu Sherman crisply finished speaking, her two little hands playfully went behind her back and she skipped out of the room like a hop, skip, and a jump, gently closing the door of the room. The sweet smile that was originally hanging on her face immediately dissipated a bit. Granted, they are a reconstituted family and are not even remotely related to each other by blood, but the label sister is tightly wound and set in stone by the threads of fate. A sister is just a sister after all. In Gu Luo's eyes, she was nothing more than an arrogant and jealous silly sister. Gu Sherman slowly leaned her back gently against Gu Luo's bedroom door, her mood extraordinarily complicated. She regretted a little, regretting why she hadn't gotten up the courage just now to say the truest thought in her heart. But if we could turn back the clock and start all over again, the odds are that the outcome would remain the same. There are some things that can't be said that just can't be said. Gu Luo was so good to himself, giving unreservedly and selflessly. How could he be put in a dilemma? That's fine. As long as I could always be by my brother's side, it was enough. After temporarily clearing her thoughts, Gu Sherman lazily stretched her body and stretched. In an instant, the curves of her proud figure were unreservedly revealed, exuding the unique charm of a youthful teenager. "Stinky old man, I've obviously grown up." Slightly pouting her pink mouth, she muttered softly, then reached down and pulled her cell phone out of her pocket. Glancing down at the time, "I woke up a full half hour earlier than usual today because I had been tossing and turning last night about the aftermath. How about a nap?" "That's a great idea. The cozy feeling of sleeping back is the best." However, his stomach grumbled at an inopportune moment, letting out a slight protest. Gu Sherman subconsciously wanted to go inside and get Gu Luo up to make breakfast, but just as he took a step, his footsteps came to a screeching halt. A pang of intolerance welled up in his heart at the thought that stinky old man would have to work hard to make breakfast and lunch for all of them in a little while. Forget it, let the stinky old man sleep a little longer. Humph, I really am the most heartbroken brother's good sister under the sky. Gu Sherman thought to himself in this way. His pace became brisk, and he went straight to the refrigerator with a clear goal in mind. intending to find something to cushion his stomach first. She reached over and opened the refrigerator door, her big bright eyes scanning quickly around the inside. What comes to mind is basically a variety of ingredients. It was hard to find some cookies and other small snacks, but when I looked at the flavors, they were not to my liking. Gooshirman touched her stomach, feeling that she wasn't too unbearably hungry, so she simply reached out and took out a carton of yogurt. That said, she had been a little surprised that this brand of yogurt was even available here. However, on second thought, Kaizhou is not too far away from Caixin County, so it makes sense to be able to buy it. After tearing open the lid, Gooshirman stuck out his little pink tongue and licked the lid several times. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes with an extremely happy smile. That's the fun and point of drinking yogurt, isn't it? It's soulless without licking the lid. But in this instant, Gooshirman seemed to suddenly remember something. The original licking of the lid action violently stiffened. The white face gradually stained with a layer of shame and annoyance of red halo. Stinky old brother. How could Stinky Lao do something like that just now? That's not a yogurt lid. It's infuriating. Of course, the most infuriating thing was that he even spat with a disgusted look on his face. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. When she thought of that abominable someone, Gooshirman puffed up her cheeks and her small fists were unconsciously clenched tightly. How can Stinky old man spit in disgust? It obviously smells so good. She was now itching to go back and fight him again right now. However, the thought that it would only end in being pressed down easily and without the ability to fight back was dispelled. Forget it, let's spare Stinky old man for now this time. Just this once, and never again. Gooshirman was mentally defeating Gu Luo with the mental victory method, and was just about to close the refrigerator door when she inadvertently raised her head. In an instant, he met a pair of eyes as clear and good-looking as autumn water. Accompanied by a scream. She shivered in fear and subconsciously took 2 steps back, the yogurt in her hand nearly slipping out. How come your younger sister likes to be as startled as your older brother? Luo Shuho self-consciously inserted the straw into the yogurt, then gently took a small sip. Sister Hua, how come there's no sound when you walk? Gooshirman covered her fluttering beating heart and said with palpitations, people can scare people to death. What a shame to be siblings. Luo Shua bit the straw and shook her head slightly, spitting very quietly. It was the same as when Gu Luo was frightened last night, almost like she was carved out of the same mold. She reached out her hand, straightened Gooshirman's somewhat disorganized cold tea brown hair, and said softly, I've been standing here for a while, and I didn't bother you because I saw you all happy one moment and blushing and shy the next. Ahem. Hearing this, Gooshirman coughed lightly, and her originally pink little face instantly reddened a few more points. She said with her eyes a little averted, I'm thinking about things. It's because you're thinking about your brother, right? Luo Shuho's gaze lightly glanced at this simple and cute naive sister. This being's mind is written as plainly and unobtrusively as if it were on his face. Truly the most innocent and naive and silly child in the entire family. I just didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing that her small mind was instantly demolished, Gooshirman's face turned even redder. Even the roots of her ears became red, and she hastily stumbled to retort. But the body is quite honest. That's strange. Isn't my sister a heavy brother controller? Usually sticking to her brother at school. Why has she suddenly turned shy? After saying that, Luo Shuho slightly tilted his head, biting the straw and just quietly sizing her up. Gooshirman just wanted to explain something, but her eyes inadvertently landed on the lid of the yogurt, and her mind instantly associated it with something, and she couldn't say anything at once. Stinky old man. Stinky old brother. Stinky old man. Dead perverts. Stinky foot control. Harming himself to make a fool of himself in front of Sister Hua. After a burst of catharsis towards someone in her heart, Gooshirman forcibly suppressed the irritated emotion in her heart, raised her head, looked towards Luo Shuho, and pulled away from the topic to say, Sister Hua, biting straws is a bad habit. You need to change. Hearing these words, Luo Shua couldn't help but give a slight start to her straw-biting movements, and a moment of disorientation flashed through her originally calm eyes, but soon she reverted to her usual expressionless state and slowly loosened her mouth, which was clenched around the straw. The mind doesn't know what to think, and looking at the yogurt straw that had been bitten flat, Gooshirman's mind inexplicably conjured up a video that he had previously swiped on the internet. The video says research shows that girls who like to bite straws are generally more. I don't know if this claim is true or not. If it was really like what the video said, then she really couldn't imagine how the usually high and mighty, cold and frosty sister would look like in private. Think of the contrast. Thinking of this, the fire of gossip in Gooshirman's heart instantly blazed, and she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Sister Hua, can I ask you a question? Ask. Gooshirman moved slightly closer, first glancing at the stairs, then carefully asking, Sister Hua, do you have a favorite boy? Chapter 118, Little Devil vs. Little Pride. Hearing this question, Luo Shua looked calm, her gaze faintly looking at Gu Sherman, and returned in waves. What my sister's heart really wants to ask is whether I like Gu Luo, right? Ahem. Gu Shimon's heart snapped and she instantly became weak. However, she still forced herself to be calm and tried to look surprised, and said with wide eyes, Sister Hua, why would you think that? Because you, sister, like your brother, once you notice embarrassment, you reflexively hide your inner turmoil by coughing softly or pulling away from the conversation. Hearing Luo Shua's spot-on words, the corners of Gu Sherman's mouth twitched slightly, and just as she was about to open her mouth to retort something, she heard Luo Shua leisurely add another sentence. Oh yeah, and the twitchy corners of the mouth bit. Don't learn everything from your brother. That's a bad habit you need to change. She was returning a remark to Gu Sherman as it was. At this moment, an extremely complicated look surfaced on Gu Sherman's face. She only felt that she was powerless in front of Luo Shuo, completely crushed to death. Why is Sister way in front of me like a demon? No, definitely can't just be led around by the nose. A counterattack must be mounted. Gu Sherman cheered herself up in her heart, took a slight deep breath and adjusted her state, then gazed at Luo Shuo with a burning gaze. Then Sister Hua, why did you say that kind of thing that day? You're obviously so high and mighty on a regular basis. Yet you said outright at school in front of the whole class that my brother likes me a lot too. After a pause, she gripped the yogurt box in her hand hard and asked with some apprehension. So Sister Hua, what exactly do you think of Stinky Lao? With your eyes, Luo Shua spoke nonchalantly while gently holding the straw, but this time she didn't bite down out of habit. Hearing this reply, Gu Sherman only felt a surge of qi and blood rush straight to his head. She fought the urge to spit inside and said with a serious, almost word-for-word face, I'm talking about feelings. What do you think of Stinky Lao in terms of feelings? Sister Hua, brother and sister love. Luo Shuho's answer was still concise and clear. You, not. Gu Sherman was furious as she listened to the perfunctory replies and stomped her feet. Why is this Luo Shua so angry? However, it was also at this moment that Luo Shua coldly and faintly opened her mouth. My feelings for my brother are the same as yours. Sister, isn't it a brother-sister relationship between you? I win. I'm certainly. Gu Sherman was still angry, caught off guard by Luo Shui's sudden remark. Her face instantly turned red. Her heart was in a state of flux, completely unable to pinpoint whether or not Luo Shua's words still contained a hidden mystery. It would be horrible if there were. Whether it was the fact that the high level of acting skills that he had been working so hard on was seen through by Luo Shua, or the fact that she was likewise harboring that unrealistic and special fantasy about her stinky old brother. Either of these two scenarios is deadly, but it shouldn't be so bad. Seeing that Gu Sherman still harbored a hint of luck, Luo Shu suddenly lowered his head, slowly approached Gu Sherman's ear, and gently blew a breath. Sister, I have the same feelings for Gu Luo as you. Oh, yes, that's right. You. The panic in Gu Sherman's heart reached its peak when she heard these specially emphasized words. She jolted back a few steps in panic, looking at Luo Shua incredulously and stuttering. Are you really treat stinky old brother? That one? Which one is that one? Luo Shua slightly tilted her head, a hint of innocence on her face. That one is which? I'm sorry sister. I recognize every word you said, but together, I really don't understand what you're trying to say. Luo Shua asked with a confused and puzzled face. Aren't sister and brother simply brother and sister? Why is the younger sister so agitated? Why are you still pretending? Gu Sherman only felt her scalp tingle, and questioned in exasperation. They're all smart people, why don't you admit it? What and what? I'm not as smart as my sister, Luo Shua said, taking a step forward, reaching out and gently touching Gu Sherman's head, a concerned look on her face. Is this a fever, sister? Why are you always talking nonsense? You're the devil. Gu Sherman felt like she was about to be driven crazy by Luo Shuo. At those words, Luo Shua couldn't help but take 2 steps back, her expression becoming a bit ugly. How can sister say that elder sister is a demon? It really hurts. With that, she lowered her head slightly, a hint of aggravation in her voice. I'm just trying to express that I have the same brother control attributes as my sister. When Gu Sherman heard this, he froze, his mind going blank. Misunderstood Luo Shua? So she was referring to just brotherly control? Come to think of it, Luo Shua and stinky old brother really didn't have too many interactions on weekdays. Done. What a misunderstanding. And said hurtful things himself. I'm sorry I was sister. Gu Sherman, who had always been able to learn from her mistakes, immediately lowered her head and apologized in a sincere manner. I shouldn't have called you evil. I'm really sorry. So be it. Seeing his sister apologizing, Luo Shua forced back the smile that was about to spill out from the corner of his mouth. First pretending to think for a moment, then shaking the yogurt in his hand, he said softly, my sister will forgive you if she bites the straw too. Really? When Gu Sherman heard that the condition for forgiving herself was so simple, Her eyes instantly lit up and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Really? Gu Sherman immediately unwrapped a straw without hesitation and bit down hard. Within a few moments, the straw was flattened in a horrible way as she bit into it. Seeing this, Luo Shua slightly raised her chin. Her face reverted back to that cold expression, but the corners of her mouth slightly rose in an undetectable arc and said, "Mammy, biting straws is a bad habit. You need to change." Chapter 119, The Little Angel and the Little Devil are in a fight. Don't you guys hug so tight. Gu Luo was carrying 3 bags on her back, and her 2 arms were being held by Gu Sherman and Luo Shuling on the left and right. Why is it so sticky? Stinky old brother. You should feel honored to be hugged by a beautiful beauty like me and sisterling. Gu Sherman pouted her rosy mouth, and not only did she not let go, but instead hugged even tighter. It couldn't be helped. As much as I liked Ling, I definitely couldn't let her monopolize Lao. Stinky old man has to be second class. Xiao Man is right. Brother is a sister controller. He should feel happy. Luo Shuling agreed with an arched eyebrow from the side, then added with a face of intoxication and happiness. Brother control meets sister control. It's a sweetness that runs both ways. Fine, fine, just as long as you guys are happy. Gu Luo smiled somewhat helplessly, and honestly, in his heart, he did kinda enjoy this feeling of being clung to by his sisters. What could be more enjoyable than being depended on by your sisters? Especially these 2 sisters who are as simple as white paper. Between the 3 clean, without a trace of complex emotional entanglements. Do anything can be generous, without fear. If it were the little angel and the little devil, they would probably have started a war of words by now. Most likely, you can only be caught in the middle of the color shivering, but well, you can also enjoy the subtle pleasure of being scrambled. Let's just say that these 2 sister combinations are each wonderful in their own way, and not far behind Gu Luo's trio. The 2 sisters, Luo Shulime and Luo Shuo, were walking side by side, their pace not too tight or slow, as if they were taking a leisurely stroll, but also as if they were deliberately keeping their distance. Luo Shua gently sucked a mouthful of yogurt, the straw colliding with the wall of the cup to make a subtle sound, and she asked nonchalantly, as if suddenly remembering, "Don't you get jealous watching Gu Luo being caught in the middle like this?" "Jealous? Why should I be jealous?" Luo Shu Lemon looked ahead at the brother and sister trio who were in love with each other, a gentle anti-smile hanging on her face the entire time, and when she heard this question, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Rhetorically, he asked, "What's there to be jealous about with these 2 snackers?" In her heart, Xiao Man is Gu Luo's own sister. With a lively and lovely nature, Shu Ling is that kind of heartless and big-hearted character. Both of them are just simple and sticky sisters. What's there to be jealous of? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuho only laughed softly, a smile that carried an imperceptible hint of mockery. Poor sister, she can't see the situation clearly until now. Or, rather, to put all their defenses up against themselves. What's funny is that there's no defense. Someone may seem to be way ahead in their relationship, but they have half a foot on the edge of a cliff, in crisis, and they don't even know it. With these thoughts in her mind, Luo Shua bit the straw and opened her mouth to ask, "Sister is so generous, so can I take my brother's arm after school too?" "That won't work." Luo Shu Lemon didn't even think about it and directly refused. "Sister can hold it together too." That's even worse. Seeing Luo Shu Lemon so adamantly defending herself, and looking at Gu Luo who was indulging in tenderness in front of her, Luo Shu he once again revealed that smile with mockery, and changed the topic to ask, "Then sister, why do you like Gu Luo?" Upon hearing this question, Luo Shulime's expression instantly softened, as if being brushed by a spring breeze, and she couldn't help but recall in her heart the little moments she spent with Gu Luo. There are many, many reasons, right? Such as the first time we met elder brother's bravery, such as elder brother selflessly cooks delicious meals for us every day, such as elder brother helped me a lot, such as elder brother's 3 views are correct, very handsome, very cute, talented, and especially spoiled. With that, she said dozens of suches in one breath with a happy face, complimented Gu Luo inside and out, in every aspect. Those eyes were full of pride, just as if they were showing off their most precious and favorite treasure. Luo Shua listened so quietly, her lowered eyes making it impossible to see what exactly was going on in her mind. It's like a raging undercurrent hidden under the surface of a calm lake. "Then Shuha, why do you like Gu Luo?" Luo Shu Lemon asked her after finishing her brain. Was it love at first sight? Or was it the same attraction to Gu Luo's various excellence? Or was it because of some weird secret reason? However, Luo Shua just faintly asked back, "Do you need a reason to like someone?" "No." Luo Shu Lemon felt that it was a bit unfair that Shuhi was so perfunctory even though she had said so much. "Need? No. Need? No." In this way, the little angel and the little devil were not convinced by anyone. "And you said one thing and I said another," just as if they were at loggerheads, and they kept repeating so. It was an extension of Gu Luo's feelings, and neither side backed down. That's why it's human nature to be a repeater. Just as the two of them were arguing, Gu Luo suddenly sensed something as if he had a heart-to-heart and looked back at them. What's wrong? Seeing this, Gu Sherman also curiously followed and looked back. Then I saw Sister Wang and Sister Lemon's mouths keep moving as you said one thing and I took another. It looks like there's just as much to talk about as there is to talk about. Sister Wang and Sister Lemon are so close. She couldn't help but sigh slightly. And upon hearing these words, Gu Luo's expression instantly became a bit stiff. He knew in his heart that although he didn't know what the cherub and the imp were talking about, it must have been an argument of some sort. As to why this is the case, a guess can be made. It was also at that moment that his palms suddenly warmed. Gu Luo looked down, only to see Luo Shuling's small white hand gently holding his hand, soft and warm to the touch. Brother, as a brother control, no matter what this warrior will cover you. Oh. Luo Shuling blinked her big eyes and said with a serious face, why are you suddenly talking about this? Gu Luo was interrupted by this and instantly revealed a smile. Luo Shuling smiled cheekily. There's no reason. Just want to cover you. Who made you my brother? Good. Then I'll trouble warrior Shuling to cover me from now on. Don't worry. This warrior has always been true to his word. Luo Shuling patted her chest in assurance. The three of them walked to an intersection as they talked and laughed. Gu Sherman released Gu Luo's arm at this time and waved goodbye towards the two of them after taking the book bag from him. I'm going to look for Shuo. See you in the big classroom. After that, he bounced off toward the other side of the room. Okay, go ahead and watch the time. Oh Cohen. Gu Sherman ran while turning back and making faces. The cute looks are a joy to behold. Looking at Gu Sherman's gradually fading back, Gu Luo didn't hold back another glance behind him. Then I saw the two sisters still fighting, back and forth, not giving in to each other, to the point of not being so, can fight all the way. Brother, in addition to the high jump and next week's school games, do you have a relay run? Seeing Gu Luo's expression odd again, Luo Shuling once again shook his hand and asked with a playful smile. It's... Gu Luo came back to her senses and nodded in response. Yes, there is still a relay run. What's wrong? Then let's go for a run together tonight. Think of it as special training before the race. It just so happens that I'm going to participate in the run as well. Luo Shuling's eyes shone brightly as she excitedly proposed. It's full of anticipation that's hard to deny. It's okay, Gu Luo, which was a slight thought. Agreed. Although there was no need for this so-called special training, it was always good to exercise. It's fun to think about running with your sister at night or something. Chapter 120, Incorrect. Thanks to Big Brother Toast List 1 for the Great God certification. Yuki, you seem like you're particularly happy today. When she was about to step into the school building, Gu Sherman suddenly said to Lu Shueshue by her side. Hearing these words, Lu Shueshue's small face instantly flushed with a touch of redness, her small hands tightly holding a box of small snacks that she had crafted with her own hands in the morning. Of course she was happy. The art photos she posted last night were praised by Brother Gu for a while. What's more, it was also known that Brother Gu's favorite part of the absolute field between a girl's stockings to her short skirt. Lu Shueshue felt that all of a sudden she had caught the key clue to Gu's brother's heart, and in the future, she could have a clear direction for taking art photos. So, you sent those art photos to that senior? Gu Shimon's eyes flashed with a light called gossip, and she couldn't wait to pursue the question. She wasn't sure now if that senior was Situ Wanyao or not, but you can't ask directly. After all, there's no way to say what you like and do a secret exchange. It could only be said that this little arrogant girl had fallen into a state of blackness under the lamp, and the direction of her thinking was off track from the very beginning. Aha, this is also thanks to Mamoru. Lu Shueshue's face became more and more scarlet as she gently nodded her head, her voice soft and sticky, full of gratitude. Humph, that's for sure. As far as my photo taking goes, seeing her best friend so happy, Gu Sherman immediately came to the spirit, chest out, confidently patting her chest to ensure, Shueshue, don't worry, in the future, your art photos are all wrapped up in me. I will definitely make you look beautiful. After a pause, she couldn't help but be curious, and looked around warily to make sure no one was around to notice before asking in a low voice, Shueshue, is the senior you like Sito Wonyao? At that time, when you wanted us to drink the same cup of milk tea, you wouldn't still be playing that trick of trying to catch us, would you? Upon hearing this question, Lu Shueshue froze for a moment, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She was torn between wanting to confess everything to her best friend, but on the other hand, she was worried that it would trigger an unexpected situation. After all, my own bestie is a heavy brother controller, still waiting in the wings. When you get together with Brother Gu, be the first to confess to Mamoru. Thinking of this, Lu Shueshue weighed her words and slowly said, Mamoru, I can only say that senior's surname is not Situ. Did you really guess wrong? When Gu Sherman heard this answer, she was like a deflated ball. her heart full of expectations instantly falling away. Could it be the burly-looking gym member? But thinking about it left and right, it never felt right. Who the hell is this? It can't be your own stinky old brother, can it? Ah ha ha, how can that be? If so, Snowy would surely be with herself. Wait, will you talk to yourself? Nope, it's very wrong. Gu Shimon's thoughts suddenly lurched, and an uneasy feeling grew quietly in the bottom of her heart. No way. But when you think about it, Snowy makes desserts by hand for stinky old man every day. Hiss. With a heart full of doubts, Gu Shiman and Lu Shueshue walked into the classroom side by side, then take a seat in an adjoining seat. After some friendly negotiation with their classmates to transfer places, the two are now at the same table. Morning Mandy. Morning Snowy. Good morning Mamoru. Good morning Yuki. The two girls in the front row turned to the two at that moment and smiled in greeting. Good morning. Lu Shueshue waved her small hand with a smile on her face. Morning, Gu Shiman. On the other hand, answered somewhat absent-mindedly, and in her heart she kept wondering whether Lu Shueshue liked her own stinky old brother or not. If so, what should she do? Is it full support, or are you firmly against it? But on what grounds should one object? They are the best of besties and have previously vowed to fully support each other's relationships, so it seems that the only way out of the clear-cut situation is to support it. But really, I'm sure I'd be especially squirmy. What to do? What the hell to do? At this time, the girl at the front table saw that Gu Shiman's expression was a bit off and asked with some concern. Mandy, what's wrong with you? Something doesn't look right. Another girl chimed in. Yeah, is something wrong? Upon hearing this, Gu Shiman came back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand and laughed. No, I've worried you guys, probably a little disoriented from not sleeping well this morning. At the same time, she made a decision in her mind that she wanted to test Lu Shueshue's attitude towards Gu Luo, so she smiled cheekily. Here's the thing, I'm going to sleep with my oldest brother tonight, and I'm a little worried if he'll snore in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this, the two little front table fans were instantly like fireworks being lit, so excited that their bodies couldn't help but lean forward and ask in a hurry. Mandy, you're going to sleep with Gushin tonight? Whoa, is this the treatment of a real sister? Envy me to death. Their voices weren't exactly small, and that instantly threw the eyes of the students around them. The boys' gaze was one of envy and jealousy. The girls' eyes did likewise. One party envied Gu Luo for being so close to Gu Shiman, while the other envied Gu Shiman for having such a brother. However, considering that both of them were surnamed Gu, and unlike the three Luo sisters, they were truly brother and sister, it was barely acceptable. Noticing the envious and surprised expressions of the girls around her, Gu Shiman's vanity instantly exploded. Slightly lifting her chin, pretending to be calm, and putting on a look of indifference, she said, "That's nothing. When I was a kid I used to kick my oldest brother every day when we slept together." As she said that, her afterglow was like a small radar, not moving and sneaking up on Lu Shueshue, but strangely enough, at this time, on Lu Shueshue's face, there was not even a trace of the kind of envy and jealousy that other girls had. There was just a heartfelt sense of relief, as if he had seen his most cherished person get happy. This mood is not right. Did he guess wrong again? Who the hell is that senior? Hiss. Gu Shiman's CPU was dry burned again. Or should we just ask? But no matter what Lu Shueshue's answer was, it would put the two in an awkward situation. Headache. Just then, the little fangirl at the front table asked with another excited look on her face. Xiao Man, doesn't Gushin have a great body? I heard someone say that Gushin has abs and pecs. Another little fangirl hurriedly added from the side. Yes. Gu Shiman's vanity once again kicked in, and she began to put on a face full of concern again, saying smugly, "My brother works out every day, so it's not a big deal, but I do plan to sleep on his abs at night, just as a natural massage bed." Whoa. At those words, the two little fangirls became even more excited, their little faces reddening. Mamoru, this is too. The two of them were just about to say something, yet right at that moment, an abrupt voice directly interrupted them. Quiet. The person who said it was none other than the class president. He put down the book and lifted his head slightly. His eyes couldn't help but look at Gu Shiman, the stunningly beautiful girl who made him fall in love at first sight. Somewhat irritably, he spoke. Xiao Man, how old are you and Senior Gu Luo? Isn't it inappropriate to sleep together? Chapter 121, Living on a Different Planet. I didn't mean anything else. I just simply feel that this kind of thing is very inappropriate. After sneaking another glance at Gu Shiman, this squad leader subconsciously straightened his back and tried to put on an old-fashioned look as he sighed slightly. I didn't realize that Senior Gu Luo was so old and still thinks about sleeping with his sister. Shiroman, have you ever thought about how this would be for your reputation? When he said this, he deliberately paused for a moment, squeezing a bitter smile out of his face, and then said with a feigned seriousness, as class president, I have an obligation to my class and I really can't just sit back and do nothing about something like this that could cause bad publicity. Ha! After Gusher Man heard these words, the CP that was originally down because of the nagging was instantly red warm, and the anger miso bubbled up. When had she ever said it was Gu Luo who wanted to sleep with herself? Is this guy playing too much werewolf and getting used to tampering with other people's statements? How dare you wantonly interfere in other people's family matters with such a condescending tone under the banner of I am doing this for your own good? What's even more detestable is that it also threw dirty water on Gu Luo. It was important to know that gossip was horrible, and if it wasn't handled properly, it might spread and turn into outrageous rumors like Gu Luo being a dead sister controller who had to make his sister sleep with him every day. Ahem. Though it was true that she didn't hate gossip like this one just right. Stinky old man wouldn't care. But, this guy is really disgusting. The more Gu Sherman thought about it, the more angry she became, and a fire burned in her chest. She took a slight breath and was just about to turn on the spit and fume mode. Suddenly, a voice that sounded soft but with full force rang in his ears, only to see that Lu Shua, who usually presented herself as the most adorable and beautiful lowly, but had an extremely shy personality and seldom took the initiative to open her mouth to speak, was at this moment saying with a face of indignation, "Squad leader, aren't you being too lenient? Mamoru and Brother Gu as blood siblings, is it your turn to dictate how they get along with each other?" This squad leader was obviously caught off guard by Lu Shua's sudden vocalization, and with a burst of white and red on his face, he could only say stiffly, "As class president, don't I even have the right to warn you when I hear about this behavior that I don't think is reasonable?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shua did not show any weakness and immediately countered with a tit for tat. "Then may I ask where you came to the conclusion that it was Brother Gu who wanted to sleep with Gu Sherman? What do you mean? Senior Gu Luo is so old and still wants to sleep with his sister? Everyone is not a little cutie. Who can't hear the malice in your words?" Seeing that his small mind was poked through without mercy, the class president immediately felt like there were ants crawling on his body. It was unbearable, but he didn't know how to retort. As a matter of fact, the reason why he said those words, for one thing, was because he had fallen in love with Gu Sherman at first sight. So when he heard that she was so close to another boy, even if it was his own brother, his heart was just as bad, and he felt like he was being green. Secondly, it was because Gu Luo had been too popular lately, making a name for himself in school and stealing all the light from him, the class grass who had been getting a little bit of attention, so it came out as such. Seeing that the squad leader stammered and couldn't say anything in half a day, Lu Shua not only didn't stop, but continued. "Do you understand the deep bond between Mamoru and Brother Gu? Man used to be in bad health, low blood pressure, and took half a year off from school for that, and Brother Gu woke up early to make breakfast for more than 10 years to take care of her, and never missed a day. In order to give care to Mamoru as well as tutoring her homework, he stopped all club activities and devoted himself to Mamoru every day after school. Brother Gu was the number one in our school at that time, and in order to be in the same school as Mamoru in the future, he resolutely gave up the full scholarship offered by Guanya and chose to go to Kaijo Academy, and at Kaijo Academy, he still maintains his first place honor, Brother Gu he." In this way, Lu Shua was like opening a box of words, and in one breath, she recounted many past events between Gu Luo and Gu Sherman. The students in the classroom listened in awe, each immersed in the story of sibling love she portrayed. "Is this brother? No, this is the real dad. It's almost like a Superman." While the little fans are heartbroken and touched, many of them have already secretly kowtowed to the kinship CP of this brother and sister in their hearts. What kind of fairy brother is this? Why are you not so blessed? And after the boys heard it, they couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in their hearts. "Gu Luo, count on you, not to mention anything else, just the one of making breakfast for his sister uninterruptedly for more than 10 years in a row. Who in the whole class, the whole Guanya, and even the whole Kaijo city, could do that?" No wonder Gu Sherman and the three Luo sisters had all become elder brother controllers. All hearts are made of flesh. Who could not be impressed and confused when faced with such a brother? And right now, Gu Sherman quietly listened to Lu Shua's narration with mixed feelings in her heart. In his heart, he was both touched by the fact that Shua had stood up for himself, and inexplicably flustered by the fact that Shua liked the smelly old man. "I'm so stupid. Really, if you look at the process with a known conclusion, you will see that everything makes sense. No wonder Shua pestered herself every day about Gu Luo. No wonder Shua preferred not to buy her favorite hand puppet at that time, but also accompanied herself to follow Gu Luo. No wonder Shua would somehow give Gu Luo a gift. No wonder Yuki makes desserts by hand every day. No wonder Yuki had been too embarrassed to say who that favorite senior was. What to do in this situation? On one side, you have your best friend who is as close as a sister, and on the other side, you have your favorite brother. If these two do get together. Thinking about this, Gu Sherman's mood became more and more complicated. It's a kink that simply can't be described in words. Forget it, there are so many girls who like stinky old man anyway. It's not as bad as Shua. The first order of business is to get the matter at hand out of the way. As for the rest, come the day. Taking a slight breath, Man turned his head to look at the class president, whose face gradually turned red from embarrassment, and said expressionlessly, "I don't like you at all. Please don't peek at me again in class or at any time." At that, she paused for a moment, a look of disgust on her face, and continued, "What was your name again?" "Never mind. It doesn't matter. If you ever move to peek at me again, I'll report you to the school for harassing girls." These two words were like two cold, sharp knives, poking straight into the heart of the squad leader. For a moment, his face was as red as a monkey's, but couldn't even say a word against it. The surrounding male comrades almost simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel that the air was thick with embarrassment, making people feel as if they were on pins and needles. Humans are like that. They can't help but empathize and be embarrassed for others. It's like some age-old, cringeworthy videos that to this day, many people still don't have the courage to watch them all. And at this moment, the class president was unceremoniously pointed out to Gu Xiaoman's face, "Please don't peek at me again in class and at any time in the future." Didn't even remember his name. Okay, good. It's good to live on a different planet. The main thing is, a class is so big, who likes who is not a secret, even if it is a secret love. The surrounding students can detect it through various clues, and then privately a strong eat melon. What's more, they will keep a close eye on other people's relationships throughout the process and be the first to know if they break up. So it wasn't a secret at all that the class president liked Gu Sherman. Of course, there was no boy in this class who wouldn't like the two stunningly beautiful girls, Gu Sherman and Lu Shue. It's just that, to be directly pointed out in public like this, it can be said to be a social death that opens the door to social death to the home. At the same time, Lu Shue's speech was all sent inside the fan group by the class's little fangirls. The message quickly went to 99+. For a while, Gu Luo, i.e., in addition to Gu Xin and Great Uncle, had a new name, Divine Brother. The little fangirl fans who originally liked Gu Luo were more into him this time. From the beginning of simply craving Gu Xin's body, to later on his talent, and now his character. It can be said that it starts with the face, gets stuck in the talent, gets drunk on the character. Just ask, what girl doesn't long for such a godly brother? Gu Luo was then in a state of inexplicable confusion, and his reputation plummeted once again. And it's even more terrifying and obsessive to the little fanboys than before. If all he had before was the table of idols, now he also had the mile as an idol. Chapter 122 Brother-in-law. You deserve to die. The time soon came to noon. Since Xinyu had taken leave to go home to visit her family, Gu Luo was originally prepared to go to the rooftop to have a dry meal, but she was forced to go to the cafeteria by Situ Wenyao and the sports committee members and others. Great uncle, you deserve to die. Great uncle, you deserve to die. Gu Luo listened to them all say damn it, but just shrugged his shoulders, having long since seen this as normal. It was that he didn't expect Xiaoman, that naive person, to say in public that they were going to sleep together at night, and even more so, he didn't expect Lu Shueshue to tell some of the things about the past of their brother and sister duo. The incident was a big deal at school, so much so that the girl, Mandy, didn't even feel like coming to recess. We'll clean her up when we go to bed at night. Brother-in-law, you're so grown up and still sleeping with your sister. Aren't you ashamed? The sports commissioner's facial muscles twisted slightly from jealousy, and his tone of voice was full of sourness. He ate Gu Sherman's face value and that spiritual charm the most, and the thought of the goddess sleeping in the same bed with this guy in front of him tonight made him so jealous that he was about to be separated from his mass wall. TSK, this kind of thing I can't even imagine. Don't make it then, Mom and Dad. This calculus isn't that hard, another boy also said through gritted teeth. Damn, Gu Luo, you deserve to die. Listening to this group of simpletons talking more and more about destiny, Gu Luo couldn't help it, and hastily raised his hand, comparing it to a stop gesture, and said without any good humor, "Don't be ridiculous, huh? It's just a normal night of sleeping and talking. It's not like it's every day." The secret that he and Gu Sherman were not related by blood must have been swallowed in his stomach. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Since the beginning, only Situ Wenyao didn't snicker at himself. He just didn't know why he didn't move and shiver a little. And on the way to the cafeteria, Gu Luo deeply felt his super popularity in the school nowadays. So many girls were like iron filings attracted by a magnet, enthusiastically taking the initiative to greet him. "Hello, fairy brother. Fairy brother, I'm too kowtowing to you and Xiaomain-san. Senior Gu, do you want to eat with us? Hello Gu Shun." Gu Luo smiled politely and nodded his head in greeting to every little fangirl. After this period of time to get used to it, he had been able to be open and honest without the slightest bit of embarrassment. Since he had brought his lunch with him, while Situ Wenyao and the others went to line up to buy their food, he just sat down and started eating. Save yourself from being robbed by these animals later. Asterisk 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 the group was right. You really are a great cook, brother big uncle. The first one to come back with a dinner tray was the sports member. His butt just got next to the stool and his eyes were already on Guluo's thermos box. Smells good. The other boy just walked over as a sniff. The group said that my great uncle prepares elaborate breakfasts and lunches for my sisters every day. So it's no wonder they're all dead set on becoming elder brother controllers. And Sito Wunyao was silent. Just a dark pleasure. Guluo took a big bite of her meal, chewed and swallowed, then asked with some confusion, "What's the situation? You all got into that so-called fan group? That's for sure. Must drop. It's been several groups now, with all sorts of topics in it, so lively that it's almost the official communication group of Gwanya. There are so many girls in the group, it's a cutie not to enter." Hearing them say that, Guluo couldn't help but fall into a brief silence. So it can't be that he's the only one who hasn't added it by now, can it? Is this a form of isolation? It's hard to judge. A few people ate their meals and made small talk. That's when the sports commissioner suddenly spoke up. "Say, who do you guys think is the prettiest of your great-uncle's sisters? It has to be Shu Lemon and Shua. Long hair is the best. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm pure Shu Ling party. No, Shielman senpai is the prettiest, right? Am I the only one who thinks Cheryl is the cutest?" And the more a few people talked, the more envious and jealous they became in their hearts. Damn, Guluo, you're damned. There are so many pretty sisters surrounding you every day. Guluo just silently dried his rice, a question he didn't dare to answer at all. Who's the prettiest? Don't ask. Ask means they're all pretty. A few people chatted feverishly, and the topic was like a wild horse out of control, not realizing that it had gone off on a tangent. First someone came in cold, "I don't get it," and with a special accent. For a while, all of them transformed into the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, and began to talk and point out the mountains and rivers. It was as if he was the master of history, commenting on the events of the past and present. Next came the strife of the Taoist lineage, which opened up a great war between Taoist priests and monks. Immediately after that, the topic suddenly jumped to the international situation, and all of them were like senior experts on international issues, analyzing the situation of various countries. It's all like getting the real deal from a history teacher, the kind who wants to shoot. But then the spraying went on and the conversation got skewed. A boy suddenly asked thievishly, "Say, who's the most outrageous flight attendant you guys have ever met?" "I'll start." Venus. Hiss. "Fierce bro." "Che, what's all this? I'm going straight to the Great Northern Rain." Asterisk 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 to bring pie brother. Listening to this, Guluo suddenly felt that the rice in her bowl didn't smell good anymore. Everyone here really is a beat. Just then, a boy who looked like the answer, with a slate haircut, slowly put down the chopsticks in his hands, with an expression so serious that it looked like he was announcing something extremely important. He spoke slowly. "At the end of last semester, the last finals question in math, chapter 123, Shu Ling, the Big Eater. At 9 o'clock at night, the hustle and bustle of the city settles down under the shroud of night. Guluo and Luo Shuling strolled side by side all the way to East Lake Park. The purpose of their trip was to run at night in preparation for the relay running events of the upcoming games. Originally, the little angel Shu Lemon wanted to come along, but he was skillfully stopped by the little devil Shua. The pretense was that they were going to work together to tutor the little arrogant Shio man, who was a poor academic performer. Of course, the underlying reason simply is that she doesn't like to run and doesn't have the motor nerves to stop her sister as well. As an evil cultivator, Luo Shua's thoughts were simple. Shu Ling, the lord of the Forbidden Zone, currently had no obvious signs of recovery, and could be put aside for the time being. The primary goal at the moment was to first eliminate his sister, a strong opponent of the famous sect, and there was certainly no way the gentlest little angel in the house could refuse the offer to tutor her sister. Gu Sherman's grades were indeed terrible, and if Luo Liang hadn't used her connections, she would never have been able to get into Guangya Academy in her life. Brother. Luo Shuling was like a cheerful little sparrow, bouncing and jumping as she followed Gu Luo, her mouth constantly shouting, I'm in. Gu Luo smiled and patiently responded one by one. Really into the machine brother. Luo Shuling was wearing tight short sleeves and shorts tonight, an outfit that outlined her figure perfectly. A pair of straight, white, long legs stood out in the light of the night's lights. You personal machine girl. Gu Luo laughed and shook her head, her hand covering her still somewhat full stomach, and suggested, otherwise, let's run later. We haven't finished digesting dinner. Brother, your digestive system is too weak, Luo Shuling said, and bounced up and down beside Gu Luo, showing off her abundant energy. Look, I ate 3 bowls of rice, and now I'm not in the least bit of trouble. Gu Luo looked helplessly at his energetic sister in front of him and said with a bitter smile, Is it possible that this is what makes you different? It's okay, people just eat a little bit more and have a little bit better digestive system, Luo Shuling said with a smile, and playfully made a fingertip cosmic gesture. Yeah, it's only 1 billion points. Gu Luo was really at his wit's end with the simple and adorable foodie sister, and dotingly reached out to rub her head. Just walk with me for a while and run home later. This so-called night run was nominally a preparation for the relay run for the games, but in reality it was a brother accompanying his sister out to play. After all, relay running is supposed to be a team recreation program, and it is most important that everyone has fun. Furthermore, even if Luo Shuling's digestive system was no matter how strong it was, she had actually eaten 3 large bowls of white rice, and it was always inappropriate to exercise strenuously just after eating. Alas, really unfair. Some people drink water will be fat, and the family's small son meals with a piglet-like, but the more you eat the more perfect body, not only slim and slender, but also has an enviable waistline. Where is this going to be justified? Alright then, take a walk first. Luo Shuling agreed with alacrity, and immediately afterward, she couldn't help but flirt. That's weak. Enter the machine, old man. As a result, just after he finished speaking, he covered his forehead, and his original mocking expression instantly became aggravated. You won't feel good if you don't eat chestnuts for a day. Gu Luo withdrew his hand with a smile on his face, followed by the same addition. This feels really good. Slightly. Luo Shuling followed Gu Shimon's example and made a face at him. The two just stood shoulder to shoulder, walking slowly while chatting pleasantly. It was very relaxing. Luo Shuling hopped and bounced along in front of her, then suddenly stopped in her tracks, twisted her head, and opened her mouth to ask, older brother into the machine, what do you think about tomorrow's matter? What is it? Gu Luo didn't react for the first time, then suddenly realized, are you talking about going to Grandma Li's house for dinner? After a pause, he asked suspiciously, how do you think? Aren't we just going over for dinner? How can that be? Luo Shuling immediately crossed her waist with one hand and wagged her index finger with the other. Brother, you cook so well, you definitely need to go and show off your cooking skills. Let us as younger sisters show you off. Gu Luo didn't know how to answer for a moment. It's a little bad to be a direct antagonist if you're invited to dinner, but it's not a problem if you simply go to the kitchen to help out and play. After thinking about it, he said, I can help out. No. Luo Shuling continued to wag her index finger and said with a smile, it's a helping hand, yes, but it's Grandma Li who's giving you a helping hand. Brother, I've already made a deal with Grandma Li, so I'll let you, brother, be the chef at that time, and be in charge of spooning and cooking. It's okay. Gu Luo didn't know what to say. He really hadn't had much dealings with the big boys. This Grandma Li was also Mayor Li's own sister, and it still felt like there was some pressure. After all, he was an ordinary person until he licked his dragon dad ashore, and apart from being 1 billion points of handsome and 1 billion points of good grades, he was no different from the children of ordinary people. At that time, not to mention the mayor, it was not even a chance to meet his section chief. Of course, even now that he had become Luo Liang's stepson and realized a class leap, there was still no way to change some long-established concepts for a while. At the end of the week, I have to play the Swana for the old people in the government compound, and the charm should never be raised by then, or I guess I can send a few of them away on the spot. Although it can still blow back to us all. With these miscellaneous things on his mind, Gu Luo suddenly looked at Luo Shuling, only to see a faint smile on her face. I don't know why, but there was always something special about it. What's wrong, brother? Noticing the line of sight thrown at her, Luo Shuling blinked a pair of big bright eyes and instantly turned into a naive foodie look. It's okay. Gu Luo only felt in a trance for a moment and shook her head. Oops, let me be honest with brother. Luo Shuling touched her hair that didn't go past her ears and said with some embarrassment, the main thing is that now that my brother's cooking has spoiled my tastes, I can't eat the meals cooked by others, but as a guest, if you eat very little, you're not giving face. Speaking of which, she grinned and took Gu Luo's arm. It's not all because brother's cooking is so good that I'm addicted to it. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo couldn't help but smile dotingly. You say that? Well, blame me. So it is. Sure enough, little son is a simple foodie sister, full of food. That's definitely your fault. Luo Shuling followed up with, it's not just me, Shu Lai Ma, Shua and Xiaoman, not to mention, can't get away from brother's cooking at all now. Is it that exaggerated? Although Gu Luo said this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. That is called a happy. What could be happier than being recognized by your sisters? Just love to hear the little sunshine tell the big truth. Soothing, not exaggerated at all. Luo Shuling immediately said with some excitement. Really, I used to love going out to eat. Since my brother moved in, I can't muster the slightest interest in outside meals. Besides, Shua, she's such a picky eater, and now she can finish a big bowl of rice every day. Tell me the truth, brother. Did you add something strange to the meal? Ha ha. Listening to this, Gu Luo laughed outright with dark pleasure in his heart. This feeling is like playing a game of hacking with friends, and after abusing the opposite enemy to the point of no return, the opposite side of the angry saying that you are hanging cheating, it's defamed, but it's the highest endorsement. One he didn't hold back. He was rubbing Luo Shuling's little head again. The heart was growing fond of spending time with this heartless, foodie sister who could only speak the big truth. Can't get down. The smile on his face simply wouldn't come off. Just when Gu Luo was at his happiest, Luo Shuling said pitifully again, "Brother, next time, let me enjoy Xiao Man's treatment too, okay? I want to talk to my brother more." Saying that, she even deliberately followed Gu Man's example and puffed out her cheeks, acting cute. Could be. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo, who was in a good mood, readily agreed after just a brief thought. Little son, like little pride, is the most innocent and adorable sister. How could he bear to deny his sister this little wish of hers? Chapter 124, Little Son's Demands. Brother, brother, brother. In. The two of them played a little game of you ask me answer all the way, and Luo Shuling praised it heartily. Elder brother into the machine. You really are so gentle. Not really. Gu Luo scratched his head, weighing his words. This kind of thing is divided into people, and I'm not like this to everyone. There was a pause, as if he had thought of something, and he couldn't help but smile. Definitely don't want to upset you guys anyway. It feels really happy to take care of my sister, and is happier for him to give love than to receive it. That's why brother is a sister controller. Luo Shuling, who was walking in front, put her two small hands behind her back and said while walking backwards, "Brother, if Shu Lemon and Shu will bully you, remember to tell this warrior." Upon hearing this, Gu Luo couldn't help but smile and nodded her head in a hurry. Alright, I'll rely on little son warrior to protect me. What I said is true. Oh, with this warrior here, I definitely won't let my brother get hurt at all, Luo Shuling said, tilting her head and slightly narrowing her pretty eyes. Although she was walking backwards, she walked as smoothly as if she had eyes behind her, with a steady pace. Oh Kuan. Gu Luo agreed painfully on her lips, but in her heart, she just took this as her sister's concern. The question about feelings is something that has to be resolved sooner or later. It's just that no one can imagine the outcome until that day. For now, it's just a matter of taking one step at a time. He just looked at Luo Shuling who kept walking backwards. A curiosity welled up in his heart and he opened his mouth to ask, "Aren't you even scared? Walking so smoothly." The greatest fear of mankind in general is the unknown. It's like this walking backwards. Even if you carefully observe the route in advance, when you actually walk, you still can't help but look back from time to time to make sure you're safe. Luo Shuling, on the other hand, pressed on without a wimp, walking exceptionally fast without the slightest worry. It's true that he's a heartless simpleton who's not afraid of the sky. However, Luo Shuling's reply was out of Gu Luo's expectation. "I sure wouldn't dare do that myself. But now it's the special peace of mind that comes with having a brother who is sure to keep a watchful eye on the safety behind me at all times." You trust me that much? Hearing these words, Gu Luo's heart felt like it had been hit by a warm current and was secretly cool again. It's always such a pleasure to spend time with little son, without the slightest worry. That's for sure. If we were filming Infernal Affairs and it was just the two of us left, I would suspect that I was undercover before I suspected that I had lost my memory. Ha ha. Gu Luo couldn't help but be amused once again. How can you be so cute? The two of them just talked and laughed and looked like they were about to walk out of the East Lake Park. Brother, let's run back later, Luo Shuling said and did a warm-up exercise. Every movement is energizing and the perfect body is on display in the workout. Okay, Gu Luo couldn't help but admire it for a couple of moments, then learned it in style. After waiting for the warm-up exercise, Luo Shuling proposed, "Brother, how about whoever runs to the park gate first in a while can make a request? Either way, you lose anyway." Gu Luo realized that these triplet sisters were really into making demands. Talk big. Luo Shuling faked a cold shiver and continued. "I say 3, 2, 1 and it's on." Okay, Gu Luo nodded in agreement. 3, 2. However, counting to this Luo Shuling suddenly stopped and spoke. "Brother, do you know that gentleness is sometimes actually a sin?" Gentleness is a sin? However, while Gu Luo was just frozen in doubt, Luo Shuling suddenly snatched away and ran a good few meters away before shouting out loud, "1. Seeing this, Gu Luo laughed helplessly and didn't think about the relationship between gentleness and sin anymore, immediately lifting her leg and running towards the front. His pace was robust and strong, like a gust of wind, swiftly chasing towards Luo Shuling. The distance between the two was shrinking, getting closer and closer and closer, and under Luo Shuling's incredulous gaze, Gu Luo surpassed her. Of course, this was with the help of the physical improvement card. Otherwise it's not really possible to catch up that quickly with the little son that runs and works out all the time. Gu Luo ran that fast, but he suddenly stopped before reaching the finish line. When you play a game, of course your sister has to win. With that, Luo Shuling crossed the finish line and won the game. Brother, you're running too fast. Luo Shuling gasped slightly and laughed right after. But I knew brother-sister control would let me win. Thank you, brother. That's a sweet mouth. Name your terms. Gu Luo really enjoyed listening to little son in particular. And there's no worry that she'll make some strange demands. Just think about it and you know it must be about the food aspect. I'll think about it, haha. Luo Shuling wiped a handful of fine sweat from her forehead, tilted her little head, and smiled sweetly. Then promise me, brother, to never let yourself get hurt. When you run into trouble that you can't solve, be the first to call me. Chapter 125, What an Idiot Cranes. Thanks to the stone boy, a big brother's explosion, more sprinkle flowers. Tears of parting I don't understand yet. Memories fade like the wind. Scrub, la 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 la. In the bathroom, the showerhead sprays a fine stream of water. Gu Luo indulged in a song as he rubbed himself cozily in the bath. The song echoed continuously in the bathroom. A grand concert exclusive to one person. I couldn't have been in a better mood after returning from a run out with little sunshine. The more he sang, the more excited he became, and the more self-absorbed he became, thinking he was a living singing god. Boys are like that. They always somehow get into that state in the shower. But I won't be able to take a bath in a little while, because that naive girl, Mandy, is angry that she's only given 10 minutes to take a bath, and she'll have to go in and be punished later. Why are you angry? That's still got to be someone's too. 000 word afterthought 1000, good looks, written about it. Gu Luo had some regrets about this. The big words were said early, but let's just say it's not 2,000 words, but it can't be helped. The punishment is still due. The sky is the limit, and my sister is the biggest. A sister's word is holy writ. Rinsing the foam from his body, Gu Luo picked up a towel and carefully dried the water droplets on his body. He then stood in front of the mirror and examined himself. The beautiful boy in the mirror had wet hair, soft bangs plastered to his eyebrows, and delicate angular features that would explode at more than one glance. Boys are like that. Their face goes up a notch after a shower, the opposite of a girl. Of course, this refers to the average girl who likes to wear makeup and may go from being a fairy to a ghost after a shower. And like the little angel Shu lemon them this kind of natural beauty. No need to modify the beauty of the girl is very different. After the bath skin more and more crystal clear, the whole person is even more beautiful. Let's just say, we'll know if it's a mule or a horse after the shower. Gu Luo admired the blooming beauty in the mirror for a full 2.5 seconds before she fondly retracted her eyes, picked up the hair dryer, and started blowing up her hair. As he blew, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ugh, my damn charm. Say nothing about traveling to Tendu in the future. Usually guys go there to pick up girls, and he might be the sister in someone else's eyes if he goes. Hiss. I can't help but get my dicks in a twist just thinking about it. Wait, no, it still seems like it could go. Gu Luo thought carefully. The aesthetics of certain groups of people over in Tiandu were very different from the general population. It's the beard, round face, and little white socks that make a loli in their eyes. Good, it's safe. Just like that, while amusing herself with her thoughts and changing her clothes, Gu Luo carefully walked towards her room. The moment he pushed the door open, he immediately replaced it with a doggy smile. Ahem, Xiao Man, are you in a better mood? At this moment, Gu Shi Man, who was wearing panda pajamas, was sitting on the bed with a puff of anger, and when she saw Gu Luo come in, she even puffed up her pink cheeks and waved the manuscript in her hand. Stinky old brother, you're just being perfunctory. How is this perfunctory? Just tell me if this has 2,000 words. Gu Luo looked at this angry and cute look of Gu Shi, and inexplicably felt a sense of joy in her heart. Teasing my sister and stuff is the most fun. You have to be glad that there are really 1,000 good looks on here, or else. Otherwise, Gu Shi said to this directly jammed. Half a day also want a nada or else how? Hit the cranky fist. It's a back punch. Stomp on it with your foot. It's a yogurt box. Hiss. Can't really do anything about this stinky old man. Thinking about it, she had to turn her head and give a heavy humph. Gave a sound. No, you really counted ah. Gu Luo instantly burst into a bit of tears and laughter. Luckily he didn't cut any corners, or else this girl would have really caught him. That's for sure. One word less and you'll be eating your words today, Gu Shi said, slightly wrinkling her pretty eyebrows. So, stinky old man, how do I punish you? Whatever Mamoru-sama says. Gu Luo smiled. There would be no need to fight over such things. Can make letting go. A sister is to be pampered with all her heart. It's just a little game of sibling fights in the daytime. It's harmless and adds to the fun of life. Seeing that the stinky old brother had an extremely good attitude, Gu Man also stopped putting on a show and immediately changed his expression, smiling cheekily. Humph, that's a good attitude you have. This Mamoru is satisfied. In fact, she was not really angry in her heart at all, but she was just using this excuse to be pampered. How dull and uninteresting life would be otherwise. Of course, this all assumes that Gu Luo will cooperate. If it were some big, straight guy who didn't understand the situation, he might have actually gotten into a fight about these issues. No, it's not that I have a good attitude. It's that little man Sama has a good heart and doesn't care about this stinky old brother of mine in general, Gu Luo said, and bowed furiously. Thank you my Mamoru-sama. He. Gu Man was instantly amused. Her large eyes narrowed into a curved crescent moon, and her petite figure couldn't help but sway slightly. Let's just say that the emotional value is being pulled full circle. Seeing this happy appearance of the little arrogant girl, Gu Luo couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. His heart was likewise particularly happy, and there was a small sense of accomplishment. It is an immense blessing to give love and care to my sister and to see her happy. But as he watched, he was suddenly in a bit of a trance. It always feels like I've seen this scene somewhere before. What's with this strong sense of vestiges? Just now himself seemed to be laughing just as much as Mandy. Hiss. Something seems a little off. Gu Luo fell into a deep thought and began to review all the things that had just happened between him and Little Sun. But after thinking left and right, he didn't find anything out of place again. Little Sunshine just likes to eat. It's probably the fact that people are so big and heartless that they always bring the purest, most relaxed joy. And his words, many of his mannerisms, were a bit deliberate. That's probably the difference between having a heart and not having a heart. It's no wonder that while the three sisters clearly have almost identical faces and bodies, Little Sun was able to become the #1 beauty queen in Guanya with crushing popularity. Everyone can't help but feel happy around her. The little title of Little Sunshine really lives up to its name, radiating light all the time. Stinky old brother, what are you thinking about? Gu Man watched Gu Luo launch into a daze and couldn't help but puff out his cheeks once again as he opened his mouth to ask, tell me honestly, are you thinking about other girls? Ahem. Gu Luo instantly felt weak and was just about to say no when Gu Man interrupted. Stinky old man, I must have guessed it. You're just thinking about other girls. I didn't. Don't be blind. Right. Gu Luo was just about to pull away from the topic when she was interrupted by Gu Man again. Aha. Excessive. That's outrageous. How dare you think about other girls when I'm right next to you? No. You. Gu Luo's expression instantly became odd. When did this naive little trailing become so smart? Humph. Stinky old brother. I've seen through you long ago, Gu Man said with a smug expression. Because as soon as you notice embarrassment, you reflexively cover up your inner turmoil by coughing softly or pulling away from the conversation. Hiss. At those words, Gu Luo was even more surprised. Is this really coming from your own silly little bean? How do you hear it? It has a bit of the flavor of the little devil Luo Shua. Inexplicably, he spoke tentatively. Mamoru, who taught you to say that? Ahem. As soon as Gu Man heard this, Luo Shuo's expressionless face instantly surfaced in her mind, and she subconsciously coughed lightly. But as soon as she finished coughing, she cried out, and immediately said, with her hands full, pulling away from the conversation. What? No one taught me. By the way, stinky old brother, I still have to punish you. Nope, even more nope. I'm not pulling away from the topic. I'll just. Gu Man immediately reddened, stammered for half a day, and also said so. What? Looking at the naive sister who had defeated herself just like that, Gu Luo resisted the urge to hold her forehead. The walls are not convinced by you. This silly energy. What a dumb cranium. Chapter 126. Xiaoman is actually quite resourceful when she's not being silly. Mamoru. Gu Luo's expression was complicated and he wanted to say something. Shouldn't we take Gu Man to the hospital to have his IQ tested? Of course, that would be a joke. After all, Mamoru was actually quite resourceful when she wasn't being silly. No, Seeing this look of caring naivety in Gu Luo's eyes, Gu Man instantly became furious and shouted after vigorously slapping the bed. Stinky old brother, what kind of attitude is that? What? Here it comes, cannon in cannon. After getting yourself busted out of defense, you go straight 360 degrees up to an attitude problem. The expression on Gu Luo's face grew more and more complicated, and after hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, did Shua teach you that speech just now? No, it's not. As soon as she heard Luo Shua's name, Gu Man was like a powder keg that had been ignited, and she suddenly became even more furious. Once again, he slapped the bed hard. She carefully reviewed the situation after she apologized for fighting with Luo Shua earlier, found out it's not right, very wrong. If nothing else, one should have been taken hard by Luo Shua. But how can you talk about something that humiliating? It has to be recovered later. And seeing this exasperated reaction from Man, Gu Luo had already guessed in his heart. How could such direct words look like they came from the mouth of the imp Shua? Combine that with Man's current reaction. The odds are that the little prude was privately silenced by the little devil. But this is normal. If we use the game's level as an analogy, Imp Shu he is the strongest king standing at the top of the game, while little arrogant Man, I'm afraid, is just a black iron player hovering at the bottom. The two are not on the same level at all. At the moment, it seems that the only one who can fight against the imp is the little angel Shu Lemon. Man then asked once again in an aggressive manner, "Stinky old brother, who the hell were you thinking of just now? Who the hell is that woman?" At those words, Gu Luo opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. What makes people laugh and cry is that this silly simpleton actually hit the nail on the head and really guessed it. It's the same as getting randomly shot by the most noobish person across the street in a game. It's hard to evaluate. And then there's the fact that the situation at hand, for those who don't know, is questioning the mistress. She certainly wouldn't believe me now if I said I was thinking about it just now. Then bite the bullet. Gu Luo had to answer in a hurry. I'm just, suddenly it's not very nice. What do you mean? Gu Man came to be interested. Just Xiao Man you think the last time we slept together or elementary school time. Now you such a super invincible universe level beauty girl in the side. I will certainly be a little embarrassed well. Ha ha. Gu Luo told lies without blushing. Embarrassed in front of Gu Man? It's not possible. He's been giving this bean and piss since he was a kid. There is no such thing as embarrassment. And when she heard this answer, although Gu Man's face was still skeptical, her heart was as happy as if she had eaten honey. Does this mean that Stinky Lao has gradually realized that she's grown up and no longer sees herself as a child? At the thought of it, one of the corners of her mouth turned up and she began to giggle as she couldn't hold back. Seeing this, Gu Luo felt relieved in her heart. It's true. It's better to coax your own little bean. I just don't know what she's giggling about. After Gu Man just laughed to himself for a while, as if he remembered something, he suddenly muttered in a small voice. Thought you were thinking about Shua. Who are you talking about? Gu Luo was pondering Gu Man's strange reaction when he heard such a sentence out of the cold, somewhat missing the name and only vaguely catching the word snow. Snow? Lu Shua? At a time like this, why would Mandy suddenly bring up Lu Shua? I didn't say anything. Gu Man realized that he had let his mouth slip and immediately changed his words in a panic. In her heart right now, she didn't want Lu Shua to get involved with stinky old brother at all. Even more so, he didn't dare to go and pick a fight with Lu Shua. Fearful that this good friend would ask her to help with the assists. If it came to that, one would be a big wrong seed, a proper clown. If you want to help, you will feel bad. If you don't help, you will feel sorry for your best friend, and you can't justify it. Forget it, it's better to come back. Gu Man thought about it and decided to observe it secretly first, and definitely not to take the initiative to pick this matter. Thinking so, his heart was also inexplicably depressed. She treats Yuki as her best friend, and Yuki even wants to be her sister-in-law. It's all a little hard to know what to do with Yuki. Thinking of this, Gu Man decided to vent all of his anger on Gu Luo. Stinky old man, sit over here. What for? Gu Luo had just sat over, when her ear was grabbed by Gu Man. Ouch, lighten up. Your domestic violence. Poof. Gu Man skimmed her mouth, her face full of arrogance. She grabbed her hand by the ear without letting go, and with her other hand, she picked up her cell phone, and with a click, she took a picture of Gu Luo's wretched appearance. Then it was beautifully posted to the fanbase. Since she was Gu Luo's sister, she was now a dog management too. Gu Man, photo, dog's head, JPG. As soon as this photo was sent out, the group, which had been fairly calm, instantly exploded as if a bomb had been thrown into it. Chapter 127, Pulling Ears. Phone Yuching, Gushin is so broad-minded. This little aggrieved look haha, ***, lick the screen. Lick the screen. Gushin is so cute. Gushin's dog, good job Mamoru. Take more private photos of Gushin. ***. Yeah, it's been bookmarked. Black history of the godly brother ha. Only let the godly brother in. 10. 000 people's blood, Mamoru shoots more. ***. 10. 000 people's blood, Mamoru shoots more. ***. 10. 000 bloodshed, Mamoru shoots more. ***. 10. 000 bloodshed, Mamoru shoots more. And just like that, the little fan base started copying Solitaire. These weekdays in the campus may still be slightly reserved girls. At the moment in the virtual world of the network, completely let fly. Gu Man stared at the cell phone screen beautifully. Her eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon, and her heart was so happy. Vanity is as greatly satisfied as a blown-up balloon. This feeling of being able to flaunt your smelly old brother with abandon is better than eating a big bucket of ice cream. The Gu Shin, whom the entire Hiroya girls adore, is her brother. Be as intimate as you want to be on your own. Bully yourself all you want. The other girls could only talk to Gu Luo at most, while she herself could make her brother hand-wash her underwear and even share her bed. This extreme disparity made Gu Sherman feel so good that he flew. Gu Luo looked at Gu Shiman's silly smile that was almost drooling, and he couldn't help but put his head together and look at the cell phone screen. The next moment, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, not to mention the messages sent by the little fangirls in this group. Just scanning those strange group IDs makes one tense up. Kujin's dog? Only let the fairy brother in? Gujin's toes are candy? That night, Gu Shin and I were drunk, and so on and so forth. ID. Once a girl is a nymphomaniac, her imagination and creativity are simply terrifying. Stinky old man. Right at this moment, Gu Sherman's eyes moved away from the cell phone screen and turned to Gu Luo, a pair of beautiful eyes flashing with a brilliant light. Seeing this, Gu Luo immediately felt a chill run down her spine and shivered, her but subconsciously moving back. Stinky old brother, cooperate with others, okay? Gu Sherman said, slightly squinting his eyes, revealing a smile that he thought was super cute and could adorable people, but it was actually inexplicably scary, with a threatening undertone. What are you doing? Gu Luo subconsciously covered her body with her arms. He knew this naive girl too well, and every time she showed this smile, nothing good would come out of it. Not why people just take a few pictures well, Gu Sherman said, gently patting the bed, asked cheekily, remember when you were a kid? What are you referring to? Gu Luo had a bad feeling in her heart. It's when I say I want to ride a horse, and then you, stinky old brother, get down on the ground and ride a horse for me. The smile on Gu Sherman's face grew wider. She wanted everyone to know how much Gu Luo spoiled herself. Oath of sovereignty. As far as this stage is concerned, Gu Luo only belongs to himself. At those words, Gu Luo opened her mouth, originally wanting to open her mouth to refuse, but when he saw Gu Sherman's expectant little face, his heart instantly softened, and he couldn't be ruthless enough to refuse. Inexplicably, he suddenly thought of what little son had just said, gentleness was sometimes a sin. But, so what if it's a sin? Although it might ruin his image as Hiroya's male god, but none of this really mattered. As long as his sister was happy, it was enough. Gu Luo never wanted to be a Gu god. Being liked by his sisters was enough, and all the other little fans were just passing clouds. He smiled helplessly at the thought and dutifully plopped down on the bed, pretending to be a horse. Stinky old brother, I thought you would resist a bit. Gu Sherman was happy in his heart and sat on his back with a single butt, still shouting in an excited and decent manner. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Shouting as he did so, he shook his body dramatically, as if he were actually galloping a horse. Just ride your horse and don't sway your body. Gu Luo blared back at her without a good look, but his gaze was uncontrollably directed to a certain place. Immediately afterward, he immediately twisted his head back, coughed lightly, and said helplessly, never mind, just be happy. Gu Luo inexplicably thought of Xinyu. In some ways, Gu Sherman and Xinyu were really alike. It's all so down to earth. Scary as hell. One more look and you'll explode. Gu Sherman didn't say anything, but just took pictures. Then he couldn't wait to post a picture of himself riding a horse to his fanbase. The results group blew up again. GUH God's dog, holy crap. I wanted to be Gu Shin's dog, but Gu Shin is someone else's horse? Only letting the godly brother in. So yeah, the godly brother really favors his sister. Woohoo! Even this kind of photo is willing to accompany Mamoru to take a photo. Really, I kowtow to death. Phoneuching, another day of envying Mamoru, envying kittens. JPG, *******. After a few moments like that, Gumalo spoke up and asked, is that okay? Can you come down yet? Gee, don't be in a hurry. Gu Sherman was obviously riding a horse comfortably and didn't want to come down at all. The smile at the corners of his mouth couldn't be contained. After a pause, she suddenly added a laugh. Stinky old brother, you don't worry. This is a special small group. There are no boys inside. Come and all have to report the information with sister phone. Especially strict. They are all your diehard fans. Oh. At those words, Gu Luo twisted his head again in surprise, his eyes full of surprises. Xiao man, suddenly I feel that you're still a bit reliable. At the same time, it was added mentally, but not much. Humph, I do things in my own way, okay? Gu Sherman instantly raised his chin proudly. With that, the two scuffled for a while before subsiding. Gu Sherman leaned on the bed and chatted feverishly with the little fans in the group. Gu Luo wanted to open his cell phone to play a game for a while and relax, but he was afraid that this naive girl would come to make trouble later. so he had no choice but to brush up the short video. The result is just open. The first video was Black Silk Sexy Young Lady Hot Dance. Dynamic DI music instantly filled the whole room. Gu Luo's eyes went black, and subconsciously hurriedly turned off the sound, just wanting to exit the short video, but was stopped by a small white hand. Stinky old man, don't back off. Gu Sherman grabbed his hand with a quick eye, narrowed her eyes, and asked with an exasperated sigh, "Stinky old brother, is that all you read on a regular basis?" "No, I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. It was an accident." Gu Luo was sweating, though he wasn't sure why he was sweating. "It just feels weak. Cell phone dad. Isn't it enough that you screwed me over once last time?" Gu Sherman directly grabbed his ear. "Alright then, let me see what you like to read on a regular basis. Tread lightly, gently." Gu Luo had no choice but to slide the video. Results: social death. Swipe to the video. 1/5 of the donkey hoof repair and fishing, which is still considered the normal category, 1/5 of the game, but also in line with the preferences of the boys, but the remaining 3/5, all the rubric content, black silk, white silk, flesh silk, all kinds of silk have everything to dazzle the eyes. Ahem, Xiaoman listen to me explain. Gu Luo just wanted to explain a couple sentences, but immediately cried out in pain. Pain, pain, pain. Gently, gently. Gu Sherman didn't say anything, but just kept pulling his ears. The heart was both fuming and sour, as if it had been soaked through with aged vinegar. The girls in here were nothing more than beauty faces and long leg effects turned on, and they were no match for her, a naturally beautiful girl, whether it's body, face or temperament. Gu Sherman can't figure out what's so good to see. If you want to see a beautiful woman, just find yourself. It's not like I won't show him. Have to see these pink skeletons. Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. A few minutes later, Gu Luo covered her somewhat reddened ears and said without a good breath, "Mamoru I'm curious what videos you swipe on a regular basis." "Humph, not you misfits anyway." Gu Sherman pouted, her face full of disgust. "Then you open it up and look at it. Just watch." Gu Sherman immediately picked up his cell phone and opened the short video software after exiting the group chat. "Hello boys, this is Tweets." AI female voice came out at once. "Humph, you hear me, I'm all." However, Gu Sherman's words had not finished. "The next second, I fell in love with my brother who was not related by blood. This day, we sleep." The phone blacked out before that line was even broadcast. The room fell into a dead silence. Gu Luo looked at Gu Sherman, whose cheeks were gradually burning, with an odd expression, and was just about to say something when her ear was grabbed by her again. He cried out at once, grimacing in pain. "This has nothing to do with me. Gently, gently, pain, pain, pain. No, it's not fair. This you have to pull my ears too?" Chapter 128, Shu Lemon, Shua. Same time, Luo Shu Lemon lay flat on her back on the large, soft bed, and the only sounds that could be heard in the room were her soft breathing and the muffled sounds of her legs kicking and hitting the bed from time to time. Elder brother is also spoiling Xiaoman a little too much, isn't he? She looked at the picture on her phone and tried to smile, but this time, the corners of her mouth just rose slightly before drooping helplessly. An unspeakably strange feeling spread through her heart. Inexplicably, some little tiny little annoyance. Just a drop though, but it's never been done before. Luo Shu Lemon just looked back and forth at the photos in her cell phone, only to feel her chest tighten. Can't help but murmur softly, "Am I envious of?" Or, in anger, "The two in the photo are really too close. If it's just the usual arm twisting, it's harmless and instead looks cozy. But now, the two not only various show intimate photos, the night is to sleep together. So tangled." Luo Shu Lemon put down her cell phone at this time, and then buried her whole little head deeply into the quilt, and the frequency of her pair of long, round, white legs kicking and beating the bed became faster and faster. She couldn't help but think that if she and Gu Luo were really together in 2 months' time, then shouldn't she subtly make a small comment at that time? But what to say? Ooh, will he think I'm too pretentious? If you make a suggestion, I'm sure it'll affect my relationship with Mandy. At this time, Luo Shu Lemon suddenly rolled over, so dumbfounded, staring at the snow-white ceiling with somewhat complicated eyes. "Why are you so gentle with everyone? Though it's this tenderness of yours that I love." Yes, her heart was in turmoil, like a boat lost in the middle of the ocean. Wanted so badly to have Gu Luo for herself. There's the pressure of family in front of him, and she's catching up behind him. And then there are the potential threats that lurk in the shadows and have yet to surface, like reefs hidden in the deep sea. That will strike a fatal blow to her love ship at some point. Luo Shulim was full of self-confidence since she was a child, and for this relationship, she was equally confident at the beginning, but with the time and the development of the situation, she was suddenly a little bit worried about it. Always can't help but ramble on. "My old self was never like this. Her eyes unconsciously looked to the next room, as if she could penetrate the walls and see inside, and she couldn't help but whisper to herself, Shua, what would you think? At this time, in the next room, sisters should be getting jealous. Luo Shua lay curled up on her side on the bed, her soft hair draped over her shoulders and pillows like black satin. Looking at the photo on my phone, I couldn't help but sigh. Sister, with the character of your bones, you must be the one who gets hurt in the end. As for me, speaking of which, her body curled up even tighter, a pretty face completely covered by her hair, obscuring her expression at that moment. The lips twitched slightly, but no sound came out. Obviously, the last sentence was addressed to himself. Just flipping back and forth between the two photos, Luo Shua couldn't help but wonder if she wanted to go over and get a piece of the action tonight. Anyway, 1 is sleeping, 2 is sleeping, and 3 is equally sleeping. But just as this thought had just surfaced, Gushir Man's words couldn't help but appear in his mind. Sister Wa, biting straws is a bad habit. You need to change it. Forget it. Let your sister off the hook once in a while. It would have been so pathetic. Probably still haven't figured out that they're raising a ghost around them. Too naive. Thinking about it, Luo Shua opened her mouth at this time. Mr. White, turn off the lights. Okay. The next second, the room was plunged into darkness. Don't think about it. Go to sleep. Closing his eyes, sleepiness gradually welled up. I don't know how much time passed, but she went to sleep. The vision is blurry. Everything around them seemed to be shrouded under a dreamy veil. Luo Shua saw a little loli in the mirror that wasn't even as tall as the table. The tiny figure was both familiar and strange. Her perspective kept shifting. One moment in first person, she herself was this little loli. The next moment she was in third person, like a bystander, quietly watching it all. Although conscious, it was like a candle in the wind, only so faintly. Shua! Shua! At that moment, a clear shout came from the distance. Luo Shua subconsciously turned back, and saw a little loli that looked exactly like herself, running towards her with a jump, her face filled with a smug smile. She spoke coldly at this point. Something? Chapter 129 Dreams. Once upon a time, thank you to the invincible Zaya Manhwa for the explosion of more flowers. Luo Shua's voice was childish, yet it carried a hint of coldness that didn't match her age. Shua, guess who won first place in the math competition? Luo Shulin said as he walked quickly to her. Guess what? I don't know. Luo Shua responded with an expressionless sentence. You don't know who got first place, but I know who only got second place. Lashu Lemon said, holding out her little hand and pointing it straight at her. That's right, it's you. Luo Shua twisted her head and wasn't talking. However, Luo Shu Lemon looked as if she didn't notice at all that Luo Shu he didn't want to talk about this topic, still immersed in her own joy, and jumped right in front of her. Both little hands slowly raised their index fingers in amusement. By the way, I was first in the piano competition too. I'll always be number 1. Oh, Luo Shua just nodded lightly, and Luo Shu Lemon had no intention of stopping at all, continuing to show off in a gushing manner. As a reward for first place, my father is buying me a new piano. After a pause, she lifted her chin slightly, as well as taking me abroad to play with my mother over the summer. She must have missed me after not seeing me for 6 months. Luo Shua remained unmoved and didn't pick up on the topic, but asked, why do you call out for father and mother? Isn't it awkward? It's not awkward. Luo Shu Lemon blinked and replied with an innocent face. My father told me to shout like that, saying it would give him inspiration to write and make a movie. At those words, Luo Shua just nodded lightly. Alright, is there anything else? She didn't want to hear any more of this irrelevant stuff. Mom was busy with the family business and was often away from home for an entire year. Dad was busy with his career and spent most of his time on the set, only coming back to see the 3 sisters once in a while. On weekdays, all 3 are taken care of by nannies. Luo Shua didn't understand why it was necessary for Dad and Mom to keep dragging out the divorce all these years when they were clearly like strangers. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Well, it's that during the summer vacation father is going to France for an event and will take me to my mother at that time, while you and Shu Ling will have to go to your grandparents' house in the countryside. Luo Shulime paused when she said this, then suggested with some complexity, Shoho, why don't I let you have the next race? You must really want to see your mother too, right? Don't want to. Luo Shua shook her head without hesitation. You're lying. It must be very tempting. Hearing this reply, Luo Shulime inexplicably raised her volume and her expression became a bit more serious. No, I don't want to at all. Luo Shu Lemon, on the other hand, shouted somewhat angrily, you're lying. You cheat. Whatever. After Luo Shoho finished speaking, without further explanation, she turned around and walked in the direction of the room. The heart is at peace. She doesn't need parents. The existence of his parents was more of a formality, and the only one he really cared about was Shu Ling. As for Shu Lemon, just a poor sister. But everyone thinks differently. Luo Shua had already looked down on it all. When she grows up later, she will take Shu Ling to escape from this home. No, I should say escape this cold house. Just then, Shu Ho, Shu Lemon. The fleshy-faced Luo Shuling suddenly pushed open the bedroom door and ran out happily, shouting excitedly, "Look guys, I just won the lottery on snacks." She held the winning card high in her hand and waved it vigorously. "It's 3 more packs. 3 packs. We can have a bag each. Hee hee." Chapter 130 Difficult to sleep. Thanks to Toast Big Brother Ponwan's Great God certification. Around 4 in the morning, the world was enveloped in a layer of stillness and silence. In the bedroom, the darkness was as thick as ink. The two lay on either side of the large bed, yet there was only the sound of one steady and soothing breath. Gu Sherman gently tossed and turned, afraid of waking the sleeping Gu Luo beside her. Her eyelids were heavy and sleepiness came in bursts, but every time she drifted off to sleep for just a little while, she would suddenly wake up from her sleep. There was no way to sleep peacefully, simply because that favorite person is sleeping next to him right now, a stone's throw away, yet separated by 1,000 miles. Flop, flop. Gu Shimon's heart was beating exceptionally fast, like dense war drums in the quiet room, shaking her ears. She wanted to be like a clingy octopus, hugging Gu Luo tightly, feeling his temperature and listening to his heartbeat. But it can't be done, would be instinctively shy, because there's no shame in asking. The state of mind is long past being clear. It was a girl's burning fondness and deep love for a boy, with emotions weighing heavily on her heart. Not to mention cuddling, even sleeping in peace has become a luxury. Unlike some elfin brain, who is comfortably huffing and puffing right now. It's infuriating, and the more I think about it, the more angry I feel. Sleeping beside him was Guanya's #1 duty, and he was able to act as if nothing had happened. Thinking of this, Gu Sherman couldn't help but clench her small fists and habitually puffed out her pink cheeks. As long as Gu Luo was around, she would subconsciously make this expression with a petulant undertone, and this expression, she would only show in front of Gu Luo. No, no, no. Why should I be the only one who loses sleep? The more Gu Sherman thought about it, the more upset she felt, and an idea quietly grew in her mind. Should she stick over and catch Gu Luo? That's right, let's do it. The primary purpose is to catch, not just to get close. After making a decision in her heart, Gu Sherman was like a cautious kitten, moving little by little towards the beautiful boy beside her. Every time he moved a small distance, he stopped and nervously watched Gu Luo's reaction. After moving to a suitable position, she sat up slightly, borrowing the little moonlight that spilled in through the window to scrutinize Gu Luo's sleeping face, which was so handsome that it was almost excessive. Gu Sherman's eyes gradually became mesmerized, suddenly somewhat reluctant to destroy this stunningly beautiful picture in front of her. Inexplicably, her heart thought of Lu Shue, who had a crush on Gu Luo, Luo Shulime, who had gone out on a date with Gu Luo, and the uncountable number of little fangirls at school. All these people wanted to snatch Gu Luo. Take away the Gu Luo that belongs to you. No way. Absolutely not. The thought swirled wildly in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more panicked and upset he became, as if a piece of his heart had been ripped out with a spoon. Meanwhile, the heart was beating faster and faster. Gu Sherman took a slight breath and made a final decision. A decision that was made before posting pictures of the two to the fanbase. Taking another breath, she tried to steady the spurt of emotions, then slowly leaned down. Time seemed to stand still in this moment, and it was as if she and Gu Luo were the only two people left in the entire world. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't know how much time had passed before Gu Sherman carefully raised his head, then used his small hands to continuously fan his hot little face in an attempt to calm himself down. Heart beating faster. The whole thing drained the strength from his body, only barely able to control the arm, but the heart is especially joyful. Gu Luo's first kiss is hers. However, as each minute passes, this joy fades and is replaced by an endless sense of loss. Isn't it? It's too much. Obviously, he had decided not to make things difficult for Gu Luo before, but couldn't resist. Gu Sherman covered her reddened cheeks with both hands and moved to the other side of the big bed little by little. After laying down flat again, she buried her little head in the pillow. The mood was particularly mixed. Tangent, sad, joy, release. These emotions alternated in the mind like a walking light. Then came the kinks. Feel sad. Under the repeated torment of this complex emotion, Gu Sherman's consciousness gradually blurred and eventually fell into a deep sleep. Time passes quietly, and the dawn of morning creeps in. The sunlight squeezed in along the gap in the curtains, spilling over half of Gu Luo's cheek. Well, Gu Luo, whose biological clock was particularly punctual, slowly opened her eyes and looked at the snow-white ceiling, and for a while she was still a bit frozen. He slowly licked his somewhat dry lips, only to feel that the dream was so real. Yes, once again, someone was dreaming about the imp, dreamed of cuddling and kissing an imp, but it couldn't be helped. After all, he'd only ever done this with imps. Gu Luo suddenly stretched out at this time, shaking on the bed like a strange walking species, but suddenly thought of something and immediately stopped moving. The line of sight couldn't help but look at Gu Sherman, who was sleeping on the other side. She still sleeps flat on her back. The flesh on his body was squeezed and contorted from his sleeping position. Is it really hard to sleep flat on your back? Gu Luo always couldn't help but spit out Gu Sherman's odd sleeping position whenever he saw it. It's still early. This bean girl can still sleep for a few more minutes. Get up. A quick trip to the bathroom. Then a wash, followed by making breakfast and lunch for my 4 sisters. With that in mind, he gingerly stepped out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and headed for the door. It took 10 minutes to solve the internal emergency and 5 minutes to wash up. Gu Luo whistled a relaxing ditty and walked down the stairs in a refreshed manner. Just then, a crisp greeting reached his ears. Good morning, brother. Seeking the voice, Gu Luo looked at the slender figure on the sofa and couldn't help but ask in surprise, Shu Ling, why did you get up so early? I'm going to go out for a run in a while. Not being able to run past my brother last night was quite a blow, Luo Shuling said, pathetically covering her chest, putting on a sad little look as if she was really deeply shocked. Seeing this, Gu Luo couldn't help himself and hurriedly explained, Shu Ling I'm a boy. My body structure is inherently stronger than a girl's. I'm not an ordinary girl, said Luo Shuling, standing up and smiling. Brother, you don't have to make me and Mandy's breakfast in a while. As for our school bags, let Shu Lemon take them. Are you taking Mamoru out for a run with you? Yeah, running still needs company. Luo Shuling bounced towards the stairs, narrowing her eyes with a slight smile. Mamoru ate so many of my snacks. It's time to return the favor. That's fine. It's good to pull that little piggy out for some exercise. You too should pay attention to safety. Gu Luo couldn't help but smile at his words. It's true. Eat your heart out and take your hand. Sooner or later, you have to pay back. Roger that. Luo Shuling gave a mischievous salute and then ran up the stairs with a thump. Thump, thump. 10 minutes later, dragging the half-dead Gu Sherman down again. Thump, thump, thump. Sister Ling, let me sleep a little longer. Just 10 more minutes of sleep. I'll do anything. Gu Sherman was draped with cold tea brown hair, drooping delicate little face, sleepy eyes, a look like she was about to cry out, her voice full of pleading. Hearing the commotion, Gu Luo, who was wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen with a smile. Stinky old man, save. Gu Sherman was like seeing a lifesaver, but before she finished speaking, she saw Gu Luo pick up her cell phone and click at her, then waved her hand and walked into the kitchen with a smile on her face, and left a comment that makes it look even sillier. Gu Sherman immediately puffed out her cheeks. Sleepiness was gone. Harder fists. Let's go Mandy. Book bags and lunch. Shu Lemon and Shua will get them for us. Gu Sherman originally wanted to go into the kitchen to reward Gu Luo with a set of Mamoru fist, but she was directly pulled out of the house by Luo Shuling. Ding! Elevator down. The first floor is here. After walking out of the elevator, Gu Sherman immediately asked pitifully, Sister Ling, can you run less? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling rubbed her cold tea brown hair and smiled faintly. No running Xiao Man. Your body wasn't good to begin with. Then why did you say you were coming down for your morning run? Gu Sherman was instantly confused. The run was just a front. I was actually going to take you to my old favorite breakfast. Well, why don't you just say so? Scared me. Just wanted to scare you. Luo Shuling didn't explain too much, just snorted, then pulled Gu Sherman's weak and boneless little hand and walked in a direction. Mandy's little hands are so soft. Mandy smells so good. Mamoru has a great body. Mamoru's hair color is so pretty. Luo Shuling walked all the way and complimented Gu Sherman all the way. Sister Ling, you're embarrassing me with all your compliments. Gu Sherman's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said somewhat sheepishly, let's be honest, Mamoru is really cute. After walking like this for another 5 minutes, Luo Shuling pulled Gu Sherman in front of a small noodle shop. Looking at the store sign, Gu Sherman asked with some hesitation, Sister Ling, you shouldn't be preparing noodles for breakfast, right? She rarely ate pasta, much less ever in the morning. It's a really weird feeling, just like eating rice in the morning. That's right, you'll understand in a moment. Luo Shuling smiled mysteriously and pulled Gu Sherman's small hand inside. As soon as she entered the house, she shouted, Grandpa, 3 bowls of beef noodles. Rating, taking less? Gu Sherman was surprised, then hastily pulled down her hand. Sister Ling, we are 2 people. Sorry. Luo Shuling reshouted. Grandpa, 4 bowls of beef ramen. What? Gu Sherman man was suddenly dumbfounded, a question mark on his face. There was only one bald old man in the small noodle shop, with a serious expression, and he just didn't look like he was good with words. He just nodded slightly and headed towards the back kitchen. Sister Ling, I don't like noodles much. I can't finish 2 bowls. After sitting in her seat, Gusher Man hurriedly lowered her voice and said, don't worry, 3 bowls are mine. What? The Gusher Mang people were instantly dumbfounded again. 3 bowls? 3 bowls for one person? Sister Ling, are you sure? Of course, I used to eat like that. That's awesome. Gusher Man couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiring her meal size. It didn't take long for the bald boss to come over with 4 bowls of noodles on a tray. A tantalizing aroma came to the forefront. Wow! Gusher Man sniffed and his eyes lit up. Any resistance to pasta had dissipated under the impact of the scent. It's delicious. Luo Shuling brought her a pair of chopsticks and then spoke. Eat? After you eat, Ling is going to talk to you about something. What is it? Gu Shimon's small hand that was picking up the chopsticks gave a slight lurch. Luo Shuling turned her face sideways at this time, collecting some of the smiles on her face, her expression becoming somewhat serious as she said softly, about, tenderness is a sin. Chapter 131, Gentleness is a sin. Tenderness is a sin? What does that mean? Gu Shiman chewed on the words, but nay, the level was not enough to immediately savor the meaning. Why is gentleness a sin? How nice to be gentle. Stinky old man is just as gentle. Let's eat first and fill up our stomachs. Luo Shuling turned back, a smile reappearing on her face. Well, okay then. Gu Shiman didn't pursue the question any further. She really couldn't think of a reason based on those 4 words alone. Better dry rice first. So she turned her attention to the steaming bowl of beef noodles in front of her. What caught my eye was several thick chunks of beef floating in the soup. The portion is full. Literally a year's worth of a certain ramen noodle. The soup base is rich in color and faintly exudes a very light and faint smell of cow. Obviously made with cow bones after a long and careful simmering. The noodles were of uniform thickness and looked very strong, and the side dishes were plentiful and varied. It was certainly a pretty good bowl of noodles. Gu Shiman didn't rush to eat the noodles, first scooping up a spoonful of the thick soup, pouting her little mouth, gently blowing, then tentatively taking a small sip for fear of being scalded. In the next second, her eyes lit up and she said heartily to Luo Shuling beside her, wow, that smells good. Meanwhile, in his heart, he was thinking worthy of being a fellow foodie. Ling, such a treasure noodle shop was found by her. Right, Xiao Man, try the noodles again. Luo Shuling held her cheek in one hand and just looked at Gu Shiman with a smile on her face. It feels so good to take care of your little sister. How long has it been since I've experienced this feeling? Good, Gu Shiman responded, picking up a chopstick of noodles with his chopsticks and briefly blowing on it before taking a big bite into his mouth. Sure enough, the texture of the noodles was very strong and elastic. It's just that it should be blown up a bit more. Ah, hoo, yummy, so hot. She slurred as she hurriedly fanned herself toward her mouth with her little hand. Eat slowly and be careful. Seeing this cute and naive look on her sister's face, Luo Shuling laughed and picked up the kettle at the side to pour her a small half cup of cool water. Gu Shiman took the cup and tilted her head back to drink it in one go, which smoothed out the food in her mouth. Thank you, Reisan. You're welcome, Luo Shuling said, and also pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. Gu Shiman blinked and just sat obediently. It always felt like Ling was a little strange today. Ling, who was usually big and heartless, like an ever-vibrant little sun, was today as gentle as her mother. Fuzzy memories of my mom wiping her mouth tenderly like that. Sister Ling, what's wrong with you today? After thinking about it, Gu Shiman still opened her mouth to ask. Again, he took her out for noodles under the guise of a run. Again with the gentleness is sin. Now it was even more tender to wipe her mouth with his own hands. Mamoru, am I gentle? Luo Shuling didn't directly answer Gu Shiman's question, but instead turned her words around and asked in return. Is it because you think I'm very gentle and nice to you now? Well, yes. Gu Shiman nodded his head. Then if I'm good to Xiao Man will be good to me too, right? Luo Shuling pursued. Of course, Sister Ling is usually very good to me. The first night I just arrived at home I ran out to buy me snacks. Usually Eat will also share half of me. Outside to eat desserts will also give me to buy a little to bring back, such as the last time the Snow Winnie. Really especially sweet. Gu Shiman said this, paused, his expression was very serious and continued. I'm keeping all this in mind, and I'll be very good to Sister Ling. Hearing this, the corners of Luo Shuling's mouth slowly rose, revealing a pleased smile. I know, Mamoru is a good boy, and will be willing to come down for a morning run with me, even though she's not well and is sleepy. It was sort of the first time the two sisters had crossed paths. Usually they eat and drink, and their favorite thing to do is to cuddle up with a bag of chips each and nestle into the couch while watching TV and crunching happily. Gu Shiman still didn't hold back the curiosity in her heart and asked again, so, Sister Ling, what exactly do you mean by gentleness is a sin? Let's eat first, after dinner. Well, okay. With that, the two snackers began to destroy the noodles. As she ate, Gu Shiman suddenly seemed to think of something, and raised her head violently, looking at Luo Shuling, who was feasting beside her. and asked, "So Ray-san, you're using your morning run as a cover because you don't want stinky old man to get the wrong idea that you don't want to eat the breakfast he made?" Aha! Luo Shuling didn't speak at first, but only let out a soft nasal sound. Only after swallowing the spaghetti in his mouth did he open his mouth to explain. "My brother works so hard every day to make delicious breakfasts for us, and putting our hearts in the right place, we have to respond to him in our own way, even though it wouldn't bother my brother to say it outright. I little by little don't want him to have even the slightest negative emotion. Of course, I really can't get away from my brother's cooking now either." Speaking of this, Luo Shuling looked in the direction of in the back kitchen, lowered her voice and whispered, "In the past, I could eat 3 bowls of this noodle, but now I guess 1 bowl is enough. There's still a very noticeable difference from what my brother does." However, Gu Man didn't even listen to what she said afterward, and at this time, all that was in her mind was, "But I don't want him to have even the slightest bit of negative emotions at all." It was hard to feel good all of a sudden. Some blockage. And seeing Gu Man's somewhat disoriented appearance, Luo Shuling's eyes were unusually calm. She didn't say anything more, just silently lowered her head and continued to bury her head in the noodles. Just then, the door to the noodle shop was pushed open. "Grandpa boss, 2 beef." Before the 2 little girls in school uniforms finished speaking, Luo Shuling smiled at them and said, "These 2 are on you. No money." "Ah, it's Sister Shuling ugh." One of the little girls with a high ponytail's eyes lit up, and immediately walked quickly to her side, asking crisply, "Sister Shuling, you haven't come to eat noodles for a long time. I thought something had happened to you." "Don't worry." Luo Shuling touched her head and explained with a smile, "Sister Shuling's family has an extra chef now, so it's all eaten at home. Oh, is it better than the noodles made by Grandpa Boss?" The little girl blinked with a curious expression. "Hush." Luo Shuling hurriedly made a shu gesture, blinked her eyes, and whispered affirmatively, "Yes, the best in the world." "Wow, that must have been delicious." "So yeah, these 2 noodles are on Sister's treat," Luo Shuling said, getting up and helping to carry the 2 bowls of noodles to an empty seat on the side. "Thank you, Sister Shuling." "Thank you, sister." The 2 little girls thanked him sweetly. Luo Shuling just rubbed their heads, while in her heart she said, "It's sister who should thank you. Otherwise it's a waste of food. If you pack it up and take it with you, you'll lose your face too." After Luo Shuling resumed her seat, Gu Man looked at her and said with some sighs, "Ray-san, you're so popular wherever you are. Not bad for the most popular girl in Guanya. Xiao Man is also very popular," Luo Shuling said as she picked up her chopsticks and smiled slightly. Dry rice, dry rice. 5 minutes later, the 2 sisters who had wiped out the beef noodles walked side by side towards the outside of the noodle shop. "See you later, Sister Shuren." "Bye sis." "Bye." Luo Shuling smiled and waved at the 2 girls. After walking out of the noodle shop, she directly took Gu Man's small hand and headed towards the bench not far away. "Rest and relax. Take a break from the food." "Good." Gu Man responded softly, but as a result, just as he sat on the bench, he felt a pain in his ear and was grabbed. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Ling, you're softer." Luo Shuling just grabbed her little ears, her expression suddenly becoming serious as she opened her mouth to ask, "Mamoru, do you know it's wrong?" "What's wrong?" "It hurts." Got it. Although Gu Man was confused, he immediately recognized the mistake in order to protect his ears. Only then did Luo Shuling let go of her hand and rubbed her before continuing to ask, "So tell me, what is wrong with you?" I don't know." Gu Man was confused. "Don't know, right? Then I'll tell you," Luo Shuling said, pulling out her cell phone and tapping on a photo. In the photo, Gu Man was writing on the back of a man with a playful look. "How could you send this kind of photo to the group?" Luo Shuling's voice raised slightly with a hint of reproach. I. Seeing this, Gu Man's face instantly turned red and explained in a small voice, "I didn't slap the stinky old man's face. There are less than 20 people in this small group plus you, Sister Ling, so it's okay to send it?" Luo Shuling asked rhetorically, then hit the nail on the head. "I know that Mamoru is trying something because she's insecure and afraid that her brother will be taken by someone else, and even more so because she wants to test something, but the trial made it harder for you, didn't it?" Hearing this, Gu Man opened his mouth, but couldn't get a single word out. That's right, everything she did was said by Luo Shuling. The reason for posting such photos to the group is partly to assert sovereignty and tell everyone that the brother is theirs. On the other hand, he also wanted to test Gu Luo's attitude. Let's see how he reacts to such excessive demands, so as to be prepared for some future day. The result was Gu Luo gave unconditional coddling. While she was happy about this, she was more torn and agonized. The more Gu Luo was like this, the less he could say some of his own words, but at the same time, the more one loves him, caught in a vicious circle. Right at this moment, Luo Shuling spoke again. "Xiao Man, you should know that there are actually quite a few people in the school who are jealous of your brother. such as the class president of your class. Have you considered the consequences of doing so? Have you thought about what gossip will be spread about your brother behind his back? That's right, my brother doesn't care about any of that. He's gentle to the bone with us, and would rather get hurt himself than see us even a little bit upset. At this point, she paused and said with an extremely serious expression, "So, don't let down and hurt this tenderness," and silently added in his mind, "or else, sister will punish you." And after listening to this, Man was first stunned out of his mind, and then, his eyes gradually reddened, clearly having realized the seriousness of the matter. The thought that some people in the school might use those photos to create rumors and use them to attack Guluo made her heart feel as if it was gripped. "It's all my own fault. Sister Ling, I was wrong. I really know it's wrong. What to do?" Chapter 132 Sister Ling's Security. Man looked helplessly at Luo Shuling, her eyes filled with guilt and regret, expecting Sister Ling to give her a solution to the problem. One does go too far. Whether it's publicizing at school that he'll sleep with Gu Luo at night, or posting this kind of photo that brings him down to the group, there was a total lack of consideration for the possible consequences. But even if she is so capricious, Gu Luo has never blamed himself for a word since the beginning, smiling all the time, favoring the slightest reduction. Luo Shuling didn't open her mouth to comfort, she just quietly watched Man pitifully shed her tears. It's time to let her reflect on that. If she wasn't guided, maybe one day this girl would do something even more out of the ordinary, and then it would be difficult to end the situation. In fact, this time, the matter was not serious, and the main purpose was to scare Man, so that she would grow a bit of a memory. After waiting for a while, Luo Shuling slowly pulled out a tissue from her pocket and gently wiped Man's eyes. "Don't worry, these pictures won't get out." "Ha!" Man was still drowning in guilt and sobbing, and when she heard these words, she immediately raised her head. She hurriedly wiped her tears haphazardly with the back of her hand and choked out a question. "Really? Really? It really won't? But I sent it to the group." "No, I chatted with them individually and privately one by one while you were posting those pictures." Luo Shuling's face re-bloomed into a smile at this point, laughing confidently. "Don't worry, I'm still a little thin on the ground, and they've already assured me that they won't pass the pictures around and will keep their mouths shut about it." "Is it really true?" At those words, Man sniffled, her voice carrying a thick nasal tone, looking especially pitiful. "It's really true. You just said that, Sister Ling. I'm the #1 popular beauty queen in Guanya. How could I lie to you?" Luo Shuling said gently as she took out another tissue and clamped it over her nose. Blow. Man's head was empty at this time, filled with the celebration of having survived the robbery, and subconsciously obediently blew her nose. "Well, good boy," Luo Shuling complimented. "Blow again. Good. Great." Luo Shuling first wiped Man's nose carefully with a clean tissue, then used this paper to wrap the two snot-stained tissues. The whole process is organized. Man was like a clueless little child the entire time, completely cooperating. At this moment, in her eyes, Sister Ling was like a motherly presence, exuding a reassuring aura, especially secure. This kind of feeling, before, only Gu Luo could bring himself, and now, there was another person. "Sister Ling, thank you, I know it's wrong. I won't do it again." Man lowered his head and apologized very sincerely. The red eyes still had traces of undried tears in them, and they looked pathetic. "It's fine. The most important thing you should do is apologize to your brother." Luo Shuling gently took Man into her arms at this time, gently patting her back like she was coaxing a child and comforting her. "It has passed. Don't worry. Sister Ling assures you that your brother will be your brother for the rest of his life. No one can take him away. So don't be afraid." Man responded, her voice small with a hint of choking. Then he buried his face deeply in Luo Shuling's chest. At the moment, she trusted Ray unconditionally. The two sisters just clung to each other as the air around them softened. I don't know how long it took. Man raised her head, her pair of red eyes looking towards Luo Shuling, and said softly, "Sister Ling, really thank you." Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling rubbed her little head and said with a faint smile on her face, "Since that's the case, then Mandy, promise me a request." "Yes, I promise," Man immediately said without thinking. "My request is that I'm not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today." Luo Shuling closed her eyes at this time and said softly, "If your brother asks who taught you this when you apologize, tell him it was Shuho." Chapter 133, I'll take you to skip class today. "Morning Hyatt Mom, you're back." Gu Luo smiled and greeted Xingyu after she sat down in her seat, and put her school bag into the drawer in her hand. It always feels like something is missing when you don't have a table to pitch in. Of course, the main thing was that he didn't want a dry meal with Situ Wanyao's group, talking about airplane flights. Who can stand that? And the stewardesses are all so horribly hunted. I originally thought that Great Northern Rain Sister was mind-boggling enough, but who would have thought that there would be another one? At the end of the previous semester, the last finale of math, is the derivative function okay? Good morning. Shinyu similarly revealed a smile, then took out a beautifully packaged box from the drawer and placed it on his table. What is it? Gu Luo's eyes were drawn to the box. Came back to bring you a present. I still have a gift. Gu Luo picked up the box and gently shook it, asking curiously, what's this? Can I open it? Yes, it's a watch. Mommy picked it out with me. Isn't it too expensive? Gu Luo immediately felt the gift box in her hand burn a little. It's okay, it's not expensive. Shinyu smiled slightly, because it really isn't expensive. It's only $1,000. This is the opinion given by mommy. $1,000 is not expensive to say the least, but it is certainly enough at this age. Any more than that would be inappropriate. Gu Luo hesitated for a moment. He didn't believe these little rich girls when they said it's not expensive. The thought of the imp saying charge 10,000 and the little angel inviting himself to spend his monthly allowance of 100,000 together made the gift in his hand feel hotter and hotter. If it's too expensive, how should I return the favor? No matter how good the relationship with Shinyu is, it is only a classmate and friend, not a family. It's fundamentally different from imps and cherubs, forced to spend their money. It's not too bad on the conscience. But for Shinyu, he didn't want to have too much money dealings. You mom, otherwise it's better to forget about it, Gu Luo said, slowly pushing the gift box back, with a hint of apology on her face, explaining politely, I appreciate your thoughts and am really happy, but we're still just students. Upon hearing this, Shinyu put the gift box back on his table again and said in a hurry, it's really not expensive. It's only a couple $100. 1,000 or so rounded up is a couple $100. Nothing wrong with that. At the same time, the heart couldn't help but celebrate. Her initial thought was actually to pick between 5K and 2W, but was vetoed outright by mommy. It's a good thing he listened to his mommy, or Gu Luo definitely wouldn't have taken it. Long live mommy. Really? Gu Luo was a bit suspicious. Really? Then thank you Mrs. Hyatt. Gu Luo then breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a smile before carefully unwrapping the box. He could still afford to pay back a few $100s for a gift. It's such a good feeling to not be wrapped up in this little rich girl mandatory love and all that. It's enough to have little devils and angels. Otherwise it's hard to harden your appetite once it's habitually soft. The box was quickly unwrapped, and Gu Luo took out a delicate black men's watch from inside. The dial of the watch has a simple design and the material of the strap is soft and comfortable to touch. I don't recognize the brand, but the face is really high quality. Gu Luo smiled sincerely. It's nice. Thanks. I like it. He still trusted Shinyu and didn't take the first picture to search the price. That's also a little less than polite. Of course, I'll still have to search it when I get back, just in case. And seeing Gu Luo's happy appearance, Shinyu's heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. A strong sense of satisfaction surged to her heart, wanting to give him more and more and more. It's an amazing feeling. It's about wanting the other person to be happy. The happier the other person is, the happier he or she is. This is the sentiment called like. Thoughts returning, Shinyu took out 2 more boxes from the drawer. These 2 boxes were equally beautifully packaged, but compared to the one for Gu Luo, it was less ornate and more adorable. She smiled and said, this is a gift for Mamoru and Yuki to give to them at recess. Gu Sherman was Gu Luo's sister, so she naturally had to show it. As for Lu Shua, although she was a potential love rival, every time she came, she would bring herself handmade snacks, and as a courtesy, she had to return the favor. And the 3 are really close now. Then I'll thank you first for Xiaoman. Gu Luo took over the conversation and added immediately afterward. But they don't come to recess. Why don't you come? Shinyu was slightly stunned. The heart is a little sad and a little happy at the same time. Sad is that it's hard to make 2 good friends, while happy is that love rival Lu Shua can't come. All in all, the mood is just mixed. That's what Xiaoman told me anyway. The exact reason is not quite clear. Gu Luo shook her head, a hint of confusion on her face as well. That's right. Then you can take it to Mandy and the girls for me after school. Oh Kuan. Gu Luo made the OK sign and followed up with a question. That wasn't expensive, was it? It's not expensive. It's just a trinket. That's good. Mamoru will be happy, Gu Luo said. And just then, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and opened it to see that it was a message from Gu Sherman. Gu Sherman, brother, can you accompany me to take a walk in the small garden between classes? Seeing this message, Gu Luo subconsciously wanted to rub her eyes. Is this the same simple crane who's always saying stinky old man and stinky old man? A bad feeling couldn't help but well up in his heart. It always seemed like something must have gone wrong. Then he immediately typed a reply. Gu Luo, Xiaoman, is someone bullying you? Gu Sherman, no, just really want to talk to you. Seeing this message, Gu Luo immediately opened the class schedule collection in his cell phone, and after a quick look, he continued to reply. Gu Luo, the first period of your class is music class. I'm going to find your music teacher now. Just tell her that you're a bit unwell. I'll take you to the infirmary. Gu Sherman, brother, how do you know what the first period of our class is? Gu Luo, I knew it on the first day. Okay, you go wait for me in the small garden first. Brother will take you to escape from class today. Gu Sherman, really? Do you want this? Gio, really? Because a certain little comrade needs me right now. Gu Luo, see you at the usual place in the small garden in a while. This time, Gu Sherman's chat box showed that it was in the process of typing, then disappeared, and then again showed that it was in the process of typing. It just showed and disappeared several times, finally replying with an emoticon of a cute panda nodding its head. Chapter 134, The Imp's Weight in the Heart. Gu Luo sharply put away his cell phone, turned sideways to face Xinyu beside him, and asked, Hiya mom, did you bring candy? Brought it. Xinyu immediately took out a pack of fruit-flavored candies from the drawer. Thank you mom you. Xiao Man is a bit uncomfortable. I'll take her to the infirmary in first period. Gu Luo thanked her while picking out a few of Gu Sherman's usual favorite flavors and putting them in her pocket. Ah, it doesn't matter, does it? Xinyu was a little worried. Don't worry, it's fine. Gu Luo smiled reassuringly, then gently put the watch and box into the drawer, then got up and walked out of the classroom. I hope nothing happens to Mamoru. Looking at Gu Luo's back as he left, Xinyu whispered a prayer, but it wasn't long before her cell phone vibrated as well. Taking it out, he saw that it was a message from mommy. At this point in time, it's only mommy, but immediately afterward, Xinyu's face turned red. Sasha Sui, baby, it's almost time for class. The watch must have been delivered, right? Su Shasha, I forgot to tell you, this is actually a couple's watch. The other one I put in your room drawer. Oh, Sasha Su, cat laughs. JPG, the other side. Mamoru, what's wrong with you? Lu Shua asked in a somewhat worried whisper to Gu Sherman. It's okay. Come back and tell Shueyu. Gu Sherman took a deep breath, forcing back the sourness at the tip of her nose and trying to squeeze out a smile. All she could think about now was Gu Luo's message, because a certain little comrade needs me now, and stinky old man even secretly memorized the class schedule. Gu Sherman couldn't wait to fly to Gu Luo's side right now and hug him tightly. Really? Why are you so nice to yourself? This makes it even more of an emotional death spiral. The more Gu Luo pampered and cared for her, the more difficult it was for her to speak, and she could only keep a lot of what was in her heart in her throat. Ah, good. Lu Shua gently nodded, wanting to ask more, but the words reached her mouth and swallowed back. The atmosphere between the two was a bit delicate now. She vaguely guessed that Gu Sherman was afraid that she had already guessed the identity of that senior, but both of them tacitly chose to remain silent, neither of them willing to point out the window paper. Both are afraid that if they pick a fight, it will set off a cascade of uncontrollable consequences. If it gets serious, maybe even years of BFFs will have to be destroyed. After calming her emotions, Gu Sherman immediately got up and walked quickly towards the outside of the classroom. At this moment, her heart and eyes were filled with only one thought, that was to see Gu Luo quickly. Small garden. The air was filled with the light scent of chrysanthemums. Gu Sherman sat on the wooden bench, looking left and right every now and then. Both expect Gu Luo to show up soon and worry about being bumped into by the school teacher. But on second thought, at this time of the day, most of the teachers were in their classrooms, so no one should be over here. Even if we are found out, we still have our own stinky brother to take care of us. Just as he was thinking about it, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Ah, open your mouth. Gu Sherman subconsciously turned back, and saw Gu Luo standing behind her with a smiling face, holding up peeled candies in his hand and handing them to her mouth. She froze for a moment, and before her brain could react, her body made the first move and dutifully opened her mouth. Sweet? Gu Sherman savored her favorite strawberry flavor in her mouth, her eyes shining brightly as she busily nodded her head. Extra sweet. Sweet mouth. The heart is sweeter. Sweet is good. Gu Luo laughed and walked around the bench to take a seat beside her, a flirtatious smile on his face. How's it feel to skip class with smelly old me today? It feels good. Gu Sherman replied while secretly fantasizing in her heart how nice it would be if she could escape to the ends of the earth with Gu Luo. Find a place where no one knew them. That way there wouldn't be so many people coveting Gu Luo. Seeing that this girl's mood had obviously risen quite a bit, Gu Luo then spoke softly, his tone carrying a few moments of gentleness. So, what did Mamoru want to tell me? I'll listen well. At those words, Gu Sherman's expression stalled, hesitated for a moment, lowered her head, and said in embarrassment, I want to apologize to you. Why are you apologizing? Because of what happened last night. I shouldn't have taken it upon myself to send out some photos without caring about your feelings, Gu Sherman said, her head buried even lower, like an ostrich, not daring to look directly into Gu Luo's eyes at all. That's it. Ha! Gu Luo immediately cried and laughed a little, and said in a relaxed tone, I thought it was something. Ha! Gu Sherman snapped her head up and blurted out incredulously, "Brother, aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry?" Gu Luo asked rhetorically. Because I don't." Gu Sherman only felt as if her brain was stuck. Stammering for half a day, he froze and didn't know how to express himself. It was hard to organize his words before he reopened his mouth. But these photos, if they get out, someone will gossip. So does Mamoru care about the gossip? Don't care. Gu Sherman subconsciously replied, only reacting after she finished speaking, looking at Gu Luo dumbfounded. "How come you're answering it yourself? Then why do you think I would care?" Gu Luo said, leaning back comfortably on the bench, just looking at her with a smile in his eyes, his tone relaxed and at ease. "Is there a possibility that I just really enjoy showing affection to my Mamoru? You're the most important person to me. As for those gossip that may arise, they are all envious and jealous that I have such a well-behaved and lovely beauty sister like Mandy, and the more they say that the more cheerful I am on the contrary." At that moment, the sunlight was just right on half of his handsome cheeks, and a gentle breeze ruffled the soft bangs on his forehead. Gu Sherman looked completely mesmerized. All the sounds around her, the birds chirping, the insects singing, the ringing bell coming from the classroom, all disappeared into her world. It was so dumbfounded for a while, a long time, before Gu Luo's voice pulled him back to reality. Oi, comrade Shao Man, is it stinky old brother my face value to be charmed?" Gu Luo said. As soon as he played handsome, he made a motion of stroking his hair, to be as flirtatious as possible. The original aesthetic mood was instantly ruined by him. Gu Sherman only felt her cheeks rolling and her heart beating fast as if it was out of control. She hurriedly twisted her head. A pair of snow-white legs unconsciously tightened together, first pretending to be haughty then her beautiful eyes lightly trembled, and she muttered in a small voice, "Stinky old brother, just coax me. You're a stinky old man." Gu Luo couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at Gu Sherman's haughty yet adorable little look. Then he pulled another candy from his pocket, peeled it open and handed it to her mouth. Sweet? It's not bad. It's almost as sweet as the one just now," Gu Sherman replied while tilting her increasingly hot cheeks to the other side again. Immediately afterward, he said, "Stinky old brother, I figured out something." Comrade Shao Man realized something again? Gu Luo smiled and teased. "Slightly, just don't tell you." Gu Sherman twisted her head and made a playful face, then quickly turned back around. Seeing that this naive sister's state was restored, Gu Luo didn't continue to pursue the question, but rather, with a thematic turn, asked, "So, Mamoru, how did you suddenly transform overnight?" At those words, Gu Sherman's short-haired pretty face instantly surfaced in her mind, and after hesitating for a moment, she still opened her mouth sullenly to reply, "It's Sister Hua. She came to me last night and said something, but I didn't understand it, and I didn't figure it out until I got to school." "So?" Gu Luo nodded thoughtfully. Surprisingly, it was Shuho again. Inexplicably, he recalled the image of being forcibly kissed by the imp over and over again. What had to be admitted was this: the imp's weight in his heart had grown a few points heavier. Chapter 135, Benign Idol. Thanks to Hanzadu's 10 hypnotic charms, Choi Chao University. Choi Chao I**. A sophomore class. Just in time for a lively recess. In one corner of the classroom, a small group of avid stargazers gathered around. "Shizwa, are you really not chasing after Teo?" "Yeah." "Kairu, you're willing to give us all these posters and stickers? So you're not going to the concert next month either?" The one who was called Qianro was an extremely clean-looking girl with a high ponytail, fair skin, and a pair of soulful eyes under her black-framed glasses that seemed to be able to speak. It gives a sense of innocence of a neighborhood plum. When Qianro listened to her little sister's inquiries, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and she said proudly, "Because I've found the native idol." After saying that, she opened her cell phone and the screen instantly lit up, displaying a handsome and compelling wallpaper. The wallpaper is a running teenager. Handsome face in the sunshine looks particularly charming. Upright posture, clear and bright eyes, vaguely visible pectoral muscles and abdominal muscles. It's obvious that this photo was captured, perfectly framing the natural and vivid posture of this teenager. "Look, this is my native idol." When Shanru raised her chin slightly, her tone filled with small pride. "Wow, quickly, send me this picture." The short-haired girl sitting next to Wen Shanru's eyes instantly glowed. Her eyes were like a hungry wolf seeing its prey, saying that she couldn't wait to reach out and grab her cell phone. Hey, I'll send it, don't you grab it." When Shinro burst into a bit of tears and laughter, but at the same time, the heart grew more and more proud. No matter what, the idol she was chasing was so outstanding that she could make people fall in love with him with just one glance, and she, as a fan, was naturally honored with it. What Asias know? One boy band? In front of her idol it was a brother among brothers, not to mention the rest. The face value alone was enough to crush them easily. Then talent. That's even more unafraid. Birds of a feather, get to know it. Not more glamorous than singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball in backpack pants? So handsome. So handsome. I want the picture too. Send it to me too. The other girls yelled back. The school uniform is Guanya's, and this handsome guy also looks familiar. It seems like Gushun, right? A girl whose classmate attended Guanya said indistinctly. Gushun? Who is Gushun? Oops. It's that super handsome guy who played the oboe in that really hot video earlier. Ow ow ow. Name's Guluo, right? For a while, the girls were once again chattering away around the topic of Guluo. Seeing this scene, the corners of Wenxianru's mouth couldn't help but rise upward a few more points. Her heart filled with complacency. She coughed lightly, cleared her throat, and spoke. So, you guys get why I'm a fan of Garo, right? Let's just say this screen. Who wouldn't want to lick it? At that, she paused and smiled mysteriously. By the way, I have a ton of Guluo's various handsome photos, and I'm going to set up a Guluo fan group at school. Do you guys want to get in? Lots of benefits. Yo. After saying that, silently opened the group QR code, listening to Wenxianru's extremely seductive voice. These stargazer girls who originally already had a favorite idol held on for 2.5 seconds, then rebelled and swept the code to join the group. Sure enough, the group file was full of handsome photos of Guluo from various angles. Guluo in every photo was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off of him, as if he had a self-luminous glow that could change one's mood just by looking at him. Ah, really handsome. Is this still a third dimension human? A girl stared at the pictures, excited. Yeah, so handsome that I want to go to the bathroom to cool off now. The other girl blushed and said half-jokingly, you're not right. I'm sure it's a tie hoof. Slightly. Hey, you guys drive a little quieter. Still in the classroom. With that said, a few of the girls were fighting again. As it turns out, girls are no less privately flirty than boys. What's the saying? To see where your girlfriend's bottom line is, go look at her chats with her girlfriends. Of course, write a suicide note beforehand. Or die trying. Wenxianru just smiled and watched her sisters fight, and was already surprised by these driving topics, because she's also a veteran driver who spends a lot of time on the highway. Although she looked innocent and cute, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses that appeared honest, only those who really knew Wenxianru knew how contrasting she really was. Xianru, so who's your favorite right now, Guluo or Tang Chi? At this time, a girl opened her mouth and asked, saying, and pointing to a small poster on Wenxianlu's table. On the poster was none other than the hottest diva in China at the moment, Tang Chi. Her signature long hair, as smooth as satin, fell over her shoulders with a slight curl at the end, each strand speaking of style and luxury. The makeup is a masterpiece, with beautiful eyes outlined by a light but delicate eyeliner that is incredibly charming, and a high, small nose that adds dimension to the entire face. Hearing this question, Wenxianru deliberated for a moment and gently shook her head. I can't pick the first one, they're all my favorites. After a pause, she opened her mouth to add, but if Tang Chi and Guluo fall out, I'll definitely support Tang Chi. There was no other way. She was privately close to Tanji, though that might have something to do with the fact that his uncle was the mayor of Kaizhou City, and since her uncle's family had no children, she was the only granddaughter of her grandmother and uncle. You can say that you have been spoiled since you were a child. Of course, it's time to keep a low profile. No one in the school knew about the relationship except for certain school leaders. Put, are you stupid for watching entertainment news? Guluo isn't really a star. The two of them can't be related to each other. How can they be in conflict? Some girls couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that Wenxianru's idea was absurd. I get it. We stargazers love to brainstorm dog blood plots. Seriously though, Tang Chi and Guluo both look so good. The drawing style is different from ours. As the girls chatted, the topic unknowingly veered back to Tang Chi. I'm going to the bathroom. Wenxianru held the black-framed glasses on the tip of her nose and said that she squeezed out from the pile of girls. Shall I accompany you? A good sister offered enthusiastically. No. After declining her best sister's invitation to team up, she walked straight out of the classroom and towards the corner where there weren't many people, then tapped on someone's chat box. Wenxianru, Sister Chi, are you busy? Suddenly miss you he. Husky drools. JPG. Soon the other person returned the message. Tanji, what's the matter my little Kairu? Just finished filming on a break. Tanji, where did you steal that abstract emoji from again? It's mine now haha. Husky drools. JPG. Wenxianru, Sister Chi is working hard. I just want to tell you that you don't have to ask for autographed photos of the TEO members for me. Sister Chi. Milk cat backflip. JPG. Tanji, what's wrong? Didn't you clamor for me to get it for you 2 days ago? Milk cat backflip. JPG. Wenxianlu, because I found my native idol. Dirty kid giggling. JPG, Tanji, in that case, it's okay, no matter who it is Key can help you get an autographed photo. Dirty kid giggling. JPG, when Shanru, I'm not chasing after a star, but a student of the same age from another school who is really super handsome. If you look at the picture, you'll definitely want to sign him up. Little girl wiggling her butt. JPG, Tanji, it's okay, you've successfully piqued my curiosity. Little Kairu, little girl wiggling her butt. JPG, when Kairu, photo, *8, husky wearing sunglasses. JPG, it took a while before Tonki replied to the message. Tang Chi, so it's him. I watched the video of this kid playing the oboe. It's great, but it's better to go to school. The water in the entertainment industry is too deep. When Shanru, Sister Chi, you've seen that video too? Isn't it super shocking? Milk cat backflip. JPG, Tanji, yeah, but Key is going to shoot a movie now, so we'll have to wait for the next time we talk. Oh, when Shanru, then Key, go ahead and cheer up. Little girl wiggling her butt. JPG, Tanji, bye-bye. Cheers. Putting away her cell phone, when Shanru went to the bathroom to solve her personal problems, and after simply organizing her clothes and hair, she went straight back to her class. Kairu, I just asked my classmates in Guanya about Guluo. You don't even know how good he is to his sister. Super warm, makes several copies a day. It used to be more. When Shinro had just sat down in her seat when she heard a girl talking about something between Guluo and her sister with some small excitement. Of course, she already knew all of this, but for the moment, feigned curiosity and listened patiently. Why am I not Guluo's sister? So envious. A girl said with her hands resting on her chin with a longing face. Why didn't I go to Guanya in the first place? So regretful. Another girl slapped the table in chagrin. That's just it. How nice Hiroya's little dress uniform looks. That's one thing, private is just better than public. The girls spoke to each other, and the conversation quickly skewed back to spouting off about school uniforms. After a while, someone spoke up and suggested, why don't we go sing together after school today? It's been a while since we went. I think it's okay. Agreed. I'm a Mike. Kairu, when the time comes, let's duet love songs. Ah, ha ha. Hearing everyone's invitations, when Shinro held up her glasses and waved her hand with a smile. I won't be going today. Grandma said that the family is coming to have guests and I have to eat at home. Ah, don't. How boring it would be without you. Yeah, come with us. It's not like that guest could be Guluo and Tangchi anyway, so talk to your grandma about it. Sorry, haha. When Shenlu hesitated for a moment and sighed somewhat helplessly. I can't help it. My grandma insisted I come home early today. I'll see if I can find a chance to sneak out then. You guys go ahead and wait for my message. Chapter 136 Ad Hoc Ministerial Meetings. In Guanya, a campus full of vigor and vitality. Time always flies, and in a flash, it is time for school to end. On a bench in a small garden, Gu Luo was sitting comfortably, making a voice call while smiling and nodding to the little fangirls who passed by and greeted him enthusiastically. Mandy, are you sure you don't want to go? It's my oldest brother. I'll cook it myself. He cocked his head slightly and held the phone close to his ear. Slightly no go. This beauty queen has to go to Yuki's house to watch anime tonight. She doesn't have the time to go. Gu Sherman's playful and soulful voice came out clearly from the cell phone, as if she could be seen pouting with a haughty look on her face at the moment. Hearing his sister answer in this manner, Gu Luo unconsciously revealed a smile. It felt like Comrade Mamoru had reverted back to his previous state of being quirky and a little arrogant. That's good. How cute is the haughty sister? That's fine. Then I'll make you a snack when we get back tonight. Humph. Count on you to be sensible. Stinky old man. For my midnight snack I'll have egg fried rice and freshly squeezed juice. Okay. Is there anything else you want to eat? Then stinky old man, you make yourself into a snack for me. That won't work. I'm afraid of the pain. Slightly hung up. Putting away his cell phone, the smile at the corner of Gu Luo's mouth grew even wider, and he just leaned back comfortably on the bench, smelling the scent of chrysanthemums that filled the air. Gu Shun, aren't you joining the club today? At this time, a passing little fangirl shouted at Gu Luo. Something came up today. Gu Luo replied with a smile. Senior, no one's at my house tonight. Want to come over and watch kittens do backflips? It's very exciting. Immediately after that, a few more schoolgirls passed by, and the one in the lead even boldly made a joke towards Gu Luo. When this was said, it caused the other girls to giggle and laugh. You pushing me and I pushing you. So youthful. Gu Luo just returned an awkward but polite smile at this kind of teasing. There's no way around it. The forest is full of all kinds of little fangirls. The school just really does have that one group that specializes in teasing him for fun, and 99% of them are ministry members of today's pure clubs. Of course, but whenever Gu Luo nodded her head, they would really line up for a taste. But that's not going to happen. Did the cherubs stop smelling good or did the imps fail to lift their knives? Gu Shun, want to go home and watch me backflip? It's just as exciting. Just then, a familiar and cheerful voice came from behind his ears. Gu Luo turned back and saw Luo Shuling looking at him with a smile. But she's the only one. No cherubs or imps in sight. Where are Shu Lemon and Shu He? Gu Luo looked around and opened her mouth to ask. Didn't you guys say you'd come together? It's like this. The student council has temporarily held a meeting of club ministers. Shu Lime and Shu He, both of them have to attend. Luo Shuling narrowed her eyes and smiled as she explained. What about you? Aren't you a minister too? Our public service department is special and can be excluded. After a pause, Luo Shuling added a laugh. Besides, if we're going to Grandma Lee's house for dinner tonight, we definitely need someone to take you there. And I've already talked to Shu Lemon and the others. Also, it just so happens that Mamoru is going to Yuki's house for the night, so that leaves the two of us, Gu Luo said, standing up and stretching, then rubbed her hair and laughed. Little son, go, Roger that. Luo Shuling saluted playfully. Before she left, she absently glanced back toward the building where the conference room was located. For the next occasion, Shu Lemon and Shua were not quite present. Chapter 137, Contrasting. Qian-ro discovers something's wrong. After leaving the school, the two went straight to the nearest supermarket near the school. Stepping into the supermarket, Gu Luo twisted her head to look at Luo Shuling beside her. Sunshine, what do you think should be the gift? Hearing this, Luo Shuling looked left and right at the surrounding shelves and spoke. Well, a fruit basket will do, right? Pretty much. Right now Grandma Lee's house only has her and her granddaughter. Gu Luo thought about it and suggested. I thought it would be more appropriate to bring two gifts. How about a fruit basket plus a carton of milk? Just so we can lift one each. After all, Grandma Lee's status is quite special. And if she sends something a little more expensive, there is a risk of being misunderstood. Plus, they're still just students. They were just invited to a home-cooked meal. That's fine. Or brother thought of it. Putty 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 putty. Luo Shuling readily agreed and even gave him a thumbs up. You little mouth. Sweet as yo. Seeing this, Gu Luo cried and laughed a little. What's there to brag about? But in his heart, he was happy. Who can't love being complimented by their sister? He was heartily fond of spending time with the little son, and his mood would always be extraordinarily soothing. Just like that, after paying, Gu Luo walked out of the supermarket with a fruit basket in one hand and milk in the other. Luo Shuling put her hands behind her back and bounced after him, saying, Brother, let me help you carry one. Not now. I'll get it for you when I get to Grandma Lee's door. Wow, brother, you're so sweet. Luo Shuling's beautiful eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon and said, directly reaching out to take his arm. I'm getting something here. This is a bit inconvenient. Whatever, let's take a cab. Okay. The two of them walked to an intersection like this, and Luo Shuling immediately pulled out her cell phone, pinned Gu Luo's arm with one arm, and began to call a taxi online. After remembering the license plate number, she quickly put away her cell phone, then tightly wrapped her arms around Gu Luo, and her little head leaned up smoothly. Live and let live. Gu Luo didn't say anything about it. Still, little son is a very pure sister, unlike the two little angels and little devils. It's just like a little pride. Relationships are clean and clear. There's nothing to avoid with a clear conscience. Didn't have to wait long for the internet car to arrive. After getting in the car, 20 minutes or so later, the car pulled up in front of a neighborhood. Luo Shuling jumped out of the car first and finished paying the fare on her cell phone. She waited for Gu Luo to get out of the car with the two gifts before she smoothly closed the door. It's a really nice neighborhood and the air is extra fresh. Gu Luo looked at the all-encompassing coverage of greenery in the neighborhood and opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuling's eyes immediately lit up and she smiled. Brother, do you like it here? Then why don't I give you a set from my sister? Cough, cough. Hearing such words of tigers and wolves, Gu Luo directly choked on a mouthful of water in her throat. Seeing this, Luo Shuling hurriedly patted his back gently. After slowing down for a while, Gu Luo cried and laughed. You're exaggerating, huh? Say more. I thought the cherubs and imps were ho-hum enough, but I didn't realize the little sons could be even better. If you don't speak up, you speak up. How about a house? Of course, with little son's heartless nature. That must have been just a casual joke. Then remember to tell me if brother wants it. Luo Shuling had a smiley and cute look on her face since the beginning. Well, lead the way, my little rich sister. Gu Luo laughed and joked, not taking this seriously. Roger that. Luo Shuling playfully saluted and bounced towards the neighborhood. After briefly explaining their purpose to the security guard on duty, the two of them went in without any problems. I have to say, this neighborhood environment is really pleasant. Walk in and look outside, completely two different feelings, and even have a few scenic charm. The two made their way to a building and took the elevator up to the 6th floor. At this time, Gu Luo handed the fruit basket in his hand to Luo Shuling. Brother is so nice. Luo Shuling sweetly took the fruit basket, then rang the doorbell. Soon the sound of slippers on a wooden floor came from the house. Immediately afterward, the door to the room was slowly pushed open. Wen Xianru was just about to greet politely, but the moment she saw the guest, her entire body froze. Garo? How come it's Gu Luo? The guest grandma was talking about was actually her own native idol? Hello? Excuse me, Gu Luo said with a smile. Excuse me. Luo Shuling followed suit with a greeting. Hearing the two men's voices, Wen Xianru came back to her senses, trying to suppress her inner excitement, and politely said, "You guys wait a moment, I'll help you get your slippers." With that, she walked over to a side cabinet, bent down, and pulled out 2 pairs of slippers. Trouble, trouble. After the two changed their slippers, they followed Wen Xianru into the house. "Lo, you're here." Grandma Li immediately stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, "You kids, just come, what else do you bring?" Followed by a somewhat puzzled question, "Where are Lemon and Shua? Why aren't they here?" "Something came up at school temporarily today, so it's just me and my brother," Luo Shuling explained with a smile while placing the fruit basket on a side table. Gu Luo similarly put the milk on. "That's fine, then you 3 young people will chat in the living room first. I'll go to the kitchen to organize the ingredients. We'll see Xiao Luo's handiwork later," Grandma Li said, turning her head to her granddaughter at the side and instructed her. "Xianru, pour a cup of tea for your brother and sister." "Aha." When Shenlu nodded gently, then walked over to the coffee table and methodically poured 2 cups of tea. "Xiao Luo, Xiao Ling, don't be polite. Sit on the sofa first and rest and relax." "Good." Gu Luo answered and smiled as he walked over to the sofa and sat down before accepting the tea handed over by Wen Xianru. Trouble. Before he came, Luo Shuling had already introduced Wen Xianru to him. It really is a person as her name suggests, looking full of that fresh and gentle temperament of a neighborly sister. However, the next moment, just a moment after Grandma Li walked into the kitchen, Gu Luo was dumbfounded, because Wen Xianru had actually sat her but directly next to him and was looking at herself with a super excited gaze. A pair of beautiful eyes were glowing and discharging. She folded her hands against her chin and lowered her voice, afraid her grandmother in the kitchen would hear her. Very excitedly, he whispered, "Gu Shun, you are my native idol. I really super like you." "Ha, thanks. Gu Luo subconsciously made an awkward and unobtrusive smile as she froze. "No, what the hell? Wasn't that the sister next door just now? Why did you suddenly change your number? Also, shouldn't the name Gushun be popular only in Guangya? Gushun, can I take a picture with you?" Wen Xianlu said, moving closer to him again. Line. Just like that, Gu Luo was forced to open for business and was caught taking several pictures in a row. "Ah!" Wen Xianru looked at the photo on her phone with herself and her natal idol and stomped her feet in excitement. But her movements were light. Then she asked in a small voice, "Gu Shun, can I post a picture of the 2 of us together to the fan group, please?" Hearing this, Gu Luo was even more confused and subconsciously opened her mouth to inquire. "Fan base? What fan base?" "It's your fan base," Wen Xianlu explained in a small voice. 2 days ago, the owner of your Guangya's fan group suddenly approached me and asked if he wanted to build another fan group for Kaizhou University as well. Then Gu Luo only felt a buzzing in her head. Who is this mysterious group owner? Even if you do this at Guangya, you've got your claws into other schools. What exactly is the figure? That's how you want to make yourself famous? Gu Shun, so can I? Wen Xianru said, and kept blinking her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, then added in a small voice, "The most I used to do when chasing stars was to buy posters. You're my true idol. People have never liked someone that much before." Okay, seeing that Wen Xianru, as the host, had put her words into this, Gu Luo, as a guest, really couldn't find a suitable reason to refuse. After all, it's just a simple group photo, and there's no move to cross the line. 2. Alright. Hearing this, Wen Xianru first too just shouted out, followed by rushed to cover his mouth, some heartily towards the kitchen direction to look before whispering okay out. Gu Luo didn't care too much about this. At the moment his mind was full of wondering who that group leader was. It could be said that his super high popularity in Guangya Academy today, surrounded by a bunch of flamboyant little fangirls, was all thanks to this group master. At this time, Luo Shuling said to Wen Xianru with a curious expression, "Kairu, let's add a friend. I'd like to check into your fan group as well. Oh, by the way, friend me." Wen Xianru slapped her head and friend Luo Shuling, and after pulling her into the fan group, she added Gu Luo's friend with great joy. "I can't tell you how happy I am." Immediately afterward, she sent the group photo she had just taken to the group, and then sent it to Tanji individually. Wen Xianru, group photo, *6. Wen Xianru, sister Qi. You won't believe it when I tell you. Gu Luo came to my house milk cat backflip, JPG, but looking at the two's message records, Wen Xianru suddenly discovered a hint of something wrong. You know, Tanji usually likes to copy her emoticons. It's become a habit. But for these messages above, Tonki didn't send any emojis. Strange. With that in mind, she started scrolling up and flipped to, when Shanru, photo, *8, husky wearing sunglasses, JPG, Tang Chi, so it's him. I watched the video of this kid playing the oboe. It's great, but it's better to go to school. The water in the entertainment industry is too deep. That's where it all started to go wrong. Chapter 138, Tang Chi is coming too. When Shinro couldn't figure it out for a while, one can only guess that Ki is already tired from filming and doesn't really want to think about anything else. Seeing that Tang Chi didn't reply to the message, when Shinro first twisted her head to look at the two of them, a playful smile on her face, and whispered, Gu Xin, and, Ling, sister Ling, you guys drink tea and eat some fruit first. I'm going to show off the group photo in the group. He. It's okay. Gu Luo nodded her head somewhat absent-mindedly, her mind still wondering who that group master was. He actually had a rough guess, considering the darkness under the lamp, that it was most likely Situ Wenyao or Luo Shua. Of course, that doesn't rule out Lashu Lemon. The only two that couldn't be were Gu Shiman and Luo Shuling. These two naive and cute sisters have nothing to think about but eating and sleeping all day long. Besides, the way little son had just acted, how could he look at it? He didn't look like he knew about the whole new fanbase thing, and it was the first time he and Wen Xianro had met each other, to find a chance to try and test Situ Wenyao and the others. Luo Shuling picked up a banana from the table at this time, peeled it and handed it directly to Gu Luo's mouth. Gu Luo subconsciously opened her mouth and took a bite. It was only after reacting that she smiled at Luo Shuling and said, I'll just eat by myself. With that, he took the banana from Luo Shuling. After all, this was someone else's house, and it did seem a bit uncharacteristic to have a sister pitching herself, and Luo Shuling smiled without saying anything, just peeling up the orange. She carefully pulled out the orange complexes from the orange pulp a little bit, and then handed it to Gu Luo's mouth at the first opportunity again. Seeing this scene, Wen Xianru blinked, thinking that the rumors were indeed true. Gu Luo's relationship with his sisters was as good as it gets. However, this is not the time to care about that. She first stunk up the group casually before immediately clicking on the chat box with Tanji. Wen Xianru, Sister Chi, are you tired today? This is not a good time to post those sandy emoticons again. After about 10 seconds or so, Tanji suddenly messaged back, Tanji, it's okay, I'm already back inside you. I just parked the car. Tanji, how did the boy Gu Luo get to your house? Is Auntie Gu Luo's meal ready yet? If not, I'll take Peony to rub it in later. Seeing this message, Wen Xianru's beautiful eyes lit up. The doubts from earlier were thrown out of the window all of a sudden. Wen Xianru, we haven't cooked yet. Sister Chi, come quickly. I want to take a picture with my two favorite idols. Little girl wiggling her butt. JPG, the heart is simply happy. Tanji, okay, be there in about 40 minutes. Ahaha. Wen Xianru instantly wiggled happily, giving Gu Luo, who was eating an orange, a fright. What's with this guy? Why are you always so jumpy? And that's when it happened. Lo, can you guys eat spicy food? I wouldn't clean the chili seeds so well if I could. Grandma Li's voice sounded at the kitchen door, and in the next second she walked out, asking kindly to the two, Ray and I can both eat spicy food. Gu Luo first answered Grandma Li's question and couldn't help but freeze again when his afterglow glanced at Wen Xianru at his side. At this time, Wen Xianru was just like changing her number again, changing back into that neighboring sister-like quiet and sweet appearance, sitting in a rather upright posture. And even the distance between the two was a bit farther, only to see her raise her hand to hold the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, slightly tilting her head. Her voice said softly, Grandma, you'll have to cook more in a little while. Ki sent a message that she's bringing little Hyun. When Shanru this before and after the huge contrast, to Gu Luo is to look at a blank stare. Chapter 139, Little Son's Request for Advice. You're the one who made the bid for the Sichuan opera face-changing, aren't you? It was horrible as hell. Xiaoqi and Peony are coming. Good. This is going to be lively. Li Kuku happily patted her water-stained hands, then wiped them on her apron, and smiled somewhat emotionally at Gu Luo and the two of them. Xianruo's parents are always out archaeologizing, so we're the only two grandchildren at home. Xia Luo, you guys have to come here more often in the future. Young people, they have more common topics, and they can communicate more in their studies and hobbies. Good. I'll bring them often from now on. Gu Luo hurriedly responded with a smile. Of course, this is just a polite remark to make the old man happy first. As for coming or not, that's for later. Furthermore, he was really a bit afraid of the Sichuan opera face-changing master beside him, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that there was a hint of aggression in the gaze that when Shinro was looking at herself. Luo Shuling also laughed playfully at this time. Don't worry Grandma Li, even if my brother doesn't come, I'll drag him here. All good boys. Upon hearing this, Li Cuckoo smiled in relief. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have stretched quite a bit as he opened his mouth to laugh. Then you guys take another break while I take care of the meat. With that, he turned and re-entered the kitchen. In this very next instant, Gu Luo only felt a fragrant breeze on her face. Turning her head to look, she only saw Wen Qianru sitting on her butt again, almost sticking to him, retaining just that last trace if any distance. At the same time, her temperament instantly changed. From the innocent neighboring pure sister just a moment ago, she transformed into an excited and thrilled little fangirl. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched imperceptibly and slightly. Then he quickly stood up and pretended. Then Kairu, you and Ling chat for a while. I'll go help Grandma Li in the kitchen. With that, and a polite smile, he headed for the kitchen. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel in his heart that it was fortunate that little angel, little devil, and little pride hadn't come, or else he would definitely have had to go through the Shura. The Shura or whatever it is, it's the worst. The little angel might not say anything on the surface, but in his heart he was expected to be sad. The little prude is sure to pout and get jealous and angry, and the imp would absolutely yank him aside on the spot, and then go back with no less than a punishment, i.e., a forced kiss or a night attack. It's true, it's still the little son that's the most comforting. With her, you don't have to worry about anything and your mood stays soothing at all times. With this comparison, Gu Luo subconsciously preferred spending time with little Sun. The other sisters would only be jealous, while Sunny was silent and just pitched herself. When Qianru just folded her hands and kept looking at Gu Luo's back until he walked into the kitchen. Then she couldn't help but mumble, really good looking and handsome. How in the world can someone be that good looking? My heart. Saying that, she couldn't help but cover her chest, close her eyes, and inhale slightly before looking at Luo Shuling and opening her mouth enviously. Sister Ling, you guys usually eat too well, don't you? With this face value of Gu Shun, looking at it for a long time definitely prolongs life. And he's even more handsome in person than in the photos. And he can cook, oh my god. Listening to this, the corners of Luo Shuling's mouth couldn't help but rise, and she stood up and sat beside her nodding with an approving face. That's for sure. My brother is the most handsome man under the sky. Bar none. Yeah, there's no one. I was quite fond of Teo boys before, but compared to Gushin, there's no comparison at all. Wen Qianru said here, reaching out to cover her fair and innocent little face. I'll be a fan of Gushin for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life I'll be a fan of him and Sister Chess. At that, she paused, tapped her head, and explained, by the way, the Chess sister I'm talking about is that big star Tang Chi, who's also bringing her daughter to dinner later. Ah, it's Tanji. Luo Shuling nodded, nothing special changing on her face, and when Shen Lu her reaction was not the least bit surprising, although he wasn't quite sure about Luo Shuling's family, but after all, she was a student of Guanya. So maybe her family was quite rich and powerful, so she wouldn't make a fuss about the star. The two of them complimented Gu Luo several more times, after which they each looked at their cell phones. By now the group had exploded. Everyone is at one Kairu. Chiswa, you've gone too far. Your house guest turned out to be really Gu Luo. No wonder you didn't come to sing. So you're eating alone. That's it. Now send a group photo to the group to show off. Simply excessive. Strongly recommended to pull out to hit the target for 5 minutes. Gushin is really handsome. Qianru would have been pretty enough, but taking pictures with Gushin, I'd actually feel like they're not in the same drawing style? No more singing. At one Qianru, I want to go to your house to play, and I want to take pictures with Gushin too. When Qianru looked at the gradually cranky classmates in the group, the upturned corners of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. Currently in this group, except for Luo Shuling, they are all in the same class in one class, and we are all very familiar with each other, so we speak more casually and directly. Of course, it must slowly expand to the whole school in the future, and coming to the house is definitely something they can't be allowed to do. Otherwise, if they met Tang Chi, they would be so excited that they would explode on the spot. Thinking of this, Wen Qianru hurriedly typed a reply. Wen Qianru, Grandma's taking us out to dinner with other guests. Next time for sure. Husky drools. JPG, Chiswa. Do you have Gushin's contact information? Wen Qianru, yes, but you guys just don't want to think about it, haha. It's someone's privacy. Milk cat backflip. JPG, at one Kairu. You deserve to die. At one Kairu. You deserve to die. At. You're so. It's true. Ah, humans are repeaters by nature. Kairu, Luo Shuling called out to her at that moment. Hearing the voice, Wen Qianru subconsciously twisted her head, and saw a piece of peeled banana handed to her mouth. Ah, thanks. When Qianlu reached out and took the banana. Then I heard Luo Shuling continue. Qianro, I have some questions I want to ask you for advice. What's the problem? Luo Shuling immediately came to her ear. It's about girls. Listening to her, when Qianro held up her black-framed glasses, squinted her beautiful eyes, revealed a smiley expression, and laughed as she patted her shoulder. Sister Ling, you've asked the right person for this, but it's not the right time to talk about such things. We'll talk about it later in the evening. At that, she paused and added seriously. It's normal. We're not so young. There are some things right. Hey, there's just no way to say no. I don't know much about this. I'm going to trouble you. Luo Shuling's small face had already been colored with some redness at this time, looking very cute. Well said. I'm an old driver. The corner of Wen Qianro's mouth rose, pointing at the black-framed glasses on the tip of her nose and laughing. That's my seal. And once it's off, I'm going to be extra scary. I'll pass on the experience to you later in the evening. Aha! Luo Shuling hurriedly nodded her head, squinting and smiling. The mind doesn't know what to think. Then the two men looked at each other and smiled. Feelings were instantly drawn closer. When Qianro became more and more bold and open up, came to Luo Shuling's ear, gossipingly whispered and asked, Sister Ling, say, you're so pretty and Gushin is so handsome, living under one roof every day. Haven't you had any strange thoughts? No, our feelings are pure. Everyone in the school knows that. Luo Shuling smiled faintly, her tone relaxed. Ah, that's oddly unfortunate. When Shanru said that on her lips, but in her heart, she was relieved. A single idol is the best idol. Even if it's an insta-idol, she wants Gu Luo to be single forever. Of course, it's a different story if it's with yourself. Hey, suckers. The two chatted some more, when the doorbell suddenly rang. When Shinro instantly turned into the state of a neighboring sister, serene and pure, the speed at which the number is cut is second to none. Sister Ling, wait for me first. She smiled slightly, then stood up and headed for the door. Looking through the cat's eye, he saw a woman standing outside the door, wrapping herself up tightly and holding a little girl in her arms who was also wrapped up tightly. It's none other than Tang Chi and her baby girl, Lin Mangyun. When Shenlu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Didn't we say 40 minutes? It's only been 10 minutes, tops. But it was only a moment's effort to freeze before she opened the door to her room and shouted happily, Ki-chan, Hyun Kyun, little Kairu, we've come to rub it in. Welcome, welcome, I'll get your slippers. Just in the gap between when Xianro bending down to get her slippers, Tang Chi immediately looked through her sunglasses into the living room, only to see a pretty girl with short earless hair. Looking around, he realized there wasn't a second person. Seeing this, her heart beat a little faster and she couldn't help but ask, Xianro, what about Gu Luo? He's helping grandma in the kitchen. When Qianlu said, placing her slippers at Tang Chi's feet, then opened her arms to Peony in her arms. Little Peony, let your sister hold you. However, Lin Mangyun only glanced at Wen Qianrua before directly burying her little head in Tang Chi's neck. Little Peony is still so scared of being a baby. Yes, I'm worried. This child is 4 years old. She just knows to stick to me. Usually even her father won't let her hug her. Tang Chi smiled dotingly, then stepped on one foot to the shoe of the other. After taking off the flat shoes on her feet, she changed into slippers. It's okay, just grow up. After helping her put her flats in the shoe cabinet, when Xianro closed the door to her room, then walked quickly to the kitchen and said softly to the two men, Grandma, Gu Luo, Sister Chi is here, Kiki's here, so soon. Li Kuku wiped her hands on her apron, then smiled at Gu Luo beside her. Xiao Luo, did Shenro just tell you who this Xiao Chi is? No, it's okay, you must have recognized it without it. With that, the three walked out of the kitchen, and by now, Tanji had removed her tightly wrapped jacket, hat, sunglasses, and other objects, revealing that stunningly beautiful face. Lin Mangyun in her arms was likewise a little beauty. Her fair little face was full of collagen, making people want to gently bite on it just by looking at it. Chapter 140, Wanting to be hugged by my brother. When Gu Luo saw the appearance of the so-called Sister Chi, he was really surprised. The person in front of her was actually the hottest diva in China at the moment, Tang Chi. Right now, she was literally standing in front of her. Is this what it feels like to jump class? Since Papa Liquor came ashore, his life has been turned upside down, so to speak. What Guanya male god, the mayor invited, etc. These aside, just 3 rich women right to sister forced love is enough to own glory and wealth for a lifetime. At this moment, Gu Luo only wanted to growl in her heart. What's the use of me wanting this system? Why should I be deprived of my right to struggle? Does this soft food have to be eaten? Of course, these are nothing more than Versailles spitballs. It's not like he'd be happy if he really wanted to take away the favored sister system. Wait, that said, hasn't it been a long time since the system fungus released a mission? It's normal when you think about it. Sisters don't have that much difficulty. With these thoughts in his mind, Gu Luo forced down the small excitement within him, and with a polite smile, he said to Tang Chi, "Hello." Although not a stargazer, it doesn't stop him as liking Tangi. There are so many more of her songs on my phone. No need to be so polite. Just call me auntie. Tonki waved her hand, stuttering a little and whispering, I've listened to your Birds of a Feather many times. It's really great. The latter is awesome. Then he greeted Li Cuckoo. Auntie Cuckoo, I'm here again to rub it in. Seeing this scene, Wen Shanru couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. How come it felt like Gu Shen was the idol and Qi had become a fan instead? For a moment, it was like she figured something out. Case solved. Tang Chi must really like Gu Luo. No wonder the chat was so weird earlier. It must be that Qi has idol baggage and doesn't want to expose that. Thinking of this, Wen Xianro simply wanted to fly with pleasure. Not bad for one's own native idol. Surprisingly, even the diva Tangi can be chopped to pieces. Well, hello auntie. Gu Luo smiled and obediently changed her words, and in her heart, she had already begun to calculate that she would definitely ask Tang Chi for a few autographed photos later and bring them back to her sisters. Shu Lemon sisters first. At the very least, Mamoru will surely be happy. Seeing that the several people already knew each other, Li Wan had a pleased smile on his face and then extended his arms to Lin Mengyun. Little peony, let grandma hold you, okay? Tang Chi also gently rocked her daughter in her arms and gently coaxed. Bow, let grandma hold you for a bit, okay? Don't. Lin Mengyun looked first at Li Wan and then at her mother, her little head shaking like a rattle. Finally his eyes fell on Gu Luo and he said in a milky voice, want brother to hold. Hearing these words, Gu Luo immediately had a feeling of being flattered, and for a moment she was at a loss for words. Little Peony likes little brother Luo too. Li Wan lowered her arm and smiled with a kind face, then let little brother Luo hold it. And at this moment, no one was more surprised than Tangi. This baby girl of his has always been afraid of being born, and this is the first time he has taken the initiative to ask someone to hold her. She took a slight deep breath, calmed down a bit, and smiled at Gu Luo. Then please, it's fine. Gu Luo was suddenly a little nervous for some reason. Maybe it was because it was the first time in his life he had ever held a child. Then, he carefully took Lin Mengjun from Tangi's arms. Brother. Lin Mengjun once again milked his voice. This cute and adorable voice instantly melted Gu Luo's heart. Chapter 141, My brother was bitter as a child. Kawaii. Who can resist this soft brother? Gu Luo looked down at Lin Mengyun in his arms and only felt an inexplicable feeling of closeness welling up in his heart. This kind of feeling, in the past, he had only experienced on Gu Sherman. Then Xiao Luo. You coax Peony first. I'll go back to the kitchen first. Li Cuckoo looked at this scene and was filled with relief as she smiled and said to Wen Xianlu, Kairu, here you go Qi. She paused, not sure whether to say sister Qi or auntie Qi. Wen Xianro usually likes to shout Tang Chi or shouted Qi sister, but just now, Gu Luo shouted at Tang Chi for auntie. This is where the name calling gets messed up. Well, Gu Luo should still call sister Qi like me from now on. When Xianru saw her grandmother's difficulty and gently proposed to Gu Luo. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo was just about to open his mouth to respond, when he heard Tang Chi preempt him. It's fine, just call each one by their own name. Xiao Luo should still call me auntie. Gu Luo's word good just reached his throat before he swallowed it back. Nodded. Now that Tunki has said that, let's talk about each one of them. Although in this way, one's seniority in front of Wen Shanru is a little smaller, but it's no big deal. We're just nodding acquaintances and don't usually see each other more than a few times. Seeing Gu Luo nodding in agreement, Tang Chi felt relieved in her heart and then said to Li Cuckoo, then Auntie Cuckoo, I'll help cook. No. Li Wan hurriedly smiled and waved her hand. Xiaoqi, you usually work so hard on your movie shoots, so take a good rest when you arrive at Andy's. Immediately afterward, he continued what he had just said in mid-sentence. Kairu, pour tea for your sister Qi. Good. When Shenlu answered softly. With that, Li Cuckoo happily walked into the kitchen. Apparently, she enjoyed having so many people together. The older generation just loves to have a good time and spend time with the younger generation. What's your name? Gu Luo had transformed into an affectionate big brother at the moment, gently questioning Lin Mengyun in his arms. Lim Monhyun. Lin Mengyun replied crisply, her big, dark eyes staring straight at Gu Luo without blinking. There was curiosity in his eyes, but more of a desire to be close. Gu Luo was obviously used to this and didn't think much of it. After all, as far as his current face charm was concerned, it was something that could decapitate an 80-year-old woman on top and easily take the heart of a 3-year-old child on the bottom. The school festival and the 2 little girls we met at the cafe earlier were the best proof. There's no way around it. People are essentially visual creatures. Looking good makes you do a lot of things with less effort. Just like many people follow dramas is typical, 3 views follow 5 senses. Whoever is good looking feels justified. This is all too common in life. After Gu Luo hugged Lin Mengyun and sat on the sofa, Luo Shuling immediately peeled a banana and ground it to Lin Mengyun's mouth, coaxed softly. However, Lin Mengyun only glanced at Luo Shuling before quickly burying her little head into Gu Luo's neck. Little peony, can I feed you a banana? It's delicious. Luo Shuling didn't give up and started the seduction spell, and Lin Mengyun didn't say anything. She just hugged Gu Luo, her little head rubbing against his neck. It's not fair. Brother, why does Peony only like you? Luo Shuling feigned aggression. Maybe Peony is not a fan of bananas. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth couldn't help but rise. It's just not going to kill the girl control. Well, then you feed it, old brother. Luo Shuling said and gave him the banana patch. Gu Luo received the banana with some tears and laughter, then said softly in Lin Mengyun's ear, Peony, will brother feed you a banana? Good. Immediately, Lin Mengyun raised her head and responded with a milky whine. Luo Shuling? For the first time she questioned her own charm, and seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Luo's mouth rose even more. It's hard to describe this wonderful feeling. Lin Mengyun wanted to be close to him, and he likewise wanted to love this little one from the bottom of his heart. Lin Mengyun immediately took a bite of the banana and then said in a milky voice, brother eat. Good. Gu Luo was practically on the verge of closing her mouth. Why is this kid so likable? Looking at this cozy scene, Wen Qianruo, who had finished pouring the tea, held up the black-framed glasses on the tip of her nose, and was just about to strike up a conversation with Tang Qi, but suddenly froze. Only Tang Qi was lost in thought as she looked at Gu Luo and Lin Mengyun, and the emotions contained in her expression were complicated. Her heart went thump. The look was definitely not as simple as a fan looking at an idol. What's the situation? Kiki, it's not like you want an old cow to eat young grass, is it? When Qianluo's mind was instantly stormed, and her brain as a high-speed veteran driver subconsciously fantasized about the image of Gu Luo and Tang Qi together. Hiss, don't tell me. It's pretty exciting. But, Sister Qi, you are a married woman. Is that really good? When Qianruo's mind was in a mess, but her surface was still innocent, and she tentatively whispered to Tang Qi. Qi, seeing that Tang Qi didn't respond, she quickly glanced at Gu Luo and Luo Shuling, and after making sure that their attention was on Lin Mengyun, she hastily reached out and pulled Tang Qi a bit. This would be too embarrassing if the 2 Gu Luo siblings found out what was going on. Qi, so that's what you are, Qi. Other than Tang Qi being sexually interested in Gu Luo, Wen Qianruo really couldn't think of any other explanation. Tang Qi then woke up as if from a dream, subconsciously stroked the hair around her ears and looked at Wen Qianruo. What's wrong? Sister Qi, you're looking at the harp. What else is going on? Wen Qianruo silently spat in her heart, but smiled on her lips. Sister Qi, the tea is ready. Sit down. How tiring it is to stand. Well, thank you, Qizhua. Tang Qi took the glass of water and sat down on the other side of the sofa, but she didn't take her eyes off Gu Luo and Lin Mengyun since the beginning. When Qianruo keenly caught this detail, and still felt incredulous in her heart. But that's not right. Usually Qi and her brother-in-law are so in love and often spread dog food online. It's not like you're going to think the wrong things about a little boy, is it? In order to explore the speculation in her heart, Wen Qianruo proposed to several people at this time. Let's take a picture. Okay. Taoqi was the first to agree, almost offhandedly. Seeing this, Wen Qianruo blinked her eyes, feeling more and more in her heart that she had unearthed a shocking melon. That's too much of a rush, isn't it? And naturally, Gu Luo readily agreed to the proposal for a group photo. After all, this can be a rare photo opportunity with a big star. Little Qianlu, why don't you take a picture for us first? Tang Qi looked a little impatient and directly sat next to Gu Luo. Apparently it's going to be a photo shoot of the trio. Good. When Qianruo answered softly, but her heart could be said to have already turned over in a huge wave. It simply should not be too obvious. Kiki, be reserved. Don't forget who you are. With that in mind, she turned on her cell phone camera to point it at them anyway. With that, the crowd took several sets of photos. If it were usual, Wen Qianruo would have excitedly pulled Gu Luo and Tang Qi, the 2 idols, into a crazy photo shoot. But at the moment she was completely disinterested, filled with the shocking speculation that Taoqi might want to eat an old cow. After taking pictures and playing with Lin Mengyun for a while, Gu Luo got up and headed to the kitchen to help. Lin Mengyun didn't let Tang Qi carry her either, so she just followed into the kitchen with a whimper, typical of having a brother and forgetting his mother. At the moment, there were only 3 people left in the restaurant. Tang Qi suddenly spoke to Luo Shuling at this time. Xiaoling, Xiaoluo He Ping. But halfway through her sentence, she came to a screeching halt. I don't know how to keep talking. Auntie, you know me? Since Gu Luo had already called Tang Qi auntie, Luo Shuling followed suit. I know your mom, Taoqi explained vaguely. That's so, Luo Shuling asked with a faint smile and a pair of beautiful eyes narrowed. So what was Auntie trying to ask just now? Nothing, just wanted to ask about your grades and such. It's also okay, but my brother has been number 1 in Saiju Academy, in the middle asterisk, before. The two just had a conversation. Almost an hour later, a colorful home-cooked meal was put on the table. Lin Mangyun saw that Gu Luo was busy and immediately stuck to him. Peony, let your brother eat and mommy cuddle. Tanji opened her arms to Lim Mongquan. Lin Mangyun wasn't as decisive as she was in rejecting Luo Shuling's trio, and looked at Tang Chi, hesitated slightly, and still said in a milky voice, brother hug. It's fine, I'll feed Peony. Gu Luo laughed at this time. That's a problem for Lo. Li Wan walked over with the dishes at this time and said cheerfully, I told you that Gu Luo is a good boy. Look, Hyunhyun's so afraid of children are so fond of him. Then, when Xian Lu had served everyone their rice, she spoke again with great interest. The first time I met Lo was at East Lake Park. Then, at that time, Xiao Luo said, those who eat the salary shall not compete with the lower people for profit. Exactly what Bohai said. Gu Luo was a bit embarrassed by this praise. It's really not so much. When Shenro listened with great interest and said that it was worthy of being her own native powder, and Tang Chi listened just as attentively, her gaze not moving several times to Gu Luo. Eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. Just listening to my wife. Seeing that several people had no intention of moving their chopsticks, Li Wan hurriedly picked up her chopsticks and gave the closest Tang Chi a piece of meat. Laughing, she said, Kiki, try it, it's made by Xiao Luo. Yeah. Tanji picked up her chopsticks, caught the meat and brought it into her mouth, chewing gently. At once, her eyes lit up and she immediately complimented it. It's delicious. Upon hearing this, when Shenlu and Li Kuku also moved their chopsticks to taste, both gave pretty high ratings. This time, another whole big compliment was given to Gu Luo, and Luo Shuling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth at this time after glancing at Tang Chi. My brother suffered as a child. He started cooking for himself and his sister when he was 5 or 6. Chapter 142 Tears. The moment these words came out, everyone's eating motions were all stuttered, and a single gaze was cast at Luo Shuling at the same time. Except, of course, for Lin Mangyun, whose eyes were now filled with nothing but Gu Luo. The little guy didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. Just like a baby bird waiting to be fed, he obediently nestled in Gu Luo's arms, waiting blearily for him to throw food, and Gu Luo's entire body was confused at this moment. I don't understand why little son is talking about this all of a sudden. Also, he doesn't feel bitter. Cooking for my sister and all that is super happy. Xiao Luo started cooking at the age of 5 or 6. Li Wan was taken aback, realizing that his granddaughter Wen Xianlu would rarely enter the kitchen even now, not to mention when she was a child. In an instant, her thoughts drifted back to the words Luo Shuling had said when she was at the East Lake Park earlier. Gu Luo's father was an orphan. Then recall that Gu Luo started cooking at the age of 5 or 6. Li Wan's mind couldn't help but start to brainstorm a picture, and her heartache for Gu Luo intensified. Luo Shuling nodded her head with a serious expression, then slowly said, because my brother's mother left when he was very young, and in order to support his 2 children, his uncle had to work hard day and night afterwards, and rarely had the time to be able to stay at home. My brother took care of his sister for more than 10 years. Uncle doesn't have time for parent-teacher conferences. My brother was in 2nd grade. At the end of the day, my brother gave up Guanya for his sister. Cheap daddy's busy working? Obviously drinking and singing and getting away with it. It's amazing how a debauched, dragon-licking old man can be glorified as such a conscientious figure. There's also the fact that it's really embarrassing to say this out of the blue. Gu Luo's scalp was numb from hearing this, and he was vigorously making eyes at Luo Shuling. But the press is useless. She acted as if she couldn't see it, still gushing to herself, and in one breath she told some of the things he had done, in a way that was rendered with a bit of a twist, and sounded quite a bit of a sellout. The atmosphere at the table grew more and more grave. Li Kuku sighed continuously as she listened, her heart filled with heartache. It was pitiful to see such a good child, who had suffered so much from a young age, and yet was still so understanding. Even Wen Xianru, who had already known a lot of the inside story, was looking at Gu Luo with admiration in her eyes at the moment. Inside, an unspeakable pride surged even more. This is his own native idol. However, right at this moment, when Xianro's afterglow inadvertently noticed the abnormality of Tangchi beside her, only a tear trail was slowly sliding down Tangji's cheek. Crying? I can't believe you're crying? As touching as this story is, it's not to the point of crying. It can't even be like that anymore. You're not really in love, are you, Sister Chi? When Xianro tentatively whispered to Tang Chi, Qi, what's wrong with you? Her voice was muffled, but after all, everyone was sitting around the same table, and the slightest movement still drew the attention of the others at once. This time, It also included Lim Mongkwan. Ah, I'm fine. It was then that Tonki snapped back to her senses, holding back the heartache she felt inside and trying to adjust her emotions, trying to sound smoother. Shaoqi, quickly wipe your tears. You artists are just prone to sentimentality sometimes. Li Kuku sighed and drew a tissue and handed it over. The heart is hurting even more. It's good to be able to empathize so much. Those are good kids in the room. Crying? Tauki reached up and touched her cheek, and that was when she really felt the wetness. It was also at this moment that certain senses that seemed to have been lost earlier were instantly regained. I'm sorry. I just think it's so hard for Lo. She squeezed out a forced smile and tried to explain. Reminds me of a movie I was in before. But before the words were finished, the tears were like a flood that broke the dike, flowing more and more, and couldn't be stopped. Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom, Tonki said, just standing up. An extremely cold sight was detected. Chapter 143, This is not cool either. Late afternoon. The sun was setting in the west, casting its orange-red afterglow over the lake in East Lake Park. On the edge of the East Lake, the breeze gently brushed by the weeping willows. Sito Wanyao. Feng Yuqing viciously grabbed Situ Wanyao's ear and said without a trace of anger, Can you take pictures or not? Or did you do it on purpose? Can you at least shoot me as a human being? Look at this. Is that a female ghost in here? As she spoke, she disliked the screen of her cell phone in front of Situ Wanyao's eyes. The photo of herself, with its distorted image and eerie lighting, does bear a passing resemblance to a female ghost. Pain. Situ Wanyao grimaced in pain, his facial features screwed together as he hurriedly begged for mercy. I think it's pretty. Really, there's a different kind of artistry to it. Where's the good look? You photographed me as a ghost, and it's still pretty? When Feng Yijing heard this, she was even more furious. The hand that was originally grabbing the ear added a few more points of force, and the other hand also smoothly reached into Situ Wanyao's school uniform, accurately grabbing a piece of flesh around his waist and twisting it fiercely. Hiss. Ouch. 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 This time Situ Wanyao sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and almost cried out, once again opening his mouth to beg for mercy. Is there a possibility that you're too pretty to be photographed in any way? Oily as a slag. Upon hearing this, Feng Yicheng said with her mouth, but she still let go of her hand, then clasped her hands to her chest and slightly raised her chin, a female general style. Only then did Situ Wanyao let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved, one hand covering his reddened ear, the other holding his waist, the whole person in an odd posture. Humble. It's just too humble. Looking at his uninteresting appearance, Feng Yuqing grunted in displeasure. Look at you. How could I have a childhood friend like you? What bad luck. Yes. Situ Wanyao hurriedly nodded his head, like a dog's leg. It's better to get sprayed twice than to get punched in the face. It can't be helped. Who put the two in the same class from kindergarten and then all the way to Guangya in the same class? He had sort of been beaten up by Feng Yijing since he was a child. It's basically a 3-day beatdown and a 5-day beatdown. After being beaten up a few times, you get used to it. Hakio, I like Garo a lot. Feng Yijing opened her mouth coldly at this time and said that, then stared at him closely without blinking. At those words, Situ Wanyao was slightly stunned, and before his brain had time to think, his mouth subconsciously replied, I like Gu Luo more than you. Then a solid punch in the stomach. Hiss. Situ Wanyao's face instantly twisted into a twist, covering his stomach and slowly squatting down. I'd say I am very pleased with the happy Gu Luo. Feng Yuqing looked at him condescendingly, and coldly toned down the words one by one. Situ Wanyao winced, hesitated, and said tentatively, then I won't rob with you. You think well in back answer. Feng Yuqing was infuriated and laughed, but it was an extremely terrifying smile, just cocking her head and squinting her eyes. For a moment, Situ Wanyao felt that she was a Shura from the region. If you don't answer well again, you could really be killed on the spot. Taking a small breath, he spoke. I mean, your fondness for Gu Luo is the same kind of fondness as my fondness for Gu Luo. It's all just simple face dogs. Go on. The expression on Feng Yuqing's face eased slightly, because we used to make a date, to get married in the future. Situ Wanyao said, and an image couldn't help but float in his mind. One day before that, Feng Yuqing blocked him in the park and said with a domineering face that he must marry her in the future and be a sandbag for the rest of his life. At the time, he didn't say yes himself at first. After finally receiving a severe beating, he agreed. Then why aren't you jealous? Feng Yuqing questioned at this time. Hearing this, Situ Wanyao's heart tightened and tentatively asked, what would you do if I were jealous? Beat you. Feng Yuqing replied crisply. Situ Wanyao raised his head and said tearlessly, then can I not be jealous? And Feng Yicheng slowly extended an index finger and shook it. No, you have to be jealous. Situ Wanyao opened his mouth, pondered for a moment, and asked in a different way. Then what can I do to not get beaten? What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Yuqing looked at him with a serious expression. Haven't you ever heard of a saying? Beating is kissing, scolding is loving. After a pause, she clenched her fists and narrowed her eyes in question. What? You have a problem with that? There is no. Just. Situ Wanyao still wanted to say something. Just then, a slightly aged voice came from behind him. Little pussy. The two turned back to see a scavenging old man smiling and limping. It was the crippled grandpa who had a previous encounter. Hello grandpa. Covering his stomach, Situ Wanyao slowly stood up and squeezed a smile on his face as he greeted politely. Hello grandpa. Feng Yuzheng immediately became well-behaved as well. Her voice was a few degrees sweeter, but her expression was a bit odd. Pussy? She was unaware of the relationship between the two. But it's time to put on a bit of an act. You can't lose your manners. Hello there. The crippled old man smiled, the wrinkles on his face stretching. Then he looked at Feng Yicheng, and after carefully looking up and down, he exclaimed in admiration. That's a handsome girl. Thank you grandpa. Feng Yicheng immediately put on a somewhat shy appearance. There was not a single moment of contempt for his scavenger's dress. No wonder the last time I told little pussy to introduce a relative's granddaughter to him, he directly refused, and said he already had a favorite girl. Speaking of this, the lame old man nodded smilingly. What a perfect match. You two look festive standing together. Situ Wanyao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Thank you. Like. Feng Yuzheng's eyes widened slightly, and a blush immediately colored her cheeks. In this moment, she wasn't pretending anymore. Instead, I felt a twinge of shyness from the bottom of my heart. This stinking Hakio didn't even say those two words to himself. It's a real pain in the ass. Beat up, beat it. In her heart, she thought of 10,000 ways to beat Situ Wanyao to death, but she opened her mouth. Grandpa, sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. With that, he turned and walked away, obviously walking without any speed, but it always gave a very stiff feeling. After seeing Feng Yuqing leave, the lame old man was relieved and looked at Situ Wanyao and said with some complexity, Little pussy if you are with this little girl, you will inevitably be beaten up in the future. Oh, do you want to reconsider my relative's granddaughter? The little girl has a gentle personality. Obviously, he had watched the interaction between the two just now, knowing that this girl's hands are not light and heavy. That's a real fight. No grandpa. Situ Wanyao covered his vaguely aching stomach and laughed with the corners of his mouth twitching. I like her. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. Feng Yizheng, play by yourself for a while. Don't run far away. If I can't find you, you'll be waiting for a beating. After separating from the crippled grandpa, Situ Wanyao began to take a walk around the lake. The setting sun's rays stretched his shadow as he walked, rambling. What is Gu Luo doing at this time? So tempted to bring in a cool one. The most painful part of the day now is getting out of school. As he walked, he heard a heavy sigh. When he looked at the voice, he saw a tall, fat man, about 24 or 25 years old, with a sad face. Situ Wanyao was just like smelling the smell. Immediately came to the spirit, quickly walked over and opened his mouth to ask, Brother, can I help you? I can't bring in Gu Luo now, so let's have a little fun first. A mosquito is still meat. Ha! The man froze, obviously not expecting to be greeted by a stranger like that. But looking at this clear and ignorant eyes of the boy in front of him, he couldn't help but smile, somewhat bitterly. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Situ Wanyao nodded, but didn't leave, and just stood there quietly by his side. The two of them just blew the lake breeze. The wind was cool with the moist scent of the lake. I don't know how long it took, but the man suddenly spoke. Do you like reading novels? Very much. Situ Wanyao answered immediately. His way of bringing it in is to comprehend it in fiction. It can be described as a moment of enlightenment. Alas, actually, I'm a web novel writer, the man said, sighing deeply, the sadness on his face growing. Unfortunately, the novel recently went into the darkroom. Had to change the timeline in the text to college, but there is no way to change the content. It seems incoherent and the data is getting worse by the day. I don't even know what to do. Upon hearing this, Situ Wanyao pondered for a moment before opening his mouth and proposing. I have a plan that can make your novel ghostly and bright again. What scheme? Situ Wanyao, however, asked instead of answering, Brother, do you know what industry is the most developed now? What industry? The teaching and training industry. Steward Wanyao smiled slightly. Teaching? What does that mean? The man thought for a moment, then suddenly hit his head in realization. Asterisk. Yeah, I've changed my timeline. What's the point of being afraid of a hammer? He did walk into a misunderstanding. He was simply afraid to write those before, but later, as the hero and heroine slowly get to know each other, don't they? Immediately afterward, the two men smiled at each other. Then brother, what type of novel do you write? Situ Wanyao asked casually at this point, but to my surprise, the man replied with a direct smile. My novel is called, Just a Mindless Cool Article with No Logic. What a coincidence. I've read this one. Situ Wanyao, who was an old bookworm, instantly remembered the plot in this novel. At the same time, in his heart, he made a comparison with Gu Luo. Cool article? Your cool article isn't cool either. Chapter 144, Little Son's Warning. Night. A low-profile black sedan slowly came to a stop at the curb. Please, Auntie. Gu Luo, sitting in the back row, politely thanked Tang Chi in the driver's seat. It was really unexpected that this diva, who was so radiant in the entertainment industry, would personally drive them back. It's alright Xiao Luo, I really appreciate your 100 birds towards the phoenix. When there is a suitable opportunity in the future, let's discuss it and add this tune to the movie. Tang Chi, who had wrapped herself up tightly once again, said slowly through the mask, it's an honor. Gu Luo smiled, then softly said to Lin Mengyun, who had been clinging to him in his arms, Gaiyunjian, my brother is home. I'll play with you next time, okay? At those words, Lin Mengyun instantly became aggravated, and not only did she not loosen her grip on him, she instead hugged him a little tighter. Gu Luo could only patiently coax, whispering all sorts of soothing words, and it took a full half day to finally coax this clingy little sister. Promise to hang out with her sometime. It's all kinds of pie in the sky anyway. It can't be helped. It's not like the other divas can meet whenever they want to. The two stepped out of the car and waved a quick hello to Tonki inside before turning toward the apartment door. The black sedan, on the other hand, did not start, but just stood still. Brother, wait for me. I left something in the car. When she was almost at the door, Luo Shuling suddenly stopped and said, then turned around and walked back towards the door. Car. Gu Luo just wanted to remind the car that it had probably already driven away, but before he could finish his sentence, when he turned around, he saw Tang Chi's low-profile black sedan, which was parked steadily not far away. Inside the car, when Tang Chi saw Luo Shuling turn around, she immediately pulled out her cell phone and pretended to look like she was concentrating on sending a message to someone. A few seconds later, there was a light knock on the window. It was only then that Tangji looked like she had just come back to her senses and hurriedly lowered the window. Somewhat surprised, she smiled at Luo Shuling and asked, "What's wrong, Ray? I left something in the car." Luo Shuling had a standard smile on her face. "In that case, take it then." "Aha," Luo Shuling answered, before pulling open the rear door, poking her body into the car, and pretending to rummage around on the seats and at the footrests. Suddenly, she spoke coldly, "Don't ever come back to my brother again." At those words, Tang Chi's expression under her mask became a little stunned, and she subconsciously turned her head back, only to see Luo Shuling still rummaging for something on the seat. She continued to speak, "You know what I mean." After a pause, she suddenly looked at Tang Chi. The same expression of facelessness as Luo Shuo surfaced on her face, and she said in a single pause, "First, I don't want my brother to be even the slightest bit sad. Second, my last name is Luo. Luo Chidong's Luo. So please leave us alone." Tonki just stared blankly at the young girl whose exhaust field exploded in the back of the car. Not knowing what to say for a moment, she could finally be sure at this moment that the sight she had felt when she had gone to the bathroom was not an illusion. Luo Chidong. Doesn't it mean that Luo Liang is the daughter of that old Mr. Luo? But this isn't right. Just as Tang Chi was still lost in thought, Luo Shuling had already closed the rear door. She reappeared with a smiling face, bouncing and jogging towards Gu Luo, holding his arm very affectionately. Then the two walked into the apartment, talking and laughing. Chapter 145, Dead Sister Control is like this. With the fingerprint unlocked, drip sound, the door slowly opened. Gu Luo lifted his foot and stepped inside, then raised his voice and shouted towards the inside, "I'm back." This voice was mainly shouted to Gu Sherman. He had brought a surprise for this naive girl, the autograph of the big star diva, Tang Chi. Of course, both the cherubs and the imps had a hand in it, but the sisters shouldn't care too much about that. At this moment, Gu Luo still had a small trace of uncontrollable excitement within her heart. It wasn't until now that he truly realized how those little fangirls in Guanya felt when they chased after themselves on weekdays. The joy of being in close proximity to your idol is truly beyond words. And Gu Sherman was now lazily lying on the soft sofa in the living room, with a head of cold tea brown long hair wantonnly spread out, like satin spread on it, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand. The bag of chips made a rustling sound as he moved. When she heard Gu Luo's voice, she didn't even raise her eyelids and lazily returned, "Stinky old brother, it's good that you're back. Quickly pour me a cup of water. It's killing this beautiful maiden with thirst." As she said that, a pair of white and slender legs waved in the air, her beautiful toes pointing precisely at the drinking fountain. "Are you dying of thirst if I don't come back?" Gu Luo was both good-natured and amused, shaking his head helplessly, but still walked towards the water dispenser, catching half of the hot water, and mixing half of the cool water, adjusting the water temperature, and then carrying the cup of water to her. "Drink up, you lazy little pig." Click, click. Gu Sherman was still immersed in the deliciousness of the chips and ate them with gusto. She raised her head at this time, her gaze sweeping over Gu Luo's face, then slowly sat up straight, her small cherry mouth slightly opened, and she let out a soft sound. Ah, drink it yourself. Gu Luo put the glass of water on the table. Ah, Gu Sherman didn't say anything, just a single ah, as if to say, if I don't feed her today, I'll never stop. You'll have to die of laziness sooner or later. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth twitched slightly, unable to argue with this lazy sister. He could only pick up the cup of water again and carefully bring it to Gu Sherman's mouth, tilting it a little bit to let the water slowly flow into her mouth. Gu Sherman nodded in satisfaction after taking a sip. Then he yawned, slumped over, and lay down again like a caterpillar. The thought crossed my mind, it feels awesome to make a stinky old brother feel good. He must be made to serve for the rest of his life. You ah. Gu Luo sighed pretentiously and sat down next to her. Although he kept saying something like lazy on his lips, deep down, he was full of pampering. Mental note, it feels awesome to take care of Bean Cranes. Must take care of her for the rest of her life. Gu Luo didn't pull out the gift first, but smiled and casually asked, well, did you have fun at Yuki's today? He vaguely sensed that something was wrong with the two little girls, and now they didn't even come together for recess. The mind guessed that there might have been a little falling out. After all, usually close. Never quarrel with the girlfriends. Once a quarrel, but more difficult to make up. No one is willing to be the first to bow down. It's times like these that someone needs to reconcile it, and as the older brother, he had to be concerned with every aspect of his sister's life. It's okay. Hearing this question, Gu Sherman's action of eating potato chips gave way, and his originally relaxed mood became extraordinarily complicated. Both she and Yuki were now aware that the other was hiding something from them, and had probably guessed what it was, but no one was willing to take the initiative to poke through the window paper, and it just stayed that way. There was awkwardness in the air when we stayed together now. At those words, Gu Luo's heart sank slightly. All right, those 3 words, to his ears, were pretty bad. If it were in the past, Gu Sherman would have already shared with him the interesting things that had happened in Lu Shueshue's house with her eyebrows raised, such as what delicious snacks she had eaten, which wonderful anime she had chased after, and even if it was just some trivial things, she would have told herself with great interest. What the hell happened? Brother, drink water. At that moment, Luo Shuling slowly came and sat down, handing the cup with warm water to his mouth. Ah, thanks. Gu Luo was interrupted in his thoughts by this sudden move and subconsciously reached for the cup. Just then, Luo Shuling blinked her eyes and said in a delicate voice, brother, I'll feed you. After saying that, he even imitated what Gu Sherman had just done, gently opening his small mouth and letting out. Ah, Gu Luo had was adorable. That's the difference between a sister and a sister. Let's just say it's all cute as hell. He thought this in his mind, but he couldn't really let little son feed himself water. Then he smiled and politely declined. I'd rather drink it myself. Brother, you didn't let me feed the banana just now when we were at Grandma Lee's house, Luo Shuling said, once again using Gu Sherman's same cheek puffing technique. It's as cute as a little hamster. Hearing that little son had said that, Gu Luo had no choice but to half-heartedly enjoy her water feeding service. And as Gu Sherman looked at this scene, there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy in his heart. If you're Ling, it's perfectly fine to be pampered and intimate with stinky old man or whatever. Because of what happened yesterday, she now liked and respected Luo Shuling from the bottom of her heart. If it were Luo Shalimiai or Luo Shuho, he would definitely have to make a scene himself. After Gu Luo swallowed the warm water in his mouth, his gaze turned to Gu Sherman and offered, Mamoru, how about we set up a time on the weekend for me to take you and Yuki out for dinner and shopping? His idea was simple. He wanted to take this opportunity to help defuse the small conflict between the two. The girl was so spoiled by herself that she might be able to stay stagnant. Don't want it. The corners of Gu Shimon's mouth wanted to subconsciously twitch a bit, but forcibly held it back. Still need to change the stinking problem of learning from stinky old men. Hearing this answer, Gu Luo's heart thumped. Don't want it, right? Mamoru actually refused to go out shopping with herself? Looks like there's more to the conflict between these two BFFs than meets the eye. Let's just say yes. After knowing each other for so long, I haven't taken you guys out to play yet. Thinking of this, Gu Luo directly tapped to make a decision. At those words, Gu Sherman opened his mouth, but he held his words back when they reached his mouth. The mood is more and more complex, but it happened suddenly and there was no good reason to refuse. If it's too counterintuitive, maybe stinky old man will find out what's going on. Too hard. She really didn't know if she should stop Lu Shua from approaching Gu Luo. Obviously, I had previously promised to add to my best friend's relationship, but now, emotions, so hard. Gu Luo keenly sensed Gu Sherman's perversity, and immediately pulled out a photo of Tang Chi from his pocket, with a dashing and ethereal artistic signature on it. Dang it, here's a gift for you, an autographed picture of Tunki. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman's originally somewhat bleak eyes instantly lit up, and immediately jumped up, snatching the photo in his hand as soon as he could, and after flipping it over and over and looking at it several times, he asked excitedly, Soup Tanji's autographed photo? Stinky old brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Where did this come from? Didn't you go to dinner? You didn't run into Tanji by chance, did you? Like Gu Luo. Gu Sherman's cell phone had just as many Tangchi songs, even the space showed them all. Not a groupie, but a real favorite of Tunki's. Not a chance encounter. Tanji today too. Gu Luo then hit roughly about the dinner with Tangchi at Grandma Li's house today. Aha! After hearing this, Gu Sherman instantly repented and grabbed Gu Luo's hand and bit down on it. Use it to vent your heart's chagrin. Blame it on stinky old man. Couldn't you have been a little tougher and gotten yourself there? It's a chance to have dinner with a diva. It's unattainable. Hiss. It hurts. Why are you biting me? You're the one who didn't go. Gu Luo wanted to draw back his hand, but he was afraid of hurting Gu Sherman's teeth, so he let her bite. Just bite you, Gu Sherman said loosely, followed by another bite. Bite it, and I'm talking about pushing Tanji's tweets on someone. Gu Luo pretended to sigh. It was still after dinner that Tangchi took the initiative to add his contact information, saying that there would be time to have a good chat about birds of a feather. With this, Gu Luo came to the conclusion that she really liked the tune, so in passing at the time, I asked if I could have my sister at home friend as well, and promised not to send messages normally, just wanted a friend spot. Although such a request was a bit impolite, he had always been the first to think of Gu Sherman when something good happened. At those words, Gu Sherman immediately loosened his mouth, his eyes wide and unbelievably asked, Stinky old man, are you telling the truth? Aha! Gu Luo shrugged, then put on a look of pain inside. Ouch! My hand hurts. Brother, wait. Gu Sherman immediately jumped off the sofa and drew several sheets of paper from the table, first gently wiping the saliva off his hands, then gently blowing on the reddish teeth marks. Alright, I'll push it to you now, but first, after asking nicely, you can't normally send messages to disturb people. Gu Luo didn't have the slightest solution for this naive sister who changed her face faster than a book. Aha, don't worry brother. Ha, it's okay stinky old brother. Something's up brother. Gu Luo flirted, then pushed Tangchi's private tweet to her, and once again, remember, don't bother people. Don't worry brother. Gu Sherman couldn't wait to click on the business card and edited a sentence. Hello, I'm Gu Luo's younger sister, Gu Sherman, and I'm a big fan of yours. Then nervously and expectantly sent the friend request. After only a few seconds, the friend request went through. Stinky old man, it really passed. Gu Sherman excitedly jumped up on the sofa, hugged Gu Luo's neck, and gave him a hard kiss on the face. Okay, it's nice to know you're happy. Gu Luo reached up and wiped the drool from her face, smiling. Be polite when you greet people. The heart, is equally beautiful. When Gu Sherman was happy, he was even happier. This joy of his sister being happy because of him was what he cherished and longed for the most. Let's just say that dead sister control is the way to go. Gee, don't worry stinky old man, Gu Sherman said, resuming his seat and sending a greeting message to Tangchi with great interest, chatting and talking excitedly to myself. Tanji's got a good personality, just like a big sister. Okay, but you also need to exercise some restraint. Gu Luo likewise had a favorable view of Tangchi and didn't say much about the topic, but instead turned to ask, by the way, are Shu Lemon and Shua back yet? Or are they still upstairs? And Gu Sherman didn't even raise his head for a moment, his eyes staring tightly at the screen as he casually replied back, nope, they're both out to dinner. At those words, Gu Luo subconsciously swallowed. A little angel and an imp going out to dinner alone? There won't be a fight. Chapter 146, sister is the best. Sister, or else let's fight. Whoever wins will have his brother, and decide on his ownership early, so as not to have a long night. In the warm and elegant restaurant, listening to the words of the tiger and wolf spoken by her sister across the street, Luo Shulime said with tears and laughter after chewing and swallowing the steak in her mouth. You, brother are not goods to be brought to such a scramble and arbitrary decision of belonging. Besides, you can't beat me, he said, and waved his arm in a fussing manner, his slender arm arcing through the air. In that case, wouldn't it be better if my sister beat me up and then hogged my brother? Luo Shua expressionlessly picked up the cup and gently sipped the water inside, her movements elegant but with a hint of coldness, then asked faintly, or is it that my sister can't be bothered to hit me? As a result, the words were followed by a solid slug to the brain. She instantly covered her forehead and bristled. Sister, I'm not Shu Ling. I repeat, elder brother is not goods. Luo Shu Lemon emphasized again. Then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Besides, I really don't want to hit you. Sister really has a brother and forgets her sister. Say it like you're not fighting me. The two of them just ate their steaks while chatting about Guluo. That's right, they can't get away from Guluo in 3 words now. Not as good as my older brother's cooking. Not even close. When she was almost finished eating, Luo Shu Lime lamented. Seconded. It was rare for Luo Shua to be on a united front with her on Gu Luo's issue. Shu Ho. Luo Shu Lemon's expression became extraordinarily serious at this time. She put down her knife and fork and gently wiped her mouth with a paper napkin, then looked straight at Luo Shuhi and asked, "What will you do if he chooses me then?" "Being a mistress," Luo Shua replied crisply and without the slightest hesitation. Her flat tone was as if she was saying something that was no longer commonplace. Hearing this answer, Luo Shuline didn't hold back from pinching her eyebrows, and a crying and laughing expression appeared on her face once again. "I'm not joking. I'm not joking either." Luo Shua's expression was serious at the moment. Luo Shu Lemon's face gradually solidified, followed by a helpless shake of the head, said in a serious tone, "When we're together, he won't respond to you no matter what you do. And maybe right now you feel like there's an opportunity to take advantage of it. And that's only because we haven't established a relationship yet. That's all." Sister is so confident. Luo Shua tilted her head slightly, meaning it. I don't know if she's talking about Luo Shu Lemon's confidence in being able to take Gu Luo, or if she's talking about him being able to resist his temptation after taking Gu Luo. Of course, I have great faith in my brother. Saying this, Luo Shu Lemon then laughed. By the way, let's sweeten the 3rd platoon from now on, and the task of bringing the flying elder brother will be left to me from now on. This game is so much easier than piano. She's going to level the playing field and beat Lasha head on in terms of gameplay. Sister is really a genius, so talented in whatever aspect. Upon hearing this, Luo Shua nodded appreciatively, then opened her cell phone and tapped the chat box with the note, "Big liar, pig head. Luo Shua, come to my room at 12 o'clock at night." "Gu Luo, what for?" "Los Angeles, something to ask you. And by the way, I want a kiss." "Gu Luo? You this? Don't you even salt a little now?" "Lo Shuwei, I'm going to kiss. And by the way, I have something to ask you." "Gio?" "Lo Shuwei, be conscious. Don't wait for me to come to you." At that moment, Luo Shu Lemon continued confidently, "Shu He, whether it's a game or something, I won't lose." Upon hearing this, Luo Shua put away her cell phone, crossed her slender legs, and nodded her head lightly. Sis is the best. Chapter 147 Happiness, thanks to White Cat and Sakura for the 10 reminder notes. Question: what is the difference between, something to ask you, by the way I want a kiss, and, I want a kiss, by the way something to ask you? Answer, solution. It's the same as the last big question in math that you can't read. Gu Luo looked at the message sent by the imp and remained speechless for a long time. 666. And now you can't even salt it a little. Without realizing it, the pattern has quietly transitioned from the initial forced kiss to the current blunt request for a kiss. Although there is only a one-word difference between the two, the significance they represent is like a world of difference. Gu Luo's current mood was extremely complicated. There are heartbreaks, kinks, and expectations. Yes, he had to admit that deep down, he would really look forward to kissing the imp. Even when I dreamed beautiful dreams that were not of this season, I dreamed only of the imp. In the face of the imp's forcefulness, at first one could still resist and fight back, but as time went on, it gradually turned into a half-hearted attempt. And even now, it has completely swung the other way. But it's really so unfair to the little angels, and even very unethical. Thinking of this, Gu Luo couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He's not sure now whether he was sincere about the 2-month appointment he set with the little angel in the first place to transition his feelings and convince his parents and Gu Sherman, or, subconsciously, just want to give the imp a chance, want to continue this special, ambiguous relationship with her, so as to continue warming up. People, really, are complex creatures to the core. It's so complicated that it's hard to even really know myself. The only thing Gu Luo could be sure of now was that at this current stage, he was indeed a scumbag. But, as long as he establishes a relationship with one of them, he believes he can hold the line, should be able to hold it. Gu Luo really didn't dare to pack her bags with conviction now. After all, the bottom line of this thing, often is in the unknowing. Step by step was backward, until disappeared. Just like some people who go to KTV to escort alcohol, once they step into it, they will slowly fall into the abyss. It's just a matter of how long. The living room, the couch. Gu Sherman was chatting with Tangchi with a silly grin on his face, obviously having a good time. Gu Luo, on the other hand, was worriedly thinking about the complicated relationship with the cherubic sisters. Luo Shuling just rested one hand against her chin and looked at him quietly. "Brother," she suddenly cried out softly. What's going on?" It was only then that Gu Luo snapped out of his contemplation and slowly turned his head to look at Luo Shuling. It was also because he was surrounded by Luo Shuling and Gu Sherman. the two simple and lovely naive sisters, that he was immersed in his thoughts unguardedly, and his mood unconsciously showed on his face. I like to see my brother smile, Luo Shuling said with arched eyebrows, her two small white jade-like hands placed on Gu Luo's cheeks, her thumbs gently tickling the corners of his mouth. Gu Luo instantly broke into a smile and stammered, "Okay, I'll laugh." Immediately afterward, he broke into a genuine smile. "I can't help but feel that the little son is just warm. Brother, I support everything you want to do, no matter what," Luo Shuling meaningfully assured word for word. "No, whatever is what it is." Upon hearing this, Gu Luo smiled even more happily, and although he didn't take this seriously in his heart and only felt that it was his sister's simple concern, inexplicably, he still asked in passing, "So what if no one will agree to what I want to do?" "First of all, I definitely agree," Luo Shuling said, playfully tilting her head and narrowing her eyes in a slight smile. "And secondly, I'll get everyone to agree, like it or not." Good. Gu Luo nodded rather appreciatively, her heart instantly relaxing. These words from little son were like magic, always able to accurately poke him in the softest part of his heart. Even though she didn't know anything, having this unreserved support was enough. "Brother, are you happier now?" Much happier." At those words, Luo Shuling then let go of her hand, while the smile on Gu Luo's face remained. It's a happiness that radiates from the heart. With a sister like this, what more could a brother ask for? He. Sister Tangchi is nice. Gu Sherman was fully immersed in her chat with the diva at this point, and didn't even notice this cozy interaction between Gu Luo and Luo Shuling. Of course, even if they noticed, they wouldn't mind in the slightest. "Call someone auntie." Gu Luo, who was suddenly taken advantage of, reached out and smacked her butt, saying in a bad mood, "Didn't I tell you just now? Don't bother people, it's already good enough to give a buddy bit." But people Tangchi sister is also willing to chat with me, like a lazy kitten." Gu Sherman rolled over, shielding her butt underneath her body, and giggled he. "Sister Tangchi even said that she would take me alone to the next concert, saying that she liked me very much and that she looked at her circle of friends and thought I was especially pretty and cute." Hey, Sister Tangchi even liked my friend circle. While saying that, she also put a pair of beautiful legs directly onto Gu Luo's legs, happily kicking and stomping one after another, as if to convey this joy through body movements. Looking at his own sister's silly and cute appearance, Gu Luo could only smile bitterly and shake his head. "Call someone auntie, be polite. It's only polite to call your sister, okay? Stinky old man, you're just stinky straight. Is it appropriate for me to call someone auntie and you sister?" Hearing this, Gu Sherman's eyes immediately lit up and immediately replied, "What was originally inappropriate is now appropriate." With that, she cleared her throat, purposely raising her volume and putting on a serious face. "Xiao Luo, talk to your auntie Xiaoman." However, before she could finish her words, her entire body immediately flopped like a fish that was suddenly thrown into a boiling hot frying pan, laughing and shouting at the same time. Ha, no more. Ha, it tickles. I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Ha, it tickles. Auntie, it's Auntie Tanji. Ha, Ling, Sister Ling save me. Ha. Gu Luo didn't say anything, but just kept grabbing Gu Sherman's small jade feet and tickling the center of her feet. Xiaoman's feet were obviously quite a bit smaller than all three of the Luo family sisters, and they looked exceptionally delicate and cute, so he could easily hold them in one hand. If you don't cure this shouting girl, you really can't tell the size of the king. Okay brother, for the sake of my sister, forgive Xiaoman this time, okay? Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Shuling also lowered her stance and advised in a soft and sticky voice, a word that gave Gu Luo face, as if declaring to him that his brother's majesty would always come first in his own right. Sure enough, hearing this, Gu Luo's heart was a burst of relief, only to feel that the dignity of his brother, which he had lost with the little angel and the little devil, was all of a sudden brought back. Only then did he slowly let go of Gu Sherman's small feet and opened his mouth. "You have to thank Shuren, or I'd have to tickle you again." Gu Sherman had no strength left to laugh at this point, but she still glared fiercely at Gu Luo. Then with her last ounce of strength she stood up, crossed over to him, and jumped into Luo Shuling's arms. "Sister Ling, stinky old man is bullying me. Alright, I'll help you hit him." Luo Shuling gently patted Gu Sherman's back with one hand, while her other hand went to hit Gu Luo's shoulder a few times. It was said to be a beating, but the force of it was more like a whack on the shoulder. That's right, the one used was none other than Gu Sherman's vine fist. Someone's tricks, without realizing it, had all been learned by Luo Shuling, and they were used appropriately. "Sister Ling, you're still good to me." Seeing this, Gu Sherman's heart relied on Luo Shuling for a few more points, and he refused to let go when he hugged her tightly. Good boy. Luo Shuling gently stroked her cold tea-brown hair, just like a kind mother, softly comforting. Gu Luo watched the scene quietly from the side and couldn't help but reveal her aunt's smile. Happiness. It was a really happy moment. He undoubtedly preferred this healing mode of getting along between Little Sun and Little Pride to the intense battle between Little Angel and Little Devil. Thinking of this, Gu Luo stretched out her hands and rubbed her two sisters' little heads. Poof. Seeing this, Gu Sherman grunted in exasperation. Her small mouth turned up, feigning anger, but she didn't dodge Gu Luo's hand. And Luo Shuling just tilted her head and looked at Gu Luo with a smile, her eyes filled with love for her brother. Time seems to be frozen in this moment. A warm atmosphere pervades the entire living room, making you unconsciously mesmerized. Chapter 148 Imp's Contract. Thanks to Big Brother Toast 25 List 1 for the Great God certification. Time crept by minute, and soon it was late at night. All is silent. Gu Luo's heart was torn for a moment, but he still tiptoed around and slowly poked his head out of the room, looking warily at the corridor outside the door. Only darkness was visible. Security. Then carefully walked into Luo Shua's bedroom. There were no lights on in the room, only the bedside table lamp gave off a glow, but it only illuminated a small area. On the big bed, Luo Shua was still wearing that black halter nightgown. The nightgown has a light texture that schemes over delicate curves. She was crossing her beautiful legs, one hand elegantly resting on her cheek as she expressionlessly hooked a finger at Gu Luo. Seeing this, Gu Luo wanted to speak, but still slowly walked over to the bedside and opened his mouth to ask, Shua, what is it you want to ask me about? You sit first, Luo Shua said, tapping the side of the bed. After a full 2.5 seconds of hesitation, Gu Luo sat down with a complicated mood. Not bad, last time someone didn't even dare to sit down. Luo Shua slightly raised her eyebrows, a hint of flirtation in her tone. Cough. Gu Luo subconsciously moved his eyes away, sighing helplessly in his heart. How many times have they kissed each other? It's true, the bottom line is worn away little by little. It's hard to evaluate. So, what exactly are you asking? Although Gu Luo sat down, she was only sitting with half of her butt on the bed, her body tense. How can I put it? It's kind of his last struggle, trying to catch a tail of sanity in this irresistible emotion. Tell me everything that happened when you and Shu Ling went to Grandma Li's house one by one. Luo Shua sat up slightly straighter at this time, her originally somewhat lazy expression becoming a bit more serious, her eyes staring tightly at Gu Luo as she continued. It has to be exactly what it is, without a hint of concealment, and that's what I'm asking for. She wasn't going to be as foolish as Shu Lemon and think that the student council was suddenly going to hold a meeting of club ministers. There's no such thing as coincidence. It's self-evident who struck. What needs to be known now is what Luo Shuling really wants. Okay, then I still owe you a request. Gu Luo thought about it and felt that it wasn't a loss at all, so she told him what happened today in detail. Here's the deal. Start, and then, Wen Qianro, Shu Ling, finally, Little Sun. These include the huge contrast between the little fangirl Wen Qianro, the newly formed fan group, Tang Chi's sudden visit, Lin Mengjuan's cute and clingy, what Luo Shuling told at the dinner table, Tang Chi's tears, and at the end, Luo Shuling dropping something and going back to fetch it. Luo Shua just listened quietly, her eyes narrowing slightly. She probably understood that this was Luo Shuling's attempt to make connections for Gu Luo in advance. This Wen Qianro's identity was quite special, and there was an extremely huge political energy hidden behind her. Not wanting myself and Shu Lime to go should be because I'm afraid of problems and awkwardness. But now the strangest point was that Tonki was actually crying, and it was when Luo Shuling recounted Gu Luo's previous past. But the information received now is still too little to be used as a basis for concrete judgment. Luo Shua was now more and more unable to see through this sister, or maybe it was never really seen through. It was obvious that he recognized Gu Luo from the start, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Her mind was like a mysterious labyrinth, elusive. It's getting late, so I'll go back first, Gu Luo said and prepared to stand up, but his wrist was caught by Luo Shua's quick eyes. Anything else? He subconsciously gulped, belonging knowingly. But what can be done? The process has to be followed. You just said a little son. Did you mean Shu Ling? Luo Shua gave a hard tug and pulled Gu Luo back to the bed, then asked with a smile. Shu Ling is a little son, so what's a sister? Ahem. Gu Luo smiled sarcastically. Shu Lemon is a little angel. How little they make. Luo Shua lengthened the syllables of each word, in a tone that sounded like she was singing, but also like she was playing with something. She cocked her head and pressed on. And what am I? This. Gu Luo swallowed again, hesitated for a moment, and stammered. Imp, our little evil devil. Luo Shua repeated again, a leathery expression on her face. Sister is a little angel and I'm a little devil. Nice, really nice. As soon as the words left her mouth, her entire body suddenly and without warning came to Gu Luo's side. Luo Shua tilted her head slightly, revealing a cool and domineering smile. And are you willing to make a contract with the imp? Gu Luo was just about to speak when he heard her continue. I'm sorry, I'm an imp, so I don't need your consent to make a contract. After that, it was straight A's. Chapter 149, Complicated Moods. Gu Luo was too afraid to move. Another double dose of this zero-frame starter that leaves you defenseless and defenseless. He both resisted it a little and sank into it somehow involuntarily, but thankfully got used to it too. As the saying goes, life is like an irresistible journey, and since you can't fight it, try to enjoy it. However, this time, the imp's attack was clearly much more violent than the previous times. Enthusiasm comes in waves like a raging tide. If Gu Luo hadn't had two hands against the support, he would have had to lie down on the board. It really makes two heads turn. Several times the impulse welled up in him to think of simply submitting to this passion, or simply the peasant turns over and the landlord sings and responds forcefully. But whenever such thoughts crossed his mind, the gentle face of the little angel Shu Lemon would immediately come to mind. In an instant, the heart was filled with guilt. Gu Luo knew in her heart that as long as she didn't take the initiative, there was still a way back. Otherwise, once immersed in the gentle pink fragrance, there would be no escaping the imp's grasp. Passive and active. Although there is a difference of one word, the significance is like a rift valley, determining whether there is still room for maneuver. And so, time slipped by in this silent tug of war. About 10 minutes later, it was only then that Luo Shua sat down beside him with intent and leaned her head on his shoulder, smiling faintly with intent. Looks like you're having a hard time. Gu Luo opened her mouth in some embarrassment, but in the end, not a single word came out. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? He's becoming a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Big brother, it's not that Ergo is a vegetable, it's that Ergo really can't help it, and if he really responds, he'll be completely sorry for the little angel. You just keep crossing your fingers. Shua, aren't you afraid you'll get hurt? Gu Luo tried to calm the waves inside her heart and sighed deeply. Now is now, and later is later. It's impossible to go on like this for eternity without any clarity. Scum, Luo Shua faintly returned. Gu Luo sighed again. It is indeed scum, but when it really comes to finalizing the relationship, I will definitely not be this unclear and shaky again. So, Gu Luo couldn't go on saying this. His heart was as if he had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors, unusually tangled. The two fell into silence at that, the room so quiet you could hear each other breathing. I don't know how long it took, but Luo Shua suddenly broke the silence and spoke. I'll give you a gift. A gift? What gift? Gu Luo froze slightly. A gift that suits you perfectly. Luo Shua smiled faintly mysteriously, clearly not caring about Gu Luo's scummy speech just now. Her hand slowly reached under the quilt and fumbled for a while, then pulled out a ball of something and shoved it into Gu Luo's pocket without a second thought. What's this? Gu Luo froze again and subconsciously reached for his pocket. However, the moment his fingertips touched the mass, he reacted all at once, and his entire body instantly went numb as if he had been struck by an electric current. When someone watches cartoons later, aha! No. Gu Luo instinctively was about to refuse, but her hand was grabbed by the imp. Is it not like that? Luo Shua tilted her head and shook her neatly manicured nails and white, slender little hands, asking with a smile, or is it this? I'm off. Bye. Gu Luo really couldn't stand it any longer. He couldn't stay for a second. Stood up and fled. Feet fly. It really is pink hell here. The slightest misstep will lead to an endless abyss of doom. Hundreds of millions of lives will perish as a result. Just as he was about to walk to the door, Luo Shua's voice came leisurely from behind him. I like it when you call me imp. Because, I am. The contract has been made. You can't run away. Gu Luo still didn't turn around, opened the door and left, then gently closed the room door. The movement was a snap, afraid that if he was a second late, he would be drawn back again by the pink magic in the room. He just stood there in the dark hallway, breathing in the fresh air. Instead, his eyes couldn't help but cast to Luo Shalimi's room with an extraordinarily complicated mood. And in my heart, I really can't seem to carry it off, little angel. And just the next second the door to the room closed. Luo Shua immediately covered her somewhat hot cheeks and threw herself heavily onto the bed. Then it began to roll uncontrollably for a few moments. Finally, he cast his eyes to his sister's bedroom next door. Sister, I'll win. At this moment, in front of the computer table, wearing gaming headphones, Luo Shulime did not realize that there were 2 lines of sight looking at him through the wall. She was staring intently at the computer screen, her fingers flying over the keyboard, her mouth commanding earnestly. You guys play a major, I'll touch B minor alone. Chapter 150 will be won. In order to be able to take Gu Luo Fei in the Vanguard contract and thus outsmart Luo Shua, Luo Shulime would practice until around 12 at night after she bought her number. While this game is quick to pick up, it still needs more practice. A win in this round will advance you to the next segment. As a result, Luo Shulime played extraordinarily seriously, keeping an eye on every single dynamic of the game map while methodically directing his teammates. Without realizing it, Her record came to 21-5, and that's with one teammate hanging around. But it's understandable at night, so maybe it's because I'm too sleepy to fall asleep. In this round, Luo Shulime also managed to go around the back and knocked out 3 players from the opposite side in one fell swoop. Just then, the third floor teammates, who were still actively communicating in the early stages, immediately opened their mouths to praise the situation when they saw that it was almost over. Sister, you're awesome. The command was awesome, the gun was accurate, and especially the voice was really good. So is sis usually in a single row? At those words, a wave of helplessness surged in Luo Shulemon's heart. Here we go again. Basically, every few games, you run into a player who calls out to his sister like that. On another occasion, someone even opened the game by calling another female player mom, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to open her mic and talk for the whole game. Is there really that much lack of love? There was nothing she could do but silently minimize the sound of this third floor player in order not to be disturbed. The reason why it wasn't turned off completely, that still has to listen to the reporting points, doesn't it? This game win is still a win. Sister, why are you ignoring me? I'm actually a little bit handsome and 5 feet 8 inches. Really, I don't mean anything else. I just want to hack and play games with you, sister, and score points together. Sister, say something. Luo Shulemon was silent. It was a game to kill the enemy. Didn't even bother with the man. Just as this so-called little handsome was still chattering on and on about hitting on him, the big brother on the first floor couldn't take it anymore and directly opened his mic and sprayed. No dude, did you leave your retina at home? Can't you see that someone's oldest sister's ideas, favorite Guluo? Who do you think this Guluo is? Is it more likely to be the oldest sister, her second oldest? Or is it more likely to be someone's boyfriend? Do you know what it means to be a favorite? If you don't know, go look it up in the dictionary. Forcing it, it's annoying to hear. And this third floor, after being sprayed for a while, perhaps because they felt they had lost points in front of the opposite sex, or because they were simply upset at being sprayed, they also fought back immediately. None of your business. Ha, you really think you're a human being when you play a game? I have the right to open the mic. What's it to you what I say? Life is life. Game is game. I have a girlfriend in reality. As usual, I have a CP in the game. It's none of your business? When the first floor brother heard this, he was even more furious and continued to spray. TM, this game is having you people harassing people's female players every day, and the win rating has become what it is now. Nowadays, no matter what you do, people have to comment on the fact that you're playing the deed. Tell you how. If not for the girls, I do not want to say dirty words, otherwise designated to give your family's ancestral tomb curse smoke. With the two arguing, the atmosphere in the game dropped to freezing point. Originally, there was a teammate hanging out, and now with the addition of 2 people quarreling, even if Luo Shuline was SC, he was still being slowly brought back to the score. Can you guys stop arguing? Luo Shuline really had no choice but to persuade in the game. It's like this. Gu Luo in this ID is my favorite person, and it's because of him that I got into this game. Now I practice every night just so I can play with him faster and be able to fly him. So can you guys please stop arguing and finish this round properly? I really want to win, and I'll advance if I win this round. Please. And hearing Luo Shulemon's heartfelt words, the first floor big brother and the third floor fell silent. In his heart, he unanimously envied this person called Gu Luo for a good while. It's amazing that there are such girls in the world, secretly practicing the game hard at night just so I could play with the boy, even thinking about taking him flying. Neither of them knew what to say for a moment. The heart was both envious and emotional. I can't help but think that if I had met such a girl, I would have treated her like a rare treasure and never let her lose. I'm sorry, I really didn't see your ID at first, that's why I said that. I'll play nice. The third floor was the first to apologize. The gesture also eased the atmosphere of the game, which had dropped to freezing point. A little, old sister before I do not believe in love, until I met you, I believe. At this moment, the first floor elder brother's voice was obviously much lower, as if with a story precipitated by the years, said in a deep voice, don't worry old sister, you can't lose this one. By the way, if that Gu Luo kid dares to fail you, just tell me the address and I must be true to him offline. Thanks guys, I really like him so I can't lose. When Luo Shulemon said this, her mind instantly thought of Luo Shuhe. The phrase I can't lose is addressed both to my teammates in the game and to my sister, who was only one wall away. Yes, she can't lose, definitely won't give up Gu Luo to his sister. If Luo Shua could bring Gu Luo happiness in the gaming field, she could do the same. Go for it. The same goes for the cheers to the teammates, but also to myself. Cheer up, dude, you give the shock here later, I'll go over and grab it. Okay, go for it. In time, the 4 began to work closely together and regained their rhythm, once again pulling away a bit. But the good times don't last long. As the game progressed, the farther back the game went, the more the 4 fought. Sometimes just showing up is a ball of seconds. It doesn't matter how fast you turn the point, the opposite side is always one step faster. What's the fuss? How can I be killed by this? This opposite did not open. I directly eat 10 pounds. Big brother on the first floor was so angry that his voice changed tone. When I saw that I was close to winning, the opposite side went up to tech and hard work, and is too lazy to salt it. Hard open. The opposite side is just open. Controlling the score there, the third floor said, directly greeting the opposite side on the public screen. Seeing this, Big brother on the first floor also immediately joined into the fray. Asterisk asterisk, play a game you open. Asterisk asterisk, hee hee. Asterisk asterisk, you ancestral tomb. Asterisk asterisk, hee hee. However, no matter how cordial the two greeted each other, the opposite side of the room replied with a hee-haw. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. That's disgusting. It's true that people are shameless and invincible. Luo Shulaim saw that the situation was already irreparable and could only smile helplessly. There's really no way out of this game. But thank you. It's okay. I'll play back in the next game. But just then, the first floor elder brother suddenly interrupted her. Old girl, I just said I won't let you lose this one. But, Lashu Lemon wanted to say something. How can we win when the other side is hung up and the report won't be any better for a while? It's fine. It's all a small problem. I've been out of the Jianghu for many years, but there are legends of me everywhere in the Jianghu. Old girl, wait a moment. Light a cigarette. After about 20 seconds, Big brother on the first floor abruptly played extremely magical music, carrying a backpack on your back. The moment I left home, I know real life. Luo Shu Lemon was first puzzled and confused, followed by her beautiful eyes suddenly widening. Only the character controlled by the first floor just flew up. Yes, flying, and it can also rotate 360 degrees in the air. Immediately afterward, there was an inhumane one-sided slaughter. Not forgetting to post a line after the massacre, hee hee hee. Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Let's just say that there are also gaps in the plugin. Old sister, I'll block my number, but I still say that if that Guluo kid dares to fail you, I'll be true to him offline. Me too, sis, I'm sure you'll win. Game over. Victory. Luo Shu Lemon stared blankly at the victory on the computer screen for a long time, speechless. Don't worry guys, I'll win. Definitely win. Lashu Lemon waved her small fists, cheering herself up. It was also at that moment that the third floor from the game just now sent a friend request. She just looked at it and rejected it outright without hesitation. Although he was grateful to the stranger, he would not add a second boy to this game besides Gu Luo. Chapter 151 Love is War. To die, to die, to die. Inside the bathroom, Gu Luo looked at the ball of black gifts in her hand, only to feel her palm rolling hot, and her heart itching like ants crawling. At this moment, his heart was like an erupting volcano, with reason and desire twisting and colliding wildly in the magma. To say there isn't a hint of crookedness would be self-deception. After all, coming out of the imp's room was really bad. Plus, that's what the imp meant. It was the person who agreed and initiated it. Gollum. Gu Luo gulped and thought, why don't we just try it? Just once. God doesn't know, and the imp won't know. That way he doesn't have to carry the psychological burden. Give it a try? Give it a try? The temptation clung to him like a ghost. Just then, after struggling for half a day in her heart, Gu Luo slowly walked to the sink, unscrewed the faucet, and ruthlessly rinsed her face with cool water, finally sighing powerlessly. No way. You can't get past the heart no matter what. The policy toward the imp must be adhered to at all times. No initiative. No response. It's the only way to leave yourself one last way back, not to fall completely into that pink hell. Though by choosing the imp, one can indulge in endless pleasures. But can't is can't. There are some bottom lines that once breached, there is no turning back. Thinking of this, Gu Luo forced herself to endure her inner torment, first going to the washing machine and pouring some laundry detergent, then hand-washing the gift in her hand. I didn't realize that in addition to the little arrogance, it would be the little devil so soon. LOL. It's been a rough night. After washing and wringing it out, Gu Luo walked straight down to the first floor with heavy steps and pushed open the balcony door. The night breeze came gently, carrying a slight coolness, but it could not dispel the nagging feeling in his heart. He dried the washed gifts on the drying rack, and only after doing so did he exhale a deep, cloudy breath. Resisted the temptation this time after all. But what about the next one? The imp's offense grew stronger and stronger, one at a time. How many more times can he resist? Desire is not so easy to overcome. Thinking about this, Gu Luo couldn't help but raise her head slightly and look out the window at the full moon hanging high outside. Would love to be with both the cherub and the imp if I could, but it's impossible. It's just an unrealistic fantasy. As he had pondered before, it was a dead end no matter how he went about it. The most likely consequence of forcing one of the two sisters to choose between them would end up being all three would be in an abyss of misery. Even if it's a winner, because the essence of the relationship between the three is hand in hand. No, there is no such thing as a winner in this relationship. The more she thought about it, the more complicated Gu Luo's heart became. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Brother? Gu Luo subconsciously turned his head back, and what met his eyes was Luo Shalimi's gentle, watery pretty face. Only, there was a trace of undisguised exhaustion in her expression, and her whole person looked slightly thin. Shu Lemon, why are you still up? As the words fell, Gu Luo stabilized his mind and walked towards her. I'm going to drink some milk. Does elder brother want some? Luo Shu Lemon said, not holding back a yawn. Not for me. Then why is brother still awake? At those words, the guilt in Gu Luo's heart deepened. Why he himself hadn't slept, of course, was that he had just come out of the imp's room, but it's a secret that can never be told. All he could do was speak somewhat awkwardly, and say, the moon is full today, so I came to the balcony to enjoy it. So, Luo Shu Lemon nodded slightly, originally intending to give Gu Luo a surprise, but she still couldn't hold back for a moment and opened her mouth to laugh. Brother, I have good news for you. We can play games together from now on too. I've just advanced to the segment level and I'm pretty good now. Really, I'm super talented. A very happy and cheerful smile spread across her face as she said this. The eyes were bright as if to say, praise me, and listening to all this, and then looking at the exhaustion on Luo Shulim's face that he couldn't hide, Gu Luo instantly understood why she hadn't gone to bed so late. The little angel stayed up all night practicing hard in order to play the game with him. And what was he doing? Resting on a wall, kissing an imp. Even in the bathroom, he hesitated to use the gift the imp had given him. Thinking of this, Gu Luo's heart couldn't help but ache. Guilt was like a raging tide that instantly overwhelmed him. Brother? What's wrong with you? Luo Shu Lemon looked at Gu Luo and launched herself into a daze, just wanting to reach out her hand to shake it in front of him, but in the next second, her entire body was tightly embraced. Gu Luo just hugged Luo Shulim, his arms tightening more and more. At this moment, he finally realized that those cheating people on the internet would say I love you to their other half in the middle of the night, because deep down, it's really full of guilt and remorse. Luo Shu Lemon was only slightly stunned for a moment, then a smile blossomed on her face, and she similarly stretched out her arms and hugged Gu Luo tightly. Sure enough, if you work hard, you will be rewarded. The brother must be due to. But just then, her nose subconsciously sniffed, and a familiar scent drilled into her nostrils. This scent. Why did Gu Luo smell like Shui? Why? Did the two just hug? Why are they hugging? That. Did you do anything else besides hugging? For a moment, countless questions began to turn over in his mind. Luo Shulim's heart felt as if it had been gripped. Ouch. It was then that she realized that Shuho might have already started the operation quietly and privately, and it's moving fast. And Gu Luo was so gentle that he could make him obediently bind his hands with just a little bit of trickery. Why? Can't you be so gentle to just me? Luo Shu Lemon only felt that her brain was empty. At this moment she was obviously in Gu Luo's arms, but she could not feel his temperature a bit. After all, no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that Gu Luo and Shu He had had intimate contact tonight. However, after a while of unbearable pain, Luo Shu Lemon suddenly hugged tighter, using all her strength. Love is war. This feeling, she will not lose to Shu He. Definitely won't lose. Garo must have something difficult to say. For those you like, you have to trust unconditionally. And Gu Luo felt the change in the young girl in his arms. His heart trembled, and the desire that had been teased out by the imp all night instantly exploded at this moment. He lowered his head and kissed towards Luo Shalimi's lips without hesitation. Luo Shu Lemon's pupils snapped open, but gradually closed her eyes as well, responding in a raw manner. With that, the two of them, without realizing it, moved aside to the couch. Love, guilt, emotion, desire, resentment, possessiveness, and atmosphere were like complex threads, tightly intertwined, entangling them. It was all like an unreal and wonderful dream. The two ran for all they were worth, holding hands on this bank, until they reached the end of the road. By taking one step, you can succeed in reaching the other side to enjoy the beautiful scenery that you have never seen before. But they both tacitly chose to stop there. The coming days are long. That's a big step already. It takes time to sink in and digest. I don't know how long it's been. Moonlight poured through the balcony like a light veil into the living room, landing on the corner of the couch. After Luo Shu Lemon straightened up her slightly messy pajamas, she didn't bother with the loose hair, but buried her burning cheeks in Gu Luo's sturdy shoulders, and just hugged him tightly, gently comforting him. When the appointed day comes, I will give you everything without reservation. She didn't say she'd wait until the time came to finalize the relationship, but rather confidently made the day of the engagement the day the two would be together. Shu Lemon, I will never leave you no matter what. Ever. I will be responsible for you. Gu Luo hugged her equally tightly and gave his promise. His heart at the moment was filled with guilt and heartache in addition to love. The cherub had been thinking of him and comforting himself until now. It was clear that the two had only had a simple embrace before, and tonight they had taken such a big step across. Gu Luo now had another feeling for the little angel: responsibility. This responsibility will be with him for the rest of his life. Chapter 152: Dream Talk and Activity Benefits. The third day after a close encounter with a cherub. Welcome to Saturday. Early morning. The soft sunlight filtered through the window, gently sprinkling half of Gu Luo's face. The lines of his face were soft in the sunlight. In layman's terms, it's as handsome as it gets. Shua. Shu Lemon. Give me a break. It's really gone. Really. Next time for sure. At this moment, Luo Shua was sitting so quietly on the side of the bed, expressionless, listening to some scummy guy talking in his sleep. But luckily, at least his name was ahead of his sister's. However, in the very next second, Shu Lemon, I like you. Gu Luo couldn't help but have a happy smile on his face as he spoke in his sleep. Luo Shua's eyelids jumped uncontrollably. The originally expressionless face was now covered in frost. Or why don't we just throw this scumbag off the 16th floor? Just fell to pieces. Lest you think of going to the hospital every day to see your bones. Straightforward one step. Just as Luo Shua was thinking in her mind how to send this scummy man in front of her to hell. Imp, I like you too. Gu Luo murmured softly again, the smile on her face growing even wider, and reached out to hug the covers tightly. Apparently, this one is very, very beautiful, a beautiful dream that doesn't belong in this season. That's a lot of survivalism, defending yourself in your dreams. Luo Shua couldn't help but feel more comfortable in her heart. At the very least what Gu Luo said to Shu Lime in his dream was, like you, and to myself, so like you. An extra good thing is to crush your sister. Luo Shua just crossed her beautiful legs, one hand elegantly resting on her cheek, her beautiful eyes quietly scrutinizing Gu Luo's blooming sleeping face. She couldn't understand how a boy could look so good. Using a single word of handsome to evaluate Gu Luo would be slightly limited, and pretty is the encompassing compliment. I don't know how much time has passed. Gu Luo opened her eyes in a daze, her brain dizzy and somewhat unable to distinguish between dream and reality. He looked at Luo Shuho sitting beside him, and without much thought, he extended his paw towards her with purpose. Soft and flexible, the touch is unusually real, and so on. Nope. Suddenly thinking of something, Gu Luo sat up violently and hastily retracted his hand in a Franco-exclusive gesture. Then he saw that Luo Shuho was tilting his head and staring at himself with a smile. How does it feel? Death smile. That's definitely a death smile. Gu Luo swallowed and said awkwardly, Shua, listen to me. This is a misunderstanding. I thought I was dreaming. Ow. Upon hearing this, the smile on Luo Shua's face intensified as she pursued the question. So it's okay to do that to me in a dream, right? Ahem. No. Gu Luo immediately made a mistake, saying that there was definitely no way to smooth out the situation in front of him without paying a price, so he could only make a sarcastic proposal. How about a request? He knew that the imp's favorite thing was this. After what you did to me, just one request? Luo Shua said, slowly stretching out 3 fingers. 3 requests. I'll just lightly touch. 1 will do, right? 3. Luo Shua was unmoved. Still undeterred. Gu Luo tried again. 3. Gu Luo always felt that this scene was déjà vu, and had no choice but to surrender helplessly. 2 is fine, right? Deal. Luo Shua said, suddenly grabbed his hand and pressed it towards herself without any hesitation. Then while Gu Luo was dumbfounded, he continued, now that's 4. You. Gu Luo returned to her senses and immediately drew back her hand, righteously refusing. You're buying by force. This I don't agree with. An imp is really an imp, never follows the rules. Alright, just take it as an activity benefit. Speaking of this, Luo Shua suddenly straightened her back, showing off her proud figure, and smiled lightly. There are 2 more benefits for this event, so you can continue. The corners of Gu Luo's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he didn't have the heart to say, settle down, don't make jokes like that. After a pause, he thought about that night 3 days ago and couldn't help but say in a deep voice, Shua, you'd better give up. Really, I won't give up on Shu Lime no matter what. I hope you can understand what I mean. Listening to this, Luo Shuho's face did not have a single change in expression, and just said lightly, just finished taking advantage of me, and now you're talking about this. Do you think I have a good temper? No. Gu Luo shook her head, her mood extraordinarily complicated. He has no way back on Shu Lemon's side, must be responsible, and Shua's side because it's all passive. So, lol. How is this theory getting more and more crummy the more I think about it? Just then, Luo Shua suddenly asked, do you know what you just said in your sleep? I talk in my sleep? Gu Luo immediately blushed. The dream just now cannot be Xing said aha, so you better be honest for me. Luo Shua said, reaching out and cupping his chin with a leathery smile. I'm an imp, and you'll never get rid of it. Saying that, she gave Gu Luo a light peck on the lips. Get up, don't you have to take Mandy and the girls on a date later? Not bad for a scumbag, just busy. Chapter 153, I like the original flavor. What dating? I was reconciling the conflict for these two girls. Gu Luo had already gotten used to Luo Shuho's sudden attacks and opened his mouth to explain. Xiaoman and Shue should have had a falling out recently. I have to regulate it. After all, this girl Xiaoman has been spoiled by me and is a bit capricious, so I still need to regulate it. It can't be helped. The better the relationship, the more you can't pull your weight and offer concessions. And upon hearing these words, Luo Shua's face instantly became a bit odd. She held her forehead and was silent for a while before asking, so brother, do you know why they got upset? Don't build it. It's not like Mamoru is talking about it. That's why I had to call them all out and find a chance to mediate. Luo Shua was silent longer this time. Her expression was getting weirder and weirder. What? Is there a problem with me arranging this? Gu Luo was a bit puzzled by Luo Shuo's reaction. No, it's just that I feel that brother really favors Xiaoman. Even her friendship issues are so attached to her. Luo Shua said. The corners of her mouth suddenly rose slightly, smiling inexplicably, then shook her head and couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe the little twerp actually caught the ghost. There was a hint of flirtation in her words that was confusing to hear. What do you mean? Gu Luo always felt that the two were not on the same channel at all. Well, Luo Shua cocked her head and pretended to think about it, then moved closer to his ear and blew a breath. Just don't tell you. You. Gu Luo subconsciously moved backward, only to feel that her ears were itchy and a little hot, and her heartbeat unconsciously sped up a few points. Is this little devil eyeing a new part of the attack so soon? It looks like it's going to be a tough time in the future. And then there's the fact that the imp is such an old riddler. Only half the words are said at a time. Luo Shua suddenly turned his words at this time. By the way brother, tomorrow when you go to the government compound you'd better take it easy. Don't blow those old comrades away. I know, don't worry. Gu Luo nodded. He already had a rough plan in mind for tomorrow, but then suddenly something felt a little off and he couldn't help but ask, aren't you coming along? Don't go. Don't like crowded places. Luo Shua shook her head, her tone flat. Hearing this, Gu Luo nodded slightly. In that case, then you can make a pair with Xiaoman. She doesn't want to go either. You'll have to fix yourselves dinner tomorrow. I'm not here so someone can be enamored with my sister. Ahem. Gu Luo coughed lightly and didn't retort. Ever since that night had passed, there was really no time when he didn't want to make out with the little angel, but reason told him that the two hadn't formalized their relationship yet and couldn't be impulsive. After all, that night was a mix of emotions, and having just been ruffled by the imp, it was a special case. He was going to have a chat with Pops and Auntie Lo about it when he was done with this and after the games. Let's not talk about whether or not we're going to agree, but at the very least, let's get the word out first. A relationship in this particular situation would not be about two people, but about the whole family. The feelings of other family members should not be totally disregarded for the sake of one's own selfish desires. One of the toughest bones to chew on is Auntie Lo and Mandy, but by all means, take it one step at a time and try it. Try out Mamoru's attitude today. Gu Luo's heart is actually really bottomless. Put it in another way, as a dead sister control. If Gu Sherman said that he wanted to have a boyfriend, he is definitely not comfortable in his heart. By the same token, Gu Sherman, the most dead brother controlling, was surely the same. But there's no way. There are things that always have to be faced. Let's do it today. Then, and take the opportunity to help these two girls deal with their conflicts while politely mentioning a few things about their own relationships. Okay Shuho, you're out. Gu Luo was just about to say, you go out, when her mouth was gagged. Woo, wait, woo. He controlled his strength and managed to push the imp away, sighing in disbelief. I didn't brush my teeth. Luo Shua, however, suddenly laughed. So, the point you care about is this? At those words, Gu Luo's entire body froze. Yeah, why would that be his first thought? I can't believe I'm already used to being kissed. Luo Shua, however, didn't give Gu Luo a chance to think, and while he was dazed, he attacked violently again. Wait, didn't brush my teeth Gu Luo said while struggling. I like the original flavor. After Luo Shua finished speaking, she once again kissed Gu Luo tightly. You, woo. Gu Luo felt the fresh scent of the mint-flavored toothpaste in her mouth, and her heart was extremely complicated. But how can I put it? It's complicated and at the same time, it's kind of alien. The imp is an imp. He even said, I like the original flavor. It's not a big deal at all. After just a few seconds, Gu Luo once again pushed Luo Shuho away and opened his mouth. Stop, don't get hit by Shu Lemon later. I won't say anything at night, but not during the day. At those words, Luo Shua wiped the corner of her mouth and glanced at him. What a scum. You have to pay half the blame about me being a scumbag. Gu Luo finished shaking her head, and instantly would pick up her cell phone, walk out of bed, and head towards the door. Looking at the clock, it was only 7:11 in the morning. Usually a couple of my sisters sleepin' until 8 at the very least on the weekends, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, you can't leave it to chance. Just as she stepped out of the bedroom, Gu Luo hurriedly breathed into her palm and then sniffed it. No off flavors except for a light minty toothpaste flavor. Still, he was unsure and licked at the back of his hand again. When the drool dried, sniffed again. It remains so. It's okay. It's okay. Either way, having a taste in your mouth while kissing can be embarrassing. And right now, inside the room, Luo Shua opened his cell phone, his slender fingers tapping on the screen and tapping on Luo Shulime's chat box. Lo Shu Wei, sister, do you like the original flavor? Lo Shu Wei, sister, I can love the original flavor too much. Luo Shua, I am now lying in the bed of the scum, and his body is already covered in my scent. Luo Shua, just kissed for there are 20 minutes. I'm going to leave a flavor on the scum's body every day from now on. Day 1. Punching the clock with my sister. Go back a day. Friday. 4 o'clock sharp. With the ringing of the school bell, Guanya students went to the club building to enjoy their wonderful youthful time. After Luo Shua methodically finished packing her book bag, she elegantly dragged her cheeks and cast her gaze out the window, trying to find the figure in the sea of people that keeps you on your mind all the time. Just quietly watching. The corners of her mouth suddenly rose a little imperceptibly. In the line of sight, Gu Luo was talking and laughing with Xinyu as they walked in the direction of the club building. Both stand out in a sense, so it's instantly recognizable. Well, heart's content. This is a little game created by Luo Shua. It had been playing since the first day Gu Luo had transferred to the school. Just as she was about to get up and go to the calligraphy department, Luo Shulime slowly walked over. Sister, is something wrong? Luo Shua slightly raised her head. The original faint smile at the corner of her mouth instantly disappeared, replaced by a calm face. Luo Shu Lemon's expression, however, was a bit serious as she nodded. Something came up and I wanted to talk to Shoho. Could be. With that, the two walked side by side all the way to the rooftop. There were other students on the rooftop enjoying the breeze, either chatting or gawking. Luckily, the space here was spacious, and Luo Shu Lemon led Luo Shu He to a quieter corner on the other side. They stood side by side, gazing out into the distance together. The southwestern wind with a hint of coolness blew gently, slightly ruffling the soft hair of the two. For a while, no one was the first to speak up to break the silence. I don't know how long it took, but Luo Shalimei was the first to break the silence. Without the slightest bit of padding, she opened the door and asked, Shoho, how far did you get with him? And hearing this informative question that big, the expression on Luo Shua's face changed slightly in the slightest. She just stroked the long hair on her ears that was messed up by the wind and smiled lightly. Sister, you're not too slow. Lasho Lemon asked next. You guys hugged, right? Right. Have you kissed? Kissed. Are you guys sure about your relationship? No. Who initiated it? Me. The day after the elder brother came to the apartment. Were you in his room at that time? Yes. Did he offer to hug or kiss you? No. The two just asked and answered questions and spoke at a rapid pace. After hearing the answer to the last question, Luo Shalimei's originally serious expression lightened up a bit and she let out a slight sigh of relief. Luo Shoho turned her head to look at her at that moment. My sister's reaction was much smaller than I expected. You misunderstood. I'm still quite angry in my heart. Luo Shu Lemon shook her head and said in a deep voice, Shuha, it's really not right for you to be like this. You're taking advantage of your elder brother's gentleness, and we all know that he doesn't want to reject us at all, even if it means getting hurt himself. Isn't it too much to ask that you take advantage of this so recklessly? At those words, Luo Shua's expression instantly chilled, staring straight at her, and said in a single word tone, Sister, you're a love brain, aren't you? Chapter 154, Showdown. Their gazes met in the air, as if they had collided with invisible sparks, an encounter about love. It's true that he was gentle with us, but in other words, isn't that just scum? Even though it was me who initiated it, did sister just completely ignore his problems? Luo Shua continued coldly. Neither he nor I are innocent in this relationship. Sisters can't selectively ignore problems even if they're in love with their brains, can they? Upon hearing this, Luo Shu Lemon was silent for a moment before sighing helplessly. I know, but what I mean is that I'm willing to play fair with you, but only if you don't make things difficult for him. Some of your behaviors are just too much. Hearing this, Luo Shua's emotions suddenly stirred, unconsciously raising her volume. Sister is really standing around. Fair play? Sister, you just play fair? You dare to say you didn't have the slightest evil intent to begin with? I was wearing that black nightgown and my sister just so happened to be wearing it too. Luo Shu Lemon was dumbfounded and wanted to explain, but didn't know how to speak. As far as that time was concerned, She just thought that Shui was dressed beautifully and wanted to tease Gu Luo herself. Now that I think about it, it must have been very bad for Shui at that time. No wonder he was the first one to go back to his room after eating. Sorry, no need, each according to their own means, Luo Shua said, once again casting her gaze into the distance, slightly calming her emotions, and said faintly, since he hasn't made a choice yet, let's show each other what we can do. There was another long silence, a gentle breeze ruffling their hair and providing a brief buffer for the heated conversation. Luo Shu Lemon finally nodded. Okay, until he makes a choice. That's it. There was a pause, and then suddenly, but he took the initiative with me. The other night, she recounted the events of that night 3 days ago in great detail. It was to tell Shui the weight of the two in Gu Luo's heart. This was followed by a long silence. Luo Shua could probably imagine the situation. It was indeed hard for Gu Luo to leave her room at that time, plus guilt and self-loathing. Inevitably, she was also aiding her sister's cause. So what are you going to do, sister? Luo Shu Lime, however, suddenly smiled easily. I trust him, so Shui can play as he pleases during this time. But as you know, being proactive and being reactive are two different things. After all, besides, I wouldn't feel so bad if it was Shuo. After all, we often eat the same meal too. Sister can really be both confident and generous. As the words fell, Luo Shua first stretched lazily, followed by an expression that became serious all of a sudden. Then we'll wait and see. I hope my sister won't cry when the time comes. Time to go back to the present. Luo Shua was resting on Gu Luo's pillow, just waiting so quietly for news from Luo Shulin. Still sleeping? Sister can be so slack. On weekends Gu Luo usually didn't start cooking breakfast until after 8 o'clock, and it was still early, so she simply closed her eyes and prepared to sleep here. After about 5 minutes, a message beep suddenly came from his cell phone. Luo Shua slowly opened her eyes and picked them up to look through them. Luo Shu Lime, good morning Shua. It's hard to harass you so early in the morning. Looking at the light words, Luo Shua but suddenly smiled. I can't believe my sister didn't even post a face text, so it looks like she really has a bad heart. As generous as you appear to be, your body is honest. She continued to type. Luo Shua, sister is indeed gentle in order not to let a certain scummy man difficult, but also deliberately pretend not to know, and even to avoid us. Lashu Lemon, it's just for a little while, so feel free to play along. Lashu Lemon, anyway, I just need to go through the motions, and the more you do that, the more guilty he's going to feel about me and the more he's going to blame himself. Lashu Lime, although I do feel uncomfortable in my heart, it's okay, after all, the person who wins in the end must be me. Luo Shu Lime, cherish this last period of time for you to do whatever you want, but remember, once the time passes, if you are still like this, don't blame my sister for getting really angry. And looking at this, Luo Shua couldn't help but fall into silence. She admitted that Luo Shu Lemon was indeed right, unless Gu Luo could take the initiative on herself. In the open, Luo Shu Lime's chances of winning were just too great. But, evil cultivators have the means of evil cultivators. Chapter 155, Under Feelings, the minds of all parties. Inside the living room, Gu Luo was lying on the sofa, staring somewhat out of breath at the chic chandelier on the ceiling. There was really no way he could break off his fling with the imp at the moment. The reason is simple, a common problem for men. Everyone understands the truth of the quick and dirty, but there's another truth that has a higher priority, a hero is a hero. Can anyone in this world really resist the fatal temptation of an imp? Maybe some Sigma pure love warriors could do it, but that's a minority. After all, instinctively, he wanted to keep his relationship with the imp until the last moment. This, no doubt, is a form of greed. So the question is, what should I do if I choose the cherub when the time comes and the imp still starts at 0 frames every day? LOL. He was moving to think about it these days. The heart is as complicated as a messy hemp. How can not sort it out? How nice it would be if Luo Shuling was around now. As long as the little sun is around to radiate healing rays, you can take your mind off these worries for a while. Gu Luo subconsciously thought this way, but looking at the time, she should still be in her room huffing and puffing by now. LOL. I'm such a scumbag. As of right now, there was absolutely no way he would give up on the little angel no matter what. As for the imp, it's a long time coming. Let's take a step forward. The minutes slipped by. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Luo's eyelids began to flutter gently and slowly opened his eyes. It was then that I realized that I had fallen asleep without even realizing it. Brother, you're awake? Why are you sleeping on the couch? A gentle voice rang in his ears, and when Gu Luo twisted his head, he looked at Luo Shulime, who was sitting on the side, softly, and the blanket covering him. He rubbed his bleary eyes, his brain racing, thinking of the right reason to open his mouth and explain. I came down to eat something and accidentally fell asleep. So, Luo Shu Lemon nodded slightly. Her small fist subconsciously clenched a little tighter, but her face was still so gentle, without the slightest break. In his heart, he certainly knew the real reason why Gu Luo had come to sleep on the couch. Because of Hatchet. Luo Shua was lying in his room just now. She couldn't help but feel a little mixed emotions. On the one hand, Gu Luo lied to herself. The other side is that Gu Luo is indeed avoiding Luo Shuo. It can only be described as a mixed blessing, but there was nothing to be done about it, and the two had already agreed to work each other out in the meantime. Luo Shu Lemon sighed in her heart. After all, she had always owed Luo Shu he. This cold personality of my sister today has a lot to do with myself. Otherwise, there would be no acquiescence to her using these excessive methods. Shu Lemon, what time is it? Gu Luo asked at this time. It's not yet 8 o'clock. Brother can sleep some more. No more sleeping. Let's make your lunch in advance first. Gu Luo said and prepared to get up. At those words, Luo Shu Lemon reached out her hand and gently pressed Gu Luo. A sweet smile on her face. It's fine. Elder brother and little man can just go out and play well today. Leave lunch to me. The shut-in senior disciple. My cooking skills have also improved a lot. Oh. As she said that, she even blinked her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes fluttering in a cute way. So brother, just rest a little longer and be good, okay? There was a sappy edge to the tone that made it hard to resist. Looking at such a gentle and lovely little angel, Gu Luo's heart at this time is more and more guilty. Subconsciously moved away from the gaze, opened his mouth, voice slightly hoarse said, good. He tightened the blanket around him and read in his mind, I'm so not a thing. I'm so not a thing. I'm so not a thing. Obviously responsible for the little angel, but still coveting the little devil. Luo Shu Lemon looked at Gu Luo's slightly complicated expression and instantly understood that he must be feeling guilty and blaming himself in his heart. And one just has to keep one's head above water. At the end of the day, Shu is not offensive. It's going to win. It was winnable before. It's winnable now, and it will remain winnable in the future. The two of them just chatted on the couch, each harboring unspeakable thoughts. That's the thing about relationships. Sometimes they're like poison, and they can gradually lose their way. Shu Lime, you can make breakfast now. Gu Luo looked at the cell phone time at this time and smiled at Luo Shu Lime. Show me the handiwork of a shut-in great disciple. Okay then, master. Luo Shu Lemon arched her eyebrows and clasped her hands, playful and cute with a hint of Englishness. After giving the blanket a fold, the two of them walked to the kitchen together. But as soon as she entered the kitchen, Luo Shalimei suddenly hugged Gu Luo tightly. Shu Lemon? Gu Luo froze slightly. Luo Shu Lemon didn't say anything, but just sniffed him secretly. It is also known as the unique scent from Shua. Her idea was simple. She wanted to cover Luo Shua's scent with her own. Seeing this, Gu Luo didn't think much of it and similarly stretched out his arms and gently hugged Luo Shulime. I wish I could kiss it, but after all, the two hadn't finalized their relationship yet, and normally, cuddling would be the limit at the moment. As for that night, it was a special situation. Luo Shu Lemon sniffed and sniffed so secretly, until she was sure that she couldn't smell that smell belonging to Luo Shuhi completely. Then she was willing to let go of her hand. For that reason, she had sprayed some perfume before coming out just now. It's still true, love is war. The time passed and it was noon. Gu Luo and Gu Sherman walked out of the apartment door, and the warm sunlight gently shone on them. Stinky old man, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Gu Sherman said, spinning around in place, showing off his costume. She was wearing a t-shirt with denim shorts today, showing off her proud figure to the fullest. Feet wearing a pair of pink printed panda pattern sneakers. Bare white legs, or even more people cannot take their eyes off. Gu Sherman also tied Lang Cha's long brown hair into a high ponytail. As she moved, her ponytail swayed gently, looking energized and full of youth. I was just about to say, Xiao Man is really pretty today, especially youthful and lovely. Gu Luo hurriedly opened her mouth to praise. Poof! The corners of Gu Sherman's mouth couldn't help but rise, slightly lifting her chin and saying smugly, that's for sure. This beautiful girl is naturally beautiful. She's pretty any way she dresses. At that, she paused and continued happily. By the way, this outfit was given to me by Ray San-o. Sister Ray is the best of the best. At those words, Gu Luo nodded indistinctly. Turns out it's the little son. No wonder Mamoru went from a cute style to a youthful and energetic one in no time. Not to mention, it does just look good. But that's also because Gu Shimon's value is too high. With her top beauty girl's face and body, even if she wore beggar's clothes, it was difficult to hide the beauty of that natural spirit. Just then, a soft voice suddenly came from beside the two. Mandy, brother Gu. Only to see Lu Shua suddenly appear out of nowhere. Just glancing at Gu Luo, her face couldn't help but be colored with a slight blush. Even though they are now well acquainted, they still can't help but be shy. Good noon, Yuki. Seeing this, Gu Luo smiled and waved at her. Yuki, Gu Sherman's heart is a little complicated. The two clearly agreed to meet at the intersection in front of them, but I did not expect that just this point of time alone with her stinky old brother she did not let go. Do you like stinky old man that much? she thought this in her heart, but on the surface, she still happily greeted her and held Lu Shue's small hand. Of course, it wasn't for show, the two had gotten along before. It's just that nowadays, there's more awkwardness because of this subtle affection. Plus, you can't show your face in front of Stinky Lao. And seeing this scene, Gu Luo couldn't help but reveal a smile, relieved in her heart. Looks like these two girls have made up, but now that it's all out, let's help them solidify their relationship again. Lu Shue still maintains her previous style today, tying two bunches of charming double ponytails and wearing a pure white dress, which is cute and also has more of a neighborly sister's affectionate feeling. After Gu Luo admired it for a few moments, he opened his mouth to offer, "Then we'll take a cab to East Lake Plaza." With that, he tapped the taxi app on his phone. Weekends are particularly crowded, and it's definitely crowded on the subway or city trains, so it's easier to take a taxi. The last time she and the imp had a close encounter on the city train was still fresh in Gu Luo's mind. He's not good enough to protect his two sisters on his own. Most importantly, it wasn't appropriate to get too close to Lu Shue. "Brother Gu, I can have the driver come and take us." Lu Shue spoke in a small voice at this time. She basically wouldn't mention the family driver when she used to hang out with Gu Sherman. They all rode the train or bus and subway together. But it's different now. Mamoru has become a child of the Luo family. Then you don't have to think about it too much. I'm sure they're all little rich girls. Gu Luo sighed in her heart and waved her hand with a smile. "It's fine. Better take a cab. It's not far." About 20 minutes later, the three of them stepped out of the netbook in turn. "Do you guys have anything you want to eat or play?" Gu Luo asked the two with a smile. "Take a stroll first." Before Gu Sherman could finish his sentence, he was suddenly caught by a large screen in the plaza. The Sweet Princess Hug event will be held at 1 o'clock in the lobby of the first floor of Donglai Plaza. We are looking forward to your participation in this event. Chapter 156, is so unreasonable. What's wrong? Gu Luo's gaze was cast in the direction Gu Sherman was looking. Lu Shue beside her also looked together curiously. Sweet Princess Hug? Kind of interesting to check out the hot. With the idea fully formed in his mind, Gu Luo noticed the excited look on Gu Sherman's face as she leapt into action. "So, why do you have a bad feeling about this? Stinky old brother, it's really cheap." Gu Sherman sighed with feigned helplessness at this time, and then flung her ponytail, which was tied up high in the air, and made a beautiful arc in the air. She crossed her arms and grunted as the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "This beautiful girl will reluctantly pretend to be your girlfriend and take you in." Speaking of which, she even gave Lu Shue a faintly unnoticeable glance. On the other hand, Lu Shue's face did not have any obvious change in expression, but upon closer inspection, some envy still showed in her eyes. "You're really even eating," Gu Luo said with some tears and laughter. "You can go along for the ride, but you don't have to pretend to be a girlfriend." At that, he pointed to the big screen. "The rules above say that in addition to couples, parents and children, siblings, and classmates are also welcome." Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman was instantly furious and screamed madly in her heart. "Stinky old man, you're a stinky old man. You don't want me to be your girlfriend? You can't even pretend to be my girlfriend?" Thinking of this, she immediately walked over to Gu Luo's side, put her hand inside his clothes, and gave a hard twist to the flesh on her waist. Hiss, ouch ouch ouch. Gu Luo sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and asked with a confused face, "Why are you pinching me? Seeing you upset, can't I?" Gu Sherman finished with a puff of air, but immediately afterward, he still gently rubbed the place he had just wrung. "What?" Gu Luo was a head full of black question marks. "What kind of wind is this bean girl smoking again? Wasn't it fine just now?" And seeing the scene of two siblings being so loving, Lu Shue couldn't help but reveal her aunt's smile. She really knocked Gu Luo and Gu Sherman's sibling CP. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to kowtow to your sweetheart CP without having to worry about the two of them actually having anything. Everything is so beautiful and pure. Gu Sherman noticed Lu Shue's pleased smile at that moment and couldn't help but feel even more depressed. Stinky old brother doesn't take her seriously. Yuki didn't take her little mind off it either, but it's understandable. In the eyes of the two, she was just a sister. This layer of status does usually work well, but when it comes down to it, it's a pure stumbling block. The ceiling is too low, but it's done. So let's have a cream tea first. Drink the same drink as someone. Thinking of this, Gu Sherman opened his mouth. Stinky old man. I'll have a Rachel Kujo. Good. Sit in the store for a while and then you can go play Princess Hug. Saying that, Gu Luo also pretended to measure up Gu Sherman and said with a smile, "It feels like Mamoru has gained a bit more weight than before." At those words, Gu Sherman instantly hardened. Harder fists. She slowly lifted her head, cocked it, squeezed out a peevish expression, and squeezed 3 words through her teeth. Stinky old brother. Cough. Seeing this, Gu Luo hurriedly begged for mercy. Just kidding, I mean Mandy's body, taller again. He was about to say that he was in better shape, but changed his mind in time. It's never appropriate to talk to your sister about body image or anything like that. Oof. When Gu Sherman heard this, the expression on her face instantly eased a lot, and her chest proudly stood up. Then he took it upon himself to walk towards the not-too-distant Rui Shui Xingchang, only at a slightly too fast pace. Her face was even a little flushed at this point, not wanting someone to see it. Naturally, she heard the word body and understood that what stinky old brother originally wanted to say was body shape. Humph, that's some eye candy. Yuki, let's go. Gu Luo didn't notice Gu Sherman's abnormality and turned his head to Lu Shueshue, who was a bit out of it. Ah, okay brother Gu. Lu Shueshue followed him, but her eyes were unconsciously slightly downward. Compared to Mamoru, he was indeed a far cry from Mamoru. Gotta do something about that. What someone didn't realize was that he could easily tug at the heartstrings of two beautiful girls with a casual comment right now. Like, it's just so unreasonable. Chapter 157, Hitting on Cotton. Thanks to Toast 25 list 1 Big Brother's Great God certification, the trio walked through the square, turning heads everywhere they went. The more daring passers-by were the ones who glanced towards them and settled with their friends around them, enjoying the eye-pleasing combination together. The less courageous, after a glance, will immediately move away from the line of sight. Heartbeat accelerated at the same time, but also pretend to be calm, pretending to be expressionless, looking down at the phone. The heart was screaming with envy. This is the life of a handsome present charge. Out shopping are accompanied by 2 top beautiful girls, 1 sunny youth, 1 sweet lowly. The world is really still too much of a modeling food. Gu Luo had long been immune to these gazes if any, and under the intense desensitization training of Guanya's little fangirl fans, he was now completely at ease. Yuki, do you have something on your mind? He slightly slowed down a step at this point, just enough to stay side by side with Lu Shueshue. The two had just kept half a body length apart. Seeing that Lu Shueshue was somewhat out of her mind, Gu Luo still couldn't help but ask, is it hard to believe that the conflict between these two little girls hasn't been completely resolved? Ah, nope, nothing. Seeing Gu Luo's concerned expression, Lu Shueshue's fair face instantly turned red again. Her heart was so shy that she hurriedly shook her head, her cute double ponytail swaying in the air, very eye-catching. She'd just been thinking about how to grow up. Otherwise, what should we do if Brother Gu doesn't like it when we get together in the future? After all, guys like to be more voluptuous, especially since Brother Gu had Mamoru, his sister who was already on the peak, by his side. Being the sudden conversation, the heart that is naturally flustered, very vain. Nothing? Being okay and not being okay are two completely different things. It seems there is still a divide between these two sisters. Thinking of this, Gu Luo first looked at Gu Sherman, who was walking ahead alone and quickly, then laughed softly at Lu Shueshue beside her. Yuki, I'm kind of your brother, so you can tell me anything. After a pause, he couldn't resist a snicker. How long have we known each other? Why are you still so shy? You need to get in touch with more boys in your class here. Work on yourself. In his heart, Lu Shueshue this was completely untouched by boys. That's why she was subconsciously shy when she stayed around the opposite sex. No. At those words, Lu Shueshue was in a flurry of desire to speak. She felt that Brother Gu had really misunderstood her. Or maybe it's just not on the same channel at all. Why not just consider the possibility of a named favorite? And this kind of instinctive shyness she only had towards her favorite, longed for Brother Gu in her heart. Other boys? Slightly. Seeing Lu Shueshue's face turning redder and redder, Gu Luo hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. It's okay, take your time, and if you're not too brave to talk to boys, you can usually get me to practicing. Upon hearing this, Lu Shueshue's beautiful eyes lit up and immediately said with some embarrassment, Brother Gu, it's true that I've never quite dared to talk to boys. Thank you for your willingness to help me. After a pause, she asked cautiously, her head bowed and her small hands gripping the hem of her dress. So can I come to you to practice talking more often, or talk to you on the phone at night once in a while? Of course, you're as much my sister as Mandy. Normally, she's thanks to your care, Gu Luo said, and reached out to touch her head. Not to mention, with this height difference between the two of them, touching their heads was especially smooth. It's like using a handy cane. Of course, that's the sneer. Thank you Brother Gu. Lu Shueshue enjoyed touching her head like a little milk cat. Her face was flushed, her heart was excited and happy. In the past, the only way to get close to Brother Gu was to rely on Mamoru, but now he had a surprisingly bright reason to approach it himself. That's right, from today onwards, she, Lu Shueshue, has an additional persona of being shy when staying around boys. And then there's this Brother Gu is really warm. It warms the heart and melts it. Gu Luo originally wanted to take this opportunity to ask what exactly the conflict between the two was in passing, but seeing that he was already almost at the Rueishue Lucky City store, he had no choice but to suppress the idea of inquiring for the time being. ask at a more appropriate opportunity. For the sake of this girl, Shao Man, he had really worried himself to death, but the worrying, however, made him incredibly happy. At this very moment, Gu Sherman still walked ahead at a brisk pace, her heart both shy and pleased. As long as the stinky old man wasn't an elm, he might be able to rely on this big fierce weapon to decapitate him in the future. I don't believe that this stinky old man who swipes videos every day to look at beautiful women can resist this temptation. As the saying goes, humans are at the top of the food chain because of their adeptness in utilizing tools and weapons. The more Gu Sherman thought about it, the happier he became in his heart, and at the same time, the more shy he became. Just what she didn't notice was that just a short distance behind her, Gu Luo was using a head touch on someone's best friend. It wasn't long before the trio walked into the Rachel's store. The store smelled sweet and the magical brainwashing music flowed through the air. You love me, I love you. Rachel Lucky City Sweetness. Stinky old brother, I've already ordered it on my phone, Gu Sherman said, bouncing to the empty seat on the side. Shao Man has grown up. Gu Luo laughed, sat down next to her, and complimented. Praise praise praise, Shao Man has been most generous. Poof. Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman lifted her chin slightly, the corners of her mouth rising, revealing a smug smile, clearly very flattered by this compliment. And seeing this scene, Lu Shueshua's heart was really envious, but she knew how far Brother Gu had spoiled Man. Like, Mamoru usually gets praise for eating well. Yes, even something as small and petty as eating well can gain emotional value. Mamoru grew up in this super loving environment, a love that came all from Brother Gu. It's so pure and deep, how could any girl not be envious? Meanwhile, the boys in the store couldn't help but sneak glances at Gu Sherman and Lu Shueshue, attracted by their beauty. The girls, on the other hand, were aiming at the three Gu Luo at the same time. Unlike boys, girls do appreciate beautiful women, and if a guy appreciates a handsome guy, he can guess the IP that second. 167. Just then, the young lady at the front desk shouted over to this side. Gu Sherman stood up at once and walked over with a mysterious face, then walked back with 2 cups of grape taro balls, as well as 3 straws. There's one more cup I'll get. With that, Gu Luo was ready to stand up, but all of a sudden, she was pressed back down. No more, just got 2 cups. Gu Sherman smiled cheekily, like a mischievous little fox, and handed one of the cups to Lu Shueshue, then inserted 2 straws into the same cup. Seeing this, Gu Luo then reacted and asked with some tears and laughter, "Don't you have any pocket money? I'll transfer it to you later." Gu Sherman immediately waved her hand. Yes. Then why did you only buy 2 cups? Save money, stinky old brother. You this ideological awareness or not enough? Gu Sherman said in a serious manner, and then added, this beautiful girl doesn't mind you. After a pause, she turned her head and asked with a smile to Lu Shueshue, who was sitting across from the 2 of them. Yuki, is that right? Aha, yeah. Lu Shueshue hurriedly smiled and nodded, her eyes staring at the 2 without blinking, obviously ready to start knocking CP mode. This CP is so sweet, it's as intoxicating as the sweet milk tea at the store. As for her best friend's reaction, Gu Sherman only felt that another trailing punch had hit cotton. Instead of caring, the other party even smiled an ant smile, not offensive in any way, but extremely insulting in a sense. Is this a matter of dislike? The expression on Gu Luo's face was both gentle and somewhat helpless. Okay, just save me some when you're done drinking. With outsiders around, he couldn't afford to sweep Mandy off her feet. No, just drink it together, Gu Sherman said, mischievously moving the straw. Okay, Gu Luo eventually compromised. It was fine to drink the same glass as her sister anyway. With that, the 2 men each held a straw and drank. It's too sweet. Ah! Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Shueshue couldn't help but scream like a groundhog in her heart. It's too good, isn't it? It's like an episode out of an idol show. In the end, she couldn't help herself and took several pictures of the 2 of them with her cell phone, to freeze this sweet moment forever. As for her best friend's tawdry maneuvers, Gu Sherman was speechless in her heart. She had won, but it felt like a total loss. In the meantime, behind the 3, a certain innocent single dog looked at the milk tea and ice cream on the table and wondered. It's sad that it's come down to 2 people having a drink together. Unlike yourself, one can enjoy 2. Ha ha, ha ha ha. But the heart laughs and cries, you guys deserve to die. Don't single dogs have human rights? I ask the question. Chapter 158, Sitting Up in a Dying Sickness. Is the foot controller actually myself? Walking out of Rueshua Lucky City, the outdoor sunlight sprinkled on her body at just the right time. Gu Luo took a long breath and sighed heartily. Ah, it's warm, just now in the store. And Gu Sherman and drink a cup of grape taro ball. Inexplicably felt a slight coolness around the body. The whole thing was so much more soothing when I came out. At this time, Gu Sherman laughed and teased. Stinky old brother, are you weak? I've heard that if guys are afraid of the cold, before the words were out of his mouth, however, he received a solid chestnut to the forehead. It hurts. She covered her head as a reflex, her cheeks puffing out in anger, and her appearance was adorable. What kind of nonsense do you learn every day? Not learning. Gu Luo glared at her without a good look. This naive girl, she's even making jokes like this now. Besides, how could he be weak when he was strong and healthy? Do you understand the gold content of 34 minutes and 52 seconds? You know there are a lot of captains who have crashed in a minute. Stinky old brother, you still talk about me. Just now someone did not also want to talk about my body. Gu Shimon's words were interrupted again as soon as he reached this point. Fine, fine. You win, you win. Gu Luo decisively chose to surrender. He really didn't want to talk about this with Mandy. It always feels awkward, like some boundary has been broken. Poof. Seeing this, Gu Sherman hummed lightly, the corner of her mouth slightly downcast, secretly clenching some small fists. She was now beginning to test the waters one step at a time. But there's no rush. Take your time. The coming days are long. Anyway, you get to stay around stinky old man all the time no matter what. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to attack this elm. Stupid. Lu Shua on the side smiled without saying anything, just kowtowing to the CP of her beloved and her best friend. Gu Luo, on the other hand, sighed in her heart, now being able to be quite certain that these two girls had indeed not made up. If it were before, Gu Sherman would have definitely taken Lu Shueshue's small hand intimately and wouldn't have left her out to dry. But today, except for a brief burst of enthusiasm at the beginning, it seemed like a deliberate attempt to avoid it. What exactly would be the contradiction? Although he was puzzled in his heart, Gu Luo still opened his mouth and said with a smile, Alright, let's go ahead and sign up, so you can see what your brother and I are really capable of. Mandy, humph, if I lose, I'll make you look good. Stinky old brother, Gu Sherman said, and waved her small, delicate fist in a fervent manner. The heart, on the other hand, was in a state of great anticipation. The mind is full of impending princess hugs. Hey, stinky old man's princess hug. Hanmans must give a thumbs up to the planning of this event. Don't worry, Lu's at your disposal. Saying this, Gu Luo suddenly changed his words and asked with a smile, and what if we win? If you don't get credit, you have to get credit, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Sherman didn't even think about it and immediately waved her small hand. If you win, this beautiful girl will kiss you 3 times. At the same time, his gaze seemed to fall on Lu Shue's face in a seemingly unobtrusive, but unmoving manner. But she is still the same ant smile. Immersed in the sweet atmosphere of the CP cannot be extricated. Completely did not get to someone's little heart. Cranky fist, another double dose of cotton. Gu Sherman's insides were frantic, almost unable to resist blurting out the secret that the two were not related by blood. Great. Gu Luo waved her hand in mock disgust, followed by a change of topic. If you win, how about you wash my feet 3 times? When Gu Sherman first heard the first half of the sentence, he was still holding a breath in his heart. But when he heard the second half, he instantly fell into deep thought. Wash your stinky old man's feet? Seems to be pretty good too. Having said that, Stinky Lau's feet are pretty good looking too. White, beautifully defined and shapely. Stop. What was I thinking? Sitting up in my deathbed, how could I be the foot controller? Her cheeks couldn't help but burn a little, feigning composure and grunting. Oh Koan it's a deal. You really agreed? Upon hearing this, Gu Luo's expression became odd instead. I don't know why, but it always felt a little weird for Mandy, but I can't really tell you what's so strange about it. Humph, a beautiful maiden's word is her bond. Gu Sherman lifted her chin slightly, appearing to be brash on the surface, but in her heart, she was scheming. Humph, let's see how this beautiful maiden will take you. An elm brain, step by step. There are some things that you can't say outright, so you can change your relationship in a subtle way through everyday moments. Who am I to give up my stinky old brother to someone else? Chapter 159, Sweet Princess Hug. Sweet Princess Hug Campaign. Eligibility for activities. Age 18 or above. In good health. Without heart disease, high blood pressure and other diseases that are not suitable for strenuous exercise. Each team consists of 2 people of any gender. 2. Mode of activity. Teams need to pick up their teammates in the princess hug position and hold on to them for a specified period of time to get the corresponding rewards. During the process, the feet of the embraced person shall not touch the ground, and the embracer shall not use any external force. 3. Flow of activities. 4. Prize setting. 3 minutes, participation prizes, commemorative pins, snacks, etc. -10 minutes, nice little gift. 40 minutes, surprise prize, champion, deluxe grand prize, Eastleigh Times Square, first floor main hall. The crowd was bustling. After Gu Luo read the rules of the event carefully, he brought Gu Sherman to the queue to line up. There weren't many tourists attending this event. mostly young couples in love, a few newlyweds, and a couple of male college students. Although the event has no restrictions on the relationship of the participants, those who come are basically there because of love. Stinky old brother. Guess what their relationship is? I just listened to their accents and they're also from out of town. Gusherman looked at the two boys at the front of the line with some excitement and lowered his voice to whisper. Upon hearing this, Gu Luo glanced at her and slightly lowered his head, again responding in a very low voice. I don't know. Don't get into the territory thing. There's pure brotherhood in Tiandu as well, but I haven't said where they have an accent. Gusherman blinked his big eyes with an innocent face. Gu Luo was speechless for a while. Well, the heavens and the hearts of men are a great mountain, but it's not his fault. Who understands the shocking implications of receiving your first love letter in life from a boy? The other party even included a photo. Scared someone so much at the time that they had to switch classes on the spot. That past is still unpleasant to look back on today. Stinky old brother. You must be very happy, right? Gu Sherman intimately took Gu Luo's arm at this time and said proudly. After all, it's a top-notch beauty like me you'll be hugging. Well, the cheek is top-notch, too. Gu Luo had just finished speaking when his arm was in pain, so he had no choice but to immediately change his mouth. Yes, 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 I'm so happy to be hugging the number one beautiful girl in the universe. Oomph. Only then did Gu Sherman let go of the hand she was holding, and then she excitedly turned her gaze to the two boys, mentally wondering which number they would each correspond to. Seeing his sister in this state, Gu Luo's heart tightened. Is Mamoru a rotten girl? After all, as the saying goes, 7 out of 10 girls are rotten. Forget it. It was not good for him to interfere too much in such matters. Just don't bring one of the male protagonists in on yourself. At this time, Lu Shua was not far away from the side of the small mouth sucking the grape taro ball that had not been finished, some longing to look at the crowd in line. I'd love to participate with Brother Gu. If she could be princess hugged by Brother Gu, she would do anything. Images like that make your heart beat faster just thinking about them. It's just a pity that the heroine standing next to Brother Gu right now is a best friend. NV. The process of registering for the event was simple, and it was soon Gu Luo's turn for both of them. Make sure you don't have a heart condition or anything like that. Young handsome? If not, need you to fill in your name here. The staff member, a warm older woman, smiled and pointed to a disclaimer on the table. Yes, please sis. Gu Luo quickly scanned over this so-called disclaimer, and after confirming that it was correct, he picked up a pen and neatly filled in his name, as well as the emergency contact's phone number. The staff member then looked the two over carefully and couldn't help but tease. You two young lovers are really talented, and the babies you'll have later on will surely be very pretty and watery. Ah, we. Gu Luo was just about to explain, but Gu Sherman jumped ahead and said, Thank you sister, by your good advice. I'll work on it, he said, and waved his little fist with a happy face. Go for it, and give birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix fetuses in the future. The staff similarly waved their little fists, obviously infected by Gu Sherman's youthful vigor. Watching these two interact, the corner of Gu Luo's mouth didn't hold back a twitch. This girl Mandy is teasing people again. Forget it, it's most important to come out and have fun. There's no need to tear her down. What's that saying, you give yourself your identity when you go out? For example, the two male adults just now, who couldn't help but be strings, deliberately mimicked Tendu's accent. Alright, little handsome boy, little beautiful girl, you can go to the stage over there and get ready. The staff pointed to the stage not far away, then smiled at the two with a double entendre. Way to go guys, trouble, we'll win. Gu Luo smiled politely. Don't worry sister, we'll definitely have dragon and phoenix babies, Gu Sherman said, leaning her head on his shoulder with a sweet face. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the stage. Only halfway there, Gu Luo rewarded her with a chestnut in a bad mood, and said in a bad mood, less of this kind of jokes in the future. People's sister is quite nice, and you're still teasing people so much. Slightly, Gu Sherman first made a mischievous face, then secretly rolled her eyes. I thought to myself, that's an elfin brain. It was clear that he had meant every word he had just said, but it's okay, it's supposed to be a constant battle, to little by little change stinky old man's mind without realizing it. Wait until the end and deal him the death blow. Soon, the Sweet Princess Hug event officially began. The atmosphere was instantly electric as the crowd gathered around to see what was going on. Come on, old brother will take you flying. Gu Luo smiled faintly. Humph, just do your best, stinky old man, and squeak when you're tired. Mamoru really does care about me after all. Ha, narcissistic. Gu Sherman proudly skimmed her mouth, and her snow-white slender arm naturally looped around his neck. The heart was inexplicably nervous and expectant. Gu Luo bent down at the same time. His right hand passed through the bend of Gu Sherman's knee. His left hand steadily supported her back, and with a slight force, he princess hugged her. I'm sure I've gained weight. He pawed at it and teased with a smile. Stinky old brother. Is your skin itching again? Just kidding. Gu Luo hastily changed his words, subconsciously sweeping the scale of the nearness, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was really just heavy and horrible as hell. The nutrition is absolutely spot on. It's almost enough to catch up with Xinyu. Ahem. Don't want to not want to. Gu Sherman naturally didn't know what was going through Gu Luo's mind at this time. Her gaze then looked towards Lu Shueshue in the audience under the stage and locked eyes with it. Go for it. Lu Shueshue said with an open mouth type. I'm not handing over the stinky old man. Gu Sherman had the same open mouth pattern. At the same time, there was some tension in the heart, both expecting Lu Shueshue to read her meaning and fearing that she would actually read it. The mood is extraordinarily mixed. Lu Shueshue, on the other hand, blinked her eyes, pressing her lips to not read the meaning of Gu Sherman's mouth, but still smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Gu Sherman was first slightly stunned, but then she reacted. Her best friend definitely didn't get it. While his heart was complicated, he was also secretly relieved. She really didn't want to show her hand until it was absolutely necessary. This is a multiple choice question that you can do without. But then again, if he didn't show his hand, his own cranberry fist would only hit cotton. Even as Lu Shueshue was knocking CP in reverse. Emotional stuff is so hard. It's more of a headache than math. Gu Sherman couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and made the summation, it's all stinky old man's fault for dabbling around. Off stage, beside Lu Shueshue, there was a clear-eyed college bachelor number 1 who said to the bachelor number 2 beside her, I just looked at the rules. This princess hug lasts for 40 minutes and you can get the deluxe prize, but it's a pity we're late, otherwise I'd casually hug you to get it. Saying that, he also displayed the not-so-developed muscles on his arms, while not moving to glance at Lu Shueshue on the side. He said Donglai Square is good. Donglai Square has to come is really can randomly refresh the top Lolita. And as far as this girl's temperament and dress is concerned, she looks like a little rich girl. Lori plus little rich girl equals dream topper. Of course, the words spoken by single dog number 1 would be purely for the sake of pretense, and were mainly said to Lu Shueshue. However, is that too much cassoulet for you? Bachelor Dog 2 held the tip of his nose to his eyes and said in a hushed, bubbly voice, Cole, princess holds require the use of strength in the arms, shoulders, back and core muscles, and holding them for long periods of time can lead to muscle fatigue and soreness, as well as cramping. It's not easy for even long-trained athletes to keep it up for 40 minutes. With a fine dog like you, you'd better wash up. Hearing this, Lu Shueshue instantly turned her attention to single dog 2. Bachelor Dog number 1 immediately freaked out in his mind when he saw this. Holy, the script isn't right. How did you get loaded by a brother? Backrest? Damn you. Single dog number 2 also noticed Lu Shueshue's gaze at this time, and subconsciously straightened his back. His face pretended to be deep, but in his heart he was thinking, dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Good buddy, for the sake of my happiness, you'll be a clown out of the game. And at this moment, Lu Shueshue was worried in her heart, would Brother Gu's muscles cramp up? Chapter 160, won't let brother's efforts go to waste. Single dog no. 1 threw a look with single dog no. 2 at this time, damn you. If you're pretending, why are you stepping on me? Single dog no. 2 received the signal and blinked unhurriedly, returning a look with a few hints of cunning, to each his own. Wild Lolitas are unattainable. Stabilize a hand first. Don't be in a hurry. Bachelor Dog number 1 is not going to give up, no. I'm going to strike up a conversation. Single dog no. 2 responded with a quick glance of brother. You can't eat hot loli in a hurry. Single dog number 1 brother. I'm calling you brother. I really like this one. Let my brother have it. Okay? Bachelor Dog number 2 dad. I'll leave this one to my son. Single dog number 1 your mom la dash. The 2 brothers just eyeballed each other up, making total eye contact. Lu Shueshue didn't pay any attention to the 2 people beside her at all, and in her heart, she was worrying that Brother Gu would keep insisting for the sake of Gu Sherman. How tiring that would be, if you hurt your muscles again. That's what happens when you like someone. You can't help but think nonsense when you care. On stage, stinky old brother, look at those 2 beside Shueshue. So sweet, they've been locking eyes with their eyes since the beginning. You and me. Gu Sherman excitedly Gu Luo whispered. Shao man, you don't want a rotten girl to look at people base. Gu Luo was a little helpless in her heart, and when she finished, Shao man really did have the potential of a corrupt woman. You know the rotund girl is a very scary creature. You never know in their heads which member of the same sex they will somehow pair up with. Keeping men safe. The minutes ticked by. In a flash, 10 minutes passed, and in those 10 minutes, 3 pairs of participants have been regrettably eliminated. Stinky old man, how do you feel now? Gu Sherman looked at the 3 pairs of boys rubbing their arms one after another and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Where is this? I didn't even use 1 layer of my kung fu. Ha, stinky old man you can really blow. Gu Sherman said on her lips, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she gave him a squeeze on his shoulders. The heart, is full of adoration. She then looked over to one of the big muscular men in the row behind her and instantly whispered with some uncertainty. Stinky old man. That guy looks like he's got his brain controlled by his muscles. Let's end it after 40 minutes. No more title fights. Upon hearing this, Guluo just grinned easily, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Rest assured that you will wash your feet these 3 times. Gu Sherman then pinched him without any good reason and pouted. I'm not joking with you. Don't try to be strong. Hear that? Well. I'll say it when I'm tired. And I definitely won't try to be brave. Guluo hurriedly nodded, and immediately afterward couldn't help but sigh with a smile. My little Mamoru has really grown up. What about the eyes? Again subconsciously sweeping that scale. Just a brief glance, though, and then quickly moved away. This is purely an instinctive reaction of the body. A force majeure. Humph. That's for you to say. Gu Sherman was arrogant again, raising his chin slightly as his hands continued to earnestly rub Guluo's shoulders. Soon, another 10 minutes had passed. This time, more teams were eliminated. It's supposed to be fun, so there's really no need to fight too hard for the prizes and wear yourself out. But gradually, Guluo realized that something was wrong with Gu Sherman in his arms. Only her lips were pursed slightly, her originally white face flushed with a faint layer of redness, and she hadn't spoken for a few minutes. What's the matter? Want to go to the bathroom? No. Gu Shimon's voice was muffled. She shifted her gaze away, not daring to look Guluo in the eye. Can't help it, can you? I'll give you a separate prize later. This activity is just about participation, Guluo said, and was ready to put her down. No. Gu Sherman, however, hugged tighter and said with a stubborn expression. It's been going on for over 20 minutes. We can't afford to give up on it. No matter what, she would not let her brother's efforts be in vain. Shall man be good. When you come out, brother will prepare a big surprise gift for you, okay? Seeing that Guluo was still gently persuading herself, the idea in Gu Sherman's heart became more and more determined. With a complicated expression, she lowered her head, almost squeezing the words out of her mouth. Don't. We still have a way. Chapter 161, Snowy gets what she wants. What? What way? Guluo didn't understand the meaning for a moment. When I say there is. Stinky old brother. Stop talking for a moment. Gu Sherman was a bit distracted at the moment. With that, she opened her phone and hesitated for a moment before tapping on someone's chat box. That's right, tapping on the chat box of none other than good girlfriend Lu Shue. Gu Sherman really didn't want stinky older brother to hug Lu Shue, fearing that the two of them would really spark their feelings after too much contact. But, even if she resisted in her heart, she preferred not to let Guluo's efforts go to waste. Stinky old man has been so selfless to himself since he was a kid that he didn't have a temper even when he posted pictures of him riding like a horse to the group. Spoiled to the core. Then one cannot be equally selfish. Besides, it's just a hug. It's not possible that you'll fall in love with Shue just by hugging your stinky brother, right? That's right, it's not a big problem. Not a big problem at all. Gu Sherman then gave CPU herself in her heart, and with mixed feelings, she sent a message to Lu Shue. But the moment I pressed the send button, I just felt empty inside. There is an agony of personally pushing your beloved into someone else's arms. But if time went back, she would still choose that way. Stinky old man will always come first, bar none. Off stage. Gu Sherman, Shue, go talk to the host. I'm going to go to the bathroom. See if you can take over the position. Lu Shue looked at the message on her cell phone and was both surprised and delighted. She immediately raised her head and looked towards Gu Sherman on the stage. The two men's eyes met in the air and it was all in the air. Boys have eye-wave communication for boys, and girls have telepathic communication that belongs to girls. Lu Shue lowered her head at this time, hesitated in her mind, and her fingers quickly typed a reply on the screen. Lu Shue, Mamoru, or give up. I just heard someone say that prolonged princess hugging may cause muscle cramps and will hurt your muscles. Lu Shue, it just so happens that you need to use the restroom too, so I'll make up a gift for you later. She was equally very complicated, although deep down she was incredibly eager to be princess hugged by Brother Gu. But, Brother Gu will always come first, as untouchable as his parents. Soon after, Gu Sherman sent another message. Gu Sherman, don't worry Shue. Stinky old man is super strong and powerful, not an ordinary person. Don't forget the controlled variable method said by the group leader in the tug of war. Gu Sherman, no matter what, I can't let stinky old brother's efforts turn into nothing, even if he doesn't care, but I do. Looking at these messages, Lu Shue instantly knocked back up. Mamoru is such a good sister who puts her brother first, and as an elder brother controller, she clearly doesn't want to let herself get close to Gu's brother, but she still makes that choice. The bond between these siblings is so sweet. Meanwhile, beside her, Bachelor number 1 was scowling at bachelor number 2. Single dog number 1 grandpa, grandson, I really can't help it. Just give this loli to grandson me. After sending the signal, he immediately glanced towards the two guluos on the stage. The meaning was obvious, grandpa. Look at the others who have embraced the top beauty girl. It's not easy to come across a wild top loli, so just let me strike up a conversation. Single dog number 2 returns the look, ancestor. It's obvious that the other lori is interested in me, isn't it? She even looked at me just now. Really? Let me have it and I'll cover breakfast for a month. Single dog no. 1, however, did not respond with his eyes again this time, but instead slightly lowered his head and revealed what he thought was an extremely sunny smile to Shua beside him, opening his mouth somewhat nervously to greet him. Hello. Shua, who was just about to move to find the host, was slightly stunned at the words and asked without answering, excuse me, is there something wrong? Bachelor dog number 1's face couldn't help but redden, and he couldn't help but cough lightly, pulling out his cell phone with a voice as small as a mosquito buzzing. Here's the thing, I'd like to connect with, add a contact with you, is that okay? Sorry, no. Shua shook her head without hesitation, her tone calm and resolute, before walking quickly in the direction of the host. Thought it was something, but sure enough, it was hitchhiking again. She had gotten used to it long ago as she was asked for contact information by many people every time she came out to play. When these people were compared to Brother Gu, no, there was no comparison at all. It could be said that she would rather be Brother Gu's licking dog than their goddess. Seeing the other party's refusal so decisively, Bachelor dog no. 1 was immediately embarrassed and wanted to snap a 3-room apartment with his toes, as if he could feel the strange gazes cast around him. Imagine the people behind you who saw this scene must be laughing at themselves in their hearts. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. If you can't, let the world end. Holy, dude, you're toxic, right? Bachelor dog number 2 then elbowed him hard on the waist, then lowered his voice and said with a look of hatred, how can you pick up like this? Do you know how to take it step by step? See, it scares people away from Lori. You're a piggyback. Listening to his good brother giving him a count, Bachelor dog number 1 turned red, became irritated, and squeezed the only few English words he knew out of his teeth. You up. No can no BB. Upon hearing this, Bachelor dog number 2 was not at all shy and responded with the same Ingrid CO. Fine. Thank you. And you? Man, what can I say? Kalu. Fark me. The two of them were just inexplicably comparing their English vocabulary reserves, but they were all taught by the same teacher and couldn't break the move at all. And the other side. Uncle, it's like this. My best friend's stomach is not feeling well. Do you think you can? On the other side of the stage, Shua politely explained her intentions to the host uncle. After a pause, she added immediately afterward, fearing that the host would disagree. In that case, all the gifts for this event will be sponsored by me. Do you think that's okay? Hearing this, the host hastily waved his hand, a kind smile on his face. Not so much. This activity is supposed to give back to the majority of customers. It's mainly just a figure of speech. At that, he couldn't help but joke again. And all the gifts for this event can add up to thousands of dollars. Upon hearing this, Shua nodded slightly and said indistinctly, it's only a few $1,000s, then it's better for me to do it. It was indeed me who broke the rules in the first place. Honestly, a few $1,000s really is just a paltry string of numbers to her. Cough. The host choked, thinking that the little girl in front of him should be what is often referred to on the internet a rich loli, and it looked like he was interested in the handsome man. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, it's good to be handsome. After receiving the host's consent, Shua immediately walked quickly towards the stage, and this whole thing came down to just 2.5 minutes. Seeing the visitor, Luo froze slightly before it dawned on him that he understood what this so-called approach was all about. Stinky old man, put me down. Man had already endured to the limit at this point, and his voice was trembling a bit. Good. Luo had just put Man down when he saw her dart away like a frightened rabbit in the direction of the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. Brother Gu, trouble you. Shua's face was already red at this time, especially cute and alluring. Good. Luo didn't have time to think about it, quickly reaching out his hand and scooping her up easily by the waist. After all, a delay would be an injustice to the other participants. Soft, extra soft. Shua's body was slightly inferior in some ways compared to Man's, but her softness was outstanding. At the same time, a faint scent lingered on the tip of Luo's nose. It's very sweet. Of course, Man also had a scent on him, but he was so used to smelling it that he couldn't even tell the difference now. Brother Gu, tough on you. Shua lowered her head, her little face so red that it could almost drip blood, the heart is beating extra fast. It feels like a dream. Surprisingly, she was really princess hugged by brother Gu. It's fine, Shua Shua, you don't have to be too shy. I'll practice more with you later. Gu Luo smiled and comforted. Well, thank you brother Gu. Lu Shua Shua covered her burning cheeks with one hand and asked in a small voice after hesitating for a moment. Brother Gu, can I take a picture? Could be. Gu Luo agreed without thinking. It's nothing. Besides, we'll have to ask the two what the conflict is later. Upon hearing this, Lu Shua Shua was instantly delighted and immediately opened her cell phone camera. Then it's just a bunch of shots from various angles. Many of the photos had Gu Luo's face in them. It's the best memory ever. Off stage. At this point, Bachelor Dog number 1 and Bachelor Dog number 2 were already nearly petrified and only felt their noses itching. What's the situation? Isn't this rich lowly wild? Why are you in someone else's arms now? And what was the relationship between the high ponytail beauty and the two just now? No, man. So you want them all? What do you have besides a handsome billion dots? What else are you? After a long silence, Bachelor Dog number 1 was embarrassed and didn't want to stay a second longer and spoke up. I have a friend who isn't feeling too well. I need to go over there. Bachelor Dog 2 nodded with it. Coincidentally, my milk is going to give birth to my dad later. Let's go back together. Chapter 162, Wanting to Cry. Gu Luo had been patiently cooperating with Lu Shua Shua in taking pictures, his gaze always gentle. Seeing that she was almost done shooting, she got right to the point and asked, Yuki, have you and Mandy been having some sort of conflict lately? At those words, Lu Shua Shua's heart violently missed a beat, and she slowed down for several seconds before stammering. No, it wasn't a conflict between her and Mamoru, to put it mildly, but a very complicated emotional issue, particularly complex. It's so complicated that there's no way to poke through that window. Looking at Lu Shua Shua in her arms with her eyes dodging, almost writing I'm lying all over her face, Gu Luo only felt a little cute. He adjusted his hold on her slightly and continued softly, I'm your brother. If you have a conflict you can talk to me and I'll help you mediate. Lu Shua Shua slightly raised her head and looked towards the culprit of this whole thing, but she only stared at him for a second and then quickly lowered her head again, completely at a loss as to where to start. Or else, confess to brother Gu now? As soon as the thought popped up, her heart raced uncontrollably, faster and faster and faster, as if it was going to burst through her chest. The little face was instantly covered in red again. In fact, if you think about it, with the two of them in a princess hug position at the moment, confessing seems really more than appropriate. But the next second, another thought was like a pot of cold water, dousing the enthusiasm in Lu Shua Shua's heart. What happens when Mamoru comes back? How should I face her? Most importantly, would brother Gu agree? If we refuse, will we not even be friends in the future? Several questions swirled around in her head, stirring her brain. What to do? What to do? What to do? Confess. Brother Gu. Actually Lu Shua Shua opened her mouth with great difficulty, but there was no way to continue when she said this. The brain was near blank. It felt like the body wasn't even my own. Seeing Lu Shua Shua in this state, Gu Luo couldn't help but sigh softly. I know. Lu Shua Shua was instantly shocked. Could it be that her mind had already been seen through by brother Gu? Thinking about this, her whole body was paralyzed, even surging with the urge to run away right now. Gu Luo continued to speak at this time, his voice still calm and steady. I know that you girlfriends definitely don't want to tell anyone about the private things that you do, but I, as a brother, really don't want to see a barrier between you. After a pause, he said with a serious expression, I apologize to you on behalf of Mamoru. She's a ninny who was spoiled by me since she was a child. She's arrogant and not good at pulling off a good face, but she's really gentle inside. She's a good kid. So, can I condescend to you, Yuki, and give Mamoru a step down? Just give this bean a step down, and she'll definitely come down obediently. Listening to these words of concern as an older brother, Lu Shua Shua was relieved and at the same time, she was poked hard inside. Brother Gu really spoils Mamoru, no matter what aspect of his life, and that's exactly why she's obsessed with brother Gu. After digesting for a while, Lu Shua Shua took a slight breath and nodded. Brother Gu, don't worry, I promise you that I will properly handle the issue with Mamoru, okay? As a thank you, I will also help you overcome your shyness towards boys. Gu Luo felt relieved in her heart and said that it finally worked. Although it took a lot of effort to resolve the issue between the two sisters, but it was all worth it for Gu Sherman. In this way, the two of them chatted with each other, unable to leave the word Mamoru in 3 sentences, and had a very happy conversation. Lu Shua Shua gradually relaxed her taut nerves and immersed herself in the exchange with Gu Luo, a sweet smile appearing on her face from time to time. And right now, off stage, the side of the crowd, Gu Sherman, who had just jogged all the way back from the bathroom, was so lost in thought as she looked at the two people on stage who were talking and laughing and very intimate. One is her smelly oldest brother that she grew up relying on and her favorite, and the other is her no-nonsense, bestest BFF. It looks like a really good match. But, heart, so hard, it hurts, want to cry so bad. Chapter 163, Forced Smile and Temptation. On stage, Gu Luo and Lu Shua were so engrossed in their conversation that they completely failed to notice that Gu Sherman, who was in the crowd below the stage, was lost in thought as she stared at them. However, the topic of conversation between the two was Gu Sherman. It was as if the whole world revolved around this playful and cute girl. Gu Luo was thinking about Gu Sherman's cute appearance in his heart at this time and said with a smile, "Right, Mamoru is really especially cute when she's arrogant, especially when she puffs up her cheeks, just like a little hamster. Yeah, I like Mamoru the best, and she takes care of me on a regular basis. We'll be best friends for life." Lu Shua hurriedly nodded her head, and in her heart, she didn't forget to add, and also likes brother Gu the most. These two siblings, she really liked them. How happy I would be if I could really be Mamoru's sister-in-law one day. Time slipped by as the two talked. Soon the time came to 40 minutes, and at this point in time, there were two teams left on the field besides Gu Luo's team. One of the teams was what Gu Sherman described as the burly men with muscle-controlled brains. The other team was the two men's universities with a complex composition. At that moment, the host uncle walked up to the stage quickly, holding the microphone in his hand, and announced in a loud voice, "Congratulations to our three teams who managed to hold out for 40 minutes and won a surprise prize." As soon as the words fell, the pair of male adults were like deflated leather balls, immediately letting go of their hands. The hugger covered his sore and swollen arm and sat on his ass. Was not a drop left. It had burned out. If he hadn't overdrawn his allowance early this month to buy a gun skin, he wouldn't have come to this event like a cow horse. The hugger, on the other hand, was as excited as a 200-pound child and waved his arms directly toward the audience on stage. "We are the champions. No damage clearance. I'm the MVP." Hearing his teammates' so shameless words, the hugger was so angry that his face turned red, and with a small finger, the rap began. "You Mal. Hey, positive energy, positive energy." Seeing this, the host hastened to interrupt the birds and the bees that were about to spew from his mouth. This scene drew a burst of laughter from the audience on stage, except for Gu Sherman. The host then cleared his throat and smiled. "Then it's up to us to see which of the two remaining teams will win the final championship." This time, the gourmets were speculating. It's better to say it's a guess than an assertion. It was basically assumed that the muscle-bound guy would win. Big for one thing, and the yoga pants girl in his arms didn't look much heavier than the double ponytailed lowly. However, there were a few keen-eyed and discerning viewers who commented, "I think the probability will be that handsome guy will win. You guys look closely, but that handsome guy is not red in the face, and that big tall guy has already started sweating." "Hey, you don't say, you really don't say." The others sniffed and observed the state of the last two holders on the stage. Found out it was just as the man said. The little handsome man on the stage pressed on as if nothing had happened, breathing steadily and looking quite relaxed, and the muscle-bound man had begun to sweat from his forehead. "Brother Gu, it's already been 40 minutes. Let me down." Lu Shua saw that so many people were staring at her. Her little face instantly became red again, and she really didn't want Gu Luo to compete with this muscular man for the title. How tiring. It's nice to get a surprise prize for the effort. Plus, the total prize value is just thousands of dollars. It's not worth it for the championship prize. It's fine, come what may. Gu Luo's goal was certainly not these so-called prizes, but the bet with Gu Sherman. That's 3 whole times to wash his feet. The thought of the little arrogant girl having to huff and puff and reluctantly wash her own feet by then made Gu Luo inexplicably feel amused. As the saying goes, bullying your sister is also a way of spoiling her. It's the same as in elementary school when little boys would go and deliberately pull someone's hair and tease them if they liked a girl. But in order to reassure Lu Shua, he still added a sentence. "Don't worry Snowy, I've got it covered." But as soon as he said proportion, Gu Luo's mind instinctively conjured up the appearance of the little angel Shoe Lemon. Ahem, that's an embarrassing memory. Upon hearing this, Lu Shua hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Then well, brother Gu, you must say it if you can't hold on. At the same time, the heart was both happy and had an incomparable admiration for Gu Luo. Brother Gu is really good. It's just like Mamoru said, skinny on and off. I just don't know what brother Gu's abs and pecs feel like to touch. Thinking in her heart, Lu Shua unconsciously swallowed. Then with a red face, she leaned her arm on Gu Luo's chest as if nothing had happened. So sturdy, super secure. Though it was her abs she wanted to touch the most, it was possible to quench her thirst with her pecs. Gu Luo naturally does not know the heart of the lowly in his arms, and did not care about the chest next to a small arm, princess hug posture which is normal. There was only one thing on his mind right now, why hadn't Mamoru come back yet? Fell in a hole? He was thinking of asking Shua to send a message to Gu Sherman. When, at that moment, and not knowing if it was a sense of the heart, Gu Luo inexplicably looked to the left and found Gu Sherman in the audience with pinpoint accuracy. Of course, it was mainly because Gu Sherman was too crane-like. Her outstanding appearance and unique temperament made her stand out when compared to the people around her. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Gu Sherman revealed a smile, waved his little fist, and made a go for a gesture with his mouth. Gu Luo looked at his naive sister cheering for him, and for some reason, his heart felt a little strange. Although this method was thought up by Gu Sherman, but after all, she likes to be jealous, according to logic. Now should be humph. Haughty twisted head is right. What's wrong with it? Gu Luo always felt a kind of only in this mountain in the sense of vision. What was the conflict between the two? Of course, it was possible that he was overthinking it, but as long as Gu Sherman is involved, he can't help but think about it more. Go for it. Gu Luo smiled faintly, unable to do anything else but make the same go for a gesture to Gu Sherman. There's definitely no replacing them now, not to mention the fact that the host had already accommodated once, which wasn't good enough to communicate with Shua. And at that moment, Shua noticed Gu Luo's line of sight, but since she was behind herself, she can only twist her head and take a quick glance. Upon realizing that it was Gu Sherman who had returned, her mood couldn't help but be complicated. The two being the best of girlfriends, Shua naturally knew how much this brother-controlling sister liked to be jealous of Gu Luo, but now there was a surprisingly sweet smile. Could it be that this was Mamoru's way of agreeing to be with her brother Gu? It's really quite possible. If it wasn't for Mamoru's suggestion, she wouldn't have gotten her wish to be princess hugged by brother Gu. Well as feeling brother Gu's pecs. And right now, off stage, Gu Sherman could only try to keep the smile on his face and act like he was cheering. Otherwise, she was really afraid of crying out in the next second. Regret. Really regret it. I should have just given up with stinky old man just now. It should just be more selfish. Should have stopped Yuki from getting close to stinky old man. Now it's good to just watch the two of them smooch and princess hug. This may evolve into an opened Pandora's box. Once you start, you don't know what's going to happen. With these thoughts in her heart, Gu Sherman's small hands behind her back were clenched tightly, but her face was still full of smiles. She suddenly remembered a very corny little story at this point. A man goes to a psychiatrist and says he has depression and is living a miserable, lonely and desperate life. The psychiatrist said, "You might want to go to town on that clown. He can cheer you up." He suddenly cried out, "But I'm the clown." Gu Sherman could only use a smile to hide her inner sadness now, and so it was, for another 20 minutes. At the first hour and 3 minutes, the muscular man finally couldn't hold out any longer. His arms trembled and his legs began to weaken, and in the end, he could only helplessly drop the yoga pants girl in his arms. Then let's congratulate the pair. Driven by the host's rhythm, the audience applauded Gu Luo and Shua. Gu Sherman did the same, clapping along with the crowd. As for the surprise jackpot and the winner's prize, she was in no mood to care at the moment. Looks like shopping in movie cards. Oh yeah, and a couple necklaces. Gu Sherman looked at Shua and the necklace around her neck in a complicated way, and could only pretend to be happy, and pulled her along to take pictures. Later the three of them went to eat prawns and to catch dolls together. In the restaurant, Gu Luo watched Gu Sherman being so happy and laughing, and gradually let go of his heart. Anyway, Shua had promised to take the initiative to resolve the conflict between the two, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. Evening. Apartment door. After getting down from the cab, Gu Sherman immediately stretched out, then smiled at Gu Luo, who was carrying a large bag behind her. "Stinky old man. I'm starving for some egg fried rice." "Oh Koan, oh Koan." Gu Luo looked at Gu Sherman's so energetic appearance, and was equally happy in her heart. It was worth the trip out today. It looked like it had managed to help the two sisters ease the conflict. The next step is just to wait for them to digest it a little more slowly in private. Egg fried rice. Egg fried rice. Scrambled rice. Gu Sherman happily shouted egg fried rice with his mouth, but in his heart, he only felt like a walking corpse, an empty shell that looked happy on the outside but had no soul. But it's the only way to not look sad and cry. Fine, fine, do it for you. Gu Luo was walking in front of her, seeing her in such a good mood. He couldn't help but think about the agreement with the little angel, so he snorted and asked tentatively, "Xiao man ah, if I fall in love in the future, will you cry your eyes out?" Ha ha. Chapter 164 Smiles. The smile on Gu Sherman's face abruptly froze. Yes, solidified. A strong sense of unease and panic spread through the heart. In this moment, her thoughts were racing with all sorts of questions. What's the meaning of this? Mr. Stinky? What's that implying? Has Shua already confessed to Stinky Lao? Even if you haven't confessed, surely you've politely expressed your liking? Why else would Stinky old man suddenly ask such an off-guard question at this time? Could it be that he also likes Lu Shua? It was only a princess hug for half an hour. Why did it go so fast? If that's true, what does that make you? Aren't you the best wingman for your bestie? Pushing your stinky old brother into someone else's arms with your own hands? Seeing that there was no movement behind him, Gu Luo stopped walking, and when he turned back, he saw Gu Sherman standing at the same spot, staring blankly. He froze slightly and hastily held out his hand to shake it. Mamoru? Mamoru, are you okay? Ah, I'm fine. It was only then that Gu Sherman woke up as if from a dream, and tried to squeeze out the same seemingly natural smile as during the day, pretending to be relaxed. Stinky old brother, if you fall in love, just fall in love. Anyway, sister-in-law is definitely not as good looking as me. Stinky old brother, you're not allowed to fall in love. You're not allowed. Don't. Gu Luo looked at the smiling Gu Sherman in front of her, and her heart instantly became worried. It's not right. It's so wrong. If Gu Sherman wasn't jealous when she was at Dong Lai Plaza, it could still be barely explained by the unknown conflict between her and Lu Shueshue. But now surprisingly, I'm not jealous again. Or is it in disguise? But will Mandy, the heartless, naive girl, disguise herself? Of course, there is another possibility. Gu Sherman might not really be jealous. If she thought so, then why wouldn't she be jealous as a brother controller? Could it be that her mind had quietly shifted to someone else? After all, there are a lot of good boys in Guanya, and it's no surprise that Mandy is in the throes of her youthful adolescence. But, thinking of this, Gu Luo's heart was instantly empty, only feeling that a piece of her heart had been gouged out by a large invisible hand. Extra hard. In order to verify the suspicion in his heart, he asked again tentatively, Mandy, so do you have a favorite boy? Upon hearing this question, Gu Shimon's heart violently trembled. She took a deep breath and raised her head, her eyes burning as she looked at Gu Luo, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she nodded seriously. Yes, I have a favorite boy. It's you Elm. Sure enough, Gu Luo's heart ached all of a sudden. Pain. It hurts too much. He couldn't help but recall Gu Sherman's earlier vow that he would follow him in this life, and those words seemed to be echoing in his ears. But it's true that plans can never catch up with change. In a flash, Mamoru has really grown up and has a favorite boy. But that's fine. You can't really let Mandy follow you around for the rest of your life without getting married and having children. Can you? That's so selfish. Thinking of this, Gu Luo barely managed to squeeze out a smile and asked with a grin, who is that boy? It's you Elm. Not telling you, unless you tell me who the girl you like is. Gu Sherman resisted the urge to burst into tears. Her small hands clenched tightly, her heart scared to death. Afraid to hear my best friend's name next. At those words, Gu Luo opened his mouth, and in his mind, the gentle and sweet appearance of the little angel Shu Lemon first surfaced, but immediately afterward, the passionate and fiery red lips of the little devil Shuhi surfaced. The alternating flashes of two images with the same likeness but very different personalities left him momentarily speechless. There was no answer after all. Slightly, if you don't tell me, I won't tell you either. Gu Sherman made a face, and after saying that, she bypassed him and walked quickly into the apartment door alone. At the same time, her nails pinched the flesh of her hands hard, her heart especially hard. Gu Luo's silence was undoubtedly an answer. He really does have a favorite girl. In connection with what happened during the day, the girl's identity was self-explanatory, Lu Shue. Gu Sherman didn't want to think about anything right now. She just wanted to rush into her room as fast as she could and hide under the covers. Then, for crying out loud,